detected a lazy fish sleeping in. Why sleep long in life? After death it will naturally sleep long. Now loading the Indulgent lying flat fish enjoyment system for the host. Activating this system only requires 3, missing original activation condition content here. Detected that the host replied with 3 dog heads. Activation of this system failed. Unbinding in progress. Hearing this, you hurriedly modified the activation password, blaming yourself for having too many dog heads, and instinctively sent a dog head. The Indulgent system has been bound. This system aims to help the host enjoy a life of their own choosing, and any indulgent behavior will be rewarded by the system. Additionally, all consumption behaviors related to indulgence will receive a random cashback of 2 to 10 times. Wow! This is the legendary system, brother. At this moment, you felt a surge of joy, and then thought, did I oversleep and skip class today? Is this too much self-indulgence? Just as you were pondering this, the system's prompt sound came again. Ding! Detected that the host is sleeping in and skipping class. Reward cash plus 1,000 yuan. You immediately checked the SMS reminder on your phone and saw the message. Construction Bank. Your account ending in 8577 has credited 1,000 yuan. The impoverished college life instantly became much more fulfilling because of this unexpected 1,000 yuan. A bold idea popped into your mind, and you decided to enjoy the added value of this indulgent system. Excitedly, I got out of bed, got dressed, and rushed to the cafeteria, ordering a lavish breakfast with spicy hot pot, fried chicken steak, braised duck leg, and a big bowl of snail noodles. Eating all this in the early morning is simply asking for trouble. Can this even be considered indulgence? Ding! Detected that the host is binge-eating breakfast, spending 43 yuan, triggering 10 times cashback plus 430 yuan. The phone screen lit up, and the bank account deposit information arrived as promised. You heard someone speaking to you, and curiously looked up to see your counselor, Xiao Lin. In fact, she had just graduated not long ago and is now a senior in the same major, also serving as a counselor. Hearing this, you smiled slightly and greeted her. Good morning, Counselor Xia. Such a lavish breakfast. Be careful not to get greasy and have digestive issues after eating, Xiao Lin gently reminded. You smiled cheerfully and said, it's fine. I'm planning to go to the gym later. I need to fill my stomach to have the energy. Then enjoy your meal, Xiao Lin said, waving goodbye and busying herself with her own matters. She suddenly remembered that you should have a political education class today, which means you skipped class. However, she didn't say much. After all, it's quite normal for a college student to occasionally miss class, as long as they can pass the final exam. She herself was also happy to let loose back in her day. You certainly understand that saying you're going to the gym is just a formality, completely incompatible with this indulgence system. After finishing a delicious meal, she returned to the dormitory, opened her computer, and her roommates were still not awake. During this quiet time, playing games was too noisy, watching web dramas was more suitable. Her attention was drawn to various dramas, both domestic and international. Just the right opportunity to watch slowly. The system's prompt sound rang out again. Ding! Detected that the host is watching dramas during what should be study time. How indulgent. Reward plus 2,000 yuan. Watching dramas can also earn money. That's great. You were immersed in the plot, and time quietly passed, and before you knew it, it was already past 9 in the morning. Although it was just the beginning of freshman year, everyone still maintained some decorum and was willing to show up for class. Of course, some people are here just to catch a glimpse of the goddess's beauty. Wang Haoren, who is next to you, has no classes and is opening his notebook with a sleepy face to start playing a two-dimensional game. Although Wang Haoren is a seasoned fan of two-dimensional culture, he is much more low-key compared to those who wear exaggerated t-shirts, hug strange body pillows, and speak in Japanese lines. He looks more like an ordinary college student on the outside. During his leisure time, he enjoys quietly watching anime and playing games alone, but he is determined not to spend money on in-game purchases. His personality is very good, and he doesn't stir up trouble. Since the beginning of the school year, you have all been good friends, while the other two in the dorm have frequently caused frustrating situations due to their incompatible personalities. But the roommates gradually became more active. You shifted your thoughts, closed the web series, and opened League of Legends. The skin discount advertisement that came up was very eye-catching. Usually, you would just close it hastily, as it had nothing to do with a broke college student. Skins don't affect output anyway. But today, having this indulgent right, you decided to take a different approach. If you bought a lot of game skins at once, it would count as indulgence. After receiving a positive response from the system, you began to select those skins you had always wanted but had previously rejected due to your wallet. The bank card showed a balance of 4,630 yuan, so you decided to spend it all without hesitation. After all, the more you spend, the more you get back. The Supreme Fist, Soul Lotus, and the limited time returning champion skins have all been bought to satisfaction. You gathered some funds and ultimately purchased skins worth 4,000 396 yuan. Hey, that number looks pretty nice. Ding, detected host's indulgent spending on game skins, triggering 5 times cashback plus 21,980 yuan. Your bank account balance has now exceeded 22,000 yuan. You are at Jiangchun University, a key national 985 institution, currently studying a popular computer science major. You've heard that even those graduate seniors who enter the high-paying internet industry may not earn 22,000 yuan a month, while you just casually earned it with a few taps. As your assets increased, you realized you could try more luxurious ways of spending. Wealth seemed to snowball, and the system hinted that with deeper indulgence, the rewards would not only include cash but also luxury cars, famous watches, mansions, and even some hidden abilities. You couldn't help but mutter to yourself, is this what it's like to be a wealthy god? It's truly both magical and wonderful. Afterward, you quickly calmed down, and with your strong mental fortitude, you decided to first experience the newly bought skins in the game. Your dormitory has a layout of upper bunk beds and lower desks. Wang Haoran got up to stretch and accidentally caught a glimpse of your screen. Instantly dumbfounded. Wow, White Pigeon, when did you buy so many skins? This must be over 1,000, right? You calmly replied. I just spent over 4,000 in total. Wang Haoran looked confused. What's going on? I thought you were just like me, a freebie player. Why did you suddenly start spending so much money? A mysterious smile appeared on your face. I have to come clean, actually. I'm also a rich second generation. Wait, why did you add the word also? Wang Haoran was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted. Oh, so it turns out I'm the only poor one in our dorm. Before you could respond, he chuckled and scratched his head, saying, well, that's a good thing. It's normal for you, white brother, to have such strength. Otherwise, those two in our dorm are so impressive that they've muddled my impression of rich people. You smiled faintly and said nothing more. It's quite normal to encounter a few bizarre things while living in a university dormitory. In this country of 1.4 billion people, a diverse range of people is the norm. White brother, you don't know. Last night when you weren't here, Shumingzhi and Xuetao had another huge argument. Shumingzhi and Xuetao are the other two roommates in your dorm. What was it about? It was still about a girl. Shumingzhi likes a girl, and Xuetao insists she's just pretending to be aloof, saying she's no different from other girls in private. And that's how the argument started. But I remember that girl didn't even pay attention to Shumingzhi. You thought for a moment and said, right, it's just unrequited love. It's ridiculous to argue over her. Indeed, this situation is not limited by time or place. It is quite common. However, the dormitory of the girl that Shumingzhi is pursuing is really interesting. It is known as the Goddess Dormitory, where among the 4 girls, 3 have unique charms in terms of appearance or style. The one that Shumingzhi favors is a cool and aloof girl named Chen Yuxing, who, like you all, is a freshman. Her tall figure and stunning long legs are breathtaking, and her face is coldly beautiful, completely rivaling popular stars. She also studies computer science and even released an open-source project in high school. Just after the semester started, she was invited by a professor to join the lab, definitely a top student. During military training, she has already become one of the focal points on campus, although she always appears cold and indifferent. The suitors who come to curry favor never cease. However, she ruthlessly rejects them, claiming she does not want to be in a relationship and will not accept others' goodwill. Perhaps this is exactly what attracts Shumingzhi, while Xuetao feels that she is somewhat pretentious. Everyone has their own way of understanding, so this perspective is not surprising. You don't care about the disputes among your roommates, you just listen for the fun of it. Soon, your attention returned to the screen, where your newly purchased skin was being showcased in the game. You played a match as V in the top lane and then tried Yasuo in the mid lane. After 2 games, you had 1 win and 17 losses, which was quite disheartening. Come on, this silver rank is too harsh. I can't take it anymore. I need to call for a duo partner. With that thought, you immediately took action, opened a duo partner app, selected the League of Legends section, sorted by price from high to low, and wondered if hiring an expensive duo partner was also a form of indulgence. After browsing, you found that the high-priced duo partners were mostly current or former professional players. Shaking your head helplessly, these guys are really boring. Spending a lot of money to have them play with you isn't as good as inviting Wang Haoran for a duo. The two of you could bravely venture through silver together, which wouldn't be too bad. You decisively adjusted the filter criteria, selecting only female duo partners, and the screen instantly displayed a collection of photos of beautiful internet celebrities, which was quite pleasing to the eye. Your gaze roams around the screen, and you are captivated by a female gaming companion named Yuxie. Unlike those who post photos, she only uses an audio self-introduction, and her voice is incredibly pleasant, seemingly exuding a young and aloof goddess vibe, truly sparking the imagination. However, This young lady clearly states that she only plays games and does not engage in anything else. With a price tag of 200 yuan per hour, her rank is a top-tier player in the Korean server, and having such a highly skilled female gaming companion is quite rare in the industry. The comments at the bottom of the page are all positive, praising her exceptional skills and steady performance, though her personality is a bit aloof, with communication limited to basic politeness. Considering everything, this price is not outrageous. You don't care much about the rest, you just hope her voice is pleasant and that she can help you excel, as the ultimate goal is to indulge and make money. Just in time, Yusia is online. Hello, Crispy White Goose. May I ask if your gaming companion service can be subscribed to monthly? I want to find a long-term gaming companion, with a pleasant voice and strong skills. I see that you meet the requirements, with monthly payment, no more than 2 hours a day, and the specific gaming time can be discussed. Soon, she happily accepted. Sure, the deal was settled. You smile slightly. You have previously researched Yusia's order records, and under normal circumstances, 2 hours a day is not a problem for her. At 200 yuan per hour, that adds up to 12,000 yuan a month. At the same time, Subai's system had also moved. Ding! Detected the host's monthly American girl accompanying the game, spending 12,000 yuan, triggering a triple cashback, rewarding plus 36,000 yuan. Take away the cost of the payment, which means that the wave made $24,000. Subai prettily logged into the game and added Yusia's in-game friend. Both parties opened their voices through the escort software. Hello. The cool imperial voice is indistinguishable from that of the escort's display page. Hello, let's start playing ranked, Subai said. Aha, I'm sure you're a real coolie. It's alright, it's good to be able to take a flyer. This cold little voice sounded quite sensual. Subai sought. Then, go to the ranking page. A very embarrassing problem was discovered. The segment level of this gamer tag of Rainbreak is Platinum 2. According to the rules, single and double rankings, silver segment players can team up with Black Iron, Bronze, Silver and Gold segment players. Platinum is a notch above Gold, which means, the number, Rainy Rest, was clearly already a trumpet used to accompany the game, yet still unable to platoon with Subai. I heat you plague, is the world still a good place? Silver's life is also a life. Perhaps the situation was so awkward that a silence fell over the voice. After 10 seconds or so, Rainy Rest suddenly said, I remembered that there's still a gold trumpet, so wait for me and I'll go change my number. Go ahead. 2 minutes later, Subai added her golden trumpet. This one can be rode together. I didn't think you had such a low segment before. Ahahaha. Sorry, did I irritate you? I'm not much of a talker. If it irritates you, just spray me. It's okay, I'm a good person at heart. Oh. The corners of Subai's mouth curled into a silent smile. This young lady, it seems like she's more than just high and cold, she's also a bit nerdy in her bones. However, by the time you get into the game, Rainshade is not at all nerdy. She chose to play the field position Leopardess, the classic fish fry hero, catching people, countering the field, controlling the map, one band of 4, holding down the opposite side of the room and killing. Su White felt like just casually mixing it up and winning. Gee, no gaming experience, bad review. Dog heads, a few more easy wins like that please. For the next 2 hours, the Rainbreak took the Crispy White Goose on a high note. The last game opened when in fact, there are only 5 minutes left on the full 2 hours. But the Rainbreak or the game finished, can be said to be professional conduct pull full. Overall experience down, Subai's feeling is excellent. Although the voice of the Rainbreak is very bland, completely without the usual female escorts to play the rubbing set. Wins in the voice is good let a person like Spring Breeze. Add to that the rare superb strength within the female escorts, and it's well worth it overall. Time's up, Rainy reminded as the last set ended. Yes, have a great day. Continue tomorrow and I'll contact you then. Aha, add a WeChat. It's easy to get in touch. I don't tweet my customers, but I am a long-term customer. Added to facilitate contact, and in the future directly to your WeChat transfer. Save a platform draw. After hesitating for a moment, perhaps under the lure of saving on handling fees, as well as the influence of Subai's attribute of a quality customer, the other party still agreed to add a V. Yusia's WeChat avatar is a purple-haired anime girl with a high cool temperament and a little nerdiness, much like the character embodied in her voice. Subai is just as easy, a sketch of a big white goose emoji. Both sides coincidentally checked each other's circle of friends. It's all one horizontal line. Classic is only visible for 3 days. Neither is a very dynamic type of person. The same Jiangcheng University, a girls' dormitory. Chen Yuxing took off his headphones and closed his laptop. The long, delicate legs wrapped in black silk pantyhose exuded a seductive luster. Chapter 3, The Sacred Body of Innate Black Silk Pantyhose. Chen Yuxing basically wears black silk pantyhose all year round. Her circulation is not very good. She is afraid of cold. Her legs and feet are especially prone to cold, and she is comfortable in pantyhose. As for why you wear black silk, of course, it's because black is the most stain-resistant. A very outrageous reason. But for Chen Yusheng, a straight woman with an unusual thinking in science and technology, no problem. The practical effect in the eyes of others was that Chen Yusheng was born to wear black silk pantyhose. It's a perfect blend. Very well harmonized. Beautiful but not gaudy. Charming but not vulgar. Closing the computer, Chen Yusheng was ready to go out for dinner, passing by the mirror at the entrance of the dormitory, reflecting the young girl's face that made countless men's hearts flutter. Face, with a slight haggard look. The mother's condition worsened and the hospital bills went up and up. The savings have long been spent, and now it is Chen Yusheng who is holding up the cost of her mother's treatment. To make money, she collects a paycheck for working in the lab on business projects that her professors help pull together. But it's still a little hard to make ends meet, so Chen Yusheng plays to his strengths of being a great game player and works as a chaperone. The income from escorting is unstable and not always available for orders. Sometimes a list comes suddenly in the middle of the night, and Chen Yusheng is already sleepy, but still has to endure the sleepiness to finish typing. After all, you don't know when the next order is going to be, and you have to take advantage of every opportunity to make money. Today's luck is bursting. There is a rich brother who wrapped up her for a month. This is a bit strange to say. All in all, it's about having a long-term stable income. Chen Yusheng was happy, but felt vaguely strange. That crispy white goose, who hadn't even played a game with her, had just called in the money for the monthly subscription. At first she suspected that the other man had other plans for her. As a result, after playing the game for over 2 hours, the crispy white goose did absolutely nothing to overstep its bounds. No condescending questions about her personal privacy. Didn't ask her to post a picture of the legs. Not even verbal flirting during the game. It's just green and healthy purely playing the game. Following her around killing and shouting Big Brother 666. Overall impression. Just a sunny and cheerful male college student. So what's the point of spending over $10,000 on her all at once? Is it really just good voice and game skills as he puts it? After thinking for half a day, Chen Yusheng couldn't figure it out. So he simply shook his head and gave up thinking. Anyway, the money of the monthly package took. Just take him well on the score. As long as the other party to maintain this state is a good thing. After all, she can steadily earn money. Deducting the commission of the platform are more than 10,000 a month. What escort doesn't love this kind of quality client? Go eat. You have classes this afternoon. Alas, when will this streak of life end? In fact, Chen Yusheng knew that he could easily make a quick buck if he put down his bottom line. Looks, body, clean and innocent body, plus the gimmick of being a 985 student. There are rich people who are willing to pay for it, but she didn't want to be reduced to that. As long as she can earn money with her own efforts, Chen Yusheng will never fall. Unless, well, there is no unless. Room 510, Building 7, Men's Lodging. Subai turned off the computer and said to Wang Haoren, "Let's go. Let's eat. Go. It was only just 12 o'clock, and the ones with morning classes hadn't come out yet, meaning the cafeteria wasn't too crowded. It's going to be so crowded in half an hour that you'll have to wait in a long line to buy a Coke. The closest thing to the men's residence hall 7 is the third cafeteria." Walking into the door of the cafeteria, Subai made a sassy little walk. Instead of going to the first floor where we usually dine, we went up the escalator and went straight to the second floor of the boutique Small Fry. Although breakfast had been indulged in, it was now lunch, and what I had eaten in the morning had long since been digested. It's a well-known fact that male college students can eat more than a yearling pig. Not to mention that Subai was tall and had a bigger meal than the average classmate. Really, second floor? I feel that the second floor of the things do not have much cost-effective. To business. Wang Haoren is a little weak. His family situation in showdown before Subai half catty too. What's wrong with you? Today dad invites you. Let's have 4 dishes and 1 soup. Enjoy eating. Subai waved his hand with great pride. I go. So generous? Chu Mingzhi and Xue Tao have not invited us to eat. That's because they're too stingy, pretending and posing every day. They can't even afford to hire a second floor of the third cafeteria. Can they? Kinda. Wang Haoren thought deeply. It is true that Subai and those two have completely different personalities. However, there was one thing that Wang Haoren felt a bit strange. If Subai is a rich second generation, why has he kept such a low profile from the time he enrolled in school until now? The things you use every day, the clothes you wear, they're so plain. Also just today suddenly started crunching consumption. Facing Wang Haoren's doubt, Subai said, I remember telling you I was adopted, right? Right, said. I was recently approached by a foreign magnate who said I was their stray young master and then, well, you know. Subai reached out and made a gesture of counting the money. Wang Haoren's pupils quake. No, man, are you serious? Put it here to shoot jitterbug skits? The pack is serious. Not kidding you. Of course you don't want to spread it around. I still want to keep a low profile. I know. Wang Haorun was envious for a while, but soon thought better of it. This kind of good thing falling from the sky, purely depending on fate, buys good luck. He as a friend can also follow a bit of light. Good thing. The dining room table. The two ordered a solid 4 courses. Braised fish, cumin lamb, chickens with mushrooms, leeks and shrimp, and then a carrot and corn rib soup. It's all very homemade dishes, but it's so much better than the one-size-fits-all flavor of the first floor of the cafeteria. The price is naturally differentiated. 4 dishes and 1 soup cost almost 200 in total. Not so lucky this time, only drew twice the cashback, netting me 200. It's not bad, mainly because the first few cashbacks were too lucky to feed Subai's appetite. Let's see what appropriate indulgent spending items we can find this afternoon. Subai and Wang Haorun gave a wild display. I returned to my dorm room with a full stomach. As soon as he entered, he saw Chu Mingzhi and Xue Tao debating. The facts are in front of us. The computer department people know. Professor Luo personally pulled the enterprise project, handed over to Chen Yuxing in charge. How to say a month also have a few thousand income. People simply do not lack of money, with the ability to support themselves. Chu Myungchul is defending his goddess again. Speaking of Chen Yuxing's glorious deeds, his face was radiant with thieving pride. I don't know what he's so proud of, but he's not the one who's valued by the professor. Xue Tao retorted. Oh yo, that's hard to say. Girls have a high pursuit of material things. How can a few $1,000s a month satisfy them? Clothes, bags, cosmetics, which one doesn't burn money? Really think like our dormitory boys as frugal. Play a hand game or not charge. Wang Haorun protested. No, man, what's wrong with you for us Zero Krypton party? Do I have to charge money for what tour? Didn't say you. I just made an analogy. Xue Tao paused. Chu Mingzhi, you don't have too many filters on Chen Yuxing. What's wrong with the goddess dormitory? The girlfriend I just talked to was also from their dormitory. Not worse than Chen Yuxing. I don't care. In any case, in my eyes, Chen Yuxing is the best goddess. If I can't chase her, I'd rather stay single for 4 years in college. Chu Mingzhi made a counterintuitive dog-licking comment with a face of divine splendor. Xue Tao was shocked. *******. You're really hanging on to a tree? People don't even care about you. You put aside this empty chastity? Oh, the rejection I've gotten so far is just a little bump in the road to success. A man with true taste should like Chen Yuxing, and only men who are not strong enough will settle for second best. Who the are you shading? Xue Tao was shocked. Indeed, what he really likes is another one in the goddess dormitory. But people have so many suitors. Xue Tao knew that his strength is not good, so he chased the only ordinary-looking girl in the goddess dormitory, Lu Yuan. But the so-called ordinary was only compared to her housemates, and in the overall group of girls, she was definitely a little beauty. It's pretty much a card game, too. It's only been a month since the start of the school year, and there are a few students who are off the hook. Xue Tao's charm. Definitely a dragon among men now. Where is it the turn of the guttural Chu Mingchul to taunt? And taste, a mouthful of taste, on the basis of their own magic city people, look down on other places. Xue Tao is a native of Jiangchang, a demolitionist, with 4 suites in the house. Collecting rent every month is a huge amount of money. Give him a guaranteed $10,000 a month for his allowance. And just started the school year to buy him a miting to drive. 200,000 joint venture B-class car. How many freshmen have miting to drive? For housemates' quarrels, Subai stood by coldly, purely and simply watching the show, brainstorming the classic moves and magical sounds of a certain abstract anchor of Jitterbug. Master Hugh versus local, you know? Seeing Chu Mingzhi and Xue Tao bickering endlessly, Subai only hastened to say, almost got it, to quarrel to the corridor. I want to nap. Subai, come and judge. What kind of person do you think Chen Yuxing is? Xue Tao was unforgiving. That's right, let Subai say something. Chu Mingzhi was also competing. Subai yawned, too lazy to speak, ate too much at noon, dizzy carbon, covered up and fell back to sleep. He didn't care to get involved in these frivolous disputes. It was more important to get his strength up and think about how he was going to indulge in the afternoon. Chapter 4 Apple Store, the mecca of cashback swiping. Seeing that Subai refused to sharply comment, Xue Tao and Chu Mingzhi could only temporarily lay down. The reason why they were looking for Subai's evaluation was simply because they wanted to fight for their breath. After all, the two considered themselves to be the best conditioned people in the dormitory and even in the class, so naturally they had to be divided. As for why you care about Su White's opinion, although Subai's family's conditions are very poor, wearing amassed goods, the shoes on his feet are domestic estimated to be only 100 or so, not as expensive as a pair of Chu Mingzhi's underpants. but Subai is 5 feet 5 inches, tall and strong, and has a handsome face. Even the two rich brothers who thought highly of themselves had to admit that Subai was the undisputed class grass. However, this guy seems to have an overly aloof personality and usually has little presence in the class. Sometimes it seems too out of place, like just now, with an air of unconcern, pretending to be a nympho. When you want to have a girlfriend, you probably won't even be able to find one better than Lu Yuan. After all, girls these days are realistic, not only in terms of face, but also in terms of financial strength. For example, He Shui Tao, Jiangcheng local, his family 4 suites, freshman year has a miting to drive, so it can quickly get off the hook. Subai is said to be from a poor family. Can he afford to drive a maiden in this life? Don't have that ability to know right. Shuetao bellyached for a while and picked up his cell phone to chat with his girlfriend beautifully. I'm already off the hook. Unlike you single dogs. Afternoon. Subai woke up refreshed from a sleep. Looking at the time, there was still more than half an hour before the afternoon class. College physics lab. Go out and hang out first, then go to class when you get to the point. Jiangcheng University is very large. Several campuses, occupying a large part of the city. Some people jokingly say that Jiangcheng is a city built in Jiangcheng University. Naturally, many commercial facilities have opened on campus. Supermarkets, snack bars, cafes, and even a store that plays script killers. Subai was blindly wandering along the roadside when he suddenly saw an Apple store. Apples are good. What's so good about them? Good thing cell phones are expensive. Subai's eyes lit up as he walked into the store, picking up the latest flagship cell phone on the counter and playing with it. The iPhone 16 Pro Max, the 1T storage version, is officially priced at $13,299. Calling up the system confirmed that, sure enough, a phone this expensive was apparently considered an indulgence for a college student. Now the rise of domestic cell phones, more than 2,000 phones can also do daily use smooth. Playing games is not ambiguous, but sorry, Subai to burst reward can only bear the pain in the hands of the red rice cost-effective cell phone, replaced by no cost-effective top-match fruit. The color scheme was chosen to be the original titanium metal color, which feels quite textured. Subai painfully paid, then held his breath and waited for the cashback. Ding! Host's indulgent spending detected. $13,299, triggering a 6-fold rebate, plus $79, $794. Ochi is coming. Subai secretly clenched his fist. This cashback directly made his deposit more than $100,000. It's not enough. Subai's gaze swept towards the other products in the store. You know, Apple is a brand where high premium products are more than just cell phones. Tablets and laptops aren't bad either. iPad Pro 2T, the version that allows you to plug in a cell phone card, $21,299. MacBook Pro, Chip Max version with optional storage configurations up to 128GB plus 8T, $54, $749. There is a saying that Subai is still the first time to know that the Fruits laptop has a configuration of more than 50,000 yuan. Normal people can't use this configuration, can they? But no matter, he used it. After all, the system rebates. The more you indulge, the richer you get. Subai didn't say anything and just made a payment. Tablet had bad luck and only popped twice the rewards to make 20k. Laptop triple rewards and make $110,000. In one operation, the deposit exceeded $200,000. This Apple Store is really a good place to brush up on rewards, Subai lamented. Not only is it expensive, but it's all stuff that college students can use, which meets the system's rule definition of indulgence. After using this system, Subai probably figured out its routine. The term indulgence means enjoying material life to the fullest and doing whatever you want. Instead, it's just a waste of money. Selling close to $100,000 at once gave the store employees a lot of joy, and several people gathered around Subai to help him activate the device. During the waiting boredom, Subai suddenly thought of a problem. System, I have asked. The consequences of indulgent behavior are all to be borne by me, right? Back to Lord Host, it was not you who took it on yourself. The system will automatically remove the negative effects of indulgence for you. For example, if you indulge yourself in sleeping in and not exercising, your body will not deteriorate. You will only gain the energizing effect of being well rested. And then, for example, if you overeat, it won't be bad for you. The system will help you promote digestion, absorb nutrients, and eliminate toxins. Upon hearing this, Subai was delighted and pursued. Then what if I skip class? Back to Lord Host, you will automatically gain the knowledge taught in that class. Me? Is that even possible? Doesn't that mean that if I skip all my required classes, I won't have a full pass on the final? Brother Tuzi is really giving it a go. Subai's thoughts immediately flowed. Recall that morning civics class. The teacher's voice and smile are still in front of my eyes. The narrative includes blowing awesome in response to recent current political hotspots and recounting his own daughter's strange encounters during her time studying in the U.S. Well, it's okay to skip this kind of class. Useless knowledge. Get it out of my head. At this time the store's guide interrupted Subai's thoughts. This customer. Your device has been fully activated. Do you still need to purchase an extended warranty? No thanks. Subai decisively refused. If it's broken, of course buy a new one. There are rewards for not brushing as human. Okay, then you add my WeChat. In the future, if you encounter any problems directly find me. By the way, little brother is a student of Jiangcheng University, right? Yes. Subai felt a bit strange. His attention was withdrawn from the system side and landed on the sales clerk lady in front of him. It's a young girl who doesn't look like she's been out of school very long. Being looked at by Subai, her face suddenly contained shyness. Adding him on WeChat is in the name of after-sales service, but it's hard to say it's nothing else. In the Apple store as a shopper, rich people see a lot, but also rarely see like Subai, spend money without blinking. 3 sets directly on the top. $100,000 spent in minutes. Coupled with Subai's height and face value, the shopping guide lady was ruthlessly moved. Since they are students of Jiangcheng University, there will definitely be opportunities to meet in the future. The guide's eyes were filled with spring water as she watched Subai leave. Subai, however, turned his head and set the guide's WeChat to do not disturb. Although the young lady's face value was good, but in Subai's eyes it was still almost something. He was also a very picky eater, and now with the divine hero system, it gave him even more capital to be picky. After a shopping spree, walked to the lab building just in time for class. Seriously, why would a computer science department offer a course in physics lab? It feels completely irrelevant. Forget it, don't go deeper. What can it mean that the civics teacher's daughter's American adventure is not relevant to the course either? But he talks about it anyway? College is all about the experience. In fact, Subai is still quite curious about the equipment of physics experiments. He read in his hometown middle school is relatively poor. The laboratory is virtually useless. Cannot touch what serious experimental equipment. Get a substitute teacher to sign you in and then sit your butt down in your assigned spot. It's going to be a while before class starts, so I'll play with the tablet for a while. I have to say, Apple's device display is just great. Subai logged on to an East store to check out the recent hot desktop configurations. Just now he was born with a new idea. Apple laptops are high-end, but they can't play games, so it's a reasonable indulgence for me to buy another desktop to play games. Straight away, I chose a high-end gaming brand, ROG, commonly known as the Eye of Defeat, the white moon in the minds of countless computer gamers. Selected with pull full. Take a look at the price. More than 80,000. Good. This single guaranteed to earn 80,000. After all, there is a minimum of double cashback. Just as Subai was about to place his order, a vaguely familiar high-cold imperial voice suddenly sounded beside him. Don't buy this one. Slaughter the wrong kind. Chapter 5. Black silk schoolgirls surprisingly sneaky in private. Subai looked up and froze. Black long straight cold imperialist beauty girl, tall and slim, wearing a simple t-shirt and chiffon long skirt. Under the skirt reveals a cut of black silk as well as small leather shoes. It's still the tail end of summer in River City in mid-September. Any girl who dares to wear black silk brogues in this weather is fierce. The downside of this is that it smells after half a day's wear. However, the girl did not emit an unpleasant odor, but instead had a light fragrance coming from her. In short, a sense of the deep elegance of the flowers of the high ridge. What did you just say? Subai asked. It can't be helped. The girl is so good looking that the brain is temporarily short-circuited. I said, this computer you're buying. No. The girl pointed to the screen on the tablet. The brand premium is too high. We recommend buying the parts and assembling them yourself. You can save about 30%. No, sis, I can't wait for the extra 30%. Want is the brand premium. Strangers meet each other in passing. How can you cut off people's money right away? Subai inwardly spat and smiled faintly. It's fine. I just like this brand with sentimentality. But thanks for the reminder. Okay, then you can wait for the state supplement before you buy it. It should be soon enough to save a couple $1,000s. Not. We know each other. Why do you always persuade me to save money, Lou? You're Subai. In my class. Aha. Subai slapped his head. There was a moment of silence before he asked, what was your name again, classmate? It's been a month since school started, and the beautiful girl in the same class as you remembers your name, but you don't recognize her. Awkward. Too awkward. Fortunately, the other party didn't seem to be the type of Japanese manga young lady who gets angry when her name is forgotten, and said with a calm expression, Chen Yuxing, the reign of rain, the Shang of bamboo Shang. Remember, we're in the same group for the physics lab. We're going to collaborate on the lab report for this class. Add it on WeChat. Okay, that said, a few days ago, Mingzhi was still racking his brain to think about how to add Chen Yuxing's WeChat in a refreshingly natural and unpretentious way. Who would have thought that the first one in the 510 dormitory to happen to V was Subai? It's a sight to behold. In fact, this is really nothing. Our 5,202 years, plus microblogging has become a more common thing, especially as the relationship of college students, such as group cooperation, social clubs, activities to collect money, and many other matters, it is easy to add. It is true that Mingzhi has an unrealistic romantic fantasy about girls, as if every step from the beginning of acquaintance should be decorated with pink bubbles. Kind of funny. No wonder his classmates call him Master Shanghai. There is indeed a kind of inexplicable sense of joy. Subai thought about the interesting things in the dormitory and absently opened his WeChat code and held it out to Chen Yuxing to scan. Ha, I added you? Really? Why don't I remember? What does your avatar look like? Anime girls with purple hair. Ah, let me find it. Both fell silent at the same time. Chen Yuxing gripped her cell phone, her long thin eyelashes trembling. Look at that big white goose avatar that was just added in the morning, and then look at Subai in front of him. Sparing her naturally high-strung face, she was a bit tense, her cheeks flushed and her toes digging into the ground. It should be said that Subai did have a good mindset, and was still the first to open his mouth to break the deadlock in such a difficult scene. No, sister, how do you real name online? All postmodern a little anti-box awareness, okay? Which have accompanied the game with a large number. It's all been said. I never add customers on WeChat. You're the first. Chen Yuxing's tone was more or less stained with a bit of sultriness. How did I know that I would be moonlighted by my classmates? The words came out of my mouth. The whole atmosphere was off. Inexplicably ambiguous. Subai hurriedly changed the topic. Hurry up and create a trumpet. And remember to use a trumpet if you have a similar situation in the future. Which part of the experiment are you in charge of later? Hands-on or data logging? Memorizing data? I'm average with my hands. Aren't you working for Prof. Luo? How can you still be hands-on in general? Hands-on skills are generally not required for research in computing. So, then it went cold again. Subai thought that his emotional intelligence was online, and the problem was with Chen Yuxing, who apparently embodied her original character when playing alone. On the surface, he is high cool, but in reality, he is naive. This is evident from the fact that she persistently advised Subai not to buy the Eye of Defeat. Luckily, the teacher at the podium promptly announced the start of the lab session. The classroom went quiet. Enter the boring reading of a PowerPoint reciting lab notes session. It's a well-known fact that classes taught by older professors in college are some of the hardest to swallow. No emotion, all technique. With a strong strange accent from an unknown county near Jiangcheng, reciting awkward physics terms, it was like the summoning of a evil god. Chen Yuxing was still in a state of shame, and after listening to the old professors chanting like PowerPoint recitation for a while, she was immediately sleepy. She's been severely sleep-deprived lately. So Subai then saw that Chen Yuxing's head went a little bit, then he lowered his head and passed out. The old professor who happened to read the PowerPoint looked up and scanned the classroom, and his sharp eyes landed on Subai and Chen Yuxing's table. Girls in the penultimate row, get up and answer the question. The old professor threw a chalk head over and it landed on the table in front of Chen Yuxing with a crunch. Chen Yuxing awoke with a start and stood up, staring blankly at the blackboard. Briefly describe this. The considerations for determining the XX constant. Subai poked Chen Yuxing's black silk thighs with a pen under the table, flipping the lab manual to a certain page and moving it to her without a trace on the table. Chen Yuxing understood. His afterglow swept the content, cleared his throat and replied, there are 3 main points of caution. The first is, the old professor nodded, very good. The foundation is good. Sit down. Our class is counted as a compulsory credit. Everyone try to pay attention to. Then the chanting continued. When the introduction to the experiment is over and you get to the practical part, allow the students to communicate out loud. Chen Yuxing took the opportunity to say to Subai, thank you, little things. You're so good at listening to such a boring class. Actually, I didn't listen to it. I just knew that thing the teacher asked by fluke. Oh, while the old professor was reciting the sutra, Subai was walking away, rewarded with $1,000 by the system as an indulgence. By the way, it also activated the function of eliminating the negative effects of indulgence, and stuffed the knowledge related to this section of physics experiments into Subai's head. Not bad. Now at least doing experiments won't be out of the question. When the other students were still scrambling and scratching their ears, Subai had already finished the experiment. The data was recorded by Chen Yuxing, and the two of them went back later to collaborate and finish the experiment report and it was done. It's kinda a pain in the ass. No wonder every class of seniors is going crazy about this ditchy college physics lab. But it didn't matter to Subai. As long as he left it alone, the power of the system would make the lab report grow on its own. Ah, brother Tetsuko, Daddy loves you. So Subai and Chen Yuxing's group could leave class early. Chen Yuxing sighed in relief and looked at Subai with eyes full of gratitude. Not only did it prevent her from making a fool of herself in class, but the experiment was done so quickly, saving her time. This would allow her to work part-time in Prof. Luo's lab right away. But there was one more thing that Chen Yuxing was a bit torn about. In the corridor, Subai was about to slip away when Chen Yuxing called him from behind. Wait, what's wrong? Chen Yuxing tangled for half a day, swallowed and whispered, I'll be the escort thing. Subai didn't hold back and burst out laughing. Ha ha, not sis. You don't think I'm one of those you don't want your classmates to know that you're working as an escort either, right? MS. Chen people, do you? Don't worry about it. I'm not the kind of who loves to go around chewing on people. I'll definitely keep your secret for you, and that's the kind of ethics I should have as a client. Thanks. After a pause, Chen Yuxing said uneasily, Really? Subai spat helplessly, do you have to beg me on your knees to be at ease? Please don't ever tell anyone. I'll do anything. Perhaps amused by Subai's exaggerated tone, Chen Yuxing rarely showed a heartfelt smile. At this moment Subai finally understood why his classmates said that this person, Chen Yuxing, was face paralyzed and never smiled. It's right not to smile. Not to smile, she's not messing around, I'm telling you. This girl smiles and mesmerizes people to death. However, while Subai was temporarily incapacitated by her charm that was like a flashbulb, Chen Yuxing keenly caught a hint of flavor from Subai's body. Same kind. Flavor. Chen Yuxing wasn't very sure, but, contacting with Subai from online to offline, her impression of Subai was very good. So, she decided to give it a try. Slightly hesitantly, he spoke. What did you just say? I'll keep your secret. Back. Subai was confused. Chen Yuxing was in a bit of a hurry, and his ability to express himself was not very good, so he was suddenly incoherent. That terrier you were talking about back there, isn't that from that anime? Subai's eyes lit up and he blurted out. One that, Vadasi? Right. Asterisk, so you too? Aha! Chapter 6, Handheld Kryptonite all pulled together. Deposits break 1,000,000. Cafe. Subai looked across the room at the girl holding an iced latte and chattering away, and fell into self-doubt. Who said Chen Yuxing is cold? It's not cold at all, right? Look at this little mouth blah 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 blah. It was a far cry from the image that his classmates usually thought of him. Just now, Chen Yuxing took the initiative to pair up with him in his secret code, and then Subai realized that they were actually both big fans of a certain girl band anime. Chen Yuxing then exploded with expressive desire as if he had met a rare confidant. The corridors of the lab building were not conducive to conversation, so the two went to a nearby cafe. A bit of nonsense. Shocked to find out that both sides don't just like the same anime, they share hobbies that overlap to a great degree. Let's say, favorite anime and movies, favorite music, favorite books. Then there are the usual recreational activities, like playing games, brushing up on abstract videos, food preparation and various electronics reviews. Simply another me in the world. This makes Subai greatly shocked. According to theory, high-cold female school bully, hobby should not be as elegant as the big lady of the mansion, or, as is stereotypically the case, stargazing, reading showbiz gossip, shopping with your little sisters and knowing your way around luxury brands. As a result, Subai actually saw his own shadow in Chen Yuxing. This is really bearable. And yet, there is a sense of excitement filled with anticipation. After all, someone understands me is a higher level of spiritual needs, especially the person who understands you, or a black long straight imperial-style beauty girl. As they chatted, they coincidentally took a sip of coffee at the same time. The air fell steeply into silence, and the cafe was filled with the air of a relaxing afternoon. Her and his eyes unintentionally meeting in focus, but embarrassingly staggering apart. Well, I've got to go work in Professor Law's lab. Go on, business is business. Chen Yuxing glanced at Subai with a bit of intent, moved his lips, and still didn't open his mouth, grabbed his book bag and left. In fact, Subai also had something he didn't have time to say. He wondered why Chen Yuxing would want to be an escort when she had the income from her part-time job at the lab. Not to discriminate against escorts. It's just that the average college girl doesn't have to be so tired. It looks like Chen Yuxing is short of money. Forget it, let's ask later when we have the chance. Maybe it's someone's privacy and it's not convenient to disclose it. After drinking the coffee, Subai bought some small desserts in the cafe and packed them away. This cafe focuses on exquisite style. Let's just say that it is a card-carrying net red store on the campus of Jiangqing University. And the desserts sold are not low-priced, which is just right for Subai to pop the rewards. Bring it back to the dormitory and share it with Wan Haoren. Brother Bai, do you want me to write your lab report for you? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? I'm always following you to dilly-dally. feel overly sorry to help you do some odd jobs well. Oh yes, in the future, if you play the second game, I can also help you on behalf of the liver. Wang Haoren had a sincere face. It's time to say no, this guy does have good character. Many people love to take advantage of small things and are completely ungrateful to you after doing so. However, the mention of the second tour gave Subai a new inspiration. It's also a great indulgence to spend money on playing secondary card drawer games. For example, in the most typical case of Jinjutsu, the mathematical expectation of opening a new card pool and drawing all the things you can cost around $25, 000, or maybe $30, 000 plus if you're unlucky. If there are 2 new characters in the current issue, that's super doubled. Subai opened his computer and logged into his SourceCode account. This thing, when it first came out a few years ago, Subai experienced it, and felt that the game itself was not very likable. The characters are beautiful. The problem is that you cannot afford to draw too expensive. Kryptonite 648 thrown in the splash cannot be seen. And in high school, $600 is enough to Subai in the school cafeteria to save a little to eat for a month. It's not what it used to be. And since the system has decided that handheld kryptonite is also an indulgence, pump me hard, only to see Subai kryptonite like running water. Crazy 10 consecutive draws. Directly to the card pool can draw all clean. Total consumption was over $50,000. Subai didn't even know who this game character was or what his backstory was. Doesn't matter. All he needs to know is that the system triggers an 8-fold cashback of $400,000. Next to him, Wang Haoren looked dumbfounded. I've heard of rich people playing handheld games where kryptonite is as natural as breathing. It turned out to be really for him to see in reality. This feels like playing a completely different game than those players who do quests every day and gouge and count to build up their card draw resources. Blue and green modifiers. Scary as hell. Brother bye. That overseas magnate who is looking for you to recognize his family. Is there still a shortage of young masters? Should I be added? God ing add you one. Put aside this King Hall CPD diet. Subai exited the account. Sent the account password to Wang Haoren. After the draw, you help me play it. I haven't played for a long time, and I don't know where the main line is pushed to. No. White. Don't you experience the character you just drew yourself? Experience a hair. Long ago retired from the game. Now this what new mechanism lazy research. I see you play on the line. Brother bye. If Gong does not give up, Ran would like to worship you as a righteous father. Asterisk. Off. I don't want your stupid son. Subai laughed and cursed, returning to his computer. Then suddenly something came to mind. Wait a minute. I think MeMou has 2 other card drawing handheld games, right? Wang Haoren's eyes lit up. Yes brother, yes. Half an hour later, only 2 windows hung on Wang Haoren's computer screen, operating the source code in Jedi Chu 0 at the same time. The cell phone is also running Avalanche Iron, a smooth batch of 3-line operation. Looking at Subai, he exclaimed magically, I'll go. Your kid was born to do this. Not bad, not bad. Wang Haoren humbly said, it's just that I'm more familiar with the mechanism of these brush games. It's not difficult. I've been doing Generation Liver for a period of time during summer vacation, and the computer that I'm using now was bought with the money I earned from Generation Liver. Awesome. Subai pondered over it. If he opened an online game studio and gave this kid Wang Haoren to run it, and then hung all the accounts he had charged in the studio, wouldn't it fulfill the indulgence condition? After all, you're getting someone to take over your liver. Not just charging money and not playing the game does not constitute waste, but this is something for later. At this stage let Wang Haoren help him liver the Mi family 3-piece set. It belongs to the housemates to help each other out. Anyway, he also loves to play. Can have a top account to play for Wang Haoren is a kind of enjoyment. Relying on the 3-game kryptonite pull full cashback, Subai's deposit has already exceeded 1 million. Now in Subai's mind, Apple's status as a cashback mecca has been replaced by What Tour. After all, you can buy a set of cell phones and tablets and stuff that will last you a long time. The card drawer is a handful of cards, but they change the pool in less than a month. For Subai, it's a steady cash flow, and it's very simple and easy. You don't even have to leave the door. He fills up his housemate's liver on his behalf. Reading a few times, Subai instructed Wang Haoren, remember to remind me of the card pool update in the future, and I'll fill up the kryptonite full at that time. Does every card pool have to be full of kryptonite? Pull full. Must pull full. This is a real rich man, spending money on the main casual. The key is that Subai is also low-key, does not like to show off, and does not have the stance of a rich brother at all. In comparison, the other 2 in the dormitory, the local and the Shanghai master, are not even close. Wang Haoren inwardly lamented. Ding! Detected that the host's deposit exceeded 1 million. Rewarded with a limousine raffle ticket. Please continue to cheer up the host and try to indulge. Luxury car raffle tickets? Not bad. Zhongcheng City downtown is very big, and public transportation is not as convenient as first-tier cities. It is quite good to have a car to drive, and taking a taxi is always not so free. Subai called out the system to check the details of the raffle tickets. Chapter 7, Freshman Year Driving a Mercedes GLE. Schoolmates crave it. As the name suggests, after using the luxury car raffle ticket, the system would randomly select a luxury car between the price of 33 million and send the car to Subai in a legally compliant form. The more expensive the car, the lower the probability of winning the draw. And the handheld card draw is the same reason. Sports cars like that limited model that are scarce in number are extremely unlikely to be drawn. Subai on the car is not really understand, after all, the flathead of the small people, for the cognition of luxury brands, that is, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi this grade. On the downside, the worst you can do is smoke a $300,000 car that is already perceived as good by the general public. Everyday use is certainly not a problem. Freshman students do not need to make too flashy. Drawl. The colorful carousel spun rapidly in front of his eyes, gradually slowing down, and eventually, the needle stopped in a rather narrow area. Subai was instantly happy. This meant that the one he drew was at least not the worst class. Congratulations to the host, who has drawn the Mercedes-Benz GLE 450-4MATIC Luxury Black. Official price, $880,000. Looking at the holographic projection of the vehicle on the interface, Subai was satisfied. A black midsize SUV with a luxurious look that is both businesslike, poised and dominant. It features a 2.5T high-power engine and a 48V light hybrid system. Daily driving is comfortable and there is plenty of power for extreme conditions. The main thing is that there is plenty of space for taking the girls out. LOL, Mercedes is also getting better. It's all rubbing off on my god ho Subai. Soon, a person on WeChat whose avatar is a suit ID photo adds Subai's friend. Manager Gui, hello Mr. Su, I am Gui Yuan Hang, the sales manager of Mercedes-Benz 4S store in Zhongcheng Shuefu district. You can call me Xiaogua. Crispy White Goose, hello, Manager Gui, your booked car is ready. At any time you can come to accept the car. We will designate the store's star saleswoman full service for you. You see when it is convenient. Let's make an appointment? Puff Pastry Goose, tomorrow morning, maybe 9:30. I'll go after class. Tomorrow is still 8 in the morning. Theoretically, Subai could have skipped out, slept in the dormitory, and reaped the plus 1,000 from the system as well as the knowledge infusion. However, there is no practical feasibility, because tomorrow morning's class is C++, taught by an unusually serious middle-aged female teacher, known as the Exterminator, ranked in the Department of Computer Science, one of the 4 famous complement, meaning, it's easy to flunk a high-test makeup exam when you take a class with these 4 teachers. Not only that, but signing in was extra strict, even clocking the breaks between bars. It's really ing sick. The good news is that of the week's classes, the only one that needs to be tortured by an exterminator is Thursday morning. Other mornings either have no classes or can be skipped. Ever since he knew that the system would eliminate the negative effects of indulgence, Subai had established a strategy for attending classes for the 4 years of college. Mandatory classes are optional and elective classes are mandatory. Chatting on the other side, Manager Guo looked at the message sent by the other party and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Classes? It turns out that this Mr. Su, who booked the top-of-the-line GLE, is still a student? I didn't pay attention to it before when I was helping customers with their procedures, and only now I realized it. Manager Guo couldn't help but be staggered. I think it's a college student. Driving such an expensive car without graduating must be someone's little dude. It's not quite common for college students to drive to school these days, but it's not as rare as it used to be. After all, for young people who like to go out and have fun, having a car or not having a car is 2 concepts. They don't even need a good car. But any car that can pull luggage with a friend or girlfriend and drive to the high-speed rail station is much better than taking a taxi or subway with a big bag and suitcase. When it comes to rain or snow, that emphasizes the benefits of having a car. Muddy rainy day, the goddess faces the invitation. Whether she prefers to get in the car under the dormitory building to arrive directly at the destination, fresh and clean, or step in the water and you squeeze the subway, a woeful amount of it? The results speak for themselves. As for this Mr. Su, who is about to take delivery of a $880,000 Mercedes-Benz GLE top of the line, but where other aspects of the conditions are not too bad, that in the school is absolutely gaga meskilla. Manager Gui cannot help but envy. As the sales manager of the 4S store, he is also considered to be a good mix, but back when he went to school, he was a penniless stupid boy, and did not even dare to talk to pretty girls. It is the greatest happiness in life to have the capital to enjoy in the best youthful years. After envying for a while, Manager Gui collected himself and went to arrange the reception tasks for tomorrow. Cho, come here for a minute. The girl he called out to was leaning against a Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedan, filming promotional material for a short video platform. The girl was not too tall, but her body was extremely voluptuous and sexy. White shirt, black package hip skirt, every inch of the key position of the curve, as if to burst the clothes. The thrilling wine glass leg is a real-life killer compared to that boring chopstick leg. The chest was full of capital, at least a D at a cursory glance. The flirtatious looks are so seductive like a vixen. Her name was Jo Jialu, and she had only just become the most popular salesperson after a few months of internship at this 4S store. Her childish, giant, and so-and-so appearance is the hardware foundation of her popularity. But she didn't rely solely on selling her sex in exchange for performance. On the contrary, Jo Jialu, as a graduate of Jiangcheng University majoring in marketing, had a good professional background and a cheerful and generous personality, which could even be said to be a bit spirited. The business skills themselves are extremely strong. The girl, in Manager Guo's opinion, was interesting. I like to dress myself up and I'm passionate about making short videos to attract traffic, but stay clean and refuse to let any client get their hands dirty. In her own blunt words, she loves it when people look at her and crave it, but can't eat it. What a little. As for boyfriends, never had one. I've met men who don't feel it. You have to be right on the eyes. She said that if she really happened to like, then there is no need for the boys to take the initiative. She directly hungry tiger pounce. To give people eat dry clean. Very characterful girls too. Ever since Jo Jiadir came here for her internship, her performance has been good every month. Not bad for a stellar sale. Manager Gui, you're looking for me? After shooting a short video, Jo Jiadir twisted her fat ass towards Manager Guo and casually asked, well, there's a client that you'll be greeting at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Male or female? Male. Very young. Should still be in school. Maybe your alumni. Hearing this, Jo Jiadir instantly became energized. Is there a photo? No. Then we should at least know the exact age, right? Let's see what the customer profile says. 18 years old. 18? The original Gua manager also thought it was the kind of fast graduation. The family only to buy a car. The results of this Nima. The original just on the freshman Aya surprisingly. It's a freshman, so we have to treat him well. Jo Jiadir licked her lips, her foxy eyes rippling with anticipation. Sister me. I love to molest innocent elementary school students. Chapter 8. There's no future in a relationship with a poor handsome man. Evening, 510. Building 7. Men's lodging. Xu Mingzhi and Shui Tao, who had gotten out of class, returned to their dorm rooms. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Haoren, why are you still in source god? I see you've been fighting since you got up in the morning, Shui Tao said with a start. Harm. Took a job as a liver substitute. Wang Haoren said carelessly. Since Brother Bai said that he wanted to keep a low profile, he definitely wouldn't take the initiative to proclaim Su Bai's strength. So substitute liver good work and study. In fact, try part-time jobs during college is very good. Can experience the hardships of society in advance. Shui Tao inexplicably began to put on an old-fashioned face, as if he really had a lot of social experience. These days, money is hard to earn we 985s, we all think they are the pride of the sky, and only after graduation did we realize that now, even if it is a group of highly educated people, part-time job income is just like that, far less than asset-based income. Indeed, not as good as your local 4 sweets Xu Mingzhi suddenly made a conspiratorial remark. Xu Mingzhi skimmed his lips and said, in fact, real quality women, when choosing a spouse will not only consider the man's assets, their own ability is also very important. If the empty family wealth, personally to pull crotch, also will be spurned by the goddess. Oh, anyway, I have taken off. Unlike someone, taste so high. Shui Tao spat. Old Chu is talking about the little girl in the school. Shallow experience heart high. Really in society, who cares about your ability to work or not? You work hard to get promoted and get a raise. There are other people as sweet to collect rent money more? On the contrary, the more you enter society, the more girls. Similar apologetic sessions are played out almost daily in Dormitory 510. Xu Mingzhi versus Shui Tao. Daily love for each other. It's so combustible. It's more combustible than even Boruto. Wang Haoren has long been accustomed to write as a comic. Listen. Hand generation liver process non-stop. You don't say. Really don't say. This 6+5 draw full character play is cool. The two rich brothers were tired of debating and rested their mouths for a while when they suddenly heard a bright laugh coming from Su Bai's side. Looking up, Su Bai lazily lying on the bed, crossing his legs, looking at his cell phone and smiling as a little cutie. Had fast. Shui Tao asked, what are you looking at? So happy? Nothing. B-site sand video. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wait, Su Bai, why did you change your cell phone? The two were so engrossed in the debate just now that neither of them noticed. That's when it became clear that something was wrong. Originally, Subai had used a domestic cell phone, a cheap one, but now he had suddenly switched to an Apple. Shumingjer came close to look at it and said in surprise, "It's actually still the latest Pro Max. That would have to be almost $10,000. Subai's family's condition. It's quite a stretch to use such a good cell phone, isn't it?" Shui Tao was speaking against the odds when he opened his mouth. "Yes, but I've made a small fortune lately, and it's just the thing to satisfy myself," Subai casually explained, then continued to look at his cell phone, not bothering with them. With regard to Shui Tao's counterintuitive speech, Subai had long been accustomed to it and had no inner fluctuations about it. As an analogy, do you care what the monkey on the side of the road thinks of you? So Shui Tao's opinion. Subai didn't care. Shui Tao is still harping on his understanding, saying that Apple is not as good as Huawei, and that money is still the most dignified way to buy a trifold, and Trumpery is a die-hard Apple fan. The two started a new round of debate on this. The matter of Subai changing his cell phone was soon put behind him. These days, it's not unusual for kids from poor families to save up for apples. Changing apples won't change the fact that Subai is a poor man. As for Subai, he continued to chat with Chen Yuxing. Just now Chen Yuxing shared an interesting video with him on WeChat, and after Subai watched it, he waxed lyrical with her. It was natural to chat and talk. The conversation opens up so silky smooth for people with similar interests. If you are usually bored, Subai might join the Shanghai Master vs. Local People battle session, as a joke, to tease them, but now he's busy chatting with Chen Yuxing. There was one thing to be said for Subai, who had always held a very negative view of such things as talking to girls. Many guys, driven by that desire, reach out to girls and pitch in to talk about topics that interest them. This is true for most occasions, from relationships to blind dates, but have they ever thought about whether they essentially really enjoy interacting with girls? Finding topics, moods, rhythms, all need to be provided by the guys. The vast majority of the time, the girls were in the referee's seat, scoring the boys' youthful and poorly executed performances. A more experienced girl might have even let out a disdainful snort as she scored. "Look at that clown, how much he looks like a dog." Let's take a blind date as an example. What's all the talk about? Family of origin, ex-boyfriends, showbiz gossip, the classic blind date girl three-piece suit. What guy cares about this if he's not desperate to be a lickspittle? Can't a girl initiate a conversation with a guy about video cards, gaming, basketball, web novels, and wooden cabinet bands? The air shivered cold. What had the boys done wrong? And could the world be a better place? That's why Subai is usually too lazy to talk to girls. Might as well bowl **** with Wang Haoren. Even watching Shanghai Masters vs. Locals is more fun than flirting with girls. Chen Yuxing broke Subai's inherent impression. As if they were old friends who hadn't known each other for years, they quickly entered a state of spiritual blending. This couldn't help but make Subai sigh. In fact, Shui Tao, this tease, was right in a sense. Money, the core outfits for contemporary boys. If he hadn't bound the indulgence system, Subai wouldn't have spent $12,000 on a monthly escort, and wouldn't have been able to reveal Chen Yuxing's hidden side, not to mention creating this subtle bond that exists today. Say thank you to brother Tetsuko. Subai was so immersed in chatting that when he raised his eyes, he realized that it was dark. Tummy rumbles. Go eat. Eating doesn't delay the conversation anyway. 5:10 for 4, grouped for dinner. Actually, Subai just wanted to call out to Wang Haoren. However, Shui Tao and Xu Mingzhi always followed the two of them out of habit. Maybe their rich brother war also need the audience. Subai and Wang Haoren is very good audience. At a glance looks poor. Good character does not flip. Top audience up belongs to is. At the entrance to the cafeteria, they stumbled upon two beautiful figures, Chen Yuxing and Lu Yuan. The former is a notoriously beautiful schoolteacher, and the latter is also a small family man. The two girls walked side by side, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. Hope. What a coincidence. You guys are here for dinner too. Shui Tao's face squeezed out a smile that he thought was Azazel. The side of his face is squeezed out folds. I do not know if this unlucky child is not his mother when she gave birth to him, some kind of malfunction. Only just reached adulthood, have wrinkles. Xu Mingzhi privately scolded him as a Shar-Pei dog hybrid. Well, we just got out of class. Yeah, we just got out of class too. Had ha. Zitao giggled and scratched his head. He always tends to get nervous around girls, especially, besides his girlfriend Lu Yuan, there is also Chen Yuxing. Shui Tao knew in his heart that compared to Chen Yuxing, Lu Yuan was nothing, but this girl temperament is too high and cold, and is particularly powerful school bully. Daily look at others are like looking at the garbage eyes. In fact, there is no malice, just face paralyzed. Shui Tao feel that he chased her completely, no chance of winning. Shui Tao's eyes couldn't help but glance at Chen Yuxing for a moment. It was so beautiful, like a hidden lotus in a deep valley. If his family had 8 suites instead of 4 local ones, maybe Shuetao would have had the guts to try, but the reality is cold and can only be admired in secret. Lu Yuanyuan maintained a reserved smile, but in her heart, she had already rolled her eyes to the sky. She certainly noticed the look in Shuetao's eyes, who peeked at Chen Yuxing in a hasty manner, as if she was worshipping a god. This philandering bastard. Men really are no good. Forget about it. Besides, we're single until sophomore year, and if we don't find a boyfriend, I feel like I'm going to waste my time in college. Although Shuetao is not a good person, but he is willing to spend money for Lu Yuanyuan. It was just that for her to actually bring up a physical liking for Shuetao. Hiss, never. Speaking of physical likes, Lu Yuanyuan couldn't help but sneak a glance at Subai. It's so handsome. Assuming that Subai was from Shuetao's kind of family, Lu Yuanyuan felt that she probably couldn't help but roll in bed with him just after military training. Too bad it's a poor guy. There's no future in relationships with poor dudes, but it's still okay to have a good time once in a while. Taking advantage of Subai's lowered head to play with his cell phone very focused, Lu Yuanyuan looked at him a few more times. That tall and straight body, so that Lu Yuanyuan couldn't help but breathe sharply, and her cheeks flushed a slight blush. When Shuetao saw this, his face turned green and he spoke. Then we'll go in first and eat. Ah, well, we're eating too. Chapter 9, Chen Yuxing's never-before-existing close friend. Since I stumbled upon my girlfriend in front of the cafeteria, it was inevitable that I would have to share a table together. The purpose is, of course, to show love. They say that showmanship kills quickly. However, Shuetao does not think so. In college, to find a girlfriend is not to enjoy the feeling of pulling the wind. Enjoy the envious eyes of single dogs? Shuetao shyly came over to Lu Yuanyuan and tried to take her hand, which she dodged in disgust. Hope, don't make a move. We've only been together a few days. Do you like me as a person or are you simply trying to take advantage? Of course it is like you personally. Lu Yuanyuan, I have organized a grand confession ceremony for you. The location is the Hongyun State Banquet. Michelin with stars. The venue fee for the box alone is several thousand, which is still my old uncle's relationship to get the agreement price. The general public would like to book no doorway. The local people, more or less a bit of contacts. Shuetao caught a chance and went into bragging mode. Next to him, Chu Mingzhi had a disdainful expression on his face. Lu Yuanyuan kept a smile on her face and cursed MMP in her heart. No dude, who asked you? Booking a Michelin box is not a matter of connections, it's a matter of money, isn't it? She had all swiped the relevant information on the little red book several times, and was actually clear in her heart, but in order to cater to Shuetao's desire to pretend, she still smiled and said, Shuetao, you know so much, I didn't even know about all this. Right, haha, I'll unlock more new knowledge you didn't know about later. Zitao squeezed his eyebrows. Wang Haorun crash iron start. Queuing up to buy food, still don't forget to substitute liver duty. 2 travel immortal people had said yes. Chen Yuxing's face was expressionless as he secretly chatted privately with Subai. Rainbreak, you sheriff is friendly and annoying. Crispy Goose, it is a bit, but I think it's more fun than annoying. And don't you think it's rare to find such an interesting pair of, arch enemies? Rainbreak, it's still true. Dong Shuelian _ curses whoever is rare. Rainbreak, can we leave them alone and find a place to eat together alone? Rainbreak withdrew a message. Oh no, it seems to be a bit complacent. Chen Yuxing looked around sheepishly, and the white skin at the position of the root of the ear was flushed. Eating with Subai in front of his housemates was surely going to get all sorts of strange rumors. Although, not obnoxious, but Gush would still be shy, so Chen Yuxing only had to secretly chat with Subai on his cell phone. In order to prevent Lu Yuanyuan from being nymphomaniacal towards Subai again, Shuetao brought Lu Yuanyuan to sit at the edge of the long table, away from Subai. Wang Haoren pure human machine, casually find a place to eat liver game. The remaining 3, Chu Mingzhi, Subai and Chen Yuxing. Reasonably Chu Mingzhi wanted to sit opposite Chen Yuxing, or sit next to him, but his face was too thin and embarrassed, so he sat diagonally opposite. So it became Subai and Chen Yuxing facing each other, but because Chen Yuxing is shy, yet he has to type on his cell phone under the table to communicate. Crispy white goose, sweating soybeans. Crispy goose, why do we feel like we're connecting with the underground party? It's so abstract. Rainbreak, our society is afraid. Rainbreaks, cat probes. Crispy white goose, social fear is normal. The average genius is social fear. I do not social fear, so I do not study well. Rainbreak, you're reversing cause and effect. Rainbreak, besides, they all got into the same school, so how come they can't study well? Crispy big white goose, don't mention it. I am a big burst of character mixed up with you, such as high school to get their own project of the big brother is not a concept. I feel that I casually mix a degree to graduate. And you, the future is boundless. Rainbreak, Rainbreak, it doesn't matter. You have the money anyway. Puff pastry goose, who told you that? Rainbreak, using such expensive electronics and spending over 10,000 points on escorts. You dare to say you don't have any money? Crispy white goose, it's still true. Rainbreak, it's good to be rich. It's good to be rich so you don't have to toil for a living. Crispy white goose, goose_days. Crispy goose, you look like you're short of money. Crispy goose, I'll tell you what. If you need to make money badly, I'll send you more accompanying lists. Crispy goose, League of Legends is fine. As are other games. Rainbreak, I don't need pity. Puff pastry goose, on the contrary, it's not pity. I genuinely think it's fun to hang out with you, and I'm paying for emotional value. Rainbreak, oh. Across the room, Chen Yuxing had a bit of a tangled little expression. Stealing a glance at Subai, he was instantly convinced by his pure and sunny big boy temperament. Well, he really didn't have nasty thoughts about me. And really rich. A girl as beautiful as Chen Yuxing had encountered many men posing and pretending in front of her, trying to pick her up. It was easy for her to recognize. The elders of the family say she is dull and stupid in human affairs, but in fact she is not stupid at all. She is smart as hell. A little bit of logic can be used to analyze this. It's the likes of Subai who are really rich. He spends money on his hobbies freely, but does not show off his food and clothes, nor does he show off in front of his classmates. Belonging is a very transparent character. Living to understand. It was a bit shameful to say, but Chen Yuxing really needed to earn Subai's money. Even she herself didn't realize the subtle, good feeling towards Subai that sprouted in her heart. The main reason was that it was especially relaxing to chat with Subai. After all, Subai even knew her little secret of being an escort and overlapped with her interests. So there was a kind of carefree coolness in speaking. Before Subai, Chen Yuxing had not made any close friends. Never had one. While the two were communicating face-to-face on their cell phones like an underground party meeting, Chu Mingzhi, who was sitting diagonally across from Chen Yuxing, buried his head and squirmed for a long time, not even eating much of the plate of covered rice in front of him. Suddenly he rose to his feet in a prancing manner. Mr. Chen Yuxing looked up from his cell phone in confusion. Is fine. Chu Mingzhi sat down again. Still a wimp. He didn't even dare to speak up after a whole meal's worth of ventriloquism. Subai on the side to see want to laugh. Not buddy, put aside this pulling errant. Show your accent as a Shanghai master. Brother, Rainbreak, Subai, your roommates are all so weird. Crispy big white goose, it's okay, it's just those two that are strange. Wang Haoren is quite normal. Rainbreak, who is Wang Haoren? Crispy white goose, playing the hand game one. Rainbreak, is he a big fan of handheld games? Crispy white goose, I gave him my number to play with in exchange for him helping me with my liver substitute. Rainbreak, oh, your number. You must have rushed a lot, right? Crispy big white goose, this issue of the card pool rushed more than $50,000. Rainbreak, meaning another $50,000 in the next issue? Rainbreaks, cat scares. Rainbreak, I can't understand you rich people. Chen Yuxing gave Subai a meaningful look. It took a long time to get up the courage to send it on my phone. Rainbow, I'm not going to lie. I do need to use money a lot lately. Rainbreak, so, please don't pity. Use me to your heart's content. Rainbreak withdrew a message. In fact, once something sent has been seen by the other party, retracting it becomes meaningless. Instead, it increases the shame. Chen Yuxing's good-looking pitch black eyes dodged around, and her elegant neck, which was easily reminiscent of a white swan, was red at this time. Looks like she has a very sensitive neck. Kissing here when you're inside or something must be particularly effective. Subai's head inexplicably popped up with this awful thought, swallowing a little, and not without a little red warmth. Oh, bad idea, you're really bad. Chapter 10 High Attack Low Imitation Sisters. Awkward as it was, Subai still tacitly comprehended Chen Yuxing's meaning. After all, it's the other me in the world. Chen Yuxing is the girl with high self-esteem, but she was really short of money, so she hoped that Subai would use her escort service more and let her earn more on top of that 12,000. That's really touching. In this beautiful girl tube you want red packets. You send less to be hung small red book era. Chen Yuxing, this kind of equivalent exchange style of action is simply a stream of clear water. Well, let's play with her a little more tomorrow, since the course just started not 2 weeks ago and there's not much going on anyway. Additional spending on escorts is also rebated. It's not a bad wave. The night was silent, and the next day, at 7:30, Subai's alarm clock went off on time, and it rang for less than 2 seconds before Subai turned it off. Then gingerly, I climbed out of bed, washed up, lifted my book bag, which I had packed last night before going to bed, and headed out to class. The whole thing was done without waking any of the housemates. Unfortunately, all 3 housemates C++ is not the same teacher as the one Subai chose. Or in other words, Subai was slow in grabbing the class at that time, and only then was he reduced to taking the class of the exterminator. That's how different college life is from high school. Even if the whole dormitory is in the same class, The time of the class. There are differences. Some dormitories are a mix of different grades and majors, and the differences in work and rest are even greater. For example, in the famous Goddess dormitory, the 4 girls are 2 freshmen, 1 sophomore, and 1 senior, and in 4 different majors. The diversity index pulls full of belonging to be. Subai Gubai still has the quality to get up early for class and not make noise to his roommate. No, that's not indulgent enough. Let's rent a room off campus. Walking on the way to the classroom, Subai sprouted this thought. In principle, the Department of Computer Science at JCU does not allow first-year students to rent rooms off campus, but it is well known that in principle equals does not allow it to be allowed. Find a counselor to ease the relationship and be done with it. The summer director is very nice to talk to. Of course, Subai will still go back to the dormitory to play during the day. Whether it is To Travel Immortal Wanghauren or Shanghai Master versus local people, or rare fun, must not miss the mouth teeth. When you need to dash off campus, go to a rental place. The main one goes with the flow. Subai currently had no experience in renting an apartment, and planned to investigate a wave first, or find an experienced person to ask. Classes. Nothing happened. After class Subai took an online car and went straight to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Just after getting out of the car, Subai recognized Manager Gua who had tweeted him last night. The suits, with their meticulous backsides, looked like they could sell cars. Hello Manager Gua, I'm Subai who came to pick up the car. Ah, Mr. Su, hello. Manager Gua shook hands warmly. Amazement flashed in his eyes. Not only young, but so tall and handsome with a sunny temperament. If there was a pedigree in the race of high flyers, then this kid was definitely a pure blood. As for the amassed goods he was wearing and the stale canvas bag with frayed edges on his back, they were automatically ignored by Manager Gua. People who can afford to drive a GLE freshman year don't need to prove themselves with expensive lines anymore. Maybe they're just good at keeping a low profile, or their parents asked for it. When I walked into the upscale 4S store, I was immediately greeted by a curvaceous saleswoman. Opening his mouth was a bit of a surprise to Subai. Hokage, I really didn't expect that the second time I saw you was in a place like this. Oh. Zhou Jiadir moved closer to Subai, smiling, if the ambiguous distance, enough for Subai to have an unobstructed view of the full curvature of her chest, and just the right amount of perfume, mixed with a faint taste of female hormones, suddenly let Subai a little on the head. Rao Subai has never been prone to having a messed up heart towards women, but for a moment, his eyes were a bit dazed. What a hottie, do we know each other? Subai sized her up and wondered in his heart. It looked familiar, but couldn't for the life of me remember who it was. When the freshman reported, I even sent you a flyer, but it turns out you actually don't remember people. So excessive. Ha, I'm face blind. Get to know. Zhou Jialu, Marketing Department, Senior, graduating next year. Subai, Freshman in the Computer Science Department. When shaking hands, Subai felt the soft touch of the other party, as well as the ambiguous tingling of her palm being vaguely scraped twice by her fingertips. What a classic hook. When Manager Gua told him about beauty sales yesterday, Subai was mentally prepared. It just didn't occur to me that the other party was a schoolmate from the same school. Curious, Subai called out the system to check Zhou Jiadir's information. Name, Zhou Jiadir. Age, 22. Body, 165 centimeters. D+. Number of relationships, 0. First kiss, surviving. Hatsuba, alive. What? Several question marks were continuously typed in Subai's mind. No, sis, the legendary ice clean saleswoman really exists, doesn't she? Manager Gui introduced, Xiao Zhou as our store is currently the best performance, but also responsible for the store's new media publicity and promotion work. Buy her as a model to shoot a short video. In the jitterbug response is very good. Her personal number also has a lot of attention. Then not big bloggers, and for the time being, it is also a small netizen level. Being reminded of this, Subai remembered. You're the one, sister, who can't sleep. Oh, does it mean that schoolmate is my old fan? Zhou Jiadir covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Pax I've been following schoolmates since I was in high school. No wonder it looked familiar, but I didn't recognize it at first. Subai came to a sudden realization. After all, the beauty you see in reality is often not the first thing you associate in that direction of Netflix. It's not really an internet sensation. The number Dear Sleeping is not very popular, because she neither carries the goods nor works the whole job. The degree of rubbing is also very low, just simply sharing life. But on the contrary, this blogger's face and body were especially to Subai's liking. It can be said to be the first batch of beautiful women that Subai followed on Shake Shack. It's a little hard to be taught, to put it mildly. Zhou Jialu's video accompanied Subai through countless lonely nights during his grueling high school career. Ahem, the human condition. At this moment, standing in front of the honored one, Subai was a bit bashful in his heart, but fortunately he was mentally good and didn't show it. the exterior remained relaxed and calm. Manager Guo laughed. This proves that you are destined for each other. In that case, Xiao Zhou will be in charge of Mr. Su's car delivery throughout. Promise to finish the job. The process of handing over the car was actually quite simple. After all, it had already been tuned up by a professional engineer. Subai checks it out and tries to drive a lap on the road. Brown luxury interior. Calm and dignified. Hairy young people may be difficult to drive, but Subai's temperament was originally a sunny and gentle type. To the driver's seat. A seat. Steadily drive the car out. Exuding charm, so that the co-pilot on the Zhou Jialu 2 eyes. Is schoolmate a native of Jiangcheng? No, I'm from my hometown of An, also in the province not far. In the future in the school encountered any difficulties, you can look for the school sister school sister other not to mention, a variety of life tips or know quite a lot. Then thank you, senior sister. Should. Subai tilted his head to look. At this time, Zhou Jiadir just tilted her body slightly towards Subai's side. Her flesh-stocking wrapped legs were together, and there was no special action. However, because she was so overcapitalized, simply wearing her seatbelt as a rule created an extremely blood-curdling visual. What are you looking at, stinky brother? Sister's body is so good, it looks even better in reality than in the video shot. When you put it that way, it looks like you haven't done much research on my short videos. It's true, I've watched those Korean dance ones so many times. Honestly, ever do bad things to your sister's videos? Ha! Zhou Jiadir stretched out a finger and poked Subai's face. He was preparing to meet the teenager's hands and feet, but to his surprise, Subai even admitted it with a big smile. Of course, I've done it so many times that I can't even count them. My body is deteriorating now, and you, senior sister, are responsible for it. At this time, it happened to be waiting for a red light. Subai stared at Zhou Jialu, sincere and eager eyes, with that handsome face, in turn, made Zhou Jialu's face hot. This schoolmate, why doesn't he follow the rules? Chapter 11. There's no place to put your right hand when you're driving, so you can use your older sister. Ding! You frankly admit your mistake in the face of your schoolmates teasing. It's only human. Who hasn't made a mistake yet? Reward cash plus 10,000 yuan. Trigger special bonus. Sigma Aura. Sigma Aura, in the face of female temptation. Your mind is as steady as an old dog's, and you are able to control your primal desires with ease. In contrast, a woman who tries to upset your mind will be more easily rattled by you. Not bad. Subai secretly nodded his head. Brother Tuanzi really understands him to know that Subai has always disliked being led by the nose by a woman. This Sigma Aura, it happens to be a good match with his character. I just don't know how effective the other layer of special effects of the aura would be on senior sister Zhou's body. Zhou Jiadir pouted and hit Subai's arm. Nasty. How can you talk nonsense about this kind of thing in front of a girl? It's just that school sister I'm magnanimous. Otherwise, or what? Little red book hanging me? That's not so bad, right? I'm so handsome, how could any girl spare to hang me on the little red book? Subai had a straight face. Don't worry, school sister. I know how to joke around. Generally girls are very forgiving and generous to me. Schoolboy, has anyone ever told you that you are narcissistic? I don't need to be told. I've always known I'm narcissistic. Ha ha ha, you little guy. Is interesting. Before meeting Subai, Zhou Jiadir guessed that he was the type of innocent schoolboy. It turned out that the initial contact was not at all like that. Determination full, speech and demeanor dashing, coupled with strong economic strength, suddenly let Zhou Jialu feel, this schoolmate, not ordinary, and when Subai stared at her, Zhou Jiadir's heart, in a rare way, rippled. How is that possible? It was important to realize that Zhou Jiadir had never stumbled upon any man who could make her heart flutter. Often it's her heart that's in the right place, but she's mesmerizing the men around her. She also enjoys the process. Some people in the circle said that she burned the sword. Zhou Jialu does not agree. She did not take the benefits of men. Two did not mess around to maintain the innocence of the body. So why say that she is cheap? She's just a tease. Single status. It's not a crime to tease. It's just that regular guys are boring to tease. Subai was the one who surprised her. You, this school brother, make me so happy. Only just freshman year, drive 880,000 yuan car, and handsome and interesting personality. Already is not the average school brother. Must be a heavy punch. Intuition told Zhou Jialu that Subai had no fluctuation towards her, and even though he admitted that he had made a mistake with his schoolmate's video, Zhou Jialu felt that it was just a flowery mouth, and who knew what the actual situation was. Sister, introduce me to this car. I don't really know much about it. No problem, I'm familiar with this one. Zhou Jialu readily agreed, and began to introduce the relevant features of this Mercedes-Benz GLE 4WD Top Edition, as well as some precautions to take when using it in normal times. It's very clear. easy to understand and organized. And the most touching thing is that it's not at all mixed with selling all kinds of strange maintenance packages in the store. It seems that this sister can become the star sales of this 4S store. Not all rely on the face and body. Professionalism enough. Thinking about it, after all, the system scan had learned that Jo Ja-deer had kept her first kiss and her first leaf, so she must not have slept with any of her clients. Of course, if there was a chance, Subai wouldn't mind being the first customer to reach this achievement. He really did make a mistake with the deer in the headlights video. Subai's main focus is one of sincerity. The biggest feature of this car then, is that the vehicle size is not too bulky on the premise of the vehicle, as much as possible to the interior of the space to swim, such as a schoolmate later talk about a girlfriend. In the car to interact with the space is very sufficient. Speaking here, Jo Ja-deer paused for a moment and cast a suggestive look towards Subai, her eyes flowing. Subai asked, like, what kind of interaction? Jo Ja-deer smiled without saying anything, kicked off her high heels, and placed her jade leg wrapped in flesh stockings, across Subai's thigh. Look, schoolmate, this car is an electronic pocket gear design, which means that there is no traditional gear knob on the center console, saving space and facilitating all sorts of interesting interactions. Oh, Subai looked down. Unlike those chopstick legs that were all about slimness, the schoolmate's legs were described as voluptuous, with every rounded curve that one couldn't help but want to explore. The car was soundproofed, and the sound of stocking fabric slowly rubbing together was clearly audible in the quiet space. Jo Ja-deer's heart, thumping hard. Really, it was the first time she had been so close to a male. She had never been this bold before. It was really Subai's charm that got to her, making Jo Ja-deer eager to see her elementary school brother's shy appearance. And when she did put her legs up, the nervousness inside her was almost stronger than it had been during the entrance exams. Jo Ja-deer expected Subai to make a big red face. The opposite is true. Subai did not fluctuate. Instead, his right hand held Jo Ja-deer's calf. Schoolboy, you, school sister's leg tummy is particularly lovely. Full but not cumbersome. Subai looked at her with a wry smile. I learned manual gears in driving school, and I'm used to touching the gearshift lever. This car doesn't have one, so it's up to school sister to fill in the gaps. Alas, the great hand of Su White. The electric shock-like throbbing was instantly conducted throughout the body, causing Jo Ja-deer's entire body to go strange. She tried to pull her leg away, but Subai held it tight. Great strength. That foxy face exposed panic and shyness. I wanted to tug at my schoolmate's heartstrings, but I didn't expect to be turned against him. Sister, don't move. The red light is about to end. It's not good if you move around and interfere with my driving. You guys, it's clearly you. Safety is the most important thing. Sister, good girl. Seeing that Subai insisted on not letting go, Jo Ja-deer, who knew she could not escape, had no choice but to comply. So Subai unlocked the skill of driving with one hand. By the way, a good taste of top-quality leg modeling. A raffle ticket for a luxury car comes with expert driving skills, which corresponds to the level of a veteran driver who has driven for a leader for 10 years. So, he's not the same rookie who just got his license over the summer. Ding! The host seizes the opportunity to savor the top three-dimensional leg modeling and comprehend the beauty of human curves, rewarded with cash plus 20,000. While holding the schoolmarm, he drove around the 4S store and deliberately drove around a few more times. At first Jo Ja-lu was barely taught. As time passed, the sensations in her body became more and more strange, and when she tried to pull out again, she realized that she had already softened her legs to the point of losing her strength. Damn schoolmates for making me so. School sister, your reaction is so big. You keep shaking. It's not possible that you've never been touched by a man before, right? Subai played with the flavor. Ha, how can that be? Schoolteacher, I'm experienced. Today is a bad state. You're still talking tough? Subai thought that Jo Ja-deer is also quite cute. Other girls can't wait to disguise as a pure jade girl, but the result is that she is good. In order to pretend to be mature in front of Subai, the mouth is hard and claimed to be experienced. Clearly an innocent little girl. Okay, no kidding. Sit back down, schoolteacher. We're almost back to the store. The GLE drove back to the parking space in front of the 4S store. The master in charge of overhauling was already waiting there, greeting him warmly and asking Subai if he encountered any problems on his test drive. No problem. You can sign the contract. Jo Ja-deer went to the restroom. The strange state of affairs, combined with the fact that she had just gone for a test drive with Subai, couldn't help but make the staff at the store gossip. Could it be that Jo Ja-lu, who never has sex with clients, has been taken down by this little brother? But it's normal. Young, handsome, gold, is a lot of sales dream of the prince. Waiting for Jo Ja-deer to return, Subai invited her. Is senior sister free at noon? Can you enjoy a meal together? Chapter 12. A schoolmate with multiple wealth and billions of dollars is a special person. The original Zhou Jialu molestation failed to be seen through the bottom of the school brother. Inner resentment is full of. Suddenly receiving Subai's invitation to have lunch, his mood peaked. Humph, little guy, pretending to be like a contemporary Lu Xiaohui, suddenly want to invite sister to dinner again. Or is it because you are interested in sister? Noon. I don't know if it's anything. I'll have to ask the manager. Zhou Jiadir reserved a bit, pretended to ask manager Gui, and the answer was of course yes. It's normal to have a dinner with a quality client like that who can afford a small $1 million car. Moreover, Subai is so young, there is likely to be a potential need to purchase a car in the future. This kind of customer must be well maintained. Not to mention that they were still schoolmates. And look at Zhou Jialu's frowning face, as if she was looking at her schoolmate. Manager Gua sees through it and authorizes Zhou Jialu to leave work early. Think of it as adulting. Subai took her and first stopped by the DMV to get a license plate. Some 4S stores will charge an extra license fee. A pit stop. This store doesn't seem to have that problem, and can do it for Subai, charging only the official handling fee, with no extra charges. Subai chose to go on his own, mainly because he hadn't yet been to the DMV to do business and watch the fun. During the process, Subai chatted with Zhou Jiadir about some interesting things about the school and the 4S store, and didn't produce any ambiguous episodes in the process. The two had a good understanding to pretend that what happened during the test ride had never happened. Actually, Subai didn't care if Zhou Jiadir wanted to continue flirting with him. After all, it's a flirty, sexy hottie, or the original, so it's nice to have some fun. But it was obvious that sister didn't want to. She was afraid of showing her cowardice. Subai realized that Zhou Jialu seemed to be very concerned about her vixen persona and insisted on maintaining her experienced big sister attitude in front of Subai. That's pretty high and mighty. I don't know what the meaning of this superior is. Never mind. People have their own aspirations. Everyone has a unique point of interest. Subai respects his sister's hobbies. Drive to the IKC Plaza not far from the 4S store. This is one of the top few luxury shopping districts in Jiangchang, housing many luxury international brands, and a lot of high-end restaurants have opened. Has schoolteacher ever been here? Been here a few times, but not much. All the food over here can be expensive. Not something an intern like me can afford. Aren't you a star salesman? That is also the internship contract. Commission is small. Pure cow horse. Alas. Now look forward to hurry to graduate and turn into a regular cluck. Sister recommend one. Don't care about the price, as long as you think it's good. Oh, since schoolmate has said so, then I'll be polite. Zhou Jialu picked a Japanese buffet and opened the page on her phone to show Subai. Is Japanese food okay with you, Hokage? Yes, I'll eat anything. I have a good appetite. See how you can grow so tall with a bad appetite? Zhou Jiadir took the opportunity to pinch Subai's arm. Subai still didn't respond. Alas, really? This elementary school student does seem to be in a different segment than the average male college student. I'm afraid I've already hobbled a lot of girls. Zhou Jialu's brain was thinking about the oodles of things. Leading the way to this high-end Japanese food put the question, a la carte buffet. She had only been here once, following a company reunion, and ate at the 300 per capita stall, selling fresh salmon, Arctic sweet shrimp, and a variety of Japanese-style snacks. It tastes good, and the key is that it's very delicate, and it looks especially good in photos, which is very much in line with the aesthetics of many girls. The booth. Subai briefly flipped through the menu and said to the waiter, "Want this one for $12.99 each. You're sure you want this top-of-the-line package, right?" "Right," Zhou Jiadir hurriedly said. There's no need to eat such an expensive one. In fact, $2.99 for one is quite sumptuous. The $2.99 package is the lowest slot in this buffet. Further up the scale are $599 and $899, which add some expensive ingredients as well as boutique dishes such as New Zealand crayfish, fresh sea urchin, and foie gras, respectively. As for the most expensive one, $299, you can enjoy unlimited French oyster sashimi, bluefin tuna, black gold abalone, king-size rattlesnake, M9 Wagyu beef, and other top ingredients. It just looks awesome. Su White has never eaten any of them. Try it. There are indulgence systems that reimburse anyway. Facing his schoolmate's exhortation, Subai said, "It's fine, schoolmate. I've said I'm treating you, so I'm sure I'm treating you to a good meal. Don't worry, this level is no pressure for me." The waiter next to him glanced at the Uniqlo t-shirt on Subai and was a little hard to strain. "I'm afraid that college students have been saving up for months to fund this meal?" Zhou Jiadir, however, knows very well that Subai is not pretending. More than 1,000 per capita. It is really not a matter for him. The GLE is considered a great car for young people, and he still bought the top of the line. In fact, when buying a car, what configuration you choose can reflect the size of the buyer's cash flow to a large extent. After all, there are some comfort features that aren't visible on the outside, don't hold up well, and many people just don't like to ask for them. Even many times, the tail tag small letters a key, change a car paint or paste a car film. The core dynamic configuration cannot see the difference between low and high. So, the pure and simple poser kind of dirtbag is more inclined to buy the lower end of the high-end lineup. Only people who really aren't short of money would have a mindless top-end pull full. For example, Sue buys GLE. If you are willing to put up with the beggar's version, almost $500,000 can be taken. But not only did he buy the top of the line, he was all rambunctious and hangdog when he inspected the car. Oftentimes, the attitude when consuming is more indicative of a hidden message than the specific price level of the consumption. Other details could also reflect Sue buy's not-so-shallow strength. The latest Apple phones, for example, are also of the highest configuration. Previously in the 4S store to put the contract, the school bag revealed the Apple notebook. Joe Jadir incidentally asked a mouthful, only to know that actually want $50,000. The average guy from an ordinary family who can spend $50,000 on a computer that's not even handy for playing games, drive a car that costs $880,000, and eat casually for $1,000 per capita without feeling bad about it? Then again, when Zhou Jialu attended the orientation before, how come she didn't hear that the computer science department had come with such a big, fat fish? Maybe it's more low-key at school. At once, Zhou Jiadir was less resentful about Sue by bullying her in the car. It's only normal for a real broad to have a more calm mind than an ordinary man. It was such a quality schoolmate that was more worthy of Zhou Jiadir's attentive seduction. Hokage, I didn't do anything for you. You suddenly invited me to such an expensive meal. People are a bit over it. Zhou Jiadir started to have a fever again and stretched her feet under the table to Sue Bai's side. The Japanese restaurant is decorated in pure Japanese style, with a tatami mat floor arrangement, and customers have to take off their shoes to come in. At this time, under the soft and warm light of the private room, the jade feet covered with meat stockings were presented in front of Sue Bai, without the slightest odor. It seems to be well maintained. Her toes were also round and very full looking. At this time, the flexible toes matched the swinging of the arch of the foot, and the tip of the foot scraped Sue Bai's leg. This school sister is also really invincible, while still serving the food, but also do not forget to flirt a little. Really dishes and love to play. Sue Bai stared down in admiration for a while and murmured, "Is school teacher like this to other customers?" "No, oh, just to you. True or false? Believe it or not. He. I believe in school marm." Sue Bai stared straight at Zhou Jiadir. The corner of his lips hooked up in a teasing arc, and suddenly reached out and pinched the palm of his foot. His fingers hooked on the side of the foot. Zhou Jiadir immediately trembled and fiercely shrunk back, her face flustered. Although Sue Bai didn't say it explicitly, Zhou Jiadir knew exactly what he was trying to convey. "Oh my, I'm so angry. Why is this student's eye so poisonous? How is it that the whole world thinks that she, Zhou Jialu, is a lousy woman who burns waves and swords, and Sue Bai is the only one who sees through her innocent nature?" On the contrary, Sue Bai was still the only person that Zhou Jiadir particularly wanted to tease, and even went out of his way to create physical contact, a subtle heartiness that spreads. Chapter 13 The envious Lu Yuan, the dull schoolboy who misses Sue Bai. Soon after, the food began to be served. The oversized sashimi platter is visually stunning. Fresh sea urchins are neatly yolked together next to the caviar and look appetizing. As for the expensive rattlesnakes, they are sliced and cooked by crossing the bridge. The chef pushes the pot into the private room, boils the broth, cuts slices of conch for customers on the spot, and shakes them in the broth for a few seconds, just cooked enough to retain the maximum fresh and sweet flavor. It also left the conch shell with the meat drawn out, one the size of a basketball, on a plate with dry ice underneath to create a smoky visual effect. Zhou Jiadir has been taking pictures. That's a scene that doesn't happen often for her. Sue Bai is too lazy to take a picture, and he is drinking his own matsutake soup, which is served in a delicate little teapot, squeezing a little lemon into it before drinking it, which has a great flavor and is refreshing and unctuous. Eat Japanese buffet. Relieve fatigue is a must, because for Sue Bai, he is interested in this store, is a variety of seafood sashimi, a variety of high-quality beef and lamb fried. For Zhou Jialu, the ingredients themselves are not the most important, but instead spend their energy on retouching pictures and sending them to friends. "Sister, are you always so delicate in posting your friend circle? Definitely like to be refined. Who doesn't like to show their polished side socially?" Zhou Jiadir sighed. After all, most people, it takes a long time to come across a commendable platitude, whereas for you, schoolmate, it's just a casual everyday occurrence. That's not so bad. I'm afraid my cholesterol is going to explode if I eat such a top every day. It doesn't matter. We're still young. We're not afraid of exercising more. Why don't I find a way to help my schoolmate exercise and consume the excess nutrients? Chujilu blinked. Sue Bai helplessly said, "Sister, I realized that you don't seem to have a long memory. Is it that your feet weren't itchy enough just now in the car? making a move to grab Zhou Jialu's leg. The latter hastily begged for mercy. Don't. Eating a meal. You can't fool around when you're eating haro. It affects digestion. After half a day of playing around, Zhou Jia was able to get the photos she needed to send her friend's circle. The standard 9-panel format didn't take long to send out, and there were quite a few comments. Wow, what a big conch. It must be expensive, right? This background, is it the Japanese restaurant in IKC Plaza? I'm so envious. Eating so well for weekday lunch. Ooh, I'm gnawing on a bun in the cafeteria, leaving an indisputable tear at the corner of my mouth. Why did you order the highest package? It's not worth it. You're entertaining clients again. You're different after sales. You're in a state of ecstasy every day. Zhou Jia replied one by one. Some of them are obviously looking for trouble, so they just don't bother or send a smiley emoji back in a shady way. Zhou Jia had long been accustomed to bad publicity or foul language attacks. Even from the time she was in high school this was the case. After all, back then, she had a body to die for. Instead of cringing at the windy rumors, she got all dolled up. Rumor has it that no matter how much it's discredited, there are still piles of men who adore me. At this time, housemate Lu Yuan also commented on Zhou Jialu's friend circle. Sister dear is so dashing today. Did you open a big order? Zhou Jialu smiled faintly and did not continue interacting in the circle of friends, instead choosing to chat privately with Lu Yuan. In that dorm room of theirs, 2 freshman beauties had joined just a month ago. Before that, it was Zhou Jialu and Lu Yuan who lived together. Now after combining into a mixed dormitory, it is also Zhou Jialu and Lu Yuan who are relatively close to each other. And usually if there is anything worth spouting in life, it is usually a private chat rather than a small group in the dormitory. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with those 2 girls. They were both quite nice. It was just that it always took a while to get acquainted. AAA school district Mercedes-Benz Miss Show flirted with a particularly handsome little brother, invited me to eat more than 1,000 Japanese buffet. Hope, he invited you. Don't you usually AA with your clients? AAA school district Mercedes-Benz MS. Joe, this one is different. He's extra rich. MS. Joe, Mercedes-Benz, AAA school district. Seriously. I'm moved. Hope, is Sister Dear finally going to give up her life and enter the game? I'm so excited. I can't believe a man is going to taste Sister Dear's deliciousness. Who is so lucky? AAA school district Mercedes-Benz MS. Joe, not so much as to give up their lives into the game. Oops, it's not good to say. Who knows whether people mean to me or not. Tell the truth. Zhou Jia was sure that she liked Subai a lot. Whether you like it in a physical sense or a rational consideration based on financial strength, a truly wise woman should keep her body intact and then make a decisive move when she meets the man of her dreams. The point is, she seems to be at a lower segment level than Subai. Being pinched by someone's calf made my whole body soft and I even had to make a trip to the restroom to clean up. Zhou Jia didn't even know she was actually that sensitive. On the contrary, Subai, from the moment they met until now, it felt like she had never been aroused by her. Alas, take your time. Think of the good in everything. Maybe Subai is just recognizing the end. I can't say that I'll be attracted to her once I'm familiar with her. Coming soon. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of Jiangcheng University, Lu Yuan looked at the message sent by her roommate and had mixed feelings. What Zhou Jialu wants from her boyfriend. She knows. Prefer the younger ones. And there has to be money. Preferably long and handsome. Truly, it is indeed hard to find. After all, those who can fulfill all these conditions at the same time are in demand. And it is unlikely that there is a shortage of women. It turned out to be a real find for her. Lu Yuan is 3 parts happy for her, 3 parts vaguely jealous, and 4 parts unspeakably despondent. She also wanted to eat over 1,000 Japanese food, but Xue Tao was only willing to take her to eat 300. All day long he brags about how he's a local guy, but only when he's actually in a relationship does he realize that he's not that handy. Forget about it, at least Xue Tao's conditions in the circle is also considered very good, but also willing to spend money for him. Now the chicken thief Puxin male, please a cup of milk tea are dying. Anymore, Lu Yuan realized milk tea freedom after she fell in love with Xue Tao. Moreover, Xue Tao would continue to spend money for her, and she would be able to source benefits just by hanging on to Xue Tao. On the contrary, Zhou Jialu's so-called rich little brother, who knows if he just wants to play with her. At this time, the cafeteria table, Xue Tao was beside Lu Yuan, spitting out car trivia, mainly centered around his maiden. After all, young and talented driving a maiden is one of Xue Tao's main persona labels. The first-handed German-made mechanical quality, backhanded now domestic cars are cutting corners. Hearing Lu Yuan's brain buzzing, annoyed, she interrupted. Xue Tao, let's go out for the weekend. Go to a Japanese restaurant. Japanese food? Japanese food is flashy and all flowery. or Laotian chicken. Shuetao's smile is a bit false. Recently the budget is tight. Japanese food and other things, often costing hundreds of dollars. It is really not affordable. My housemates all went for it today. And look at this. It looks delicious. Ah, Zito looked at the picture and sweated. Damn, this set down, per capita 1,000 cannot hit ah. No, 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 no. What are your 3 roommates like? You're comparing yourself to them? That's about right. However, Lu Yuan was unforgiving. Shuetao had to search for words to stall. This cafeteria lunch, like yesterday, was a chance encounter between the 2 dorms. Wang Haoren is still a human machine, silently liver tour, isolated from the world. Hey, 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 the 6+5 main see that white drew is so flavorful, you can hit the abyss with no hands. Shu Mingchul is pulling himself together. Chen Yuxing sat alone in the corner, her expressionless face radiating a faint sadness. She wondered why Su Bai didn't return my messages. Chapter 14. No way, she can't have a boyfriend. From the time of the first class in the morning, Chen Yuxing was sending messages to Su Bai. Sandy Terrier pictures, funny videos, latest gaming news. As a result, Su Bai didn't reply to any of them, and he didn't know what he was busy with. Then Chen Yuxing suddenly realized that she had posted several in a row in the private chat. Didn't she look abnormal? Just don't dare to send it, but then want to chat with Su Bai. It feels like a very relaxing and de-stressing thing to do. Obviously he was his own escort employer. It was strange. Chen Yuxing had never had this experience before playing singles. Until lunchtime, Su Bai still didn't respond. In fact, there were Su Bai's roommates at the dinner table, so Chen Yuxing could have asked them what Su Bai was doing, but she was socially terrified. And yes, often it's just plain sociopathy, not the willful aloofness that many girls speculate she has. Chen Yuxing was entangled for half a day, but suddenly his little brain had a bright idea. Since I can't figure it out on my own and I don't dare ask Su Bai's roommate, I might as well ask the invincible AI. As a talented girl in the computer science department, Chen Yuxing is familiar with the concept of AI macro modeling. Many of the small problems that you encounter in life can get detailed intelligence from the AI. So Chen Yuxing opened a recently hot and popular AI quiz page. Enter the command. I'm an escort and I have a crush on a certain escort, and he's ignored me all morning. What are the possible reasons for this? After waiting for 10 seconds or so, the answers began to scroll on the screen. The other party has not contacted you all morning, which may involve a variety of reasons. The following are a few common possibilities and suggestions. 1. Objective causes, temporary busyness, technical problems. Chen Yuxing stared with wide eyes, looking with incomparable seriousness. At the sight of one of them, suddenly his heart tightened. Difference in relationship orientation. He may only see you as an ordinary playmate and does not realize your good feelings, so he does not maintain the habit of high-frequency contact. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. So it is, maybe in Su Bai's eyes, chatting isn't that important yet. It's just that Chen Yuxing herself likes it a lot. To be clear, it's just a business. Su Bai also said that he didn't mean anything else than to buy emotional value from Chen Yuxing, meaning game accompaniment. This is actually a very normal situation, and placed in any other escort list, Chen Yuxing would have appreciated the borderline attitude. A yard is a yard, don't make it unclear. But why do you feel so lost? She actually wanted to be friends with Su Bai. She just wanted to be unclear with Su Bai. Although there is a big gap between the objective conditions of the two people, but the soul of the distance is very close. Su Bai. In the end, how do you think of her? Obviously, yesterday in the cafe, as well as after returning to the dormitory in the evening, chatting so happily. Well, with her head drilled in the bull's eye, Chen Yuxing exuded a strong aura of sultriness. Her roommate, Lu Yuan, gave her a strange look and didn't think much of it, searching for the possibility that she might be reading a novel. She remembers this high-cold freshman sister is sometimes read some novels. This year to read a novel to bring in a little bit is very normal. What the president of the sadistic love what overbearing king fell in love with me Lu Yuan accidentally also see. Wang Haoran did not say anything, just a substitute liver. Only Chu Mingjie was particularly concerned about Chen Yuxing's unusual state, and made an extremely rich brainstorm. When this meal was finished, 5:10 when the three of them went back to the dormitory, Chu Mingjie, who did not say anything on the way, suddenly said, "Everyone, do you feel that today's Chen Yuxing is very strange? Didn't notice. Why is it strange?" Wang Haoran temporarily withdrew from the second tour and charged his cell phone, asking in passing, "I'm not sure, but, based on my years of studying the psychology of relationships, Chen Yuxing, by and large, has been left out by someone she particularly cares about. Wang Haoren. Shui Tao was shocked. No, your Shanghai Masters High School still teaches relationship psychology? Xu Mingzhi shook his head. Nonetheless, it's something I learned on my own after school. Wang Haoren, who came from one of the hellishly difficult provinces of high school entrance exams, was also shocked. No, your Shanghai Masters High School still has after-school hours? And it's the kind where you have the energy to spend on learning extra knowledge? Damn you, that's not the point. Xu Mingzhi waved his hand, his face filled with annoyance and pain. The point is, that person. Who is it? It's her boyfriend. She's having a falling out with her boyfriend. Shui Tao guessed. No. Xu Mingzhi covered his face. Impossible. This is impossible. How could a goddess as noble and flawless as Chun Yuxing fall in love with a man? In Greek mythology, goddesses not only fall in love but also give birth to children. What's so unusual about that? Shui Tao gloated. I told you long ago, don't look too high on the goddess Dormitory. Chen Yuxing is also a human being. Isn't it normal to have an emotional need to fall in love? Locals pertinent. Wang Haoren concurred. Shui Tao, this BYD rarely spits out ivory from a dog's mouth and speaks human words. However, it was clear that Xu Mingzhi was completely unable to accept this answer. Holding a copy of the complete book of relationship psychology, English edition, he ran to his bed and drew the curtains, furtively studying it. This kid is fiendish. Alas, low eyesight is the way to go. Might as well be like me and chase after the right person as far as you can. Ha ha, we're driving Hope out again on the weekend. Can we hold hands this time? When Shui Tao saw Xu Mingzhi stranded there making a fool of himself, all the annoyance caused by the insufficient budget for the Japanese food seemed to have been alleviated by a few points. IKC Plaza's high-end Japanese restaurant, Su White Sharp Eats. I have to say, this high-end seafood sashimi, the flavor is just great. That special fresh and sweet flavor, really not something that can be compared to cheap ingredients. And the nutritional value is high and healthy, so it is fine as a staple food for fitness athletes. Of course, the cost may be a problem, but the last thing Subai needs to worry about is the cost. Taking advantage of the time when Sister Zhou Jialu went to the restroom, Subai played with his cell phone for a while, and only then did he see the string of messages that Chen Yuxing had sent in the morning. Hiss. The morning schedule is compact, did not have time to look at the phone. Well, actually looked at it a few times. That is, at that time, perhaps the news of Chen Yuxing was covered by other things. The human condition. Although he had a great chat with Chen Yuxing yesterday, Subai was not the type of character that was full of pretty girls when he talked to her. He was always of a more reticent nature. The Lord of all things strikes one as he pleases and listens to God's will. Puffy Goose, Goose_scratches_head. Crispy Goose, I was busy in the morning and didn't see it. Just sent it over. And Chen Yuxing replied almost in seconds. Rain Break, what are you working on? Rain Break withdrew a message. Crispy White Goose, car brought up a car. Rain Breaks, cat scares. Rain Break, it must be a very expensive car, right? Crispy White Goose, okay, more than $800,000. Rain Break, sure enough. Crispy White Goose, I'll read what you posted earlier when I have time. Rain Break, there's no rush, and it's not a serious matter. Rain Break, still playing games today? Crispy Goose, play about afternoon or evening. I'll let you know in advance then. Rain Break, good. Yo, Junior, who are you chatting with so enthusiastically? Zhou Jia dear, who had returned from the restroom, saw Subai picking at his phone and asked, a housemate. Looks like you're well connected in the dorm. TBH, that's not easy. Why isn't it easy? Dormitory relationships aren't international. Nothing complicated, right? Hard to say, especially if you're exceptionally well endowed like you are. There will always be people who are jealous. Jealousy is jealousy. They're jealous of theirs. I'll live my life, and go my own way. Well, what if someone did something against you behind your back? Zhou Jiadir's beautiful eyes flickered as if she was caught up in some unpleasant memories. Subai said indifferently, then find a way to retaliate back. I'm not a magnanimous person. Well, that's right, you have the capital anyway. Zhou Jiadir nodded slightly, and the eyes that fell on him became more and more slightly infatuated. Even Subai's character was very much to her liking then. Geez, how in the world can I make my little brother shy? Subai, however, did not have so many complicated thoughts, seeing that the two were almost full, and said in a serious manner, Sister, are you familiar with the market related to renting? Chapter 15, Sister wants to take a shortcut in life. Renting a room? Yeah, it's a bit inconvenient in the dorms, so I'm planning to rent a room near the school. Zhou Jialu expressed her understanding that the overall management of Jiangcheng University is relatively loose, and there are many cases of students renting rooms to live in, and as a senior sister, she still knows a lot about this area. I'm now in my senior year. Almost half of the students in the class are renting rooms off campus. After all, to internships, some workplaces are farther away or even in the field. Renting a room will be much more convenient. Of course, there are also on-campus family home rentals, the kind of general in order to study for the exams. So, Hokage, let me ask first, when you say renting, you mean the same thing as what people generally think of as renting, right? Zhou Jialu thought that since her schoolmate was so rich, her needs in terms of renting an apartment must also be higher than ordinary people. The average student rents an apartment for the sake of cleanliness and freedom. Other than that, the decor, space, living conditions and whatnot, don't really care much, or if you do care, you don't have the extra budget to pick and choose. But Subai is different. He's multi-fortune and multi-billionaire. It does make a bit of a difference. Subai frankly admitted, my needs are to live in the best possible house, preferably with someone who takes care of it, not requiring me to clean up too much myself. It's too much of a hassle to rent a model home or even one that's close to rough condition and then set it up on your own, like a typical rental. If he really had to arrange it himself, Subai would prefer to wait until his wealth had accumulated to tens of millions of dollars, directly buy a mansion, and then slowly toss it. Now rent a nice house first and get cash back on your rent, by the way. After all, you have to indulge. To indulge is to enjoy the moment, Zhou Jiadir said. Then you can just stay in the hotel the hotel room by month-long package. There are discounts. Usually can talk about 80% or even 70% discount, depending on the operating conditions and location of each hotel brand. Slightly different. Hotel is not bad, Subai mused, thinking, having read some online news. A lot of people who get rich by the bucket load are fond of staying in 5-star hotels. Subai hadn't experienced it yet and felt like she could give it a try. Book a room for a few days and stay a couple nights in a row to see how it feels. He opened Meituan on his phone and searched for luxury hotels near his school. Looked around and thought JW Marriott looked great. According to the introduction of the room type sorted by price, Subai pulls the bottom directly to see the expensive one. Riverview Executive Suite. Fully 94 square meters of space. Parlor, bedroom, bathroom, all very grand. Comes with access to the hotel pool, gym, and executive lounge. At $1.678 a night. It's considered low season these days, and the price will go up when the National Day holiday rolls around. This price is more than a month's worth of living expenses for a large percentage of students. Instead, Subai directly placed an order for a week. The reason it's a week is because any more than that and you won't be able to trigger the indulgence rebate. With the current system's judgment of Subai, it was booked for a week at most. When Subai's life became more and more extravagant, the system would follow and upgrade, and the amount of cashback available at that time would also increase. Ding! Detected that the host booked a luxury hotel and indulged in spending $11.746, triggering a tenfold cashback, rewarding plus $117,460. Subai paid in front of his schoolmates, and greatly did not hide anything. Watching Zhou Jiadir was mind-blowing. Just now, my schoolmate said that he wants to try a hotel first and then decide whether he wants a long-term rental or not. So that means he's planning to stay in the Riverview Executive Suite for a long time? This is too much. Even at off-season rates and negotiating a 30% discount on the agreed-upon price, that's almost $35,000 a month. Zhou Jiadir's shrewd brain quickly calculated the approximate figure. Breathing became rapid. It's literally spending money like it's water. It's the perfect dream boyfriend. Many rich kids who claim to have hundreds of millions of dollars in assets at home don't spend money this hard. When you go to college, you're still a student, and your parents don't tend to give you much money. Not to mention the fact that the economic situation has been a bit sluggish for the past 2 years, and the budgets in the hands of many rich brothers are weakened. Let's just say that the rental of this piece, spend a few thousand per month in the school near the rent of a better residential area of 3-room apartment, 100 or so square feet, is already the top of the student body in the conditions. There are enjoyable girls follow out to live. Subai, however, directly doubled his budget several times. There is a numerical beauty. Imagine being his girlfriend and being able to follow him every night to stay in the Marriott's Riverview Suite and be able to shake a glass of red wine in the executive lounge overlooking the night view of the river city. Then go to the pool for a while and come back to the room for a nice soak in the big tub. The price is just to be slept. By Subai, no, this can't even be said to be the price. After all, Subai's face value and body are online. Although there is no male star male idol, but it is also a small handsome man of class grass. Usually the rich people in this class are either one-dimensional in looks or middle-aged beer-bellied greasy sums of money that make me sick to think about. Being in a relationship with Subai is a complete lack of concern in this regard. For a moment, Zhou Jiadir almost fell to the point of simply falling back. However, there was still a bit of reserve in her heart. It wasn't that she didn't want to give her body. It was just that she preferred Subai to feel her charm, to be so aroused by her that she couldn't stand it anymore, and to take the initiative. In fact, her heart had already decided that Subai was the man she had kept and waited for so many years. From now on, her natural flirtatiousness no longer needed to be used on any other person, and she only needed to focus her fire on seducing Subai. Sister, are you free after dinner later? What? Can't let your sister go? Jo Dear licked her lips and winked. Accompany me to take a look at the hotel. To be honest, it's my first time staying in such a good hotel, Subai honestly said. First time? Jo Dear was surprised. Before that, because of my family, I've always been accepted as poorly raised, mainlining a hardworking upbringing, and now I'm in college, so I can enjoy myself. So that's it. No wonder. Jo Jialu instantly realized. No wonder his elementary school brother looked so low-key. It was really a good education at home. The kind of cockney who grows up wasteful and spendthrift is most likely to grow up to be a loser and not capable of taking over his family's business. Having experienced the lives of ordinary people and suffered, it is easier to empathize with employees at the grassroots level and be reliable when formulating corporate policies. Well, that's how it's written in the Overlord novels. Instantly, Jo Dear had a rippling brainstorm about Subai's life. The feelings that welled up inside became even more intense. She is already a senior in college and has been doing internships for quite a long time, so she has already left the state of being a young and ignorant student and has a basic knowledge of society. Girls at this stage tend to become realistic quickly. Money, which is really life-changing, is also really hard to earn. If she could become Subai's girlfriend, she was definitely taking the shortcut in life. Who doesn't want to take shortcuts? People are inert. Chapter 16, Sister's First Man and Last. Sir, how was your experience with this meal? Were you satisfied with the food and service? When Subai was ready to leave, the manager of the restaurant walked in with a smile and asked in a warm voice. Satisfied. Seafood was good. Beef was slightly mushy, but it shouldn't be the meat. Maybe Wagyu is just mushy. Then you can try our Sunit lamb chop next time. It's a bit lighter compared to the M9 Wagyu. Okay, back to you. Walking to the counter, Subai just saw that the Japanese restaurant has stored value activities. Charging 5,000 to send 600. Charging 10,000 to send 1,500. Charging 20,000 to send 4,000. Asked about asking the system for cash back. By the way, I charged 20,000, and the system returned 60,000 dollars. Subai loves to eat meat. This store a variety of high-quality meat. There are many kinds of unordered. You can come back often in the future. You're addicted. Schoolboy. I wasn't expecting you to fill up the card, Jo Dear said. Okay, in fact, can not use a few times? Bring a few more people to eat if. Subai looked at the schoolmate. Next time I call you Chant. Come to eat by yourself is a bit boring. How can that be? Always following you to dilly-dally. Is it not taking advantage of you for nothing? That's a good solution. Just give me a little something in return. Hokage. Oh, what kind of return do you want, schoolboy? That's when the two happened to be in the elevator. The elevator was quite crowded during the midday mall rush, and Subai and Jo Jialu stood in the corner just as another group of people got on. Taking advantage of the situation, Jo Dear hugged Subai's arm, two large soft masses, allowing Subai to experience a rich generosity. Feeling the beauty of his schoolmate, Subai's hands were not idle. The texture of the stockings, paired with the voluptuousness of the schoolgirl, was wonderful. Jo Dear's body trembled, her eyes watery. I can't imagine that my schoolmate has begun to take the initiative, or secretly in front of so many people. Walk down the elevator to the underground parking lot. Jo Dear continued to walk on Subai's arm. In the 4 places, she suddenly reached out and felt her hand, and then hid her mouth and giggled. You're not exactly hard-hearted, schoolboy. Indeed, Subai was a bit helpless. Senior sister, you are like this. If I don't give some feedback, won't it be too much of a loss of face? Sigma Aura could give Subai an advantage against the rookie and fun-loving schoolmate, but one couldn't keep deliberately pretending to be deep. After all, Subai was essentially happy to have something happen with his schoolmate, just like playing a game. The ultimate goal of pulling is to complete the kill. Subai felt the pull was almost enough to start attacking, so the arm went behind his back and wrapped around Chijalu's waist. Her waist was thin, a stark contrast to her full figure. Jo Dear was obviously a little short of breath, but did not resist. Although her body was a little stiff, she still obediently stuck in Subai's arms, still pretending as if nothing had happened. He looked up demonstratively and asked Subai, schoolboy, how's sister's waist? Superb. Subai looked into her eyes, but the waist is always going to be powerful, and I still want to experience what it looks like when it's powerful. Greasy mouth. Jo Dear panicked and averted her eyes. Alas, she couldn't tease him at all. It's really because her schoolmate's charm is too great. Subai, on the other hand, was secretly laughing. What a contrasting schoolmate. Old and cute. Get in the car. Along the way, Subai drove with one hand while his right hand kept interacting with his schoolmate. Jo Dear was a bit unable to top it. so she simply held Subai's hand and didn't let him move around. It was quite nice too. Okage's hands were soft. Rather, she seemed to have that soft feeling all over her body. Marriott JW Hotel. The two had just entered the lobby and attracted the attention of the people around them. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman always catches the eye. Also, the man looked younger than the woman, which was unusual in a hotel where the average twin room started at over 900. Check in and get on the elevator to the 27th floor. Sea View Executive Suite. Just brush open the door. The interior luxury and elegant decoration will let Zhou Jia dear eyes bright, and hastily stepped on high heels and quickly walked in. When she came to the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sparse view came into her eyes, causing her to go into a bit of a trance for a moment. Is this what it's like to be rich? Well, it sure is enjoyable. And then look at this luxurious and grand room. If she worked and struggled normally, she was afraid that she would have to live there after many years, when she was old and gray. That's even very optimistic thinking. At this point in the market, it's considered pretty good to graduate and be able to turn around and keep having a job and not be unemployed. While Zhou Jiadir was thinking, Subai closed the door to his room. The sound of closing the door made Zhou Jiadir realize something, and suddenly blushed. That, school brother, I'll accompany you to visit the room for a while, and then I have to go back to work later in the afternoon. Yeah, please make yourself at home. Senior sister. Subai had a smile on his lips and didn't say much. Many girls, in fact, on the high-end luxury things, no resistance at all, especially has entered the community. The material desire will be even more inflated than when they went to school. Subai sensed his schoolmates faltering. The human condition. Rather, Zhou Jiadir is already a man of God for keeping clean until now. A vixen of this extreme caliber should, by all rights, have no shortage of people to chase after, much less rich people. So it's still a bit of fate that schoolteacher and him were on the right side of the airwaves before. Otherwise, with the school sister's emotional intelligence, she definitely wouldn't have agreed to come to the hotel with Subai. All adults, it's impossible not to understand what it means when a man and woman come to a hotel alone. Zhou Jiadir excitedly wandered around the room, touching here and there and taking many pictures. Senior sister, it's not to be. Subai cried and laughed. As for that, where can I afford to stay in such an expensive room? It's not easy to come here once. Of course I have to savor it. It's not that either. In fact, if you like it, schoolteacher can come often. Subai approached Zhou Jialu from behind, circling her with his arms and resting his hands on her stomach. Flat stomach, not a trace of fat. Lowering his head, he inhaled deeply between her hair. The scent was warm and fragrant, interspersed with the heady, hormonal body odor unique to schoolgirls. Schoolboy, what are you doing? Well, Zhou Jiadir's heart was beating wildly and she twisted her head to look at him in panic. But Subai took advantage of the situation and raised his hand to pinch her thousand-featured face. Kissed it. Instantly, Zhou Jiadir's mind went blank. By the time she came back to her senses, the two of them had shifted to the wide, fluffy couch. Falling softly into her schoolmate's arms, Zhou Jiadir bit her lip and grunted with mixed emotions. Schoolmate, you may not believe it when I say it. This is my first kiss. Believe it? Why don't you? Didn't you follow me on Jitterbug before? Haven't you read the comment section? They all say I'm 1,000 that's and 1,000,000 that's. There are also rumors in school. There shouldn't be anything good to say about me either. That's someone else's opinion. I have my own judgment. Subai reached out and squeezed. Senior sister is so shy. She must not have touched any men. A heartfelt joy poured over Zhou Jiadir's heart like sweet syrup. She buried her face in Subai's chest. That's right, schoolboy. You're my first man and my last. Chapter 17, The Pure Sister Who Just Fell in Love and Learned to Protect Her Food. No, sis, how did this get to the first man, last man level? We've just kissed and that's it. If anything else happens, we'll fast forward to forever, won't we? Subai couldn't help it. What are you laughing at? Stinky schoolmate Zhou Jialu pouted and hit him, her movements soft and gentle, completely unable to create any form of harm. Senior sister is so innocent. It's true that she's completely inexperienced at all. After all, Zhou Jiadir was no longer ashamed to admit it. After all, this was a very serious issue. Many men cared very much about their partner's past. Zhou Jiadir did not know if Subai would care, but to be on the safe side, she could no longer lie for the sake of her boring pride. I like that schoolteacher. After saying that, Subai once again cupped Zhou Jiadir's face. Sister, let's go out for a stroll. We have nothing to do in the afternoon anyway. Yeah. After warming up for a long time, both of them felt bored in the hotel room and went out to a nearby street. It's less busy than the IKC Plaza, where I had lunch, but there are a few quite unique stores. Subai is interested in a new Chinese bakery that has their specialty written on the sign, making products that are moderately sweet, not greasy, and incorporate enzymes to promote digestion. I ate too much meat at lunch. so I do have to digest it. Jo Deer was being held by his hand, her face overflowing with happiness and a bit of shyness. These emotions, appearing on a foxy, top-notch seductive face, are simply enviable. If I had such a sexy girlfriend, I'd be willing to trade 10 years of my life for it, but really don't. And this kind of chimera earthly body to fall in love, already reduce the life, and then reduce afraid is not directly in situ violent death. Also, alas, it's better to be single and live long. Listening to the passers-by nervous discussion, Jo Deer feel very wronged. What reduce young life she is so terrible? Obviously it's the schoolmate that's more scary, right? Just now when he was in the hotel room, just cuddling and kissing him, Jo Deer was so excited that she couldn't catch her breath and was in a daze. The entire process was purely Sue by bullying her. But, like to be bullied by schoolboys, and being bullied in a JW Marriott hotel is unique. Subai's hand was large and slightly rough, and it felt safe to be held in his large hand. Experiencing the girlfriend's perspective for the first time, every time she turned her head to look at Subai, Jo Deer's eyes would be a little surprised. What? Do I have something on my face? I just realized you're so tall. You're 5 feet 5 inches, right? Yeah. It feels like it's okay to watch those 6'5" celebrities on TV or in short videos, but when they stand next to you they feel like a tall tower. Normal. This is based on scientific research. It is said that a girl's visual system, FOV, is smaller. When looking at a distant view, the size of the target will be underestimated, and their own height is easily overestimated. In other words, a girl's self-psychological height is taller, but looking at others will make her feel shorter. There's still this kind of research. Hokage, you know so much. Jo Deer listened attentively with a look of adoration. Looking at Subai, he wanted to laugh a little. LOL, maybe that's the magic of money. He used to tell this to the women in his class when he was in high school. As a result, the other party became furious and questioned whether Subai was discriminating against women. A flurry of punches confused Subai. Sure enough, the difference between a shrimp head guy and a quality guy is completely made up in numerical values. Oh yeah, God ho. While sitting in the store eating snacks, Subai read what Chen Yusheng had sent him in the morning. A sharp comment. Jo Deer, on the other hand, took the opportunity to give the 4S store's manager Gui a vacation. Manager Gui expressed his understanding and said that if there is a plan to buy a car in the future, he would trouble Zhou to blow Mr. Su's pillow, so that he would continue to consider the Mercedes brand. What kind of pillow talk is this? Really, it's not even close. Hey, sooner or later, our Cho is so charming. Your schoolmate will be happy with you for sure. Jo Deer put down her cell phone and asked Subai, Schoolmate, are you satisfied with me? Of course, why else would I show you a hotel room with me? Hey, I took a good vacation from work, so I can stay with you all afternoon. Me too. I don't even take roll in my afternoon classes. I just skip them. Jo Deer laughed badly. School brother is not good. Just a few days after the start of the school year, skipping classes skipped so skillfully, can still successfully graduate? That's okay. When the time comes that I can't keep up with my homework, I'll trouble my senior sister to tutor me. Saying that, Subai put his hand under the table. Jo Deer's body shuddered, but it was already much more acclimatized than it had been in the beginning. Whispering delicately, Schoolboy seems to like stockings. It's very much like that. No wonder, always moving his hands. I actually prefer to do it to the other place. It's just not very convenient in public. Nasty. Following Subai's gaze, Jo Deer instantly understood what he meant and instantly lowered her head, her face burning, heart quite proud. After all, it was her proudest capital. From an early age, they are better developed than girls of their age, and when they grow up, they have an excellent shape and firmness. Ding! Detected that S-ranked goddess Jo Lu's favorability towards Subai exceeded 80 points. Intimacy binding successful. Bonus draw once. Now, spending money for Jo Deer to fulfill her indulgent thoughts will also earn the host 10 times cashback. Oh, Subai called out the system interface. According to the system's definition of goodwill, 20 points is an ordinary friend, 40 points is an important friend, 60 points is ready for a relationship, and more than 80 points is a bone-chilling hot love. As for the 90 points, it comes down to till death do us part. Subai scanned at Jo Deer and found that her favorability had soared to 85. It's not really far from till death do us part, but they've only known each other for a few hours. Let's just say it was love at first sight and see eye to eye. So, the Hokage is not a burnt wave sword as is commonly believed. Behind the lively and enthusiastic character is the courage to love and hate. Once you've decided you like someone, you commit yourself recklessly. There was one thing to say, Jo Deer's vision was also really good, and at a glance, she fell in love with Subai, who had a system on his side. Subai would certainly not let her down either. Chinese baking is really not bad. Subai bought more, let Zhou Jialu bring back to the housemates to eat. At this time, Subai did not know that the dormitory where Zhou Jiadir was located was the famous goddess dormitory. Of the 4 members, he only knew Lu Yuanyuan and Chen Yusheng. After all, Lu Yuanyuan was Shuetao's girlfriend, and Chu Mingzhi hung on to Chen Yusheng all day long. Zhou Jiadir didn't mention this either. She knew that her roommate and her were not on par in terms of beauty, so let alone talking about it. Try not to even let Subai appear in front of her roommate. Although she's only just fallen in love, Zhou Jiadir already has food guarding on her mind. Chapter 18. All these limited editions. Take them all. After walking a few steps along the street, Subai suddenly saw the LV store. I've heard a lot about you, Donkey. It should be a great luxury brand for girls. Subai knew absolutely nothing about luxury. After all, before he went to college, all he knew was to study, play games, and brush up on sand sculpture videos. In fact, most guys in this day and age are pretty much like that, aren't they? It's also the basic elements that make up the hard-working multitudes. But in the eyes of a girl, such a man is boring. Even shrimp head. The air shakes cold. The reason why Subai knows a little bit about the brand LV, thanks to the junior high school and the school idol egg pain, Read the Table brought Gui Jingming novel. Shocked to the young mind by the luxury of reporting the names of the dishes inside. Since LV is the brand with the simplest name and logo, it was given to remember. Also, where Subai lives in his old home, the opposite family is a girl of the same age. From kindergarten onwards with Subai in the same school. Sort of a childhood friend. I rambled to Subai for a long time during the summer vacation about working part-time to save up for an LV bag. As for the result, it is unknown. The girl, as early as August, broke with Subai because of an inexplicable relationship, which is considered to be a break. In response, Subai had no fluctuations. It didn't even occur to me until this moment, when I saw the LV store. Subai thought again of the new function that the system had just unlocked. Already tried it when I bought a snack for my schoolmate. Spent over 100 and got 500 back. And it does work. He noticed Chujalu looking that way as well, doing a double take at what was on the dummy model in the window. Sister, let's go in for a stroll. Subai wrapped around his sister's slender waist and expressed his thoughts. I'll buy you a bag. Ah, Zhou Jiadir froze for a moment, then waved her hand repeatedly. No need. My current bag is quite good to use, and for the time being, there is no need that I have to carry LV. If there's no demand, create it. Come on. Subai ignored his schoolmate's opinion for the time being, pulled her through the door. Welcome to LV. May I ask if this gentleman is buying something for your girlfriend? The shopping guide lady greeted her with a polite smile. There is no dog-eyed classic bridge happening. The main thing is that Subai's temperament is diffuse and relaxed. Not at all like those poor students who come to see the fun and don't buy anything. Despite his plain dress, it's long past time these days to judge a person's financial level based solely on what they wear. To synthesize. Besides, the woman beside him was young, beautiful and sexy, sparing the eyes of the guide lady who had seen many beautiful women. Much better than those tech-faced female netizens, who are simply all natural sirens. If you can make such a special creature stick to your side with love and affection, logically speaking, the man's strength must not be bad. Yes, pick a bag for her, Subai generously said. Okay sir, may I ask what are your needs? The budget had better say a 2-0. Our home is the most fully stocked LV store in the entire Jiangchang. All price points can be found to suit the style of the young lady. How? Subai asked Zhou Jiadir. The latter thought about it, and without any pretense, mused, if you want to buy it, it's best to buy one with a high rate of value retention, such as the old flower pattern style, and it's convenient to sell it secondhand. Ha ha, of course, schoolmates shouldn't need to consider this. Indeed, and what's more, if there happens to be a rare limited edition, you can get your hands on that too. It's still a limited edition then. It feels like it would satisfy a bit of a collector's fetish. Subai had an idea and turned to the shopper. Show us the limited models that are available in the store and don't have a high market stock. And for the budget, anything within $1 million. Yes, sir. The guide didn't take the idea of $1 million budget seriously, but it didn't show contempt either. Just a professional smile on his face as he showed them a few rare styles that had recently arrived. Prices range from 10,000 to 20,000 to over $100,000. Offer customers a wide range of choices, even if they end up picking the cheapest and claiming to have a very large budget just to pretend, to satisfy their pretend mentality. The guide thought so sweetly. After all, the money is a man to pay. Do not let him pretend to be happy to turn his head to other luxury brands. Is not a single loss for nothing? This, then, is the endurance path of our store's gold medal guide. The guide estimated that this little brother, I guess it is almost as good as buying a small tens of thousands for his girlfriend. So young, must be the second or even third generation of the rich. Spend the money given by parents. That must not be too much. This place, Jiangcheng is a standard second-tier city. It's not like the imperial capital of Mordor is full of rich people. The so-called rich family is considered to have a strong family if they can actually spend an average of $50,000 a month in cash flow. And this $50,000 is the entire expense, of which only a portion can be spent on women. The guide's speculations are based on years of experience as a cabinet maker. Yet Subai must be a being beyond ordinary experience. He came to Zhou Jialu's ear and said, "Sister, listen to me. Don't care about the price. Just pick what you like." Student: I know you are very satisfied with me. Also generous, but people show us as the occasional arrival of rare limited models. Not the kind of 20,000 or 30,000 can be dealt with. The good ones have to be 200,000. $200,000 is $200,000, as long as senior sister likes it. You know, my family members, besides restraining me to be poor before I go to college, have another requirement to their own women. They can't treat them poorly, otherwise it's a disgrace to the family honor. Subai had a serious face. Listening to Chujilu, he froze, couldn't help but start brainstorming again. My God, it seems that this elementary school brother, than I thought before, more unfathomable. To be honest, these few rare limited that the shopping guide lady took out are the ones that Zhou Jiadir has swiped on the little red book and liked them so much. Clothes, bags, jewelry, would have been the things that Zhou Jialu liked very much. She admits to being a vain, shallow and materialistic girl. Honestly admit it, there is nothing wrong. The vast majority of people in the world, the bones are not like this. The reason why usually will not admit it is just a group of hard mouth. How many people can there be who are truly rich in spirit and substance? Material desires are not terrible in and of themselves, as long as they can be controlled. As long as you clean up your act and don't fool around, and have self-respect and don't keep fish, you'll be fine. Zhou Jiadir's values are pretty much the same. Nowadays, she had already identified with Subai, so when Subai said that she should let go of her pick, even though she thought it was outrageous, she decided to listen to Subai. This, and this. Well, out of these three, schoolboy, just pick one. Take your pick. The bag is for you. It's not like I'm carrying it. Oops, I have to watch it even if I'm behind your back, so I have to let my younger brother enjoy it, right? Zhou Jiadir pulled Subai's hand and said in a somewhat petulant tone. That little girl's affectation made Subai suffer. At that moment, he waved his hand and said, "I'll take all three. Swipe your card." Chapter 19, from now on, the flavor belongs to you alone. These, all of them, similar lines, the guide lady had only seen at night when she came home from work and idly read the bastard's novels. In reality, it hasn't really happened. There aren't that many rich people in the world who spend money without blinking. In fact, the richer they are, the more stingy they are. Those old men who brought their mistresses to buy LV, can't wait to sneak the A-goods to the shopper to sell to the mistresses at the original price of the genuine goods and then eat the kickbacks together. Of course, the above things are practically impossible to happen. After all, living on the old man of the beautiful girls have practiced a pair of eyes. Not to mention, common luxury goods authenticity is still distinguishable. However, Subai really did it. Not only do they pay lip service, but they pull out their cards and have to pay. Guest, are you sure? Okay, sir. These three are all rare models that have been discontinued and out of stock, and hard to buy on the market. They are all first-hand goods, transferred from a special channel to stock. But you can rest assured that all the certificates are true and verifiable. According to the current price in the secondary market, they are about 160,000 yuan, 200,000 yuan and 180,000 yuan respectively. You need to pay a total of about 540,000 yuan. Understood. While Zhou Jiadir was still in a daze, Subai had already quickly completed the payment. Look forward to checking the system for rebates with great anticipation. Ding! You buy LV rare model bags for Zhou Jiadir. Surprisingly, a one-time purchase of 3 bags she coveted for a long time. These are the benchmark she set as a goal to strive for before the age of 30. I can't imagine that it will be realized so soon, triggering a 6-fold rebate with a reward of $3.24 million. Ness, Subai realized that his senior sister was his lucky star. It seems that when he was with her, the cashback multiplier he drew was quite large. Senior, this is also too. Zhou Jiadir incredulously said. You still really bought all of them? It's all been said. Trust my strength. I won't do anything to overdraw myself or treat my own people badly. One of our own. Zhou Jiadir looked at Subai once again. Her eyes were surprisingly already somewhat moved. It had only been such a short time since they had met, but for some reason, Subai had a special trust in her, a trust that touched her deep soul. She ecstatically hugged Subai for a while, and then began to try out the bags with the help of the store clerk. A bit of trepidation. After all, It was the first time I had used such an expensive object. Subai didn't understand it at all, but the system had the function of scanning items. In the systematic appraisal, all three are indeed rare items with extremely high secondary market prices. The first is a handbag from the Takashi Murakami co-branded collection, based on the classic monogram pattern. It is infused with vibrant colors and artistic design, and comes with a detachable shoulder strap, gold padlock and bow key holder for a classic and playful style. As Takashi Murakami has ended his collaboration with LV, the collection is an out-of-print limited edition, rare and with appreciation potential on the secondary market. The second is a customized LV Capucine's rare leather model, nothing to write home about. The third, a hard case bag, abducts the same model as Zero, the one that brought fire on the runway. These three ladies' bags correspond to three styles, lively and casual, elegant and retro, and are suitable for matching with corresponding styles of clothes out on the street. As for which one is best, it's hard to say. Jo Deer did have a hard time choosing, so she asked Subai to help her pick. She didn't think that Subai would choose to buy them all. Spending $500,000 on her bag in one fell swoop just sounds a little too abstract, but Subai really did the abstraction thing with a disinterested face. In fact, Subai is not really without fluctuations. Inwardly in the end there is still a little excited. Spending $500,000 in one breath is a first in life. What's more, the order helped him make close to $3 million. School brother, do you know, this bag, when I used to swipe online, I thought if I have a successful career in the future out of the world, I must find a way to buy one and reward myself. Jo Deer, who was carrying her bag and stinking in the mirror, murmured with her eyes in a bit of a trance. Then, somewhat embarrassedly, he glanced at Subai. Isn't schoolmate very unproductive? What's so unproductive about it? One has to have a goal to strive for, no matter what it is. As long as it doesn't break the law, it's all good. Aha, schoolboy has a sweet mouth. Saying that, Jo Deer stood on her tiptoes and hooked Subai's neck, tenderly offering a kiss. The intertwining of gentleness and flirtatiousness made Subai incomparably happy. The clerks politely averted their eyes, but they couldn't help but envy the separation of the plasmic walls. Where on earth can you find such a trenchant boyfriend who is also young and handsome, I ask? If Jo Deer's face and body weren't so oppressive, a few of the young ladies in the store right now would probably already be thinking about digging in. $500,000 in cash, but anyone who fancies themselves rich can afford it. But $500,000 for 3 bags is outrageous. It belongs to a scene that most people will never see in their lifetime. Jo Deer was cozy with Subai for a while before she finally realized that she was shy in front of so many people. So wrap up your stuff and flee the store in a hurry. As a result, just as the two were about to go out, Subai suddenly said something that once again shattered the shopkeeper's 3 views. Come what may, why don't you go buy some more watches, just to match the bag you just bought? No, man, are you speaking Chinese? What do you mean, buy some ING watches? What about stocking Casio watches here? But the shopkeepers pondered. According to Just Buy a Bag embodies the spending habits, afraid that the budget to be millions of. Where did this kid pop out of? The money printer became a genius to say yes. I don't know, but it feels like he's good looking and talks politely. Probably the young master of some prominent family. Terrifying as hell. Is there a shortage of maids in the young master's house? You can adore. People recruit maids to look good when they smile. Why don't you look in the mirror? Even though I don't look good when I smile, I look funny, outside. Jo Deer persuaded. Don't buy anything else La. With these, I'm already satisfied. After all, we've only just gotten together, and I haven't paid anything for my schoolmate. That's fine. Some other time then. After wandering around some more, the two returned to the hotel. Jo Deer once again took out her bag and looked in the mirror to stink. Leave the vintage and elegant bags for now. The brightly colored one is the best for everyday carry. After all, it's still a college girl, in her early 20s, so she doesn't have to be like those little red book celebrities. Hard to concave that wide wife style. Subai probably doesn't like that either. It's better to be natural. Oh schoolmate, now that you've bought me my struggling dream, my life is going to lose its purpose. How are you going to be responsible for that? Putting her bag aside, Jo Deer was facing Subai and sitting on his lap. Thus Subai's eyes were filled with a vast bosom. Well, then don't confine your goals to making money. Find something you want to do. I'm with you, Subai said, picked up his cell phone and instantly transferred $100,000 to her. From now on, $100,000 a month in pocket money should be enough to spend, right? Enough, definitely enough. He. Although she knew that she had to remain reserved according to normal thoughts at times like this, Jo Deer couldn't help but giggle. Oops, life seems to be in easy mode now. No need to be anxious about employment or saving money or anything else. But she was also clear that by becoming Subai's woman, she had obligations to fulfill. Then I'll tell the 4S store side tomorrow. Job quit. By the way, I'm not going to do the jitterbug number. I'll delete all the videos as soon as possible. Subai was a bit stunned. Senior sister, you're so decisive. You've arranged it all so quickly. Yeah, schoolmates are so nice to me. Of course I have to be a little bold. After all, Joja dear came to Subai's ear, kissed it lightly, and said in a flirtatious manner, from now on, only you will be burned yo. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. This time, the killing power was too great, so even Subai, who possessed Sigma's aura, was a bit unable to top it. Hokage. I'm sorry I'm going to make a mistake with you. Chapter 20 Escorting online to offline. Couple's room. Won't really wait that long. The male lead is steadily progressing in getting the girl, and soon we'll get to the part that we all want to see. So don't worry, folks, it's a bit of a shame that I didn't get to take the schoolgirl today. Zhou Jialu felt that the two had only just met, too fast. The first time should come a little more solemn. Maybe this is the sense of ceremony of the girls. Subai agreed. After all, it was his first time too. Agreeing with his mouth, he was thinking something else. The last step can be left out for now, and the rest of the rubbing enjoyment can't be shortchanged for little Subai. The panel shows that Zhou Jialu's needs in that area are very strong, and I guess it's also because she held back the first 3 years of college. Subai was prepared to take a gradual approach, using various intimate ways to eat his schoolmate step by step. The agreement between her mouth and Zhou Jialu was that she would dedicate herself to Subai more than a month later, on Zhou Jialu's birthday. How many days it actually takes depends on Subai's maneuvering. A good meal is eaten one bite at a time. There's no rush. Subai decided that when the time came, he would make his senior sister beg him to complete the final step ahead of schedule. Evil and delightful plans had loomed in his mind. Subai's fire had already been stirred up by her. The school sister who was wind-burned on the outside but pure love on the inside was just too much for his eyes. Zhou Jiadir was also very sweet, considering that he couldn't suffer little Subai, so with her dexterous hands she accomplished her dream. Originally, Subai was hoping to use her strong capital, but her schoolmate was too shy and said that she would try new tricks next time. Anyway, after a while, Subai paralyzed on the sofa and let out a long breath of bad air. Refreshing, heads a little empty. Enter the time period of thinking about the universe. Life and entropy increasing hot silence. Zhou Jiadir went back to school, saying she was meeting her roommate for dinner. It was also good that for dinner Subai was going to explore other methods of swiping cashback. There are some methods that are just not appropriate to bring a schoolmate along for the ride. 3 bags bought for Zhou Jiadir, 2 of which are temporarily placed here in Subai. Get the dormitory always feel unsafe. The only one that is suitable for everyday use is that brightly colored style that Chojadir carries on her back. Said she was carrying such an expensive bag so that all the other men would know she was in charge and wouldn't bother her. Then what if people think you're adopted because of that? Subai asked. It's fine. Anyway, there have always been rumors that I've been spoiled by rich old men. I'm not afraid of being discredited. Zhou Jiadir rubbed herself against Subai with a happy face. It's a school sister's luck to be adopted by a school brother. Thinking back to the happy little woman affectation on Zhou Jialu's face when she said those words, Subai was satisfied. While Subai was thinking about life, the system rang again. Ding! Zhou Jialu's favorability has increased. Current favorability, 90. Detected a goodwill breakthrough of 90. Rewarded with 1 lucky draw chance. Currently there are a total of 2 lucky draw chances. No, sis, that's what it takes to be faithful? I don't know if it's because Subai spends enough money on her and fiercely enough, or if Zhou Jiadir herself is very innocent, or maybe it was a very metaphysical love at first sight. Maybe there are all kinds of factors. It's a complicated thing. This relationship thing doesn't matter. Always raffle. 2 consecutive chances to draw a prize made Subai rub his fists together, and so on. Better to take a shower, bathe and dress before smoking. In fact, in general, in slightly larger cities, there's a decent chance that non-chain hotels in the suburbs are equipped with working bathtubs, but the hygiene of that bathtub is not complimentary. Like a hotel of Marriott's caliber, at least the bathtubs are taken care of seriously. Subai beautifully soaked a bath, wearing a bathrobe in the direction of the river to worship the god of wealth, the sense of ceremony to do enough, before clicking on the system interface draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who won $1 million in cash in the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've won the primary body strengthening liquid. Description: primary body strengthening liquid will adjust the host's body to a state of complete health, with all physical quality indicators reaching the excellent level of adult males, and the original strengths being additionally strengthened. This one's good. The just past year of senior high school life had caused Subai's body to fall into a more or less sub-healthy state. Chronic gastritis, cervical spondylosis, and herniated discs are all common conditions for high school students these days. It can't be helped. The college entrance exam is too competitive and studying is too hard. Why don't they all say that all the people studying in college these days are crunchy college students? There's no way a body can't be brittle when high school is built that way. With this fortifying liquid, it's just the thing to improve your health. As for the enhancement of physical quality, it also made Subai look forward to it. Which man didn't want to have a strong physique? Subai glanced at the detailed description of the reinforcing liquid and instantly summoned it. Small Coke-sized glass bottles containing a clear, colorless liquid. One drink. Sweet and silky, very refreshing flavor that seems to absorb as soon as it enters the mouth. Subai then lay down on the bed. There are no side effects like being all hot and bothered, expelling black sludge, crackling tendons, or anything like that. After just a short sleep, about an hour later, Subai opened his eyes, and the entire world seemed to have subtly changed. First of all, the sense of sight and hearing became sharper. Secondly, it is the kind of energetic feeling in the body. The last time I experienced it or before I went to high school. Since entering the day and night reading and doing problems, the body is getting worse day by day, but now it is back to the peak. Not right, much stronger than at that time. In the mirror, looking at the much optimized body, Subai struck a few bodybuilder poses, very satisfied. In terms of body measurements, there's definitely a gap compared to real gym guys, but that kind of muscularity that's too exaggerated isn't good either. It's still more aesthetically pleasing to be more coordinated like this now. Subai doesn't want to practice to become Arnold's kind of head top tip for the sake of physical quality. Handsome a little better. By this time, it was getting dark and evening outside. Subai's stomach was also hungry. Direct room service and order a Western dinner set. Never had it. Taste it. Since he still wanted to drive out for the evening, Subai didn't ask for red wine. The classic Western trio of appetizers, soups and cutlets served with accompanying bread. I can't say enough about how delicious the famous ingredients are paired with the mild seasoning. Before the meal was finished, Chen Yuxing's message was sent over again. Rain break, playing games at night? Crispy white goose, fight, I'll call you when I'm ready. Rain break, aha, rain break, then I go out to find a place. Dormitory roommates in. Inconvenient. Crispy goose, goose underscore okay, rain break, cat rolling. Subai reckoned. Tonight he was just going to stay. The hotel is up, and the laptop that can play games is still in the dorm room. Too lazy to go back and get it. Can't play LOL on an Apple laptop. It feels so weird. There's a sense of dissonance in reading tomato fast food webcomics on a premium ink screen e-reader. So Subai searched the map and found that there was an internet cafe just downstairs from this hotel. It is a very good environment in the internet cafe. The reviews generally say that there is no smell of smoke. The machine is new, and there are a lot of places, even in the peak period, can have empty seats. Subai searched for a moment, probably because this place is slightly far away from the main campus of Jiangnan University. Coupled with the high charges, students basically will not come here to surf the internet. The neighborhood, which is also a high-end community, has a much lower demand for people in high-end neighborhoods to use internet cafes. Great. Well, let's hang out here all night. I do not know whether the internet cafe has a recharge activity. How much to Subai cashback? A few thousand. Nowadays, Subai has already gotten used to the thinking of the indulgent system of God's rich. All kinds of wool gathering. Only when Chen Yuxing said she was ready did Subai go downstairs and follow the door number on the map to find the internet cafe. Just as I entered, I saw the familiar figure who was paying the bill at the counter. Both sides stare at each other for a moment. It was still Subai who spoke first. No, sis, you came all the way out here to beat the list? It's because it's far away from the school that you can't run into acquaintances. Chen Yuxing's pretty face slightly reddened and said, You're the one. How did you appear here? Oh, I'm staying at the hotel upstairs tonight, so I'll be playing games here by the way. The hotel upstairs seems to be very upscale. I'm afraid it's $1,000 a night, isn't it? Chen Yuxing didn't know much about this piece, but with Subai's level of wealth, it wouldn't be strange to stay in a 5-star hotel. Suddenly, she thought of something and said a little happily, Since we met by chance, why don't we just open a couple's private room? This internet cafe has a couple's private room. It was only after I said it that I realized it wasn't very appropriate. Then he lowered his head and squirmed, not daring to look at Subai. Chapter 21. What's the point of having a traditional relationship when you're a godly man? The couple's room is good. What's so good about it? The nice thing is that the two computers are side by side. Small room, big ambiguity. When the little door is closed, no one is loved. Subai is aware of. Some students, net addiction is heavier. Love to find a net cafe date. Directly carry out a small couple suite double row. The bold ones even save money on the room. The evolution of this kind of thing to a little more high-end form is the gaming hotel, which is of course a step up in price. Subai will not be troubled by the price problem now, but with Chen Yuxing's character of social fear, the gaming hotel is afraid that it is difficult to accept. But the couple's private room, slightly twisted, or followed Subai in. The main thing is that Subai directly charged $5,000 at the front desk, and the store is carrying out an activity, charging $5,000 to get $5,000 free. Then Subai said that when he came here to hack in the future, he would directly spend the money in this card of his. At first Chen Yuxing refused, but Subai followed the good advice, saying that since I hired you, I have to provide you with good working conditions. You spend my money in the internet cafe, just like the boss to open a company to pay for the rent of the office space. It's only natural. Do the employees have to pay for the rent of the office building? Chen Yuxing thought for a second. There doesn't seem to be any problem. As a straight woman in science and engineering, she was very logical, and since Subai had convinced her with logic, she had no choice but to obediently follow Subai into the couple's private room. Boot. On the clock. Not right. On the machine. You went to pick up your car this morning? Right. So what are you doing this afternoon? Chen Yuxing looked at Subai's puzzled expression, and added with a slightly flushed face, I don't mean to get to the bottom of this. I'm just curious. Well, just talk. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. It's okay, they are all friends. It's normal to share the daily routine. In the afternoon in shopping, also bought some snacks. I brought over. Later playing games, playing hungry can eat. Subai placed the treats from that Chinese bakery on the table between his and Chen Yuxing's monitors. This Netflix snack not to mention, the sale is really looking good. Chen Yuxing clearly made the sound of swallowing saliva, but was still straining his expressionless face. I'm not hungry. Oh, I'm better too. Come on, happy hour has begun. Exciting game time always passes quickly, and by the time Subai comes back to his senses, the 2 hours of agreed upon playtime with him is almost over. That room service I ordered for dinner was really not very filling, and it's only after 9 p.m. and I'm actually hungry. Subai reached out to touch the box of treats, only to touch an empty box. No, sis, when did you eat it? Subai did not notice it at all. Chen Yuxing? There are maneuvers. When his gaze fell on Chen Yuxing, the latter looked like she was playing dumb. Embarrassed by Subai's look, he only muttered in a low voice, sorry, I accidentally ate it all. Harm, what's there to be embarrassed about? You came over without dinner? Eat? That's eating too little. Is there really a shortage of money to this extent? It's not that I'm so short of money that I can't afford to eat, it's just that I've been so busy lately that I don't have an appetite. That snack of yours is so delicious. Chen Yuxing licked his lips and couldn't get enough of it, like a greedy cat that had been hungry for days. The cute look was a strong contrast to the cool appearance. Subai's mind moved and said, then I'll take you to get an appetizer. Go, have a late-night snack together. Chen Yuxing had wanted to refuse. Subai invited her for a late-night snack, and it would cost her extra money. Though Subai doesn't lack that much money, I guess. It was purely because Chen Yuxing's self-esteem was more vigorous. Ever since her mother had gotten sick, Chen Yuxing had experienced a lot of society's malice. While the exact opposite was true, Subai had already given her too much goodwill. Good people shouldn't be held at gunpoint, and good men shouldn't be treated like ATMs. In the face of Chen Yuxing's tangled hesitation, Subai gives the solution. Opened WeChat and transferred $400 to her. Chen Yuxing? I'll send you a list. Eat hot pot with me. First based on 2 hours. The same price as playing games. This is not good. What's wrong with that? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Not worried about that. Okay. Chen Yuxing showed obedience. Subai said to eat hot pot? That hot pot. I guess it is not much expensive. Come to the underground parking lot of this building. The sound of an unlocked Mercedes-Benz GLE, combined with the flashing lights and the black, imposing and dominating silhouette, floated rather oppressively in the darkness of the underground parking lot. Luxury cars, especially SUVs with a higher stance, do have an inexplicable sense of oppression for those who have seen less of them. Is this the car you picked up this morning? So beautiful. Chen Yuxing suddenly thought of something, stood beside the car for a moment in thought, and asked, can I sit in the passenger seat? What's there not to sit on? Subai was happy. I've heard that the passenger side is for girlfriends or wives, not just for other girls. So what? I don't have a girlfriend. When he said this, Subai's mind inexplicably floated to the figure of senior sister Zhou Jiaolu. There's one to say. I don't think he's ever said that Hokage is his girlfriend. It's all God's hose, and there's no such thing as a traditional relationship. Wouldn't it be nice to have a few more confidants? Chen Yuxing is cute and adorable. Accompanying him to play games, Zhou Jia dear wind burns contrast. Accompanying him to go shopping. You've got the long legs. She's got the big bear. Each occupies a different track and does not interfere with each other. Beautiful. On the romance front, Sue White is a staunch Viking. You don't have a girlfriend? Well, that's okay. Only then did Chen Yuxing feel relieved to get into the car. If Subai had a girlfriend, then she definitely had to keep her distance. But Sue White said no. It couldn't help but cause Chin Yushing's heart to be flooded with some superfluous thoughts. Rambling, soon the car drove to the place where the hot pot was served. Looking at the imposing restaurant doorway in front of her, Chen Yushing spat out, "This place, is it really for hot pot? It doesn't feel quite like it. And what does it look like? Like that expensive and awful Western food. Ha 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 ha." Indeed, Subai laughed, "But I asked my friend. This store is delicious. It serves a rather special sour soup hot pot, a special flavor from the southwest. It can help you improve your appetite." Oh, walking into the store, Chen Yushing immediately smelled the sour soup hot pot. The stomach burst into a tiring sigh of longing to be filled. A little embarrassed in being the first time she'd ever been in a high-end dining establishment like this, she kept her head down and kept to herself. Social terrorism is like that. It does not matter. Anyway, Subai to arrange a good. The menu looks good to come to a share. The whole table luxury set meal. High-end hot pot. Basically the magic city of the foreign house hot pot brought up the trend. This wind is now blowing to the Jiangcheng. The form may have changed, such as sour soup specialties, but its core elements to support the price has not changed. High-class dining environment, high-class service, and high-class ingredients. Chapter 22, $8,000 a meal for work. When Subai ordered the food, Chen Yushing was still shrinking in social fear. It wasn't until a few plates of seafood that looked just as pricey were served that Chen Yushing realized that this hot pot was not at all the same concept as the one she had envisioned. There's no need to be so ostentatious. What kind of waste is this? Besides, I want to eat. You're just eating with me. Why do you still care what I eat? Put yourself in the right position. Chen students. Looking at Subai's fake serious face, Chen Yushing knew that he didn't want her to dwell on the issue of price. She had to swallow and accompany Subai to eat. Soon the bottom of the pot came up, and the orange-red sour broth was bright against the warm light. When heated, the sour and spicy smell with ginger flavor gradually wafts into the nose. Now that's some real drooling. Looking at Chen Yushing's finger-licking but unable to let go, Subai picked up a plate of snacks and placed it in front of her. "You eat first. You eat too. I've had the seafood for lunch. I don't really need it right now. Just eat it." Oh, Chen Yushing looked down at the elegant tableware in a celadone porcelain color scheme. The plate was large, but there wasn't much in it. The golden fried things piled up into tiny piles. Is it seafood? Yes, it's got king crab legs in it, the way tempura does. I thought it was a little crispy. She tasted it and her eyes lit up and her little mouth couldn't stop moving. Subai looked at her with a smile, and until Chen Yushing realized that she was shy from her outburst, the boy's face was still smiling gently. "Don't pretend to be a lady when you're in my place, alright? Eat when you want to and eat enough to give me the strength to play with you." "Well, thanks." With the addition of shabu-shabu meat and vegetables, Chen Yushing gradually let go. Also a bit of a broken heart. After all, have finished Subai's box of snacks. The attribute of foodie has been exposed, and there's no point in pretending anymore. Taking a step back, her and Subai's hobbies that were niche and seldom shown to the public overlapped, and it didn't seem like it would be too hard to accept to eat a hot pot meal from him. After all, he was really rich, so that said, taking advantage of him a little bit, in turn, made Chen Yushing less psychologically burdened. Girls are really moral creatures. They are extremely reluctant to spend time in a state of inner guilt. Often even if they can't return the other person's goodness, they will find an excuse to mentally get by and paralyze themselves. Not criticizing, human nature is like that. The meal lasted an hour and a half, with the two filling their bellies and getting into a heated discussion about a recently published niche detective comic. When the waiter was serving the food, he heard the two handsome girls discussing the scene of the crime. Hide, sure, run away and so on, and his face rose up with a look of respect, and silently retreated far away. "I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that." "Nice guy. I thought it was two rich student couples, but I didn't realize it was a gold medal fighter and a princess of the road." "Ah, disrespectful, 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 disrespectful. I'll give you a ride back to school." After the meal, Subai led Chen Yushing to the side of the Mercedes-Benz GLE before proposing to send her back. Not caring if she said yes or no, he went straight into the driver's side and gestured for her to get in. Chen Yushing bit her lip and agreed. The meal had given her a good meal. Her stomach was full. She was getting sleepy, and the thought of having to squeeze the subway plus walk back to school filled her with intense inertia. At a time like this, there was a large, spacious, comfortable and luxurious Mercedes-Benz in front of her, as well as Subai, whose smile was warm and elegant, giving her a strong sense of security. It doesn't take much struggle to tip the scales of thought. Tomorrow is Friday, right? I signed up for a bit too many classes during the day, so I guess I'll still play games at night, Subai said. Alright, then I'll come over at night. Chen Yushing nodded. What kind of late-night snack do you want to eat? There's no need to rush. Think about it and WeChat me. I'll make a reservation in advance then. On the bright side, by Sue White's definition, This late-night snack was considered a working meal. Alas, this work experience is too good, Chen Yuxing silently lamented. Internet cafe couples between the computer. The configuration is quite high. The graphics card is 4070s, then Chen Yuxing's own laptop 3060 much stronger. Not to mention the superb upper-class nightcap. She'd seen the check, and the meal, plus service charges, had cost over $8,000. Just NMB outrageous. Of course, considering that the minimum consumption of this box was 3,800, it didn't seem to be a problem, and in terms of Subai's level of consumption, it was certainly impossible to spend money by sticking to the line of low consumption. Speaking of which, Subai's spending habits are really mysterious. Wear more than 100 shoes, eat more than 8,000 hot pot, give a person a very casual feeling. Lousy Egypt bar dry what to do. This kind of spontaneity, to a certain extent, infected Chen Yuxing, making her feel at ease staying by Subai's side. A rare and enjoyable time these days. Subai drove the car to a small gate on the west side of Jiangcheng University. It's sparsely populated, and it makes sense to drop off the social terrorist Chen Yuxing here. And the small gate isn't far from the girls' dormitory. When she left, Chen Yuxing was still a bit reluctant to leave and looked back. The car was still parked there, not restarting and leaving until her figure had completely disappeared inside the school. The corners of the girl's lips curled into a rare smile. At this time, on the plastic pedestrian walkway near Xiaoximen, a boy in a tracksuit stared at the distant Mercedes-Benz GLE with a face full of horror, rubbing his eyes hard. If he wasn't mistaken, the girl he saw coming down from the car just now was Chen Yuxing from the goddess dormitory? It's not right, is it? It's the middle of the night. At once the boys brainstormed a number of topics that would be pleasing to the eating public. But it's also just brainstorming. Didn't go to any public platform to preach. There is also nothing to proclaim. That goddess dormitory. Except for the mediocre face value Lu. Called Lu, what was it? Boys forget the name. In short, the other three goddesses are widely circulated all kinds of bad rumors. After all, there are a lot of girls who are jealous of them. And the guys see rumors that automatically turn on the prosthetic eye staring frame mode and identify them as fake. Besides, even if the goddesses were taken down by Fu, it's not something unacceptable. The way of the world. At best, you can wail a few times and vent your emotions. The problem that really made the boy care was that one of his high school classmates, who also attended Jiangcheng University like him, that classmate was extremely obsessed with Chen Yuxing. So the boys found their classmate's WeChat. Brother, I'm running outside, and just now I saw Chen Yuxing coming down from a luxury car, seemingly quite happy. Asterisk. How did you get back in seconds? So fast. Haha, didn't expect it. I installed a plugin on my phone. As long as the topic of Chen Yuxing is involved in the messages I receive, a special beep will ring out. Is this the strength of the computer science department? It's scary as hell. The boys were stunned. Then his classmate quickly replied, "You're looking at it wrong. You must be looking at it wrong. How can Chen Yuxing go back to school so late? At this time of the day, she must be working part-time in the lab. It's not a buddy. I'm really not mistaken. Did you take a picture? Didn't make it. You're talking nonsense without a picture. I'm going to study. Don't defame my goddess again." Seeing this, the boys gave a helpless smile and shook their heads. Alas, lickspittle, incorrigible. Chapter 23. How rich is the schoolmate's boyfriend? Some time ago, the school cafeteria. Sister, here, Lu Yuan, who had taken her place in advance, waved her hand to greet Zhou Jiadir. The delicate figure that walked in style attracted the attention of countless people. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little envious. Alas, if only she was as pretty as Zhou Jiadir. In that case, there must be a lot of quality boys surrounding her in school. She will be able to pick and choose without delay and take care of the man of her dreams before she graduates. It's not like now, when you've come into contact with so many guys in your freshman year. They're all crooked. Either their families are too poor or their face value is just too much for them to swallow. Well, actually, Zito doesn't go down very well. But hold your nose for a moment and make do. Mostly because there's no better option for the time being. Lu Yuan believes that the girl's youth is short. To seize the time to enjoy, in the enjoyment at the same time riding the donkey to find a horse, is the optimal solution. Zito was the one she had chosen, a temporary springboard. However, it seems that Sister Joe doesn't even want a springboard. Said he had never met anyone he really liked since the beginning, either. I'm sure all the big girls have high spirits. Just as Lu Yuan was lamenting, Zhou Jiadir gradually approached. That's what made Lu Yuan see the bag she was carrying. Colorful, bright but not gaudy, but rather a unique artistic touch. It goes well with Zhou Jialu's lively and enthusiastic temperament. Wow, sister, is this your new bag? It's so pretty. Aha. At that, Zhou Jiadir got shy. From my boyfriend. Lu Yuan's eyes widened and her entire body was shocked. No, sis, Just now she was chanting about Joja dear not falling in love, only to be told right away that her senior sister was in love? It is true that the elders of the family said right Jiangcheng this place, permeated with an evil spirit. No way. Really? Sister, when did you have a boyfriend? It feels so sudden. I also feel quite abrupt. Sit down first, talk while eating. I'll go to get food first. Okay, I'll wait for my senior to report back to me. Lu Yuan obediently nodded her head and sat down with a gossipy expression on her face. What an excellent man it must be to be able to make senior sister Joe look at, and an existence that progressed to a boyfriend/girlfriend relationship so quickly. Soon, school sister Joe returned with a plate of green vegetables, didn't even buy rice. I was too full from eating seafood with subai at noon, so I'll just eat whatever I want for dinner. Otherwise I'll grow some meat. Although she had always prided herself on her fleshy figure, she couldn't become bloated. She had to be thin where she needed to be. Sister, let me ask first, this boyfriend you found, he should be very rich, right? The question Lu Yuan asked when she came up was very much in line with her personality. Previously, when she and Zhou Jialu were chatting at night in the dormitory, they had mentioned many times that they definitely wanted to find a rich boyfriend in the future. In her opinion, economic strength is the core value of a man. As long as there is enough money, what face value personality education can tolerate? Well, Zhou Jiadir shyly nodded her head, admitting like this seems to seem a bit gold digging, but, since she has come back carrying this Takashi Murakami co-branded handbag, she actually inwardly thought of showing it off. I knew it, this bag of yours is LVO, and it looks like it shouldn't be cheap. I remember like I swiped it somewhere. Wait, let me find it. Lu Yuan gave an operation on her cell phone. Suddenly, he jolted and covered his mouth with a scream. My gosh, senior sister, this one of yours shouldn't be that super expensive co-branded one, which has been discontinued in sales for more than 150,000 yuan in the secondary market. Mamma mia, it's the first time I've seen such an expensive bag in reality. Hope you're too excited too. Don't scare the students passing by. Zhou Jiadira based do not six face. The heart has a kind of pretentious secret pleasure. As if nothing happened said, he does have a bit of economic strength. Today we determined the relationship well. And then he said to buy me. I actually do not want, but he said, I carry this bag can naturally scare off other suitors. He. Hiss, it seems to make sense. As Lu Yuan who dreamed of marrying a rich man, she quickly understood what Zhou Jialu meant. The use value of the bag at this price point doesn't match that price at all. Pure and simple rich people's toys. But Zhou Jialu's spending habits has always been the extent of the commoner girls, suddenly carrying 160,000 yuan bag, in the eyes of others, must be talking about a super powerful boyfriend. Yeah, but, if senior sister is so open, will it make those little people with ulterior motives say something bad about you? Like, say you found a broad old man. Lu Yuan's concern is actually very much in line with the views of the general public. In this society nowadays, it's getting harder and harder for young people to make a name for themselves. There are rich kids, but they are limited in number. It's usually not that bold out of the gate. In everyone's impression, those who subsidize female college students are more often bald and pot-bellied middle-aged or even elderly dirt bosses. Zhou Jiadir laughed easily, writing, not afraid. Hey, let others be jealous. I'll just enjoy my own life. Lu Yuan instantly became somewhat enlightened and became even more excited. Sister, listening to you, your boyfriend should be in good condition in other aspects as well? Well, pretty handsome. Chujilu was being a little conservative. I'm afraid to give Lu Yuan so much excitement that she'll have a heart attack on the spot in the cafeteria. Just kidding, Hope is her only best friend at school. If she has a heart attack, she'll be heartbroken. Waiting for Lu Yuan's emotions to calm down a bit, Zhou Jialu continued. And younger than me. Now Lu Yuan was really not calm. After checking the price of the bag, she had already had a preconceived notion that her schoolmate's boyfriend, at least, had to be a socialite in his late 20s, almost 30. Odds are it's a 30 or 40-year-old. The fact that it's $160,000 right out of the gate suggests that the amount of money being spent out each month must be at least on the level of the big hundreds of thousands of dollars. Lu Yuan guessed that it should be the owner of a more powerful company. The kind where the family has a background too. The answer given by her schoolmate, however, threw her for a loop. I can't believe I'm younger than my schoolmate? Doesn't that mean that the other person is still a current college student? No, that's a bit anticlimactic. Lu Yuan has a good idea of how much pocket money the rich kids at school receive each month, and the family assets that correspond to that amount. She discussed it with some of her sisters in finance and also went on Little Red Book to research the information. It's common for high net worth families to have over $10,000 in basic living expenses. However, If there is more, it will not be given casually. Parents will usually ask what the money is for, or simply let the child swipe a credit card in the parent's name, so that every purchase is clear. Perhaps the amount of discretionary funds will expand to the 50,000, or even 100,000 scale. The corresponding income at home must be higher. But you want a rich kid to spend $160,000 on a bag for his girlfriend? Almost got it. His mom may not even be able to part with such a nice bag. It's one thing to be able to afford it. It's another to tolerate such lavish spending. Besides, it's just a gift from the district. Putting it all together, the schoolmarm's boyfriend, $1 million a month in pocket money, bottomed out. After clearing her thinking, Lu Yuan had an epiphany. No wonder Zhou Jiadir's face was filled with sweet smiles ever since they met. These days are, indeed, going to be sweet. Chapter 24. Lu Yuan's rage against her boyfriend. Sister, can you reveal a little bit? Your boyfriend should also be a college student. Is he from our school, or is he from a foreign school? Lu Yuan asked curiously. Zhou Jiadir had long pondered what answer to give to her best friend to this question. From Subai's style, it was obvious that he liked to keep a low profile. If he wanted to, he could easily dress up all expensive. The kind of thing that even people who didn't know about luxury brands could tell at a glance that they were rich. But he doesn't. Instead, he wears cheap FMCG brands like Uniqlo and H&M, or amalgamated goods, like most college students. Therefore, Zhou Jiadir planned to not introduce Subai to the people in the school. For the time being, there's a little heart hidden in there, too. After all, Subai was too good, and it was good to hide it so as not to attract other girls to plot against him. I'm sorry, oh Hope, my boyfriend is more low-key. He usually doesn't show his wealth. I'd rather not talk about his specifics. I can only tell you, well, the school he goes to isn't very good, but he's got a great personality, and he and I talk a lot. That's so. It's fine. It's understandable. Lu Yuan heatedly giggled. If I talked about a super excellent boyfriend, I'm afraid I'd also be covering up and hiding him from my girlfriends. Well, geez, why don't you eat a few bites of rice first? It's getting cold. Ah, really? I got so excited talking to my senior sister that I forgot to eat. At this time, Lu Yuan suddenly felt hungry, and did not push more, and hurried to eat. Zhou Jiadir also took out that Netflix snack to share. While eating, Lu Yuan didn't forget to take a picture of the ridiculously expensive bag and send it to her boyfriend Shuetao. The dormitory sister fell in love. The boyfriend gave her a good beautiful bag. Oh, alas, when can I use this class of bag? Although Zhou Jialu said that she would not introduce her boyfriend to them, Zhou Jialu meant to take the initiative to release the signal that she already had a famous woman. So, Lu Yuan saying this to her boyfriend was perfectly in line with the requirements of her schoolmates. At this moment, male dormitory 7 building 510, Chu Mingjie used his cell phone to connect to his computer and drummed away. No buddy, all classes are over and still so diligent. Ah, what code are you writing? Shuetao couldn't help but ask. It's just the beginning of freshman year. Could it be that the dormitory is already going to give birth to an involution pussy? Chu Mingjie smiled slightly. Made a small plug-in myself for reminding me to pay attention to Chen Yuxing. Don't you pay attention to your goddess every minute of every day? Do you need to be reminded of that? If someone mentions Chen Yuxing in the group chat, or private chat that I joined, or if there is relevant content in my circle of friends, the plugin will trigger a special beep. Chu Mingjie said fervently. Timeliness of information is very important. Sometimes by finding the right entry point, you can seize that fleeting opportunity to enter the heart of the goddess. Shelter from the sand and wind now. Shuetao rolled his eyes straight up. Who master this is also too sick. Other licking dog at most is the degree of disease is a little more serious. However, Chu Mingjie vaguely already have a little behavioral artist flavor. He disdained. What fleeting opportunity? Ah, all nonsense. If I say in college to flirt with girls is very simple, as long as you are willing to spend money, and then provide some facilities on the line. For example, right, you have to have a car. It's so convenient to drive a girl out. That instantly separates you from the other suitors. Take me, for example, I drive a Maiden, a joint venture B-segment car, spacious and comfortable. Wang Haoren, who was in the middle of his own table's liver source god, moved his shoulders. He's holding back a laugh. When Shuetao began to talk about his experience in flirting with girls, Wang Haoren had already predicted that his next silky little streak would come next. Within 3 sentences, it inevitably segued into his beloved Maiden. It turned out that Wang Haoren had already figured out the temperament of the 2 housemates. In addition to local, another obvious label on Shuetao is Maiden. The thief loved to show off and sometimes drove his beloved car from his dorm to the other end of the school for ideological and educational activities. That's why, in addition to the nickname local, sometimes his classmates also call him Brother Maiden. But then again, a college student driving a car that's close to $200, 000 is really good enough. After all, using a car, owning a car, and parking in the city can be a significant expense. The average family can't really afford it. The car does give Zito an advantage as well. When the military training had just ended, there were girls from other majors who had sent people to ask about Xuetao. Let's just say that there is an audience for Xuetao's pompous style. Plugs with plugs, kingpins with green beans. No surprise, Wang Haoren remembers that Su Bai said he went up there to pick up a car. I don't know what grade it is either, but according to Su Bai's current level of godliness, it must be better than the maiden, right? Just as Xuetao was gushing, a message from his girlfriend Lu Yuan was sent over. It caused Xuetao's brows to furrow and his face to change. How did the locals stop? Keep talking, Wang Haoren asked. He hadn't heard enough fun. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys remember that schoolmate from my girlfriend's dorm, right? Remember Zhou Jia dear, one of the three goddesses, should be in her senior year this year? Known as the sexiest school flower in the history of Jiangchang University. For the goddess dormitory, Chu Mingzhi was as familiar with it. What? Sister Zhou is in love. Oh, wow. When these words came out, Chu Mingzhi and Wang Haoren were both a bit surprised. It is said that school sister is very demanding. In Jiangchang University stayed for 3 years, countless suitors have not been off the single, and now it is actually very sudden to have a boyfriend. I didn't even hear anything about it before. I guess I've talked to someone with a lot of money, and today Sister Zhou came back carrying an LV bag. This brand seems to be very expensive, right? Wang Haoren said. Even if he was completely ignorant of luxury goods, he had heard of LV's famous name. Expensive the basic models are thousands of tens of thousands of dollars. A little unique design. In the spirit of tens of thousands of dollars to go, Xuetao finished inside. It couldn't be more obvious what Yuan meant by sending him this, could it? It's just that you want it yourself. To say that the basic model of LV, Xuetao find an excuse to ask for an extra allowance from his parents. It is not unaffordable. The question is, does Lu Yuan deserve it? How much money has been spent on the previous confessions and taking her out, plus the Japanese food arranged for this weekend? More bags? Xuetao's heart is very upset, but also do not dare to lose his temper with Lu Yuan. After all, it is a girlfriend who is not easy to lick, although far less than the three goddesses' roommates, but it is also a small beauty, so that Xuetao in front of the classmates is very lifted up. Had to send her a message to coax her. Ha, really? It's a pretty nice bag. Right. This one is co-branded with famous designer Takashi Murakami. Using, Lu Yuan talked a lot about design language, art, color, and so on. Xuetao grossly missed it and waited for Lu Yuan to finish and sent a sentence. It's quite good, but students with LV is really still too extravagant. I think the famous brand is also good actually. Hope, Yuan, the broken bag inside the famous brand. Only in the hands of pocket money less than $50 of female junior high school students will use How you do not understand anything Angry dead. Really cannot expect straight men have even a tiny bit of aesthetic. Hope, I'm not going to talk to you. I'm going to study. Xuetao froze for a moment, then became angry and suffocated. For S sake, is this an aesthetic problem? It's money. People's Sister Zhou is considered outstanding compared to the netizens, and was even spotted by a talent scout. And LV feels like a good match. What are you, Lu Yuan? You don't take a piss and look at yourself. LOL. Chapter 25, Dormitory of the Gods. We'll have to hire Hockey Co. Looking at Xuetao shelving that face of incompetent rage, Chu Mingzhi came over to watch the fun. What's the matter? Had a fight with your girlfriend? Xuetao added to the story that Lu Yuan had used words to find him for the bag. At the end of the righteous indignation said, now the female college students generally use Zara. CK this grade, it's about the same. At most use a Coach and so on light luxury. Thousands of are less, but also LV it. L her grandfather. Fair enough, Wang Haoren concurred. This Lu Yuan is really floating Actually let the local people to buy her LV. Local people have this ability? No, I don't think so. Although Xuetao is the owner of the honored Maiden 330, but when it comes to the liquidity in hand, it has to be Master Shanghai is still better. Chu Mingzhi commented. Indeed, LV's entry model is too vulgar. Rotten Street take like that kind of special industry. No taste, good looking style and too expensive. I go. Master Shanghai, it's rare that your views are unified with mine for once. Xuetao slapped his thighs as if he had searched for a soulmate, hastily enlarging that bag picture. He held up his phone to show Chu Mingzhi. However, Xuetao did not continue to be recognized by Master Hu. Only Chu Mingzhi pushed up his glasses and scrutinized the picture. The eyes are shining, voice shaking up. This is Louis Vuitton x Takashi Murakami co-branded collection Speedy Bandolier 25. What the hell? Shui Tao was dumbfounded. What the did you just say? This bag belongs to the out-of-print limited edition. You take the money to the store to buy cannot buy, can only wait for the secondary market to release goods? Or by chance was the manager of a store to get Chu Mingjur a look of understanding brother? Locals? No. What is its recent transaction price? No, man, your expression is too exaggerated. Even if it's a limited edition, how expensive can it be? It's not just a bag, Shui Tao said disdainfully. Oh, you know nothing about the strength of broad wives. Chu Mingjur shook his finger. As far as I know, last month's transaction price of this bag has reached 157,800, and it may have risen a little bit recently. Conservative estimation, 160,000 to start. Raider? 160,000. Crap. Shui Tao was really refreshing his worldview. Reasonably, his family's relatives will occasionally buy luxury goods to fill the door. A bag big thousands, or even tens of thousands, is still within the scope of Shui Tao's understanding. However, just such a handbag, fancy, actually want 160,000, really opened Shui Tao's eyes. No, did these rich brothers get their money from the wind? Shui Tao spat. I estimate that Sister Zhou's boyfriend is a Jiangcheng top-level rich second generation. Even if it is placed in the Magic City, it is also very powerful. Chu Mingjur analyzed, not forgetting to yin and yang a sentence in passing. After all, sending a bag is more expensive than the car you drive. Fart. I'm driving a Maiden 330 TSI Premium Edition with an official guide price of $179. 900. Where is it cheaper than a package? Shui Tao's voice suddenly became louder and his face reddened, as if he had been poked at a sore spot. Actually, it's really true that Master Hugh has got it right. It says the official guide price is $179. 900. But in fact the price of the car has generally come down over the past 2 years under the onslaught of new domestic energy sources. Ziteo's parents took him to pick up the car over the summer and happened to get a deal. After grinding it out with sales, it was $35,000 cheaper, and the final bare-bones offer was $144. $900. You don't say. You really don't say. It's really not as expensive as Sister Zhou's LV bag. Of course, when you factor in purchase tax and insurance, that's still a close call for Zito's mighty 330. But what's the point? Can't change the bloody facts. Zhou Jialu's boyfriend is of far higher wealth and class than Shui Tao. Alas, compared to that man, I'm just a poor man. What's the difference between me and Wang Haoran? Zito lamented. Wang Haoran, sweating soybeans. Chu Mingjur snorted coldly and said smugly, sure enough, as I expected. Sister Zhou belongs to the kind of girl who has a high materialistic desire, which ordinary rich people cannot satisfy at all. Ha ha, it just so happens. I don't like her either. What difference does it make if you like her or not? She can't see you anyway. Shui Tao spat. Long-winded. Chu Mingjur said in a deep voice. Is that the point? The point is that Chen Yuxing would never be such a gold-digging girl. Ha! Shui Tao lazily sprayed. He kind of found out. Lao Chu, this bid is purely licking the dog into the brain. Cannot be persuaded. Or he is more sensible. Use their own advantages. Just a month after the beginning of the school year, took the little beauty Lu Yuan. Read about it. Shui Tao couldn't help but feel melancholy again. While he's here ting with his roommate, he doesn't forget to send a message to coax Lu Yuan. As a result, Lu Yuan didn't care about him at all. Looks like it's really pissed off. If you want to coax her, you must give something. You can't really buy her an LV, can you? But that's how girls are a lot of the time. What kind of materialistic conditions a very close BFF gets, she herself has to benchmark. So annoying. Shui Tao couldn't think of any solution for the time being, so he just annoyingly turned on his computer and played Smash. Luckily, Shui Tao's annoyance didn't last long, because Chu Mingchul also met an untimely end soon after. It was about 10 o'clock. Chu Mingchul's cell phone rang with a special tone. After chatting for a few moments, Chu Mingjur tossed his cell phone aside and sat cross-legged on his bed, wooden, staring at the large white wall of his dorm room. When Wang Haoran went to the restroom, he was suddenly called by Chu Mingjur. Brother Haoran. What do you think it means if Chen Yuxing returns from off-campus in a luxury car at this time of the day? Ha! Wang Haoran froze. Shui Tao was energized by this. Ha. What else could it mean? Falling in love. It's the same situation as Sister Zhou. Oh no! Chu Mingjur held his head, issued a painful wail. Things are not like this. Not like this. Right. In fact, we have to analyze the specific situation, mainly to see that the so-called luxury car. In the end, how much luxury? What does that say? Wang Haoran was puzzled. If it's just a 34 C-class entry-level luxury car, it's probably just hitting a Netflix. I'm really grassed up. How come you're so good at self-compassion, Master Hu? Shui Tao was happy. Do you believe yourself when you say this? Xu Mingzhi coldly said, it's not whether I believe in myself or not, but I believe in the noble and proud character of student Chen. Xue Tao was speechless. Boy, you're invincible, and noble and proud. Put this aside to do ancient poetry reading comprehension? Wake up, senior year is over. Wang Haoren held his laughter expressionlessly and ate his melon frantically. How can we be so lucky to have both Harkish and Harkichu in our 510 dormitory? It's really time to hire Harky High. If the women's dormitory, Block 2, 321, where Sister Zhou is located, is a goddess dormitory, then our men's dormitory, Block 7, 510, is a proper man of God dormitory. Is there anyone like that in your dormitory, I'd like to ask? It's really God in everyone. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly there was a knock on the door of the dormitory. Wang Haoren went to open the door, and what met his eyes was a well-proportioned woman in sportswear. It's the counselor, Charlene. Hello Director Xia. Good evening, classmates. Charlene laughed graciously. I just ran in the playground, and it just so happens to be close to the boys' dormitory, so I came over to see you. Where's Subai? Is he not in? Chapter 26, Charlene who lost sleep after seeing Subai's figure. Subai. He hasn't come back yet, probably went to play ball. I'll ask. Wang Haoren coped and then sent a message to Subai. Tell him the counselor's coming to check on him. Intuition tells Wang Haoren, Bai is probably going to stay out at night tonight. Generally do not actually need to report to the counselor. But unfortunately, Bai is unlucky. Just happened to run into the summer director to the men's dormitory patrol. Charlene walked into the room and subconsciously sniffled. The dormitory reeked of the peculiar smell of a boys' dormitory. Not so bad, but certainly not good either. Overall it was a bit cluttered with a hodgepodge of personal items lying around. Underwear and socks were hanging from the bed rails. As a graduate student's sister, I had followed the student union to check the bed before when I was an undergraduate, and I had seen this kind of situation many times, so I didn't blush or feel ashamed. Instead, it was Xuetao and Xu Mingzhi who were too shy to do so. After all, Charlene was also very pretty level, a little better looking than Xuetao's girlfriend Lu Yuan, not up to the top, but enough to be called a goddess. A slim-fitting tracksuit, caught in a thin layer of fragrant sweat from a fresh run. Her hair, dyed dark brown, was tied into a high ponytail behind her head, revealing a long, fair neck, and nice, slightly pinkish ears. Xuetao and Xu Mingzhi were even a little afraid to look at her. On the contrary, Wang Haoren, who was usually more introverted, didn't feel much. In his eyes all the women in the third dimension were the same, inferior to genjutsu. Your hygiene here is okay, Xuetao and Xu Mingzhi. Remember to clean up diligently, especially the garbage must be taken out every day. Otherwise it will easily breed bacteria and lead to illness. Charlene exhorted. Got it, Counselor Xia. Both of them were quite ashamed. A bit of a social death to be seen in a scruffy state by a beautiful counselor. Wang Haoren is good. Subai. Subai's bunk is packed so neatly. Director Xia. That's not neatness, he just simply has less stuff. Xu Mingzhi couldn't help but say. By the way, in his own defense, I look messy here, but in fact, it's just that I have a lot of stuff. Men's skincare products, original English books, capsule coffee maker, and a ukulele. Oh yeah, Director Xia, do you play the ukulele? I don't play. Charlene inexplicably glanced at Xu Mingzhi. Why did this kid suddenly start telling her the names of the dishes? Like the kind of person who is socially inept but forces himself to show off his rich hobbies on a dating board. Xia Director, you don't look at Subai table clean. In fact, usually also similar to us. Perhaps inspired by Xu Mingzhi's speech, Xuetao also spoke. All these dirty clothes of mine, I have to bring them home to wash on weekends. The washing machine at home is clean. After all, I have a car, Maiden 330. It's very convenient for the locals to drive home. Oh, Charlene gave a perfunctory cry, spitting madly in her mind. Who asked you? Charlene couldn't help but secretly sigh. This Xuetao and Xu Mingzhi, as expected, were too showy as their classmates usually spit out. It couldn't be denied that their family situation was indeed considered very good in the student body of Jiangcheng University. The problem is, how old are you? You show off all day long. You don't look like a student at all. It's not like you're one of those real rich guys who spends money like it's nothing. Well, there's not much else going on. When Subai comes back, you guys help me tell him. Don't come back too late. With that, Charlene left the 510 dormitory. The crowd let out a long breath. Phew, this counselor's sense of oppression is quite strong. Although the temper is very good. Right, but there is always the feeling of medium shrewd and strong. Xu Mingzhi said thoughtfully, I heard that when you were an undergraduate, you participated in a lot of student work when you were an undergraduate, and you had a lot of achievements, so you really do have a leader's temperament. Xuetao had a sudden thought. If I could fall in love with Director Xia, it would also be very dignified. After all, it's only a schoolmate who's 4 years older. It's quite appropriate. Is it suitable? Shu Mingzhi snorted. She's the type of outstanding strong woman. How could she find a demolition thug? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who are you ing? Just as a new round of Shanghai Masters vs. Locals is unfolding, Charlene finished checking out a few other dorm rooms and walked out of the dorm building. After thinking about it, I'm still going to give Su White a call and knock it out of the park. After all, when he ran into Su Bai in the cafeteria earlier, the kid said he was skipping class to work out. Now back late again. Doesn't look very honest, in a prickly sort of way. It's actually pretty easy to recognize the pricks in the student body, like in the 510 dorm room, where the others faced the counselor with more or less trepidation. Su Bai was the only one who was not humble. Of course, Charlene didn't really want to punish Su Bai. Even if he did stay out at night, it wasn't very serious. It's just a knock to remind him to take it easy and don't get into trouble. Charlene found Su Bai's WeChat and made a video call over. There was a 10-second wait before the connection was made. The screen shook for a moment, followed by the scene of a swimming pool, which seemed to be very upscale in terms of decoration, and looked like the pool of a luxury-type hotel. Then again, the screen flickered and switched to the front camera. Wearing only swim trunks, Su Bai's tall and fit body was displayed in front of Director Xia's eyes. Director Xia, you want something from me? Ah, nothing much really. I just went to the boys' dormitory to check on you. You weren't there, and to ask how you were doing. Oh, I'm staying in a hotel outside tonight. Kiss up to see me. Just now swimming it did not look at WeChat. Sorry Su Bai laughed. Originally thought to talk to you. The result of playing too happy to forget. Saying that, Su Bai picked up the room card and waved it in front of the camera. It's okay, just make yourself count. Be safe. Charlene quickly hung up the video call. Reaching up, he rubbed his chest, breathing heavily, his chest's sizable capital rising and falling. This kid is in too good of shape. 2. Being caught off guard and admiring Su Bai's appearance while swimming gave Charlene a great visual impact. Charlene usually likes to exercise, so she is also particular about men's bodies. Su Bai's figure was definitely the best she had seen in the 4 years she had studied at Jiangcheng University. Over 6'8", very well proportioned and robust in just the right way. Neither is it a thin dog, nor is it as uncoordinated as the big muscular guys who work out. What's even more rare is that Su Bai not only has a good body, but also a handsome face. Thinking back to how amazing she looked in the video earlier, Charlene gulped hard. Luckily, I hung up the video call in time. Otherwise, I would have been embarrassed for sure. It is really shameful. Actually almost in front of their own students. Well, according to the tradition of Jiangnan University, between the counselor and the students, it is actually the relationship between the predecessor and the successor, and it is not the traditional sense of the teacher and the student. It's not so unbelievable to crave a schoolboy's figure. Charlene consoled herself. Then she realized something else. Su Bai displayed a room card with the name of the hotel on it. JW Marriott. It should be the one not far from JNU. 2 subway stops away. A random room is 800 or 900 a night, and that's with the recent tourist off-season, when prices are doubled during popular times. A relative of his family, staying in a hotel of Marriott's caliber, seems to be quite rich. That Su Bai looks so simple. Is it really an average family condition? Or is it just a low-profile person? It's hard to say. Oh. This night, Charlene inexplicably kept thinking about Su Bai. Insomnia. It was hard to fall asleep in a daze, but in a dream, dreaming of her and Su Bai, swimming together. Chapter 27. The girl who is loyal is the one worth paying for. The next day, early morning, in the graduate student dormitory, her roommate wakes up in a daze to use the bathroom and finds Charlene busy at the sink. Fixing his eyes, he couldn't help but sigh. Rin, you're too virtuous to get up early in the morning to wash your personal clothing. Okay. Charlene smiled in response, her expression a little awkward. The roommate didn't care too much, so he didn't see the abnormality of Charlene's demeanor, but just chanted to himself, Xiaolin, you can be really, and hardworking, and work ability is strong. Whoever marries you in the future is really going to enjoy the blessings. It's not that exaggerated. It's average. Charlene was a little shy about her housemate's compliments. After all, it wasn't that she was diligent about washing her intimate apparel this morning. It was that she had to do it when she woke up from a dream in the morning and realized it was dirty. What a shame. The point was that the dream, which stayed in her mind after waking up, was particularly clear, and messed with Charlene's guilt. In fact, during the military training, Charlene had already noticed Su Bai, a boy with a calm and indifferent character, much more mature than his peers. The looks, which were considered the most handsome in that class, even in terms of Charlene's aesthetic preferences, could be said to be the most handsome in this term of the computer science department. His facial type is on the masculine side, manly, Not in the same way as the kind of feminine fresh meat that is popular in the entertainment industry nowadays. Rather, it's a bit of an old-timey Hong Kong star. During military training sometimes need counselors to watch. Charlene watched the military training. Her eyes fell on Subai. Standing military posture, upright as a pine. I just didn't realize that the figure under the clothes was so. As she washed the clothes, Charlene's mind rambled uncontrollably again and her cheeks flushed. Hanging the small clothes out to dry, Charlene didn't have the heart to lay back down to sleep again. Playing with her phone in boredom. Ghostly, it clicked into a private chat with Subai, the big white goose emoji avatar, also named Crispy Big White Goose. Looks like he really likes geese. After doing a bit of mental struggle, Charlene finally started typing. Summers Lin, Sue, return to school on time today. Oh, and remember to tell me when you get back. Well, it's the counselor's duty to care for the students, to be responsible for Sue White's safety. Nothing wrong with it. After some self-paralyzing, Charlene sent the message. I can't imagine that Subai actually replied in seconds. Crispy White Goose, okay, I'll be back for my second class at 9 o'clock or so. I'll talk to you when I get there. Summer Lin, Summer Lin, Sue got up early. Crispy White Goose, I was tired from swimming last night and went to bed early. Summer Lin, that's good. Go to bed early and get up early to nourish your body. Summer Lin, you go about your business. I'm going to the subject area too. Crispy White Goose, _waving. Crispy White Goose, Mr. Xia's hard work. At this time, Subai had just popped up from the bed to stretch. Mess with it. Refreshed and energized with an unquenchable bullishness. Experienced the Marriott pool last night. He also stumbled upon two young ladies who accosted him and were rejected by Subai. It looks quite dusty. In a bad way. By the way, Subai also used the system to scan a wave of them, and after seeing their staggering number of love affairs, he decided to feel sober for his own behavior of refusing to hit on them. When it comes down to it, Sue White still likes to eat fresh and clean. Who isn't in a man's bones? After swimming, Subai went to the executive floor and ordered 2 cocktails in the executive lounge. Quite drinkable, not too high of a degree, merely slightly tipsy. When I went back to my room, I was just going to lie down and rest for a while, but I fell asleep straight away. Estimated it was just after 11 when I fell asleep, and I slept until 7:30 in the morning. The quality of sleep is extremely high, comparable to a sound baby-like sleep. From here it was enough to be convinced that the system had indeed improved Subai's physique through the primary body strengthening liquid, the standard 8 hours of sleep and no more. This was Subai's ideal physical state. Too much or too little sleep is proof that something is wrong with the body. Also, the system said that the strengthening liquid would take Subai's original strengths and additionally strengthen them. Yesterday Subai was still a bit confused as to what his strengths were. Now, Subai looked down. Instant clarity. Hey, this early in the morning, there is no way to find someone to help me. I guess the school sister is still sleeping. Having no choice, Subai left a message for Zhou Jialu and went swimming. Have a buffet breakfast after your swim. The hotel breakfast is still quite sumptuous. There are comments on the internet that it is easy to get tired of eating too much. Subai has not yet experienced the feeling of eating for a few days in a row. Wait a few days and then experience it in detail. That's the point of Subai staying at the Marriott for a week straight, to experience whether a long stay in a hotel is comfortable enough. By the way, use this time to spend money, cash back, and build up your funds so that you have more options when choosing a place to live later. While eating breakfast, Zhou Jiadir returned the message, saying that she planned to go directly to the 4S store to resign, and then come to the hotel to find Subai. Puff Pastry Goose, I'll pick you up then. When do you think you'll be able to talk about it? Dear, it's quick. It's not that troublesome for interns to resign. Besides, I spoke to the manager last night. The relevant procedures are actually ready. Crispy White Goose, thumbs_up. Crispy White Goose, sister's action is so strong. Dear, this is not afraid of action slow. Let the school brother think more well. After all, luxury car sales of this kind of work, have fallen in love, and then do it is not appropriate. Crispy White Goose, indeed. Dear, I'm very dedicated. From now on my tenderness only belongs to the school brother or person. Oh, not bad. There really aren't many girls who are as dedicated as senior sister in this day and age. Admittedly, the reason for Zhou Jialu's exclusivity is rooted in Subai's wealth, the decisiveness and casualness with which he spends money for her. But many girls, even after hooking up with a rich man, remain restless in their hearts, thinking of using it as a springboard to become a more quality celebrity. What's more, they are in a relationship with a rich brother, accepting material offerings from the other man, and they still find the days too dull and boring and cheat on their wives with other men. Don't think that rich people won't be hatched. Some gold-digging women are really cheap. In vulgar terms, it is poor service consciousness hanging. How good she is treated gives her reasons to convince herself to cheat. Bottom line? Not at all. On the contrary, The senior sister, whether it was in Subai's observation or the system's judgment, proved that she was a genuine purist. Only girls who are loyal to him and consistently provide emotional value will Subai pay for them. After 8 o'clock, Subai got organized and drove his Mercedes-Benz GLE to the 4S store that he had just visited yesterday. This time around, the goal and mindset was a completely different one. Chapter 28, Buying a Car for a Frugal School Sister. Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Jo Jia-deer, who is about to leave, was surrounded by several co-worker ladies. Taking advantage of the fact that there weren't many customers in the store yet in the morning, the small chattering gossiped and asked her about her boyfriend's status from all angles. Everyone looked like they cared. After all, who has not fantasized about being led away by a rich man and embarking on a life as a broad wife who doesn't need to work from now on? The sales ladies who work here. This is a job that the rich are exposed to more or less similar tendencies. Some of these young ladies were originally in a young school relationship with their school boyfriends before they graduated. After graduation, feeling the heavy pressure of reality, the ideas in my mind gradually deteriorated. It's not that you don't really like your campus sweetheart anymore. It's just that your heart is swollen with desire and you're not just satisfied with having love, but you're asking for higher material conditions. At school, meals and lodging are subsidized by the state and don't cost much. I realized after I started working that, not to mention, renting an apartment alone is a big expense every month. Zhangcheng here is not bad. If you work in the big city, the suburbs to rent a bedroom have to start 1 or 2,000 per month. Not to mention the subsequent purchase of a home, a car, and the birth of offspring, each of which is a big expense. So, when they learned that Jo Jia-deer's boyfriend was still in school and studying, the sales were simply bursting with envy. That's getting both youth and bread. No, sisters, it sounds so mysterious to hear you talk. Is that Subai really tall and handsome? The person who said this was a heavily made-up sales. Her name was Fong Li-yun, and she happened to take a break yesterday and didn't come to work, so she hadn't seen Subai. Before Jo Jialu joined the company, she was in charge of shooting new media promotional videos, and then she was robbed of her position by Jo Jialu. There's no way around it. From face value to body shape and even temperament, it's hung up on all fronts. Jo Jia-deer is simply a natural demon. Honestly, Fong Li-yun was happy inside when Jo Jialu managed to catch Fu leaving his job. If this sister is really converted to work in the store for a long time, that would really be a tragedy. And Fong Li-yun does not know how long she will be suppressed. Fong Li-yun had been expecting that some tycoon would claim it for her, but in her expectation, the one who took down Jo Jia-deer should be a middle-aged greasy uncle. That would still balance her heart a bit. Sister Fong, it's true, I happened to be on duty yesterday, and I stared at that boy for a long time. Oops, at that time, I just thought it was good looking. I didn't mean anything else. Jialu, you won't be angry, right? A sales young lady joked. It's fine. It's not a crime to look at handsome men. Jo Jia-deer smiled and said, go ahead and look. You can't eat them anyway. How much did you eat last night? Can I feed you? Darn. Saying such weird things in public. Between the girls jousting, Subai, who was tall and straight, walked into the 4S store with big strides. The chattering girls fell silent, subdued by the handsome man's aura. In fact, this is a very common thing. If a high-value and self-possessed noble boy is near, those girls who are chatting in piles of 3 or 2 will suddenly become quiet, sneak a few glances at him, and then talk excitedly about him when he walks away. Good morning, guys. Subai gave a generalized greeting, then approached his senior sister and gave her a hug and a gentle kiss on her forehead. Jo Jialu was a bit surprised and responded with a light kiss on Subai's face. It was a great way to get a rise out of the girls. Goo, why is someone spreading dog food early in the morning? Shame on you, Jialu. Why don't you guys just kill me? The singles are going to explode with jealousy. Subai coped with the pleasantries with them, then asked Jo Jialu, sister, have you finished your departure procedures? Well, it's all done. Anytime I can go with you. Oh. Jo Jia-deer pulled Subai's hand. Her face was filled with a sweet expression. It's really lucky for her to meet a schoolmate. Subai sniffed and nodded, taking out his cell phone and calling out to Manager Gua. Manager Gui, I'm going to pick a car for Jialu, and since she's already left, I'll have to trouble you to come out and go through the process. Ha, no trouble. Manager Gua waved his hands repeatedly. Who would be too much trouble with a track record? Schoolmate, do you really want to buy me a car? It's not necessary. I feel like I don't usually need a car. It's too wasteful. Jo Jia-deer rode. His mouth said no, but his expression was quite surprised. Of course I'm going to buy it. There are times when a senior sister needs to move on her own. Zhangcheng is so big, it's still convenient to have a car. Subai insisted. Already bound to an intimate relationship with Jo Jialu, give her cash back for indulgent spending. Well, then, since schoolmates feel the need, buy one, but don't buy too expensive. Too expensive to use. It should be said that Zhou Jialu's emotional intelligence is still very high. If it is insatiable fishing female, have the opportunity to buy a car? Naturally, is too expensive pick. It doesn't hurt to spend money that isn't your own anyway. But Zhou Jialu doesn't think so. If she drives a car more expensive than even Su buys one, won't she feel weird and unintelligent? It doesn't even have to be more expensive. As long as it's about the same, it's not quite right anymore. What class are you? Driving a car in the same price range as your schoolmate? Zhou Jiadir's positioning of herself was clear. She was her schoolmate's little woman, and it was only right that her posture should be lowered. The more you are favored by your schoolmates, the more you have to be mindful. Instead of being a bully like the women in TV shows or romance novels, Zhou Jiadir thought briefly and quickly made a choice. After all, having been in sales for a while, I know the Mercedes brand lineup well. An entry-level C260L would be fine, and it doesn't need to be high-end. What with all the bells and whistles? Yes? Su Bai, however, felt that this rebate was not strong enough. Why don't we buy the E-Class? The E-Class feels a little better. Don't. E-Class price reduction after nearly $500,000. There is no need. In fact, if it is not afraid of losing the face of schoolmates, I drive 30,000 yuan of chopped pepper fish head are no problem. Anyway, is the vehicle well? Zhou Jiadir spit out her tongue. Playful and a little naive look appeared in this foxy siren's face. The lethality of men is simply pulled full. Su Bai couldn't help but pinch her cheeks. Sister, you are so diligent and thrifty. Hey, that's for sure. I'm your man now. It's only right to help you save money. Manager Gua maintained his professional smile and spat madly in his heart. Just take the car and leave. And you're still here spreading dog food? Bachelor dog envy. Trolling aside, pickup was actually quick, as the C260L is well stocked as the classic Mercedes-Benz C-Class entry-level luxury car. And, because Su Bai is fully paid, there is no need to go through the loan process. Insurance taken care of is actually pretty much it. The result was that it was only 9 o'clock, and Su Bai and Zhou Jialu were already driving on the road, one after the other, to the JW Marriott Hotel. Watching two brand new cars drive away from the Forest store in a dignified manner, salesphone Liyun was a little lost in thought. I can't believe it's really handsome. The moment she saw Su Bai, she was all moved and was eager to take the opportunity to hook up. However, there really wasn't the confidence to pull this off in front of Zhou Jiadir. Calculated. Alas, who let Jia lose sister natural beauty and good fortune? Oh, envy dead. Chapter 29. Why Su Bai is qualified to sit beside her? As a car salesman, Zhou Jiadir is quite skilled at driving. The two cars parked side by side in the underground parking lot of the JW Marriott. You don't know. It looks like a good match. The C260L is refined. The GLE is dominant. Su Bai put his arm around Zhou Jialu and looked at the two cars. The schoolmarm's car, which cost a total of $280,000, drew an 8x rebate of $2.24 million. It's true that schoolteacher is his lucky star. It seems that Su Bai will have to take Zhou Jiadir with him when he encounters places with large purchases and needs to draw cash back in the future. Will you use the temporary license plate first, schoolmarm, or will you accompany you to the plate in the morning? Don't you have a mandatory class? Yes, but it's actually possible to take a vacation. No need. It's not urgent. You go to class first. I'll just stay at the hotel by myself, play with my phone and watch dramas. I won't be bored. Zhou Jialu is showing her good behavior again. This sense of service is many times better than those celebrities who just know how to make a fool of themselves. Su Bai nodded with satisfaction and came to Zhou Jialu's ear and said, then let's go up first. Senior sister will help me relax, and I'll be ready to go back to school. Zhou Jiadir answered in a small voice, glancing at Su Bai's already stupid. Oh, schoolboy's talent is too good. I'm so afraid I'll be tossed out of bed by him when it's my birthday. For women, though, it's actually a blessed annoyance, especially after a while. After helping Su Bai relax, Zhou Jiadir vaguely felt that Su Bai's strength was somehow stronger than yesterday. Even more, a surge of anticipation. If this goes on, even if schoolmate has patience, I'm afraid that I won't be able to wait until my birthday, and I won't be able to resist taking it further with schoolmate. Ugh, it's really not possible, so just let nature take its course. Zhou Jiadir gradually relaxed the restrictions in his mind. Drive back to school. Su Bai found a parking space in the open-air public parking lot in the southern district of Jiangcheng University. Many faculty and staff park here, including a handful of students with their own cars, like local Shui Tao. The dormitory area is to the north, classes are to the west, and both are a bit of a walk from the parking lot, about a 10-minute walk in feet. It doesn't matter if you have a shared bike. The body-strengthening liquid had enhanced the physical quality of the body. Pedaling the small bicycle all the way to the wild, managed to make it to advanced math before class started. Su Bai entered and looked toward the back of the classroom. Unexpectedly in the last two rows, he found his 3 housemates. Unfortunately, it was already full and his housemates didn't help him get a seat. As we all know, the last 2 rows of the classrooms for the big classes inside the university, those are feng shui treasures. The farther away from the teacher you are, the more comfortable you will be. Wang Haoran also saw Subai and made a certain basketball star's classic move towards him. Showdown. Expressing helplessness, messages were also sent on WeChat. Wang Haoran eats mountain flexible inspired mushrooms today, silly son. There were only 3 seats left when we arrived, so you're on your own. Wang Haoran eating mountain flexible inspired mushrooms today, wing daisy taffy _ big dummy. Crispy white goose _ holds middle finger. Subai scanned the entire classroom. It looks like only the first row still has room. The problem is that sitting in the first row means being the subject of the old professor's interactions and receiving the old professor's lashings. Don't do this kind of thing. Suddenly, Subai was pleasantly surprised to find that there was still an empty spot on the side of the middle section of the classroom. Fixed his eyes. Goo. This is not Chen Yusheng. Large, stepped classrooms with seats spaced closer together. Chen Yusheng's right side was the wall, and the left side had an empty seat with no one in it, which seemed odd given that the neighborhood was all full. Subai could probably understand the cause of this phenomenon. The oppressive feeling of a high-flying imperial schoolteacher. Boy, the class was freshman advanced math, meaning that basically all the people who came to class were freshmen, generally still in the fresh from high school, thin-skinned state. It's normal to not dare to sit next to Chen Yusheng. Besides, Chen Yusheng didn't have any female friends. At this moment, Chen Yusheng also saw Subai. The corner of her mouth hooked up a smile of delight, but she quickly slapped up her face again. Don't dare show too much. But it was expressed in action. Opening the chair in its folded state beside him, he beckoned towards Subai. Oh, wow. This action provoked a suppressed murmur. There were a few students who happened to be paying attention to Chen Yusheng, and when they saw that she actually took the initiative to invite the boy who had just entered the classroom to sit next to her, they were instantly nonplussed. No, what's going on here? Doesn't Goddess Chen listen to nothing outside the window and read only holy books? Aren't you not interested in men? Only in research? You would actually invite boys to sit with you? No, it can't be. I must have been blind and misread it. Yet the facts hit these people over the head. Subai very naturally took a seat beside Chen Yusheng. Immediately afterward, Chen Yusheng came up to his ear and whispered, "From now on, you can sit with me in this high math class. There's usually no one sitting next to me." Good idea. Subai thought it was good, so he wouldn't have to worry about grabbing a good spot. The middle of the classroom is actually a good place to be. And sometimes the teacher will take extra care of the godly people in the last 2 rows, which is kind of counterintuitive. There is always a dynamic game going on between teachers and students. Chen Yusheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Subai would refuse, but she liked being with Subai so much. She felt especially comfortable. You can also sneak a chat with him in class. Share interesting things you see online. Chen Yusheng is rounded up to be an internet-addicted girl, and lacks interpersonal interactions in the real world or is uninterested in ordinary interactions. Only Subai was particularly to her liking, and Subai has money. Since her mother got sick, Chen Yusheng realized more and more the importance of money. In fact, she had known for a long time that money was important. After all, she was only autistic, not stupid. She had learned the significance of currency in her middle school textbooks. It was just that it was easier to intuitively experience the warmth of the human world in a hospital. If I become Subai's girlfriend, I won't have to worry about the money for my mom's treatment at all. She'll get proper treatment and I won't have to run around for a living. Chen Yusheng's afterglow looked at Subai's upright sitting posture, as well as his sunny and handsome face, and this thought steeply popped up, followed by a mental slap in the face. What nonsense! Chen Yusheng! It's a very unethical thing to fall in love with such a utilitarian goal, isn't it? It feels like it won't end well. Besides, even if she really became Subai's girlfriend, there was no reason to ask him to pay out so much money to help cure her mom. Rationally speaking, Chen Yusheng felt that the idea that just popped up was very sandy. But then again, Subai and her were really in tune with each other again, a level that was enough to become soulmates. Being in a relationship with Subai, that's the level of true love. As if there's nothing wrong with it again. The young girl's mind was in a tangle. Meanwhile, Subai reported to Counselor Charlene on her cell phone, saying that she had returned to class and reassuring Guide Xia. Should I say no? This counselor is quite serious and responsible, and the management is very loose. This is tight and loose. It is really rare. Being able to stumble upon a reliable counselor is definitely a major plus for college life. Back of the classroom, Shu Miangchul stared at his dead fish eyes, staring closely at Subai and Chen Yusheng over there. A look of disorientation. Incredibly, his mouth opened. No, this isn't right. Why would Chen Yusheng allow Subai to sit beside her? Chapter 30, No Whispering in Class for Young Couples. For Chu Mingzhi's shock, Wang Haoran was unimpressed. So what? Brother Bai isn't the god of plague. What's so strange about Chen Yuxing sitting next to him? Brother Haoran, you might not have noticed the details. Xu Mingzhi pushed his glasses, bursting with a wise light. It was Chen Yuxing who took the initiative to invite him over, and after Gutters Subai took his seat, Chen Yuxing was still talking in his ear. Gutters Subai, that's too detailed. Wang Haoran was speechless and could only sweat soybean. Keep your voice down, don't go crazy here. Shui Tao was embarrassed and upset. If you don't mind being humiliated, we still mind being humiliated. Shui Tao gloated, but couldn't be happy. Although Master Hu was deeply shocked making him look good, Subai did seem a bit close to Chen Yuxing. Zitao couldn't help but ask, when did these two meet? In Shui Tao's impression, Subai and Chen Yuxing hadn't said a word. Could it be that in an unknown corner of the world, the two have created some kind of intersection, some kind of bond? But the problem is that Subai, in addition to classes, is basically lying in the dormitory playing cell phones and playing games, and is not the kind of present that goes out and waves everywhere. Chen Yuxing is said to be similar. Dorm room, classroom, laboratory. 3 points in one line. So how exactly did this cross-eyed enthusiasm develop, I might ask? To be honest, Shui Tao is really sour. Like Chen Yuxing is beautiful and excellent girl. In fact, is the only son of the local demolition family in Jiangcheng, the first choice for selecting a partner. But unfortunately, Chen Yuxing is too outstanding. Shui Tao do not even dare to delusion. I also didn't hear that Chen Yuxing was close to that boy. It turns out that Subai is the fastest? This is really hard to accept. Shui Tao admitted that Subai is a little bit more handsome. The problem is that the men who are chasing Chen Yuxing, there is no shortage of handsome men. Besides, his financial condition is so shabby that, to put it bluntly, he might even qualify for low-income insurance. Shui Tao at least is also tens of thousands of pocket money every month. Just freshman year to drive a Maytag, the local 4 suites. What is the problem? It should be said that although Shui Tao loves to show off, there is still a bit of brain. You can't get into Jiangcheng University without a brain. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly brightened up and caught something in his meditation. Wang Haoran, did Subai and Chen Yuxing meet through playing games? Wang Haoran, who was looking down and concentrating on his liver handicap, was confused. You asked me? Yeah, don't you usually hang out with Subai? It's not always together. He platooned by himself more often, and I still mainly play secondaries. Wang Haoran smiled coyly. His meaning was obvious. Don't ask me, don't know meow. Hey, that's weird. The middle of the classroom. Chen Yuxing was oblivious to the crowd's comments, or rather, didn't care at all. Her mind was on Subai. The whole math class was pretty much obsessed with that problem. Ask yourself, Chen Yuxing is sure that she likes Subai, but will Subai like her? If she takes the initiative to pursue Subai, and then ask him to give her money, Subai will think she is a gold-digging woman, right? In the area of relationships, Chen Yuxing was completely inexperienced and had never even thought that she would fall in love. She grew up knowing what she was doing, studying, fiddling with computers, rushing through segments in single rows, going to B-site to watch abstract videos, and going to posting bars to get abstract. Probably too niche a hobby for a girl. Never had any BFFs or anything like that in existence. Boys again are holding impure thoughts to approach her. Chen Yuxing always harshly rejected, gradually developed a high cold image, until that day in the cafe, and Subai a brain chat a lot, only to be surprised to find that there are souls in this world so similar to their own. There's nothing like love at first sight, but realistically speaking, is Chen Yuxing really worthy of a relationship with Subai? With her dad divorced and running away, and her mom seriously ill and hospitalized, her family is in tatters. Show, are you free this afternoon? I'll send you another escort list. Subai's voice interrupted Chen Yuxing's thoughts. The latter froze for a moment, then suddenly blushed. What did you just call me? I think it sounds better to be called Shang Shang. If you don't want to, there's nothing you don't want to call it whatever you want. Really? Really? After all, we're not exactly the strange and polite kind either. Yeah, well, I think we're on the level of soulmates. Soulmate. Chen Yuxing felt that this definition was too ambiguous, but he couldn't muster the strength to refute it. Just, by default, what kind of escort is it? A company need to buy a computer. We talked before. You said you've already mapped out the computer city at the south gate of the school. Not only won't you get screwed, but you can also get a lower price than e-commerce. So, help me set up a computer. Playing games with, budget well, then the eye of defeat cost effective on it. Mentioning this, Chen Yuxing instantly remembered that she was speaking for the first time because she couldn't help but remind Subai when she saw that he was going to buy a wronged computer, and the two spoke for the first time. In other words, this was her chance to hook up with Subai. Surprised, if you don't count the online escorts, the two met. Surprisingly, when Chen Yuxing hit on Subai. It's sick to think about it. She's a social terrorist. Maybe it's called the underworld. Okay, no problem. Chen Yuxing agreed cheerfully. Pay will be based on playing along. 200 an hour. Well, because it is not convenient for others to know. Only belongs to Su by Chen Yuxing. Two people small secret conversation. Chen Yuxing has a little bit of weakness, and Su by close to the two or close to the degree of ear to ear. Ahem. The teacher on the podium couldn't stand to watch. The little couple by the window on the right. Pay attention to the influence. Don't talk to each other in class. Gossipy glances from her classmates urged her over. Chen Yuxing was instantly so ashamed that her brain went blank, and she lowered her head to play with her fingers without saying a word. From her neck to her ears she was a bright red, delicate and beautiful to look at. As for Su Bai, grinning, he apologized. Okay teacher, I know it's wrong. Red Bean Mud Private Marseille. There's no shame in it. To put it nicely, he has a sunny disposition, but to put it bluntly, he's a pure and simple hobnailer. Perhaps it was because he was shameless that he was able to pick up Chen Yuxing? A number of students were born with similar ideas. With this scene in front of me, it's not at all incongruous to say that they're a couple. A groom and a daughter. Moreover, after being named by the teacher, Chen Yuxing didn't draw a line with Su Bai, but instead waited for the wind to pass and the two continued to bite their ears. At the back of the classroom, Shumingzhi suddenly struggled to stand up and covered his chest as he stumbled out on his feet. What's wrong with you, brother? Wang Haoren asked. Going out for some air. Ha! Heartache. Can't catch my breath bro. Ha! Chapter 31 Chen Yuxing's good sense breaks through 80. Su Bai has a bold idea. In order to prevent the murder from happening, Wang Haoren was righteous enough to accompany Shumingzhi to the infirmary. Looking at his posture, he was obviously struck by Su Bai and Chen Yuxing's intimate behavior. If he didn't care about him, he was afraid that something would happen. The young man's body is not in any serious trouble, but his spleen and stomach are a bit weak, so he should stay up less late. School hospital. The doctor smiled and put away his stethoscope and withdrew his hand from taking his pulse. Immediately afterward, he added, the Lesser Taoist Temple, Chu Mingchul, just to be on the safe side. Let's do a blood test, and if you're still uncomfortable prescribe you acupuncture and physical therapy, and then withdraw if there's no problem. Wang Haoren cannot understand. Doctor, you are in the end Chinese medicine or Western medicine I want to ask? It doesn't matter. Anyway, Master Shanghai is not in any serious trouble. That's good. Sitting on the bench in front of the emergency room, Shumingzhi's eyes were lifeless. Suddenly, he muttered, on what grounds? Grass. What makes Chen Yuxing so enthusiastic about Su Bai? Who's to say about things like feelings? Don't think about it so much. Wang Haoren comforted, but in his heart, he was thinking something completely different. He was aware of Bai's hidden strength. Rich, good personality, good looking. This obviously goes well with Chen Yuxing I see. Jiangcheng University South Gate, Computer City. Computer City in this day and age has clearly fallen out of favor. With all the information available in the self-publishing media, everyone knows that ditching crooks eat people up. Half of the pit for the living and a grand slam for the familiar. What i9 class CPU, military-grade motherboards, server-grade memory, blowing up the sky. In fact, are not know where to find electronic garbage, assembled into a seemingly advanced computer, to deceive the uninitiated. $600 cost computer. Sell you 5,006. Tearful blood earn 5,000. Nowadays. But anyone who usually brushes up on some science videos usually doesn't come to Computer City to get ripped off. However, Chen Yuxing is an exception. She is very familiar with the principles and market prices of hardware and software. Also helped Prof. Law with his purchases. So, in turn, you can get a bargain at Computer City, which simply means bypassing the various levels of agents. And the price is a little lower than e-commerce. It's also Chen Yuxing's skill. No wonder Professor Luo praised this freshman is really powerful. That cannot be powerful. Can write code, can also run procurement? Or a character straight never corruption naive. Su Bai even suspected that Professor Luo has the suspicion of squeezing the labor. Therefore Su Bai didn't need to use his brain at all. Just follow behind Chen Yuxing and admire her bargaining. There's no doubt about it. Schoolboy Chan is a sociopath, but seems to have a killer demeanor when it comes to her preferred area of expertise. From time to time, he twisted his head to ask Su Bai about his needs, and then dealt with the boss selling computer parts according to the needs. Got a whole set of configurations out pretty quickly, and the parts were gathered together and assembled and debugged on-site at a store that has long cooperated with Prof. Luo's lab. Yo, Xiao Chen, this computer of yours doesn't look like it's for lab use. So many RGB light strips. Prof. Luo can't help but think you guys are playing games in the lab when he looks at it. The boss was an amiable old auntie, commenting sharply while high on melon seeds. It's just for playing games. It's a match for him. Chen Yuxing, who was busy, looked up at Su Bai. The adoration swirling in his eyes was captured by his boss. The boss didn't poke his nose in, just grinned and sized up Subai. Well, not bad. The boy's got a nice, smooth face. If you can afford a computer that costs tens of thousands of dollars, I guess your family isn't too bad. Subai was oblivious to his boss's attention. He was concentrating on watching Chen Yuxing load the machine. Quite skillful. It's more powerful than Subai anyway. For that matter, it must be pure modesty for her to say that she's not good with her hands. Or maybe she's more skilled in other areas than she is, and she's just not as good as she is. What do you keep looking at me for? It's fun to watch you set up your computer. I honestly never thought I'd be assembling a computer with any girl until I met you. It's cool, alright. Cut the crap and get over here and give me a hand. The two of them worked together to remove and install partitions, screws and such. Fingers can't help but rub together during this time. An ambiguous atmosphere gradually brewed. Chen Yuxing's head, on the other hand, kept pondering over Subai's words. Looks like she's also a special existence in Subai's eyes. Soon, the computer was loaded and lit up. Then comes the installation of the system and associated drivers. With everything in place, it was time to run a score to test the power of this computer. The score that ran out was higher than Subai expected. Subai was slightly puzzled by this, and Chen Yuxing explained. I've set a set of overclocking parameters for you that will give better performance than the standard ones. Sounds pretty dang good. It shouldn't explode, should it? No, there's a huge surplus of power and cooling. It's absolutely crushing. After all, you've got your budget stretched, and I've got the best pieces for you. Chen Yuxing was very sure of himself. At that time, Subai wanted to buy the Eye of Defeat, about 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. Chen Yuxing said that it is not cost-effective, and the result is to match Subai with this set of the whole 100,000 yuan, which is also quite outrageous, but it does perform better. It also looks good, with a techie aesthetic. Definitely a man's dream gaming console now. Subai paid the money, found a paper box with plastic foam, loaded up and carried the computer to the car. The very heavy desktop mainframe was carried on Subai's shoulder, but it was as light as nothing. He then carried a top panel built monitor, keyboard, headset, mouse and other peripherals, all complete. For the whole set, you spend over $100,000 and get about $500,000 back. Where to now? Chen Yuxing asked. I don't think it's the dormitory. The power supply of this set, the dormitory's little power limit won't hold up. That's for sure. I've been staying at a hotel near the school lately, pulling right up to the hotel, and when I find a permanent place to stay, I'll ship it again then. Oh, Chen Yuxing immediately thought that the hotel where Subai was staying was definitely not simple either. Sure enough, the car drove up to the JW Marriott. Chen Yuxing knew this hotel brand and knew it was expensive. However, when he followed Subai into the Riverview suite, he had little feeling for the grandeur inside. That's a stark contrast to Chijilu. After all, Chen Yuxing was not interested in these luxurious materialistic desires. She cared about other aspects. If a bunch of computing cards for AI research were placed in the room, perhaps Chen Yuxing would have been as excited as Zhou Jialu was when she walked in. After helping Subai set up his computer, Chen Yuxing realized with hindsight that she was actually alone with Subai in the hotel room he had opened. In this regard, Chen Yuxing had always been very vigilant and would never be alone with a man in a closed space. It was so natural to be with Subai, and his guard was completely off. Chen Yuxing was all about rigorous logic, and from the analysis of this phenomenon, it proved that Subai's position in her heart was already more than just a friend, or as Subai would say, soulmates. LOL. Already, hopelessly in love with him, Chen Yuxing thought grudgingly. Ding, ding, detected that S-ranked goddess Chen Yuxing's favorability towards Subai exceeded 80 points. Intimacy binding successful. Bonus draw once. Now, spending money for Chen Yuxing to fulfill her indulgent thoughts can also earn the host 10 times cashback. Oh, this one broke 80 points too? In fact, Subai was not surprised by this. After all, he also felt, from the bottom of his heart, that he and Chen Yuxing were very close. It's just that, with this kind of girl who has a super high self-esteem and a family that seems to have a hidden agenda, there's no rush, so you have to take your time with the strategy. It turned out to be surprisingly heartwarming so quickly, and it became a bone-crushingly hot love. So Subai followed the advice. Psalm, I have a bold idea. Chapter 32, The shyness of a young girl is worth 1,000 words. What are you going to do? Chen Yuxing instantly tensed up. Subconsciously, she took half a step backward, her hands grasping the side of her long chiffon dress. Well, if Subai really makes excessive demands on her, in fact, it's not impossible to consider it. The girl's head flooded with strange and bizarre counterintuitive thoughts. However, the next moment, Subai said something that was completely unexpected by Chen Yuxing. Why don't we upgrade your equipment as well, so you'll be more comfortable when you're hacking with me in your dorm room? Is this a bold idea? What's wrong? Nothing. Chen Yuxing was inexplicably a little irritated, biting her lip. Foolishly. It's anger at myself for thinking the wrong way. People, Su-bai, are obviously super decent. So what do you think? Open the Jingdong and pick a computer. The dormitory power limit with desktop is definitely not suitable. And you also need portability. Well, don't say you don't need it. Still, I'm doing it for my own emotional value. Imagine how upset I'd be if you lagged while playing a game with me, right? Isn't that the point? The reasoning is right. But what Chen Yuxing was entangled in was actually not this aspect. Seeing the way Su-bai was very sincere about choosing a computer for her, Chen Yuxing couldn't hold down her little heart and blurted out, Su-bai, are you not enjoying hacking with me in the couple's booth? Ha? Su-bai froze. What does this have to do with the couple's private room? So when you changed my computer, didn't you mean that I should try to play with you in my dorm and not want to see me offline? God damn it. I don't want to see you. What kind of top-level understanding is this? Su-bai gave an angry laugh. You are not free to come to the site every day to play with me. This is not so that you always have good equipment to use. That computer of yours has quality control problems. After-sales service does not give a replacement. Sometimes inexplicably stuck a bit. This is what you said to me yourself. Wait, Pithy, you mean you actually prefer to have a couple's room with me? The corners of Su-bai's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Looking at Chen Yuxing's body was uncomfortable. Dropped a sentence, there are still things to do. I'm leaving first. She fled the JW Marriott's Riverview suite in a sorry state. Egu me. Not bad. Chen Shuaba's shy little look. The shyness of a young girl is worth all the words on earth. These words, Su-bai had gotten an extremely deep understanding in Chen Yuxing's body. Schoolboy. I'm back. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Jia Deer, who had a shapely body, reappeared in front of Su-bai. At this point, not too much time had actually passed since Chen Yuxing had escaped. Zhou Jialu went back to school in the afternoon to go to class. Is the previous failed subjects? Stay to the senior year to repeat. Some teachers look hard at students who retake classes, so it's a necessity to go. Su-bai took advantage of this time difference and didn't let things like Chen Yuxing and Zhou Jialu meet happen. There's timing. It looks like a masterful operation, but it's a masked one. Su-bai didn't even know that these two were housemates. Zhou Jiadir hadn't talked to Su-bai at all about who her roommate was. Su-bai's knowledge of the goddess dormitory was limited to Lu Yuan and Chen Yuxing. Seeing that there was an additional computer in the Riverview suite that looked very arrogant, Zhou Jialu asked curiously, Brother, did you go to buy a computer this afternoon? Well, grouped one that I'm happy with. Then playing games must be very cool, but unfortunately I don't know much about playing games. Oh, if you don't mind, schoolmate can teach me. As soon as Zhou Jiadir saw Su-bai, her entire body stuck to Su-bai, like some parasitic mollusk. She still seemed to enjoy teasing Su-bai, enjoying seeing Su-bai having trouble holding himself back because of her charms. Su-bai keenly perceived this. It seems that the school sister was like this in the past, longing for her charm to be recognized, but at heart is a very conservative and self-respecting and self-loving woman. That's why some people say she burns. Only now, the object seeking recognition was firmly locked onto Su-bai alone. The feeling of happiness, it goes without saying. So Su-bai enjoyed another wave of service from his schoolmates. Refreshed, I lay down on the couch and opened a bottle of a drink I'd taken from the hotel room fridge. Zhou Jialu was studying Evian mineral water in glass bottles, which always appeared in all kinds of literary works showing luxurious life. 330 milliliters in a small volume gift pack sells for $200 a bottle. If you want to say how it tastes, it's really good, but is it really worth the money? It's hard to say. When they were almost tired of being bored, the two of them went downstairs and found a Cantonese restaurant nearby for dinner. It's been a bit greasy the last couple of days, so I need to change it up. Although the system will remove the negative effects of indulgence for Su-bai, the taste buds will still tend to savor more and different cuisines. Well, in fact, it is Su-bai likes to wave. Foodies are like this, rich everything want to taste. While eating, Chen Yuxing sent a cat probe emoji. Su-bai didn't push much and directly told her that the fight would start at 8 o'clock in the evening. According to Su-bai's estimation, at 8 o'clock the school sister would definitely have to go back. Sure enough, it wasn't even 7:30 when Zhou Jialu said she had to go back to the dormitory to chat with her girlfriends and withdrew. Mainly because I was afraid of staying late, I was lazy and didn't want to go. Then I went along with the schoolboy. Su-bai took a bath and went online at 8 o'clock sharp. Today's Chen Yuxing was relatively silent in the game, not even opening the free mic, only occasionally opening the mic briefly to say a word. Apparently it's still autistic. This is very normal. According to the system, Chen Yuxing has already completely heart to Su-bai. Her kind of character of the girl, after the heart, the whole mental state is bound to experience a strong baptism. Just give her some time. What's the saying? A good meal is never too late. Chen Yuxing this one, Su-bai really likes it. The 2 hours of accompanying the game ended, and just after exiting the game, Chen Yuxing said on WeChat, "Rain break, are you angry? Crispy white goose, no. Rain break, oh. Rain break, I'm not angry either. Rainbow, well, I wasn't angry today from start to finish. I just had a bad throat, so I talked less. Crispy goose, understand, goose_cheers. Crispy big white goose, gave you an order ROG gun got 8+. Address fill in the distance from your building closer to the rookie station. Tomorrow morning should be 2. Receive a text message remember to go to take. Rain break, aha. Rain break, thank you." It's time to say that the two do have their hearts in the right place in terms of aesthetics. Although Chen Yuxing claimed that the brand ROG has a high premium, but in fact it is precisely this laptop that Su Bai is now buying for her, which Chen Yuxing coveted for a long time during the summer vacation, but it tops out at over 30k. There's no need to spend this wasted money. It's only right to save the money for mom's treatment. Su Bai really treats her very, very well then. Together with the fact that Su Bai had flirted with her in the hotel in the afternoon, it was obvious that Su Bai was aware of Chen Yuxing's feelings. Why do I feel like this guy smells like a scumbag? Well, but, really like him. Chen Yuxing silently spat, holding his cell phone and going to bed to chat with Su Bai. At this time, the goddess dormitory had a rare full complement of 4 members, in addition to the 2 goddesses who became entangled with Su Bai, and Lu Yuan, who became entangled with Su Bai's roommate. The 4th member was Jiang Qiuzheng from the Department of Broadcasting and Hosting. Chapter 33. The Su Bai you speak of, is that Su Bai? Jiang Qiuzheng is not tall, but has a doll-like delicate and beautiful face, enough to evoke a protective streak in any man, due to practicing dance since she was a child. Jiang Qiuzheng's grooming had some more graceful winks, petite and delicate slender body, chest hill size is not big, with the overall temperament, but is extraordinarily charming. So, not just an innocent type of goddess, but the pure lust that is so popular right now. First love face white thin young. When students mention Jiang Qiuzheng, always appear similar words. Her face is always hung with a jinky full of smiles, knitting her brows and smiling, girlish, like a dainty elementary school girl who traveled from the island anime. In fact, of these 3 goddesses in the goddess dormitory, Jiang Qiuzheng had the most suitors. Chen Yuxing is too cold. Zhou Jiadir is too hot. There's something about it that's hard to navigate. Only Jiang Qiuzheng, even the most ordinary boy, can't help but fantasize. What if Jiang's schoolgirl unearths his inner beauty and creates a spark in his heart? At this time, Jiang Qiuzheng had just finished participating in club activities. It is reasonable to say that the clubs of Jiangcheng University, after the end of the National Day holiday to start recruiting, but Jiang Qiuye is an art student. Following the broadcasting hosting department of the older sister will mix into the animation club, mainly engaged in amateur voiceover work. The popularity of the club is very high. Ouch. So tired oh. Ha, what smells so good? Entering the house with a JK uniform pleated skirt and sloping heeled small leather shoes, Jiang Qiuye was attacked by the rich aroma of food. Lu Yuan said, "Senior sister has brought food back again, come and share it together." "Wow, it's so nice of you, sister, to bring us snacks just yesterday." "Aha, this time it's fried goods, with a special healthy cooking oil that's not fattening to eat." Zhou Jiadir slightly with a bit of bragging, after all, and yesterday's dim sum belongs to the recent Jiangcheng local popular net red store. The price is not the average student can afford. Now she is considered to be developed, with $100,000 of pocket money per month, and Su by buying her all kinds of expensive luxuries. It's always a good idea to bring a little snack to bribe your housemates and get on good terms. After all, people will always be jealous, and jealousy simmers for too long, and it's easy to develop malice. Those who are emotionally intelligent are good at turning malice into nothing. Then I'll make myself at home. Thank you, senior sister. Jiang Qiuzheng mouth also bloodness, but she is very concerned about keeping fit. The night generally dare not indulge. Joe's schoolmate bought this, just right for her. Not to mention, even though it's low fat, it doesn't taste bad. In fact, she had wanted to try it for a long time, but the store was a bit far from Jiangcheng University, over in the busier business district, and, well, it was really expensive. For example, fried mushrooms, a very common ingredient that sells for $12 a bag in a normal store, cost 58 in this store. Then again, in Jiang Qiuye's impression since enrollment, Sister Joe actually spends money quite frugally. Why suddenly changed her style? While pondering in his heart, Jiang Qiuye's face did not show any emotions. Occasionally, a girl would denigrate her, saying that this new schoolgirl, the elementary schoolgirl, was a green tea. However, most of the students thought she was nice. After all, Jiang Qiuye didn't hang on to any boy. In reality, it was only because Jiang Qiuye's mind was deep enough to be too lazy to play those ordinary green tea tricks. She's not just any green tea, she's got a lot of scheming going on. So, Until she meets a man who's really worth rating, Kang Chu-dai is going to keep her persona. Pure lust secondary beauty. At this time, Lu Yuan said with a gossipy face, Xiao Yan, let me tell you, our sister Zhou has already found the man of her dreams. Senior sister is actually in love. Jiang Qiuye was surprised. Well, met a particular favorite. Sort of love at first sight. Talk about love at first sight. Chen Yusheng, who was lying on the bed, couldn't help but glance this way. What a coincidence. She fell in love at first sight as well. It seems that all the guys in the dormitory have been lucky lately. Look, Zhou Zhan, this LV bag is what Jia Lu's boyfriend bought for her. Wow, it's beautiful. It shouldn't be cheap, should it? Jiang Qiuzhan looked innocent and ignorant, completely unaware of luxury goods. Well, it fit her usual carefully crafted persona, practically screaming inside. The Louis Vuitton x Takashi Murakami co-branded collection Speedy Bandolier 25. Whether it's its own value, rarity, or price, it's a young woman's dream come true. And when Lu Yuan stated the price of 160,000 yuan for the bag, Kang Qiuye appropriately displayed shock. The eyes were round and the eyelashes flickered. Geez, schoolgirl, your boyfriend is too good to you. Aha, it was pretty good for me. Zhou Jiadir was a little embarrassed by the compliment. If they knew that Subai had bought her 3 bags at the same price in one go, spending over $500,000, they would not be scared to death. There is a saying that Subai's financial power is indeed quite exaggerated. The vanity of Zhou Jialu was fully satisfied. It also made her identify more and more how right her choice was. We've only known each other for a few hours, and we've given our first kiss to Subai. It sounds a little too backwards, but for a man as good as Subai, a girl should be backwards. The 3 girls chattered and talked. Chen Yusheng watched in silence. She couldn't actually figure out why a bag could be worth so much money. It felt like a pure IQ tax. However, such outrageous spending habits inexplicably reminded Chen Yusheng of Subai. If Subai had bought her a bag, she would have preferred not to have it and replaced it all with a graphics card. Bah! What Subai bought her a bag? They are now. Well, it is the relationship of soulmates, not a couple. Read about it. Chen Yusheng opened Jingdong and searched the interface of the $30,000 laptop. I'll have my hands on it tomorrow. It's still beautiful to think about. Because for all kinds of electronics, she really likes them. If she didn't have to pay for her mother's treatment, Chen Yusheng would have bought all kinds of electronic products and tossed them around the dormitory if she had money on hand. Senior sister, when are you going to bring us to meet your boyfriend? Lu Yuan asked. She was really curious as to what a godho really looked like. Let's wait until we get a chance later. We're unstable right now and he's a bit of a low-key guy. Doesn't like to flaunt it around. Oh, got it. Senior sister is afraid of so many beautiful women in our dormitory. After seeing them and she snatched her boyfriend. What? Don't talk nonsense. Zhou Jiadir blushed. Jiang Qiuzhan flirted. Don't worry, schoolmate. We are all good girlfriends. We definitely won't steal from you. That's right, senior sister. You're just treating the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a small man. Lu Yuan also smiled and said, I already have a boyfriend. Xiaoya schoolmate doesn't intend to fall in love for the time being. As for Yusheng schoolmate, she has Subai. Me? Suddenly cornered by her roommate. Chen Yusheng was a bit confused and immediately denied. I'm not. I don't have. Me and Subai are just ordinary friends. Well, what happened again that I don't know? Jiang Qiuzheng was a bit excited. Could it be that the cold and icy school bully, Chen Yusheng, was also getting off the hook? What about Yusheng sitting with a boy in class today? That's unprecedented. I've heard it from the computer science department. Wow, looks like something's up. There's no situation. Don't listen to them. Chen Yusheng defended himself in a raw manner, and then burrowed under the covers and closed himself up. At this time, Zhou Jiadir's face was slightly changed, pretending to ask carelessly, the Subai you guys are talking about. Which Subai is it? Chapter 34, Sister is Jealous. Subai. That's the freshman in the same class as Yusheng. Lu Yuan said. She didn't notice Zhou Jiadir's abnormality. However, Zhou Jiadir's heart was thumping violently when she just heard Lu Yuan mention Subai's name. She only knew that Subai was a freshman in the computer science department, but she didn't know that Subai and Chen Yusheng were in the same class. Much less, the two were close enough to sit in class together. It's reasonable to say that usually, taking classes together doesn't mean anything. They're all college students. It's not like they're elementary school kids who get up in arms when they see boys and girls walking together. The problem is that Chen Yusheng is not an ordinary person. She had always kept her distance from any boys. Plus, when Subai was mentioned just now, Chen Yusheng's fleshy shyness was visible to the naked eye. No, let alone visible to the naked eye, visible to the blind. A blind man came and saw it clearly. It was reasonable to say that Subai was very low-key in school, and perhaps there were girls who would approach him because of his face value. But, Chen Yuxing didn't seem to be that kind of simple brainless face controller. Could it be that Chen Yuxing had also discovered Subai's multiple wealth and billions? Don't do this kind of thing. Zhou Jiadir's heart set off waves of shock and was very unpleasant. But she didn't ask anything more. Saying something out loud would be too obvious. She didn't want the people in the school to know that her boyfriend was Subai for the time being. Hey, that's Subai. Although it looks like his family is quite poor, but he is really handsome. If only my boyfriend Shui Tao is also that handsome. Lu Yuan continued to spit out. Shui Tao is not only ugly, but also has a bad personality. I just looked at Subai a little more when I was eating in the cafeteria, and he was so upset. Zhang Qiujing was uncertain. Subai and Shui Tao. It seems that they are in the same dormitory, right? Right. There's also a rich boy, also from the computer department. Chu Mingjie, also in that dormitory. He's from Mordor. Hey, is Qiu Dai interested? Ha ha, senior sister. I don't have any plans to fall in love yet. Zhou Jialu pretended that she was already playing with her cell phone, and perked up her ears to listen to the conversation between the two of them. It turns out that Lu Yuan's boyfriend is Subai's roommate. It's also good to sidestep information about Subai from Hope in the future. What made Zhou Jiadir feel like crying and laughing was that Lu Yuan seemed to be a fan of Subai's face, babbling on and on about how tall and handsome Subai was, which was also absolutely amazing. It seems that in this dormitory room, except for the outsider Zhang Qiuzhan, the remaining three are all holding good feelings for Subai. Zhou Jialu vaguely smelled the smell of smoke. After a while, no one spoke in the goddess's quarters for a while. Zhang Qiuzhan climbed into his own bed and pulled the bed curtains. After entering the solitary mode, the pretty face that was full of Yuan Qi was suddenly colored with a layer of shade. Bye. Will you really be good with Chen Yuxing? The next day, early morning, Subai was dazed and confused when he heard the sound of someone swiping the door card to enter the house, followed by the familiar aroma of his schoolmate. Good morning, my elementary school brother. Opening his eyes, Subai saw Zhou Jiadir's near, charming face. Bo. After a shallow kiss, Subai opened his arms and lifted the comforter. Zhou Jiadir smoothly drilled in and lay in his arms. Sister is wearing a very refreshing t-shirt and denim A-line skirt today. A classic look for female college students in this late summertime in Zhangcheng. But her figure was so good that just a plain slim-fit t-shirt set off that full presence and a waist that was especially slim in contrast, making her blood boil. It's early in the morning. It does seem to be a bit hard to top. Zhou Jiadir was hugged by him for a while. Naturally she felt it and smiled wryly. Schoolboy, do you want some help? Wanted. Details omitted. Subai washed up in the spacious and luxurious bathroom, refreshed. Through the reflection of the mirror, he saw Zhou Jiadir leaning against the bathroom door and looking at him. So he asked, does senior sister have something to say to me? Gu, you're so smart. Schoolmate, just say what you have to say. There's no need to be formal in my presence. Schoolteacher, well, then let me ask you, do you know Chen Yuxing? Recognize played games with her, Subai frankly said. She lives in the same dorm room as me. Hey, so, it's not bad for a goddess dormitory. So when she was hacking with Chen Yuxing last night, the senior sister was actually in her neighborhood? Ghost, it feels like an inexplicable bandwagon to think that way. Subai knew very well that he was not a dedicated man. After binding the divine hero system, it even activated his harem instinct. Wiping his freshly washed face clean, Subai playfully looked at Zhou Jiadir and waited for his schoolmate to continue speaking, being embarrassed by Subai's look. But Zhou Jiadir still couldn't help but want to get the words out, so she had to drill into his arms again, rubbing against his body, and said with a petulant tone, if school brother wants to play the game to bring his sister, I can actually do it too. I can learn all the games that school brother likes to play. Holy, look at this service. Girls who get boyfriends and restrict each other from playing games simply because she herself doesn't like to play. Come on, learn from Zhou Jialu. Subai cheerfully said, sister, you can have this realization I old touched. The problem is that things are not at all what you think. Hanging out with Shang, it's not me leading my sister, it's her leading me. She's particularly good at playing games. Oh, Zhou Jialu even saw admiration in Subai's eyes. That's true, boys admire girls who play games well, right? Not to mention that Chen Yuxing was so good looking and a school bully, especially Subai's name for Chen Yuxing, actually Shang Shang. The goddess dormitory roommates do not have such a close name for her. What? Is schoolteacher jealous? Well, a little bit. Only a little bit of jealousy. Zhou Jiadir pressed the side of her face against Subai's chest, her tone carrying the slightest hint of melancholy. However, before Subai could say anything else, she raised her head again, her beautiful eyes gently looking at Subai. In fact, I have long been mentally prepared. Like school brother, such an excellent man. How can there be only one woman? I just hope, in the heart of the school brother, to occupy a unique position. Package unique. School sister, you are my first love. Really? Really the first love, the first kiss, are all schoolmates. Subai suddenly remembered something and laughed, and the first time that's something. So what is? Only to see Subai take out his cell phone and open Jitterbug to show Jo Jia the history. Sister is the first beautiful blogger I followed on Jitterbug. Although at that time Sister's personal number, the popularity is still very low. After all, Sister is just a normal sharing of life, and occasionally shoot a few dancing videos. The degree of rubbing is very low. But I was so young then, I didn't know why I thought that my senior sister was particularly attractive. So, for the first time in my life, I made a mistake in response to her video. Subai's sincere self-destruction. Hearing Jo Jia dumbfounded, his face reddened. It was a long time before he stumbled over his words. Schoolboy, why are you so bad? That's why the destiny between school sister and I can be said to be destined by heaven. I'm school sister's ideal type, and school sister is also my, this seems like it's not quite appropriate to call it a white moonlight. Subai pondered for a moment, his eyes lit up, and he thought of a very appropriate statement. Hokage, it's my time moonlight. Nasty. Jo Jia was thoroughly amused by Subai, laughing and making a mess with him. When he came back to his senses, he had already been carried to the bed by Subai. The two stared at each other from close range, and then a sweet smile broke out in unison. It's good to meet you. Chapter 35, Subai is really giving too much. Schoolboy, what's the schedule for today? After being mushy for a while, Jo Jia asked. Subai thought about it and said, there's nothing scheduled for today. It depends on the mood. There's no need to go back to school until tomorrow afternoon. So what are you going to do next year when you go back to school in the afternoon? There's a class meeting coming up. It shouldn't take long. And I'm having dinner at school afterward, by the way. All this time in between belongs to you. Saying that, Subai pinched the tip of Jo Jia's nose. The latter smiled as she obediently pampered herself and whispered, me too. I don't have anything else to do on the weekend, so I'll just concentrate on accompanying you. Good but tomorrow afternoon when I go back to school, senior sister also go back to the dormitory by the way. Don't fall in love and leave your girlfriends behind when people say that you are a heavy color light friend. That's not because you're too tempting as a color. As she said that, Jo Jia suddenly realized something. Subai asked her to return to her dormitory tomorrow, Sunday afternoon, meaning, let her stay in the hotel tonight? At once, Jo Jia's skin began to burn. One thing said, she did want to stay here, wanted to lie on the same bed with Subai, fall asleep in his arms, and wake up to see Subai's handsome face right away. Who doesn't love a woman who's just fallen in love? But if she really did that, Jo Jia was afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist going further with Subai. She still preferred her first time to be on a more monumental day. After thinking about it, Jo Jia decided to test Subai's attitude first. Schoolboy, are you welcome to stay here tonight? Of course you are welcome. If you are happy, I am definitely happy. Subai met her eyes for a moment and suddenly laughed. Senior sister is worried that I won't be able to resist my nature and directly take you down? Well, actually I have a little bit of that, I think. Lying in Subai's arms, Jo Jia's eyes were hazy. If school brother really can't help it, if he wants to eat me at any time, it's no problem. That won't do. We have to prepare properly and give schoolteacher a super memorable first time, Subai said decisively. Jo Jia is a rare high-scoring goddess who was both loyal and considerate to Subai. Definitely needs to be grand. Besides, when the time comes to make some big spectacle, more whole rituals, what play is expensive to choose? Can eat a wave of indulgence rebate? Yet looking at her confused little eyes, it was clear that she had been able to suppress her inner emotions a bit. So Subai suggested, the first time is equivalent to a war, and before a formal war, there can actually be drills, such as familiarizing yourself with the sensations of each other's bodies, as well as exercising your hands. Not only your senior sister's hands, but also my hands. The innocent Jo Jia was a bit confused as to what it meant. However, in the next second, her body trembled violently, instantly understanding what Subai was talking about in terms of maneuvers. Showing an angry expression, she was obediently allowing Subai to fiddle with her. All day long, Subai and Jo Jia stayed at the hotel, either watching dramas on TV or doing maneuvers. Shujalo found himself a bit addicted. Girls have that need to be in the presence of a man they really like. Subai's big hands seem to have magic power, making Jo Jia very popular. It's actually something that pleases each other if the couple is in a good relationship. Doing it yourself, and doing it for each other for your partner. That's really different. Su White knows it well. I used to watch the videos of my schoolmates and make my own food, now enjoying the ministrations of the schoolmistresses at zero distance. There is the joy of a youthful dream realized. When the two of them got tired of being indoors, they went downstairs and wandered around the neighborhood for a leisurely and relaxing meal. After dinner wandering around, Subai again pulled Jo Jia into the Chanel counter. buy some clothes for your schoolmates, or at least something that will match those bags. Yeah, school brother choose for me. I'll wear whatever school brother likes to see. Jo Ja-deer got excited. For her, buying clothes was more fun than buying a bag because there were more patterns for various combinations. Su-bai, however, shook his head and said, "Senior sister picks. I'm responsible for just appreciating it, as long as it's what senior sister likes to buy. You're so good to me." After hearing Su-bai's bold statement, Jo Ja-deer did not float, and probably had a number in her heart. Clothes and bags to match the price point, a variety of styles to pick a 4 or 5 sets of looks, a set down tens of thousands to more than 100,000, adding up to a budget of between 50 to 1 million. She listed the budget on her cell phone memo and showed it to Su-bai, who nodded in satisfaction. "Let's do it." Ta-da! Jo Ja-deer went to pick out her clothes cheerfully, looking at her freckled figure. Su-bai nodded in satisfaction. Jo's school sister's spending money is indeed tasteful. This is a good thing. After all, after binding the school sister's indulgence is equivalent to Su-bai's indulgence. Fierce return to the present. Don't laugh. Well, spend money is also of itself. How many rich tycoon? Spend the money on all kinds of odd places, buy things a little beauty, or even spend wrong money, pitched money, such as what sky-high metaphysical ornaments, sky-high healthcare products. And there's another good thing about Chujalu, it's measured. Some girls are insatiable. As soon as the man said pick, she would like to catch the wool gathering. Hate to give the wool gathering bald. Jo Ja-deer is not like that. She will take the initiative to figure out Su-bai's intentions, which is not a loss to herself, but also in line with Su-bai's psychological expectations. Smart. It's the enjoyment of a godly man that comes from living with a smart woman. Ding. Detected Jo Ja-lu purchasing a set at Chanel, spending a total of about 680,000 yuan, triggering a 9-fold cashback, rewarding 120,000 yuan. Detected the host's deposit exceeding $10 million, rewarded with +1 lucky draw number. Su-bai paid the money for the clothes in one lump sum. I was looking for a way to draw a big cashback multiplier and a fat wave. The results didn't really disappoint him. After this spending, Su-bai's savings had exceeded $10 million. It's not comparable to those who are really top-ranked tycoons. However, for idle freshman students, it's already enough assets to spend money and get drunk. After buying clothes, it was not early. Su-bai returned to the hotel, opened the computer, ready to hack with Chen Yuxing. Su-bai bought her a new computer. She has already gotten it. The process of opening the box also recorded a small video in the dormitory. Judging from the chat during the day, Chen Yuxing was satisfied with the computer and liked it a lot. Obviously, he had advised Su-bai not to buy the Eye of Defeat before. You have it yourself but you baby it. As expected, Chen Yuxing actually likes this brand, just because it is too expensive, so it is not forced. How come all the women around us are so understanding? Is Hokage going to play games with Yuxing? Open mic. I know, I'll be sure to keep quiet, and won't let Yuxing know that there are other women around you. That's too much awareness for you. That's of course. School brother, you have spent more than $1 million for me these days. Such a powerful man. It's too unrealistic to ask for exclusivity. Anyway, I'm school brothers. Well, Thai moonshine. Ha, I'm already very satisfied. After saying that, Jo Ja-deer gave Su-bai a fragrant kiss and took the initiative to go into the bedroom and close the door, leaving Su-bai to concentrate on hacking with Chen Yuxing in the living room of the Riverview suite. Su-bai couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. More than Jo Ja-lu's thoughtfulness, what surprised him a little was that in just a few days, he had actually already spent $1 million on his schoolmate? In a pinch, it's true. Bags, clothes, plus a Mercedes C-Class. $1 million. According to an ordinary person's salary, how long do you have to save? Jiangchen College graduates. The general monthly salary is $5,000. The economic situation in the past few years is not good. The salary increase is slow. According to the average down to $8,000 per month to calculate, plus 2 months of the year-end bonus, the annual income of 112,000 yuan. Do not eat or drink, have to save 9 years. Even if you're a star salesperson at a 4S store with a high commission upon conversion, that's at least 5 years of saving. How many 5 years are there in a person's life? Not to mention the most precious years of a girl's youth. After doing this math, it didn't seem strange that Jo Ja-deer was completely fine with Su-bai playing games with other girls. After all, Su-bai was really giving too much. Chapter 36, Sleeping with a Girl for the First Time. In the bedroom, Jo Ja-lu's ear was pressed against the doorway, and she could vaguely hear the sound of Su-bai playing a game outside. It was quite exciting, and exactly as she remembered boys playing the game. It seems that elementary school brothers also have similar aspects to their peers. This can't help but make Jo Ja-deer feel cute. After all, most of the time, Su-bai appears to have an overly mature and sophisticated personality, Occasionally showing a little bit of teenage heart is also quite good. Game this piece. Zhou Jialu admitted that he is completely compared to Chen Yuxing. Just started school when she knew that the dormitory this Chen schoolmates playing the game is very good. Since this is the case, let Subai play with her well. Do not be too greedy. At least in the piece of wearing, shopping and maneuvering, Zhou Jialu is confident to take the lead. Asterisk. Sheng you operate so fiercely tonight. It feels like a higher level than before. After following Chen Yuxing and mixing two more heads, Subai couldn't help but praise him. There is? Chen Yuxing was a bit unsure. She didn't really feel much herself. Some of it feels like it's touched the threshold of being a bit of a pro. Maybe it's because of the change of equipment. This computer really works well. It doesn't drop frames at all. And the screen doesn't make my eyes tired after staring at it for a long time. Right. I told you I had to buy you a good computer. Sheng eyes so beautiful. If it's because of looking at the screen more myopia, how unfortunate. At this time, Chen Yuxing was playing games in the study room of the women's dormitory building too. Every building in Jiangcheng University comes with a study room, which is overcrowded every time the end of the semester is near the exams. But it's just the beginning of the school year and it's still far from exams, so there are very few people suitable for Chen Yuxing to play games at night. Hearing Subai compliment her on her good-looking eyes, a shy feeling surged up. She had heard similar meaty words from other boys, but at the time, she had only felt so disgusted and purely resistant. This time the situation is completely different. Not only do not hate, even beautiful, feel very proud. Su White, love her looks. Then, it means that Subai also has that aspect of her, right? Come to think of it, Subai spends money on her, saying it's buying emotional value. But is it really just that? Among other things, there was definitely an attempt to tease her as well. Becoming a couple with Subai? Kind of interesting. The corners of Chen Yuxing's lips curled into a heartfelt smile. Although he always felt that he was not worthy of Subai because of his condition. But people are always inert. Recently, I've been working as a chaperone for Subai, and I've been earning a lot of money, and I've had good food and a good computer. Don't even need to worry about the economy. The high cold school bully is also a person. There is also inertia. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, and it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Plus, her and Subai's personality hobbies fit well together. In Chen Yuxing's mind, thoughts of plotting against Subai gradually sprouted. Tonight's chaperone played for 3 hours. When he was about to go offline, Chen Yuxing abruptly said in his voice, Subai, can I not call you Subai and change my name? Can. What do you want to call me? Subai was a bit puzzled. I'll call you a big white goose. Ha ha ha. No problem. What? You don't think it sounds good? Good to hear. You know I've always loved creatures like the great white goose. Why? Because it's beautiful for nothing, and it fights superbly, and the big geese that are kept in rural homes are better at watching the gates than wolfhounds. Oh, I'll call you Goose from now on. Then, after a pause, Chen Yuxing said rather solemnly, Good night, great white swan. It then exited the voice. Subai froze for a moment and shook his head with a smile. Harkison, you guys, as the other me in the world. Subai naturally guessed Chen Yuxing's thought process very easily. Unique name calling means increased intimacy. Since Subai called her Shang, she couldn't call Subai by his ordinary name either. For Chen Yuxing, this already seemed to be an unsolicited hint. Well, that's pretty proactive for a little social terrorism. Subai was in a good mood, went to the bathroom to take a shower, wrapped in a towel and walked into the bedroom, and found Zhou Jiadir was leaning against the bed playing with her cell phone. Surprisingly, he had already changed into his pajamas, a halter nightgown in a purple hue that rhymes. The semi-transparent design, hazy and hidden, paired with last week's Jiadir's diminutive figure, was simply stunning. What made Subai unable to move his eyes was that Zhou Jiadir seemed to have ambushed her earlier, striking a sexy pose on the bed, with watery, foxy eyes, blinking and winking towards Subai. Subai froze in place for a few seconds and straightened up. Sister, you're burning up. Ouch. What are you talking about? Shame on you. Zhou Jiadir was a bit tense and hurriedly got under the covers. The act of seduction just now had sapped a lot of her courage, and it didn't last long before she started to get shy again. The main reason was that Subai had just finished showering, his bare upper body, covered only by the bath towel around his waist, exuding a charismatic testosterone odor. The shock that this scene brought to Zhou Jiadir was no worse than the shock that her nightgown gave to Subai. However, how could Subai let her go? Only to see Subai get under the covers with a strong hand and launch an attack. A new round of maneuvers has begun. Ding! Detected that the host's maneuvers are too frequent. This is really too indulgent. Even if it's the first time you've fallen in love, such physically damaging behavior is excessive. Rewarding +1 number of draws. Take a look at the system panel. which has racked up 3 draws. Subai was ready to save up a few more times and find a chance to have a streak of cool draws. At this moment, Subai was holding Jo Jiadir, who was lying on top of him, and the latter's gasping voice was obviously a bit tired. It was obviously tossed around by Subai for a long time. Can't remember how many maneuvers it was tonight, after all. One's head can be rather dizzy when one is having a particularly fast time. Right now, Zhou Jialu's entire body was giddy, crunchy and soft from head to toe. How could this be? Obviously she had also defeated Subai several times in the maneuvers. How did she feel that Subai's energy was not decreasing in the slightest? On the contrary, she was about to be unable to top it. What she didn't know was that the system would automatically remove the negative effects of indulgence for Subai. In other words, Subai could always remain in the best state of energy no matter how much he messed around. Zhou Jiadir gasps are a little breathless, as if it is already a state of complete surrender. As a result, after only a short while, she felt Subai's full battle spirit again, inwardly horrified and at the same time a bit of an inexplicable sense of pride. Schoolboy, really like her then. Senior sister, do you know anything about Chen Yuxing's financial situation? Subai suddenly asked. Haven't talked to her, but as a housemate, I usually look in and guess more or less. She seems to be short of money. Right, it's something that only us in the same dormitory have a vague feeling about, and usually she doesn't show it outwardly. And what is the reason for her lack of money? Not sure. Oh, we're guessing that someone in the family might be seriously ill or in debt. So, basically, it also matched Subai's guess. Looking at Subai pondering, Zhou Jiadir snapped. School brother, you really are, hugging me but inquiring about another girl. Scum, you're her roommate, so the fact that I asked you for information means I trust you. Whatever. Scumbag. Zhou Jiadir reached out and gently fluttered on Subai's body with a pouty affectation. Alas, this schoolteacher is so good at pampering herself. Subai feigned anger and said, it seems that the intensity of the maneuver wasn't enough. Don't. Zhou Jiadir hurriedly begged for mercy. I don't have any strength left. Oh, school brother, spare me. Do you still call yourself a schoolboy when you beg for mercy? Zhou Jiadir adjusted her emotions before shyly calling out, husband. This cry was really crispy to Subai's bones. Ignoring his schoolmate's pleas for mercy, Subai pulled her through another maneuver, only finally satisfied. This time Zhou Jiadir couldn't top it completely, grunted a few times vaguely, hugged Subai's arm, and fell asleep in no time, entering a sweet dreamland. Just in time. Subai was also a bit sleepy, so he obediently hugged his schoolmate and closed his eyes. This was the first time Subai had hugged a girl to sleep. The experience was excellent. Chapter 37, Sneaking Around and Buying a Nightgown. Early in the morning, Zhou Jiadir gradually woke up from his tiredness. When I say tired, it's actually a relief similar to a big nap after a good workout. Habitually, he rolled around on the bed, but on top of a warm, firm body, there was also that charming testosterone that instantly made Zhou Jiadir wake up and open her eyes. Ah, come to think of it, I slept with my schoolmate last night. He. Looking at Subai's near face, Zhou Jiadir's face flushed with fondness. Emotions are all over the place. Just a week ago, Zhou Jialu was still worrying about whether she could be transferred after graduation, what kind of job she should look for if she was laid off, and whether she should take the exam for graduate school or the editorial exam. In short, it's all about survival. Jiangcheng University is a 985 university is not false, but liberal arts marketing majors. The employment situation is actually quite miserable, especially the situation in the past 2 years. The liberal arts counterparts of the position, basically, are vigorously layoffs, not to mention recruiting new people. It turned out to be only a week later and I was lying in a big hotel bed close to 2,000 a night. The one who was sleeping soundly beside her was the man who had spent over $1 million on her just a few days after meeting her. Before she graduated, Zhou Jialu owned a limited edition bag worth over $100,000, a high-end fashion Chanel suit, and an exquisite Mercedes-Benz C260L. Oh, my God, I'm not dreaming, am I? Zhou Jialu suddenly became inexplicably nervous and reached out to pinch Subai's face. Phew, schoolboy, does your face hurt? Okay, how? I suddenly felt so happy that I was afraid it was all a dream. Subai, who had just woken up, his brain was still not turning fast enough, and he froze for a few seconds before letting out a harumph. What are you laughing at? Is it funny? Why are you so cute? Senior sister, ha ha ha. Zhou Jiadir was so ashamed and angry that she hid under the covers and was molested again by Subai lifting the covers. Playing around, it was a natural segue into the morning drill session. Once upon a time, Zhou Jiadir heard some female friends talking about after marriage to ask their husbands to pay food, and even, some women will be out of lust and cheating. At that time Zhou Jialu felt incredible. That kind of thing, really so attractive? It was not until now, when Zhou Jiadir had experienced the pleasure for herself, that she finally understood. Being close to someone you like is truly addictive. For a long time, Subai patted the rounded ass of the schoolmate who was resting on top of him and joked, "This nightgown of schoolmate can be fantastic, but I have a doubt. If you wear this in the dormitory, won't you feel ashamed to be watched by your housemates?" You know, Zhou Jialu was very innocent at heart. It was unimaginable for a girl that shy to wear something so close to ex-fun clothing in her dorm room. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiadir guffawed. "Of course not. He. Secretly tell you. In fact, it was yesterday when I was shopping. I took advantage of your not paying attention to secretly buy." Ha! Subai was dumbfounded. There's such a thing? When was it? Why didn't I notice? At that time, schoolboy, you went to get ice cream for dinner, and I was at Chanel's. The store where I bought this nightgown was nearby. Wow, Subai sked. What a scheming schoolmate. When you think about it, the setup seems reasonable. Open a buy XX lingerie near a luxury store. Richie buys his sister a play luxury item and then a consumable item for the night along the way. Nothing wrong with it, as long as learning is enjoyable. Zhou Jiadir rubbed her face against Subai in a super mesmerized manner. As they rubbed against each other, their stomachs began to rumble almost simultaneously. It's time to order. Yesterday's dinner wasn't too much of a nourishing one. After a few maneuvers, I went straight to bed while I was sleepy and didn't have a late night snack. Subai thought about it and simply ordered the morning tea takeout from that Cantonese restaurant. It's also a combination of all kinds of Cantonese teas, breakfast and dinner all together. It just so happened that this store had pig liver soup with wolfberry leaves. Subai ordered 2 people's portions. Both himself and his school sister needed a good tonic. Although the system will eliminate the negative effects of indulgence, on a psychological level, there will always be a deficit. Besides, choosing nutritious food will always be good for your body. In the afternoon, Zhou Jialu was the first to drive out of the hotel. Subai has to go back to the class meeting, then naturally she has to get ready. At least she has to take a shower to wash off the smell that belongs to her, right? After all, you have to meet Chen Yuxing. So Zhou Jiadir was good enough to reserve time alone for Subai. Just arrived at the underground garage, drilled into the Mercedes-Benz C260L. Zhou Jialu's cell phone rang. It was a call from her roommate Lu Yuan. "Hey, Yoshika-senpai, where are you now?" "I'm still out. Shouldn't take long to get back to school." "What happened?" Zhou Jialu listened to Lu Yuan's voice in a bit of a hurry. "I'm afraid there's a contingency. Sister, do you remember Zhang Kong from the finance department? It's the one who pestered you in the school student union. Remember, what happened to him? Last night he did not know where to pry into the news. Know that you do not return home at night, and then have a seizure. Said what all want to meet with you? I'm on WeChat with him, to stabilize him. Originally he wanted to come to our dormitory downstairs. I said to change the place to meet. Well, it's necessary to change the place. It's not a good influence under the dormitory building." Zhou Jiadir took a deep breath, barely flustered, and very ably arranged. Yuan, thank you for helping me. It's been very useful. This way, you tell him to come to the parking lot in the south area of the school, and I'll meet him there to clear things up." "Okay, schoolteacher, I'll be right there as well." Hanging up the phone, Zhou Jiadir shook her head helplessly. Zhang Kong from the finance department, who she had worked with in the student union, was considered a colleague for the time being. This person's family has a little bit of money. The person is quite pretentious. The first time I saw Zhou Jialu, that Shibi Power's eyes revealed the lewd heart. Keeps saying he wants Zhou Jialu to be his girlfriend, brainwashing with her that girls should realize their face value capital while they are young. The implication is that he, Zhang Kong, is the perfect person to realize it. However, Zhou Jialu is very unimpressed with him and rejects him harshly many times, but Zhang Kong still doesn't die. This time, I guess I asked the girl in the next dormitory. Knowing that she's in love and staying out at night probably pisses people off. Sure enough, it was as Zhou Jiadir had guessed. When she drove to the school's south parking lot, she saw Zhang Kong standing on the side of the road with an impotent and furious look on his face, saying something to Lu Yuan next to him. Lu Yuan's face wasn't good either. After all, she wasn't a vegetarian. How many times have I told you guys? Zhou Jialu, she just can't find any better than me, and asked you guys to help keep an eye on her. But as a result, now it's good. And she's been given by the trashy little yellow hairs that popped up out of nowhere. What a waste. Zhang Kong rubbed his head and fumed. To Lu Yuan's exasperation. No, buddy, you're brain dead, aren't you? What do you mean she can't find anyone better than you? You're underestimating our sister Jialu, is not it? A foreign rural out. Study is not earned money major. Even also failed almost can't graduate. This year an ordinary 985 graduates. In Jiangcheng, farts are not. Zhang Kong didn't hide his contempt. A condition like mine is already the top of the line within the men who are willing to seriously fall in love with her. You know? Yes, Maybe there are some very rich men who wouldn't mind being short-term lovers with her, but that nature is completely different. Alas, I am truly willing to be with her. Chapter 38 The Domineering Schoolmate. Subai is her bottom line. Saying that, Zhang Kong patted the hood of the car behind him. BMW Brilliance 320. The color is a little old. It was passed down to him from his old man. But so what? It's still a BMW. My father runs a company that is hundreds of millions of dollars in size and has business throughout the province. I had a BMW to drive as soon as I graduated, and I have the ability to buy a marital home with full payment. So on these terms, what does Zhou Jialu have that she can be dissatisfied with? Then no one has stipulated that a schoolmate has to like you. Lu Yuan rolled her eyes. This person is also too downwardly mobile. It feels like the pattern is no higher than Xue Tao. Alas, it is estimated that Zhou Jiadir has temporarily met a handsome man and was mesmerized by the temptation of male sex. When she really goes out into society and is poisoned by society for 2 or 3 years, she will know how wrong her choice was and that she should not have casually handed over her precious first time. Just as Zhang Kong pressed on and on, a brand new Mercedes-Benz C260L, silky smooth, pulls into the parking space next to it. The stop was a little crooked, but it was a dashing one. Afterwards, the car door opened and Zhou Jiadir stepped down on her high heels, grasping a pack of toilet paper from the forest store in her hand, and raised her hand to throw it in Zhang Kang's direction. Snap! The pumping paper hit Zhang Kong in the face, and since it was one of those hard paper shells with edges, it hurt so much that Zhang Kong wailed, "Where's the brain dead? What does it matter to you who I'm willing to be with and who I give my first time to?" Zhou Jiadir came over in a domineering manner, pointing at Zhang Kang's nose and cursing, "You're just a wild dog on the side of the road. Usually I'm too lazy to pay attention to you when the dog barks twice, but it turned out to be a stomping ground, and you still want to affect my normal life, don't you? Give me a climb." Zhang Kong was scolded and shrank his neck. After all, it's a woman who can hold her own in a 4S sales position and never even get taken advantage of, and it's impossible to do that without a spirited personality. Tenderness, that's reserved for husbands. Against such mangy dogs, that's a tough fight. Zhang Kong, who was shocked by Zhou Jialu's aura, froze for a while before coming back to his senses and said incredulously, "Zhou Jialu, you dare to hit me? The beating is you. Let you learn a lesson. In the future, get far away from me. Come back to harass me again. You come once, I beat once. Oh, you poor bastard from a rural province. Who gave you the courage to be wild? Believe it or not, I'll look for connections and make it difficult for you to graduate?" Seeing that Zhou Jialu did not give him any face at all, Zhang Kong broke his defense and completely tore his face, even starting to threaten in an icy tone. "Zhou Jiadir is completely not false. Sneered, who do you think you are? Have a few stinking money, marvelous? Drive a broken second-hand BMW. Nostrils are going up to the sky. Really think you are what character said Zhou Jiadir, lifted the LV handbag in her hand and shook it in front of him. "Your car is now taken and sold. It can't even be exchanged for this bag of mine. Ha ha, you're dreaming." The smile on Zhang Kang's face suddenly froze because, upon closer inspection, he realized that this bag looked a bit familiar. At once, he recalled an Atmosphere Group lady mentioning this bag when he was flirting with the girls at the bar last month. Later, Zhang Kong asked the young lady to go out shopping. The young lady also took him to the LV counter to see. Exactly the same as the one in front of us. Zhang Kang's first reaction was that the A-goods were definitely fake. However, in looking at the clothes Zhou Jiadir was wearing, a full set of Chanel, and all of them with great designs, not the basic kind that college girls love to buy. In his heart, he stuttered. Could it be that the boyfriend Zhou Jialu found is actually a very powerful one? Immediately afterward, Zhou Jiadir pointed at the Mercedes behind her and said, "Including this car, which my boyfriend also bought for me." "Ha ha, buy you a car? I think it's a car that's listed under the company's name, so I'll lend it to you for the time being." Zhang Kong was still talking tough. "Don't believe me? Come on, I'll show you what a real rich dude picks up girls." Zhou Jialu took out the big green book from the car, and on the title deed, her name was clearly written. When the big green book was flung in Zhang Kang's face, his expression was completely gray. Now, it's impossible not to believe it. Zhang Kang's heart was horrified. No, what kind of path is this? $300,000 for a car that says buy it. Zhou Jialu has been single before. This boyfriend talked about it should not be long. The car, the clothes, the bag. This set of clothes alone is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's not surprising that you can pick up chicks when you're spending your money so hard. If Zhang Kong dared to steal mom and dad's money and do this, he'd probably be killed. At this moment, Zhang Kang's face changed rapidly. Frustration and jealousy intertwined. Gritting her teeth, she said, Zhou Jialu, I really wasn't wrong about you. You're just a gold digging. The reason why you don't care about me is entirely because I'm not rich enough. So what? What Zhang Kong never expected was that Zhou Jialu was not at all broken by his bad words. Frankly said, I am gold worship but I am very dedicated to my husband do not mess around, not cheating, not fish, but you, Zhang Kong, do you think I don't know? Play ambiguous with the subordinate of the student union, and go to the bar to find someone to date. I think you are don't ever show your face again, I'm not interested in you. The BMW ride you're so proud of doesn't even compare to the mobility scooter my husband casually bought me. My husband won't sit still if it gets any more tangled up. You know, he's a lot grumpier than I am. After saying that, Zhou Jiadir no longer paid attention to Zhang Kong and turned around to get into the car in a dashing manner. Zhang Kang's face was pale, but he didn't dare to retort at all. Zhou Jialu's words reminded him, the energy behind a man with such strong capital is naturally not to be underestimated. Maybe if people move their fingers, Zhang Kang's family's business will be affected. Thinking about this, Zhang Kong instantly shriveled up, his back breaking out in cold sweat. The idea of wanting to take revenge on Zhou Jiadir, which had just sprouted in his heart, was also quickly extinguished, not daring to make another move. Are you kidding? It's not worth it to lose the family business for a woman. Rather, Zhou Jialu had already given face by choosing to let him off the hook instead of letting her man clean up Zhang Kong. Compared to a true godly hero, Zhang Kong was a little karami. Assets of over $100 million sounds impressive. In fact, some statistics have shown that most owners in the traditional manufacturing industry, with $100 million in assets, the owner's annual income is between $1 and $3 million. It's definitely much better than the average wage earner. The problem is that the boyfriend of the other Zhou Jiadir, who just fell in love, spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on her, and the boss of the annual income, but also consider the maintenance of human contacts, living expenses, children's education investment, Lin total deduction, can casually spend the free money, and not so much. Briefly, Zhou Jiadir's boyfriend belonged to an existence that Zhang Kong could not defeat even if he tried his best. Damn, I thought I was already the best of her suitors, who knows how suddenly. In the meantime, Lu Yuanyuan followed suit and got into Zhou Jialu's car. The car started up and drove off toward the campus without a hitch. Phew, Zhou Jiadir took a long breath, and after calming down, she resumed her usual enthusiastic and lively appearance. Let the schoolgirls look at the joke. Treat you to dinner tonight. Delicious food near the school. Take your pick. Thank you, senior sister, Lu Yuanyuan said happily, then revealed an expression of adoration. School sister was so domineering just now. It's so powerful. If it were me being harassed by a difficult guy like Zhang Kong, I wouldn't know what to do. Alas, this person is quite annoying. The family has a little bit of money, and mixes with the student union, will flatter the teacher. If an ordinary girl, there is no one to back her up, it will really be very disturbing. Zhou Jiadir analyzed, then a happy look spread on her face. Luckily, I have an awesome boyfriend, and he's my backbone. Chapter 39 How to Bind Subai for Life. What Chujalo said may be a bit snobbish, but it's true. Walking in this society, money is your bottom line. On the way out, Zhang Kang's face, why was there an element of fear? Of course it's because Zhou Jiadir's boyfriend has shown the financial power that makes him fearful. In fact, Zhou Jiadir didn't know exactly what Subai's family's background was, but surely it can crush the likes of Zhang Kong is all. Ever since she received Lu Yuanyuan's call, what to do about today's events had been mulled over in Zhou Jialu's head. This time, Zhang Kong must be completely scared off, eliminating the possibility of him finding trouble in the future. Otherwise, Zhou Jialu herself would feel annoyed, and Subai would also be annoyed, because this kind of thing upsets Subai, and that would, accordingly, lower the evaluation of her in Subai's mind. This comment, mainly, is about being a man of the world. Rich guys aren't cuties either. For a girl's emotional intelligence, it's very important. Zhou Jialu wanted to be bound to Subai for life, and stay by his side for a lifetime to enjoy glory and wealth. Just ask, if there is no way to solve the harassment of even one Zhang Kong independently, then what qualifications did she have to enjoy Subai's favor for so long? Although Zhou Jialu's face and body were top-notch, the problem was that pure vases were not a scarce resource in this world. What's really scarce is the likes of Su White. Young, rich and handsome, even that side of the principle. Fortunately, this time, it was quickly and properly resolved. Zhou Jialu cannot help but be a little smug, really often participate in a variety of internships during the school year, exercise social skills, but also very useful, know how to deal with others, how to take Zhang Kong this kind of rotten people. By the way, there is also Yu Yuanyuan's schoolmate, who helps her cope together in time. Looking at Lu Yuanyuan next to her, Zhou Jiadir spoke. Thanks a lot, schoolmate, you did a great job today. Actually I didn't do anything, it's still senior sister. However, senior sister slapped Zhang Kang's face in this way, will he say bad things about senior sister behind her back? Or even create nasty rumors? Lu Yuanyuan suddenly thought of this and could not help but worry. It doesn't matter. He doesn't dare to jump too much. At most, he'll just secretly poke at the wind and catch it. Zhou Jiadir easily said, that kind of degree, I don't care about it. Since high school I have never had a good reputation. Long ago I didn't care about other people's comments. On the contrary, I also hope that Zhang Khan will hurry to go and help me publicize and advertise, so that everyone will know that I've been adopted by a godly man. In this regard, Zhou Jiadir is really very different from ordinary girls. She worships gold with a straight face. When she thought of the group describing how she was being treated by the rich man in bad terms, hating her but jealousy filled her hopeless face. Zhou Jialu's face flushed red and she couldn't help but grunt softly. It was sort of one of her weirder cooler points, liking the feeling of being encumbered by a powerful man. As for becoming Su Bai's possession, that was great. It would make Zhou Jiadir feel safe. She's such a little woman at heart, externally spunky and strong, but internally a little birdie, compared to those celebrities who are both successful and independent, who spend men's money but still call themselves independent women. Zhou Jialu's character is simply a breath of fresh air. Senior sister, your heart is so strong. I admire you too much. Lu Yuanyuan exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. Say a few words. Strange meat, I am embarrassed by your praise. Hurry to open the American group to think about what to eat. The other side. Su Bai drove back to school. I bought some snacks on the way for the evening in my dorm room. Tonight, I'm hacking with my stupid son, Wang Haoren, and I'm going to go back to the dormitory to stay there. Although the sister is good, cannot always be bored when the Siamese twins? Life has to be colorful. I was delayed for a while, so I didn't run into the sister versus Zhangkong drama in the parking lot of the Southern District of Jiangnan University. The class meeting was in one of the buildings, and the counselor, Charlene, had reserved a classroom, and the students just had to get there at the scheduled time. In total, only one session was booked. Charlene stated in the class group that she would ground to get things organized between now and the 4th of July vacation, and that the next class meeting would be in October. This thunderous and efficient style, Su Bai likes it. Classroom. Charlene moved a stool to sit behind the podium, holding an old iPad with papers displayed on it. Looking awesome. Director Xia, you're so hardworking. You came to the class meeting and still didn't forget about research. It seems that you're the one who will win the graduate scholarship in our department this year. As soon as Xue Tao entered the door, he saw Charlene reading a paper, and immediately patted his ass with a fawning smile piled on his face. Charlene frowned slightly and said in a nonchalant manner, our department is considered to be relatively well-funded, and generally speaking graduate students receive scholarships, so they don't need to be any good. Oh, then it seems I'm the one who doesn't understand the situation. Xue Tao laughed awkwardly and added, then I wish you to go further and rate that young scholar or something. Young scholars are teachers with faculty positions who are participating in the program, and it's not relevant to me. Charlene was speechless, crying and laughing. Don't pull any punches, just go sit down below. Okay, teacher. 2 consecutive times to pat the horse's ass paddle only. Xue Tao cannot help but be a little embarrassed, but since the other counselor has said, he can only smile and run to the back row to sit down. And the witty Wang Haoren at this point has been the second tour to start. Brush 3 copies of The Lamentable. Yesterday there was a game on the new card pool. Wang Haoren WeChat told Su Bai. Immediately Su Bai cripped on tens of thousands of dollars into it. It's true that you don't think of money as money. It's awesome. I'm sure it's the right choice to give by contemporary liver. It's not much more enjoyable than playing with your own number. Xu Mingjie was wearing a big international brand of in-ear headphones, listening to some kind of classical music, with a very intoxicated and fluttering look. Xue Tao looked at the 2 housemates to his left and right and couldn't help but shake his head. It's all so childish. No understanding of the human condition at all. Now the counselor is not familiar with the class. Take the opportunity to perform in front of Charlene, and strive for the next semester. Through Charlene recommended to the reunion committee work. This is Xue Tao's plan. Being a mature local, it's time to plan for your college life early. It's not just the work of the mission committee, student unions, clubs, various communication associations. Life has to be enriched, or at least look enriched when you post it to your friends. It has a high-end vibe to it. Xue Tao himself admitted that he was fond of being in the limelight, wanting to be the man of the moment on campus so that he could have access to higher-end girls. Lu Yuanyuan wasn't bad, but Xue Tao wanted better. Just as Xue Tao was fantasizing about his next 4 years of reigning supreme, Su Bai walked in through the front door of the classroom. At once, the few girls in the class stared at him, one after another. They vaguely sensed the changes in Su Bai's body. Chapter 40 Mid-Autumn Festival Outing Plan. Girls are super sensitive about a lot of things, like a change in a man's temperament. The gender ratio in the computer science department is a bit of an exaggeration, with 25 people in the class, of which only 6 are women. Apart from Chen Yusheng, who was obsessed with studying and earning money, the other 5 girls had all paid more or less attention to Subai since the first month of school. After all, it's class grass. However, through observation, we found that Subai's financial situation is very average, and his personality is rather withdrawn, preferring to nestle in the dormitory by himself to play. The girls cut back on their interest in him quite a bit. After all, female college students aspire to a colorful life, and the guys who can make their lives colorful can't come from bad families. However, the last few days, the Subai that I saw in class seemed to have more of an indefinable aura. Is it confidence? Or maybe a very grounded submissiveness? Chen Yusheng looked up at Subai. She wanted to sit with Subai, but it happened that all 6 girls in the class were sitting in a group. She always felt a bit shy if she was a maverick. Just didn't dare to speak up in public. Hello, Director Xia. Well, hello. Charlene stared at Subai, her eyes ghosting over his figure, and actually got a little dry-mouthed. For 3 consecutive days, Subai lived off campus. Every night he sends her a little video proving he was at the hotel. Sort of a security report. It sounds like there's nothing wrong with it, but this guy Subai doesn't know if it's on purpose or if he's just being unconventional. And every time he posts a video it's a little bit of that, either in the pool or just out of the shower. Either that or he's in the executive lounge, wearing a bathrobe that vaguely reveals his strong pecs. All in all, it's a lavish, high-end scene with his superb body. These nights, Charlene watched Subai's short video before going to bed. First she couldn't sleep, then she dreamed of Subai. Surprisingly, for several nights in a row, I dreamed about my students. It's so uncalled for. At this time, seeing Subai face to face, Charlene recalled those broken and absurd dream images and couldn't help but color her cheeks red. Worse still, Subai was wearing a slim-fit sports t-shirt today, trimming those broad shoulders as well as his upright stance to be extraordinarily masculine. Charlene couldn't help but feel rather torn between wanting to look and feeling guilty inside. Ding! Charlene favorability increase detected. Current favorability, 51. Regarding counselor Charlene's goodwill information, Subai had discovered it the night before. At that time, Subai had just finished sending Charlene the selfie video for the security report when the system message popped up. And, every so often, the favorability goes up a little. Last night, the same thing happened again. This couldn't help but make Subai speculate. Could it be that Director Xia was interested in him? Before going out today, Subai speculated about the chat with Charlene, summarizing a pattern. The 3 selfie videos, the common denominator was that they were all in a luxury hotel and all happened to include his great body that had been enhanced by the body-strengthening liquid. Therefore, Subai wore clothes that emphasized her figure more today. The result was just as he expected. After seeing Charlene, the other party obviously produced a strange mood swing, and the favorability rating has increased. It's all the way up to 51, 9 points short of goodwill, which is the level of willingness to be in a relationship with him. No, you, Mr. Xia. Looking at such a proper and dignified Charlene, I can't imagine that she is actually a body control. This is a good thing, thought Subai. I heard that Charlene came from a bookish family, and her family had quite a background. And this background was not limited to Jiangcheng, but a higher level of meaning. After all, she was from Mordor. I guess it's a much harder status than a little burnt bag from the magic city like Chumingzhi. There's no harm in getting in touch with Charlene more often. If the goodwill can continue to rise, up to 80 or more, bound as a consumption object, then the indulgence system also has an additional way to spend cash back. After all, the meaning of indulgence is that you have to get pleasure enjoyment from your heart, and everyone's pleasure point is different. In that case, collecting different styles of confidants was actually conducive to Subai's wealth accumulation. Well, nothing wrong with that, it's all about making money. No shabby, Subai pondered, and without saying anything more to Charlene, he quickly walked to the back row of the classroom and sat down on his butt next to Wang Haoren. Silly son, have you finished helping me with my liver in the main line yet? Liver finished? I'm playing the event for you here. This installment is pretty hard. The players on the forums are screaming about it. Am I having trouble with this number? There are hairy difficulties, the new 6 plus 5 big CA, and the abyssal environment to enhance, casually over the good. That'll do. In fact, Subai does not care about the rewards of the game's high difficulty level. Anyway, the reward resources are also used to draw cards. Draw cards, charge money on the line. It's just that since you're all playing handheld games, you definitely need to be in the mindset of collecting to make it work. It's like collecting redheads. Interesting. Watching the two finish chatting about the game, Shui Tao couldn't help but ask, Subai, your kid is living off campus these days? Well, a relative came to see me. Oh, this way. What? Something for me? Nothing, just asking. To be honest, Shui Tao felt that Subai had been quite mysterious lately, changing his Apple phone and staying out at night. Oh, and made friends with Chen Yusheng. Now it seems like the whole computer department has spread the word that Subai and Chen Yuxing play LOL together. After all, the computer science department has more monks than meat. They are all straight men of science and technology, and the love piece of the secret thirst. It is quite depressing. And a stunningly beautiful girl like Chen Yuxing, placed in the computer department, was as dazzling as a diamond. Countless people wanted to get close to her, such as Chu Myungchul, racking their brains to think of all sorts of ways to do this. The classy ones, the unexpected ones, and even the pure and simple big spreads. Some people have tried them all. For example, in the big spread, a rich brother booked a table with a set menu of more than 2,000 at a Western restaurant near the school and invited Chen Yuxing to eat. In order not to make Chen Yuxing resentful, that buddy even directly said on WeChat that he would let Chen Yuxing take his roommate to eat, and that he himself could not show up. It's a real oxymoron. As a result, Chen Yuxing didn't care about him at all. On the contrary, on Subai's side, he was hitting it off with Chen Yuxing. How could he not make people envious? Say, what's it like to bring Goddess Chen to play games? It should be tiring, right? It seems like pretty girls playing games are all novice and have a lot of things to do. Shui Tao poked around. I feel pretty good. She doesn't dish, Subai honestly said. At this time, Chu Mingzhi took off his headphones and said with a grudging face, Subai, I know you're in the silver segment, and silver are all about debauchery and love of freedom, but promise me that when you play with her, take care of her and let her have a little bit of peace, can't you? I'll try. Su White is going to sweat soy. No, it's true that no one in the class knows that Chen Yuxing is the Korean king, right? Looking at Chu Mingzhi's constipated expression, Subai had a hard time commenting that this guy was suspected of reading some deep love literature into his brain. Well, soon enough, Charlene called the class meeting to order. After a few inconsequential trifles, Director Xia began to lead the discussion on the most important agenda of the day. Next week, the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. The school has a freshman autumn tour vlog activities. Mid-Autumn Festival does not go home to stay in school students. You can choose to contact a few classmates companion in the Zhangcheng surrounding tour. Will be the process of filming editing into a vlog. After the school committee will be collected vlog evaluation. Evaluation of awards have a cash prize but also can top quality practice credits. Chapter 41 Female schoolteachers escort for 3 days and 2 nights. What? There's money to be made in mid-autumn travel and it counts for credit? The students were thrilled to hear this. I was sleepy from the boring class meeting, but now one by one, I'm very energized. There are a lot of places to play around River City, and there were already a lot of people who were planning to take advantage of the vacation to go out and have some fun. After all, the Mid-Autumn Festival is only a 3-day vacation even on the weekend, and students whose homes are far away basically don't consider going home. It's a good idea to go out and shoot a vlog along the way. If you're lucky you might earn money in credits. If you're not, you have nothing to lose. You're having fun anyway. Watching the enthusiasm of the students being mobilized, Charlene announced again, I helped you contact a class in the College of Art, and our class fellowship to engage in this activity. Later I will pull a large group in WeChat. Students can look for partners in the group. Free to team up. Want to go to the same place of the students happen to team up to go. Of course, in principle, the number of people in a team should not exceed 8. Anyone who wants to serve as a captain can reach out and chat with me privately. Holy, there's a sorority? Good lord. When they heard this, many of the boys did a double take and pumped their fists. After all, the gender ratio in the computer science department is extremely skewed. Polytechnic men and introverted shy do not know how to meet strange girls. This is good. With the group outing activities, just have the opportunity to hook up with girls in the group. I'm sure the class across the street at the art school felt the same way, except that they had it just the other way around, with more women than men. Director Xia, you are so powerful. We honor you. Shui Tao began to pat his ass again. Stop being poor. Save your mind for the group and talk to the girls. Charlene laughed. No dude, you have a girlfriend. What are you excited about? I wanted to ask. Chu Mingzhi spat. Shui Tao glanced at him, his face full of righteousness. Who says that if you have a girlfriend, you can't associate with girls from other classes? It's just hanging out together. It's not like we're doing anything nasty. Subai, don't you think so? Me? I don't matter. It really didn't matter to Subai that this event was available. Let's see if there are any beauties among those art students who are worth getting to know. Preferably with a charisma level of S that can give him a cashback brush. If there wasn't this event, he would have asked Chen Yuxing or his schoolmates to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival and wouldn't have been lonely. It's hard for rich people to be lonely when they want company. The idea of Shui Tao is not a problem, but I do not know if the sorority girls will take care of him. The girls who study art, material requirements are high. I do not know if they can look at him. What's the point of girls who study art? They're all materialistic and have empty brains. Chu Mingzhi was declaring his taste again. I'm not interested. As it turned out, after a while, Charlene pulled up the big group of sorority members from both classes. Chu Mingzhi secretly poked point into those girls' circle of friends. Read once. Changed his words. In fact, this activity experience is also quite good amount of. Egu me. Aren't you not interested, Master Shanghai? Shui Tao grimaced. Wrong. I looked at some of the girls' circle of friends and found that they actually have quite good taste. For example, this one. She actually knows to use Sennheiser's headphones. The girls who know Sennheiser have good taste. Ordinary girls will only buy Apple brainlessly. It's just a headset. What does it mean? Shui Tao muttered unconvincingly and came over to look at Chu Mingzhi's cell phone. Ha, this girl is also from the goddess dormitory. Ah, Jiang Qiuye. I remember she's a freshman in the Department of Broadcasting and Hosting. I didn't think that we'd happen to be sorority with their class. Yeah, I've always thought before that Jiang Qiuye was one of those superficial art students. Who would have thought that she would know so much about music? Shui Tao's face was a bit displeased. In fact, Jiang Qiuzhan was the girl that Shui Tao had just come into contact with when he first enrolled in the goddess dormitory and took a fancy to. It is said that the girl was originally from the elementary school dance high school when it switched to learn broadcast hosting. The results of the talent is particularly good. In the Jiangcheng University of Arts examination, to the professional first results of admission. In other words, she combines the superb body of a dance student with the melodious voice of an angel, the doll-like delicate face of pure desire, together with the slender curves, perfectly interpreted the three words white, thin and young to the fullest. Any schoolboy would be mesmerized by her at first glance. There was even a rich brother with a family asset of over $1 billion who confessed his love to Jiang Qiuye on the first day of school. Because of this, although Shui Tao was greedy, he didn't dare to have delusional thoughts about Jiang Qiuzhan. It is really that the competitors are all too fierce, and he, Shui Tao, is not strong enough. That rich guy, he's said to be driving a Porsche. Seeing Chu Mingzhi saying this, it can't be that he's also interested in Jiang Qiuzhan, right? Shui Tao muttered in his heart. It's not impossible. After all, Chen Yuxing had recently gotten close to Su Bai, so perhaps Chu Mingzhi had given up and switched targets because of that. Hearing the name Jiang Qiuye, the corner of Su Bai's mouth hooked into a meaningful smile, but did not participate in the discussion between Shui Tao and Chu Mingzhi. At school, pretend that you don't know Jiang Qiuye. That was the deal between them. The class meeting was practically over, but the guys were busy watergrouping in their sorority groups, and one by one, the boys were showing themselves, so there are still quite a few people who remain in the classroom. Shui Tao and Chu Mingzhi transformed into the water group field god. Shanghai Masters vs. Locals battle from the dormitory continued to the sorority group. Soon, Jiangcheng Local 4 Suites, Freshman Driving Maiden, Magic City Executive Family Origin, Bookish Family and other keywords. Not surprisingly brush screen, the group was overflowing with fastidiousness. Su Bai didn't even bother to change the group note. Let it be. Rain break, the great white goose. Are you going? Chen Yuxing's message was sent over. It was brief, but Su Bai understood it tacitly. This outing is voluntary. It doesn't matter if you don't want to participate. Originally Su Bai thought that with Chen Yuxing's autistic personality, he definitely wouldn't go. Now but suddenly asked Su Bai in a private chat. The implicit small mind is very obvious. Crispy white goose, I wanna go. You accompany me. Crispy white goose, transfer, 15,000 yen. Rain break? Rain break, why are you transferring money to me again? Puff pastry goose, I'm searching for you should not like to travel, but I do want to join you. So this is the cost of an escort, which is about the same as a chaperone. Rain break, where to be so expensive? The market price is like this. If you don't believe me, go online and search against Sanya escorts. 3 days and 2 nights is almost this price. Rain break, cat will be convinced emoticon. Chen Yuxing went and searched, and the result was that what she searched out made her eyes jump wildly and her breath catch. What kind of escort is this? This escort is not even decent, right? Rain breaks, cat scares. Rain break, the kind of escort you're talking about. That kind of service is included. But crispy white goose, I'm sure I won't ask you to do that kind of thing. Don't worry about it. Rainbow, but escorts that don't include that kind of service are nowhere near that high in price. Are they? Rain break, big white goose. I can't take this money. It's too much. Gee, the nerdy schoolteacher is pretty witty. Su Bai just needs to continue to utilize his skills of logical sophistry. Puff pastry goose, but in my case, the emotional value that you provide is equal to the value that Sanya escorts provide to their customers, and I feel happy to act with you. Crispy white goose, keep it. You know how I think about spending money. It's different from normal people. Rain break, but I think, puff pastry goose, I don't want you to feel, I just want me to feel. Rain break, good blah blah blah. Rain break, cat rolling. Chapter 42, Traveling Group. Inviting Jiang Qiuzhan. In the front row of the classroom, Chen Yuxing pinched his cell phone and looked a little torn. The watery waves in her cold eyes but proved that she was, in fact, in a fluttering mood. Subai's analogy with that Sanya escort stirred a strong and rich imagination in Chen Yuxing's mind. She didn't resent it. On the contrary, she was looking forward to something ambiguous happening between her and Subai during this trip. Looking at the $15,000 freshly arrived in the account. Mom's medical expenses for the next month, again, have a lot of money. It meant that Chen Yuxing could go to the lab a few less times and rest and relax more. Working in a lab is actually quite exploitative. Know what you're talking about. Professors take on corporate projects at a high cost and distribute a very small percentage to students. The undergraduates are recklessly undercutting prices on the basis that they have no other avenue to make money. There are even students with implosive brains who are happy to work for their professors even if it pays them backwards. Under the dog-licking behavior of these good students, Professor Luo's lab must clock in a certain number of hours per week before the students are given an allowance for their work. It's actually similar to going to work. Chen Yuxing was really speechless to this group of people. Of course, speechless to speechless, Chen Yuxing in front of the professor. There is no bargaining power. She is a genius girl is not true, but only a freshman, is still in the developmental period of the genius. Everywhere is limited. In comparison, the cost-effectiveness of working for Subai is simply awesome. This value for money clearly contained Subai's crooked thoughts about her. However, Chen Yuxing also had crooked thoughts about Subai. Decision made. I'm not going to work at Prof. Luo's lab next month. With that kind of free time it would be better to serve Subai. And with the time saved, write your own private project code. It's easy and fun again. Therefore, this time, the escort, Chen Yuxing secretly decided to express a little meaning to Subai. For the social fear of her, it is quite difficult. But, after all, it is going to go out to play for 2 or 3 days. Drum up the courage. You can always catch the right opportunity. The big deal is to just hug him and kiss him. Well, and her long black silk legs. I think men would like that, right? Chen Yuxing was caught up in strange and confusing fantasies, pinching her cell phone, her slender white neck glowing a nice pink color. Charlene, at the podium, mirrored this, blinking her beautiful eyes. A gossipy interest set off in her mind. She was in the group of students and had recently heard gossip about Subai and Chen Yuxing. To Charlene's eye, the two students were quite a match. However, once she thought of those little videos Subai had sent her, and then looked at Chen Yuxing's expression that was like a young girl falling in love, Charlene unexpectedly surged with a wave of jealousy. She awoke suddenly, followed by deep shame. People Subai, just follow the practice to give her safety report. As a counselor, how can you think wrong? Shamed, Charlene had to speak up. Students feel free to discuss. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Director Xia is working hard. Goodbye, Mr. Xia. Seeing the counselor leave the classroom, Chen Yuxing's sanity sobered up a bit. She looked around and found that there weren't many people in the classroom before she hurried to the back of the classroom and walked to Subai. Chen Yuxing reached out and tugged on Subai's clothes, whispering, "Let's go register." Chu Mingchuo? Only Chu Mingzhi's face changed at the speed of light and was colorful, a trembling hand, reaching for his chest. Wang Haoren, who was in the middle of his Liver 2 tour, sensed something and quickly looked up at Chu Mingzhi. The kid is going karma again. Just when Wang Haoren thought he was going to send Chu Mingzhi to the infirmary again, Subai asked suspiciously, "What registration?" "Get the summer director to sign up for the list, and I'll be in your group for the trip." "Oh, I'll just talk to her about that. You don't have to worry about it." "Aha." Chen Yuxing paused and spoke with difficulty. "Traveling with you, I am looking forward to it," he said, covering his face and running away sheepishly. The people around them, especially the boys, were giving murderous looks. In hell, I should have known that I should have left the classroom at the same time as Director Xia. Look at you, look at you, look at you. Is this like that? It had only been a few days since school had started, and Subai had actually really hooked up with Chen Yuxing. I had thought it was a rumor, but it turned out that it looked like Goddess-Chen was even a bit more proactive. Why? The kid Subai was ordinary and mediocre in every way except for being better looking. There were several people chasing Chen Yuxing who were better looking than Subai. Those are real high rollers. Why on earth did they lose to Subai? What Chen Yuxing had just said to Subai would inevitably spread amongst the students, which in turn would cause an uproar. At this moment, Chu Mingzhi covered his chest. It's good to be able to breathe normally at least. Initially, when he heard Chen Yuxing say register, he thought it meant that he was going to register for marriage with Subai. So it's a registration tour event. Ha ha, brother Subai. I think we still need to maintain unity and friendship between our roommates. Why don't we 510 dormitory room or together with Chen Yuxing, and find a few more from the art academy? Chu Mingzhi said, I don't have a problem with it, but are you really okay with it? Subai was a bit skeptical. If he let Chu Mingzhi see his ambiguous behavior with Chen Yuxing, this guy could die violently on the spot. No problem. Shumingjer had a face of righteousness. Let me witness the sweet moments of you and Chen Yusheng, just so I can also die to strike. Alas. In fact, I've pretty much accepted the reality. Now I think, Zhang Qiuye is my dish. After all, she buys Sennheiser. She has music taste. No, can you have some backbone, Master Shanghai? Shui Tao was not happy. What do you mean by backbone? I call it taking advantage of the situation and improvising. Besides, Chen Yusheng already has Su Bai. Zhang Qiusheng is still single and doesn't even have an ambiguous object. So of course I'm going to chase after this kind of pure girl. Not bad for Master Shanghai. So much pure love. Su Bai lamented. In fact, this is a good thing. Young people do not have a little pure love ideals. Cannot all be morally corrupt, right? Right. Chen Yusheng and Zhang Qiuye happen to be roommates. We can ask Chen Yusheng to invite Zhang Qiuye to join the team. Shumingjer looked at Su Bai with a burning gaze. Brother Su Bai, you will help me, right? It's up to the pith. Sassy? It's all called so affectionately. How far have you guys progressed now? Shumiungchul clutched his head in a seizure. Shui Tao, however, had a gloomy face and thought of another level. His grandma, really let this grandson Shumingjer go and hook up with Zhang Qiuye? What if it really works? It is not impossible. It is said that Zhang Qiusheng is a poor place out of the province. Perhaps will be very eager to Magic City account it. Coupled with the Shumingjer, this person is more literary, more pretentious. Maybe it really gave him a crooked hit the right way. At once, Shui Tao rose with a strong sense of crisis, so Shui Tao decided to join the team as well. Wang Haoren took a look at it and said, "Oh, come on, he'll have to go too then." Chapter 43. What? Su Bai actually bought a car? In theory, this kind of outing that can go but not go. As a real dead otaku, certainly choose not to go. But then again, it has the potential to offset quality practice credits. And since we're hanging out, there's a chance to eat and drink after white. What kind of a person doesn't go when they have a chance to rub it in? It doesn't delay the liver handheld game anyway, so just bring 2 extra rechargeables. So this traveling party instantly expanded to 5 people. Male dormitory 7 building 510 foursome, plus Chen Yusheng. On the matter of who will be captain of this team, Shui Tao and Shumingjer had a not-so-small argument. All feel like they fit best. The two started their debate from eating in the cafeteria and continued it in the dormitory. Eventually, at 8:30 p.m., it managed to split the difference. The reason for the split is coincidental, to say the least. Shumingjer and Shui Tao staggered in the sorority group, saying that their traveling squad already had 5 people, 4 boys plus Chen Yusheng, and recruiting a few more girls to come. Then Shumingjer focused on his own experience of traveling abroad many times since elementary school, having been to more than a dozen countries, and also sent a lot of photos taken. Honestly, Shumingchul's photography skills are not bad. Master Shanghai does have some taste. It also really attracted a few girls from the art school to add him and discuss travel and photography. After all, to be able to travel abroad as a child means that the family is well off, and to be able to take photographs means to be able to have fun, which can easily arouse the interest of some girls. Sadly, the quality of those girls is not great. Shumingjer looked through the photos in their circle of friends one by one, showing the expression of old people, subway, cell phone, say good art students it. How one by one are like this? I thought the broadcasting hosting profession on the value of the face is a requirement. Did not think. Alas, is it that exaggerated? Wang Haoren was bored and came over to take a look. Isn't this all okay? This is after the makeup after the picture. It is just barely able to look. The real face, what I dare not think. I see. I don't get it. I see that women in the 3rd dimension are all the same. Face blind. Wang Haoren made a deadbeat comment. Not as good as General Raiden. Shui Tao also came over to watch for a while, and suddenly called out, "Master Shanghai, how come they all added you for pure chatting and didn't agree to join the traveling squad?" "I don't know. What's the situation?" Shumingjer was also confused. All chatted with several sisters, but as soon as they mentioned traveling, they all politely declined, saying they had other arrangements. "Brother Bai, what do you think?" Wang Haoren asked. Su Bai thought for a moment and lazily said, "Probably looking at our combination is too strange. 4 boys plus Chen Yusheng. Chen Yusheng, this kind of high-cool school bully type, comes with an aura of rejecting others, often not easy to get close to other girls." Regarding Su Bai's analysis, the crowd said that it made sense. Although Su Bai was usually a low-profile person, he was quite sober in seeing things sometimes. Shui Tao was offended. "Damn, it must be that you're too plaguey. Master Hu, I'll do it." So it was Zito's turn to run to the group and force the issue. "Students, our biggest feature of this group, it is intended to self-drive tour. After all, the attractions around Zhangchang, with the group is not free, hitchhiking and inconvenient. In fact, self-driving is the most appropriate. I am not talented, has a readily available and free to use a Maiden 330. It's time to say no. Although the local showmanship is a bit deliberate, it actually had an effect. A girl with a head that looked like a glutinous rice ball spoke. Is there really a car to ride in? That's great. We don't want to squeeze the subway. The Mid-Autumn Festival holiday must be especially crowded. It's best if you're traveling by car. Xuetao's spirit was lifted, and he hastened to add the girl by private message. After a brief exchange of information, I realized that the girl is called Wan Xinyan. She also has an older sister named Wan Xinyue, also in the same class. The two were twin sisters, and it was quite rare that both actually got into the broadcasting hosting program at Zhengzheng University. The sisters were used to moving together and were wondering which team they'd be comfortable joining to go out. When they saw Xuetao bragging about his mighty 330, it's kind of rare to see a guy with a car to drive in college. Did a search, not a great car, but not bad. Anyway, as a tool person to utilize a bit on a trip out, it's definitely enough. So Wan Xin accepted Xuetao's friend request. Slight exchange. It felt like the boy was enthusiastic and just didn't seem very smart. It's good not to be smart, easy to manipulate and utilize, so the two sides hit it off. Still, Wan Xinyan thought of a problem. If you add us, that's 4 men and 3 women, so one car won't fit, will it? Zito expected this and replied, small thing, I'm going to rent another car. We have other housemates who can drive, just let him drive. 2 cars and 7 people. It's easy. Wan Xin satisfied, that's good. Xuetao, you think so well? It feels like the average boy is not as mature as you are. Being complimented by his sister, Xuetao's entire body fluttered up, giggling to himself with a shibboleth-like smile. Hey, you guys, will the twins both fall in love with me? You Lube see too much right. Still all look at you, too take yourself too seriously. Shumingzhi threw a pot of cold water on him. Anyway, our traveling squad is taking shape, so it's no problem to go with just these 7. And if we can add another girl or 2, that's fine too. The 2 cars can seat 10 people anyway. Looking at Xuetao dejected. Shumingzhi, that difficult? How come you let the old boy play all the tricks? Couldn't he? Shumingzhi, who has traveled to 17 countries at a young age and is well versed in photography, attract girls? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Shumingzhi had another important task. Invite Zhang Xiuzhan to join the team. To be honest, he was pretty much out of his depth. After all, he had no dealings with Zhang Xiuzhan, and she's the one who gets cozied up to buy a bunch of rich guys every day, and is considered the most popular presence in the goddess dormitory. However, it was precisely because this task was difficult that Shumingzhi had to find a way to complete it. In this way, it is sure to overpower the locals. Redneck, let's give you a taste of Master Shanghai's power. Just when Shumingzhi's ambition was about to flare up, Su Bai, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Just now, Shengsheng told me that Zhang Qiuye took the initiative to ask her if she could play together in the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I agreed on behalf of the group? No, man, how the hell? Did she take the initiative to come? Shumingzhi's face was suffocating. Oh, so I refuse? Su Bai squinted his eyes. Xuetao hurriedly said, refuse a hair. Come on, welcome. Saying that, he gave Su Bai a strange look, although he didn't know why Zhang Qiuzhan wanted to join on her own initiative. But since she came, it was a good thing, and Xuetao definitely welcomed her. Chapter 44 Late Night Life Counseling with a Counselor. With 2 goddess dormitory members, plus twin beauty queens, this trip is just too much to wait for. Even if you can't hook up with Zhang Xiuzhan, Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue, it is also very coveted. Just now Xuetao and Wan Xinyan's circle of friends to see the photo. The 2 are fresh and cute type of small beauty. The kind of growth is relatively young. The size of the chest is very considerable. It's a giant so-and-so lowly. After fantasizing for a while, Xuetao suddenly remembered the main thing and asked Su Bai, I remember that you took the driver's license test in the summer, right? Took the test. So we'll rent a car then and you'll drive? You boys have been planning this for a long time, haven't you? TCH, how can you call it a reckoning? Obviously is between the housemates to help each other. You see, this tour we have 4 beautiful women with us, is a rare good opportunity. Hearing the meaning of flirting in Su Bai's words, Xuetao was a bit embarrassed and defended. Su Bai was also too lazy to bother with him, waving his hand and saying, it's fine, I understand what you mean. However, renting a car is exempted. I just recently bought a car. It's just right to drive along. What? You bought a car? Xuetao pulled out his ears, thinking he had heard wrong. Su Bai, a poor bastard, can still afford a car? The conversation between Xuetao and Su Bai also aroused Shumingzhi's interest. Had already put on his beloved Sennheiser headphones, immediately gave off again. Surprised, Su Bai brother, buy a car is not a small matter. Such an important consumption. How are not with the gang to discuss a word? There just happened to be one that caught my eye, so I bought it, Subai said with a bashful face. I thought to myself, you're not my father, so what's the point of discussing with you? But Master Shanghai is like that. Whenever someone in the dormitory wants to buy something, they always have to give their high opinion and show off their taste. As expected, as Subai expected, Chu Mingzhi seriously said, buy a car this kind of thing, or to carefully weigh. Now the new energy is in full swing. The young people should buy new energy, but there are a lot of doorways. Car this thing, it is, after all, symbolic of the person's temperament. For example, the young people to buy a traditional joint venture oil car. It will appear old-fashioned. Who the hell are you pointing at? Shuetao blew his beard and glared. But also the old gas. There is a good drive. Besides now these trams have just emerged 2 or 3 years. Unstable. In case you buy a frequent failure how to do? Still have to be German craftsmanship. Time tested. Driving a maiden is a mature man. After saying that, Shuetao turned to Subai and continued to pursue. Oh, I remember. You said before that you made a small fortune? It should be the car you bought with that money. Sort of. What car? An SUV. Kinda big. Oh, it's also quite good. You are now in a relationship with Goddess Chen. Is necessary to have a car to be convenient, but you bought a car still have to spend money on daily maintenance. Your family can support it? Shuetao had an aggressive look on his face, obviously not believing that Subai could afford the cost of keeping a car. No problem. Anyway I'll drive it around when we travel and it's just happily decided. Subai simply replied, then put on his headphones and began to double row with Wang Haoren. Often taken flying by Chen Yusheng, winning too much is a little tired. Tonight in Wang Haoren experienced the original flavor of real money flavor. Feeling that he was being ignored, Shuetao resentfully backed away, muttering in his heart. It seems that Subai's small fortune may not actually be small. Winning the lottery? Or traitorous luck bought a foreign financial product that went up dozens of times overnight? Shuetao doesn't know much about this part of investing. But anyway, Subai's financial situation seems to be getting better. First by replacing Apple's Pro Max, and then by buying a car. This makes Shuetao vaguely have a sense of crisis. After all, in the dormitory and even in the whole class, it has always been he Shuetao who was the sole leader. Oh no, it is he and Chu Mingzhi who are divided. More than that, he was the only student in the class with a car. Now that Subai also had a car, it felt like it diluted his unique attributes. However, Shuetao then turned to think, to Subai's consumption habits, buy a car is certainly also the pursuit of cost-effective. It is estimated that also bought a less than 100,000 domestic SUV, probably Chery, Great Wall, Chahan, and other brands, and he drives a maiden 330, which is a proper joint venture B-segment car. It's not the same concept at all. The girl sits on it and has a completely different outlook. Imagine a goddess of Chen Yusheng's caliber sitting on top of a domestically produced Havel H6. Think of the incongruity. Shuetao estimated that Subai and Chen Yusheng are still only in a somewhat ambiguous stage, and there is still a long way to go before they fall in love. Maybe Chen Yusheng gradually lost interest in Subai after feeling his poverty. Thinking this way, Shuetao's mind was much more balanced. Otherwise if Subai really talked to Chen Yusheng, he would have to die of jealousy. Why should such a beautiful goddess be able to look at Subai? This kid, he's just a little bit handsome. Other than that he's a total low-quality male. Ding! The host tossed aside his major coursework and immersed himself in the Summoner's Canyon. What an indulgence! Rewarded with cash plus 1,000 yuan. Subai and Wang Haoren were fighting in the real gold and silver segments. Finally pinching myself and ing dropping points. Doesn't matter, Shang will bring him back with a fight anyway. Before going to bed Subai went to wash up. Wang Haoren followed and took the opportunity to ask Subai, Brother Bai, why did that Zhang Qiuzhen want to travel with us? I remember Master who said that girl and Chen Yusheng are generally close. Yeah, I don't know. Subai really didn't know what Zhang Qiuzhen and Chen Yusheng's relationship was like. Before today, he didn't even know that Zhang Qiuzhen was a member of the goddess dormitory. According to the agreement, after going to college, Subai and Zhang Qiuzhen pretended not to know each other. Even QQ and WeChat were deleted in order to act like it. Cut to the bone. Obviously grew up together childhood friend relationship even in the old family. Zhang Qiuzhen live Subai family across the door. I don't know what Zhang Qiuye was thinking at that time. However, for this Qingmei, Subai actually doesn't have any extra thoughts. Cutting is cutting. It was a little sad at the time, but I soon forgot about it. Now it seems Subai's forgetfulness is indeed complete. He didn't even bother to inquire about which dormitory Zhang Qiuzhen was in. I fearlessly forget. Alas, it can't be helped. Subai is such a naturally thin-skinned man. For example, recently, while picking up a schoolmate, he's been hitting it off with Sheng Shang. There was no sense of shame inside, and this seemed to be natural behavior for Subai. Subai brainstormed and said to Wang Haoren, It might be that Jiang Qiuye is also generally well liked. The kind of girl who is very pure desire and delicate may have a lot of superficial friends, but in reality, she is easily isolated by various cliques. Ah, is that so? I don't understand girls at all, and it feels like they have complicated relationships with each other. Alright, traveling. A few more people to join in the fun or good. The food to play. Do not affect. Also, Subai climbed onto the iron frame bed in the dormitory, laid down and swiped his cell phone for a while, and surprisingly felt quite comfortable, even more cozy than at the hotel. This couldn't help but make Subai reflect on himself for a moment. Could it be that he's the type that would have a hard time living in too many luxurious places? It shouldn't. In fact, Subai's bones also aspire to paper and gold. What man doesn't want to be awesome and pretend every day? Not to mention anything else. In the luxury store to pay for schoolmates, spending money like water, enjoying the store clerk young lady lassie like worship gaze. That time Subai felt cool, but it seems like there's just an inexplicable sense of discomfort about sleeping in a hotel. This question seems a bit philosophical. Thinking about it, Subai decided to find someone to discuss it with. The candidate for discussion, rather alternatively, was his choice of counselor Charlene. The system panel showed that Charlene's favorability towards Subai had already exceeded 50, which was the basis for the discussion. After all, if there wasn't favorability, which counselor would discuss that kind of strange and bizarre philosophical issues of life with a student? Besides, the guys say Charlene is a rich white girl with a feeding family. According to Subai's observation, Charlene's mannerisms, including the things she uses on a daily basis, are not cheap, and they are quite the tasteful kind of not cheap. And visually the taste is a bit more tricky than Master Shanghai. It's even higher than the local kind of dirtbag style I don't know where. So, within the girls Subai was in a position to talk to, Charlene was the most suitable to discuss this issue. Crispy white goose, Mr. Xia, I'm confused and I'd like to discuss it with someone. Are you free now? Summer Lin, I'm free. Tell me, what kind of confusion? Puff pastry big white goose, according to reason. Every day to live in a luxury hotel is the dream of many people, but I recently tried. Why live a few days on a little tired of it? Obviously nearly 2,000 a night Riverview suite. Summer Lin? Chapter 45, Sending Selfies to Director Xia. Luxury Serviced Apartments. Graduate Student Housing. Charlene looked at the message from Subai on her cell phone and couldn't help herself. Do you see how you're talking to me? Tired of staying in luxury hotels? Ordinary people can't afford to live there if they want to. However, given Charlene's origin, Subai's question seemed outrageous, but it was actually not a disease-free question. Charlene had stayed with her mom and dad in 5-star hotels for over 1,000 a night when she was very young. Even more expensive ones have been experienced. One time when my mom went back home to my dad's business trip and it was summer vacation, she took her to stay at the Hilton for half a month in a row. Charlene was very vocal about Subai's troubles. After all, she had recently been mesmerized by Subai's body. Charlene thought seriously for a moment and organized her language to type. Summer Lin, the hotel is luxurious. But then again, it is a hotel. Lack of life atmosphere. Life for a long time is easy to the whole person of the virtual float. Crispy white goose, makes sense. Puff pastry goose, so look at it this way, it's actually still traditionalist rentals for long-term stays. Crispy white goose, but it's really convenient to have someone at the hotel to help take care of things, which again is an advantage that renting can't match. Summer Lin, what? Are you going to move off campus? Sue, crispy white goose, there is that intention. And also to check in with the summer guide first. Summer Lin, Sue's a good girl. Kudos. Crispy white goose, goose underscore scratches underscore his underscore head underscore embarrassed. Crispy white goose, that said, is there a possibility that there is a higher-end way of renting a room that can also enjoy the services of a hotel? Summer Lin, the kind you're talking about exists on the market. It's just that it's more expensive and the average student may not be able to afford it. Crispy white goose, Mr. Xia, do I look like an average student to you? Puff pastry goose, picture. Subai took the opportunity to send Charlene a set of abs photos. It was taken in passing while I was in the washroom just now. Should I say that the body strengthening liquid given by this unicorn brother is really bullish? The body is shaped to look better than any male model. Summer Lin, shy emoji. Summer Lin, why are you posting pictures at the drop of a hat? Save it for your girlfriend. Don't be a maniac here at the counselor. Crispy white goose, I'm not thinking you love to see it. And you didn't have a problem with posting it a few days ago. Crispy white goose, if you don't like it, Director Xia, I won't post it. Summer Lin, honestly, it does look good. Sue must have put a lot of work into this body, right? Charlene is athletic and naturally has a keen interest in staying in great shape. The two chatted for a while about sports-related topics before getting back on track. Summer Lin, the kind of living that you're talking about, which combines the sense of living in a rented room with the services of a hotel. something like that, is called a service department. Summer Lin, a business model that originated abroad and has operated red-hot in China in recent years, loved by high-end business people. Summer Lin, let me ask in advance, what is Su's budget? Subai did the math. Now his savings are over $10 million. The system says that indulgent spending in the rental category pays for up to a year's worth of volume in advance. In other words, just don't pay more than $1 million a month. Crispy white goose, no more than $1 million a month, I think. Summer Lin, puppy punch emoji. Summer Lin, with this budget, you want to live in a palace? Crispy big white goose, the palace cannot. I heard what the palace castle ancient town and so on. The network is not good. I like to play the game of the Summer Lin, puppy dog laughing. Summer Lin, wait a minute, I'll find you a few links. They're all guaranteed service departments with big brands and branches in Zhengchang. Not long after, Charlene sent a couple web links. Subai looked around and felt satisfied. A so-called service department is a building that is contracted by a brand and operated independently, like a hotel. Inside, the finishes and design are similar to that of an upscale large flat residential home. Kitchen, bathroom, check room, parking lot, all kinds of setups, all about as close as you can get to buying your own home to live in. But you don't need to worry about your own decoration. There is also 24/7 housekeeping service, cleaning, maintenance, even what you want to eat. You can directly call the housekeeper to help solve the problem. In addition, the service departments come with an independent gym, swimming pool, Chinese and Western restaurants, leisure club, audio-visual room, bar. Some even come with golf courses, racetracks, and other outrageous things. Of course, price-wise, it's not comparable to one of those $2,000 or $3,000 a month Wanda apartments. The starting point is a 100 square foot unit, and the price for a single day stay is higher than the Marriott Riverview suite that Subai stayed in. It's even starting at $3,000 a night if you want a large home. That works out to $100,000 a month. Of course, actually signing up for a monthly subscription gets you a discount for more months at a time. And there are more discounts if you pay for a year outright. But any more discounts would be unthinkable for commuters to rent. For Subai, money is not a problem. The key is in the quality of living. It's both luxurious and everyday. After reading the link sent to him by Charlene, Subai had an epiphany. Isn't this a long-term rental of a top downtown large flat property that comes with a bunch of attentive services? Pick one of the highest-rated service departments, rent it for a year, and get a few $1 million back in cash, to say the least. Wait until the deposit is a little more, directly in Jiangcheng to find a mansion to take, and then slowly according to their own ideas to engage in decoration. Renovation is done, then move to the mansion. Subai's thoughts flowed and he quickly finalized his plan. Puff pastry goose, thank you, Mr. Xia. This information is very useful. Crispy goose, I feel that the brand Ascot is good, although it is expensive, but there is a branch very close to the school, next to the river. The location and the view is very good. Summer Lin, Sue has a good eye. If you don't care about the budget, this one is really the most suitable for school students to live in. Crispy white goose, I'm going to check it out tomorrow. Is Director Xia free tomorrow? Do you want to accompany me? Invite a counselor to go with you on a house tour? You kid, you've got some nerve. Charlene was a little rattled, but it was quickly turning into a pleasantly playful mood. After all, she was a daughter of a rich family and had seen a lot of the world. It was obvious that Subai's family was very powerful, which was a sharp and strong contrast to Subai's simplicity in terms of food and clothing. It's a low-key young masterate. Body is still so good. It's true that there are hidden tigers and dragons in the college student group. Charlene mumbled to herself and couldn't help but click on the picture that Subai had just sent and that she had saved in her photo album again. Look at her under her tongue. Crap, gotta drool. Honestly, Charlene was really getting a kick out of it. She hadn't been in a relationship in all these years either, and with her family's wealth, she didn't need to go through a relationship to get anything from a man. She could be said to be a girl who grew up with a golden spoon in her mouth. However, Charlene isn't one to flaunt her wealth, and has been honestly going to school, graduate school, and working to better herself. There is no great pursuit, but at least become useful to society. She suddenly realized that Subai and her seemed quite similar. It's also of the low-key rich, honest-to-goodness type, and Subai has such a good figure. She must really like to exercise, and it just so happens that Charlene also likes to exercise. It's a match made in heaven, except for the slightly awkward relationship between her being a counselor and Subai being a freshman. Charlene shook her head. For the time being, she didn't want to think about that much, first as a friend to get along. So she immediately agreed to Subai's invitation and made an appointment to go to Ascot tomorrow morning to look at properties together. Chapter 46, Charlene who dresses up for Subai. The next day, Monday mornings only have a class in the second major period, and it's an elective that can be skipped. Subai came to the cafeteria at 9 o'clock sharp and gathered with Charlene. From afar Subai saw Charlene in a sports outfit, standing out amongst the vote of students despite being in an inconspicuous place in the cafeteria. As a graduate school sister, she would have developed a good base for a few more years and would have been able to dress up. Slim-fitting sweatshirts and yoga pants in dark colors reflected Charlene's body, which was on the toned side. With a fresh and natural light makeup on her face, she is overall a very bright and sporty beauty. Director Xia, you're so beautiful today. Subai just came through with his breakfast tray and casually quipped. A bit of an unnatural look passed over Charlene's face as if nothing had happened. Really? I feel like I'm pretty much the same every single day. Yeah. That means Director Xia's makeup skills are good, so her image is stable every day. Subai greatly surveyed Charlene. This clear water makeup is brilliant. Hey, you kid, you still know about Shimizu makeup? Weird? Very few guys understand this, I guess, and there were quite a few who thought I was vegan before. Charlene laughed. As a counselor and also holding some jobs in the group committee, Charlene was not comfortable wearing too much makeup, but girls still love beauty for a while, so they like fresh and everyday makeup. Sometimes when I'm busy or lazy, I simply don't wear makeup. The premise is that there is no need to meet with people who care. Today, she had to accompany Subai to look at a house. So ghostly, Charlene got up early and spent almost an hour carefully grooming herself. The reason for this, Charlene actually understood herself. By the time you reach your early 20s, you're no longer a clueless little girl fresh out of high school. Charlene's parents, too, have been looking for the right man for her, but the ones that were found, Charlene wasn't happy with. Either they were too old, or had personality issues, or more often than not, it was the hardware that just didn't sit well with Charlene. The face was fine, but it was mainly the body. Rich gentlemen tended to live indulgently, and too few could maintain a good body. Subai hit the exact point that Charlene cared about the most. Those tall, broad shoulders, those little abs, geez, just thinking about it made Charlene's body feel hot. Even better, Su White is otherwise well endowed, especially judging by his spending habits. Like Charlene, he's a low-key rich type, not much of a show-off, but will spend money on material pleasures. This is actually the most crucial point to develop a long-term relationship. Matching financial conditions comes first. In Jiangcheng, there were too few boys who could keep up with Charlene's spending level. Coupled with the constraints of stature and age, it's simply a phoenix feather. So Subai liked this, a proper scarce resource. Charlene intended to seize this opportunity to see if she could attract Subai's favor. You can't pass up such a nice little boy. Hearing Subai praise her makeup, Charlene couldn't help but feel smug in the bottom of her heart. From his own dinner plate, he caught a mace ball and handed it to Subai's mouth. Try this one. It's new in the breakfast window. Taro flavor. Subai froze for a moment, because instead of using chopsticks, Charlene used her index finger and thumb to hold the mace and feed it to Subai. Subai instantly realized, his face didn't fluctuate much, and he opened his mouth to eat the food. By the way, I tasted the summer guide's fingertips. How does it taste? Yummy. Good boy. Charlene's fingers felt the touch of Subai's lips and teeth, but instead of being shy like a little girl, she just narrowed her eyes in satisfaction and smiled warmly. Her looks are of the bright and demure type, the kind that would make a good match as the wife of a successful man, commonly known as the prosperous look. When she smiles, her eyes are curved and her eyebrows are especially nice. This woman, suitable to marry home as the main wife. Subai silently made a judgment in his heart. The two chatted and ate breakfast, and together they made their way to the school's parking lot. Su, take my car? No, I'll drive. Just in time to drive and carry some more stuff if we're sure we're staying there. Okay. Seeing Subai take out the key to unlock the Mercedes-Benz GLE, Charlene didn't find it strange, and even took it for granted. Big hundreds of thousands or even millions of luxury cars. Charlene has seen a lot. She's driving an Audi Q7 herself. Subai naturally had no intention of pretending to show off, and waited for Charlene to sit down and set off. The journey is not far. 10 minutes. Taking the opportunity, Charlene introduced a few words to Subai about that service department. The Escot is considered one of the older high-end apartments in the country. And of course, the one we're going to see is a new branch that was built 3 years ago, and it just so happens that it doesn't smell like renovation, and the facilities aren't obsolete, so it's at its peak. That's quite good. I'm lucky, Subai said, then changed his words. No, I shouldn't say I'm lucky. It's also thanks to Director Xia pulling strings. Little things. As a counselor, it's only right to take care of the students. Soon, the two arrived at a Scott residence, Jiangcheng Shuefu store. As he walked into the apartment's doorway, Subai saw several residents coming in and out, including foreign faces. It all looks like a social elite. According to Charlene, some foreign scholars who came to Jiangcheng University for exchange visits like to stay at a Scott. There is reimbursement anyway. With a professional smile, the lady at the front desk bowed to the visiting pair. welcome to Ascot. May I ask if you two are here to check in for retail or to talk about a long-term lease? Charlene said. Long-term rental, the time may be longer. The room type and service requirements are also higher. Is your marketing and sales manager in? Yes, this way, both of you. The receptionist led the way, ushering the pair into an office deep on the first floor of the apartment. At this time, the manager had not long been at work, and when he heard that someone had come to talk about the business of long-term rental, he immediately raised his spirits. What are your names? My last name is Xia. His last name is Su. He's the one who wants to rent a room, so I've come to palm it off for him. Okay, you look a little familiar. Is it MS, Charlene from JNU? Yeah, it's me. Haha, I told you it looked familiar. I remember you came to see the room last year as well, the manager enthusiastically said. Obviously, he had some knowledge about Charlene's background. Charlene politely returned. At that time, I was actually very satisfied with the house here, but I just think it's too big and spacey for one person. It's a bit of a waste, and I eventually chose to live in the graduate student dormitory, and it's more lively with my girlfriends. Indeed. So, this Mr. So intends to live by himself? The manager turned to Subai. Sort of, but most of the time they bring back female companions. Subai cleared his throat and said his request. My request is to choose the largest and most luxurious room type, with the accompanying rights and interests pulled to the best. I don't care about the price. The budget is within $1 million a month. Manager. Chapter 47. The only way to arouse the conquest desire of a rich white woman is to be a scumbag. Not to mention, this is a pretty rare request. There are two kinds of people who live in Ascot. The really rich who need to stay in Jiangqing for a few months because of personal hobbies or company affairs. They tend to keep a tight rein on their budgets and have money, but don't spend it in vain. After all, they're all social elites who can do the math. Negotiating prices with this type of customer is more tiring. The second kind is to go on the public account, like the kind that Charlene gave to Subai Cope, the foreign visiting scholars. Anyway, it is the university or JNU to which the scholar belongs that gives reimbursement, so just go straight to the agreed price without much ado. This kind of customer saves money, but, often, they choose the lowest grade of room, and will ask for various rights and benefits attached. In short, they do not earn much. Both of these basically constitute 99% of the clientele of high-end service departments. But, obviously, Mr. Su is that remaining 1%, commonly known as the rich brother who can't spend his money to experience life. Go straight for the best, pull it all in, all of it. The manager understood, flipped the foil-decorated brochure in his hand, and went straight to the last section. Mr. Su, this side to recommend you the Supreme Landscape Stack Suite. The upper and lower two-story stacked a total of 302 square feet of area. Listening to the manager's colorful introduction, combined with the pictures on the brochure, and the 3D live-action video played on the manager's cell phone, Subai couldn't help but light up. Indulgence. That's so indulgent. Originally Subai's expectation was to rent the best large flat, not realizing that this high-end apartment even had a stacked option. From the floor plan to the decoration, to each functional living room, the all-round low-key luxury and comfort perfectly meets the needs of Subai's long-term residents. The system even popped up a prompt bar directly in his head, indicating that this consumption met the system's definition of indulgence. I guess it's really outrageous. What kind of college student lives in a 300 square foot apartment? Perhaps Charlene also felt a bit exaggerated and asked Subai with a smile. Your parents won't be upset if you live like this, right? No, the family is very lenient with me, and this isn't that expensive. I don't think. I see what it says. The retail price for a single night stay is just over 5,000. Just over 5,000. The manager was secretly staggered. With a smile on his face, took out his computer and crackled and pressed. Mr. Su, if you choose this Supreme Landscape stacked pieces, all the rights and benefits you need are given to you free of charge. And if you pay monthly, 20% discount on the retail price of 5,299. That's 127,000 per month. Monthly payments are too much of a hassle. Can I pay annually? Pay it all at once on the spot and don't worry about it afterward. Is fine. If you'd like that, we'd certainly welcome it. The manager had a brainwave. Hold on. I'll get on the phone with the regional headquarters and ask what kind of discounts you can get for up to an annual payment. In fact, it's hard to rent out this mountain stack at all. After all, the rich people in Jiangqing are still not as exaggerated as the first-tier cities. And, with the majority of Earth bosses, they prefer to get a villa in the countryside to slowly toss. The problem with business-style downtown luxury apartments like this one, where the audience is relatively young, is that young people have so much money at their fingertips. The manager ran out to make a phone call. Subai could have just asked for a 20% discount and forget about it, paying more and getting more cash back anyway. but this behavior was a bit too burnt. Subai felt that it was better not to do it in front of Director Xia. Director Xia is obviously one of those know-it-all rich white girls who surely hates overly ostentatious thuggish behavior. To pick up a girl, you have to get what you want. Talking about ideals with Chun Yushin, talking about money with his schoolmates, and pretending to be a bully in front of Director Xia. Su, you live in such a big house by yourself. Won't you feel lonely? Charlene asked seemingly carelessly. In fact, the concern is the female companion that Subai just told the manager. Which girl will Subai bring? The image of Chen Yuxing immediately appeared in Charlene's mind. Intuition told Charlene that there should be something between Chen Yuxing and Subai, but Chen Yuxing looked like the kind of girl who was very conservative. She shouldn't have developed that level of relationship with Subai yet, right? Ha, this little guy, female companion, he's quite a player. A normal college guy would just say bring your girlfriend to live with you. The female companion, who has the feeling that she has to change every time, is crummy, but Charlene didn't let that cut into her favor with Subai. It's good to be scummy. It's precisely because it's scummy that it's so fulfilling to conquer. As a rich white girl who loves sports, Charlene is actually pretty wild at heart. She herself doesn't like to mess around. She's 22 years old and still a virgin, but she likes Subai like this, a man with the temperament of a lion. Facing Charlene's question, Subai replied with a smile, if Director Xia is willing, you can come as a guest more often. Well, when you put it that way, I'm going to take it seriously. I just want Director Xia to take it seriously. Look, this landscape stack. There is also a small fitness room. Subai pointed at the floor plan and said, Director Xia should be good at working out, right? Well, in undergrad, I took a bodybuilding class for a while, and I knew all the relevant programs, but I practiced on my own unprofessionally. And for a girl, it's not a good look when it's too professional. That's right, too much is too little. A body like Director Xia's now is perfect in my eyes. Subai complimented with a sincere face. In fact, honestly speaking, in Subai's opinion, Director Xia and Chen Yuxing and Zhou Jiadir each had their own ring. But now that the conversation has arrived here, it's only human to have a little panic. Sure enough, Subai's words made Charlene very flattered, covering her mouth and laughing like a blossom. What perfect it's just like that. Su classmate, you're too exaggerated. But if you're interested in fitness, I can really come to give you some pointers, and I'd like to try out the best room type in Ascot. What's the private fitness room like it? Then it's happily decided that we'll ask Director Xia to exercise together sometime. Aha, yeah, ding. Charlene favorability increase detected. Current favorability, 65. The two men smiled at each other. The eyes seemed to carry a bit of adult acquiescence. The returning manager happened to see Subai and Charlene shelving this ambiguous pair of eyes. The heart couldn't help but stutter. Egu, this Miss Xia family, looks like she has an unusual relationship with this boy. The manager didn't ask Charlene what her relationship was with this handsome little man she brought with her. Don't ask what you shouldn't. When you've been in the business world for a long time, your emotional intelligence can't be too low more or less. Mr. Su, I've just asked the leadership for instructions. The Supreme Landscape stacked pieces can be rented at a maximum discount of 70% if it is rented as a whole on a yearly basis, and a special service is attached to it. We will assign you an exclusive butler to take care of you, on call 24 hours a day. This is good. Subai nodded. A house of 300 square feet. That really had to have a housekeeper in charge of taking care of it, or else just packing things would be exhausting. In fact, recently lived in the hotel when Subai has found alone that Riverview suite. Cleanup is quite troublesome. There is something have to call the front desk clerk. This manager is quite good at doing business and knows to apply for an exclusive butler service with the leader. So, after the manager took Subai on a site visit to the apartment, Subai decisively swiped his card to pay. Chapter 48 Special Attribute Points. Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. Ding. Payment successful. The retail price of $52.99 for the Supreme Mountain Stack condo totaled $1. $335. $348. And the manager did the honors of erasing the zeros for a final payment of $1. $33 million. The celebrities in the news who stay in hotels all year round are, according to reports, spending big hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. The accommodation Subai chose was almost twice the price of the star treatment. The manager is seeing the world. Just the annual business reception. Brushing the large single do not know how many. Only Subai so young and green college students. Eyes do not blink a breath of brush more than a million. Really haven't seen it. What touched the manager most especially was his breezy undercurrent. What kind of prominent family must one have to raise 18-year-old boys with such and such poise? In fact, it was the system that gave Subai the bottom line. Ding. Detected host indulging in spending. Long-term rental of a Scott Supreme Landscape stacked penthouse. 1-year term. Spending $33 million. Trigger 10 times cashback. Cashback plus 13. $3 million. Subai's heart was happy. and he actually drew the highest multiple of cashback, which directly skyrocketed the deposit to more than 20 million. I'm afraid that if I try to indulge for a while longer, I can start looking for a big villa. If you don't look at the system rebates, 33 million for a year's stay is indeed a super luxury. Of course, the living experience is also hard to match with luxury hotels. The Ascot Plaza offers not only a high-end atmosphere, but also a room type that is close to life and allows you to sleep at ease, as well as the integrated recreational facilities of Ascot Plaza. After paying, Subai focused on visiting the kitchen and bathroom of the mountain stack. Subai's parents died a long time ago, and it was the aunt of the opposite door family who pulled up. Right, that aunt is Jiang Qiujing's mother. Auntie was busy with work, and many times Su White cooked on her own stove. After doing it more often, I became very proficient and even fell in love with cooking. The kitchens in this luxury stacked condominium are fully equipped with all the amenities in a full kitchen design, from an internationally renowned playing card, huge oven, built-in dishwasher, steamer, air fryer, oversized 4-door large refrigerator, 18-piece German top luxury brand kitchenware set. Subai was even a bit impatient to show off his skills. As for the bathroom, naturally, it needs attention as well. After all, it's where the fight is. Alright, your side is done. I still have things to do at school, so I'll go back first. Charlene said goodbye to Subai. Okay, many thanks to Director Xia. Subai was a bit regretful. I had wanted to treat you to a meal at noon to thank you. It's okay, I'll finish my school work and come back over, so I won't keep you from buying dinner. Charlene snickered. It's also a signaling release that, generally speaking, if you don't stop by after doing a favor, it's a treat you'll accept another day. The fact that she even made a special trip back was enough to prove that Charlene had a more intimate heart for Subai. Subai comprehended this and smiled faintly. Then I'll wait for Director Xia to come back. Wait. Charlene left in style, the yoga pants on the back. Looking at Subai's heart was a little hot. Hurriedly ran to the private mini gym that comes with the stack and worked out. Sweat it out and burn off energy. Take a dip, by the way. To be honest, since binding the Divine Hero system, Subai had become more and more fond of taking baths. It feels like a very soothing and relaxing sensation, very much in keeping with the theme of indulgent and enjoyable living. Lying in the large bath that was large enough to accommodate 3 people soaking together, Subai opened the system interface. In the past few days, 3 drawings have been accumulated. Now it's just the right time to be alone. Hang out and draw the prize. Sweepstakes, triple draw, rewards are being drawn for you. Congratulations on winning the cash prize of $1 million. Congratulations on winning the special attribute point +3. Congratulations on winning the watch, Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Offshore AP15500 ST Steel King Steel Blue Plate Automatic Mechanical Men's Watch for $615. 000. $1 million in cash was of little use to Subai. Spend any amount of money and you'll get that amount back. It's a consolation prize. Special attribute points +3 looks to be an enhancement of a physical attribute. Clicking in and reading the slim description, Subai's face was a bit odd. No, man, I'm perverted enough as it is, but you're giving me reinforcement? Gotta. It wasn't a bad thing. After all, in the meaty future, little Subai was definitely going to suffer. College animals have money and free time, so it's inevitable that they're going to be crazy about girls. Strengthening a wave would also allow Subai to adapt to more violent battles. The last reward, the wristwatch. The watch is not bad. Audemars Piguet's Royal Oak series. It is said to be a senior model that needs to be booked, and it is quite troublesome to go and buy it by yourself. Subai was originally thinking of buying a good watch for himself, and the system arranged it directly, which is really considerate. Subai clicked in to check out the pictures. Silver steel with an octagonal bezel and one-piece bracelet, equipped with in-house movement, sporty and luxurious. A representative of top-of-the-line sports watches for those who seek the ultimate in craftsmanship and unique design. At over $600, 000, it's poker enough to wear. Casual sports style, also in line with Subai's daily wear preferences. If it is the kind of formal style watch, wearing always feels strange. Subai is not everyday suit and dress people. Clicking extract in the system, a call immediately came in to contact Subai, claiming to be a staff member of the Audemars Piguet flagship store in Magic City. The watch has been shipped to Jiangcheng, and within 15 minutes, it will be delivered to Subai's location. Subai pondered. It seems that the system's arrangement still fits well with the rules of reality. After all, he had just searched on his cell phone map and there were no Audemars Piguet stores in Jiangcheng. Many of the top luxury brands are lacking in stores in second-tier cities. The geographic area does not have enough spending power to make it worthwhile for the brand to set up store here. It's like the Supreme Landscape stack pieces that Subai just rented for the whole year, which is actually very difficult to rent out in Jiangcheng. The room type may have been designed in the first place to enhance the pushiness of the outlet, or it may have been a poor decision on the part of the management. All in all, it was a pickup for Subai. 10 minutes later. Mr. Su, this is the love watch you ordered. Please check it. The full set of certificates and related accessories are all here. If it's convenient for you, you can try it on now. We've brought professional tools to help you adjust the length of the strap to better fit the shape of your wrist. The people who came to deliver the watch were a sales manager and an after-sales watch repairer. The master looked not too young. Kind eyes helped Subai measure his wrist, using professional tools to adjust the strap. It moves deftly and quickly and is done in a few minutes. It was the first time Subai had watched this process and was quite curious. I remember the old movies I used to watch where the protagonist purchased hundreds of thousands of dollars of watches and had to look for a specialized repairman in the store to adjust the strap. I heard that some European countries, this adjustment process is particularly inked. In fact, it is not much more complicated. It is purely pretentious. To create a very high-class atmosphere, we're better at home, so the crash will be over in 3 or 5 tries. Thank you for choosing Audemars Piguet. I wish you a happy life. This is my business card. You can add the phone number WeChat later. You can find me in the future if you need anything. Okay. Sending away Audemars Piguet service staff. Subai looked in the mirror with his watch on and had a wave of self-indulgence. Don't say. This type of sports watch really goes well with his Subai's hangdog cynical temperament. Drip. The cell phone suddenly rang continuously WeChat message tone. Subai curious to see. It turned out to be a new Pola group. 510 and the beauties of the Mid-Autumn Festival Eat, Drink and Play group. Chapter 49, Shuetao? It's just an old man's hat. Subai is the one who's really rich. It's what we discussed yesterday. The members of that traveling squad. Not surprisingly to Subai, the group was pulled by Shuetao. After all, he was the captain. It was also extremely upbeat about the tour. Chen Yusheng, Jiang Qiuya, 2 school flower-level characters, coupled with the child-faced giant what's-her-name twin Lolitas. Such a luxurious lineup will certainly stir up the local strong desire to pretend. Of course, Master Shanghai is certainly not far behind. Another good show. The corners of Subai's mouth curved up pleasantly. The simple students were still condemning Shuetao for showing off his wealth, while the two, Subai and Wang Haoran, were already enjoying themselves. Shui Jitao, ladies, these days I'm going to buy some supplies in advance for the trip. If you have any needs, you can send them to me in private chat. I'll try to fulfill them. Smiley, smiley. Shui Jitao, selfie with sunglasses leaning on a maiden 330. There's one to say. It's actually not a bad car for a local to drive. According to national statistics, the majority of private vehicles owned by residents are around the $100,000 price point. Not to mention college students who are generally too poor for cafeteria freedom. But every time Shuetao flaunts his wealth in the group, he gives off a villainous vibe. How can I say it? It's just kinda underhanded. The point is, right, he really relied on the two attributes of having a car to drive and having a lot of pocket money to pick up Lu Yuan. Many boys look at him with displeasure, but don't want to confront him head-on because they will be called sour dogs who can't find a girlfriend by Shuetao. Engineering faculty, only freshman year, can get off the single after all. A few. Not long after Shuetao spoke in the group, one of the twins, Wan Xinyan, responded, red bean paste glutinous rice ball, really? Shuetao, you really good, consider it. Red bean paste sticky rice dumplings. Can you prepare some snacks for us? Hey, my sister and I have a craving, so we'll probably eat quite a bit on the way. Glutinous rice dumplings with mung bean paste, shy. Glutinous rice dumplings with mung bean paste, it doesn't take much. Glutinous rice dumplings with red bean paste, thanks to brother Shuetao, hands clasped. Shui Jitao, excited, drooling. Shui Jitao, promised to finish the job. Wang Haoran eating mountain flexible inspiration mushrooms today. Click on the link to receive the source code forward-looking live broadcast benefits XWS34YU. Wang Haoran withdraws a message today by eating mountain flexible inspired mushrooms. Wang Haoran eating mountain flexible inspired mushrooms today, wrong post. Sorry, Shui Jitao. Shui Jitao, playing with the source god, nose picking. Snow in Hokkaido, Sennheiser Fall New Product Review Issue 2. Shui Jitao, Master Shanghai, you're posting your headphone review again. What's the point of posting it? Nobody cares. Snow in Hokkaido at Kong Qiuye 25th grade broadcasting host. Jiang Qiuye 25th grade broadcast hosting. What's going on? Why is someone suddenly tweeting at me? Puzzled. Snow in Hokkaido. Oh, it's okay. Subai dives in with relish, watching the group perform. That's funny. Watching, however, the natives seemed suddenly to remember him. Shui Jitao at Crispy Big White Goose. Where are you surfing? Come back to accompany me to the supermarket when you have time. Nice guy. You want to pay out of your own pocket to impress a girl, and you're dragging me into doing the hard work, aren't you? At this moment, Subai's body was still wrapped in a bathrobe. Stand up and take a selfie in the mirror. Tall, with a vaguely muscular silhouette and a backdrop of an upscale decorated bathroom. picked another photo from the album, taken just after working out. The two were posted together in the 510 and the Beauty's Mid-Autumn Festival eating, drinking and playing group. Puff pastry with large white goose, photo, crispy goose, I'm busy, you go by yourself, Shui Ji Tao. At this time, in the parking lot of the school, Shui Tao, who was preparing to leave, saw the photo Subai sent and immediately changed his face, showing his teeth. In fact, he was just asking casually, mainly to create an image of himself as a captain and giving orders. That's the way it is with girls. It's easier to get a girl's heart when you have to establish an authoritative image for yourself as the leader of the clique. Of course, if Subai was free to come and help him carry things to the supermarket, that would definitely be the best. After all, Shui Tao does not intend to go to the school's mini-mart. That kind of mini-mart things are not complete. He wants to go to Walmart, a big purchase, buy imported snacks, drinks, girls like that kind of tone. Then Subai posted 2 selfies. It looks as if it's in a luxury hotel? No, this background, it seems to be a little different from a hotel again. Shui Tao couldn't guess. At once, this made Shui Tao anxious. This guy Subai would even go to a place that even he couldn't guess. According to Subai's own words, it was only after he had recently made a small fortune that he started to engage in these materialistic pleasures. As a result, he came to the group to act like a pussy, and must have seen that there were a couple of big beauties in the group to go against his low-key norm. Shui Tao sneered. Childish. Subai, this is too childish. The 4 school girls in the group that have seen the world, and now the girl is not as good as before to cheat. Take to live a Hilton can turn over the body. Such a clumsy tactic will surely not work. However, what made Shui Tao unexpected was, in a classroom at this time, a pair of twins with adorable childlike faces are sitting next to each other in the back of the classroom, pretending to listen to the lesson and sneaking water clusters. The two could be said to be almost identical in looks, exuding very different auras. One is quiet and shy, the other spirited and lively. Wow, sister, look at this Subai. He actually lives in Yashigakue, Wan Xinyan suddenly exclaimed. Next to her, Wan Xinyue whispered. Ascension, what's that? It's a very expensive long-term rental apartment, the kind with butler service, and the people who live there are basically rich, or at least have to be high-level hitmen. Subai is a freshman like us, so his family must be rich. How do you know so much? Looking at her sister with conviction, Wan Xinyue was a bit confused. It's just a photo, can you analyze that much? Anyway, Wan Xinyue could only tell that this Subai was so tall and handsome, the kind of handsome guy that he couldn't help but look twice even if he passed by on the street. That's easy. His yukata has the Ascot logo on it, and there's another, a picture of him working out, and you can vaguely see the outside in the background, so I think it's that Ascot on the river. With a wise expression on her face, Wan Xinyan pinpointed the location of the Ascot schoolhouse store on the map of her cell phone, gave my sister a nerdy look. Yun, I think it's a shame you're not going to be a detective. That's for sure. I'm smart, Wan Xinyan proudly said, and look at the watch Subai is wearing on his hand. Although I don't recognize it, but my intuition tells me that it's definitely not cheap. Wait a minute, let me get an AI literacy map. Watching my sister work her butt off, Wan Xinyue was truly impressed. Murmured, so there are so many doors. I thought that Shui Tao was the rich one. Shui Tao? Harm, that's just an old man, a tool man. Chapter 50 State banquets are to be eaten, and specialties are to be eaten, so as to be called sound. Wan Xinyan's tone was filled with undisguised contempt. It was a completely different face from the warmth and vivacity she displayed when she was conversing with Shui Tao and the group. It's normal. Girls have several faces when it comes to different relationships. The reason for joining Shui Tao's traveling party is that Wan Xinyan could tell at a glance that Shui Tao was a simpleton who was eager to show off his materialistic conditions to please the girls, and she, and her sister, needed just that kind of enjoyment. Self-driving, someone to take care of, not more comfortable than traveling with a group on a bus? The experience of traveling and touring is also completely different. Why a large portion of young people are averse to traveling, especially the traditional style of domestic travel. To put it bluntly, do not want to spend so much money. Nowadays, all kinds of travel-related services are very developed. If the budget is full, out of the airplane or first class, landing on the high-end escort is responsible for the whole arrangement. The night back to the 5-star hotel, and then with the outstanding value of the escort poker. Believe me, no one will not. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money to pay for the services you need. However, joining Shui Tao's team didn't mean that the twins would be picked up by Shui Tao. Maybe Sister Wan Xinyue is a little dorky. Wan Xinyan, however, has been well-versed in human affairs since she was a child, and is especially good at playing with men. A little bit of a few pampering with Shui Tao. Send too good voice. Shui Tao is like a chicken blood. OMG. What a great tool man. However, what Wan Xinyan was really interested in now was Subai. She was seen giving a go in the AI literacy software, and then her face froze. My sister curiously came over to look, her beautiful eyes round with surprise. Watch brand, Audemars Piguet, guaranteed valuation of $500,000. Hiss. Wan Xinyue was shocked that she was wearing such an expensive watch when she was clearly a classmate from the same school. This AI literacy software, is the judgment accurate? It won't be a fake. Wan Xinyue was a bit disbelieving. After all, it's actually quite common to see such things as wearing a fake watch and pretending to be a big spender. Maybe it's real, maybe it's fake. I don't have much research on watch identification either. Wan Xinyan shook her head. Though her heart is deep, she and her sister are just from a poor rural family. The money to read the podcast is still borrowed. The reason why they would choose the path of art students is really that both of them have an average level of cultural studies, and the only way to read the best Jiangcheng University in the province is to use this method. The probability of meeting a good guy here is much higher than in a normal college. That's right, the whole point of the Vanguard sisters going to college was to try to target a rich kid from a good enough family. With their intelligence and origin, it is too difficult for them to arrive at a rich life by struggle. On the contrary, because of their natural bridge pretty face and good figure, they do have an advantage in the area of marriage. At this moment, Wan Xinyan seriously analyzed. Let us not talk about the authenticity of the watch first. If Subai really lives in the Escot, then he is definitely the hidden tycoon of our session. Let me explore his reality first. Wan Xinyan opened WeChat. I happen to see, Shuejito has requested to add you as a friend. A sudden furrowing of the show's brows. This Shuetao, too, has no eyesight. She's ignored Shuetao's friend ad twice in a row and still comes? This is actually a sign of low emotional intelligence. In the world of adults, many things are actually agreed upon as unspoken rules. Apparently, Mr. Shui, Jr., is still a kid. Ignoring Shuetao's friend request once again, Wan Xin clicked on the cartoonish big white goose's avatar in the group. Active option to add a friend. It took a while to get through. Crispy White Goose, hello, what can I do for you? Crispy White Goose, goose underscore crooked underscore neck underscore question mark. Red bean paste sticky rice dumplings, hello, Subai. I see the photos you posted. I feel like you're very good at sports. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball. It just so happens that in our itinerary for this mid-autumn festival tour, there is a mountain climbing program, and my sister and I want to buy some climbing equipment, so I would like to ask you to go shopping with us and help us pick it out. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball. Well, if you have time, I hope you can help us. If you don't have time, forget it, we will look for you online to ask some questions. Please, glutinous rice dumplings with red bean paste, bunny emoji. At this time, Subai, who was in the Shanshue stacked apartment, had just changed his clothes and was about to go out to find sister Zhou Jialu. It was a bit confusing to see the message from Wan Xin. No, sis, I just casually showed up, purely because I couldn't stand to see the local guy pretending to knock him around a bit. How can you tell I'm good at sports? Subai felt that the girl was probably just using this as an excuse to ask him to go shopping. Is it possible that she is a senior gold-digging woman who has seen Subai's strength through the lens of those two photos? Read about it. Subai clicked on Wan Xinyan's circle of friends. Oops, not bad. The original child face giant that something is real. Secondary is right. Secondary is not fooling around. Although the face value of the twins was a notch below that of a schoolgirl of Zhou Jialu and Chen Yuxing's level, the key was that they had a rare figure. It is a small beauty with very distinctive features. To draw an analogy with food, the former is a state banquet and the latter is the equivalent of local specialties. State dinners have to be eaten and specialties have to be eaten so that they can be called sound. Subai decisively accepted the invitation. Crispy Goose, okay, I'll go shopping with you guys. Can I do it tomorrow afternoon? Red bean paste sticky rice dumplings, yes, we're free. Crispy White Goose, then we'll make an appointment for a specific time then. I have something else to do. I'll slip away first. Crispy White Goose, goose underscore running underscore frantically. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball, you go about your business. Thank you. Today's schoolmarm is still laying flat at the JW Marriott. It's not boring and cloying at all. Zhou Jialu was very easy to satisfy the character. She will not make days to ask her boyfriend to provide her with emotional value. As long as she gives her material enjoyment, she will be good and gentle and considerate. When Subai came back, she was enjoyably brushing up on Netflix. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Zhou Jiadir immediately got excited, trembling with the fullness of her chest, ran to Subai, and suddenly revealed a shy look, lowered her head, hugged Subai's waist, and rubbed the tip of her nose against his chest. Schoolboy, I miss you so much. It's only been one night. Why do you miss me? Subai was a bit happy. I just miss you, but I don't mean to complain about you. I live in such a great room by myself. It's also super enjoyable. He. I just always feel like there's something missing. Saying that, Jo Ja-deer's fingers traced over Subai's abs and moved down. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. This little vixen. After being with Subai, Jo Ja-deer's sultry wind-burn attribute did not diminish in the slightest. It's just that once upon a time, she liked to burn it for everyone to see and ogle at, as a way to get mental pleasure. Now, all of Burn's targets were set on Subai. It was too much intensity for an 18-year-old who was new to the world. Then the nutritional piece you're missing. I'll now fill you in. Subai picked up Jo Ja-deer by the waist and threw her on the big bed. It provoked an exclamation of surprise, and a flirtatious and jovial giggle. Chapter 51, The Power of Money. Making schoolgirls become licking dogs. After a long time, Subai leaned against the window and wrapped his arms around the fragrant shoulders of the beautiful woman in his arms. Once upon a time, when he saw descriptions of the scented shoulders used in literature, he didn't feel much of a sense of immersion. After all, he had never experienced it. Now it is the feeling that this statement is simply too appropriate. Caressing the white jade like delicate and lubricated skin, his heart couldn't help but rise with a wave of happiness and throbbing. Is this what it feels like to have a girl's wholehearted, first-time love? That's so nice. Subai was resting when Jo Ja-deer suddenly got up. What's wrong? Subai asked. Don't you want to lie down for a little longer? It's still early until lunch. Stinky schoolboy, you're smudging my makeup. I need to fix it before it's too late if I'm in a hurry to go out when I'm hungry. Jo Ja-deer glared at Subai in a rather exasperated manner, 1,000 times, then wiggled his ass and went to the bathroom. Subai couldn't help but recall the scene just now. The two men's maneuvers hit a fever pitch, and Subai, in his excitement, asked his schoolmate to use her most well-capitalized weapon to carry out a new tactical exercise. After all, it's a shame not to put that good weaponry to good use. In the past, Subai had fantasized about many similar scenes when he fantasized about Jo Ja-deer's jittery videos. In response, Jo Ja-deer softly refused once, and after a symbolic reserve, still from Subai, it couldn't be helped. Who made her like her schoolmate so much? Looking at the way her schoolmate was suffocating, Jo Ja-deer felt obligated to let Subai gain pleasure. This was where her greatest advantage lay as Subai's woman. Perhaps for the first time using that maneuver tactic, Subai failed to grasp the point during the incentive exchange and ended the maneuver early. Caught off guard, Jo Ja-deer took it head-on and hard, so the makeup got messed up. After waiting for about half an hour, Jo Ja-deer put her grooming in order and sat back on the edge of the bed. Seeing that Subai's hand was about to move again, he hurriedly ranted. Don't. Let's just think about what to eat for lunch or go out for a stroll right now. Doing that kind of thing all the time isn't good for schoolmate's body. You're so considerate of me. School teacher? Of course, you're the one I'll rely on in the future. Of course you need to be in good health, Jo Ja-deer said with a smile, seemingly easy to write words, but expressed her true heart. She wasn't holding the mentality of a fishing girl who was drunk today, but she wanted to stay by Subai's side for a long time. Subai was quite satisfied, so he gently kissed his schoolmate's bare forehead and arranged, then you accompany me to move, and find a place to eat near the house after moving. Moving? Hokage found a place to live permanently? Jo Ja-deer's eyes lit up. Well, a serviced apartment, not far from the school. Say it and do it. Subai packed the things in the hotel, and the front desk called out 2 waiters to help move together to the car. There weren't a lot of things, mainly the schoolmate's clothes and the $100,000 computer. The rest were trivial necessities, basically what Subai had brought from the dormitory in the past few days. After all, the dormitory was only going to be a fun place to go back to once in a while when you're going to be based out there. It's times like these that SUVs are practical and easy to haul. You can move it all in one trip. The famous Porsche Cayenne. Why is it popular with contractors and factory owners? Because of its space and body carrying capacity. Are great. Emergency time to load some goods. Temporary as a small pickup truck. No problem at all. The Mercedes-Benz GLE is not bad, at least for Subai to use for traveling and camping. It surely meets the needs. On the way, Jo Ja-deer checked the price of the apartment and asked curiously, Senior, this apartment shouldn't be cheap, right? How much is the rent a month? I rent it on an annual basis for $1. 33 million all in. What? Is schoolteacher thinking that it's strange for me to rent an apartment when I'm so rich? Where's the weirdness? You're renting an apartment, and ordinary people's rentals, but it's completely different. Jo Ja-deer spat out her tongue. 33 million, are enough to buy a new house for marriage in the suburbs of Zhangchang, commonly known as on the plate. Maybe the location isn't good enough, maybe the size is a bit small, but it's enough for a young couple to make a home in River City. For that matter, many young people who have just graduated are so shy that they can't even save up for a down payment, and they have to go to their parents for support. However, for Subai, this is just the spending for a year of renting a room, pure and simple enjoyment. In the area of living, The expenses of 1 year are equivalent to the results of more than 10 years of frugal living for an ordinary couple, and it was rented as soon as it was said to be rented, without any careful consideration at all. This could not help but make Jo Jia-deer's heart, once again, set off a shock. Knowledge of Subai, also more profound, 300 square feet on the upper and lower floors, tastefully decorated, plus many services attached. Jo Jialu understood at once. With Subai's vision, buying a house must also buy the top floor, and inevitably personally control the decoration. He can't see the ordinary house, so he might as well not buy it. Whether you're picking a property or renovating it, it takes time. In the short term, Ascot's Mountain Stack is a really good choice. The main one is not a worry. For the rest of the morning, Jo Jialu accompanied Subai to clean up her home. This is Subai's first nest in Jiangcheng. It is also correct to say home. Marriott Hotel does not count. That thing is still too business. Really, as the summer director said, live for a long time, feel feet do not touch the ground. The whole person is floating. As for Jo Jia-deer, she took the opportunity to develop a hostess mentality, wandering around the fully 300 square feet of space on the upper and lower floors. Sister, I'm going to eat with someone else for lunch, so you order a takeout to fix it. Or, after packing up, Charlene's message also came, saying that she had finished her work and was driving over to Ascot. So Subai asked his schoolmate for her opinion. Jo Jialu's expression staggered for a moment. However, it quickly turned into a smile. It's okay, I'll just order takeout myself and wait for you to come back. Oh. After saying that, she hugged Subai's neck and stood on her tiptoes to kiss him, her eyes glowing with reluctant attachment. The corner of Subai's mouth hooked up into a bad smile. And you didn't ask me who I was eating with. School brother doesn't say. Just don't want to tell me. It's okay, I also said before, for school brother's love life, I don't have a monopoly on the idea, as long as there is a place for me in the heart of school brother. So good. Subai couldn't help but praise and touch Jo Jia-deer's head. Was this the power of money that could make a girl of the school flower level, like a hopeless licking dog? So much so that she had the audacity to lower herself and not interfere with Subai's contact with other women. In fact, it's okay to tell you, it's our class counselor, Charlene. In the morning it was she who accompanied me to look at this room. The summer guide's family seems to be quite rich, and knows a lot about this area. Charlene, I know her. Jo Jialu smiled narrowly. When she was an undergraduate, she was also the school flower. So many people chased after her, and they all failed. She even agreed to you inviting her to dinner. It seems that she has a good feeling about her schoolmate. Pretty much got it, just thanking her for her help. Yes. Schoolmates are great people, never misbehaving with the girls around them. Looking at Jo Jia-deer stranded this yin and yang, Subai was angry and funny. You just praised your sister for her understanding, and now you're drifting off? Punishment must be punished. So Subai pressed her for another maneuver before setting off to have lunch with Charlene. Chapter 52. Charlene's blind date was scared off by Subai. Summer Lin, wait a minute. Summer Lin, don't come in yet. I've met someone I know and I have to deal with him first. The lunch appointment was at a Western restaurant near the Ascot. This serviced apartment neighborhood is very much open to high-end dining, so it is clear that the spending power of the apartment dweller community is recognized by the owners of the openings. Subai had just walked to the entrance of the restaurant when he suddenly received a message from Charlene. If it was an ordinary acquaintance, it shouldn't be so bad that Subai should have to make a special effort to avoid it. So, presumably, it's the more troublesome type. It immediately provoked Subai's strong desire to eat. According to the system's identification, Charlene is not in a relationship, so the troublesome acquaintances are either her suitors or difficult sandy relatives. Honest students would choose to listen to the counselor at times like this. But, Subai was clearly no honest person. He directly put his cell phone away, pretended not to see the message, and walked straight into the Western restaurant. Sure enough, leaning against the wall side of the card table, Charlene was sitting there with a polite but somewhat impatient expression on her face. A man in a suit, standing there a few meters away, spoke curtly to Charlene. Charlene, I don't know exactly where it makes you so dissatisfied. Not even give me a chance to have a blind date for dinner. Choose a day. It just so happens that we meet here today. Why don't we sit down and talk? Xiao Yan Chen. I remember I've already clearly told you on WeChat that I'm not interested in blind dates. I have no recent plans in this regard. And the middleman arranging it haphazardly can't be blamed on me, right? The man laughed bitterly. Don't say the words so absolutely. First sit down to understand each other. I believe you will have a different evaluation of me. In fact, I have a solid background of overseas education, and I've been doing business for a few years now, so I'm quite excellent for the time being. I said I'm not interested. I'm not interested in a blind date. It has nothing to do with you being good or not. Charlene cried and laughed. This buddy is one of her great-aunt to help matchmaking. To be honest, the person is really quite excellent. The problem is too formal character is too common. Completely not Charlene's dish. And all of 33 years old. A full 11 years older than Charlene. I don't know what the great-aunt is thinking, although bar Charlene does look in temperament on the mature side. Looks like the kind of 25 years old or so demure atmosphere white rich beauty. The thing is, with her family's wealth, she doesn't need to commit to an older man at all. Who doesn't like to be young if they have a choice? Just as the conversation came to a standstill, Subai rushed over and took a seat across from Charlene with one but before tilting his head to look at Xiao Yanchen. Director Xia, who is this uncle? Xiao Yanchen immediately had a tight chest and said with resentment, young man, I see that you should also be an adult. Why do you call out uncle when you see someone? I don't look, well, that old, right? This is not to think that you temperament mature and stable well. Subai laughed. I have an uncle. Also look with you almost old. Oh no, almost big. The child is 5 years old, but the stability of this piece, and you cannot be compared to you. You seem to be a large enterprise to do executives. Hey, you kid. Only then did Xiao Yanchen's resentment calm down a bit and asked Charlene, is this little handsome man a relative of yours? He subconsciously saw Subai as some cousin of Charlene's. After all, Subai had a big grin and looked like he knew Charlene well. Basically seamlessly ran over and joined their chat. It is important to realize that strange males tend to reveal themselves in front of Charlene. After all, Charlene was the type of a lady of the house and rich in bookishness. The vast majority of men can't handle it. Unexpectedly, Charlene smiled and introduced, Subai, my student. I accompanied him out to do some errands today. A student? As I recall, you just became a counselor. So he's a freshman? Xiao Yanchen was instantly on guard. In Charlene's style, she would accompany a student out to eat at a Western restaurant with such a romantic atmosphere? The price of this store, Xiao Yanchen is aware of. Per capita 1500 to start. Slightly open a bottle of good wine. But also the budget cannot hit. With Charlene's family money of course it is easy to afford. But students, it's not that kind of relationship, is it? The counselors at JCU are all part-time graduate students, essentially college seniors, and it's not unethical for them to have relationships with undergraduates, which is more often than not the case. Subai, tall and handsome, instantly let Xiao Yanchen brainstorming. This kid, it will not be Charlene raised white boy? Yes, I just enrolled in school not long ago, thanks to the summer director took care of. Today he accompanied me to the Escot to see the long-term rental. Oh right, uncle you are Xia director what person you are in love? No. Ha ha, I'm a blind date introduced to me by your summer guide's family. Oh, then you can make an appointment with director Xia some other day. Today I have an appointment with director Xia. I'm going to have some wine, and after dinner I'm going to go see a movie or something. She shouldn't have time to go on a blind date with you. Xiao Yanchen's face looked terrible. Charlene added smoothly, he's right, as a counselor, you have to do what you promise to provide for your students. Ha ha, that's right, then I'll leave you alone. See you later. Xiao Yanchen fled in a sorry state. This Subai, mouth can be really poisonous. Don't look at him, looks sunny, handsome, harmless. Knowing that he was on a blind date with Charlene, he turned out to be completely unflattering and forcefully kicked him out. The average white boy would never be so tough. After all, it was equivalent to doing Charlene's bidding for her and overstepping her bounds. However, while Subai was speaking, Charlene kept a faintly affirmative smile on her face, and even gave him a rather approving glance from time to time. Proof that the two are, definitely, somewhat close. It also proved that Subai had strength. Freshman, lives in Ascot, wears Royal Oak, definitely not a shabby little white boy. Xiao Yanchen noticed the watch Subai wore on his left wrist, didn't recognize exactly which model, but, Audemars Piguet's Royal Oak series. The cheapest one also cost more than 300,000. Charlene was rich, but with her character, she would never buy such expensive luxuries for a white boy. Even that possibility can't be ruled out. Subai's family is even stronger than Charlene's. When he thought of Subai and Charlene having lunch together, going for drinks, and watching a movie together in the afternoon, Xiao Yanchen's entire body fell into jealousy and resentment. The expression crumbles. No, we have to find someone to check the bottom of this kid. Is not right, cannot be hard to check, in case it messes with the big brother behind it, or the circle to ask someone, so that it is not easy to offend people. And in the dining room, the young lady dressed as a mage waitress was on hand to open the wine. The set meal, Charlene had already helped Subai order it. Subai looked at the drink list and used the system to identify the flavor of each drink, picked one that looked like it would be more to his liking. I don't know if it will be good either. In fact, he quite liked the taste of red wine, but before he could not afford to try, only drank a few dozen dollars a bottle of the kind. The supermarket sold ordinary red wine, As the waiter operated the sobering device, Charlene's beautiful eyes twinkled and her mature and melodious voice spoke. Sue White, you've got a lot of nerve. You've got the counselor on your afternoon schedule. Ha, I did? I don't remember making a date with you to go to the movies this afternoon. Chapter 53. Smart women are the best for being good wives and mothers. The waiter poured 2 shallow glasses of wine and placed them in the hands of Charlene and Subai respectively. Charlene picked up a tall glass and shook it gently, holding it in a standard position, taught by the elders in her family. The aristocratic manner of every move was definitely not comparable to the goods that came out of a celebrity training course. It would have to be raised from a small temperature. Moreover, Charlene's temperament, relatively speaking, is much more introverted than that of a celebrity, so it is no wonder that her blind date licked her so much. Nowadays, even for the rich second-generation, rich third-generation girls, there are a lot of qualities and looks that are hard to describe. Even in the group of rich white women, Charlene is a standout, down-to-earth worker with a gentle nature, absolutely perfect for marriage. Shaking the red wine, Charlene surveyed Subai, her eyes overflowing with obvious interest. Watching a movie? Prevaricating that uncle's statement is just that, Subai said indifferently. It feels like Director Xia is quite annoyed with him, so I'll just say a few more words to piss him off. Why are you still calling someone an uncle? It's only in his early 30s too. He's around older than me. What's wrong with calling him uncle? Nowadays, young people are 3 years old and a generation gap. The kid who just went to the first year of high school also called me uncle. Who can I find to reason with? Subai innocently spread his hands. Ha ha ha. 2. Charlene was amused by Subai. This kid, he was quite good at chatting. She saw a rare sense of relief in Subai's body, not the so-called looseness of those petty pretenders, but the feeling of really loving whoever and whatever is hanging around. It would be a joy to live with someone like that. The appetizer was quickly served, a molecular cuisine salad. The so-called molecular cuisine is to make some special physical and chemical changes to the ingredients during the cooking process, so that the characteristics of the ingredients are deconstructed and reorganized. Like frothy potatoes, lychees that look like caviar. It's still a novelty to eat once in a while. The restaurant's specialty, however, is the schnitzel. Subai had a big appetite and loved meat. Charlene ordered him 1 lamb chop, 1 steak, and 1 fish fillet each, and with the side dishes, it was enough for Subai to have a great meal. Top quality ingredients, paired with red wine, delicious. The wine of choice for this meal, Sassicaia, appellation Tuscany, Italy, combining the structure of Bordeaux with the terroir of Tuscany, with aromas of cassis, cedar and tobacco, and better complexity with age. Subai asked for the 2015, which was also top of the line, at $36,000. After all, it's a meal to thank Director Xia. There's nothing wrong with opening an expensive wine. Well, not bad. The flavor of this one I like, but usually can not afford to drink. Today rub your wine on. Charlene clinked glasses with Subai. A small matter. It just so happens that I also have a craving. And with Director Xia accompanying me, I'm in the mood for a good drink. Actually, if you're in the mood, we could really go to the movies together this afternoon. It just so happens that there's a recently released literary film that I haven't had a chance to see yet. Can I take it that Director Xia is inviting me to the movie? Yeah, coming or not? Charlene was blunt, and not at all shy. When she smiled, it was like a spring breeze, and there was no trace of a windy flavor at all. Yet her healthy athletic body and delicate snowy skin that was light pink in color made people a little bit foolish. If anything, Jo Jadir was a foxy girl who made people want to do bad things to her just by looking at her. Then Charlene is a natural wife and you can't help but fantasize about her in a pure white wedding dress. Subai thought for a moment and said, watching a movie is fine, but I don't want to go to the cinema. By the way, a Scott's private screening room can also play theatrical movies on demand, right? Yes, it's a benefit for the residents. Then let's try it together and see if there's that movie that Director Xia wants to see. Yeah, with a movie date, the two of them coincidentally sped up their meal. Charlene was still quite excited about this movie. She has a strict upbringing, and it's still a bit of a pull to make her fall back or seduce a man in the open. The intimate screening room, however, is a great setting for two people to be alone. The same is true of Sue White. After helping Director Xia drive away the annoying blind date, Charlene's favorability towards Subai had risen to 68 points. After figuring out how to make the favorability go further and break through 80 points, Charlene would also be bound to be one of the system's indulgent cashback recipients. Subai was curious if Charlene's side would have a more impressive cashback program, such as her family's business. If Subai smashed the money and invested in it, would it be considered an indulgence? After one meal, the consumption is almost $40,000. 36,000 of that was all that bottle of wine, and it should go without saying that premium drinks are really a major factor in supporting the price of a meal. Subai swiped his card to pay and drew a triple cashback. netting $80,000. This feeling of feasting and making money is so good. You know, a lot of rich people's money doesn't really come easy and it hurts to spend it. They may put on a posh face when it comes to paying the bill, but they're not as relaxed in their hearts. And Subai's relaxation came from within. In Charlene's eyes, it came out of a homeschooled submissive. She couldn't help but start brainstorming about Subai's life. In fact, when school started, she had read Subai's file. Both parents were ordinary workers in the enterprise. Both died at an early age, and the guardian was a neighbor's aunt. There seems to be absolutely no capacity that can support that level of spending. Charlene guessed that the so-called parents might not be Subai's real parents either. It's not uncommon for rich families to have similar dog and pony stories, but that was all an afterthought. Right now, the thing that Charlene was focused on was watching a movie with Subai. I had a date with my girlfriends to play tennis this afternoon, and it was all put off for this movie. She had to use this movie to advance the relationship between the two to a level with a bit of ambiguity. Bring a little ambiguity, but don't push too hard. The real rich white people are steady, accurate and ruthless in their strikes. A Scots private theater is located in the complex where the apartments are located, in a man-made, small creek-fringed alibi. According to Charlene, the exterior of the Ascot incorporates a new Chinese style. What is new Chinese style? It's the degree to which our ethnic traditional style is mixed in with some weird stuff that would make a garden teacher come and look at him and spit up blood. Like this? I don't know anything about it at all. I just think it's pretty. The material for this flooring isn't cheap, is it? Well, the material is marble. And if you look at the quality, it's at least better than the average 5-star hotel. The corner of Charlene's mouth curled slightly. The place I recommended for you is definitely classy enough to match your status. What's my status? How come I don't know? Subai vaguely heard the meaning of Charlene's test and chose to play dumb. The so-called lies, covering up the cloudy mountains, can be better bluffing a fact. There is no need to make it too clear that Subai's consumption will naturally advocate for him. Charlene tries and fails, and switches to the next topic at light speed. Very silky smooth and not at all awkward. It's a smart woman, Subai silently commented in his heart. It's good to be smart. Smart is what makes a good wife and mother. Chapter 54, Human Wife Type Virtuous Big Sister. Subai is actually an investment expert? The private audio-visual room reminded Subai of the classroom inside the high school where the music specialists trained. It's all dark and dreary tones. The walls are sound-absorbing material, and there's a very quiet feeling when you walk in. Of course, the high school in Subai's old home. The materials used in the decoration, naturally can't be compared with here. After speaking with the staff at the apartment, the person said that the movie Charlene wanted to watch was just about ready to play. And so a movie began in earnest. Is it Sue's first time watching a movie with a girl? Next to him, Charlene played with a strand of broken hair hanging down from the corner of her forehead and asked absently, sort of, oh, if you exclude childhood friends. Subai light smile up. I have a childhood friend. Grew up living at home across the door. Remember very young was taken by the parents to go to the movies together. At that time to see what seems to be still a rice blockbuster. But have forgotten what to talk about. Feel inferior to the oxygen-sucking goat big movie. For little kids, there's often not that much patience to enjoy a movie. That's why you can always hear little kids making noise in theaters. That surely does not count. Between childhood friends usually do not to male and female friends that direction. After all, each other too familiar. Indeed, Subai recalled the many past events between himself and Zhang Qiuzhan, and he couldn't help but curl a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. I don't know what this guy was thinking, having to join them on this tour. Didn't we say that we were going to pretend we didn't know each other in college? It's weird to come up to me again. Forget it, that Zhang Qiuzhan guy, his temper has always been elusive, and Subai is too lazy to guess. In the past, it was lazy to guess, but now it is not necessary to guess. The economic strength of the god Ho. It should be a beautiful woman to figure out his Subai's mind is right. Okay, the credits are over. The movie is officially starting. Charlene poked Subai's arm, imploring him to be quiet, and then began to concentrate on the movie. To be honest, literary movies, Subai really couldn't appreciate them. He prefers to watch hot-blooded battles or funny daily routines. However, with Charlene by her side and her nice body odor lingering on the tip of her nose, it was also refreshing. Dimly lit private AV room with excellent privacy. There's no surveillance here compared to the usual movie theaters. The usual routine for rich buddies who live in luxury apartments is to bring girls here for dates. However, Charlene is a completely different concept from those vulgar lipsticks, so Subai wasn't in a hurry and only occasionally glanced sideways. The contours of Charlene's big girl-style features looked great against the flickering screen. After looking a few more times, she was finally noticed by Charlene, so she also tilted her head to meet Subai's line of sight. Why are you always looking at me? Good looking. Tisk. Charlene didn't show a shy expression, and those bright eyes were even more churlish at this time. Classmates. In fact, I've always wanted to have a close friend similar to the identity of a younger brother, so that we can play together and talk about the world together. Alas, it's a pity that the little boys I met are all too superficial. Do I have a lot of substance in Director Xia's eyes? Of course, you kid is not ordinary. How to say? Willing to recognize me as a sister? With pleasure. Come a little closer then. Subai moved over to Charlene's side, sticking so close to her that he could even feel her sweet-smelling exhale. I'll call you Bai from now on. You can call me Sister Lin. Or sister. Yes, Sister Lin. Lie down. Now I'll let you feel your sister's tenderness and put your head here. Charlene patted her yoga pants wrapped thighs and gestured for Subai to lie down. This is the legendary knee pillow? The thighs are rounded and look tight because of regular exercise. In fact, the head pressed up against it and an unspeakably wonderful elasticity was felt. I see you've just had red wine for lunch and it's kind of up in your face, so I'll rub your head. Is treated so well? Subai was a bit shocked. He could actually tell that Charlene wanted to get closer to him. After all, Charlene probably had feelings for him. Don't think that rich white girls are immune to money. The better off and more strictly educated the girl is, the more she values her partner's financial strength. Will consider face value, personality, etc. on top of wealth up to the mark. By no means was Subai narcissistic. In the ranks of rich buddies, his face and personality were top-notch, so it's normal for Charlene to be attracted to him. Only, Subai did not expect. Charlene draws close to the relationship way, surprisingly is the knee pillow plus rubbing the brain. It's really a human wife power pulling full stop. Charlene had just pressed Subai a few times when the latter let out a comfortable grunt. Is the force a little heavy? No, just right, very comfortable. Subai honestly said, Sister Lin, you also learned massage? Well, Mom taught me, said that when you get married in the future, you have to take care of your husband. You have to let him feel the warmth of the family, so that you can run a long and happy marriage. Charlene said, pinching Subai's nose. This is a treat for the future husband. Oh, cheap for you. Hey. Subai giggled for a while. Nothing more was said. There was no doubt that this level of innuendo was the most revealing thing Charlene could say. After all, she's a traditional human wife type of girl. In Charlene's body, Subai experienced a long-desired feeling of being taken care of by a big sister. This feeling was very flattering to Subai. After all, the parents died early. This feeling is relatively scarce, although Subai is very independent and strong character. But, who does not like to be taken care of? Subai couldn't help but compare Charlene and Zhou Jialu in his heart. Speaking of which, Yoshika Senpai was only a year younger than Charlene, a senior and a graduate student. However, Subai did not feel that the other party's mental age was older than his own when he spent time with Zhou Jiadir. More, a little step-forward wife feeling. In fact, Zhou Jiadir was essentially a small family type. It was only her unbelievably sexy body that masked the inner core. Charlene, on the other hand, is a very reliable big sister. Big girl versus little girl, you know? Nope, Subai doesn't need to know. It's mine sooner or later anyway. To be honest, Subai was a bit dizzy after drinking the red wine, and Charlene's head massage was again very comfortable. Plus, literary movies are really hypnotizing, so Subai didn't take more than a few minutes to fall asleep quite dryly. Ding! Detected that the host fell asleep on the lap of an S-class goddess, which is a special indulgence, rewarded with cash plus 1,000,000 RMB, rewarded with skill, finance and treasury, master level. If it's falling asleep watching a literary movie with a literary woman, then she's bound to get a boner and hook you up with a little something book. But, Charlene was not a literary young woman, and she and Subai had come to the private theater with a purpose in mind. Now, the purpose has been achieved. Something fun to do while Subai is passed out. Just as Charlene was about to lift the hem of Subai's t-shirt, the screen of Subai's cell phone, which was placed next to him, lit up and a text message popped up. Construction Bank, your account with the tail number is credited with the amount of $1,000,000,000,000 portfolio income settlement. At that moment, Charlene's beautiful eyes widened. Chapter 55, let me get the smell of schoolgirls again. Charlene swore to God that she absolutely did not mean to look at Subai's cell phone. She did not have the bad habit of casually snooping on other people's privacy. It was just by chance, subconsciously seen. What she saw, however, made Charlene's mind come alive. Portfolio settlement. That means this kid has a usual tossing of investments. And it looks like, it's not small. A million level profit means that the size of the capital must be in the big tens of millions of dollars anyhow. Or most likely even hundreds of millions. Normal freshman boys obviously can't have such a huge amount of money in their hands. Charlene thought of the possibility that Subai's family had left some of their funds in his care as a means of exercise. Of course, it's not possible to make money all the time, and things like investments fluctuate, but this at least shows what Subai is capable of. The real giants. The ones who run the show are not cuties, won't leave money in the hands of people who aren't capable of managing it. This would also explain why Subai was so generous with his pocket money on hand. For the outstanding descendants, the big families were never stingy and could even be said to be very generous. The thing about genes is that what level the offspring is actually at is purely a lottery. And no amount of powerful families can guarantee that the child will grow up to be a great character. It's hard to run into someone who can do the job, so I'm sure I'll spoil him to death. Sue White, that's probably the case. With a flurry of brainstorming, Leader Xia had already brainstormed this recently recognized godbrother into a little financial genius. Instantly, the gaze she looked at the sleeping Subai became even more tender. Inwardly, he felt incomparably correct for his decision to draw closer to Subai. What? You're asking Charlene why she's taking on the role of godsister? You have to know that a young talent as demonic as Subai, that all had to play in the flower world for a few years before getting married. In this regard, the traditional character of Charlene, although feeling a little bit of a ghost, but also had to resign themselves to accept. Alas, who let the good man is too much in demand. It's not like she could have asked Subai to marry her earlier. That would instead provoke Subai's rebelliousness, and his goodwill would gradually diminish. Coming from a family, Charlene had seen a lot of similar situations. Instead of asking for fun, why don't you first stay by Subai's side as a big sister, and wait until Subai is a little older and has gathered his heart before proposing marriage? In the process, Charlene would let Subai gradually get used to her presence, tethering Subai in a quiet immersion way. So much for having the last laugh. Plan pass. After calculating in her head, Charlene did not think much more, and turned to concentrate on enjoying Subai. Brother sleep well he. Then next, let sister help you check the body. Kong your development. A pair of wicked catkins in a private theater with the doors closed, reaching for a teenager's abs. I don't know how long it took, but Subai woke up leisurely. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Charlene looking down at him from above, a grinning expression on her face. Ah, I can't believe I fell asleep. How long have I been asleep? The movie is over. Oh. Charlene gently pinched Subai's ear. Get up. Sister's legs are sore from your pillow. Ha ha, sorry, it's fine. Taking care of Xiaobai is what sister should do. Saying that, Charlene even helped Subai to straighten his collar. That feeling is simply enjoyable. Subai was secretly happy, but unfortunately, Charlene still had something to do to go back to school, so this date only had to come to an end for the time being. It was only after parting with Charlene that Subai noticed the change in the system. The first is falling asleep on Charlene's lap pillow for a special indulgence bonus. $1 million in cash doesn't matter. It's the skills that matter. Finance and treasury, master's level. Subai's mind flowed. Countless deep and broad knowledge and experiences come to mind. It couldn't help but make his heart sing. Subai does not need to rely on finance to make money. After all, financial risk indulgence cash is zero risk, is a real book of business. But since we are going to be a godly man, we can't help but get in touch with all sorts of upper-class people. For the upper-class field, Subai couldn't understand a bit. The skills rewarded by the system make up for this lack. With the master-level skills of finance, at least Subai and the big boys blow awesome in doing business and can talk and laugh without any obstacles. Very good skill to make Subai's brain spin. Summer Lin, if you have any problems inside or outside of school, or if you want to talk about it, you can talk to my sister. When Subai saw the message on his cell phone, a smile spread across his face. It's nice to have a big sister to look after. Crispy white goose, then I'll be polite. If you have trouble sleeping in the future, come to Sister Lin. I was so comfortable with that sleep just now. Summer Lin, is that so? Sister me. I'm also very comfortable. Oh, chatting with Charlene, Subai skipped around the plaza of the Escott condominium, returning from the private theater to the condominium proper and back to the landscape stack. As soon as he entered, Zhou Jiadir jumped into his arms. Apparently he heard the elevator and ran ahead to the door. This couldn't help but remind Subai of the pet cat he kept at home, which would also wait in front of his house in advance when he heard his master's voice coming home. Schoolboy, what a coincidence. I just woke up from my nap and here you are. Well, what a coincidence. I took a nap too. Yes? Zhou Jiadir's expression suddenly changed and she inhaled hard, then moved to Subai's body to smell him. A wary look appeared on his face. What's wrong? Schoolboy smells like other women. It's normal. I went to see a movie after dinner with director Xia, and the movie was so boring that it put me to sleep. Oh, was sleeping against your counselor's body. Zhou Jiadir pouted her lips and said with jealousy. Subai face no fluctuation? I don't know. Anyway, I slept very well. Maybe when I was asleep. What did director Xia do to me? It's hard to say. After all, my charm is here. It's normal that people can't help but take advantage of it. No. My dear schoolmate has been defiled by another woman. Schoolmate is unclean. Oh, Zhou Jiadir let out a wail. A look of coaxing. Subai had a brainwave. Then it's not that simple. You can just re-dye it again for me and dye it back to the flavor of my senior sister. Ha! Joja dear was dumbfounded by Subai's clear-cut brain circuits. Actually, right, she was just pouting in an angry manner, so that Subai could coax her. Who would have thought that Subai would speak such words of a tiger and wolf? So, how should I dye it? Chujalo started to shy away, having a bad feeling. Of course I'm using it. Subai reached out and squeezed. Here, use them to go over all the places on my body that don't smell right. This play alone imagines that picture. And Joja dear feels so sick. You know, Joja Lu is actually a traditional small woman at heart. Simply can not top ah. Yet Subai let out a devilish murmur beside the base of her ear. Make me comfortable. Go out shopping later and buy you a necklace. Oops, schoolboy, you're bad. Joja dear glanced at him hopelessly, flirtatiously, then started undoing the buckles on the back. Chapter 56, Sister's Finest Thing. Taken in advance. 2-in-1. 4K words, new maneuvers to unlock. Feeling wave after wave of soft touch on my body, coupled with extremely explosive visuals. Subai instantly felt a soul-soaring joy. The incomparable wind-burning and flirtatious schoolmate, paired with her easily shy personality, was simply not too wonderful. Ding! Detected the host enjoying the services of a schoolmate. Simply too indulgent. Reward cash plus 50,000. Alert! Joja Lu's current mood has reached a critical level. Critical? Subai couldn't help but carefully observe Joja dear's state, only to see that the senior sister was clearly serving Subai in a super seductive way. But she herself seemed to be even more excited than Subai. The blush on her face swooned out, and fine beads of sweat emerged on her entire body, which was simply the legendary fragrant sweat. Her body, more and more close to Subai. Finally, she could hardly restrain herself from coming to Subai's ear, exhaling warm and good-smelling breath, and said to Subai in a trembling voice, Hokage, I can't hold my heart down any longer. I want to give myself to you in advance. Joja dear's sincere eyes were mixed with ecstasy. It made Subai a little surprised. Oops, didn't we talk about rituals and moods? Subai actually no. That's just a girl's bad habits. Anyway, these days, Joja Lu did not let him feel good, just have not yet done the final step. Unexpectedly, Joja dear was even more tense than he was. The reason for this is actually quite simple. In these few short days, Joja dear and Subai high-intensity boredom more deeply feel Subai's ability to money, and sensed how popular Subai was with the girls. Not only the high and cold school bully Chen Yushin, even a reserved and dignified young lady like Charlene was interested in Subai. Compared to looks, Joja Lu was confident that she would not lose to them. It's hard to say who's better than who, it's just that each is different. However, when it comes to family background and talent, she is far from it. Neither can be said to be true. That's why Joja dear decided to get a head start. That inner girlish fantasy idea about the first time is decisively discarded in favor of pragmatism. Seize the moment, right now, and become Subai's first woman. Any man, for his first woman, will always have a little preference. Although the two had only been together for less than a week, it seemed a bit hasty for Joja dear to hand over her body at this point. However, Subai was good enough, so this would not be called hasty, it would be called killing. So Joja dear hooked Subai's neck and gave him a warm kiss, reaching out to pull Subai's clothes. The atmosphere went a little crazy. Schoolboy, take me. I don't want to prepare any special ceremonial feeling. Your appearance in my life is the grandest wonderful ceremony. Joja dear spoke moving words of love, dragging Subai into a gentle abyss. Ding! Detected S-Class Goddess Joja dear favorability plus 4. Current favorability, 95. Reward draws plus 4. You've acquired the most precious item of an S-Class Goddess for the first time, rewarding you with a special skill, Manipulation Emperor. Maneuvering Emperor. As the shallowly experienced Chao Chunan, you will automatically gain a wealth of experience in a certain area, and your maneuvering will be strengthened extremely substantially, even surpassing the strongest male actor in history. Subai was having fun with the 4 chances for the lottery when good news came one after the other. This particular skill, well, let's just say it's too practical for the rich. What's more, Subai originally had a super high special attribute, meaning that the hardware was naturally powerful. Coupled with the addition of top-notch software, how strong the combat power would be, he simply didn't dare to think about it. Looking at Joja dear who was cowering under the covers, Subai thought that it would be better to let her rest for a while before trying out Brother Unity's freshly baked counterintuitive skills. This schoolteacher, by and large, is exhausted. At this point, Joja dear shrunk her head under the covers and didn't come out for half a day. When the mood came up, looking at her schoolmates' enjoyment, her wind-burning nature was activated, and she teased Subai in all sorts of bold ways, successfully taking each other's treasures with Subai. Finally, after several mind-blowing maneuvers beforehand, The first official encounter was completed. When he calmed down, the high ground was taken again by shy reasoning. Gotta do some mental construction before I dare face Subai again. Another reason to hunker down. Also tired. Yes, Subai's guess was correct. Originally, the body-strengthening liquid had strengthened Subai's that ability to the top level of human beings, plus 3 special attribute points from the lottery. Nowadays, Su Xiaobai was simply like a god of war. It took Zhou Jialu a lot of effort to finally reach a peaceful and tranquil situation. Well, it's probably pain and pleasure. Under the covers, Zhou Jiadir hugged Subai and snuggled up to him. Suddenly, he noticed that Subai had moved and seemed to be leaving. He quickly said, "Don't go away. Let me hold you for a while longer, okay? I'm not leaving, I'll go get a bottle of ice coke." Subai reached into the comforter and patted his schoolmate's butt, soothingly saying, "Don't worry, I'll stay by your side. Just want to drink a can of ice coke afterward." Oh, people were smoking afterward, but Subai switched to iced coke. The schoolmate is really interesting. It is probably this dashing and uninhibited love-whoever character that attracts Zhou Jialu. Soon, Subai came back, half lying against the bed and drinking coke. The cold coke slides down your throat and soothes your body. However, Subai's coolness didn't last long, because Zhou Jiadir still relied on the comforter and came over to encircle his waist. Little hands are not honest. Attempts to reignite bilateral military conflicts. This is purely to the muzzle of the gun. Subai is worried about the many new knowledge emerging in his mind, nowhere to practice it. Sister, girls with unclean little hands are punished. Subai lifted the covers and transformed from a sitting position to landing on the bed with his knees, straightening his back and facing the first time vixen head-on, located in a much lower stance. Zhou Jiadir looked up and saw Xiongqi's presence. He held his breath, closed his eyes, and shivered throughout. "Schoolboy, you pity me a little." Manipulation Archon, activate. After a long time, Zhou Jialu had already been tossed around by Subai and didn't have any strength left. Lying in Subai's arms, he was as weak as a wounded deer. On the contrary, Subai was still in high spirits. "This is the technique da. Do you have such a technique, I want to ask?" "Not only the technique, but also the waist is strong and unbeatable." The first battle was a success, and Su Xiaobai was satisfied. Pityingly playing with Zhou Jiadir's hair, Subai looked at the system and found that his schoolmate's favorability had risen to a full 97 points. 2 more drawings were added to the inventory of 6 drawings. Subai decided that he would simply save up 10 times and have a 10 consecutive draw. Just then, Zhou Jiadir suddenly asked with a lazy and coquettish voice, "Schoolboy, will you think I'm a particularly vulgar woman? Where's the vulgarity? Originally I didn't even want to do that for you, but when I heard you say you were going to buy me jewelry, I just, oops, so much happened logically. I'm actually not simply love money, is that I think you are so good to me? In that case, we will be water to the..." Zhou Jiadir rambled on, slimy, and before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Subai with a kiss. Subai kissed her cheeks and gazed at her gently saying, "I like schoolmates who love money. After all, I have money power." The other froze for a moment, then snorted out a laugh. A slightly worried face instantly blossomed into a peach blossom. Yeah, she herself doesn't resist being perceived as a gold digger but would care about Subai's opinion. Essentially, it's Zhou Jialu who doesn't care about other men at all and has identified with Subai. It's a good thing that my schoolmate is also a man with an open heart and a clear mind. It's a perfect match. Half an hour later, the two appeared on a nearby pedestrian street. Originally, it could have continued to get bored, but Zhou Jiadir was afraid that Subai would attack again, in which case she would definitely not be able to survive. So they each took a shower and came out to shop. What? You asked why they don't shower together? Just kidding, that would change the nature of the shower. Zhou Jialu really can't stand it. She is still very delicate, and Subai's force is extraordinarily powerful. Alas, I don't know how this schoolmate is so powerful, causing Zhou Jialu to wonder if it's his first time or not. Doesn't matter anymore. She must have been the first woman he'd been with since he'd gone to college. And hey, that was enough. Zhou Jiadir's mindset and contentment. Subai didn't know enough. He still wanted to swipe money and was addicted to swiping. If he corresponds to the LOL professional circle of characters in the God Ho world, then he, Subai, must be Chovy, great god in the field of money swiping. Subai decided to buy a necklace for Zhou Jialu before dinner. A girl with a proud top like hers couldn't be more perfect for a subtle and gorgeous necklace. In addition to the necklace, Subai also had his eye on a brooch. Well, it was also a perfect fit for Fawn's academic sister. The criteria for choosing jewelry is purely based on eye appeal, with no regard for price at all. 2 necklaces plus a brooch, another $200, 000 plus spent out. Zhou Jiadir felt a little numb already. In Subai's case, money seemed to be just a number at all. What a blissful feeling of numbness. Let me just wallow in it for the rest of my life. Jo Jadir hugged Subai's arm tightly and made a wish. She stumbled a little, not quite naturally, and well, got it all. Subai took care of this and specially slowed down his pace, making Jo Jadir gorgeous. Time is still early. Subai saw a high-end barber store on the street. The Tony teacher inside looks like all thieves' professional look. The thought of traveling with a group of schoolgirls in just a few days, Subai decided to give himself a little upgrade in terms of image. Although he was already considered a little handsome, his haircut was rather ordinary, all cut at a small store on campus for $20 a pop. Mediocre and basically undesigned. The clothes he was wearing were also a bit ordinary. Subai didn't pursue famous brands, but who didn't want to make themselves more handsome and arrogant? Subai told Jo Jadir the idea. The latter brightened up and said, "Why don't I contract your image remodeling? First get a haircut, and then go shopping for clothes. Believe me, guaranteed to make schoolmates' handsomeness go up 2 more notches. No, 3 notches. So exaggerated? 3 grades. That shall not directly debut as an idol." Subai flirted. School brother originally has a good base. In fact, now the male love beans in the entertainment circle. The face value is just like that, mainly relying on packaging. Mentioning this, Jo Jadira look is not very looked down on the appearance. She really is not the kind of girl addicted to the entertainment industry. Watching TV shows and watching variety shows is purely a figure of fun. If Jo Jadir really had to choose, she would be more than happy to surround her husband. Little step forward is like this. Walking into the barbershop, the foreman at the door, Tony, swept a glance at Jo Jalu's clothes and Subai's watch, and immediately filled his face with smiles. "Hello boss, welcome to La Lavina Customized Styling. We are the most high-end and professional styling design in the whole Jiangqing city. May I ask if it's you sir you want to create a brand new personal image?" "That's right. Well, you guys communicate with her." "I don't understand. You guys discuss a program out?" "I'll just clap," Subai said. The foreman's mind immediately sketched a portrait of Subai's personality. Afraid of trouble, a thief with money, but very opinionated. Those who have been in the service industry for a long time are very good at figuring out the personality of their customers. Some rich dude was brought in by a woman to get his hair done and was basically led by the nose by the woman. There are even ones that are clearly PUA'd, exactly to the other person's liking. However, this was clearly not the case with Subai. The woman beside him, foxy and bewitching, and with a spirited temperament, looked like she was not to be messed with, but the way he obeyed him, his eyes filled with gentle little stars. This little guy, Juice, is absolutely ruthless, so the foreman didn't push the vapid packages anymore, and directly exchanged some ideas with Jo Jadir, and quickly came to a conclusion. "Boss, you are tall and lanky, suitable for the route of hard and handsome man. We recommend American front spurs for you. It's not too much trouble to take care of it, just a little scrunch of hairspray when you go out. In addition, your eyebrows have been fine-tuned and refined to give you a sharper and more dominant appearance. In this case, clothing with American college style, suitable for daily outings, with the effect of formal wear, but also very outstanding. A kind of suit thug yuppie paradigm. Should I say no? This high-end Mr. Tony is kinda trendy." Took a tablet and used AI-assisted modeling to come up with a 3D avatar of Subai to show him the desired effect of the new hairstyle. Subai looked at it and nodded in satisfaction. "Let's do it." After a 40-minute long fine cut, standing in front of the full-body mirror, Subai was slightly in a trance. Sure enough, 4 people with a good bottom line, male or female. A hairstyle change can be comparable to a facelift. The schoolmarm next to her, her eyes were going to be drawn. Mr. Tony here is really good with his hands and fixes the hair with great layers. Relatively, the price was also outrageous, charging Subai more than 1,300. At least male customers have less hair and don't need special care. But if it's a female customer, the price is even higher. If he was bound to the Indulgent God Hero system before, Subai would not have entered this kind of store to get a haircut even if he was dead. At over 1,300, at the current average price of 20 for a haircut, you can get more than 60 cuts, once a month, and that's enough for years. Though a 20-piece head is not very handsome, and can even have a debilitating effect on appearance. But then, being handsome doesn't mean you can't eat. At that time it was so. Now the situation is completely different. With a delicate and beautiful appearance, it is convenient for Subai to pick up girls and get more indulgent return objects. Immediately afterward, Subai was guided by Jo Jadir to a trendy store, matching the American college-style wear. Chapter 57, repeatedly rejected by sisters. Incompetent and furious Shui Tao. It's the turn of summer and fall, and the river city is already getting cooler. Just the right time to buy fall clothing. Subai still wanted to be a bit younger and more flamboyant than a thug dressed in luxury goods. This niche hipster brand is really good. Price-wise, a dress or pants with higher-end material starts at 2,000 or 3,000. It's actually considered a light luxury brand. Easily picked up a few outfits and spent over $50,000 in one fell swoop. Shopping for this set of operations down, almost spending 300,000, cashback 150. The combined ratio is almost close to 5 times. Zhou Jialu really is a little blessing. It always feels like the percentage of cashback drawn, in her case, tends to be high. While Subai was immersed in the joy of upgrading his handsome image, male dormitory 7 building 510, Shui Tao, however, was immersed in distress. The reason was simple. Until now, Wan Xin Yen still hadn't passed his friend request. It's weird, when it's clear that this girl was the one who was attracted to his charms in the group and volunteered to join the tour. As a result, they won't even friend me now, and I don't know what to think. Girls are so clueless nowadays. The Mid-Autumn Festival is close at hand, and there are still a lot of details to be arranged for the tour, and there is such a miscommunication. Alas, Chu Mingjie, who was drumming up a collection of headphones, interjected, "That's too much detail, so let me ask you, what are the details that can't be communicated in a group and have to be chatted about privately?" You're just trying to tease people with private chats, and they're not interested in you, little girl. Get it? Chu Mingjie mercilessly mocked. Shui Tao was poked and prodded by Master Shanghai. His face was red for a while and white for a while. His mouth hardened. "What do you mean I want to tease her? Cha av only, or what era? Master Shanghai, how you so feudal ah, as the saying goes, more a friend more a road." "Oh, so what path are you planning to take when you have an extra friend from the art academy?" Wan Xinyan? Chu Mingjie was conspiratorial. "On the contrary, she as an outsider, more than me as a friend. Is she more in the encounter of all kinds of difficulties when the life after all, I am a local. The family 4 sweets, freshman year to drive maiden." Zito began the classic chant, gave Chu Myungchul a silly look. The local people have this strange angle of thinking, which is really unexpected. "No, man, you're too narcissistic, right? You really think you're some kind of top-notch network, the meat and potatoes that everyone comes to grab." After being annoyed for a while longer, Shui Tao still couldn't wait for Wan Xin Yan's consenting friend request. "So switch your mindset and go add Wan Xingyue. Although, this pair of twin sisters inside, looks like Wan Xin Yan to be more cheerful. Wan Xinyu is very quiet, quite afraid of life look. But as the saying goes, there are two sides to people. Maybe in private she's actually quite talkative and is one of those sticky giggly little girls, holding an unrealistic fantasy." Shui Tao added Wan Xinyue's friend. It turned out to be almost a second rejection from the other side, and the rejection was accompanied by a message. "No strangers." "What? No, sis, how am I a stranger?" Shui Tao was so angry that he hastily added her once more and explained. "Students, I'm the captain of our 510 Mid-Autumn Travel Squad. Shui Tao, the one who drives the maiden. I'm not going to join the group. We'll talk about it in the group." When Shui Tao tried to add it for the third time, he found that the other party blocked it for him. It was a big blow to his self-esteem, openly proclaiming that they would kick the Vanguard sisters off the fall parade, more or less dabbled in incompetent rage. To be honest, although Wan Xinyue's attitude was indeed a bit cold, but since people are saying that the group is communicating, it's not so bad that they just give it a kick. Anyway, that's what Wang Haoren felt as he watched the whole thing from the sidelines. Looking at Shui Tao and the dormitory jumping feet endless, Wang Haoren is really a little annoyed. Had to Archfire said, "Really kick, brother? I also think that traveling or something with fewer people is a good arrangement." Indeed, Chu Mingjie pushed his glasses, the lenses flashing with wisdom. "As long as we have Chen Yuxing and Jiang Qiuya, that won't do." Then again, this pair of twin sisters, although they are a bit poor in this area of dealing with people, but it can be forgiven. After all, it is also just out of high school campus. It is normal to not know what to do. Zito is frantically trying to get himself a fix. Wang Haoren retired with a slight smile after his success, and put on his headphones to continue the liver game. There was no talk all night. The next day, Subai woke up naturally at 8 o'clock sharp. This statement seemed a bit contradictory, but ever since Subai's body had been strengthened, his daily routine had been quite regular. Sister is sleeping. Last night Subai had pestered her to come again, completely exhausting Zhou Jialu's physical energy, and now she was purely in a state of oil exhaustion, sleeping especially well. Let's be human for a moment, thought Subai. So instead of waking up my schoolmate, I just took a shower, changed my clothes, and went out in silence. Kick off the day's journey. There was no class in the first period of the morning, and the second period was physical education. P.E. Classes are also of the type where you have to go when you have to sign in and catch them more closely. As the country emphasizes the physical fitness of college students, JCU has set strict attendance rules and examination standards. Subai is okay, even before the body is strengthened. His sports performance is not bad, middle not slippery level. Over the examination should not be a problem. now it's even less of a worry. The one who should be worried is an otaku like Wang Haorun who rarely exercises. I was at the Tide store yesterday and stopped by to get 2 sets of workout wear as well. Running and basketball are both suitable. When Subai left the escort, he saw his own reflection on the building's glass curtain wall and was instantly handsome by himself. Always feel like something is missing? Immediately open the phone. In the small sweet potato platform, search the sporty dudes out of the streetwear. It's time to say no. Although some of the girls on this platform have more controversial statements, but when it comes to the consumer side of things, Little Sweet Potato is definitely a pro. What to buy, where to go, it's all easy to look up tips. Tiburonians are really good at spending money. So Subai saw the brightly colored headphones hanging around the neck of the male model in one of the promotional soft articles of Little Sweet Potato. So it is. Subai slapped his thigh and realized on the spot, he really needs Bluetooth headphones that are portable on the go. According to netizens, Bluetooth headphones can't be compared to wired headphones in the area of sound quality, but it doesn't need a line. Hanging around the neck is also quite handsome, usually outside the wave. The phone is not convenient to external audio, with headphones to listen to also suitable, and high-end Bluetooth headphones also have noise-canceling features. On the way back to school, Subai drove around the corner and bought an AZ100, Panasonic's in-ear Bluetooth headphones, a Sony XM5 headset, in a hi-fi comprehensive experience store. In total, I spent just under 4K and had bad luck with the cashback multiplier, which was only double. Added the owner's WeChat by the way. System enhancements. In addition to headphones, audio is in the realm of indulgent consumption. After all, Subai is fond of listening to music and watching movies, and the stereo is highly used. And with this audio thing, there's always expensive enough equipment waiting for you if you're willing to add the price. You can't see that those old enthusiasts who play with hi-fi equipment can have much more overhead than those who play with computers. Subai remembered that he had brushed a million level of personal audio at the B station. Well, when he scouted out his own villa, he'll get a whole set too. All sorts of high-end subscriptions are pulled full circle to try and pop a $10 million rebate. The task at hand, however, had to be gym class. Chapter 58. The One family sisters went to watch Subai play ball games. Physical education programs are optional, and some popular programs such as basketball, archery, and Go need to be grabbed at the selection stage. Go is the most tawdry of them all, sitting there not having to move, at most running before class. Popular with crunchy college students as well as lazy dogs. Subai has no interest in Go. What era is it still playing traditional Go? He prefers to play 8-player Go on the computer. The game, the Enlightenment. So it's a basketball, which is tentatively the sport he'll play, occasionally in high school with friends from his class to relax and unwind. When we got to the basketball court, the teacher was organizing the formation and running to warm up. Subai joined the team, next to the boy who happened to be in the same class, Zhang Jishuan, from the 514 dormitory, just diagonally across the door from Subai and the others. I don't know this guy very well, but I've heard vaguely that he's been in several relationships and is known as the saint of love in his class. Often, you can tell your classmates useful tips about girls. Well, not useful. For many guys, it may not be useful for the entire 4 years of college. It's really sad. Seeing Subai, Zhang Jishuan somewhat lewdly squeezed his eyebrows and said, "This playground where we have class today is in for a treat." How? There's a class in girls' gym for aerobics, practicing today in the indoor gym north of the playground. Suck it up. Saying that, Zhang Jishuan hated to suck a mouthful of water backwards. Beautifully YY said, waiting for the free activities. Absolutely must go to see an addiction. Feast your eyes on awe. It's a well-known fact that you have to wear one of those tight-fitting aerobics uniforms for aerobics classes. 18 or 19-year-old freshman girls, warbling and swirling. It's a blood-curdling scene to think about. Brother Bai, will you go with me? You are handsome. In case we get caught peeping, people won't be angry with you. Zhang Jishuan also called him Brother Bai, mainly because Subai was tall and big, and came with a big brother aura. Subai shook his head decisively and said, "I'm not going." Why? What a great opportunity. They don't know if they're coming this way next week. Most girls, in fact, who wear clothes that show off their figure are a disaster. Either flat everywhere, short 5, or, well, you know, press F to go to. Ha ha ha, grass. You say so really. Zhang Jishuan was happy, but I've investigated. The one who chose this class. There's a pair of twin sisters, from the art academy, childish giant that, Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue? Subai coldly said, "Hey, White, you know them?" Sort of. Zhang Jishuan nodded his head at once to express his understanding. If he was a bit of a friend, it would feel weird and inappropriate to go peeking. It would also be awkward in case of a crossover. What Subai had in mind was another layer of logic. The current situation is that Wan Xinyan took the initiative to add his WeChat and asked him to go out shopping. Probably saw his strength. So just wait for her to lick it. there's no need to initiate it. Besides, this kind of thing, like a sexy body, has already been tasted on Jo Jia Lu's senior sister. Su White is not very greedy right now. Okay, people are due, so let me say a few words. When we come back from the National Day vacation, the school is going to prepare for the sports meet. There will be various programs, so I hope that students will sign up enthusiastically. This class is based on restorative physical training. Well, I'm sure everyone's body is in need of recovery after senior year in military training. Warm up and run 5 laps around the playground. The teacher of the basketball class, a retired city basketball player, taller than Su Bai. Visual estimate must be 1 meter 9. Looking very capable of fighting. It is a little obvious beer belly. I guess the old boy usually shelves the office to touch the fish did not eat a lot of food. The first time I opened my mouth was to run 5 laps, causing the less fit students to scream. In the middle of the group, Wang Haoren, Shui Tao, and Chu Mingzhi were huddled in a pile. The team is lined up according to height, and these 3 people are all about the same height, so they are located in the middle of the team, while Su Bai is at the back. Wang Haoren was physically crummy and started panting after running a lap. Shui Tao wasn't much better, but was strong and calm in order to compete with Master Shanghai. Chu Mingzhi looks quite relaxed. This kid often go out to run after 10 o'clock. Time is quite netherworld. Wearing a thief burn bag. The body also stick a bunch of fluorescent strips, said to be ready to join what Fluorescent Night Running Association. It is said that the Glow in the Dark Running Association is a club that can easily lead to getting married. It is enough to see that Master HU is actually quite stuffy. While he complains every day that the locals are not picky eaters, he is actually eager to get out of the house quickly. 5 laps to run. Some of the students were already tired. Lay straight down on the turf. For example, Wang Haoren, like a dead dog, was panting heavily with his mouth open, and then get lifted up by the gym teacher. Don't sit or lie down right after running. Take a walk for a while to let your body gradually recover. Chu Mingzhi walked idly, looking askance at the unprofessional students. LOL, I see that these people are completely ignorant of the sport. Oh, what a lack of taste. Looking on, Chu Mingzhi saw Su Bai, who was also walking idly. Immediately, the tiger shook. No, man, your clothes? Because Su Bai was at the end of the line. Chu Mingzhi didn't even notice just now. Now hitching his eyes, Su Bai actually changed his YouTuber. It was replaced with a very niche, but Chu Mingzhi gently sort of understood the Tide brand. This brand, Chu Mingzhi actually liked it. Design aesthetics online. Flirting with girls is very good, and the price is not cheap. Very able to satisfy the Shanghai master's petty psychology. It's just a shame that it belongs as American street style. Chu Mingzhi is too thin, and to put it bluntly, he is a thin dog. Wearing something like this is purely self-defeating. On the contrary, Su Bai simply looked like a model hired by the brand. I drop a cabinet. It seems Su Bai is really rich. Just today's gym class, this sportswear, counting shoes, add up to $10,000. Brother Su Bai. What? You also began to pay attention to wear. Hiss, this new hairstyle of yours is also not bad. Originally thought that you outsiders don't understand fashion. Unexpectedly you will actually refine the hair. Shouldn't be the barbershop in the school to do it, right? It feels like those Tony teachers are not leveled. Off-campus cut. Alas, why is the Prime Minister sighing? I had thought that my aesthetics, among the freshmen, were unique, but I didn't realize that I had a rival now. Chu Mingzhi cast a neutral look towards Su Bai that was also a foe and a friend. Like Sasuke watching Naruto, gave Su Bai a good laugh. No, buddy, we don't have to. Su Bai patted his shoulder and comforted him. I don't know how to dress. It's a schoolmate who helped me to get it. So it is. This news put Chu Mingzhi's mind at ease, but then quickly became suspicious. Wasn't Su Bai flirting with Chen Yushin? And how did a schoolmate pop up again? Gutters, is this kid really that good with women? Chu Myungchul was envious. If he knew that the fact that the schoolteacher helped Su Bai to get far more than just wear, probably have to be envious to the point of separating the original geological walls. After the run, the gym teacher had the students work in groups. For those with no basketball fundamentals, follow along as he learns the basics of the 3-step layup. Although certain basketball stars today take more than 3 steps to the basket. But, still, newbies need to learn the basics for the final exam. The ones that can play, just let them go and play on their own. This is the reason why many boys like to take basketball and soccer classes. And Zhang Zhishuan, who was thinking about his aerobics sisters, took the opportunity to sneak into the indoor hall on the north side. It turned out to be a punt. After scanning the crowd for half a day, it was clear that many girls were training, but they could not see the Vanguard sisters, had no choice but to find someone to ask. As a result, the other party replied, "Today is a free day." Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue, along with a few others, went to the basketball court to watch the boys play. Zhang Zhishuan. Well, it was a wasted trip. Chapter 59, I'm a local. How did I lose to Su Bai? That being said, it's not that strange to have girls watching when the boys are playing. Many people have gone through something similar in high school, but the problem is that there are usually only the more powerful scenes that have a larger number of onlooker girls. Let's say the varsity team takes on another school. Anymore, it has to be a competition between the class teams, yet it was a mediocre gym class. So what was it? Exactly. That drew the girls practicing aerobics in the arena to voluntarily run out onto the basketball court to get some sun? You know, girls in gym class. It's all about sun protection first. Who runs outside when they can stay in the shade? Holding such doubts, Zhang Jixuan decisively retreated. After a cursory scan, the girls in the indoor pavilion wearing aerobics outfits generally have a worrying face and body, and I don't know if the good-looking ones have all run off to watch the boys play. On the basketball court, the guys were silky smooth and set up a couple 3v3s and 4v4s. There's exactly 3 of us. Why don't we make up a half? Okay, Harm, not very good at typing. Hey, it's okay, we don't know how to fool around. The group innings were not very good one by one and the ball was hit harder than the other. Subai and 2 of his housemates were on the same team. Don't get me wrong, there's no Haoren Wang on the team. The kid had been paralyzed after 5 laps, was learning the 3-step layup with the gym teacher. In fact, Subai wanted to take the opportunity to get to know the other classes, but the result was that Xue Tao and Chu Mingjie insisted on pulling Subai to form a team, saying that the 2 of them were a backcourt duo, and that they were just missing a big center. Subai feels that he is not considered a big center at 6 feet 5 inches, but considering the height of these 2, the contrast is really quite large, and with Sohaku being stronger and heading under the basket, the pack feels secure, so Subai agreed. He played the main game a mixed bag, a little bit of everything. It's mostly for exercise and relaxation. Exercise is said to give the body a boost in the production of endorphins, which helps to get in a good mood, and, with the indulgence system, there's no need to worry about injuries from exercise. It doesn't matter, Brother Unicorn will step in, talked it over with 3 buddies from across the street, threw a couple pitches to warm up his hands, and got ready to start hitting. Wait, let me take my watch off so I don't paddle you guys later. Subai very quality to take off his Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. Thought about it, just put it under the basketball hoop, put a piece with the cell phone. Anyway, everyone's personal belongings are put here, not afraid of losing. It was at this moment that a sweet lowly voice came from the side of the court. Subai, let me hold your things for you, if you don't mind. Turning his head to look, a giant now whatever lowly, was smilingly trotting towards Subai. That adorable voice makes people resist the idea of committing a crime. In contrast was her chest, a granary of superior strength. Subai eyeballed it. It should be a circle smaller than Zhou Jia dear. The school sister is still too powerful. After all, it is Subai's time moonlight. However, this girl was petite and cute, not even measuring 6 meters at eye level. It just looks like an exaggerated, secondary figure, especially since it was also wearing aerobics training clothes, which outlined her body to the fullest. Of course, it would still be a bit too flashy to run out onto the playground in just your training clothes, so she is also very mindful of the outside cover a sunscreen jacket, semi-transparent style, inside the body hidden. The visual effect is simply unbeatable. Even if the vast majority of scrubs come, they have to bow down. Subai instantly recognized it. You're Wan Xinyan. Yeah, he, how do you know I'm Wan Xinyan and not my sister? Wan Xinyan carried her hands behind her back and came to Subai's front, if unconsciously standing on her tiptoes and leaning her upper body forward. This action, extraordinarily, emphasizes the amount of thou she has. If it was an ordinary Xiao Chunan, he was afraid that his heart would be racing and he wouldn't be able to speak well. Unfortunately, Subai's mind was stable, and with the addition of the Sigma aura, he was only slightly fluctuating inwardly, casting an appreciative and calm look towards Wan Xinyan. Your sister is over there. Subai pointed to the side of the court, the girl with the same dress and appearance as Wan Xinyan. I heard that she's quieter and you're more lively, so do you prefer quiet or lively? Like them all. I'm more fraternal, Subai said, stuffing his cell phone and watch into Wan Xinyan's arms. Watch it for me. Thanks a lot. You're welcome. The fingers of the 2 men brushed lightly. Wan Xinyan's eyes seemed a bit mesmerized, and he didn't know if it was a deliberate discharge or what. Ding! S-class goddess Wan Xinyan detected. Favorability increased. Current favorability, 65. Initial favorability is over 60. Scary as hell. It also meant that her attitude towards Subai was already to the extent that she wished to have a relationship with him. In short, it's easy to see that she wants to hook up with Subai, but it's only the first time the 2 have met. Why is the favorability level so high? It's kind of hard to understand. Subai lazy to think more, since the meat fed to the mouth. Do not eat is human? Just keep some vigilance not to get screwed and enjoy to the fullest. An indulgent life is as it should be. Under the envious gaze of the onlookers, Subai returned to the court. The 3v3 showdown begins. In just a few minutes, the 510 dormitory team was outscored 5-0. Honestly, Sue White is really doing a good job of protecting the frame. However, the locals and the HU masters stayed a sum. The defense was variously one-stepped over, and the opposite classmates beat them as easily as if they were in a shooting practice. What could Subai do? Does he have to defend 3 by himself and find out what's wrong with him? Xiaoming's Sword and Demon. JPG. No, man, you two are resting here sleepwalking? Subai spat out, glancing at the Wan sisters and a few other girls on the sidelines. Or is it just that too many beautiful women on the sidelines are nervous? It's a little. Xu Mingzhi squirmed. A little bit of interest. Look at the opposite side of the 3 old brother. See beautiful women to watch the battle instant chicken blood. You also get high up. Wow. Shuetao froze for a while, and suddenly looked as complicated as constipation. Subai, when did you know Wan Xinyan? Ha, just met. What? It's okay, I'm just a little weird. Ugh, never mind. Just now, when Shuetao looked at that ambiguous little interaction between Subai and Wan Xinyan, the whole person was going crazy with jealousy. No way. On what grounds? Wan Xinyan did not even pass her friend application. A high school batch. How come she was so enthusiastic in front of Subai? What went wrong? Shuetao was puzzled. Well, he admitted that Subai's look today was indeed a little bit handsome, but he, Shuetao, isn't bad either. Dressed in all authentic basketball gear, James Lakers jersey with AJ, and he's a local guy with 4 suites in his house and drove a maiden his freshman year. How did you lose to Subai? Zito was not convinced that he was not convinced of the mouth and teeth. Chapter 60, tonight, let's play together. The more Shuetao thought about it, the more he felt that something wasn't right. Subai says that he's only just gotten to know Wan Xinyan. The question was how someone you just met could offer to ask to keep your personal belongings for you, and Subai actually agreed to do so? There's something wrong. Between these two, there's definitely something wrong. Shuetao is a heart cannot hide things. Not much city people. Read this. Cannot help but ask Subai, you and Wan Xinyan is not before on WeChat chat? Oh, chatted a little. Subai revealed a hint of a meaningful smile. What? I still have to find you to report to me for chatting with her? No, hey, I didn't mean that. In the previous sentence, Shuetao had a bit of questioning. As a result, he bumped into Subai with a harder tone, and Shuetao wimped out in seconds. Originally, Subai belonged to the masculine type of temperament, and now that he has a unified son of a brother to add, the bottom line is sufficient. Only to see him smiling badly, put his arm around Shuetao's shoulders and said, Taozi, play well. The girls are watching it. You also do not want to show la crotch to be noticed by them, right? Don't go out to travel at that time. Wan Xinyan they don't take care of you. Look at you. What are you saying? Shuetao smiled sarcastically. In that game just now, it was me who played poorly. This one definitely blew them away. Okay, watch out for you. After Subai finished speaking, he went to talk to Xu Mingzhi again. Mainly one CPU. Although Subai and Wan Xinyan's marvelous relationship had caused Shuetao to suffer greatly. But, with things having come to this, it was the right time to perform well and reverse the situation. Think about it. Wan Xinyan is just helping Subai to get something. It's not like she's refuting Subai. Maybe it's because he sees Subai as handsome and gives him a slight favor to raise a fish. A little kitchen boy like Subai, whose family was poor and hadn't seen anything, would probably have to fall for it. Alas, it's still me, Shuetao, who is as discerning as a torch and has a keen ear, knowing what it takes to dominate in a relationship between a man and a woman. Win. On the other side, Xu Mingzhi also pulled himself together after being CPU'd by Subai. Mostly he came around. The Vanguard sisters are bright, but I guess they don't have much taste. Not worthy of him. Xu Mingzhi, this hi-fi player, amateur host, writer, folk singer, oil painting painter, hand drum artist, leather smith, silversmith, Zen Linji disciple, this multi-talented male god. Anyway, the one who was close to Subai was Wan Xinyan. It's not like Jiang Qiuzhan, or Chen Yusheng. Neither of these guys are probably the shallow type that would come to a basketball court to see a hot guy. So, win. Well, win not so much. In any case, not lost yet. The reorganized 510 trio takes on the unnamed Roadrunner trio. Both the locals and the HU masters play to their usual strengths. Subai is running rampant in the lane, grabbing boards and making layups because of his improved physicality. Surprisingly, they won a handful of games with a 5-4 record. The last shot was scored by Shuetao, and Subai knuckled down to help him keep the defense at bay for the open shot. He was just reveling in his handsome goal-scoring pose, when I don't know which girl's murmur drifted in. That boy in the number 23 jersey, how come he shoots and splits, like a big horse monkey? Pust. Shuetao was about to spit out blood. Goddamn monkey. I call this lagging. And it's so dashing. 2 more games with the opposite side followed. Mutual winners and losers. This situation is actually the best. Both sides are close in strength and fight fiercely without being one-sided. Anyway, Su White had a great time. Although he's a technical novice, he's physically fit. And after an Indulgent bouncing around, the system went off unexpectedly. Ding! Detected Indulgent consumption of physical energy by the host. Rewarded with cash plus $1,000 and restored to peak physical ability. Has the hang of it. Subai was shocked. The mechanism of this indulgence system was so wonderful. That meant he could make up for it if he expended his stamina quickly and triggered his body's protective mechanisms. Wouldn't he be unbeatable for the games then? Sign up for a long-distance race and pound it on the first lap. It's good to punch a moment, but it's good to keep punching a straight line. Subai, I bought you some iced drinks. See which one you want to drink. Pick one. While Subai was thinking about the counterintuitive wonders of the system mechanism, Wan Xinyan came over with a full plastic bag. It was filled with so many cold drinks that she had bought at the convenience store next to the basketball court. As for Subai's cell phone and watch, they had been transferred to his sister Wan Xinyue's hands at this time. I don't know where I got a large, rigid plastic bag, the kind used to hold evidence at a crime scene, and put the cell phone and the watch in it. The transparent plastic bag, which could see the inside at a glance, again showed that the two sisters would not touch Subai's privacy. Damn, this is too. Subai was secretly staggered. Could it be that under the deterrent of money, every beautiful girl would be transformed into Jojo deer analogs, turning into backwards chasing creatures with excellent service attitude? He was seen casually picking up a blue bottle of Gatorade, unscrewed and filled it twice. The cold, refreshing drink slides down your throat comfortably. Shui Tao, Chu Mingjie, you guys take a bottle as well. Wan Xinyan greeted those two immediately afterward. The two of them revealed surprised expressions. They were genuinely surprised that they would be named. Especially Shui Tao. His brows tightened and he stammered. Classmate, you know me? I know you. You're Shui Tao, the one who drives the miting. These drinks count as my sister and I treating you guys. After all, the snacks for traveling out need to be prepared by you, but the drinks are still too cheap. Let's treat you guys to another meal at noon. The spicy hot pot in the South District Cafeteria is quite good. Wan Xinyan's small mouth blazed with an arrangement. It was very reasonable, and Shui Tao had no way to refute it. But he's tempted to ask right now, why didn't you go through my friend request? But his dark intuition told him that if this was asked, on such an occasion, it would probably turn him straight into a clown. LOL. Never mind. Subai quietly sipped his drink, observing the younger sister among the twins. Very active girl, less spunky and more girlishly naive than Zhou Jialu. But in fact, she is also quite heartfelt. She naturally fawned to Subai to show her goodwill, and molding the crowd into a relationship of playmates, not relying on the advantages of a beautiful young girl to take advantage of Shui Tao for nothing. That's good. The ecological niche of playmates is indeed, at least for the moment, empty. Subai thought so. Director Xia is the facade, sister is the stepford wife, and Chen Yuxing is the soulmate. Just as he recited Chen Yuxing, he saw a tall, graceful and thin figure walking from the distance. Signature black silk leggings and a knee-length knit top half with a little jacket. There is a very Japanese lady feeling, however, with Chen Yuxing's high cold and intellectual face, as well as super smooth and good-looking black long straight. Quite a kind of anime inside the flavor of the genius girl scientist. Only to see Chen Yuxing walking quickly, his eyes dead set on Wan Xinyan. It caused Wan Xinyan's back to go cold and the group to tremble. Expression of surprise. It's scary. The good crowd of onlookers were also pleasantly surprised. Who would have thought that Chen Yuxing, who stayed in the lab on a daily basis, would come to watch the boys play ball? Then they saw Chen Yuxing walk straight to Subai, take out a paper towel from his coat pocket, and wipe the sweat from his face, a little stiffly but firmly. Tonight, play together. Chapter 61, The Jealous Schoolgirl Takes the Initiative. Ooh, Chen Yuxing's sudden appearance, sudden movements as well as his sudden speech had stirred up 1,000 waves with a single stone. The small, cool face was taut, yet she was on the verge of tensing up inside. What the hell am I? What the hell am I doing? Chen Yuxing couldn't help but suspect that she was possessed by something dirty. If someone had told her a month ago, when she had just reported to the university, that she would be wiping a boy's sweat in a public place like the basketball court, Chen Yuxing would have scoffed at such a statement. For sure. Just kidding. She wasn't one of those relationship brains who watched idol dramas and got stupid. Well, it's not as if she's now a relationship brain, but rather that Subai has appeared in her life in a destructive manner. Souls that close together, and high net worth by worldly standards, and no longer just plain rich. What Cinderella hasn't fantasized about being visited by a prince? Only, because Chen Yuxing is a school bully, her heart is more noble, and her spiritual pursuit is a bit more advanced, so the prince dreams less. Can't ask the prince to be the same as her. who likes to play games and also likes to make abstractions on the internet, right? Hey, guess what? And it really came to her. Chen Yuxing only realized that Subai was playing ball in gym class when she saw someone post a live photo in the class group. Boys and girls gym classes are separate, and the class she chose wasn't on today. However, the girls on the sidelines, especially the twin sisters with particularly nasty bodies, clearly had bad breasts. So Chen Yusheng, on impulse, put down the coated hand and killed all the way from his dorm room to the basketball court. He happened to see Wan Xin handing Subai a drink. When she saw Subai drinking a drink, Chen Yusheng's heart throbbed. Her chest tightened, and her whole body was bad. It was as if the liquid Subai drank was not Gatorade, but Wan Xinyan's. Well, it's not that shrimp head. In short, Chen Shuaba was very unhappy. With a hot head, he wiped Subai's sweat in full view of everyone. When her senses returned, Chen Yuxing instantly fell into a trapped stiffness, her hands and feet not knowing where to put them. However, because of everyone's impression of her being high-strung, the performance at this point, in the eyes of others, was cold. It's the killer determination to steal a man. Even the heartthrob woman, Wan Xinyan, had misjudged this. This Chen Yuxing has heard that she and Subai are quite close, but it seems that they are only playing games together. Playing games? This year, boys and girls play games together a lot of go. May not necessarily be developed into an ambiguous relationship. Now, Wan Xin was the one who smelled a murderous aura on Chen Yuxing's body. No, we have to avoid it for now. You're Chen Yuxing, right? Zhang Qiuye from our broadcast hosting department. Seems to be your roommate, eh? Wan Xin kindly struck up a conversation with her. The Mid-Autumn Festival tour is coming together soon. It's nice to get to know each other in advance. He. Well, you too. That, Subai. I suddenly remembered that I still have an assignment to catch up on, so I can't treat you to lunch at noon. So I'll withdraw first. Okay, later. There are plenty of opportunities anyway. I'm off then. Bye. The Vanguard sisters retreated at light speed. Subai looked at Chen Yuxing and kind of wanted to laugh. It turns out that high-flying female schoolteachers can be jealous too. Come all this way. Hold my stuff while I play some more. Subai handed the plastic bag containing his cell phone and watched to Chen Yuxing. Keep playing. The system had just reset his stamina, so what a waste if he didn't fight a little longer. Truthfully, Chen Yuxing was actually shy to the point where she wanted to run away. However, Subai had given her the task of getting something, so she couldn't run away even if she wanted to. All that could be done was to continue to tense his little face and stand still. From time to time, other people's comments are thrown in her ears, about her and Subai, and Wan Xinyan's love for each other. Well, these people, they're really good at brainstorming. There's nothing phallic about it at all. It's just her impulse. In Chen Yuxing's opinion, Subai and the Wan sisters were probably just traveling together. It doesn't matter. This trip, she's going too. Subai, who had returned to the court, suddenly saw Chu Mingjie holding the basketball and sitting dejectedly on the ground. What? You shriveled up? Put your best foot forward. Can't overcome. Chu Mingjie mumbled something strange and looked up sadly at Subai. Brother Subai, leave us some way to live. How come every beautiful maiden is not getting along with you? Are you a Japanese light novel hero? Apparently, Chu Mingjie can't continue the fight anymore. Can only be replaced on the sidelines to watch the show Saint of Love Zheng Jixuan. This kid is not bad, and obviously better than the mentality of Chu Mingjie. Just a face of envy Subai's expression, but not to collapse. Master Shanghai, out. Zhang Jixuan took the time to say, I'm going, brother bye. I didn't expect you're playing so flowery in private. Chen Shueba and the Wan sisters are all taken down for you. It's not a takedown. Subai was positive. We're just in a relationship where we're about to go on a trip together at the Mid-Autumn Festival. It's just a class activity. There are a lot of boys and girls attending together, right? Oh, do you think I believe that? After all, Zhang Jixuan is a person who has been there, and he can see that this Subai is also a scum. End of gym class. Originally, it was Wan Xinyan who wanted to treat her, but it turned out that the girl was scared away by Chen Yuxing's aura, so Subai went to the cafeteria with Chen Yuxing. Lunchtime alone between the two was a situation that Chen Yuxing had been looking forward to. However, because of what happened on the basketball court, as well as some of Chen Yuxing's petty thoughts, she just lowered her head to eat, not daring to speak to Subai. It wasn't until the meal was almost finished that she put down her chopsticks, took a few deep breaths, and solemnly told Subai, I don't have classes or anything else this afternoon. Oh, Chen Yuxing choked on his words again. She had never really been very good at expressing herself, especially when her mind was not pure. He then had to bite his lip and stare at Subai in a sly manner. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. It's so cute. Subai's heart rippled and he couldn't bear to continue bullying her, so he laughed openly and said, Accompany me to play in an internet cafe in the afternoon. Can. Chen Yuxing's tightened brows instantly relaxed, picking up his chopsticks to finish the rest of his meal. LOL, the nerdy schoolboy is really good at getting it. Subai silently spat. In terms of writing code for scientific research, Chen Yuxing is extremely outstanding. But to say that the socialization in the middle of the small mind, 10 Chen Yuxing estimate cannot beat Wan Xin Yen. Speaking of Wan Xin Yen, originally, Subai had promised her to go shopping together in the afternoon. Now it looks like it will have to be postponed. Subai immediately tweeted her, saying that something was temporarily wrong, and asked her if shopping could be pushed to the evening. Wan Xin Yen quickly replied that there was no problem. LOL, it's nice to be rich. If it were a normal situation, a date was scheduled and the guy changed his mind at the last minute, then surely he would have to put on a shrimp headman's hat and hang the little so-and-so book. Where would you want to be so nice like Wan Xin Yen? Chapter 62, The First Kiss of a Nerdy Schoolboy. Filling her stomach, Chen Yuxing handed over her dinner plate, then ghostly turned a corner and walked through the side door of the cafeteria under Subai's curious gaze. Why the side door? Well, Chen Yuxing grunted inexplicably, her watery eyes blinking and blinking. It wasn't that she was too conspicuous walking with Subai. For dinner, a very corner seat has been chosen. As a result, there were still a constant stream of passing students looking at them and talking about them. To be honest, Chen Yuxing didn't like the attention, and she wasn't one of those girls who, just because she was pretty, thought particularly highly of herself. In Chen Yuxing's worldview, her Korean king and computer aspects were worth more than her physical appearance. But others, it seems, don't feel that way. Of course, if Subai can appreciate her appearance, Chen Yuxing is still very happy. Maybe this is love. Women in love, treating lovers, always special, commonly known as a double standard. Would Shang Shang be shy walking with me? Subai had read it and deliberately opened his mouth to ask. Chen Yuxing didn't say anything, just walking with a stuffy head. There really wasn't much on this side of the side door. It was mainly used by the kitchen staff, as it was the furthest away from the dormitories when you went out instead, and you needed to make a big detour to get back in. Chen Yuxing felt quite good. She wanted to go around a little longer and walk with Subai. It was fun. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Subai very naturally held her hand. There was no foreshadowing of the crime or any subsequent sense of surprise, as if it were a natural thing to do. Chen Yuxing symbolically struggled, but Subai's grip was tight. Her little hands and body grew soft. We'll get a couples pack at the internet cafe, play all afternoon, and then treat you to a Japanese buffet in the evening. Chen Yuxing was clutched by Subai's small hand and followed him closely. His hands were so big and warm. So this is what it feels like to be held by a boy's hand. The nerdy schoolteacher was thoughtful. The hand-holding continued until the two of them got into the car, and Subai started the Mercedes-Benz GLE and led Chen Yuxing to that familiar internet cafe. If you want to do something a little bottom line breaking bad to a girl, then it's best to pick familiar surroundings. People will let their guard down in familiar surroundings. Car. Chen Yuxing turned down the temperature of the air conditioner. Tune it to the point where it feels a little cold after blowing on it for a while. This would result in her hands already feeling a little icy cold by the time she got to the internet cafe and parked her car, which wasn't supposed to have great end circulation. Thus, she could logically put her hand into Subai's. Subai? Feeling Subai's "you're not right" look, Chen Yuxing said expressionlessly, "Warm up the hot spot for me or I won't be able to bring you to the game later." No, sis, you make it sound like taking me to a game is some kind of weight training. It would have been. Chen Yuxing stomped her foot. Forget it if you don't want to. Don't. Willingly, I can be willing. Subai grasped Chen Yuxing's hand to keep her from pulling it away. Smiling, Chen Yuxing is not hip. That being said, the girl's attempt to hold hands with him was too deliberate a setup. It couldn't be compared to the other one Subai had recently met. But the Chen Yuxing who is like this is so clumsy that he is cute to pinch. Subai rubbed her small hands and happily walked into the internet cafe. An afternoon of intense fighting passed quickly. When Chen Yuxing blacked out, Subai touched her hand and said that he wanted to build up her energy to win. With a serious look, Chen Yuxing couldn't refuse. Then Subai took an inch and put Chen Yuxing's hand on her black silk thighs, taking the opportunity to feel these incomparable legs. Long, slender legs with beautiful curves and a little bit of flesh. It's easy to feel good even through the white gauzy gown. It was a very different style from the meaty, practical type of Zhou Jia Lu's senior sister. It's hard to tell the difference. Chen Yuxing glared at Subai a few times as a warning, yet Subai acted as if he didn't see it. Shy words came to my lips, but I couldn't say them. To tell the truth, Chen Yuxing quite likes Subai to move her hands and feet. If Subai has no idea about that aspect of her at all, purely as a buddy, Chen Yuxing will have to hurt his head. However, Subai is to pay for her to play with her. To do this to her, It seems that the relationship between the two people more and more bizarre. Humph. Scumbag. Chen Yusheng was immersed in strange thoughts, hanging out with Subai for the afternoon, and then being taken to a Japanese buffet by Subai. Compared to that day's upper-class hot pot evening meal, the price of more than 1,000 apiece could no longer shake Chen Yusheng's heart again, yet it was a fact that reaffirmed her. For Subai, these extravagant purchases that ordinary students could not even think about were just everyday scenery that could be seen everywhere. Crap. Starting to fantasize about so many depraved images again. Leaving the street corner of the Japanese restaurant, Chen Yusheng suddenly grabbed Subai's clothes and stood in front of him, blaring fiercely at him. Big white goose. You have to make it clear today. What exactly is our relationship? Otherwise I won't let you touch my legs in the future. Ha? Subai played dumb. Did I? You're not allowed to cheat. Looking at Chen Yusheng, who was a bit anxious to cry, Subai suddenly felt that bullying her was so much fun. He decided to bully a little harder, only to see Subai suddenly cupping Chen Yusheng's cheeks and kissing her under her stunned expression. Chen Yusheng's entire body gave a jolt and struggled frantically. Unfortunately, her physical ability was too weak chicken to get out of Subai's control. Combined with that marvelous first attempt at kissing, it gradually made her feel like she couldn't breathe. I don't know how much time has passed. Chen Yusheng leaned all limp against Subai's body. Subai looked at her reddened ears, and on a whim, blew a hot breath towards there. It caused Chen Yusheng to let out a strange cry. His face grew redder and dripping. Sure enough, this was her sensitive spot. Big white goose. You're just a bully. You. We chatted well on WeChat. Obviously you seem to be a. It's a what? Chen Yusheng stopped talking. Her true thought was that Subai was the man of her dreams. A presence that both the spirit and the flesh are willing to immerse themselves in deeply. However, this attitude of Subai, including him hooking up with other girls, really made Chen Yusheng angry. Oh, you just asked about our relationship, and I think it's actually pretty clear. Subai suddenly got serious, and as a result, the words that came out of his mouth were still out of Chen Yusheng's expectation. Our relationship is, well, I want to wrap you up so that you never have to eat life again and become a being that is only mine. Package? Yeah, I've heard that your mom is very sick, and it will take a lot of money to cure her. It's okay, I can afford to pay whatever it takes, so let me take on the rest of your life. Subai paused and looked at Chen Yusheng's eyes and said sincerely, I like you, but I can't guarantee that I'll only like you alone. So I think this kind of relationship is the best choice for both of us. Chapter 63, Isn't it good to be adopted by Subai? Hear this. Chen Yusheng's first reaction was a famous scene line from a certain anime. A student of the district. What a big mouth. What right do you have to take on someone else's life? But then quickly turned around and thought, no, Subai is not a district student. This asshole is the top rich brother coming up. At once, Chen Yusheng's mood was extremely complicated. If any other man had made her an offer of adoption, Chen Yusheng must have picked up whatever she could from the side of the road and smashed it in the man's face on the spot. How could she, high-minded and proud, accept such a ridiculous offer? But this person is Subai, a man with whom she has an extremely high degree of soul fit, the only person in her life who can be close to the heart-to-heart distance. Then, this dog man actually treats her as an object of adoption. Well, Chen Yusheng also knows that expecting a man of Subai's condition to be exclusive is tantamount to a pie in the sky. Subai liked her, but couldn't commit to being devoted to her, which was something that Chen Yusheng expected. Only, still so angry. Being confessed by Subai in such a marvelous way made Chen Yusheng angry and sweet at the same time. Fundamentally, the overwhelming feeling of the heart is the heartbeat. There's an imp muttering next to her ear. Obey him, obey him. This guy is super chatty with you and he's willing to spend money on you. What in the world is so great? She felt so sad. She was completely taken by Subai. Who told you about my family? Chen Yusheng asked coldly, a little aggrieved. The aggravated look is unintimidating. Networking, kid. Subai followed the good advice. A lot of the so-called terminal diseases. Right. In fact, as long as the money to give enough, early to take the most advanced therapy, control the condition, the chances of a cure is very large. But if because of the problem of money to drag the words, cannot say, well, Chen Yusheng bit her lip as her eyes darkened. You're right, so just accept my proposal. Being adopted by me should be a pleasure for you. Chen Yusheng sulkily held his tongue for half a day, seemingly doing a lot of thought struggles. Eventually, he grumbled, scum. It was a negative comment, but the tone, it had been nothing less than pouting. So it's happily decided. Then, Subai said, asked Chen Yusheng's bank card number and opened his cell phone to transfer money to her dryly. $100,000. Ding. Trigger the limit of cashback for bound S-class goddesses. Trigger 6 times cashback. Reward cash plus 600,000 yuan. Chen Yusheng immediately calculated, breaking his fingers and muttering to himself, if 100,000 $000. Optimistically estimated 5 months. Pessimistic. What optimism and pessimism? It's pocket money for you. Come on, take me to the hospital to see my aunt. Are you going to meet with my mom now? Chen Yuxing rushed up. It doesn't matter if you meet or not. What matters is that I need to talk to my aunt's primary care physician and pay what I can along the way. Subai forcefully took Chen Yuxing's hand and walked towards the parking place. The schoolteacher had told Subai that, according to the little bit of Chen Yuxing's phone call that she happened to hear, her mother had a rare disease. Rare diseases, meaning the drugs to treat them are very niche, meaning the drugs are expensive. Generally, a full treatment program is also expensive. The cashback from Unicorn has been pressed. Of course, the original arrangement for tonight was not forgotten by Subai. Crispy white goose, I'm sorry, I have an emergency tonight. I have to accompany a friend, so I can only shop with you guys tomorrow. Red bean paste sticky rice dumplings. Are you in any trouble? If you need help, you can find me. Oh, puff pastry goose, not for a while, thanks a lot. Although the giant lowly twins smell good, it's still important to heal the sick and save lives. The girls' dormitory. Looking at Wan Xin Yen and Wan Xin Yu both dressed up exquisitely and beautifully, the roommate couldn't help but ask curiously, is there some big school event tonight? You guys are so grand. You'd think you were going on a date if you didn't know. When she heard the word date, her sister Wan Xinyue immediately became a little uneasy. It's not a date. The more this happened, the more the housemates solidified their suspicions. These two, there's definitely something wrong with them. On the contrary, Wan Xinyan appeared to be more calm, about a friend shopping just. Oops, wait, friends seem to have something to go for the time being cannot go it. It seems that tonight is still have to be our girlfriends alone in the room he has something to do again Wan Xinyue was a bit frustrated. It seems that Subai is not very attached to the matter of shopping with them. Don't look at Wan Xinyue quietly. In fact, in her heart, she is even wilder than her sister. Took the opportunity to watch Su White play today and get up close and personal. Not only contacted Subai, but also touched the legendary $600,000 watch. They've never seen this before. Coming from the poor countryside, her desire for material things was even stronger than her sister's. However, she knew she was stupid in the head, so she usually listened to her sister's command. Looking at her sister's disappointed look, Wan Xin laughed. Don't be discouraged. Intuition tells me that he really has something temporary. Take a step back. Maybe it's a test for us. Like his kind of boy, there must be no shortage of girls who want to get close to him. More or less have to sift through it. Makes sense. Listening to her sister's analysis, Wan Xinyue was much more at ease. Otherwise, she was going to think that Subai wasn't interested in girls of their type. What? Did I hear you right? That means you guys asked a guy out. He stood you up, and you're not even mad at him? The housemates were shocked. Nowadays, boys are concerned about the concept of time, not to mention pigeonholing, and girls late for a date do not dare, for fear of being said shrimp head. The Vanguard sisters, however, were so licked at the boy. Inverted Big Dipper. Really inverted Big Dipper. The roommate burned with a burning desire to gossip. Xinyan, I'm really especially curious. How good is that boy you guys are dating, that he deserves to be treated with so much dedication? Hey, it's mostly just eye candy. Really? I don't believe it. Believe it or not. Let's go. Let's go to the school's snack street and buy milk tea. It's always makeup. You can't waste it. The Second People's Hospital of Jiangqing City. Little Chen is here. In the office, a tired-looking middle-aged doctor received the duo. The doctor looked at Subai rather unexpectedly. This was the first time Chen Yuxing had brought other people to visit his mother. And this is? Friend. Subai took the initiative to shake hands with the doctor, then approached Chen Yuxing and said, you go and accompany auntie. I'll talk to the doctor alone. Well, Chen Yuxing couldn't tell what Subai was going to do, but he certainly wouldn't harm her. Coupled with Subai's calm but unquestionable tone, it inexplicably had the majesty of a superior. Just let Subai arrange it. Honestly, the feeling of being arranged and taken care of was something Chen Yuxing hadn't experienced in a long time. The heart couldn't help but feel sweet. Well, let's just keep it. Isn't it? Like, great? Subai's mature and well-traveled wrist made Chen Yuxing gradually sink. Chapter 64, only $5 million, to put it bluntly, is enough for what? Chen Yuxing's mom, and she is divinely similar in looks. The personalities are also very similar. In the hospital room, the mother-daughter duo didn't talk much. Chen Yuxing just raised the upper part of the hospital bed, letting her mom lean back in a comfortable position, while she herself rubbed her legs and got her some fruits to eat. Watching her daughter busying herself without a word, Mother Chen's eyes flashed with reluctance, opened her mouth, and ultimately did not say anything. Many times, she thought it would be better to just die, so as not to burden her children again. Other girls enjoy their youth after going to college, And there aren't many who worry about their income like Chen Yuxing. Even the kind of family income is not high. Work, study, but also just earn their own living expenses. Chen Yuxing is to even the mother's treatment costs are also a piece of earning. However, Chen's mother knew she couldn't die. She was her daughter's spiritual support. And if she gave up, her daughter would suffer even more. Forget about it. Let's give it a try. And treat it aggressively. Maybe her body's ability to heal itself will help her beat the disease. Why do I say it's about self-healing? Because she has a disease that has a new foreign treatment developed in the last few years that has a high cure rate, few side effects, and the only downside is that it's too expensive. Surgery plus a full set of medications will cost over $3 million for the entire process. This is not something that Chen's mother can afford, so it will have to be treated conservatively for now. Not long after, Chen's mother fell asleep. Chen Yuxing saw this and slowly flattened the hospital bed, covered her mother with a blanket and quietly left the ward. Crossing the disinfectant-smelling hallway, she resumed her rush toward the location of the doctor's office with somewhat mixed emotions. Suddenly Chen Yuxing was a little unsure of how to face Subai. From Subai and the doctor to talk. Has been more than half an hour past. I guess Subai already know it. How much it costs to treat mom. Chen Yuxing was strong, so she wouldn't tell anyone exactly what kind of difficulty she was facing. But the difficulty itself does exist objectively, so that is why she will accept it when Subai sends her a list of accompaniment. However, the cost of completely curing mom has completely exceeded the level of college student escorts. I don't know what kind of attitude Subai will have. Chen Yuxing thought to herself, Subai will surely feel that she is very obscure and troublesome, right? Imagine a guy who learns that his girlfriend is in millions of dollars of debt. He must immediately want to run away, no matter how rich the boy really is. Chen Yuxing hadn't even thought at all about asking Subai to shoulder this money for her, because he didn't have that obligation. Rich people don't just spend their money. Rich people aren't stupid. Chen Yuxing, who had just seen her mother, was a bit emotional, replaying her mother's sickly appearance in her mind, and she thought that since she had accepted Subai's adoption, she would make money from him to cure her mother. Well, even if it's a per visit billing, it's still. Thinking about this, Chen Yuxing's face was colored with a blush. After regulating her mood for a while, Chen Yuxing knocked the door of the doctor's office open. Please come in. The doctor was pouring tea for Subai, and when he saw Chen Yuxing come in, he smiled and said, Little Chen, congratulations, your boyfriend has already paid the money, and starting tomorrow, we will recheck your mom's physical examination and carry out a full range of state-of-the-art treatments. Chen Yuxing froze for a moment, then revealed a hint of incredulity. Paid up? What does that mean? It's just the best treatment plan, and Mr. Su has paid for the full course of treatment, with some additional amounts pre-deposited, so all in all it's definitely enough. After a moment of silence, Chen Yuxing turned to Subai and stared at him. The eyes were extremely complicated. Why? Where's the why? It's been said that I'm going to. It's only natural to help you with your worries in a relationship like ours, right? Subai looked like he was taking things for granted. But it's too expensive. Chen Yuxing bit her lip, her eyes flashing with waves of light. You don't have to at all. Expensive? It's not even up to my pocket money for a month. Base don't 6. Don't make a fuss. Listening to Subai's tone of voice was light, but the content was very inappropriate words. Chen Yuxing was speechless, and the doctor's eyes protruded. He had just seen with his own eyes that Subai had not hesitated to swipe his card to pay the $3.78 million needed for the treatment, and then pre-deposited more than 100 more, finally rounding up to a whole of $5 million. Of course, the ones that were pre-deposited definitely couldn't be spent. The hospitalization fee which was so expensive, and in the end, it must have been refunded to Chen's mother. Not sure what the point of this rounding up is either. Even Subai seems to be a bit regretful. The doctor vaguely heard Subai's whispered mutter. Why only $5 million? No, man, you don't want to pay for your treatment, do you? Of course, the doctor just spits it out internally and is actually happy about it. During this time Chen's mother was hospitalized. The doctor kind of knew Xiao Chen and felt sorry for the girl. Looking pretty and learning well. The key is also good quality. Such a good girl. Meet a god hero to get saved. It is really a great joy. And such a tall and handsome young man. It's totally groovy. There doesn't seem to be any downside to it except for the love of pretending. However, Subai was not maliciously pretending. The pre-deposit fee is because the system allows it. After all, Chen Yuxing has been bound as an object of indulgent consumption. Keeping her mom in the best ward and enjoying the best standard of care is also subsumed under the concept of indulgence. A total of $5 million was spent. The maximum amount certified by the system. Any more than that and you don't get any cash back. Ding! You paid for the high cost of treatment for Chen Yuxing's mother and spent $5 million, triggering a tenfold cashback, rewarding cash plus $50 million. At this time, Subai had already left the hospital and returned to his car. Looking at his savings that had already surpassed the 70 million mark, Subai laughed miserably in his heart. It's great that the search for a top luxury home can already begin. As a second-tier city, Zhongqing's top villas were sold for around $50 million. With Subai's current assets, he could already easily take it. Of course, if it is a special value-added king of the building, certainly more expensive than 50 million. No matter, if Subai fancy, and then find ways to brush money, it doesn't matter, the system will return the cash. When Subai was starting the car, Chen Yusheng, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, suddenly opened her mouth and said, "You don't want to send me back to the dormitory. Let's go. Let's go to a room. Good for you. This girl, she's quite aware." Subai looked at Chen Yusheng's petulant and forced composure, and couldn't help but smile. Her character is, indeed, special. Didn't even say those thank yous, got right to the point. Immediately after, Chen Yusheng added, "You saved my mom's life, so whatever you want to do to me in the future is fine. Anything? Well, anything I have is yours." Saying that, Chen Yusheng came closer, her cherry lips on Subai's side cheek, and pecked gently. The bottom of her eyes were misty with attachment. Chapter 65, The Great White Swan. I'm yours. To be honest, Chen Yusheng didn't expect that Subai would pay the money so simply. That's millions, not hundreds. Admittedly, there was an element of Subai being simply too rich, but Chen Yusheng still felt that being willing to do this for her proved that Subai liked her in his heart. Thinking about this, Chen Yusheng suddenly plucked away the dark clouds to see the light of day. She came to her senses. Adoption is the most suitable relationship for the two of them. Given the gap between the two's status, strength, and social standing, they're not really suited to be a couple. Couples have to get along in a reciprocal relationship for it to last. Instead, it's a package that doesn't have as many concerns. Chen Yusheng hadn't been attracted to any man since she was a child. Before she met Subai, the inability of the soul to resonate and fit is one aspect, and practical reasons have to be considered. Her family is not very good, and in terms of personal pursuits, she likes to read and study for further education and scientific research. A single parent, the only mom who can take care of her is sick again. As for herself, she has rather strange interests. Unlike a normal girl, aside from her great skin, she should be a burden to the vast majority of guys, right? Broken and troublesome existence. But Subai is just too rich, shattering all her concerns and worries. Plus, it's really not a good idea to keep delaying mom's illness. Arguing from all angles, accepting Subai's package was the best choice. A bully likes to argue rationally. What's more, the prerequisite of getting along very well with Subai was fulfilled on the premise of sensibility. Proof is established and instantly enters the role of the pack. Caught off guard by Chen Yusheng's kiss, the momentary tenderness, as well as Chen Yusheng's body's fragrant and good smell, made Subai's heart go wild. Drive to the JW Marriott in a hurry. The Riverview suite is booked for a week and not yet due. It's empty now, and all of Chujalu's stuff has been moved to a Scots Mountain stacked puzzle. Being able to use it was being able to use it. However, Subai felt that it wasn't enough. But Subai went to the front desk and asked. There was a higher-class presidential suite vacant. The price is outrageous. $7, $8.88 a night, often booked by the rich. It just so happens that the last few days are vacant. Subai decisively started, and ordered 5 days in a row. Ding! Detected the host's indulgent spending. Stayed in the presidential suite. Triggered 7 times cashback. Rewarded cash plus 276,080 yuan. Seeing that Subai had booked the most luxurious and exaggerated room type, Chen Yusheng's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a calm and happy feeling flooded her heart. Although he knew that Subai's spending level was high, the fact that he could choose to book the best room and complete his first time with her still made Chen Yusheng feel that Subai valued her. The elevator goes up and you swipe your card to enter your room. Subai just turned around, his mind still foggy, his thoughts still drifting away. Chen Yusheng couldn't wait to hug him and kiss him. That extremely blazing active stance was in stark contrast to that high and cold appearance. Even when Subai's hands climbed on the black silk pantyhose that made countless men in the school covet, Chen Yusheng also didn't have any resistance at all, and instead took the initiative to guide Subai's hand. This gave Subai a bit of a daze. Originally, I thought that a pure girl like Chen Yusheng would be more or less a little bit twisted when doing things in that area. As a result, who would have thought that Chen Yusheng would actually be so liberal in private? Even set off Subai a little shy. But then again, they were 18-year-old boys with a strong need in that area. Not too long ago, it was also just getting the first time of a schoolmate. It was the mentality of the first taste and eagerness to conquer the battlefield, being crashed into his heart by Chen Yusheng's blazing intensity that was hidden under the iceberg exterior. Subai quickly gave a response despite the brief moment of dismay. the two parties soon reached a level of intimacy that was unparalleled. It was the wonderful atmosphere that only couples who truly loved each other could have, where both parties put aside their distractions and enjoyed the mingling of their souls with full concentration. Great white goose, I'm going to be with you for the rest of my life. This battle was destined to be even more intense than the one of the schoolmates. For a long time, the lighting in the presidential suite was adjusted to a romantic warm glow, the TV was on, and a recently serialized anime was playing. The two young men, who had just completed consultations on an in-depth strategic partnership, were leaning shoulder to shoulder, enjoying watching the anime they both loved. Subai's hand wrapped around Chen Yuxing's slender waist from behind and rested on the other thigh. Black silk pantyhose, still wrapped around these unbelievably long legs. At that time, when the love was in the air, Subai had wanted to remove the stockings, but was stopped by Chen Yuxing. How fun it is to wear. Don't you like it when I wear stockings with you? Saying that, Chen Yuxing took the initiative to tear a part of her pantyhose open enough for further manipulation. It instantly made Subai's blood run hot. Until now, Subai was still recalling the wonderful taste he had just experienced, and couldn't help but pinch Chen Yuxing's thighs. Shoji, you're so good at this, that's for sure. Chen Yuxing glanced at Subai, a little smug. The study materials I've read are not less than yours. Subai froze for a moment before realizing that the study materials she was talking about were not literally conscious study materials. Nice guy. I already knew that Chen Yuxing is the other him in the world, but did not expect Chen Yuxing, even in that aspect of the art appraisal, is not inferior to Subai. In this, Subai was very convinced. Judging from the details of the battle just now, Chen Yuxing's movements were rusty, but his brainstorming imagination was amazing, causing Subai to gasp in admiration. If you compare it with your older sister Zhou Jialu, it's completely two extremes. The school sister was the one who looked burnt to death and was so pure on the inside that she would shy away from kissing her cheeks, a shyness that was in her bones, even though she had now completely become Subai's little woman. Chen Yuxing is different, cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Once she identifies with you and pulls you in, it's hard to tell if you're playing her or she's playing you. Su White customarily comes with a can of afterthought ice broad drop. It hadn't been long since I'd finished my drink, and an episode of the anime that was playing on the TV was over. Chen Yuxing pressed the pause button and lifted his legs to switch positions, facing Subai very closely in the front. Subai, watch an episode. Once. No, sis, you're exaggerating a bit. Subai cried and laughed. An episode of anime is only 20 minutes in a pinch, so you're just going to give me a 20-minute break? So this is too much of a stretch for you? Sorry. Chen Yuxing had a thoughtful expression. It seemed to be reassessing Subai's strength. Where could this Subai endure? Grass. Buddy, I'm a first-class human physical quality. Peak human special attributes. Immediately, he turned the other way and launched a mountainous counterattack against this dumb female school bully who had spoken out of turn. This time, Subai put the skill he had gotten from his schoolmate, Manipulation Emperor, to use as well. The presidential suite was suddenly filled with rapturous air. 13 episodes of an anime season is just under 5 hours of continuous viewing. As a result, Subai and Chen Yuxing watched hard for 12 hours, from late in the evening until dawn the following morning. In the process, Subai discovered a surprising fact. Chen Yuxing is extremely tolerant. Obviously, I just tried this kind of thing and ended up with an all-night streak. Harkison, you guys. However, Chen Yuxing was a human after all, and Subai is the dog who owns Unicorn, and the all-nighter is judged to be an indulgence, giving him a reset of both his strength and energy. Chen Yuxing, on the other hand, insisted on watching the last episode of the anime before she limply paralyzed on the hotel's big, fluffy, comfortable bed, her messy hair making her look a bit wretched, but her rosy face looked like she was happy. Great white goose, you're awesome, so sleepy, need to sleep, Chen Yuxing muttered in a contented tone. His head lolled and he passed out. Chapter 66, 10 consecutive draws. Honestly, the way Chen Yuxing gave in and passed out was so cute. This made Subai, who had just had his energy reset by Unicorn, have evil thoughts and was eager to do something more to her. Forget it, leave the kid alone. Subai thought a little and took it upon himself to help Chen Yuxing take off her pantyhose. This way she would be comfortable to sleep. Guess it's time to get a good night's sleep. After one night, the black silk pantyhose on Chen Yuxing's legs at this time had become tattered and dirty. After simply cleaning up the mess, Subai drove away from the Marriott Hotel and drove on the fast road in the morning rush hour. Thanks to the boost from Unicorn, Subai was still energized and had to go out for a stroll. Time, 9 o'clock. At this time, it was still a bit early for lunch, but Subai was already hungry enough to have his belly thundering. The reason was simple. The system resetting Subai's energy and physical energy was not completely rootless. It had to consume the energy stored in Subai's body. Unicorns are subject to the law of conservation of energy for the time being. So despite having dinner last night and ordering a late-night snack from the hotel room service in the middle of the night in between watching anime with Chun Yushing, Subai is still hungry now. It's after 9. Good for a Cantonese morning tea. Searching on a cell phone map, I found a high-end morning tea that averages over $500. It's basically the most expensive Cantonese morning tea you can find in Zhangcheng. This per capita price was considered cheap compared to the various high-end meals Subai had tried recently. The truth is that something like morning tea is supposed to be a very grounded commoner's diet. Any higher end is just that. However, Subai was interested in the laid-back lifestyle it embodied. Several years of hard study, Subai simply did not have the leisure time to enjoy life in the morning, the most clear-headed time period, usually used to study. But in the future, Subai's life turned on the external mode, and he no longer needed to work so hard. Before heading to the tea house, Subai first chatted privately with Zhou Jialu on WeChat and asked a mouthful of questions about whether she wanted to come out to eat together. The answer I got was no. Schoolgirl is still recovering and is not fit to go out and walk. The bleeding wound caused by his first taste of that with Subai the day before still hadn't healed. Crispy goose, Amotokun _please_you_week. Fawn, who let you so outrageous. It's my first time after all. Dear, I did not mean to not come with you. Well, want to rest at home, to save energy, as soon as possible to be able to recover to the extent that can be intimate with the school brother. He. At the end, Zhou Jiadir also sent a kissing voice. Subai was content. He noticed that his sister called a Scots Landscapes home. Well, it's good. It's quick to get into the scene. That being said, Su White actually noticed. Zhou Jialu's senior sister is the kind of character that is more of a homebody and likes to nest at home. Not the kind of girl who has to be taken out to play and rack her brain to come up with all sorts of tricks to satisfy. It's the type of thing that is down to earth. Just lie down in the big house and be silly all by yourself. Very safe. It's really good to have such a virtuous woman to look after the house. Zhou Jiadir said that she had to continue her beauty sleep, so Subai didn't bother. Have your own morning tea. The tea house's decor is rather retro, using a lot of high-end mahogany furniture, which is said to be the traditionally favored decor style over there. Subai found a seat by the window and sat down, ordering a large amount in one breath. As for the tea, directly asked for the most expensive tea available in the store, trying to bring up today's consumption. Drinking tea, Subai opened the system panel in his mind. Take stock of last night's harvest. In fact, when he and Shen Yushing broke through that layer of barriers, Subai had already heard the sound of ding 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 from Unicorn, but he was too busy being mushy with the nerdy schoolboy to bother. Congratulations to the host for obtaining another S-Class goddess's most precious possession, and obtaining a special reward, Military Fighting Technique, Master Level. Military Fighting Technique, Master Level as the name suggests. It empowers the host adult with comprehensive close combat skills that are sufficient to kill the enemy on the battlefield. The power exerted by this skill is augmented by the host's physical qualities, and the effects of the host's subsequent physical enhancements will also be fed back into this skill. Not bad. Subai nodded slightly. Which boy has not fantasized about being like a martial arts master to fight 1 against 100? Not to be so middle of the road. It's usually useful to know some fisticuffs to be able to protect yourself and those around you in special emergencies. Oftentimes, when reason doesn't work, you have to reason with your fists. Subai closed his eyes and slightly moved his shoulders and arms. The mind linked to the motor nerves and recalled many moves at once. These moves, as if they had been polished through many actual battles of blood and fire, were integrated into Subai's bones. According to Subai's judgment, this fighting technique, when used in everyday life, would be difficult to meet an opponent. Detected an increase in favorability of S-Class Goddess Chen Yushing. Current favorability, 95. Rewarded with 6 draws. Current number of draws in stock, 12. Subai is considered to see this Unity Z brother The mechanism is very simple and rough. The base monetary gain is largely based on Indulgence cashback. To get special goodies, you either advance your relationship with an S-ranked goddess, which will directly reward strong special skills, such as manipulation greatness and military fighting technique, or you can raise your goodwill to 90 and then reward a lottery draw for each additional point. The number of draws he had accumulated had already exceeded 10, and Subai decisively chose to draw 10 times in a row. You consume 10 chances to open 10 consecutive draws. Thump thump, and upbeat music played. The system interface in front of Subai's eyes lit up with white light. Immediately afterward 2 large words appeared before my eyes. Genkai. Just kidding, it's good luck. After a round of fancy special effects of unknown significance, the results of the lottery were visually displayed in front of Subai's eyes. Turns out this raffle is just like the second tour. Most of the time you get the sides. 10 consecutive draws, 7 of which were in cash, added up to over $10 million. This is not what Subai wants. After all, there is the mechanism of Indulgence cashback. The last thing Subai lacks is money. What he wanted was a cool bonus like military fighting skills or something. Luckily, the remaining 3 times, the draws were all very useful. Swimming, Master adds advanced swimming skills and corresponding cardiorespiratory and muscular abilities to the host, including both competitive and survival swimming skills. Porsche Panamera GTS 4.0T, customized options available in the system. For details, please click. Universal membership card can help the host enter any occasion that requires membership. When you go out, your identity is given to you. Swimming aside, skip the Porsche optional customization part for now. 2. Subai was instantly attracted to this universal membership card. This thing sounds like a setting from some funny comic. But, as we all know, it's the strength of the stuff and the funny pieces that counts. That's a big difference in the level of sophistication for occasions that require a membership card. The more mundane ones are life scenes like libraries, Sam's supermarkets, amusement parks, annual passes, and the like. The great ones, such as nightclubs accessible only to the powerful and wealthy, and art salons for upper-class rich women. Of course, Subai wasn't interested in art. Rich women are a little bit more interesting, but no matter what, this thing would ensure that Subai would be able to travel around the world unimpeded. Wherever a membership mechanism exists, it's taken care of. That's a lot of comfort, knowing that certain premium memberships are not something you can get on the spot with temporary money. You even have to need contacts. And if he could rely on the universal membership card to gain access, it would in turn help Subai to recognize awesome connections. After looking at the image of the membership card in the system and admiring it for a long time, Subai turned his attention to the newly drawn car. Well, Paramara, very famous limousine. I feel like a lot of internet celebrities and young rich kids like this one. It's already a very expensive car, but inexplicably gives it a crappy look. Of course, it's the internet that sucks. In reality, in a second-tier city like Jiangcheng, which is not very rich, not to mention Pame, driving a 56E class, 400,000 or 500,000 yuan car, others have to look at you highly. It wasn't until Subai clicked on the system's vehicle option customization interface that he realized the extraordinary nature of this system reward. Chapter 67, Customized Pame. Intelligence Master 1 Xin Yen. It's well known. For million-dollar luxury cars, very often the degree of respectability in the eyes of insiders is highly dependent on the level of configuration, especially options. The abundance of options can vary the price by hundreds of thousands of dollars, and may even be almost as expensive as the bare car price itself. Some of the bluff-looking luxury cars, Beggar's Edition Plus used, can have surprisingly low price points. Some scumbags like to use this method to cheat on little girls. Subai also cheats on his little girl, but he doesn't need to save on his budget when it comes to his car. Instead, he wants to enjoy the luxury and personalization as much as possible. The benefits of a systematically extracted luxury car are reflected here. The interface for optional customization is full of options, from the basics of panoramic imaging, 20-inch wheels, heated seats, to the PDLS upgraded headlamps, Sport Chrono package, and 90-liter fuel tank are practical performance choices. Then personal custom paint, carbon ceramic brakes, air suspension, sport exhaust. Some of the options can be done with subsequent modifications once the car is in your hands, but stock is better. The downside is that the originals will be more expensive, but that's okay, you can pick whatever you want for the car you're pumping out anyway. Subai gave an operation to pull the optional configuration full. There is also a little complicated, especially the choice of paint, because it is a personal customization of the special color. You can do a very detailed fine-tuning on the palette, reminding Subai of a certain game that cannot say the name of the vehicle modification of the link. Don't tell me, this Tusco vehicle customization is so much more spontaneous than the game. By the time Subai locked onto the configuration of this Palmer, his eyes returned to reality. A few cages of morning snacks were already set up in front of them. With the ordinary morning tea he had eaten before, the style was almost the same, and in Subai's opinion, the difference in price was mainly reflected in two aspects. One is the quality and freshness of the ingredients. For example, for the same steamed phoenix claws, the cheaper morning tea stores use frozen pre-made dishes, while the higher-end stores buy fresh chicken claws from the slaughterhouse morning market and make them on the spot. Then there's steamed fish, the affordable dining options of sea bass or small yellowtail. This restaurant goes straight for the Eastern Star spot, and it's the expensive kind at first glance. The second aspect is the use of some means of forcing up prices. The almighty caviar and black truffle, regardless of Chinese and Western cuisine, can be added to the top of the edition. The price immediately doubled several times. To say how it tasted, it was actually delicious, but without the indulgence rebate, Subai would have felt it wasn't worth it. Luxury dining experience more. Subai also touched a little routine. This meal Subai ate a lot. A round of morning tea and dim sum is not enough. and then ordered 2 rounds of dishes, and it's staring at high premium ingredients and slamming them. The total price easily dries up to a couple $1,000s. Subai realized that since he had the system, his meal size had also become bigger. According to Brother Unity's explanation, the system would absorb a portion of the energy, store it in advance, and wait until Subai needed it. Holy, is this the back hidden energy? I wonder if Brother Tuzi will someday learn the lightning cyclone chop, because Subai ordered too many dishes, causing the chef to think that it was a company that came for a reunion. He specially ran out to look and found that Subai was the only one, and the whole person froze. Ha ha, the lad can just eat. Awesome. The chef gave an admiring thumbs up. On the way out, Subai incidentally charged the stored value card at the front desk. For the vast majority of meals, stored value triggers indulgent cashback. Subai just like has become a rechargeable card immortal. Ate a certain restaurant feel good, will charge a wave. After the meal, Subai received a WeChat friend ad. A senior manager at Porsche's domestic headquarters. The manager said that his customized PAME had already started scheduling and was expected to arrive in Jiangcheng in a few days. It should be said that it is worthy of the system's metaphysical power to arrange the limousine. This efficiency is simply absolute. Anyone who has ever bought a car knows that if it's a more optional and less common model, sometimes you even have to wait 6 months. Ding! The WeChat beep sounded again. This time it was Wan Xinyan. The avatar of the red bean sticky rice dumpling sent several messages and photos in a row. Said she and her sister had just finished their morning class and asked if Subai had gotten up and wanted to go shopping together. A couple selfies are included. In the photo, the petite Vanguard sisters, dressed in exquisite JK uniforms, look extraordinarily youthful and cute. However, their busts are in stark contrast to their bodies, hardening their cute style uniforms and making them look desirable. Especially the angle of this photo shoot, but also special heart, and even the deep gully, show Subai. Ha Ki Yun. You guys are trying too hard to get ahead. Subai couldn't help but lament. Obviously, he let them off the hook twice in a row yesterday, but as a result, he didn't complain at all, and continued to open his business with all his heart this morning. It was estimated that they had seen Subai's strength through observation or some kind of news channel, and it is true. At this moment, the two sisters, who had just gotten out of class, were walking on the boulevard of the campus. Sister, what do you think? Will he reject us again? Maybe. Subai just doesn't like little potatoes like us. Oh, Wan Xinyue had a discouraged look on her face. However, Wan Xinyan confidently consoled, Sister, don't panic. What is called small potatoes? Ah, we are called giant. That what lowly? I asked someone to inquire. Subai likes to watch anime. He loves to watch anime. A lot of them have our type of characters. Does he not want to practice in the third dimension? Men, they're all so astringent. Oh, is that so? Wan Xinyue's face eased a bit. It's okay to be rejected once or twice. After all, Subai is a big fish, worthy of our attentiveness. Immediately afterward, Wan Xinyan showed her sister another of her intelligence achievements. Wan Xinyan mixes into a group of celebrities in a small certain book and learns about high society with high intensity every day. I've also met a lot of like-minded fishing women. Yesterday she sent Subai's selfie from the Escot gym to a senior salvage girl sister to help identify it. Of course, will Subai himself to code, otherwise that body that face value. Even if the most gold worship most do not care about the appearance of the salvage women cannot walk the road. The other party told Wan Xinyan that private gym corresponds to the best landscape stacking in Jiangcheng Escot. A year's rent would be over $1 million. Enough to buy a house in the suburbs of Jiangcheng. The problem is, Subai, this is pure consumer enjoyment. Buy a house is not the same. The house itself is still an asset. Although many places in these 2 years of vacation have fallen. But then again, it is just a little bit of loss. What's wrong with pigeonholing them twice for a rich guy of this caliber? It is important to realize that a girl's patience when dating a guy is directly proportional to the guy's assets. With enough assets, any bad-tempered fairy will turn into a docile white rabbit in seconds. Yikes! Subai got back to us and said for us to wait for him at the school's small west gate. He'll be there soon. Wan Xinyan smiled. Look, sister, what did I say? There's no need to worry at all. Yesterday at the basketball court, I felt in Subai's eyes when he looked at me. He was longing for me. He. Oh, sister, you are so powerful. The kind of I can't even read it. I just think he is so handsome, so temperament. Wan Xinyue said, and couldn't help but look down and blush, her toes rubbing sheepishly on the ground. Chapter 68, The Mysterious Mercedes Brother of the Female Hostel's Little West Gate. Jiangcheng University, Little West Gate. The streets were as quiet as ever. Not many people in the neighborhood, and the weather was clear. A boy who happened to have no classes in the morning ran by wearing headphones and a sweatshirt, breathing in the fresh air nurtured by the good greenery around JNU. The boys couldn't help but show a look of enjoyment. It's really good. College life is really much freer than high school. Ugh, it would be better if I could find a girlfriend to accompany me everywhere. Just at the moment he had this thought, a pair of beautiful figures walked out from the small west gate. JK uniforms with knee-high stockings, one in black and one in white. The boy rubbed his eyes and instantly recognized that these two, were they not the schoolgirl twins of the legendary broadcasting and hosting department of the art college? He subconsciously paused and stopped to admire it. After a few moments, the twins were already standing beside the road in front of the school gates. The boy wanted to keep running, and then realized that he would be passing the twins if he continued. Inexplicably, the boys were a little afraid. He's the kind of innocent little boy whose heart races when he talks to a girl face to face. After a moment's hesitation, the boys decided to stop for a moment at the last corner before the school gates. It looked as if the twins were waiting for a ride, supposed to take a cab out to play. When they are gone, the boys will resume running. Phew, right. Anyway, after looking at it for a while, the boy's heartbeats and breathing got a little disorganized. Just the right time to take a break and rest. Ugh, such a beautiful girl. Such an unattainable existence. Nowadays, girls have such high expectations of boys, either they are rich or handsome. In short, they have to be special, otherwise they will be called pushing male. Boys are very pushy about their level, knowing full well that a beautiful woman like the Vanguard sisters was completely untouchable by herself. It's the only time you dare to sneak a peek from a distance in this situation. It didn't take long for a tall, powerful SUV to come from the end of the road. As the vehicle approached, the boy subconsciously looked that way, his gaze suddenly becoming strange. Wait, this car, why does it feel so familiar? The boy struggled to recall, finally pulling out the key information from the depths of his memory. Wait a minute, isn't this the car that high-flying school bully Chen Yuxing got into that night? He was also running in this neighborhood that day and saw Chen Yuxing walk out of the small west gate and get into a black Mercedes SUV. At that time, he even made a point of reminding his high school classmate, Chu Mingzhi, about it. This kid was really extremely obsessed with Chen Yuxing, and held him in the highest regard. The boys were dead set on the Mercedes, watching it, parked on the side of the road. The Vanguard sisters then bounced closer, pulled open the passenger and rear doors respectively, and got into the car with a cheeky grin. The Mercedes started up again and whizzed past the boys, pulling alongside them. The boy hastily pretended to run, but glanced back thievishly. That's right, the car's tail tag is, indeed, a Mercedes-Benz GLE, the 4WD version. After meeting Chen Yuxing by chance that day, the boys were curious and idly checked, knowing that the car that picked up Chen Yuxing was a Mercedes-Benz GLE, and now this one, with the same style and color. Although it was a shame that he didn't remember the license plate number at the time, but the boys thought that there should be no such coincidence in the world. That means, Chen Yuxing and the Wan sisters are being targeted by the same Tycoon big brother? This is definitely powerful and big news if it is discussed in various groups of students. After all, the schoolgirl and the Tycoon are enduring topics of gossip among classmates. However, boys are quality for the time being. Even if you see it with your own eyes, you don't spread the word. Just trembling, he took out his cell phone and found his good buddy's WeChat. Keywords, Chen Yuxing, coming. What's wrong with Chen Yuxing? Seconds back, really perverted, right Chu Mingzhi? Boy's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly typed, no, it's none of Chen Yuxing's business. Oh no, you can't say that either. It's like this, the last one. The boys recounted the events. Ha, how big a deal. I thought you witnessed the official announcement of Chen Yuxing in which man? No dude, that car has been at Little Westgate twice now, picking up different girls. Isn't it obvious that it's one of those? Coming to the university to hunt for a rich guy? Apparently, it was a rich kid who ran an online taxi to experience life. It's just that both the Wan sisters and Chen Yuxing happened to hit this car. If it was a face-to-face conversation, the boys couldn't wait to give Chu Mingzhi 2 punches. Forget about it. Good words are hard to persuade a damn ghost. Since Chu Mingzhi is obsessed, there's nothing a buddy can do. Farewell. At this time, Shuetao and Chu Mingzhi were in the elective classroom. No roll call for this class. Theoretically you can skip, but it's difficult. Sort of. Within the freshman electives in the computer science department, a lot of students are afraid to skip it, unless they are the kind that are extremely self-taught. As a result, even when they came to class, most people were confused and unable to understand. Then start playing with your phone. Perhaps this is the fate of the college classroom. Teachers with outdated old textbooks, lecturing obscurely, students do not understand, and then pretend to study. In fact, everyone is playing with their cell phones. The only one who has a tutelary brother, Su Bai, can skip class in style and gain knowledge automatically. Zitao was on his cell phone doing a play-by-play of the outing. As the leader of the traveling squad, this is a piece he has to hold. Show your reliable side, while at the same time tucking a bit of personal stuff into your agenda. For example, The air-shaking trestle. Ghost adventure. This kind of easy to produce intimate interaction with the girl activities. Locals, do you think that near Jiangchun University, there will be rich brothers driving million-dollar class luxury cars and running online cars just to pick up girls? Chu Mingjie, who was next to him, suddenly asked in a soulful manner. Maybe? Shui Tao was unsure about this. What's wrong with you, Master Shanghai? You don't want your parents to buy you a car to flirt with girls, do you? To tell you the truth, to flirt with girls, this kind of thing, buy a similar car on the line. Do not have to be too good. Too good I guess you cannot afford to keep. How can't you afford it? My parents are both executives in foreign companies. It's still no problem to buy me a Tesla. Then why don't you buy it? Chu Mingjie choked a bit, stalking his neck and mouth hard. They want me to study well in college. Don't fool around. I'm not going to be able to do that. That's why my vision is so high. Taste understand? Only girls like Chen Yuxing and Zhang Xiuye, who don't touch the mortal world, can get into my eyes. Okay, you're clean. Shui Tao was too lazy to talk to him. Chu Mingjie, but the more he thought about it, the more vain he became. By the way, is it possible that Chen Yuxing is really involved with the mysterious Benz? What would Su Bai think of that? Chu Mingjie is also a shallow-hearted master. Cannot help but chat privately with Su Bai and ask sideways. Brother Su Bai, if the girl you like got into the Mercedes driven by uncle, would you forgive her? After a while, Su Bai's reply came. Read less nodding D. Master Shanghai, Mingjie Chu. Chapter 69. Brother Su Bai, can you change our fate? When Su Bai saw this headless message from Master Hu, he immediately realized. Could it be that he was seen picking up the Vanguard sisters from their car? It's possible. It doesn't matter. If you see it, you see it. It's not a crime. I, Su Xiaobai, have acted honorably all my life. What's wrong with having a few more confidants? What? You're saying I've slept with 2 different girls in a row in the past few days? Oops. The mood is there. The vibe is there. We're just going with the girl's emotions. Su Bai, your car is so spacious. It shouldn't be cheap, right? The co-pilot's seat was naturally occupied by his younger sister, Wan Xinyan. Su Bai sort of found out that when these 2 sisters appear together, it is the younger sister who is behaving. The older sister is rounding up like a human machine. Maybe the degree of extroversion of the character. The difference is really quite big. Not bad. Big couple 100,000. Look at you say this. Big hundreds of thousands of dollars. In our old home can build a 3-story small building. The village people are envious. Where's your old neighborhood? The next province to the southwest, or a national poverty-stricken county that has been in the news. We have to thank the state for the subsidies. Otherwise we wouldn't have been able to go to such a good school as Jiangcheng University. Then you guys are working pretty hard too. It's okay, the score of the art college isn't that high. The good thing is that since we got in, we can take the school sign and get some part-time jobs, such as hosting commercial performances a la voice actors 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 a la voice actors, and so on and so forth. Wan Xinyan was very talkative. Her words did not hide her poor origins, and even the excitement after sitting on this Mercedes-Benz came out honestly. Su Bai appreciated the candor. All you have to do is show a need and we'll talk. Relying on the youthful beauty of the presumption to take the rich, the kind of girl Su Bai does not want to touch. Not the emotional intelligence is not enough. Just hand over too much trouble. Not long after, the 3 of them arrived at the shopping district near the school, 100 Elephant City. Unlike the IKC Plaza, which Su Bai had recently loved to visit, this was a more civilianized place of consumption, and on weekends, it was crowded with college students studying nearby. It's a weekday, and the crowds aren't too crowded. Wan Xinyan first asked Su Bai if he had any favorite brands and things to buy, and only after getting a negative reply did the 2 of them head to the store they had planned to target, Decathlon. It's a big, affordable sports brand that sells a wide range of products, from the most basic sportswear and hiking shoes to entry-level mountain bikes, basically anything sports adjacent. The main focus is a value for money. Wan Xinyan is not stupid enough to take Su Bai to an expensive brand counter, and then suggest that he pay. That's a cheap tactic to fish for women. Besides, she and her sister were youthful, fresh and delicious, and didn't need the so-called expensive brands to set them off. Only Wan Xinyan and her sister exchanged a look and prepared to start operating. My sister, Wan Xinyue, understood and ran to the other side of the room away from the locker room, pretending to go study the hiking poles. Wan Xinyan, on the other hand, picked out a tight hiking compression garment with tight shark pants, burrowing into the dressing room. He rustled and tossed about for a moment, then suddenly poked his head through the curtain, his face a little embarrassed. These pants are so tight, how can I lift them up? Brother Su Bai, can you come and help me? Due to the natural tone of her request for help, plus very thoughtfully changing the title to Brother Subai. The clerk next to him subconsciously assumed that the two were related. After all, the twin sisters and Subai were both high-color existences. To say it's family doesn't seem odd. So the clerk watched Subai burrow into the dressing room where girls already existed and didn't stop him without much thought. However, when Subai entered the cramped locker room space, a blood-curdling image was suddenly displayed before his eyes. Smaller shark pants that snagged on meaty hips when lifted upward. Wan Xinyan also deliberately twisted the slender waist. The girl department pure white little cute wrapped round, very generously displayed in Subai's eyes. Hiss. How could there be a girl with such a demonic figure while looking so young, even with a little baby fat on her face? Brother Subai, can you help me lift my pants? There seems to be something wrong with the design of this one. I'll do it. Since people had invited him, how could Subai refuse? We're helpful and decent people. He only saw Subai pinching the elastic band of his shark pants with 2 fingers, pulling it slightly outward and then lifting it upward. The sound of the fabric sliding along the delicate skin made Subai's mouth a little dry. In passing, Subai's fingers, too, felt the touch of Wan Xinyan's skin. Extremely soft. It's almost like the feeling of a child Subai used to hold at his relative's house when he visited them. Subai couldn't help but ask, have you and your sister really both reached adulthood? Adult we'll be 18 in the summer vacation. Wan Xinyan was happy. Brother Subai, why do you ask such a strange question? It feels like your skin is so delicate. No, it is obviously the same age. And you still call me brother? Subai is also happy, because Brother Subai gives people a very reliable feeling. In this society, it's not like age proves anything. Wan Xinyan sighed. It's like saying that Brother Subai is just 18 years old and already drives such a good car, but never goes around proclaiming it. On the contrary, someone, ha ha ha, he is a little. Subai instantly comprehended Wan Xinyan's meaning. The locals do show too much prominence, but it's hard for anyone who knows him not to spit. My sister and I usually also scrimp and save. Cannot afford to buy expensive things? People art college, other girls are wearing Lululemon. We only dare to buy Decathlon. Although the internet is often said, oops, clothes well are similar, but the material is certainly different. Kinda. Brother Subai also touched it just now, right? The material of these pants is very ordinary. I can't really feel it much. Let me feel it again. Subai reached out, savoring the back half of his pants as they leaned upward. TSK. Not bad. Subconsciously, Subai used a bit of the manipulation emperor skill, causing Wan Xinyan's body to tremble, her legs a bit soft, her eyes swirling more and more with water. Brother Subai, you know, like my sister and I, orphans from the countryside with no one to depend on, all relying on our grandma to pull us up. The only thought of examining to the big city is to change our destiny. Wan Xinyan tilted up her slightly baby-fat innocent little face and stared tightly at Subai's eyes. Brother Subai, can we change our fate? Saying that, Wan Xinyan grabbed Subai's other hand and pressed it to her own advantage in front of her. Chapter 70, the Wan sisters are 2 people in one. As the saying goes, the poor man's child is born early. The Vanguard sisters are a classic example. There are often similar remarks on the Shake Shack platform about the stupidity and clarity of today's college students, who, despite turning 18 years old, always feel like children on a psychological level. But Wan Xinyan clearly isn't. She was thoroughly adult. One of the more intuitive pieces of evidence is, kids only fall in love. Adults are straight-up seducers. The means may be slightly rough, but they carry a strong desire for a superior life. It was obvious that it was indeed a child who had been poor for a long time. Subai had also been poor, and he read something similar in Wan Xinyan's eyes. Subai moved his hands in unison and squeezed. It was only when Wan Xinyan was about to be made unsteady by the manipulation emperor that she leisurely spoke. That depends on your performance. It's not my performance. It's we. Wan Xinyan smiled slightly and focused on emphasizing. What do you mean? As for my sister and I, we agreed from a very young age that in the future, we would share any good things together, and similarly bear hardships together when we encounter them. Wan Xinyan proudly said, we are 2 as 1. That is to say, Subai produced a very subtle conjecture. You and your sister intend to act together? Yeah, wouldn't it be fun to have a pair of cute and sexy twin sisters with us? How dignified to take us out shopping. Others would die of envy if they looked at us. The way Wan Xinyan said this, it seemed a bit narcissistic, but there's really nothing wrong with it. Men, very often have the dream of left and right embrace in their bones, but too few of them can really realize it. Not to mention taking 2 beautiful women out shopping in the open. Yet here at Vanguard Sisters, it becomes a unique advantage. The twins move together and nothing looks out of place. If you want to get into the moral aspect of it, just say it's a fun outing with your sister. Of course, it also takes extremely deep strength to really be able to handle twins at once. In fact, many twin sisters are repulsed by each other's spouses and even develop a very serious climbing mentality. It's time to say no. The Vanguard sisters are truly united. Subai continued rubbing with interest and asked, "This plan of yours, have you discussed it with your sister?" "Definitely. My sister has already agreed. Or rather, my sister is even more interested in brother Subai than I am." "Oh, why is that?" "I won't tell you first. While the staff in the store is still not feeling strange, brother Subai should concentrate on enjoying me first, and then think about sister after we go out, okay?" Wan Xinyan's sweet lowly voice of pampering and cute is not out of place, and there is no sense of artifice at all. It was comfortable to hear Subai, certainly more comfortable to the touch. Wan Xinyan tried this set of sportswear, specially selected the size is smaller, tightened the already counterintuitive curve even further, enhanced hand feel. A few minutes later, Subai left the fitting room unfulfilled. Wan Xinyan followed behind him, her face scarlet and fine beads of sweat scattered on her forehead, staring at Subai's back. He was a little lost in thought. He's so good at it. Subai's hands were large, with long, slender fingers and strong palms. It's more manly than the kind of weak male lead in romance novels. Being touched by these hands, the resulting agitation from the body to the heart, almost made Wan Xinyan in the fitting room. It's simply humiliating. However, Subai seemed to be satisfied with her reaction, and even deliberately stopped when she was about to lose her face, avoiding her embarrassment. Oh, brother Subai is so super understanding. Wan Xinyan had heard that some super rich brothers, whose private hobbies were perverted, liked to see girls being tortured. At least for now, Subai still seems normal. Well, it's good. Sister, did you talk to him? To him? Seeing the two come out, Wan Xinyue hurriedly came to Wan Xinyan's side and asked nervously. She was very concerned about her sister's dealings with Subai, even so nervous that even the hiking poles, which he had just pretended to study, were held in his hand without putting them down, clutching the poles to dislike them in front of his chest, squeezing out aesthetically pleasing arcs. It's been agreed. Brother Subai is interested in us, said to see our performance. Who? Too good. Wan Xinyue patted her chest with a wistful expression. That means I can start performing? Looking at her sister's impatient face, Wan Xinyan hurriedly reminded. Sister, be reserved, don't give people a fright. Aha, I know that. Wan Xinyue glanced at Subai who was picking out hiking shoes, her eyes glowing with adoration. Subai's height of 1.85 meters, but not a bit of water is not mixed. Physical testing when the shoes are removed data is this. This height in Jiangcheng, a city not too far south and not too far north, is already a tall man who stands out among the boys. What's more, after Subai's body was baptized by the strengthening liquid, his body proportion was amazingly good. It is the golden ratio of male models. With the fashionable addition of an upscale hipster brand, it's a little girl's dream come true. Wan Xinyue has a quiet personality, but one thing is different from her sister. My sister is all about money, and she has an additional hobby. She likes tall boys. That feeling of standing next to him and lifting your head up to look up in order to see the face, as well as being held in the arms of taller boys, manipulated like a doll, and doing all sorts of unashamed things. After a little brainstorming, Wan Xinyue couldn't help but hum softly. Ding! Detected S-Class goddesses Wan Xin and Wan Xinu's favorability breaks through 80 points. Bound as consumption cashback objects. Current favorability, 82. Subai froze for a moment. No, why are you two favorites counted together? It's true that the two of them are one and the same. To be honest, Subai was really surprised that Wan Xin and Wan Xinu were really so united, which was actually quite rare. Subai remembered that when he was in middle school, there was a pair of twin sisters in his class. Day by day pinch. It's completely unimaginable to imagine them serving the same man. Not bad, since they wanted to progress so much. Subai would fulfill their dreams and change their destiny. Don't take the cashback that's delivered to your door. Besides, the quality of these two chicks is great. From an orthodox aesthetic point of view, maybe the height is a bit short, but Subai is the man of fraternity. From a secondary fan's point of view, the Vanguard sisters are unbeatable legitimate Lolitas. That being said, the women around Subai recently, inexplicably, had a premonition that he was going to become a time management master. Maybe this is the inconvenience of the life of a godly man. Alas, even with the assistance of brother Unity, Subai is still very hard. Chapter 71 Lululemon, improving Subai's hand experience. May I ask if Missy is still satisfied with this one? If you like it, you can try some more outfits from the sports series. Seeing the effect of a set on Wan Xin, the shopping guide lady brightened up and hurriedly recommended. For short girls, sportswear tends to be average on the body, but Wan Xinyan is clearly an exception. Together with Wan Xinyue, who was almost indistinguishable from her in terms of looks and figure, the shopping guide lady felt that she might have made 2 consecutive deals today. Subai asked, "What do you think?" "I think it's good." "Well, brother Subai should have been satisfied just now as well." right? 1xin Yan's tone was a bit meaningful. Then let's have it, and make a whole set for your sister. 2. Do you want to choose a different color? Yes, my sister likes pink, or gooseberry, always a brighter color law. This is a little out of Subai's expectations. Think carefully, it seems to be true. The lively Wan Xinyan likes to wear cold colors. On the contrary, Wan Xinyue likes to be on the lighter side of the warm colors. A girl's preference is really hard to figure out. Fortunately, Subai no longer needs to guess the girl's preferences, just with a kind of ornamental mentality, to explore the unknown side of each goddess. The compression shirt plus leggings were over 300 for one set, and just over 600 for both together. Wan Xinyue also picked up some sports accessories, and all together, it was only $800. Ding! Detected indulgent spending of $832 by the bound subject, triggering a 4-fold cashback, rewarding cash plus $33.28. Alas, it seems that his mind has drifted, Subai thought to himself. When I saw the 800 plus price tag, my first thought was actually that it was cheap. Before the binding system, $800 would be enough for Subai to eat and drink in the cafeteria for a month, and maybe there would be some left over. After all, the poor man's set meal in the cafeteria, one meat and one veggie with rice, was only $6. Breakfast was more of a $2.50 hot noodle fix. Cafeterias at good universities are pretty well subsidized, but Subai's appetite has been given to feed the tricky. More than 800. In the high end a little bit of consumption, but also just enough to certain women's clothing brand a pair of pants. Oh, wait a minute. Subai found the blind spot. The Vanguard sisters had already bought their sports gear for the outing, but it doesn't stop Subai from buying them some more. After being confirmed by the system, Subai walked out of the Decathlon store while proposing. These cheap pants don't feel good. I'll take you to buy something better. Wan Xinyan, stunned for a moment, quickly waved her hand. There is no need to lie. You just did not help us check out? Already very thankful. After all, my sister and I have not yet begun to pay for brother Subai. In the last sentence, Wan Xin with a female brat-like teasing smile, stood on her tiptoes and whispered close to Subai's ear. The girl exhaled hot breath with a candy-like sweet, fresh smell. It's marvelous. It seems that every girl's body odor has a different flavor. Don't worry, there's plenty of opportunity for you to pay for it later, and buying better yoga pants is a great way to enhance my, well, user experience. This user experience managed to give Wan Xinyan a laugh. Brother Subai, don't say this kind of words to other strange girls. Oh, I'm afraid that I'm not going to be objectified. Warning. What? Are you offended that I said that? Which is not true, but I'm looking forward to being used by brother Subai. Using it. Wan Xinyan winks and hugs Subai's arm and rubs it. To be honest, the fever technique is a bit raw. There's no comparison to a certain little vixen with innate charming bones, but after all, these twin sisters are just freshmen and want to feel green. Subai was enjoying himself beautifully in the bottom of his heart and laughed twice cheerfully, signaling the two sisters to follow him, reaching out and patting their little butts from behind. Dual line operation. First attempt. There's still a bit of a heartbreak. Things like left and right are rather counterintuitive to the intuitions that have been developed over years of moral education. At the same time, Subai is also to confirm that these two sisters are not ready to meet the buy one get one free lifestyle. The results satisfied Subai. Wan Xin let out a delicate exclamation of surprise, somewhat caught off guard, glancing at Subai angrily, but holding Subai's arm tighter. As for the sister Wan Xinyue, not even caught off guard link, simply directly show enjoyment expression. Wait, what's with the enjoyment? There was always a feeling that the girl's quiet and introverted exterior hid something extraordinary. So, Subai held the two giant now whatever lolitas on his left and right and walked in the mall. It attracted the attention of countless passers-by. Most of those gazes were envious, mixed with some confusion. What's going on here? Bringing two girlfriends out for shopping? No, how come these two girls look exactly the same? Got it, I think they're related. Big brother with two little sisters. Many people have developed similar brainstorms. Twins through and through, and all that is still too shocking in real life for many people to think in that direction. However, Subai's strength could be easily taken. That's the confidence that money brings him. 3 guests inside please. Welcome to Lululemon Jiangcheng flagship store. This brand is basically known to those who have swiped too many short videos. It's one of those brands that is a benchmark for yoga pants. What makes Subai a little surprised is that the Lululemon in this mall is actually the flagship store in Jiangcheng. Keep in mind that Paxton is just the average pro spending level. On second thought, it seems fine. A large part of the brand's audience is young women who are looking for fashion and a small lifestyle. So where is this category of women most widely distributed? Yes, of course it's River City University. It's hard to find work these days, and it's not easy to make money. Many girls who are already working, instead, can't afford to spend a lot of money on buying themselves nice clothes. Of course, Spending lickspittle money is another matter, but not every girl can find lickspittle to pay for her. In fact, proportionally, most girls with their level of appearance and emotional intelligence don't meet lickspittles who are generous either. On the contrary, is studying female college students, not much life pressure, but now all the family conditions are okay. Are pursuing rich daughter, give enough pocket money. Spending mom and dad's money doesn't hurt. The purchasing power is just pretty strong. Walking into Lululemon's flagship store, Subai roughly swept a glance and saw quite a few teenage college student-looking customers, trying on clothes, even saw slightly familiar faces. I'm guessing I've seen it in whatever public class I'm taking. Visualization, uneven. The yoga pants thing is similar to an aerobics uniform, worn by girls with good figures. It can be an icing on the cake, but it can't snowball for the out of shape. After just habitually scanning the circle, Subai withdrew his gaze and dropped his attention on the Wan sisters beside him. Well, it's still a good-looking pair. Chapter 72. Innocent freshman girls are easy to satisfy. A beautiful shopper, sizing up Subai's outfit. Eyes lingered for a moment on the Audemars Piguet white oak on his wrist, then swung around to meet him with a broad smile. Guides who have been guides for a long time develop a professional smile and don't get dog-eared though, but at least you can tell who are the customers with the spending power. Subai's all hipster wear, all seasonal new models. Boys who like to buy new models are often more powerful than they appear. The kind of people who pretend to be broad are buying discounted older models or even used. Not to mention the watch he was wearing, which at a glance was not cheap. It's hard to say exactly how expensive. The guide is also only experienced in recognizing people. It's not like it's an AI electronic eye that can see through the price of an item at once. This gentleman, is he here to pick out costumes for your sisters? Subconsciously, the guide also took the Wan sisters as Subai's sisters. After all, Subai was a tall, hard-boiled handsome man who looked a bit more mature than he actually was, while the Wan sisters were pure legitimate lowly style. Before Subai could say anything, Wan Xin grabbed the lead and said, "Yes, brother is going to help us pick yoga pants that have a soft texture and feel good." With a look of pure cuteness, she leaned on Subai's arm to give him benefits. The guide didn't think much about it, or even, didn't understand the deep meaning of feel good. After a little thought, he spoke. "If you're looking for the ultimate in feel, I recommend this year's new product, the Glow Up series, inspired by diving suits. It is made of smooth, high-stretch fabric with a wraparound feel in the core area, and the legs are designed with a laser cut design to reduce strangulation, and a matte texture for a more premium look, balancing support and comfort." The guide led the three to the samples and introduced them, not forgetting to warn, because it's new, it's overpriced. One costs $1.200. It's okay, price is not a problem, as long as you guys like it. Subai rubbed the two sisters' heads, somewhat doting on them. The two sisters didn't dodge and were very happy to do so. Wan Xinhua even took the initiative to rub her face against Subai's hand and secretly touched Subai's palm with her tongue. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. This girl seems to be a real hidden. Go to the fitting room. A few rounds of fittings later, Su White was pleased with how the yoga pants looked on her. It's worthy of being an online brand, and although many people think the premium for this stuff is too high, a well-built sister wearing it does burn ah. As for the effect on the hands, Subai also shallowly tried it on Wan Xin. Not bad. There are also matching sports tops, hoodies and sports underwear here. Try them all. Subai thought for a moment. Right, try the other series of yoga pants as well. Just now when you guys were changing, the guide recommended the Align series and Instill series, which correspond to the preference for extreme nudity, as well as shaping and silky feeling respectively. Do we have to try so many? Actually I think it's fine to buy one. Wan Xin said. Well, it doesn't cost brother too much money. Even Wan Xinhua opened her mouth to state her position. It's not that they are playing with tea, it's that they want to establish a long-term relationship with Subai, and they don't want to get too much out of it, or else they won't appear to be greedy and insatiable. However, they had clearly underestimated Subai's spending power, only to see Subai blandly say, "It's not easy to come a few times, it's only good to buy a few more pieces. This is my request. You guys can't say anything." Since the Golden Master insisted, the two sisters had to listen, watching them try on one set after another. A few girls in the store have shown envious expressions, and their companions whispered to each other, "Their brothers are so nice, they really spend money." Not really, I think we might just end up picking one or two that work the best. We can't really buy them all, alas. In fact, I also want the new model, but the old model plus the membership discount as long as more than $700. Cheaper than the new model, almost $500. $500 are enough to eat at school for half a month. There is no shortage of poor students among these Lululemon shopping girls. Some of it is from living expenses for months on end, taking a little bit out of each month to save up for a basic pair of yoga pants. After buying it, it's definitely time to go back to the dorm and take a few whole beautiful selfies, post them to your friends and small sweet potatoes, and receive bragging rights from your buddies, only to hear Subai being so loud and saying that he would buy whatever he liked. Inevitably, a sour feeling welled up in his chest, repeatedly in my mind. It's fake. It must be pretending. Until the Vanguard Sisters fitting session was over, Subai paid a whole lot in one breath. Various seasonal limited and co-branded models. It even includes yoga mats, sports water bottles, gym bags. Total price is over $10,000. Without batting an eye, you swipe the code to pay. Mama, that's too generous. Where did you get that rich little brother from? No, the little brother is handsome and can dress up, and the word dirt does not have anything to do with it. This is the dream of female college students in the rich family rich young man. The onlookers are really sour. The person in question, Wan Xinyan, was also opening her small, good-looking cherry lips with a look of being shocked. Brother Subai, how outrageous. The most outrageous than the yoga mat. That thing Wan Xinyan simply did not consider. Even if you want to buy a yoga store, but also certainly will not buy Lululemon brand. After all, yoga mats this kind of thing. Taba to buy cheap. Branded goods dead expensive. Instead, Su White said that it was convenient for them to come all the way to the dorm room to exercise and stretch. Ding! S-class goddesses Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue spent 12 renminbi, 118 at Lululemon Indulgence, triggering 10x cashback and rewarding cash plus 12 renminbi, 180. Now, seeing the 100,000 level of cashback in the system, Subai was numb. In his bank account, the deposits had surpassed $70 million, $100,000. Indeed, is chump change. But looking at the system prompts ding 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 popping out. Still feel, this sound is so crisp and pleasant. You can earn money by pretending, and you can experience the happy and adoring eyes of the beautiful twins. Then again, this freshman little sister is just easy to satisfy. Think of it another way, if it's the kind of beautiful woman who has entered society and caught the habits of socialites, spend over 10,000 to buy someone a bag. Maybe she doesn't think it's classy enough. Yen, don't daze for now. Come over and fill out the address. Subai greeted at the cash register. Ni, what's wrong? Why did you fill in the address? Wan Xin came back to her senses. Fill in the address of your dormitory and let the store find a time to deliver directly to your door. Subai explained. There's quite a lot of stuff, and it saves you guys the trouble of carrying it back. Yes, brother, you're so thoughtful. Wan Xinyan jumped up excitedly, hooked Subai's neck, and stood on her tiptoes vigorously before she managed to kiss the side of his face. LOL, can't help it, the height difference is so cute. It all has to be 30 centimeters. Wan Xinyan filled in the address with great interest, her hand a little trembling, when she thought about how that huge pile of clothes delivered to her dorm room would make her roommates envious. Wan Xin couldn't help but hum softly. Chapter 73, Beauty is not a scarce resource, but rich people are. Looking at Wan Xinyan's excited appearance, the corner of Subai's mouth hooked into a smile. It was the same situation as he expected. For this gift that Subai bought for them, Wan Xin did not resist taking the opportunity to make a wave of vanity. People are vain, not to mention the atmosphere in the girls' dormitory at the Art Institute. Girls who study art will be more precocious than the relatively simple and wooden straight girls of science and technology. In fact, Subai had spent just over 10,000, and even if he didn't consider the cashback, with his assets, it was still on the scale of a sprinkle. But the Vanguard sisters had an interesting reaction. When Subai said that he was going to have the store send someone to deliver the things to the dormitory, Wan Xinyan's mood fluctuated significantly. In other words, she's more of a show-off than the value of the item itself. Looking at her joyful reaction, Subai felt quite amused, waiting until everything was arranged. Only then did Subai look down and said to Wan Xinyan, after we're done buying things, why don't we drive you guys out for a drive later? I remember that to the north of this mall, there is a road along the riverside embankment that is sparsely populated, and there is a lot of open space for camping and walking. Yeah, we've always been interested in that side too, but it's too far to visit without a car. Indeed, the range of activities does expand a lot if you have a car. Subai couldn't help but lament. This was indeed the case. Before owning a Mercedes-Benz GLE, Subai didn't even bother to run off campus. Squeezing the subway is kind of a pain in the ass, too. What's even more troublesome is that many times the target location is far away from the nearest subway station, and it takes a long time to pedal a shared bike. Wan Xinyan suddenly remembered something and suddenly asked, by the way, for the Mid-Autumn Festival tour, does Brother Subai also plan to take us out in this car? Yeah, right. What's up? Nothing, just curious to ask. This car is indeed very spacious, suitable for self-driving. Subai laughed. I think the maiden is also quite suitable for self-driving. I don't want to sit in Shwetao's car. I don't want to sit in Shwetao's car. Oops, by the way, when the time comes, my sister and I are sitting in your car. Can we? We'll just reserve a spot first. La, don't worry. We won't sit in your car for nothing. We'll surely take care of brother Subai comfortably. Wan Xinyan's ambiguous tone was heavily suggestive. She felt that hooking up with Subai today was going well. So you should be eligible to sit in Subai's car during the mid-autumn tour, right? She didn't want to be assigned to the top of the maiden at the end of the day, listening to Shwetao's greasy and boring blind pussyfooting around. This is a good question. Subai thought about it. There are 4 men and 4 women in the traveling party, an average of 4 people a car, but this is only a theoretical distribution. In fact, the Mercedes-Benz GLE has a back row that's perfectly fine for 3 girls, and it's not like there are any in the outing party that need to press F to get in. One more on the passenger side. Directly the 4 girls are sitting on Subai's side. As for the feasibility of this plan, Chen Yuxing was definitely following Subai. This girl was currently sleeping soundly like mud in the JW Marriott Hotel, and had just completed 13 consecutive episodes of the anime, so it was expected to be sticky by then. The remaining one, Jiang Qiuye, Su White knows it well, too. After all, they are childhood friends. With all the other girls acting in unison, there was no way Kong Qiuye would have gone to the maiden alone and stayed with 3 other strange males. Plan pass. So Subai agreed. Okay, then when the time comes, you and your sister will ride in the back seat together. Copy that. Wan Xinyan saluted mischievously. She knowingly didn't ask who was reserved for the co-pilot. Obviously it's Chen Yuxing, right? I heard many of my classmates say that recently Subai and Chen Yuxing, who have a hot relationship, often play games together. To say that there was no catnip between the two, Wan Xinyan couldn't be sure before, but after feeling Subai's financial power up close, she was certain that Chen Yuxing definitely had thoughts about Subai as well. Even, both sides may have secretly harmed each other without blindly guessing. Guessing won't help. The most important thing now is to repay Subai's favor of buying them clothes. Although Wan Xinyan had already given Subai a hand in the fitting room, but that was obviously not enough, right? Wan Xinyan admonished herself to correct her attitude of service, and not to treat Fu as a little cutie. When she was mixing small sweet potatoes, she came in contact with so many salvage women and listened to their stories. It's about all because they were young and uninformed, and obviously had met rich brothers who treated them well, but they were insatiable and overzealous and behaved badly. Then it was screened by Fu. When girls are young they are favored by society because of their beauty and think highly of themselves, but they don't realize that beauty is not a scarce resource until they are old and gray. There will always be an influx of beautiful 18-year-old girls, while it's getting harder and harder to be rich, and some rich buddies, to be honest, can't really get off on it, even if they're set on the gold-digging doctrine. On the contrary, Subai was a very rare kind, seducing him without any discomfort at all, and even, it would make the girl pleasurable from the bottom of her heart. In popular online parlance, it's a physical favorite. So, when Wan Xin heard Subai was going to drive them to a place off the beaten path for a drive, she was instantly ready. We must seize this opportunity to let Subai experience the beauty of twins. Just as Subai was holding the Wan sisters in the elevator and heading to the underground garage of the mall, on the other side of the same floor of the mall, Lu Yuan gazed at the trio's backs, dumbfounded. My goodness, what do I see? Subai surprisingly held the Wan sisters from the art academy as they went shopping. No way. Really? He recently, obviously in Chen Yuxing is not clear. Right, and the result is that he is still so close to the Wan family sisters. Is this, presumably, considered cheating? It would be fine if it was just flirting with multiple girls at the same time. The reason that really shocked Lu Yuan was that last night, Chen Yuxing did not return to the dormitory. This was the first time since the beginning of the school year that Chen Yuxing had stayed out at night. Last night Lu Yuan's gossip heart is simply burning. Pulling the roommate Jiang Qiuxing discussed half a day, but also did not discuss a brow. As for why they didn't discuss it with their best friend, Chuja dear, because Chujalu didn't come back either. This one didn't surprise Lu Yuan. After all, Sister Zhou's boyfriend was so good to her. It wasn't surprising that the relationship was heating up quickly and fast-forwarding to a roll in the hay. But Chen Yuxing was really strange. Lu Yuan also asked her boyfriend, Shui Tao, and learned that Subai hadn't returned to the dormitory either. A terrible conjecture arose at once. Shouldn't it be, Subai and Chen Yuxing went out to get a room? It was really hard to imagine that Chen Yuxing, such a high and cold schoolgirl, the type that soaked in the lab every day, would actually go out to a room with a boy. But if it was Subai, it seemed, well, not surprising. After all, Subai was handsome and had a good body. Chen Yuxing's choice of Subai is actually a relatively common thing in college. Not all female college students, in relationships, are in it for the money. a large part of it still depends on the face. It is also known as the longing to marry love. Seriously, Lu Yuanyuan thought that was pretty silly. Subai's family was penniless, and Chen Yuxing's family didn't seem to be in great shape either. So these two became a pair and were bound to face countless difficulties in the future. Chapter 74. Is Subai really from an ordinary family? As the saying goes, a poor wife is a poor wife. Idealized love during student days is hit hard by reality after graduation. Originally loving parties to produce all kinds of conflicts, and even one of them because of dissatisfaction with the status quo and cheating. Something like that. Too much. Lu Yuanyuan realized this early and soberly. If you can't find a particularly good match during college, it's actually not bad to end up with Xuetao. At least Xuetao has 4 suites and a maiden. So if you marry him, you don't need to think about any mortgage or car loan. But Su White is so much more problematic. Not only is his family in dire straits, but he's not the type to work particularly hard himself. Obviously studying the hottest major right now, computer science. Instead, they lie around in their dorms all day moping around. On the contrary, Chen Yusheng, every day soaked the laboratory. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. With such an upwardly mobile Chen Yusheng paired with such an indulgent and degenerate Subai, it's only a matter of time before something goes wrong. Last night's Yuanyuan Lu judged so. However, the scene she saw today completely refreshed Lu Yuanyuan's perception. Not just because Subai was holding the wannabe sister's hands, but also because, as Lu Yuanyuan saw with her own eyes, Subai bought them a ton of stuff at Lilielman's store. Yes, in fact, a few minutes ago, Lu Yuanyuan had spotted the trio, and out of curiosity, hid in the shadows and watched them for quite some time. The more I look at it, the stranger it gets. Wasn't it said that Subai's family was an ordinary working-class family that gave him only $12,000 a month for living expenses? How can you still bring your girl to Lululemon for a shopping spree? Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. As she watched the three walk into the elevator, Lu Yuanyuan inexplicably began to get anxious. She realized that she seemed to have touched some sort of truth. Yet the face of the truth was not yet clear enough. This feeling of scratching an itch through the boots really made Lu Yuanyuan uncomfortable all over. It's too much for girls who like to gossip. Read about it. Lu Yuanyuan hurriedly took out her cell phone and contacted Xuetao by private message. Hope, is Subai really just an ordinary family? Are you sure? Xue Jitao? Panda man emoticon. Xue Jitao, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Xue Jitao, by the way Hope, why didn't you reply to my messages last night? What did you do last night? Xue Jitao, picks nose. Yuan, nothing. I was too tired from class yesterday and fell asleep in the dormitory. Last night, he was busy gossiping about Chen Yuxing with Jiang Qiuzheng, so he didn't have time to pay attention to Xuetao. At that time, after asking Xuetao and determining that Subai didn't return to his dorm room, Lu Yuanyuan didn't bother with him. It's mainly this Xuetao guy who's been annoying as hell lately. Always words that hinted that it was time for their relationship to move forward. Lu Yuanyuan thinks the most shrimp head of the man who is anxious to color. To the vast majority of girls, being pushy is a terrible attribute for men, and perhaps subconsciously it means that they crave women. And the psychological mechanism for women is, the more you crave, the more I see myself. But then again, nowadays Lu Yuanyuan was anxious to inquire with Xuetao about the information about Subai, and felt at once that a slight advancement of the relationship should be able to help pull out a little something of value from Xuetao's dog's mouth. Well, line it up. The two haven't officially held hands yet. It's okay to let him hold hands once in a while, right? Yuan, I'd like to eat the small fry on the second floor of the third cafeteria for lunch. Yuan, after dinner. We'll go for a walk at the small west gate. Smile. Xue Jitao, no problem. It's on me. Xue Jitao, popular emoticon of unknown meaning. In class, Xuetao suddenly clenched his fist with one hand and was very excited. No sound came out, but it was as if they were already cheering and celebrating. What's up locals? Your dad James scored again? Shumingjer glanced at him and teased. He. Xuetao said smugly. Yuan took the initiative to invite me to buy her lunch at noon. See, this is the benefit of having a girlfriend. Not buddy. What kind of favor is this? Shumingjer is difficult to strain. Women can spend your money to return cash or what? What is there to be happy about? Have money that is not to spend. Besides, nowadays the girls, to fall in love which have their own money, can give them to spend money is my strength. Xuetao had a look of entitlement on his face. Mostly, there are walking sessions after dinner, and it's the grassy, secluded little Westgate pedestrian trail. The implication is pretty obvious, isn't it? Xuetao thought that he could try to hold Lu Yuanyuan's small hand experimentally. At the thought of being able to touch a girl's soft little hands, Xuetao's entire body trembled slightly in anticipation. It's not even out of the question to touch something else a little more. LOL. Zito's parents were pretty strict in his high school years. From mannerisms to pocket money, it's strictly controlled. The purpose is to keep him focused on his studies. He was also given a senior one-on-one tutor at great expense. Shuetao also lived up to the expectations of the dead study. Finally was admitted to the local best Jiangcheng University. So when I went to college, I had money in hand and a car to drive, and I was suddenly prodigal. When he was in middle school, his parents strictly forbade him to fall in love early. It's safe to say that Dazzle has been repressed for a long time. Now that the repression had finally been released, Shuetao felt that the pinnacle of his life was coming. Third cafeteria, second floor. The price of a small fry is slightly extravagant for students, so the place is usually not crowded. Shuetao specially found a larger table, but in the end the only person who actually came was Lu Yuan. With the 3 men, that's only 4. It just seems a little empty. Where are your housemates? Why aren't any of them here? Shuetao's first words at the meeting gave Lu Yuan a whole speechless. No dude, where's your emotional intelligence? Hoping to invite me to dinner is just thinking about my roommate, is it? Alas, Lu Yuan also knows that she and the 3 goddesses roommate comparison. It is really too bleak, which is also the sensitive point of her heart since she has been studying in Jiangcheng University for a year. As a result, Shuetao was stranded here stepping on mines like crazy. They all have their own things to do. What? It's sad that you can't see your girlfriend's roommate, isn't it? Lu Yuan said sarcastically. Ha ha ha, not really sad, mainly because there are many people lively. Ordering food can also be a variety of rich. Wang Haoran, what are you doing? Shuetao then realized that during the time he was exchanging pleasantries with Lu Yuan, Wang Haoran had already silently brought a pot of boiled beef and a serving of fried squid. Both of these are considered the more expensive dishes on the second floor. Wang Haoran calmly said, "Oh, I see that there are freshly made ones over there. So I ordered them, and both of them are thievingly delicious. Yummy is yummy, but, forget it." Shuetao was about to say something about the price of food, but then choked on his words, which did not match his usual self-image as a well-off local. But in reality, he had already bottomed out on his pocket money this month because he had been treating Lu Yuan to food and drinks since military training. When it's time for a mid-autumn trip, you can use this as another excuse to ask your parents for a grant, but for those 2 or 3 days in between, spending money has to be kept in check. Alright, you love to eat is fine, it's rare to treat the guys to a meal. Shuetao muttered in dissatisfaction. Unexpectedly, Wang Haoran shook his head and said, "No need. I'll pay for these 2 dishes plus 4 bowls of rice. You guys can order again if you still want to eat anything else." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Shuetao, who had a complicated look on his face, and lowered his head to concentrate on his cell phone. Chapter 75, Follow Brother Bye. You'll have meat to eat. Wang Haoran is usually in the dormitory and tries not to take advantage of the locals and Shanghai masters. These 2 look very posh, but in reality, stingy as hell. So this meal, Wang Haoran took the initiative to buy 2 large dishes, so that you do not have to listen to the locals and Shanghai master blind pussy. Well, in fact, the main thing is that Shuetao likes to compare. Chu Mingzhi generally mouth will not count the money aspect. He will attack from other angles. For example, oops, this dish is so spicy. It must be to cover up the nature of the ingredients are not fresh. Unlike the a la Hanpo cuisine, which is about freshness and sweetness, is the most noble and authentic way to eat, it's probably that theory. Wang Haoran had eaten with Chu Mingzhi many times since the beginning of the school year, and his ears were calloused. Having said that, in fact, Wang Haoran's meal was not spent on his own money. When Subai went back to school 2 days ago, he charged 5,000 to his meal card, said it was a paycheck advance on behalf of the liver. Originally, Wang Haoran did not want it. After all, there is an excellent account to play. Already very happy, there is no need to manage the brother to ask for money. But Subai said that in the future, he is going to set up an online game studio, just as a small business to practice, and wants Wang Haoran to be the studio boss and manage things for him. If you are willing to do it, then you have to get used to getting a salary from me, which is equivalent to me supporting you to start your own business, and you can usually idle to collect information about online game studios first. Of course, if you're not interested in this, I'll find someone else. Subai's very sincere words resonated strongly with Wang Haoran. Immediately said, "We will follow Brother Bai. Although computer science majors, there is a chance to get a high salary in the internet industry, but that is also a very high intensity of work in exchange, but also to participate in the fierce competition. What with the high salaries in the big factories, it's essentially just senior cowboys and horses, and it's exhausting. It's not as comfortable as following Brother Bai and being a small boss. As for the idea that some people will think that online game studios are low-end and big companies work high-end, it's all about earning money, reasonably and legally. There's no such thing as high-end or low-end." Wang Haoran didn't have that kind of pedantic thoughts of a bookworm. Just blow off some steam at the job fair. It's okay to lie to your buddies, don't lie to yourself. Don't look at Wang Haoran's shy character. In fact, a lot of things to see the door. So, now Wang Haoren was already equivalent to being Subai's partner. Eat a cafeteria second floor. Certainly no need to buckle down and search. However, Xuetao knew nothing about this and could not help but mutter darkly. This Wang Haoren is also out of place. Usually poorer than Subai. How come he's suddenly willing to spend money on a big meal? Lu Yuanyuan also looked at Wang Haoren with some surprise, but did not dwell on it for too long. After organizing his thoughts, he spoke. Where's Subai? Why does it feel like he's been busy lately? Is he working outside of school? I don't know. This kid has recently seen the dragon and not seen the tail. I don't know what he is doing. I heard that he has made a small fortune. Maybe he won the lottery, and his cell phone and computer have all been replaced with apples. Zitao spat casually. Winning the lottery. At those words, Lu Yuanyuan could not help but twitch the corners of her mouth. So that's how it was? No wonder Subai was acting like a thug and buying for the Wan sisters. It was assumed that the twins were also here to pull Subai's wool over his eyes. In that case, there's nothing to worry about. Lu Yuanyuan was actually afraid of that kind of thing happening. Subai, who was actually very rich, just usually kept a low profile. That would make her look like a clown. After all, she liked Subai's appearance but chose Xuetao because of her financial situation. Well, it seemed she was overthinking it. At once Lu Yuanyuan's mood relaxed a lot, and she feasted on several colorful dishes on the table. Soon, lunch is over. Just when Xuetao thought that he was going to enter the exciting little Westgate walk session, Lu Yuanyuan suddenly covered her stomach and showed a pained expression. What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Xuetao hurriedly said with concern. It's probably a bad meal. Is it serious? A walk shouldn't be a problem. Maybe a walk will help. Lu Yuanyuan is going to spit blood. I had thought that if I acted out a stomach ache, I would be able to get away with it and go straight back to my dorm room. I've already gotten the information I wanted, and there's no need to go to Little Westgate with Xuetao to hold hands. That kind of thing makes me feel resistant just thinking about it. Being held by the hand of such an ugly and mentally challenged boy. It's a real shame to run into another high school friend or someone you know from the student government department along the way. You know, between girls, there's a lot of climbing on boyfriends. The climb here is basically going to be about face value. When you find a handsome boyfriend, you are sure to send your friend's circle to show your love every day. But if it's a guy like Xuetao, no matter how rich he is, girls won't be happy to have him out in their social circle. There's no way to save face. Anyway, Lu Yuanyuan never posted a friend's circle with Xuetao in it, nor did he take him to meet any important friends. Who knew that Xuetao would be so unorthodox, and talk about walking the walk? Yuck. If not for the money, this kind of man Lu Yuanyuan absolutely, on the spot to break up. Locals, you almost got it. People are not feeling well and you still pull them out to play. Is there any point of gentlemanly quality? Xu Mingzhi said. No, she invited me to hang out okay? I'm all set here. I'm sorry Xuetao. I do have a hard time. I just want to go back to my dormitory and rest. I'll stay with you some other day, okay? Saying this, Lu Yuanyuan smiled bitterly and reached out to shake Xuetao's hand. Make a weak and pitiful face. Xuetao's fire died down. Instant face change. It was even very sweet to offer to send Lu Yuanyuan back to her dorm room. Of course it was rebuffed by Lu Yuanyuan. Looking at the figure of his girlfriend leaving alone, Xuetao was filled with intoxication and said, what an independent and strong girl. Pust. Wang Haoren finally failed to hold back and burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Xuetao frowned. It's fine. Just saw what tour joke about numerical inflation. Wang Haoren tried to strain his face to make a calm appearance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You kid. All you do is focus on some second tour, some VTB all day, and I see it's a lifetime away. Ha ha. Wang Haoren smiled and didn't say anything. Inside, he was spitting mad. Maybe he was a severe jade sufferer in his past life. He guessed. Why else would God have assigned him such two godly housemates in this life? Presumably for the purpose of making him laugh and making up for all the smiles he lacked in his last life? Wang Haoren thought to himself that it was already very simple Xiao Chunan. But, it was still easy to see that Lu Yuanyuan was full of dislike for Xuetao. And he could vaguely see that this Lu Yuanyuan seemed to like Subai, because every time she and Subai were both present, Lu Yuanyuan was peeking at Subai with averted eyes or a slight blush. Xuetao even thought that Lu Yuanyuan blushed because she was shocked by his domineering aura, and she didn't know where the confidence came from. But Subai never seemed to care about Lu Yuanyuan. Also, people white brother is to pick up Chen Yushin kind of level. How can look at Lu Yuanyuan? Chapter 76, One Family Sisters and Subai exchange music. The other side. Subai drove his car with the two twin beauties and came to the riverside embankment. The outdoors are still pretty nice in the river city in the fall. The weather is cooling down and it's not too hot to stay outside. Subai held the two sisters and walked along the path on the grass, listening to Wan Xinyan tell interesting stories that happened in the art academy. I have to say, Even at the same university, life is vastly different for different majors. For example, if they study broadcasting, they have to get up in the morning and practice their voices. If you learn to dance, you have to keep your weight under strict control. The dance faculty is said to have given the students a death warrant. No one is allowed to get fat on this Mid-Autumn and National Day holiday. When they returned, the teachers set up a scale directly in the girls' dormitory and weighed them one by one. Those who do not pass the test will not be allowed in the dormitory. Subai felt that compared to a dance student, the life of a regular major could be considered depraved. After all, the overall style of Jiangcheng University is just a bit more relaxed, encouraging students to develop freely. It is entirely up to the student to decide what they want to do each day if it is not a requirement of their major. Many people actually lack this ability. Subai didn't think he was all that great, but at least, when he enrolled in school, he sought out some of his older siblings to learn from them. Every day, in addition to classes, in the dormitory room in accordance with the plan to self-study some courses, learn a little something useful first, wait until the second half of next year's semester, and try to see if any labs will take him on as a handyman. Further down the road is learning about internships, submitting resumes, and vacation internships. It is natural for children from ordinary families to put in more effort to get better jobs. Of course, after the Indulgent Divine Hero system was bound, all of these plans were overturned. Our broadcasting hosting major is actually very idle. When Brother Subai wants to come out to play and needs someone to accompany him, he can look for us all. Wan Xin hugged Subai's arm and bounced around. Well, my sister and I are always free. Wan Xinyue wasn't shy either, sticking up very closely. Feeling the softness coming from both arms at the same time, Subai's mind moved, and that vigorous longing in his body surged up. Since taking down Zhou Jialu and Chen Yusheng, it was as if some hidden restriction had been unlocked. Subai felt that his need in that area had steeply increased several times, and the demand is for real interaction, which is already far beyond what Xiao Chunan can satisfy with a sermon in his dorm room. It's been quite a long walk and I'm a bit tired. Let's go back to the car for a while. Yeah. Wan Xinyan answered with a full mouth, leaping for joy. The unusual emotion she could see in Subai's eyes meant that it was time to show their strengths as twins. This was what Wan Xin had promised Subai in the locker room. The Mercedes-Benz GLE was parked in the shade of a hidden tree. The riverside embankment, which was already off the beaten track, was an even safer location. Together with the anti-peep film affixed to the window glass, you can't even see inside from the outside. Even so, the outdoor scene still made the unpracticed Wan sisters a little nervous. Lights. Subai unlocked the car, pulled open the door at the back, advanced himself, sat down in the center of the back row, and then reached out to greet them. The two girls instantly understood and got in from the left and back sides, closing the doors. The doors are locked. A small, claustrophobic space, cut off from the fall sun. Wan Xin was even shy for a moment, meeting Subai's undisguised admiring gaze, somewhat at a loss for words. It was her dream to get married to a rich man and change her fate for a living, but when it came down to it, the inexperienced Wan Xinyan was still stuck in a rut. It's a good thing my sister is mobile enough. Only Wan Xinyue spoke. Brother Subai, can you hug me while letting me try your packs? Sure, come on over. Thank you brother. Wan Xinyue responded obediently, her petite body burrowing into the crook of Subai's arm, staying close to him, rubbing and rubbing like a small animal, the side of his face leaning against Subai's chest, his small hands exploring curiously. Brother Subai's body makes one feel so secure. Wan Xinyue's panting became irregular, raising her small face. Her eyes were already hazy with watery waves. She locked eyes with Subai for a moment and closed her eyes in a demanding kiss. Subai immediately wrapped his arms around her and lowered his head to kiss. It was a very different feeling than if I had experienced girls before. It wasn't very descriptive as to what exactly the difference was. It was a much more youthful feeling all in all. Is that what a giant loli tastes like? Gradually, Subai was immersed in enjoyment. Yet the enjoyment doesn't stop there. After a long time, Subai leaned back on the leather seat of the car and took out a can of ice coke from the car refrigerator. Gollum, cool, Mr. Su, are you still satisfied? Wan Xin asked with a smile as she imitated the accent from an ancient style drama. Satisfied, very satisfied, Subai praised from the bottom of his heart. After this battle, he was considered to fully understand why the Wan family sisters were so confident. They are very different, and take full advantage of their specialties when they talk about music and art with Subai. Music, for example, is responsible for different voices. The broadcasting and hosting programs are actually highly compatible with music theory, and they even have a music class inside their required courses. Previously, Subai didn't know much about Wan Xinyue, but after today's exchanges, Subai realized that this quiet girl also had unique insights into music. It was just that she was good at different styles and rhythms than Wan Xinyan. To summarize, the effective cultivation is fully achieved. For Subai, an engineering man, it was a completely different experience. The flames in his body were so aroused that it was hard to contain them, and Subai wanted to talk more freely about art. Since I've never touched a man, I was rather raw the first time, so I almost did something about the maneuver alone. But because the pattern itself was rare, Subai still got excellent enjoyment out of it. Even Unicorn popped 2 indulgence rewards in a row. It was enough to prove that Subai's heart recognized the Wan family sisters. It means that we are qualified to accompany brother Subai for a long time, right? Wan Xin pursued, kneeling down and sitting beside Subai, resting her chin on Subai's shoulder and blowing gently towards his ear. It was fluffy and ticklish and tantalizing. Well, passed the preliminary exam, so when's the retest? A couple days of traveling chanting, and if you guys do well, there's a reward. Subai pinched their little faces and gave a pie. To be honest, the pie drawing man is also the type of contemporary Jime people hate. The problem is that Subai, this guy, is very rich. Even if he draws 100% of the pie to cash 10 points. But also the 2 poor sisters cannot be expected to wealth. Wan Xin immediately patted her material breasts and assured, "Don't worry brother Subai, I'm sure to satisfy you when the time comes." He. Enjoying the afterglow of music appreciation, Subai finished his iced coke and leisurely opened the system interface to check the 2 indulgence rewards that had just popped up. Chapter 77. The meaning of famous wine? Nothing, simply wanting to drink it. Ding. Detected that the host Sama was extremely pleasurable in enjoying the symphony. What an indulgence! Rewarded with cash plus $5 million. According to Subai's mapping of the system's mechanism, the amount of cash rewards is positively correlated with the degree of indulgence. That is, the more outrageous the deed, the greater the reward. Luckily, this unicorn is bound to a righteous person like Subai, who has a sense of decency and moderation. And if it is given to the kind of people who have no limits, such as Sun Xiaochuan, it is really unthinkable. And I am afraid that it will not be the richest person in the world in a minute. In other words, Subai is also indirectly maintaining world peace. Ding. Detected that the host adult almost dirted the roof of the Mercedes GLE. Fortunately, by the resourceful Wan Xinyan caught it with her hand. Really unlike it. Rewarded a bottle of collector's model Bertus red wine, auction price 210,000 yuan. The host can go to the designated Western restaurant to collect it. Subai couldn't help but look up at the roof of the car and then down at himself. That said, if the elevation angle was higher, with Subai's current physical quality and special attribute points, he did have the capital to dirty the roof of the car. Just now, he was so focused on enjoying himself that he didn't care about Wan Xinyan's witty maneuver. Now that I think about it, it seems like I did wipe my hands with paper towels and wipes for quite a while. I'll take you guys out for something nice for lunch. Hungry? Well, it is a bit. Wan Xin nodded her head and touched her flat stomach. It's shopping and the symphony again. It was nearing noon, and I was indeed hungry. So Subai returned to the driver's seat, started the car, and headed to the restaurant labeled by the system where he could pick up the collector's model red wine. Subai checked on the internet. Usually, even if it is a very high-end red wine brand, $2 to $3 million can buy good goods. Rich people get together, unless the need to pose poker face pretentious occasions. Usually drink yourself. Open a bottle of several $1,000s of red wine. Has been very comfortable. A $211,000 bottle of wine is presumably of high collector's value, which is why it can reach such an exaggerated price. Doesn't matter. Anti-corrective Tuzi brother gives it a go. I'll just drink it. It was a good time to bring the Wan sisters and show them the ropes as well. Subai realized that he actually also likes to pretend in front of pretty girls. This kind of thing everyone loves. There is just a degree of distinction. Moreover, the Wan sisters had already displayed a mindset of wanting to progress, and if they were characters who viewed money as dirt and were not interested in Subai's money, Subai would naturally not bother to show it. In Subai's opinion, it's all a mutual thing. You provide me with what I want, and I'll give you glory. Le Mans Jamin French Western Restaurant. The manager answered the phone, followed by a look of surprise and solemnity on his face. Putting down the phone, he rushed to the lounge and ordered towards the waiter. Get ready. There's a big guy coming later to drive that collector's Bertus. The reserve Bertus? The waiter's eyes lit up. Is that the one you just got from the auction last week? The 210,000? That's right. Prepare it with all your heart. Make a whole lot of ceremonies. Don't let people's rich brother think that we have no license in this restaurant. Both the manager and the waiter were a little excited. After all, this price point of the famous wine is not something that can be opened often, or in Jiangcheng, cannot be touched twice a year. Of course you want to catch a glimpse of the famous scene. Even a few of the women among the waitresses have begun to fantasize about the Mr. Su who owns this wine. What kind of man he will be. Must be a stoic middle-aged guy, like one of those successful businessmen on TV. No, 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 it's supposed to be a rich, sassy man. Harm, I think you guys are overthinking it. We're in this part of Jiangchang. The one who spends money so lavishly must be an old man who's halfway into the ground. After all, the money can't be spent or taken away. Ha ha ha, kinda. The last waitress made a statement that amused the group. Seriously, the speech was a bit vicious, but it made sense. After spending a lot of time in high-end Western restaurants and seeing all kinds of the kind of customers who don't take money for granted are either old men or rich X generation. When you're young, you're wild. When you're old, you go back to basics. You don't care much about value for money. You simply throw your money away for your own pleasure. Instead, middle-aged people are the most calculating. As for why the old man and not the rich kid owns the bottle, the reason is simple. It's too expensive. As a result, by the time Subai arrived at the scene hand in hand with the Wan sisters and met with the waiters who had prepared the wine opening ceremony, the latter were dumbfounded. No, man, you've only just graduated from high school, haven't you? Also too young. He's so handsome. Oh, in the back row, a waitress couldn't help but mingle with her little sister next to her. After Zhou Jialu's careful image design, Subai's face value had indeed been significantly strengthened. Once upon a time it was just a little handsome, and the occasional girl on the road looked twice. Now it's the well-groomed hairstyle and the outfit that adds to the aristocratic look. Walking down the street turns heads, appearing in a Western restaurant where decent customers predominate. All handsome and outstanding. No small talk. Get ready to start. The manager glared back and cleared his throat, signaling the employees to be quiet. Then he turned to Subai with a smile on his face. Mr. Su, we have carefully prepared the opening ceremony for you. May I ask if we will open the wine first, or order the food first? Let's order first. There's no rush to open the wine or anything. Okay, here's our seasonal menu for your perusal. The Vanguard sisters were extremely uncomfortable looking at a bunch of suits serving at the table. They've never had this kind of service before. In the past, in my hometown, I used to just eat at roadside stalls, not to mention the service, and I had to go to the back kitchen window and serve the food myself, though it did taste good too as all. Brother Subai, why are there so many people serving us? If every private room is arranged with these, the manpower must not be enough, right? Wan Xinyan asked as she approached Subai's ear. Subai smiled and explained, because the bottle of wine that is about to be opened is a little expensive. How expensive? Subai didn't answer and looked at the manager who was serving on the side. The manager is very emotional to pick up the stump. Ms. Hello, this limited edition collection of Bertus red wine, produced in France, the right bank of Bordeaux's top wineries. Because of the special year plus a commemorative version of the current regular market is not in circulation. Only by chance through the auction can get. The auction price of this bottle is 210,000 yuan. 211,000? Wan Xinyan exclaimed in shock. Then realizing her outburst, she covered her small mouth with both hands. The eyes that looked at Subai were filled with the shock of having 3 views refreshed. Wow, brother Subai, isn't today a special monumental day for you? Why did you open such an expensive wine? This line of thought is par for the course for Wan Xinyan. In her worldview, those big bosses in real estate in her old city, opening a bottle of tens of thousands of dollars in a nightclub was considered a big deal. As a result, this Subai, which is 20 times more expensive in comparison, must have a special reason, right? Subai, however, shook his head and said, there's no special reason. It's just that I'm in a good mood today and want to drink fine wine. Chapter 78, Subai, who is passionate about red wine. News from Shangshang. This statement was made. Even the manager of the Western restaurant, who had often seen rich people pretending to be rich, felt a strong pussy aura. The problem was that Subai said this in a lighthearted and very natural manner. After all, one has already lived a life of luxury where no matter how indulgent one may be, the unicorn pays the bill. It has developed the air of what a top tycoon should be, so it's really okay for him to say that. No greasy feeling at all. In the eyes of young girls, it is even more attractive. Girls love this kind of spontaneous and easygoing guy. So, let's get started with our special corkage ceremony, the manager announced. Wan Xinyan subconsciously moved her lips, trying to stop the opening of the wine. After all, how nice to have such an expensive red wine for your collection. However, on second thought, she thought no, it was Subai's property. Whether to use it to drink or to collect it was entirely up to Subai, and she did not have the right to ask about it. Forget it, take this opportunity to dip into Subai's light and taste what top-quality red wine would taste like. Wan Xinyan, as a person, always has reason prevailed and rarely uses emotions to make decisions. It may seem a little cold, yet for people from the bottom of the barrel, there isn't a lot of emotion to splurge on in this day and age. It's hard to grab the happiness in front of you, recognizing the rich brother who is suitable for pouring money. That surely can't be messed up. Accompanied by a mellifluous and elegant symphony, The corkage ceremony is complete. Take advantage of the sobriety. The waiter brought up appetizers. The restaurant, which specializes in authentic French cuisine, so the serving of food in accordance with foreign customary points on the dishes are also almost completely copied. Even the menu was copied, with a bunch of French on it, which Subai couldn't understand at all, and directly ordered the high-priced set menu recommended by the chef. Anyway, the main reason for coming to this restaurant is to have a drink and watch the action. That's right, for Subai, the main point of Western food is to look fresh. The Japanese buffet can at least go wild with high-quality seafood sashimi and beef and lamb. Subai is a layman. He still prefers mainstream Chinese cuisine. I don't know if I'll have the chance to try a real state banquet-level private chef when I've built up my wealth to a certain level. The appetizers that were served came in all shapes and sizes. Placed in front of Subai were chip-shaped patties with some sort of half-cooked savory meat sandwiched inside. Looks a bit dark cuisine. As for the Wan sisters, what they got was French oyster sashimi, and according to the waiter, the variety was green emerald. The chef was creative in adding dried fruit and almonds to the oysters for a sweet and sour taste. However, the combination of raw seafood and unfamiliar fruits made the two sisters blush. You guys don't usually eat much sashimi, do you? Subai asked. To be honest, haven't eaten it at all yet. Wan Xin smiled bitterly. Where would I normally eat something so high class? She'd seen oysters roasted at roadside stands for $3 a piece, $10 for 3. But that thing is clearly not the same species at all as the thing in front of you that is glowing with high-end vibes. So you guys have this one of mine. This looks a little more normal. I do love oyster sashimi. Yes, thank you, brother. Wan Xinyan sighed in relief and looked at Subai with increasingly gentle eyes. It seemed that Subai didn't have a mocking mentality because they hadn't seen it. Instead, they were very considerate of them. Oh, Subai is so nice to them. It's said that many rich people are impatient with the salvage girls. The slightest thing they did not do to their liking, and immediately, without a word, sternly reprimanded, or even just not play together next time, waiting until the waiters had temporarily exited the room and it was the right time to talk about something private. Wan Xinyan spat out her tongue and said to Subai, Brother Subai, you actually don't laugh at us bumpkins, eh? What's there to scoff at? Because we all can't appreciate the French oyster sashimi, Just now the waitress lady all said, this a la carte order is more than 100. Harm. It doesn't matter if you can't appreciate it. You guys don't have that kind of strange prejudice against me. Just relax around me. Subai said, don't you like to call me brother? Just think of you guys as my sisters. Aha, Nianai is the best. Looking at Wan Xinyan's well-behaved and pampered appearance, Subai couldn't help but pinch her thighs that were wrapped in Lululemon yoga pants. Truth be told, these two aren't big legs in the usual sense of the word, but they're well-proportioned and have fleshy thighs that are a thief to squeeze. The face is fleshy too. It always felt like some kind of twin doll. The system showed that the number of times both sisters had fallen in love was 0. In other words, the pure and innocent girls, aiming at Subai, take the initiative, and strive to kill in one blow, changing their lives. You could say it's a great vision. After chatting for a while, Wan Xinyan's mood gradually brightened and her nervousness dissipated. Subai's dress and temperament, to be honest, was quite aggressive, the kind of handsome man who looked a bit wild. However, the heart-to-heart chatting down, but gives a person a sense of spring breeze, very gentle and reliable. It could be heard that Subai was very knowledgeable about a lot of things about poor families, and was definitely not the kind of 10-fingered, ungrounded young master. Only when the waiters served the red wine to the three of them, Wan Xinyan, who was immersed in a high chat with Subai, suddenly reacted. Yeah, that, I'd like to take a picture of the red wine, plus the dishes, and the opening ceremony, and post it together to my friends. Does Brother Subai mind? Brother Subai won't appear in the photos and videos. Wan Xinyue added. Okay, no problem. Subai looked at the two people joyfully taking pictures, retouching pictures, editing the copy of the circle of friends, secretly feel funny. I haven't even tasted this wine yet, but I'm showing it off first. That's normal. It seems like a lot of girls have this habit. A visit to a lavish and sophisticated venue for dinner without taking photos and sending them to your friends is like a wasted visit. Subai was too lazy to take pictures and just savored the red wine in silence. Not bad. You ask not to rely on where? Subai cannot say specific professional adjectives. Just feel the wine mellow, mixed fruit and complex aroma. Sweet, drink down the throat is very smooth. Not uncomfortable. It's good wine. I'm guessing that one of those mass-produced red wines at 20,000 to 30,000 a bottle should have about the same effect. For the wine thing, Subai preferred red wine. He always felt that white wine is too astringent in the mouth. People who grew up drinking cola are like that, and tend to be less enthusiastic about highly white wine. Looks like I'm going to be spending more cash back on the wine segment in the future. Wowzers. Just then Subai's cell phone rang with a rather peculiar tone. It was the QQ tone that he had set up specifically for Chen Yuxing. Although, in the beginning, Subai added Chen Yuxing's WeChat, the one with the number rain break, but after the second meeting offline, the two still talk more on QQ. After all, for them who love games and secondary culture, QQ is obviously a little more functional. It's a private chat from Shang, meaning, this guy has slept from morning to noon and has woken up? It's faster than expected. I thought I'd have to sleep at least until the evening with the intensity of last night's 13 episodes of anime. Subai unlocked the latest model of Apple Pro Max cell phone, saw the message sent by Chen Yuxing, and was immediately amused, almost spraying out a mouthful of red wine. Chapter 79I, Chen Yuxing, am interesting woman. A few minutes ago, Chen Yuxing woke up lazily on the large, loose and soft bed, and the rays of strong daylight through the cracks in the curtains proved that the time was now roughly noon. Fuming for a while, his mind gradually revived the memories. Her face and snow-white neck quickly became hot and red and warm as she remembered all the absurdities that had happened last night. After burrowing into the quilt and being coy for a while, Chen Yuxing realized that she was probably the only one in the room at the moment, and that this petulance wouldn't be seen by anyone even if it was outside the quilt. But, is really ridiculous. Despite having come to terms with being adopted by Subai, and indeed being super fond of Subai, but, pestering him for so much on his first experience always made Chen Yuxing feel that she was a very scary woman in some way. Glancing at his phone, there were several unread messages, including one from his roommate and one from his mentor. First, he took a leave of absence from his tutor, and then dealt with the concern of his housemates by saying that his sleepless nights were not an accident that would make it to the Today's Law program. Then, Chen Yuxing clicked on Subai's big white goose avatar. Well, his QQ avatar is also a big white goose. A little hesitant to talk to him. Obviously, Subai had gone to work on her own things, and what she needed now was rest. But really Miss Subai wants Subai back to her side, and she hugged and kissed her. And, thinking about it, Chen Yuxing finally realized that the reason why she can accept the adoption of such an outrageous model, mainly because Subai is really the kind of soul resonance with her. Such a person, a lifetime can only be encountered one it. Nope, with most people's luck. I'm afraid I won't meet any of them. Chen Yuxing knew that her luck was not considered good, so since she had met Subai, she was bound to hold on tight. However, it had just been separated for such a short period of time from morning to noon. Would it seem too sticky to call Subai back now? Speaking of which, Chen Yuxing, this guy's character is also a bit twisted. There is a self-esteem childishness in his heart, feeling that he is not the same as those sultry so-and-so goods outside. Therefore one cannot daintily cling to a man after having sex like a normal girl, but desperately wanted to talk to Subai. After thinking for half a day, Chen Yuxing couldn't figure out how to start. Solely opened the AI quiz page again. Having just had sex with the man I loved so much last night, and wanting to see him again today, how can I message him in a way that expresses my feelings and makes me look like a, well, interesting woman? That's right, Chen Yuxing considered herself to be the interesting woman, which was the most essential difference between her and the other girls around Subai. The AI seems to be burned by this question. It's stuck for half a day and pops up with the phrase server not responding. Exasperated, Chen Yuxing puffed out his cheeks, found another AI interface, and asked again. Got a couple answers this time around, sprawling out over a big page. Chen Yuxing looked over one by one. The first few answers, hot eyes. Think about being embarrassed about toe gouging the ground. Oh no, toe buckling stockings. The last one, on the contrary, made Chen Yuxing's eyes light up. Not bad. So she followed suit and sent Subai a $600 red envelope as described in that answer. Rain break, red packets, congratulations and fortune. Crispy white goose, Shihaya _? Rain break, humph, you guys, last night's performance is good. Next time sister also point you. Crispy white goose, year of the rabbit. Crispy white goose, did I stab you in the brain last night? Or did you read too many sand sculpture segments? Crispy white goose, baby, be normal. I'm scared. Rain break. Chen Yuxing stared at the cell phone, silent for a long time, and the whole person was red warm again. Suddenly dropping his cell phone, he burrowed under the covers once more and let out a humiliating wail. The self-righteous humor was mercilessly mocked by Subai. I'm sure you can't trust AI without a brain, and this gutter AI isn't invincible. It didn't take long for the cell phone to ring. It was a relatively ancient anime song. That anime was watched by Chen Yuxing when he was a child, and he had always loved it. But she didn't set the anime's theme song as her usual ringtone. It's a favorite song, but if you set it as your phone ringtone for a while, it becomes annoying, especially the ones set as alarm clock ringtones. However, after getting to know Subai, Chen Yuxing took that song and set it as the exclusive tone for Subai's incoming calls as well as voice calls. That song, as well as Subai, was Chen Yuxing's favorite. When two loves are connected, they don't hate each other. Against the embarrassment, Chen Yuxing picked up the phone. Subai's bright voice with a smile came from the speaker. Awake from your nap? Well, just a moment. I'm eating out. I'll be back later. I'll bring you some of what you want. I can order takeout myself. What's the point of being polite with me? We're related from watching 13 episodes of anime together last night. Stop. No, don't mention that. Then I want risotto. Want it extra spicy? Extra spicy. Instead of rice, add an instant noodle? Aha, good. The call ended quickly. Chen Yuxing held her cell phone in a daze, and at the corners of her lips was a smile that she couldn't suppress. Her conversations with Subai were always like this, concise and efficient, filled with an innate understanding. This kind of tacit understanding is a realm that spiritually mismatched couples can't emulate even after how long they've talked about it. Chen Yuxing, who was originally aching all over, suddenly got motivated and stumbled a little to get up to take a shower. There, it's still a bit sore for a while, and movement isn't quite right, but luckily bathing is no problem. For a woman who had just become a woman, it had actually been a very mild symptom, and it was said that so many girls would be in so much pain that they couldn't get out of bed. This proved that her body and Subai were also a good match, and that what life was very harmonious, that what life is not harmonious, many times is the culprit that destroys the marriage relationship. So, Chen Yuxing will live a very happy life with Subai yet? No, according to Subai, it was to adopt her for life. It didn't matter, as long as they could be together. From the perspective of together durability, Subai bagging her was actually a good thing. At the very least, it meant that they didn't have to be stuck with the constraints of the reality factor like ordinary couples. After taking a shower, Chen Yuxing felt refreshed before realizing a serious problem. The outfit I had on last night was scrapped, especially black silk pantyhose, 99% battle damaged, not only torn and tattered, but covered with all sorts of. It's already in the trash. So what should she wear? Chapter 80, Subai is a numerical monster. This problem was quickly resolved as Subai sent a message during her shower saying that he had ordered a takeaway for her and bought her something to wear. The takeout was delivered right to the hotel room door and hung on the doorknob. Chen Yuxing put on her bathrobe and wrapped her body tightly, not sparing any inch of her skin, so that even if she encountered a stranger in the corridor when she opened the door to get the delivery, she wouldn't be undignified. In fact, Chen Yuxing's dress is very conservative. For example, in the summer she usually wears long skirts with black silk pantyhose. Sounds strange. It seems that the only way to manage it is to have such a cool and scholarly temperament as hers. No strangers were seen. Got a very large package. Opaque plastic bag. It has the feel of opening a blind box. Chen Yuxing's heart suddenly beat a little faster. Then again, this should be considered the first time Subai bought her clothes, right? That's a weird scenario. She just had a night of fighting. She slept in a luxury hotel room until the afternoon. I do not know where to go to fool around with the scumbag man to give her ordered clothing takeaway. Well, show me the aesthetic of the great white goose. Well, the first thing that caught my eye was the long-sleeved fall jacket and pants from Uniqlo. Mediocre. Perfect for wearing back to school. Subai bought her 170 on the small side of the code. This brand, this number. It happens to be Chen Yuxing wear. The big white goose can be really considerate. Wait, this doesn't seem to be Uniqlo. Chen Yuxing realized this when she put the clothes on her body and tried them on. It's just that the logo is a little bit similar, but the texture on the top gives a very expensive feeling of this can never be Uniqlo. Took a picture of the sign's logo. AI literacy checked it out. And well, it seems to be a niche hipster brand. A few random pieces on the official website are outrageously priced. It does look good though, and the materials are very solid. It's the good clothes that Chen Yuxing hasn't bothered to buy since he was a kid. Forget it, don't dwell on the price. It's all chump change to Subai. Since the big white swan maintenance should be correct, the mentality of being adopted. Immediately afterward, Chen Yuxing looked at the remaining pieces of clothing in the parcel bag. Well, these, then, are a bit hard to comment on. 2 pairs of black silk pantyhose from a major international brand. As a pantyhose fairy, Chen Yuxing certainly has a full understanding of the major pantyhose brands. The most known is a few $dozen a line of online store brand. The main are cost-effective, durable and comfortable, but also a little design to meet the love of the girl's heart. As for women's clothing brands with a light luxury nature, she is not very knowledgeable, but Subai bought this. The fame is great, like thunder. How can she not know? A basic one costs 200 or 300, and there's basically nothing under 500 in the higher end lines. At once, Chen Yuxing's interest came, her eyes glowing as she opened the package of the pantyhose and tried them on. Don't tell me, 500 is just better than 50. This silky texture, reassuring wrap, and a silky feel with just the right amount of damping. The second stocking, also black, was slightly thinner. The most striking feature, however, is that it is an open gear model. combined with the other piece of clothing in the bag, a sexy silk halter nightgown. Chen Yuxing instantly realized and understood the usefulness of these two pieces. Damn big white goose. The person has not yet returned, but even think to talk to me. Muttering reluctantly on her lips, Chen Yuxing was physically honest enough to change into the suit Subai had bought for her. Light brown silk halter nightgown with 15D thin matte crotchless black silk pantyhose. That's a big white goose with a lot of taste. The silk nightgown, which is glossy, with Chen Yuxing's cold and slightly youthful face, adds a mature and sexy flavor. The matte stocking fabric then creates a sense of mystery in the lower half of the body. It would be a bit disjointed if it was accompanied by oiled face black silk. That's nice. Just as Chen Yuxing was stinking in the mirror, Subai came back. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw the gorgeous, high-flying, school-age beauty. There was a bit of a lull. The long, silky black straight hair from the freshly showered body still retained some moisture, which was mirrored in those watery hazel eyes. Chen Yuxing bit her lip, and a hint of smug cunning flashed under her eyes. Does it look good? Good looking. Then why don't you give some indication? Subai immediately put the risotto he bought on the road in the cabinet of the entrance door, rushed to Chen Yuxing, and carried her to the bed. Half an hour later, the presidential suite had an exquisite little round table, not large, but perfectly adequate for one person to use for dinner. Chen Yuxing sat there eating risotto with a satisfied look on her face. The legs that were still wrapped in black silk were raised, and the feet rested on the thighs of Subai, who was sitting opposite. Subai played with it with interest and suddenly said, "Is it surprising that a girl as delicious as Shang Shang has never been pursued?" "Yes." Chen Yuxing sucked in her hot pot noodles and slurred a bit. "There have been boys chasing after me since elementary school, but they were all easily scared off by me." "Because you're more high-strung?" "Aha. Then it seems I have thicker skin. The error is a high value." At these words, the two men looked at each other and laughed heartily in unison. Indeed, a girl like Chen Yuxing should have been busy studying, researching, and earning money for the entire 4 years of college if she hadn't forcefully reversed her fate. With heavy burdens on her shoulders and her personality, Chen Yuxing would never walk into a relationship, unless there was someone who could take care of all her worries. However, even if it was a rich brother student or a middle-aged tycoon from outside the school, how many of them would be willing to spend more than $3 million in one breath to help Chen Yuxing's mother to be cured? So she was right. Subai was the numerical monster, and Subai happened to like her a lot, which led to the relationship. Last night's anime 13 episodes in a row was actually not purely because of Chen Yuxing's addiction, but likewise a release of the pressure that had accumulated within him over the past few months. After all, the great white goose is pretty good at that. The one with him was a real stress reliever. Let's all wear this grade of stockings from now on. You can throw away all the old ones. Aha. Clothes and stuff. I'll take you to the store to pick them out when I have time. Or you can buy them online if you don't mind the trouble, and ask me for reimbursement. You've given me my allowance, $100,000. That's a fixed monthly allowance. And of course you have to be reimbursed separately for clothes. Are you kidding? If you don't reimburse me, who's going to make up for my missing indulgences? Subai's heart counted clearly. He wasn't the type to spend money on women for no reason. And the better they treated him and the more they loved him, the better that money would be spent. These stockings, if you're comfortable in them, I'll order a few more later, so you can easily change them during the week. Very cozy indeed, Chen Yuxing said, winking towards Subai. The arches of her 2 feet pressed down, and like a flexible ballerina, the toes of her feet alternately stepped lightly on Subai's place a few times. You're the one who's really comfortable, I see. Perverted big white goose. Since he was evaluated as a pervert, Subai was not polite, waiting for Chen Yuxing to fill his stomach. He busily started a new episode of anime viewing with her. Chapter 81, Chen Yuxing's Godly Man in Love official announcement text. Aftermath. Chen Yuxing lazily lay on her side, her back leaning against Subai's solid body, Subai's arm passing under her head and resting comfortably on it. Before she couldn't imagine that a tall and strong boy like Subai, the muscles of his arms were surprisingly quite comfortable to rest on. Not that kind of particularly hard, choking feeling. A muscle probably only shows its true strength when it needs to be used. Chen Yuxing looked at Subai's small arms and slender knuckles in front of him, and subconsciously went to hold his hand, interlocking his fingers. A very happy and peaceful experience. Then she saw that Subai's free left hand, holding his cell phone, came around and aimed at their interlocked 10 fingers and took a photo. The background of the photo was the hotel-style obvious pillows and sheets, messy traces, giving the viewer an ambiguous reverie. Chen Yuxing twisted his head to look at Subai, a little confused, not knowing what he was going to do with the sudden photo shoot. She, like Subai, was not a big fan of taking pictures to document her life. This photo, it's good to use as a picture for the official announcement of the circle of friends, isn't it? Is going to make an official announcement? What's with this unexpected expression of yours, making me look like I'm being an irresponsible scumbag? Subai cried and laughed a little. But you, well, I am your adopted, not an ordinary girlfriend. Chen Yuxing's beautiful eyes flashed. It's precisely because it's not just any girlfriend that it's official. Wouldn't an official announcement delay you from picking up other girls? Ha! Chen Yuxing said somewhat sourly, spilling a rare petulance, expecting Subai's response, her heartbeat becoming somewhat fiery. She had thought that the so-called package was one of those private, secret relationships. In other words, on the bright side, she and Subai remained in the same form of good friends as before, in front of outsiders. Chen Yuxing has accepted this kind of setting. Oops, after all, Subai is too rich and is already very good to her. Able to be in private you and me. Is not it also quite good? It doesn't have to be a complete relationship experience. Saying that, Chen Yuxing still vaguely felt pity. Freshman girls, all of them aspire to a sweet relationship, especially a soul-mate who is extraordinarily compatible with them. Who knew that Subai actually really wanted to officially declare a couple relationship with her? Subai, however, justified himself by saying, because I really like you, so at least for now, I'm going to let you be my girlfriend, and I'm going to let everyone know about it. As for picking up girls, well, you know, I'm a person who's afraid of trouble. If it's a girl who can't even accept that I have a girlfriend, I don't bother to get entangled with them. I want to surround myself with relationships that are dominated by an atmosphere of harmony. After hearing Subai's words, Chen Yuxing instantly understood his thoughts. Sure enough, Subai is someone who pays a lot of attention to the inner experience of the self. Not the kind of traditional scumbag who made a mess of his life, in Subai's opinion. What was the difference between that and a beggar? To stand and pawn off the scum. That means, I'm your real girlfriend? Yes, you are. Poof. Chen Yuxing happily hummed for a while and whispered, then I will reluctantly agree to your official announcement. Oh, so it's reluctant? Then if you don't like it, forget it, it's fine to keep a low profile. Saying that, Subai pretended to put his cell phone away. Now Chen Yuxing got anxious, reached out and snatched the phone, pinched Subai's fingertips to unlock it, and sent that photo of the two parties holding each other's fingers together to her rainy rest micro signal. Then the little face was pressed against Subai's chest, fiddling with the cell phone beautifully in his embrace. After editing the copy, quickly post it to your friends. By the way, copy and paste the text and send it to Subai. You send it too. Send the same. Well. Subai is happy. It just so happens that he is the type of person who is too lazy to send a friend circle and too lazy to make up copy. It just so happens that Chen Yuxing saves him the trouble. Fixed my eyes on it and kind of held my tongue. This style of writing by Pithy is really revealing of his nature. Ha, so Subai is so decent at your place. In my case it's a completely different story. He's in extraordinarily good spirits with me. If the mental capacity is strong then open the picture. Open the picture also does not give you a look. Can we be a couple for life? Coupled with a photo of 10 fingers interlocked in messy hotel sheets in the background. Honestly, it's a bit anticlimactic. It's really not something a normal girl could write. The family will have to hire Hockey High. But then again, Subai likes exactly this abstract flavor of Chen Yuxing. If she's in a relationship like a normal girl, full of secularized calculations, climbing and taking, it tastes wrong instead. If you are with someone you like, you can tell them openly and proudly, I will sleep with this man from now on. What a unique Chen Yuxing style approach. Chen Yuxing seemed to be particularly satisfied with his official relationship announcement text, and even helped Subai operate his cell phone. The content of the copy and the pictures are the same. Just replace the names of the people in them. When the friends circle was sent out, Chen Yuxing suddenly froze for a moment, then roll around in bed with the covers over your head. Aha, I'm going to die. No, sis. Subai was happy. You can write such anthropomorphic words. Why are you still shy on it? Well, that's certainly true. It's fun to engage in abstraction, but it always still feels like, I understand. Subai nodded fervently. The barren practical experience of abstraction cannot carry the infinitely expanding heart of abstract desire. Aha! Chen Yuxing's little head burrowed out from the quilt, excitedly nodding repeatedly at Subai, with a look of sure enough, you know me best. He had a look on his face. Their eyes met and they couldn't help but embrace again. The cell phone beeps of friends liking and commenting are endless, but neither one bothered to look. Or maybe they are afraid to look. Some people are like that. They like to get into trouble and are a little sociopathic. Like kids who like to blow up sewers with firecrackers and are afraid of being caught and humiliated. At this moment, Subai and Chen Yuxing's circle of friends was indeed like being thrown into a firecracker's swamp. It blew up with a bang. Below the two men's circle of friends, many likes and comments sprang up. Graduate student dormitory at Gangseon University. Charlene moved an artsy wicker chair and sat by the window in the sun, enjoying tea time. She'd only just woken up from her nap and had nothing to do in the afternoon, so she'd just wait until almost dinner to wander over to the subject area. There is also a big difference in the degree of cleanliness between master's degrees. Busy subject groups are likely to work overtime until after 10 o'clock every night before returning to their dormitories, similar to 990 CXS oxen and horses. But like Charlene, she chose mentors with little promise but low requirements. Anyway, she didn't go to school to get a high salary at a big corporation. Rich white people are like that, and a lot of times the career side just needs to get by. While Charlene was preparing to find a book to read to cultivate her love, suddenly several classmates reminded her on WeChat, telling the summer guide to hurry to look at Subai and Chen Yuxing's circle of friends. Charlene opened it and her lazy expression suddenly became serious. Spinning around, the corners of his mouth curved in pleasure. Aya. This little guy actually got it so quickly. Chapter 82, Girlfriend and Wife are two roles, not conflicting. What Charlene clicked on was Subai's circle of friends. The moment she saw the photo, a slight surprise flashed through her mind, but not much. After all, as a mature big sister, Charlene had long seen that Subai and Chen Yuxing had the potential to become a couple. Freshman boys, it's better to fall in love with a girl of the same age, and it doesn't seem surprising that they all love to play games and play to the hotel. What really shocked Charlene to the point where she couldn't even help but laugh out loud was Subai's get out of jail text. What should I say? There's an overabundance of humor, a little less human, but it doesn't matter, does it? It's not an eyesore. It's not against public order. As a counselor, Charlene, naturally, had no reason to denigrate. Summer Lin, may you grow old together, Charlene commented under Subai's friend circle, a smile on his face. Yo, Lin, what are you looking at? Smiling like that? At that moment, Charlene's best friend and roommate came out of her room and came up behind Charlene, looking at her phone screen with her. Charlene didn't hide, and showed her best friend in a big way. My best friend looked at her for a moment, and a puzzled expression appeared on her face. Wait, isn't this little brother the one from before? The freshman you weren't getting along with? What do you mean it's not clear? Don't smear people's innocence out of thin air. Charlene glared at her best friend. I'll reiterate, it's just that he asked me for a small favor and then in return bought me another meal. Yes. It's just dinner. Then let me ask you, how come you came back from dinner that day with the smell of alcohol on your body? The girlfriend had a sly look on her face. As far as I remember, you never drink alone with men. You only drink a little bit once in a while when you go home and party with your relatives. Facing the taunts of your girlfriends, Charlene did not change her color and said frankly, what's wrong with drinking some wine? Subai recognized me as his godsister, and my sister accompanied my brother to drink some red wine. How big of a deal? Look at how excited you are. BFF. Okay, you're invincible. So, this godbrother of yours, now that he's in love with a girl in the same class, you're not in a hurry? What's my hurry? I have nothing but congratulations and blessings for him. Charlene's face had that elegant Missy's bemused smile on it. I don't know if I'm just pretending or if I really don't care. Even her best friend, who has always known her well, was a bit confused. It was because she knew Charlene's habits that her best friend was able to see that Charlene had moved on to that little brother, named Subai, just a few days before. Obviously, Subai looked nothing but mediocre in face value. That was bound to be the type of family that was prominent without being ostentatious. And in addition, it should be quite connotative. One night a couple of days ago, my best friend forced the issue with the tickling technique before she was able to warp some valid information out of Charlene's mouth. It says that this guy, Subai, is very talented in investing. I'm helping the family keep an eye on things at a young age. This is indeed quite impressive. Although the bar can be admitted to Jiangcheng University, no stupid people. But, studying for exams and business to make money are two different things. The BFF expects that Charlene will take Su White soon. As a result, it hadn't even been a few days yet, and Subai was the first to be taken down by a beautiful girl from the same class. What puzzled the BFF even more was Charlene's attitude. No, is there a hidden agenda in this? There must be something important you're not telling me. The best friend shook her head back and forth, like a detective confused by a chaotic crime scene. Grabbing Charlene's shoulders, she shook and shook, shaking her a bit dizzy. She cried and laughed. What am I hiding from you? It's obvious that you're interested in this boy, and now that you've seen him officially announced with another girl, you're indifferent and don't show any sign at all? And what do you want me to show? Should I rush to them, accuse them of early love, and then break them up? It's not that extreme. BFF sighs. At least a little bit of jealousy, right? How old am I to be jealous? When Charlene said this, her tone held the full flavor of a mature big sister. In fact, her ideas and concepts are, indeed, mature. One could even say that it is overly mature and should be described as ahead of its time. She was seeing a lot of young masters from rich families. 18 years old, the age of this from the finalization of life, is still far from it. Having more relationships and enjoying your youth is what broads of this age love to do. It is quite normal. After all, The rich girls play also very flower. Just falling in love has been pretty decent fun. Charlene doesn't like to fall in love and is too lazy to mess with other men, so she aims at Subai and waits for him to have enough fun before decisively striking out and capturing him home to get married. As for the time in between, just be present as a soul sister and nurture the relationship. It sounds like a billion little bit of weirdness, yet it is very much along the lines of Charlene's homeschooling background. Realize that being in a relationship and getting married are two different things. Chen Yuxing becoming Subai's girlfriend did not conflict with her becoming Subai's wife in the future. Winning early may not win in the end. The future looks bright. Charlene picked up the hand-brewed coffee she had just made. Sip. A confident smile appeared at the corners of his lips. However, in contrast, other people who knew Subai or Chen Yuxing could not be as calm as Charlene. I'm pretty rascal, and I'm really giving this kid something to eat? Male dormitory. Building 7. 510. Ztao clutched his cell phone and bounced around in excitement. The face is slightly grim, like an under-evolved primitive. His mouth was bewitchingly forced to chatter endlessly. No, I just don't understand. Subai, isn't he just made a small fortune? Chen Yuxing even looked at him because of this? This is too irrational. What kind of stupid and short-sighted woman would make such a decision? Wang Haoran, who was in the middle of a passionate Liver 2 tour, interjected. Is there a possibility that the other Chen Yuxing is fond of Subai's handsome looks and good character? Grass. That's not right. More people than Subai handsome. More people than his character is good. Shui Tao was indignant. Just a few days ago, the one from the math department, the rich second generation from Guangdong province, made several trips to the girls' dormitory, asking for warmth, sending breakfast and so on, is not better than Subai's character. Wang Haoran was shocked. So the local people's understanding of good character was something like delivering breakfast? Ha, that's invincible. It's no wonder he got together with Lu Yuan. What a heavenly match I see. Wang Haoran didn't feel strange about Subai's sudden declaration of getting off the hook. About Chen Yuxing, Subai had told him something. Wang Haoran knew that these two people could be said to be smelly and abstracted to the same place. This kind of couple is only necessary to talk about the kind of formulaic college student couples. Really not much fun. White has good taste. Not bad. Chapter 83, New System Function. Chen Yuxing's potential. As for Subai getting to eat, the matter itself, Wang Haoran didn't have any jealousy. After all, he only likes secondary girls. So Wang Haoran simply posted a congratulations under Subai's friend circle, and then continued to work on his liver game. In addition to the second tour, Wang Haoran had recently begun to study other Kryptonian netizens, especially the kind where there's no limit to the amount of dirt-cheap kryptonite, like the kind that attacks the sands. According to Subai's theory, this kind of game is much more efficient in spending money, and when he has set up the netizen studio, he will entrust it to Wang Haoran to get the best accounts. This made Wang Haoran quite excited. He had never thought that he could be a big brother in the kind of game that the Tycoons played. So energized. And in this dormitory room, the one who was most unexpectedly and perversely quiet was Chumingzhi. Chumingzhi stared dead at the copy of the decontextualized text in his friend's circle and fell into deep thought. If Subai and Chen Yuxing had officially become a couple, then what happened to the little Simon Ben's brother from before? That can't be Subai's car. Although Subai had recently made a small fortune, it wasn't so much that he could afford a GLE. And brother Benz not only picked up Chen Yuxing on the bus, he also picked up the Wan sisters on the bus. So, is there a possibility that brother Benz is actually the real mastermind behind this? It's more Su White than Su White. More Su White. Without everyone's knowledge. To the two. Oh no. 3 schoolgirl level beauty girls. Chu Mingqi thought carefully. It's not cold. Mr. Shanghai, are you playing with a pendulum here? Go to the hospital if you're sick. Shui Tao was alert and kept his distance from Chu Mingzhi's bed. Fear of catching a cold from him. Fortunately, Chu Mingzhi quickly returned to normal. It's fine. It's almost time for the specialty class, right? I think so. It's still about 10 minutes short. There's no rush. Wang Haoran said unhurriedly. He had all calculated that he would finish this copy and then set off, just in time not to delay the class. At this time, the presidential suite of the Marriott Hotel. Chen Yuxing took another shower. It couldn't be helped because I had to go to class. But then I got dirty from watching a few episodes of anime with Subai. So a shower was a must. After taking a bath and coming out wrapped in her yukata, Chen Yuxing retired her yukata to change her clothes in front of Subai. The momentary visual shock caused Subai to swallow his saliva and turn around in a hurry. I'm not even shy. What are you shy about? Chen Yuxing smiled. I suggest you remind me to switch perspectives when you change in the future. Why? It's not even necessary, is it? We're both boyfriend and girlfriend already. It seemed that Chen Yuxing had indeed taken Subai as one of his own. It was also normal that Subai had spent so much money to treat his mom and save the only family member of Chen Yuxing who had a blood relationship with her dry character. she naturally had no reservations about Subai. Therefore Chen Yusheng was a bit confused as to why Subai would not dare to watch her change her clothes. Obviously boys love to watch beautiful girls change their clothes. In response, Subai explained, I am afraid that I can't help but treat you again and delay the class. Well, only then did Chen Yusheng blush a little and muttered in a small voice, that does have to rest for the past 2 days. A little overdrawn. In the area of tolerance, Chen Yusheng was much stronger than Zhou Jialu's senior sister. Last night plus tonight, the total amount of anime watched had to add up to many times what it was the day before when Subai tossed Zhou Jia dear. But people always have limits. After all, it's not like Chen Yusheng has a system. The 18-year-old girl who had her first taste of goodness was also just reaching her limit and feeling a vague pain. Stinky Subai. Bad Subai. Her inner self pouted as she took Subai's hand and went out the door with him interlocking her fingers. Loved holding hands with him. Loved the feeling of having something to fall back on. Are you going back to the hotel tonight? Told you to take a break. Take a break together. You don't necessarily have to watch anime. Subai looked like he was sincere, but he had the skill of Sigma Aura in order to not let his beloved girl suffer. It was still no problem to control the small head. Chen Yusheng, however, shook her head repeatedly and gave an answer that surprised Subai. I'm afraid I can't control it. As long as I'm alone with you, I can't help wanting it. Okay, kinda an honest girl. On the way back to school, Subai looked at Chen Yusheng, who was frowning slightly in the passenger seat, and asked curiously, are you more in demand all the time? I've been, well, since puberty, but I haven't played with strange toys, and my first time belongs to you in its entirety. Goose, got it. Great white swan. I suddenly feel that it's a loss for you to harbor me. Where is the loss? It feels obvious that I'm more comfortable and you're the one who suffers. Although Chen Yusheng's statement was a bit counterintuitive, it really made sense when you thought about it. Often what people call a packaged relationship is nothing more than one party looking for money and one party looking for sex. However, in the aspect of color, Chen Yusheng feels that his enjoyment of Subai's beauty seems to be a little more. That is to say, Subai out of money and effort. Loss blood loss. Subai laughed out loud and comforted. If you think I'm at a disadvantage, then let's make a pact, okay? What engagement? In the future, if you want to start a business in computers, I'll put up the money, be the majority shareholder, and you'll help me make money in the future. So won't that make it even? Yes, no problem, totally. Chen Yusheng brightened up, but soon became a little anxious. Seriously, I'm not sure I can do the kind of degree you imagined. After all, in the entrepreneurial circle, there are a lot of geniuses. It's fine, I believe in you. You will definitely be able to become an AI genius girl and promote the development of the country's high-precision industry. Subai's rare seriousness made Chen Yusheng quite surprised. Harkabai, how did you guys start getting on value? Chen Yusheng was a little hard to strain, but then again, it feels good to be trusted. Not bad. Who doesn't like to have their talents recognized by their loved ones? What Chen Yusheng didn't know was that the current Subai, on her panel, could see other things besides the regular information. Name, Chen Yusheng. Number of relationships, 1. Body, 173. 54. B. Favorability, 95. Potential, high level of creativity and project integration skills. Suitable for a lead engineer in a technical startup company. The potential column was a new item that was unlocked for display after the S-ranked goddess had reached 95 favorability. Previously, Subai hadn't discovered this module without tapping the character's attribute panel open to look at it. When I was waiting for the traffic light just now, I was looking at Chen Yusheng and messed up the panel to point it out. Seeing Chen Yusheng's potential information, Subai was overjoyed. This is a good thing. A proper good thing. According to the detailed rules of the system, investing in Chen Yusheng to start a business also triggers a cashback. And entrepreneurship, without a doubt, is the most expensive thing in the world. It's a bottomless pit when it comes to burning money. In other words, it will be the top source of cashback for Subai. TSK, really, Chen Yusheng this woman, not simple. Chapter 84, Subai and Chen Yusheng's CP sense. To the classroom. When this pair of handsome men and women walked in shoulder to shoulder, almost the entire student body in the staircase classroom had their gazes attracted, not to mention the face value. Subai and Chen Yusheng were both tall types. Standing together is doubly conspicuous. They wear a similar style, American college with a touch of street. In fact, Chen Yusheng's clothes is Subai in accordance with the Zhou Jialu to him with those sets, according to the cat and mouse. In that tight store order to ask people to send over, the upper body effect is really good. Having Chen Yusheng and Subai standing together was very much a couple's CP. Even the teacher who was teaching the class couldn't help but look at them twice more, nodding his head repeatedly. Not bad. Kids these days, nutrition is really getting better. One by one, like the stars. Chen Yusheng's face was cold. and social fears were a bit offended. Fortunately, Subai had asked Wang Haoran to help take up 2 back row corner seats in advance. The position occupied by Wang Haoran was not in the same block as the other 2 housemates. The locals and Master Hugh were wise enough to avoid it. They had a premonition that Subai and Chen Yusheng were going to sit together in class and get mushy. This is going to be sour if you don't stay away. How? Subai took his seat and asked Wang Haoran. Ah, what how? So, those 2, any demonizing in the dormitory? In Subai's mind, this afternoon's dormitory should be exciting. The locals have always prided themselves on getting off the hook quickly, always running to Subai to pretend to be a bully, implying something like, it's better to be handsome than rich, and only with money can you talk about love. Nowadays, it can be said to be a complete slap in the face. Not only did Subai also find a girlfriend, but she was much better than his Shuetao's girlfriend. Obviously, Lu Yuanyuan and Chen Yusheng had no qualifications to be compared to each other at all. For Shuetao's sense of superiority, it was tantamount to an extinction-level blow. Even before binding the system, Subai didn't care about all of Shuetao's bragging. After all, he was not at all attracted to a girl like Lu Yuanyuan. Now, Subai doesn't mind making Shuetao feel bad. For the 2 gods in the dormitory, Subai's attitude was just like the attitude of those trainers to Arnold. Don't care at all about their thoughts or emotions and won't be affected by them. Pure and simple amusement. Subai had always held this attitude, and if it was someone who was willing to live in harmony with him, Subai would return the favor. On the contrary, if it is a godly person like Shuetao, it is a different way to get along. Being guessed by you, this guy Shuetao, so angry that he didn't even sleep during his nap. The whole person is not good. Wang Haoran said. What's the point of guessing? A hard-to-strain smile appeared on Subai's face. Shuetao roams around the various groups of first-year students every day, asking around to find out which people have gotten off the hook, and then asking for pictures of the girls to look at and compare them to Lu Yuanyuan. It's true. Wang Haoran nodded his head in agreement. This person is also evil. So what do you say if you can't compete? Aren't you adding to your own problems for nothing? If you can't beat it, say it's high peas, with a fake glance. Ha 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 ha. All in all it's just a must-win, isn't it? Ziteo featured Winology. It's rumored that a few students have complained to Director Xia, so I guess he thinks it's too small and lazy to care. Actually, it's right not to care. Where's the fun in caring? Wang Haoran is also a skewer, and expects the whole job from the locals and the Shanghai master all day long. At this point, at the other end of the classroom, looking at Subai on the left-hand side is a high cold school girlfriend. On the right-hand side is a good buddy, just like a campus life winner. Shuetao gritted his teeth. How? This is supposed to be my life. I, Shuetao, am the one who should be the center of the class's attention, not a Subai who made a small fortune and began to squander it without restraint. When he thought that Subai had been doing intimate things with Chen Yusheng in a hotel off campus not long ago, Shuetao shivered all over. I haven't even eaten yet, and you poor foreigners are enjoying it first? This couldn't help but remind Shuetao of Lu Yuanyuan. Then again, the had so far merely let him hold his hand, not to mention his little mouth, not even a kiss on the cheek. Read about it. Shuetao took out his cell phone and chatted with Lu Yuanyuan. Shuejitao, Subai and Chen Yusheng are in love. You know that, right? Picking nose, hope. Yuan, how can you not know? People have sent out official announcements in their friend circles. Yuan, look at how interesting Subai's official announcement copy is, and look at yours. It's so corny. Shuejitao, I call that steady. Shuejitao, look at Subai's stupidity. It's only Chen Yusheng who likes him like that because he's immature now. Shuejitao, when schoolgirl Chan gets in touch with society, she'll definitely dump Subai at the first opportunity. Hope, oh, what? You're going to wait for her to dump Subai to take over? Punching, Shuejitao, ha, Yuan, are you kidding? I'm absolutely devoted to you. Talking about this, Shuetao couldn't help but skim his lips. This, Lu Yuanyuan, is going to be a demon again. There are some things that we all actually know in our hearts. It was just unspoken. For example, a superb beauty like Chen Yusheng, and rich in substance. No matter how many breakups there is definitely someone who is happy to pick up the pieces. There's no way around it. The conditions are here. Changing to Lu Yuanyuan would be completely different, but Shuetao couldn't tell Lu Yuanyuan the truth. So every time Lu Yuanyuan had a fit because she was jealous of her beautiful roommate, Shuetao always had to coax her again and again. In popular parlance these days, provide emotional value. For the sake of the single this superior status, as well as Lu Yuanyuan is considered a small beauty. Usually Shuetao also put up with it. The problem was that Shuetao had been put in a bad mood by Subai today. Favorably, Lu Yuanyuan revealed a strange emotion while chatting. She seemed to, envy Chen Yusheng for being able to be with Subai. Shuetao's city shallow. The heart cannot hold things. chatting, cannot help but ask. Shui Jitao, I think Subai is considered a very average kind of boyfriend. Why do I feel as if you are envious of Chen Yusheng? Aren't you more deserving of other people's envy when you're lucky enough to be with me? At this time, Lu Yuan, who was attending classes in another building, saw this message and choked and coughed as a mouthful of anger surged up. Hope, are you okay? Cough cough cough. It's okay. There's been a lot of colds lately with the change of season, so be careful. The female student sitting next to her was concerned. Thanks. Lu Yuan revealed a grateful smile. Another look at the cell phone screen and suddenly the blood pressure came back up. Shui Tao. Shui Tao. Your emotional intelligence. It's really unbeatable. You're not expected to be as sweet as a girl, but at least you have to have basic manners, right? What do you mean? Lucky to be with you? Making it look like she, Lu Yuan, had picked up a great bargain. Can a normal person talk to his girlfriend like this? It really is absolutely. Chapter 85. So Chen Yusheng's expression can be so rich. Tell the truth. Speak from the heart. In Lu Yuan's eyes, Shui Tao belonged to the category of boyfriends who were completely out of reach. The concept of getting it right is a rather esoteric concept in a girl's view of relationships. It's not that you have to be so handsome, but the overall image of the temperament must reach the point where outsiders don't seem to think that she must be with him for money. For money, she put up with too much. The degree. Let's say that a good-looking female college student is in love with a fat-headed contractor from off-campus. Maybe she'll be extremely fawning in front of the bagman, but she would never be happy to post a picture of the two together in her circle of friends. That's right, the vast majority of girls, in the matter of love, the main both want both the actual benefits and the vanity before outsiders. Of course, this kind of good thing doesn't happen very often, so the average girl takes a back seat. Shui Tao is Lu Yuan's second best choice. Lu Yuan enjoys material benefits in his favor and naturally needs to put up with the comments of her friends, especially her female friends. After all, Shui Tao is really frustrating, short, ugly, and an air of a low-quality demolitionist. So Lu Yuan tried her best to put off all kinds of intimate behaviors that should exist between a man and a woman. Like what's a kiss and a hug and a lift? Do it later if you can. As for the rooming in that Shui Tao has been hinting at, Lu Yuan was already planning to use "I'm a traditional girl" as an excuse to refuse to play poker with Shui Tao. It's normal to refuse to have sex during college, right? When faced with a man like Shui Tao, a girl would be fully automated and traditionalized, like a certain basketball scarlet smartgroin. The circle of friends even never post photos with Shui Tao's face. It feels like I'll get a secret shaming if I post it and my acquaintances see it. So here's the question. How would Lu Yuan feel when she saw that friend's circle of Chen Yusheng? That circle of friends caused an uproar. And not just because of the popularity of the protagonist, more so because, it almost bluntly stated to everyone that I, Chen Yusheng, slept with Subai. Lu Yuansheng admired Chen Yusheng's guts, this high-cooled school bully, who really did like to defy the worldly existence. But she also couldn't help but daydream that another notable reason why Chen Yusheng dared to post sleeping with Subai is really not something to be ashamed of. It's even kind of bragworthy. Tall and handsome boy studying computer science, gentle and down-to-earth personality. No strange rumors, is already a very high match boyfriend, okay? Even if he is poor, this is something to brag about. And now, Lu Yuan highly suspected that Subai was not just suddenly making a fortune as Shui Tao had narrated. What are the reasons? It was simple. Lu Yuansheng had been Chen Yusheng's roommate for a month and knew that the girl was too smart in the head. Not the kind of smart that only knows how to study, but has a clear and sharp opinion about many things in the society. So much so that when Lu Yuan shopped online, she was unsure about the items she wanted to buy, and would seek Chen Yusheng's advice. One look. It helps Lu Yuan to close the pit every time. Real judgmental. So, would such a judgmental Chen Yusheng fall in love with a man who made a small fortune and started spending with a vengeance? And go to the final step at the speed of light? The answer, it has to be no. Considering the Wan sisters from the broadcasting and hosting department, they were also two human beings, yet they were also being intimate with Subai. Three people, at the same time, looking away from Subai. Thinking about it was impossible. So, eliminating all the impossibilities, what's left is the truth. Subai, the hidden tycoon of the computer science department, richer than the one who drove a Porsche to school in junior year, and the son of the real estate developer from Guangdong province. Just as this judgment popped into Lu Yuan's head, Shui Tao sent another message. Shui Jitao, image. Yuan, what are you doing secretly filming people when they are in class as a young couple? Shui Jitao, I didn't take the picture. It was other students, Pix knows. Shui Jitao, look at the clothes they're wearing. They're all Tide brand emergency new models. This brand premium thief. Hope, so? Shui Jitao, don't you think it's very inappropriate? Students get this. It's too flashy. How many students can afford to wear a first-tier foreign original hipster brand? Hope, not many students drive a maiden then. Shui Ji Tao? Shui Ji Tao, no, can that be the same? Shui Ji Tao, what does it have to do with maiden? Shui Ji Tao, I mean, this is only just together. And Subai is buying such nice clothes for Chen Yuxing. So what's going to happen in the future? Hope. Yuan, it's Subai's freedom to spend money on his girlfriend. Why are you criticizing? Yuan, it's you who promised to treat me to Japanese food, but you only ordered the 268-person basic set menu. Yuan, I just want to eat a New Zealand crayfish. Hey, Shui Ji Tao, picks nose. Shui Ji Tao, what's so good about crayfish? Fishy, no flavor at all. Next time I'll treat you to spicy hot pot at the cafeteria in the South District. Then Lu Yuan didn't bother to reply to him. No, it's really too much of a test of cardiovascular health to talk down to this man. Blood pressure pulls full if you're not careful. Calm down. Lu Yuan calmed her mind and started to go and chat with people from the computer department and people she knew to gather information about Subai's recent movements. She had to investigate just how rich Subai was to attract the Wan sisters and Chen Yuxing to race to him. And in the classroom of a freshman major in the computer science department, Subai had already been with Chen Yuxing, secretly holding hands under the table. In fact, Subai did not want to hold. He was concentrating on not listening to the water forum, watching the netizens on some irrelevant issues to make a big fuss. Don't laugh. This is the essence of the contemporary internet, and it has to be savored. Moreover, concentrating on watching the netizens quarrel can make Subai completely deaf to what the teacher is saying. To achieve the system's complete indulgence judgment, automatic acquisition of knowledge, it's purely because Chen Yuxing took the initiative and wanted to hold hands. As a result, holding her slender and delicate catkin, Subai did not want to let go either. The two of them just got bored under the table and stayed there until the class was over. Wait for what? Stowing the top-of-the-line MacBook Pro in his backpack, Subai asked. I'm going to go to the lab and write some code. Well, I've been slacking too much lately. After saying that, Chen Yuxing paused, her pretty face slightly flushed as she emphasized. Not going back to the hotel with you. I'm going to stay in the dormitory tonight. Humph. Then he made a face at Subai and ran away. Subai froze for a moment, and then that silly smile characteristic of men in love surfaced. That's nice. You can enjoy pure love without any worries and not have to think about the pressure of reality at all. Such a lovely Chen Yuxing. Subai was able to easily spend his whole life holding it in the palm of his hand and pampering it. The students passing by were completely dumbfounded. I have a cabinet. The original high cold school bully Chen Schoolflower's face. Expression can be jangling rich yo? It's been a long time coming. Chapter 86, Zhou Jialu wants to become Subai's exclusive housekeeper. Schoolboy, I miss you so much. In the evening, Subai returned to the Scott Shanchue stacked puzzle, and as soon as he entered the door, he was greeted with a hug and pampering from Zhou Jialu's senior sister. There was a little more than an unusual stiffness in his stride as he ran over with his little steps, thanks to the fact that there are not many classes in the senior year. Otherwise Zhou Jiadir is expected to be very inconvenient in the past 2 days. Subai cuddled with her for a while before asking softly in her ear, still not feeling well? Well, it's all due to the fact that schoolmates' talent is too strong. Zhou Jiadir was a bit helpless. Before getting involved in that sort of thing, girls tend to have unrealistic fantasies, such as wanting their boyfriends to be as good as they can be at that sort of thing. However, Zhou Jiadir practiced it and realized that it was not that way at all. Subai is just too strong, especially with that unusual size, a little too aggressive for the original unopened girl, adding to the fact that it was Subai's first time with her. He lacked fire in the area of force control, and at that time, he had not acquired the skill of manipulation emperor. It caused Zhou Jiadir to not slow down until now. Of course, it had something to do with her own delicate constitution. Subai sort of realized that the contrast between this school sister's outer performance and her inner self could be really big. What looks like a battle-hardened old fox turns out to be a fragile and innocent little fox. Therefore, Subai didn't bully her too much, and after simply doing a maneuver, he let Zhou Jiadir go for the time being and began to consider what to eat for dinner. When you reach a certain level of wealth and gain complete dining freedom, that's when thinking about what you're going to eat for each meal becomes a brain-draining operation. Forget it, I'm too lazy to burn my brain. Let's just go straight to the Japanese buffet. What do you think, sister? No problem. Hey, of course I don't have a problem. I'll do as you say. Zhou Jiadir showed a good little woman posture, holding Subai's arm. The two of them cleaned up a little and got into the car. Until the meeting, Zhou Jiadir hadn't mentioned anything about Chen Yuxing to Subai. She'd gotten the news through her circle of friends. Of course, after all, Chen Yuxing was her roommate, and at that time, when she first enrolled in school, she added WeChat friends. It was just that Zhou Jiadir felt that since Subai hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't take the initiative to ask. if she were to be honest, it did have that little drop of jealousy. But Zhou Jialu is a very understanding girl. She knows that she is in this situation, only suitable to be Subai's lover. Far from Chen Yusheng, and Subai so well matched. She had enough of an advantage anyway. Figure out your position and just root around Subai and operate well. The witty schoolmistress has long possessed full awareness. Subai wasn't sure just how profound Zhou Jiadir's realization was, so during the meal, with a bad smile, he asked, "Sister, didn't you play with your cell phone today?" "Played? Why?" "See the circle of friends. What do you think?" "Thoughts?" Zhou Jialu glanced at Subai angrily and reached out to pinch the soft flesh around his waist. Instead of a pinch, it's a pouty level of scratching. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't write something so childish. Where's the childishness? It's not even childish. It looks like it was written by a young college couple. "Sister, you're in your senior year. You haven't graduated yet, but I'm the one who's house-sitting for you. Surely it's better to be mature, isn't it?" Hearing Zhou Jiadir say this so proudly, Subai pondered for a moment and leisurely said, "School sister seems to like the role of a housekeeper oh so much." Housekeeper? It seems a bit old-fashioned to say, but it does mean that. Zhou Jiadir smiled and peeled an AO shrimp for Subai and sent it into his mouth. "I'm more of a family man. I don't like to fight outside. If school brother is assured of me, I'm willing to be school brother's housekeeper." Oh, this is actually the result of Zhou Jiadir's deep thought, not a whim. People have to have something to do, and it's not impossible to simply be a pretty little waste of time eating, drinking and buying. It's just that the spiritual side of things gets empty after a while. Generally speaking, the rich man's women either find a cleaner class to work in or open a small store and do some business with the rich man's support. Zhou Jiadir thought about it. She didn't seem to be interested in any of this, so the thought suddenly came to me today as I strolled through a 300 square foot landscape stack. Subai's home, including the current one that rents for $1.33 million a year, and the properties he may purchase afterward, are surely oversized mansions. The presence of a housekeeper would then necessarily be required, and perhaps a couple of maids would need to be hired. Let's not talk about the maid. The choice of this steward is intriguing. High-end people are said to hire the kind of young professional women with good looks, body and professionalism, as housekeepers. For Subai, this was obviously a way to tease a girl, but Zhou Jiadir wasn't happy about it. Don't look at the fact that she appeared to be tolerant of Chen Yusheng. It was because Chen Yusheng was too strong. Do you really think all women can come to steal Subai from her? Competitors, of course, are better with less. Therefore, simply Zhou Jiadir took the position of housekeeper herself. It just so happens that she likes to stay at home and manage the many chores of the family, in every way. In this way, over time, Subai would form a dependence on her. It's hard to change your housekeeper once you've gotten used to it. Of course Zhou Jialu didn't think that Subai would necessarily get tired of playing and abandon her in the future. However, being the woman of such an outstanding broad, it was definitely a positive and long-lasting mindset to find ways to provide value to Subai. Schoolmate anyway, I've already quit my job and I have nothing to do lately. Why don't I go find a place to learn the specialized knowledge that I should have as a housekeeper so that I can better help you take care of your family in the future? Looking at Zhou Jiadir's serious appearance, Subai nodded his head rather approvingly. "Senior sister, you're also too thoughtful. You're too kind. I just want to be with my schoolmate for a long time." As she said that, a bit of melancholy appeared on Zhou Jialu's face. "After all, I'm not as talented as Chen Yusheng, so if my schoolmate gets tired of me, I have to have a bit of a personal advantage, right? It can be." Subai couldn't help but smile. If all the kings of the ancient dynasties had sisters' sense of being prepared for danger, I'm afraid there wouldn't have been so many tragedies of fallen nations. The matter was finalized, and the two smiled at each other and stopped discussing the topic. Concentrate on enjoying the Japanese seafood buffet. Subai, however, took the time to start thinking. If she really wanted to send her schoolmate to attend housekeeper training, where exactly would be the most appropriate place to learn? It always feels like it's a very niche area of training, and not something that just any organization on the street can do like exam training. Chapter 87 Love indulgences can also trigger system rewards. Sue White showed off 10 oyster sashimi and another 10 garlic roasted oysters before she got the idea about teaching housekeeping. Can't say the same for the thought process. In fact, it is to open WeChat and ask the summer director in a private chat. With Director Xia's status and background, it is expected that he knows about it. Sure enough, the reply came quickly. "Summer Lin, there are short-term training courses, and there's really not much to learn, but a lot of it is experience and networking in nature, and you have to be introduced to it." Summer Lin, what? Your brother has such a wide range of interests that he wants to go to someone else's house to experience life as a housekeeper? Summer Lin, be careful. Oh, such a handsome butler will be seen by Missy and do all kinds of indescribable things. Crispy white goose, where are you thinking? Sister, It's just that a friend of mine is interested in this area. Summer Lin, oh. Summer Lin, just friends? Puffy Goose, Goose underscore scratches underscore head. Crispy Goose, I owe you a favor. Summer Lin, what's the point of being so polite? Just watch a movie with me next time. Puff Pastry Goose, sister's favorite movie is it? Then I guess I'll fall asleep again. Summer Lin, you sleep. I watch. It's a happy decision. Crispy White Goose, Goose underscore confused. When you are superior in your own right, you won't run out of steam when you ask for help. Even more often than not, bothering people is a sign of an unsolicited gesture of goodwill to establish a long-term social connection in high-end circles. The process of seeking help from Director Xia went smoothly, and the only thing that made Subai feel a little puzzled was why Director Xia asked him to watch a movie again. Obviously, the last time he was at the private theater in Ascot Plaza, Subai slept over on her lap the entire time. For Charlene, could this be anything good to look forward to? It's reasonable to think that watching a favorite movie with a guy and having the other guy sleep through it with no interest in it should make you, as a literary young woman, furious, right? Subai felt illogical, and so on. Could it be that the last time the summer director took advantage of his sleep to secretly treat him? Turns out you're such a dazzlingly depressing summer guide. What is schoolmate thinking about? Jo Jadir suddenly came over and reached out to Ruffle. How can you ask serious questions with others and still have me in your head? Ha ha, it's not that schoolteacher is too sexy. Hee hee. Jo Jelu was very happy and continued to provoke Subai, but he didn't know that just now Subai was thinking about Charlene in the movie theater that day in his head, the marvelous touch of his thighs, so his body also had a corresponding feedback. Obviously, he was with his schoolmate, but his mind was on another woman. Hey, even when it comes to emotions, I've started to indulge lately. Ding. Hey, Lord Host is really shameless. Reward cash plus 10,000 yuan. Oh ooh. There's a reward for that too? Subai didn't care about this $10,000, but the information revealed in it was quite important. That means that indulging in the romantic relationship piece can also trigger a bonus from the system? Wouldn't that mean that in the future, if Subai did more and more outrageous things, he might be able to get advanced rewards, raffle chances, limited out-of-print items, and attribute points to enhance your body? Suwhite wants it all. Read about it. After the meal, Subai drove his schoolmate back to the hotel and started to move his hands. And the goal is aimed squarely at real battlefield engagements, not limited to maneuvers. Hokey, this can't work right. I'm still a little embarrassed. Jo Jadir looked embarrassed. But I really like schoolteachers so much. Subai kissed Jo Jadir's cheeks, regret surfacing on his handsome face. Just an expression made Jo Jadir's heart soften. As the lover and future all-around housekeeper of her schoolmate, she can't even fulfill this need of her schoolmate. What a scandal. Jo Jadir gritted her teeth, and a blush appeared on her face. Then you, lighten up and slow down. Packed. About an hour later, Jo Jadir leaned into Subai's arm, feeling like her entire body was about to turn into a soft liquid. As a result, in the end, I wanted to forcefully endure the difficult to satisfy Subai, but I could not imagine that after entering the state, she was even more enjoyable than Subai. This amazing phenomenon is partly because she really super likes Subai. Young, golden, tall and handsome. It's simply Jo Jadir's dream man. Hey, she's such a shallow girl then. On the other hand, it's also the fact that Subai's skills are really superb. Based on Jo Jadir's fragile endurance, a fighting style with a slow and gentle tone was developed. It's especially to Jo Jialu's liking. It feels so romantic, with the pleasure of being fully spoiled by a schoolmate. The bad thing is because the pace of the battle isn't exciting enough, resulting in Subai not being able to land successfully. In the end, it was turned into an exercise, allowing Subai to arrive at the harmony realm as well. Ding! Detecting the special indulgent means of the host lord. Even if his partner has difficulties, he has to top the difficulties. It's really singable. Reward free attribute points plus 3. Great. It's free attribute points. We're saved. At the same time, the system opened up the character attribute panel function, and Subai was finally able to view his various values. Host attributes. Physical fitness, 82. Mind, 75. Face value, 78. Special, 90. Skills, swimming, master. Fundamentals of finance and business management, master. Manipulation grand master, proficiency. Subai roughly studied the rules for adding attribute points. The items of the attribute are more general, so you can just add points to the first 4 items to boost the corresponding effects. There is no upper limit to each attribute, meaning that there is every chance of exceeding the human limit. Author's note, this article does not cultivate immortality, not metaphysical, not ancient martial arts. The system to help the protagonist to enhance the personal ability to help the protagonist to pretend to be. The storyline is limited to the scope of the urban gods and heroes. The protagonist may be more supermodels, but it will not be too outrageous. In addition to the protagonist of the other people will not be able to have the ability of the super conventional. As for the skills in the fifth row, they were skills that Subai had acquired through raffles and the like. Attribute points can be consumed to upgrade the grade of a skill, and the higher the grade, the more attribute points are required. Obviously, it's better to add attributes for the highest gain at this stage, and wait until the attribute boosts don't provide enough feedback on reality to consider skilling up. After all, Subai is only a freshman, still belongs to the stage of eating and drinking around to enjoy skill and so on, which have added attributes more fragrant. After a little bit of thinking, Subai added the 3 points of attributes that he had just gained to physique, and it went from 82 points to 85 points. At once, the physique that had already been strengthened by the transformation liquid for a round was once again strengthened. Ha, schoolboy, how come it feels like your muscles here just bulged a little? Jo Jadir was pinching Subai's arm and playing with it when she suddenly said in surprise, I don't know, maybe dinner is being digested in growing muscles. Subai casually babbled. Ha ha, you're so funny, there's no such thing as growing muscles so fast. Jo Jadir laughed her ass off. It's so much fun to be with my schoolmate, who is funny and good at coaxing people. It's a blessing to be able to grasp such a top-notch male god. Subai had already sent something about the housekeeper training course to Jo Jadir. A link, plus a business card for the person in charge. Jo Jialu acted quickly and added the person in charge, intending to start her career as a housekeeper. Chapter 88, How Rich Is This Kid? In these last 2 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, unexpectedly calm. Summarized as nothing happened. Sister Jo Jialu is addicted to housekeeper training and Chen Yuxing is addicted to scientific research. As for Subai himself, he is addicted to taking classes that he has to sign up for in person. Well, not addicted. Subai tried the nature of listening to a lesson, and found that the learning effect was completely incomparable to the brain knowledge that the system's indulgent negative elimination automatically brought about. That is, listening in class may be useful, but listening in class is unlikely to be useful. Open the pendulum. So Subai focused on nestling in the corner and playing on the computer, occasionally discussing the next season's new releases with Wanghauren. Until the night before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Subai asked the two sisters in separate private chats if they wanted to go out to stay tonight. Got 2 negative answers. Jo Jialu said that tonight the housekeeper training side, a 30 years of work experience senior housekeeper aunt, to do experience sharing, the location of a business hotel near the school. After listening to the lesson is estimated to be almost midnight, directly back to the dormitory to sleep. In the past 2 days, Jo Jiadir has been very motivated, and is more serious than she was when she first enrolled in her major courses. Chen Yuxing's reasoning is a bit more hilarious. If I sleep with you tonight, I won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow morning. It was obvious that Chen Yuxing still enjoyed traveling out with Subai. Subai thought that this was normal. After all, the two were in the heat of the moment not long after the official announcement, and did not think deeper. Chen Yuxing, however, had her own little thoughts. The trip featured the doll-like Zhang Shoye and the Vanguard sisters' pair of seductive-looking, legitimately gigantic na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-nas. It's important to nurture your energy and respond to the threat with plenty of energy. Although, in Chen Yuxing's perspective, there was no connection between these women and Subai, but Subai is so outstanding. It is very simple to get involved with a woman you don't know well. Subai doesn't care. Let's just say that we will change our tastes tonight and have a blackout with our buddies in the dormitory. The Silver Twins. By the way, Subai saw a live broadcast of the local versus Shanghai Master. Lunch isn't really important. We're going to walk around the old town this afternoon anyway, so just grab a McDonald's. What are you talking about? It is not easy to go out to travel. Of course it is necessary to eat something good. I have relatives who know that side to open a restaurant. Countryside farm food. To ensure that everyone enjoys the original Jiangqing characteristics. Oh, Jiangqing specialties, sounds like a strange flavor. What if people can't get used to eating it and get diarrhea? Wouldn't the afternoon's trip all go down the drain? It doesn't matter if you fizzle out. Right, I booked a specialty B&B for you guys. The scenery is superb. It's not impossible to take a break. The master plan for the trip had been finalized by Shuetao a few days before, made into a document and sent to the group. Subai looked at that document. You don't say. Do actually okay? At least much better than Shuetao's PPT in the group presentation session in the public election class. It's true that as long as something involves flirting with girls, the locals are attentive. What with the Hook 8 group work, paddling is redundant, but the details of the itinerary can actually be adjusted, like what to have for your first lunch after departure. Shuetao wants to take the group to experience the specialties of the Jiangqing countryside, to which Chu Mingjie objects. It was a question that the two had been arguing about since the previous days, and had not been settled until the night before this departure. Subai was not present during the previous few arguments. Obviously, in the eyes of these two, Wanghauren had little value in seeking advice. just a little transparent geek. But Subai is different. In the eyes of Shuetao, Subai is at least a man who has already taken off, more than an ordinary classmate. Subai, you tell me, what's for lunch tomorrow? Me, I'm alright. No buddy, you don't do anything. At least it's the first meal after departure. It's very important. If it's not well arranged and make those three beauties unhappy, won't it be a failure? After experiencing the envy and jealousy towards Subai, Shuetao had now adjusted his mindset. It's just a case of suddenly having some money on hand, revenge spending, and an opportunity to pick up girls. When this money is spent, and Chen Yuxing's freshness for Subai is over, maybe they will break up soon. Only locals with substance like me, Shuetao, can maintain a relationship for a long time. So Shuetao focused on the other three girls in the traveling party. Try to make a good impression on them with this trip. If he could win the favor of one of them, Shuetao would not hesitate to kick out Lu Yuan and replace her with an even better girlfriend. What's it called? Running to a better man. This farm-to-table meal, then, is Shuetao's chance to show off the local strengths. Turns out Chu Mingqiu actually said he wanted McDonald's. Subai thought about it and said, I think the local dishes are better. At least they can figure out a fun time to let everyone choose for themselves. And if the taste is not accustomed to it, you can go to McDonald's by yourself. It's not a fall trip for elementary school kids when you go out in a group. Eating this kind of thing, if you do not like to eat, you can think of other ways to solve the problem. There is no need to engage in that kind of formalistic collectivism. Chu Mingzhi was a bit anxious. No, brother Subai, take a look at the map. That place is especially remote. Even more remote than the ancient town we're going to in the afternoon. It's almost to the mountains. Where is there a McDonald's that we can order? Yeah, well, buy some burgers and fried chicken or something ahead of time and bring it with you, so whoever can't eat it will have a backup. Oh, you say it lightly, you give the belt ah? Shuetao was conspiratorial. Subai, who was invading the opponent's wild area with Wang Haoren, twisted his head and glanced at Shuetao, a hard strained smile on his face. Sure, I'll bring it. Find a McDonald's on the side of the road before we leave town then. First wave of lunch at 10. Buy something to take with you. I'll take care of it. Buying food for an S-ranked goddess whose favorability reached the standard could return cash. So of course Subai was not going to turn down this wool-gathering opportunity. Shuetao was a bit stifled. I had thought that Subai would be unwilling to pay this money, but I never thought that he would agree so boldly. Damn, this kid has been really crazy lately, and I don't know how much of the lottery he's actually won. On the contrary, it seems that he, Shuetao, is very petty. Let me be clear in advance. It's not that I'm not willing to pay for McDonald's. It's only a few bucks. Don't argue. Don't argue. It's critical here. Subai interrupted Shuetao's feeble argument and concentrated on operating a wave. The leopardess even blanked 3 darts. So the originally envisioned invasion of the wilderness for a messy kill turned into a messy send with Wang Haoren. No buddy, where's the one you QU? Wang Haoren gave an exasperated laugh. Gutters, what a hot chicken hero. Subai was also exasperated by himself. Sure enough, this kind of fish fry hero just not for fish like him to play. It's still got to be Yuxingchen. Looking at the two people passionately LOL ignoring him, Shuetao moved his mouth, depressed and silent, only to go to Lu Yuan and spit on her. As a result, Lu Yuan didn't know what she was busy with and didn't bother with him. Chapter 89, the high-flying schoolteacher has prepared something good for the trip. Female Dormitory 2 Building 321, the Goddess Dormitory, which is well known in the school, has a more active atmosphere than usual tonight. After all, with tomorrow's vacation, both Jiang Qiuzheng and Chen Yuxing were going out on a trip. Sister Zhou Jialu returned to the dormitory after a long absence, so Lu Yuan was busy chattering away with them. Just don't bother looking at your phone. In fact, even if he saw Shuetao's message, he didn't bother to reply. There were things that needed more attention that occupied Lu Yuan's head. Yu Shun, hurry up and tell us what it's like to be with your boyfriend. That? Lu Yuan was full of gossip. She wasn't interested in the one with Sito, but as an inexperienced girl, she was still inwardly curious about adult things, especially Chang Yuxing, a high-cold beauty with a natural face paralysis. It's really hard to imagine the scene where she and Subai are making love to each other and even to each other. At this moment, Chen Yuxing was packing her backpack and preparing the things she would bring tomorrow. Hearing Lu Yuan's gossipy question, he answered almost without thinking. It was fun. Ha ha. That's really concise. It made Lu Yuan blush. Also, the fact that Chen Yuxing was able to send out that kind of godly circle of friends meant that she was open and honest in that regard. This kind of frankness from the heart, Lu Yuan asked herself, can not do. Think about it differently. If she was the one who had that kind of relationship with Subai, Lu Yuan must be ashamed to let others know. It may even be deliberately hidden. A girl's first time is still worth a lot, and Lu Yuanyuan has to keep proclaiming that she is a flawless jade girl, so that when the time comes to get married, she can exchange more chips from the hands of a quality guy. What? What do you mean? What happens when that membrane is gone? You can still make it up. So when Lu Yuansheng looked at Chen Yuxing being so frank, she felt that this girl was really honest to the point of being a bit silly. This is a big drop in value if you break up with Subai later, mature, and then want to marry a rich man. People are so different from each other. Even when Chen Yuxing was packing his school bag, he opened a courier package that he had just gotten back. The girls in the dormitory turned a little uncomfortable when they saw the packaging of the merchandise. A well-known daily necessities international big brand. 003 Ultra Thin Extra Large. 40 pieces of bulk pack. Without changing her face, Chen Yuxing packed the entire box into her school bag. There's even a little bit of smugness going on. This one was carefully selected by her on top of a certain east based on Subai's characteristics. The order was placed yesterday and delivered to the school's delivery station today just in time. The 001 model is too thin, and with the level of enthusiasm she and Subai have for watching anime, I'm sure it will break easily. Chen Yuxing didn't want to become a mom at a young age. She still wanted to be mushy and happy with Subai for a few years, and wait until she was mature enough to have the mind to raise a child before giving Subai a child. That's right, Chen Yuxing had even brainstormed about this aspect. Either you're not interested in relationships at all, or you meet the love of your life and go all in. This, then, was Chen Yuxing's way of endurance. Oversized is also necessary. Last time, Subai bought it from a convenience store and bought a few different numbers to try. Embarrassed to find out that the standard version doesn't work at all. It's too confining. Even the extra large is a little tight. Similar to a regular person with an off size. As for what delay hydration those styles that come with special effects. Not at all. Subai's physical quality is strong, and the length of time makes Chen Yuxing very satisfied. Besides, this kind of thing is not the longer the better. Brainless delay is not desirable. Chen Yuxing's heart was in the right place, and she couldn't help but reminisce as she packed her bags. The sweet smile common to young girls who fall in love appearing on her face. In the other bed in the dormitory, Zhou Jiadir was also packing her bags. Compared to Chen Yuxing, her luggage was much more complicated, mainly a mishmash of personal belongings, plus fancy clothes. They were all luxury big brands that Subai had bought for her. Of course, the roommates only know that it was bought for her by her new boyfriend, and they don't know that it came from Subai's hand. Zhou Jialu decides to keep it a secret for now, not letting the guys know who her boyfriend really is. Let your classmates think it's an old, ugly man from off campus, and that will balance things out a bit for everyone. On the other hand, if one makes a big deal about her relationship with Subai, then many people will be confused as to who is the real girlfriend, her or Chen Yuxing. Zhou Jialu has no intention of competing with Chen Yuxing in this regard. What she wanted, after all, was the position of housekeeper. So with a very natural expression on her face, Zhou Jialu watched Chen Yuxing put the quantities of personal items into her school bag. Sneering, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Subai. Fawn, photo. Dear, you see, your girlfriend has prepared a lot of goodies for this trip. Crispy goose, goose_probe. Crispy white goose, how come you're so shady and wet? And you're taking pictures of people? Crispy white goose, goose_spiral_down_finger. Fawn, oh yo. I'm not calling this a sneak peek. I'm sharing your girlfriend's life with you, okay? Don't you want to know what your family's shengsheng is usually like in the dormitory? Puff pastry goose, it's still true. Crispy white goose, so what's she like on a normal day? She can't buy this weird stuff every day. Fawn, she's usually super high-strung. But then again, according to feedback from Lu Yuanyuan, who's been in the dorm room a lot lately, Shang has often inexplicably started giggling lately, similar to a sudden malady. Dear, alas, so innocent girl, just so by someone to hua. Yelp. While chatting and joking with Subai, he packed his bags. She certainly wasn't going to follow the 510s out on a fall trip. You're a senior now. Why are you being so shy about this? It's no fun. Furthermore, Subai also needs personal space. Men are like yo-yos. They have to be properly flung out to let him spin freely and then retrieved. This is so that the bearings are always lubricated. This mid-autumn festival, Zhou Jiadir is going to follow the stewardship training course and go to another city in the province for intensive training. The organizer of the set was a certain uncle of Charlene's family. The teacher who is the main speaker is a highly respected grandmother who has served Charlene's family. It's time to say no. Opportunities like this are rare. Zhou Jiadir also wanted to take this opportunity to recuperate his body to its full strength, and wait until the end of the Mid-Autumn Festival and before the National Day before engaging in a friendly military sparring match with Subai. Lu Yuanyuan was still pulling Chen Yuxing to chat about gossip. The latter didn't talk much, occasionally popping out a few sentences with shocking phrases, each of which would take Lu Yuanyuan a long time to digest. Throughout the house, The atmosphere was actually quite happy, very much the harmony of a girl's dormitory, and not as hooked up as the goddess dormitory that the outside world brainstorms. The only one who wasn't too happy was Jung Chyojeon, this exquisite beauty girl, who was usually full of secondary senses, at this time, seemed to be particularly absent-minded. Chapter 90, Self-Righteous Aomame. It's been more than a month since school started, and Jung Chyojeon feels okay about college life. It wasn't as good as I thought it would be, but it wasn't bad. Overall, it wasn't too much more than she expected. The only one who was unexpected was Subai. She and Subai were authentic childhood friends. When I was a kid, both families lived right across the street from each other and were average working-class people. When their parents are busy at work, they go to kindergarten and play together. Later Subai's parents suffered an accident and died. Subai's relatives on both sides are not willing to have him, so Jung Chyojeon's mother, logically became Subai's guardian. Fortunately, Subai has a relatively independent character, and his parents left him enough inheritance to bring him up. So, Jung Chyojeon's mom didn't put much thought into Subai. On the contrary, everyone praised Subai for his understanding. However, it was this kind of character of Subai that led to a heated argument that broke out between Jung Chyojeon and him during the summer vacation. The two deleted each other's friends and agreed to pretend they didn't know each other after college. But Jung Chyojeon felt that Subai would definitely regret it. After all, she was a beautiful girl that Subai had a hard time getting in touch with in his life, and if he saw her getting close to other guys at the university, Subai would definitely be jealous. This idea, if Subai knew about it, he would definitely burst out laughing maniacally. After all, Subai only treated her as a buddy, a very pure friendship, but Jung Chyojeon, this person, right, in that area is just very easy to make a fool of herself. That's right, the naturally beautiful Jung Chyojeon, who grew up surrounded by the praise of the people around her, can be said to be high-minded and more or less haughty. Her goal, to find a really high-maintenance boyfriend, not the ordinary beauty of the kind of for the sake of money to give themselves and the old and ugly man together, but appearance and wealth both, but also a bit of inner meaning of the real rich man. Falling out with Subai actually had something to do with that goal. Perhaps it was because the two knew each other so well and so early that they had hung out together for as long as they could remember. Subai has little sense of boundaries with her and doesn't see her as a girl at all. This can't be done. Jung Chyojeon is to raid the rich and handsome. If there is a person like Subai around, Fu will be very mindful of it. This is a proper minus point. After all, Subai's height and face value were good, the type that would make men instantly wary and competitive, not the unthreatening otaku male lead of the anime. When she first enrolled in school, Jung Chyojeon felt that she was simply too witty. After putting aside Subai, she was the pure and flawless beauty girl without a childhood friend who was so well connected that it seemed ambiguous to outsiders. These days, I have met a lot of quality males from the local Gyeongchang area and even from the Magic City and Imperial City origins, although all of them were not enough to satisfy Jung Chyojeon. I guess, the passionate, and even dog-licking attitude that those men showed towards her made Jung Chyojeon very receptive. She just loved the feeling of being held up, going out someone to play with, hungry someone to invite her to dinner. Want to drink milk tea will have free takeaway delivered downstairs. Of course, Kang Chyojeon wouldn't let the boys bear the burden of all this spending money. There is no ambiguity at all about the money that should be paid by her. Compare it to the green tea that spends all their time thinking about how to spend a man's money, and it's a tall order. Therefore, there are especially many people who like Jung Chyojeon. She intends to take more time and pick carefully. Anyway, even if you can't pick a good one, you have Subai to bail you out. Anyhow, Subai is also a 985 computer major. The probability of income after graduation is not bad, coupled with the body and looks, is definitely a quality man in the eyes of ordinary people. If Jung Chyojeon didn't pick a suitable Fu brother, she'd make up with Subai and give some hints. At that time, in Jung Chyojeon's fantasy, the mother-born single for many years to dazzle the repressed Subai, surely instantly on the head, like a pug wagging his tail to be good to her. She is Subai's green plum, so good-looking and nice voice. Definitely the white moonlight in Subai's heart. Although Subai had never admitted to this, Jung Chyojeon had always been convinced of this. As for whether Subai will be single, impossible. On the Subai that ghost fan day I character, every day in addition to study just no play computer, never will please the girls. How can there be a girl tolerate him? The above is what Jung Chyojeon thought at the end of the summer vacation until about a week ago. And when the rumors of Subai and Chen Yuxing began to circulate in the circle, Jung Chyojeon vaguely felt that something was wrong, but for the time being, it was still just a catch-all stage. Jung Chyojeon consoled himself that it was just a blind rumor from someone else. With Subai's touching emotional intelligence, coupled with pathetic financial conditions, Jung Chyojeon estimated that Chen Yuxing was just hanging on to Subai for fun. The deceased parents left Subai's inheritance. Not much left. Subai usually does not spend. As an emergency fund reserve, Auntie gives Subai 1 200 yuan a month for living expenses. And that's it. Subai's own consumption habits are also the main one: energy saving, from head to toe or cheap goods. All rely on the set handsome bottom so it does not look shabby. However, Zhang Qiujing still kind of wanted to find out what kind of relationship Subai and Chen Yuxing really had. It is for this reason that she chose to join the 510 tour. It just so happened that he could also follow along to mix up his credits, and he could also observe Subai and Chen Yuxing up close, killing two birds with one stone. However, the official announcement trend 2 days ago was a blow to Zhang Qiuye. She couldn't imagine that Subai was actually really with Chen Yuxing. How can you be with Chen Yuxing? I should have been so upset and depressed for months that I couldn't get into any relationship because we broke up. How did you walk out so quickly? No, this is more than just walking out. Straight up in the air. Although Zhang Qiuye was very reluctant to admit it, the truth was that Chen Yuxing was a goddess who was not inferior to her in every aspect. There is always competition between beautiful women. Originally, Zhang Qiujing was already a bit hostile to Chen Yuxing, and now he's even more hostile. Especially the box she slipped into her book bag tonight. It broke Kong Qiuye's defenses. After all these years of raising a quality spare tire, he was just pried away by another woman? That said, this Chen school bully is also too heavenly. This is only with Subai, no, not long, right? Actually, all to such a degree. Is it that she is because of that aspect? To fall in love with Subai? The more Zhang Qiuye thought about it, the more it made sense. There was one thing, though, that confused Zhang Qiuye. Where did Subai get the money to take Chen Yuxing to stay at the Marriott? As a woman committed to marrying into a wealthy family, Zhang Qiujing naturally recognized easily that Subai and Chen Yuxing, by and large, were in that JW Marriott hotel near the school. That's something. In various groups, some students also said that Subai does seem to have made a small fortune recently. So, where did Su White get her money? Zhang Qiuzhan knew him well. However, Subai suddenly became so mysterious that she couldn't see through it, which gave her a sense of discomfort that things were out of her control. All in all, this trip, Kang Qiuye must clear up all these doubts. Chapter 91, the heartwarming little Qingmei who woke up early to put on makeup. The next day, early morning, at 5 o'clock or so, Zhang Qiuye set an alarm clock and climbed up, starting to put on her makeup. Makeup is a must-have skill for every artsy girl, and the difference in makeup skills between girls can be even greater than the difference in face value. Kang Qiuye's makeup techniques were learned from her mother, trying a little bit from middle school. Nothing to look at the post of a small certain book, gradually blending and developing into her own genre. It was a toss-up from 5 o'clock until 7 o'clock. It was only finally manageable. The main thing is that you still have to wash and blow dry your hair, in order not to disturb your roommate's sleep. Zhang Qiujing can only be in the public restroom on the floor. Open the hairdryer's small gear, slowly blowing. Image is extremely crucial when you go out today. To draw Subai's gaze from Chen Yuxing's body. This idea seems to be a bit evil, but Zhang Qiujing is serious. This raised for many years of spare tire suddenly was taken by someone else. Zhang Qiujing's mood is extremely frustrated, and even the face of the party Chen Yuxing, also full of hostility. On the contrary, Chen Yuxing slept until 7:30 before he woke up leisurely, stretched out on the bed, and twisted his face to see the heavily armed Zhang Qiujing looking in the mirror. It froze. You awake? Zhang Qiuzhan noticed Chen Yuxing's gaze through the reflection of the mirror and was a little embarrassed. It is always embarrassing for girls to dress up very hard in their dorm rooms because their roommates tend to wonder what they are going to do when they dress up so nicely. There must be an important man to meet. This is an unspoken tacit understanding between girls. Usually in the dormitory is not formal, but there are important people to meet. You have to dress up carefully. Chen Yuxing fumed for a while and heartily complimented. Zhang Qiuye, you look really good today. Okay la. It's supernatural for you to wear makeup. I wouldn't be able to. Chen Yuxing was a little bit sorry about this. Then again, would Subai prefer her well-dressed look? Forget it, have experienced that kind of thing, and Subai and do not have to be so entangled between them, but they are soulmates of the same heart, do not need to be like ordinary couples, preaching this and that. Chen Yuxing climbed out of bed, went to wash up, and then changed into the hipster set that Subai had bought for her. Last night, I made a date with Subai, and today I wore a couple's outfit to pinch. Zhang Qiujing observed Chen Yuxing with his afterglow for a while, and realized that she didn't have a problem with the fact that she was seriously dressing up, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. That said, it's still a bit of a thief's errand. It was mainly because Chen Yuxing's aura was too cold and oppressive. Zhang Qiujing and then turned to think, I am afraid of what me. I am the first Subai is familiar with the woman. It is me who came first. Just after getting dressed, Chen Yuxing received a message from Subai on her cell phone. Puff pastry goose, wake up, crispy goose, I'd like to go out for breakfast. Join me, rain break, together. The appointed time of departure was 9 o'clock. It was still early, and Chen Yuxing was hungry. so he thought Subai must be taking her out to eat something delicious. Chen Yusheng put on his school bag and headed out. Zhang Qiujing saw it and asked in a hurry, "Yu Sheng, are you leaving so early? There's still quite a long time before the gathering." "Right. Oh, I'm going to breakfast with my boyfriend." After saying that, Chen Yusheng stepped out of the door with his long legs, not realizing Zhang Qiuye's grudging eyes. "It's so emotional. We have to go to dinner together in the morning." This cannot help but let Zhang Qiujing recall summer vacation when she and Subai has not yet quarreled, shouting Subai out to eat the new net red snacks. The result, Subai is simply too lazy to move, asleep until noon. She knocked on the door. "Do not take care of her." Abominable. Instantly, jealousy surged through Zhang Qiujing's heart, and subconsciously blurted out at Chen Yusheng's back, "Can you take me with you?" Chen Yusheng stopped walking and turned back, looking at Zhang Qiuye with some confusion, the latter a little unnatural to explain. "Anyway, I'm also ready. It's just as well that we go downstairs together. Later I won't come up." Well, it's also an opportunity to get to know Rain Shang's boyfriend well. It's about to be a companionable trip. This reason was slightly raw, and with Kang Qiuye's averted eyes, the whole thing reeked of suspicion. It was a good thing that Chen Yusheng was relatively straight-tempered and didn't like to speculate on other people's emotions. Nodding his head readily, he said, "Yes, I'll ask Subai. I'll do it if he's willing." There would be many more days alone with Subai in the future. Not in this moment. Moreover, Chen Yusheng was also curious about how Subai would react when he saw such a beautiful and exquisite Zhang Qiuye, not to mention the boys. Even Chen Yusheng, who was also a female, was stunned when she woke up and looked at her for the first time. "Rainbreak, is it okay to bring my roommate to dinner?" "Rainbreak, she said she wanted to meet my boyfriend." Crispy white goose, question mark. Crispy white goose, which roommate? Rainbreak, that's the one who's going to climb the mountain together later. Zhang Qiuye from the broadcasting hosting department. Crispy goose, sure, let her come along. Crispy goose, wearing a difficult mask. Rain breaks, cat laughing. Rainbreak, why do you have a strange feeling? Crispy goose, you're overthinking it. Crispy big white goose, as a future AI genius girl, get used to perceiving the world with reason and don't always trust your intuition. Rainbreak, Rainbreak, to tell you the truth, today Zhang Qiujing dresses up beautifully, wearing low skirt and white silk small leather shoes. Later you will be absolutely amazed when you see it. Crispy goose, should I, then, give a slight of respect? Rainbreak, cat huffs. Rainbreak, how dare you? Rainbreaks, pussycat punch. On the other hand, Subai had just arrived at the parking lot and was starting up his Mercedes GLE. Seeing that Chen Yusheng had sent several emoticons expressing anger in a row, he couldn't help but laugh. This high cold school bully jealous little look, I see no difference with other little girls, even more dainty than the average girl. Even Subai could feel the strong attachment and trust that Chen Yusheng had for him. She was probably really planning to give the rest of her life to Subai. Accepted Subai's package. But then, when jealous, he also expresses his emotions bluntly, expression after expression. In fact, when the two of them were lingering before, Chen Yusheng also said that she would not interfere with how Subai was with other women, as long as Subai allowed her to be pampered and then, not starve her in that area. It should be said that Chen Yusheng's brain circuits were indeed otherworldly. This is exactly Subai's favorite aspect of her, compared to Chen Shueba's candor. Zhang Qiuzhan was sneaky. Goddamn, I want to get to know your boyfriend. It's kinda like that. Subai slowly drove his car towards the girls' dormitory, a playful smile emerging from the corner of his mouth. Well, let's see what Dai is up to with this wave. Chapter 92, I really only think of you as a buddy. Chen Yusheng led the way, and Zhang Qiujing followed. The two came to a large road halfway to the playground in the dormitory area. Subai is driving to pick us up, soon, Chen Yusheng said, and then continued to hold his head down and play with his cell phone. It's a little cold, to be honest. Although Zhang Qiuye was a roommate, she and Zhang Qiuye were just nodding acquaintances, not familiar. Chen Yusheng's usual hobbies are playing with cell phones and computers, and being addicted to anime and games. And Zhang Qiujing is the kind of girl who likes to shop around a lot. Life is very full. Often see her send a circle of friends to say where to go to hit the card, or to participate in what activities. It seems that she joined the school's anime club and engaged in hobby dubbing with her older siblings. It's the kind of girl who is very cheerful and popular, and is super well liked. But all in all, Chen Yusheng and her had nothing in common. She only cared about the expression on Subai's face when he saw Zhang Qiuzhan later. A few minutes later, the black Mercedes-Benz GLE drove steadily and stopped in front of the two men, lowering its windows, revealing Subai's handsome side face. Carefully trimmed hairstyles are paired with pricey new seasonal hipsters, clearly the most familiar boy in the world to her. However, he was a different person from the Subai in Zhang Qiuzhan's mind. The girl couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. her cherry lips forming an adorable O shape that made people want to find a glutinous rice ball to stuff inside. Get in the car. Subai's eyes landed on Zhang Qiuzhan's body for a brief moment before looking at Chen Yuxing. Well, that's good, at least from the expression. Subai had no fluctuation towards Zhang Qiuzhan's beauty, and even lingered his eyes on Chen Yuxing's long black silk legs for a little longer. This fact made Chen Yuxing's heart sweet with a feeling of being highly favored. The corners of his lips curved in pleasure as he got into the co-pilot's seat. He, the big white goose's co-pilot can only be mine. Zhang Qiuzhan suppressed his shocked emotions, pursed his lips, and stepped on the pedal to get on the car, a large SUV with a tall and imposing stance, just like Subai's tall stature, coupled with Mercedes-Benz's iconic luxury interior. It's full of pizzazz. Hello, I'm Chen Yuxing's roommate, Jiang Qiuye. Hello, I'm her boyfriend Subai. Pretty formulaic and generic pleasantries. At least Subai's mental quality is too hard. Taut and did not laugh. On the contrary, it was Jiang Qiuye who was uncomfortable and squirming. And the doubts in the mind are hitting the sanity one after the other. What's going on? Subai actually drove such a nice car. The image has changed a lot. I've seen pictures of Subai on campus taken by someone in the group before, and it doesn't feel very obvious. That kind of overwhelming nobility really isn't something that photos can truthfully reflect. Made a small fortune. I'm afraid I made a big fortune. Zhang Qiuzhing knows that Subai's spending habits, the main one Tundra rat, if he could bring his girlfriend to stay at the Marriott Hotel and drive a Mercedes-Benz without any scruples, that meant that the assets he had on hand now had to be at least at the 10 million level. Don't say anything about revenge spending after you make money, making $500,000 and spending $1 million in advance, or anything like that. Others who have been poor for a long time may behave similarly, but it definitely won't appear in Subai's body. Zhang Qiuzhan understands Subai too well. What do you want to eat? There shouldn't be too many options for breakfast. Then we'll go to the Cantonese morning tea. An hour or so should be in time. And breakfast will just pad out anyway. Actually, it's okay if you don't eat. Skipping breakfast isn't good for your stomach. And you already have a cold body. Contemplative Jiang Qiuzhan. His thoughts were interrupted by the chatting of the two young lovers in the front row. Pinched and numb, it's real meaty. As he chatted, Subai even took advantage of the stall waiting for the red light to come over and kiss Chen Yuxing on the cheek. After kissing him, he turned his head and asked Zhang Qiuzhan, "We're going to have a Cantonese morning tea. Are you okay with that?" "I can do it. Just follow you guys and eat some." After a pause, Zhang Qiuzhan asked, "Will it be expensive?" "There's no need to care about the price. We're going to eat it whether you come or not. And it's not going to be expensive for one more person," Subai said carelessly, holding the steering wheel in his hands, and through the rearview mirror, he saw Zhang Qiuzhan's complicated expression. The mind laughed. In fact, he could probably guess what kind of mindset this chick was in right now. I would like to know why Subai is suddenly rich, but I had a disagreement before and have not yet made up, so I can't pull that face, so just live awkwardly. It's good to be awkward. Subai secretly laughed. Subai did not feel that he himself was at fault for the summer mess. That little thing was not so small as to wipe out all the years of friendship between the two. According to Subai's understanding of Zhang Qiuzhan, this guy is excessively vain in nature, and he is afraid that he doesn't think that having Subai, a childhood friend who seems to be ambiguous, is not conducive to her becoming a 10,000 person fan in Zhengzheng University, so he cuts it ruthlessly. Subai recently heard from various groups of people on the evaluation of Jiang Qiuye, are about to give her into the national first love, said she doesn't green tea or fish, hangs out with others to initiate AA, and charmed the hell out of so many rich brothers without getting too close to anyone. Very well, this fits Subai's understanding of Zhang Qiuzhan. There was one thing that Zhang Qiuzhan had completely misunderstood. She thought she would become Subai's white moonlight. Pure overthinking. Subai only treats her as a buddy. What's more, Zhang Qiuye's wave of cutting is really unethical. And, if it's cut, then why are you licking your chops to come back up? Arrogance is so arrogant that it's laughable. Subai decided to obey her. Since you're going to pretend you don't recognize me, I'll play along with you to the end. Let's see who will get taught first. Read about it. Subai, who was about to drive out of the dormitory area, was struck by an idea. Turned a corner. Drive to the building next to the Little West Gate. Why don't we pick up the other two girls from the traveling squad and have dinner together? Saying that, Subai gave Wan Xinyan a WeChat call. Almost a second to pick up. Brother Subai, what is it that you want from me? The sweet lowly voice, connected to the car via cell phone Bluetooth, exploded like thunder in the Mercedes-Benz GLE's upscale in-car stereo. Are you ready to go out? I'm about to go for breakfast and passed by your downstairs. Do you want to join me? Sheng Sheng and Zhang Qiuzhing are also there. Yeah. We'll be quick. Just a minute, 5 minutes. After a rustle of hurried packing, the microphone hung up. Chen Yuxing stared expressionlessly at Subai and didn't speak, instead snapping words on his cell phone. Rain break, Do you know them well? Rain breaks, cat wary, puffy goose, goose underscore scratches underscore head, crispy white goose, the red face, don't ask, ask is a red herring. Chen Yuxing looked at Su Bai's dangling expression, angry and amused, and lowered her head as if she was pampered, rushing to give him a headbutt on the chest. Su Bai took advantage of the situation to rub her head, smiling cheerfully. Zhang Qiuye in the back seat, but she couldn't laugh at all. Wait a minute, what's the deal with? Not only is Su Bai in love with Chen Yuxing, but he's also very ambiguous with the Wan sisters? Chapter 93, the girls compete to be Su Bai's driver. Today, the Vanguard sisters also got up early. Originally, Wan Xinyan's intention was to go to the cafeteria and bring breakfast to Su Bai. This sounds like what college students do when they lick their dogs, but now it's something girls do for guys on their own initiative. It's really the opposite of the Big Dipper. Who made Su Bai so strong? Last night Wan Xianyan told her sister about this idea and received high praise from her. My sister also said that it would be good if she could stop by the car and explore music again when she delivered breakfast to Su Bai. It made Wan Xianyan cry and laugh. Sister, you are also too slightly restrained. Do not put Su Bai brother scared. People have girlfriends, and not that aspect of the particularly repressed particularly scarce men. Well, I know, but it's really comfortable. Wan Xinyue looked aggrieved. It made Wan Xianyan's heart soften. Well, although it was suspiciously a bit too clingy to engage in this before departing on a trip, but it was better to try to satisfy his sister's preferences. In fact, the two sisters hadn't even had time to go to the cafeteria yet, and Su Bai had already driven the car downstairs, said he'd take them to breakfast. Two other girls were there, putting on their backpacks. The two of them went down to the dormitory floor. It's still the same JK uniform. Even the school bag is the same style in a different color. These sisters sure do stick together. Once on the bus, Wan Xianyan first greeted Jiang Qiuzhan. After all, they were in the same class in the broadcasting and hosting department, and they knew each other for a while. He also greeted Chen Yuxing, and the other party coldly said two words, hello. Can't tell if it's a friendly or hostile attitude. After all, Chen Yuxing is just expressionless on a daily basis. The car accommodates four beautiful girls with very different styles at the same time, which suddenly makes the luxurious interior of the Mercedes-Benz line all seem banal. Gee, that's a man's dream. Su Bai scanned the circle, nodded with satisfaction, started up the car and drove towards the Cantonese tea house. Brother Su Bai, you got up so early, won't you be tired this way? Wan Xianyan suddenly asked. I'm not tired, it's just a normal wake-up call. Why do you think I'd be tired? After all, Brother Su Bai still has to be responsible for driving. Well, what I mean is that if brother doesn't mind, he can let sister help drive. Sister, she has had a license for a long time and is very skilled at driving. Looking at her smug little expression, I'm afraid she was prepared for this. It is important to know that when it comes to dating or relationships, the vast majority of girls will claim that they like to travel. This is not to be indiscriminate in the introduction of hobbies either. It is really a matter of traveling, which can be a simple and efficient test of the general ability of the boys. Ability to organize planning, ability to take care of people, ability to improvise. Of course, the most important thing is financial strength. If I pay extra to use the VIP lane, won't I not have to wait in line? But then again, Wan Xinyan, where is the qualification to test Su Bai? Quite the contrary. This tour was a chance for them, the Wan sisters, to show their abilities. My sister turned 18 during the winter break of her senior year of high school and got her driver's license fast-tracked. Unexpectedly, I realized I had a talent for driving. It just so happens that my sister doesn't like to drink either, so when we go out together in the future, we can let my sister be responsible for driving, in which case brother Su Bai won't have to ask for a chauffeur. It's still true. Su Bai looked deeply at Wan Xinyan through the center rearview mirror. This is a good note. I like it. In the back row, Kang Qiuye, who was sitting next to Wan Xinyan, had the corners of his mouth twitch. Observe her afterglow. Horrified. Didn't I hear that the Vanguard sisters are very demanding, and that many guys who tried to flirt with them were rejected? How dare you lick so in front of Su Bai? Jiang Qiuzhan instantly understood that Su Bai's reversal was definitely not as simple as winning the lottery. Getting different girls to throw their weight around in favor of the occasional floater is certainly not enough. Su White should be getting some sort of steady source of high income. Thinking about this, Jiang Qiuzhan scratched his heart more and more. Why don't we find a chance to make up with Su Bai privately? No. Looking at Su Bai's playful expression, he must have a grudge against her. If Jiang Qiuzhan takes the initiative to propose a reconciliation and Su Bai doesn't agree, then isn't it going to be a shame? In the meantime, Chen Yuxing's mood also fluctuated a bit. Biting her lip, she said to Su Bai, actually, I've got my driver's license, so I can help you drive too. The sour jealousy between those words. If Chu Mingjie was present and heard it, He was afraid that he would not have to pull his blood pressure full on the spot and then be sent to the school hospital by Wang Haoren. Subai froze. No, sis, how did we get to the part where the concubines fight for favor? However, since he shouted for the Wan sisters to come, Subai was more or less thoughtfully prepared, knowing that Chen Yuxing would be jealous. After a little thought, he made up his mind. Well, then, Shang, why don't you try it first, and help me drive to the tea house, and I'll get the navigation going for you. What? You don't dare? Poof. The GLE is parked on the side of the road where it is legal. Chen Yuxing looked proud as he got out of the car and exchanged places with Subai. He also took the opportunity to hug Subai from behind, his thin lips close to his ear. Big scumbag, I hate you. The rich and fragrant fragrance that was rich in Shang's characteristics instantly made Subai's heart itch. I want to watch anime with Chen Yuxing. There was no hurry. There would be plenty of time and opportunity to toss the needy little girlfriend when we got to the suburban resort. Chen Yuxing drove surprisingly in the same style as Subai. Aboard, more stable. Fleshly is not as proficient as Subai, but overall it's fine. It even drives better than many so-called older drivers. After all, it is a woman who can play LOL on the Korean Service King. Dynamic vision and reaction ability. Driving a car is not a big problem. Wan Xin also took the opportunity to praise Chen Yuxing, causing the latter to be strangely embarrassed. After all, just now, the two sides had sort of had a little skirmish of the nature of a fight for favor. Subai let her drive, maintaining the dignity of a proper girlfriend. How about letting Xinyue drive when we get back from dinner later? I can do it. Wan Xinyue, who had just lost a little bit because she was rejected by Subai, regained the radiance of her beautiful eyes under Subai's water-serving technique. Oh yeah, end-to-end water. By the way, does Kong know how to drive? Won't it? I don't have my driver's license yet. Oh, that's such a shame. Subai's face was as normal as he casually spat out. Yes. Following brother Subai can experience what it's like to drive a good car. Wan Xin smiled and agreed. If I were to rely on my own efforts, I guess I wouldn't be able to afford to drive a car of more than $800,000 in this lifetime. Aha! Jiang Qiuye couldn't stop laughing. Even the tips of his eyebrows couldn't help but show a hint of melancholy. Stinky Subai, you obviously know. Have to pretend you don't know to ask me. The prison of resentment in his heart grew large, because the trigger for Jiang Qiuye's previous quarrel with Subai was the matter of learning to drive. After quarreling and breaking up, Jiang Qiuxing didn't want to go to driving school. As a result, Subai is like a nobody. Subject 2 Subject 3 are all over again. The summer vacation to the driver's license to speed. Now she's pretending not to know and asking her. Needless to say, it's a deliberate attempt to disgust her. Darn it. Stinky Subai, just know how to bully people. Oh, in Jiang Qiuye's eyes, some crystalline flickers surfaced, and the whole person looked more and more soft and delicious. Subai stumbled upon her expression in the rearview mirror, and it fluctuated nothing. No mercy at all. Send it. Man, what's with the whole thing? Your green tea technique doesn't work on me at all. This green plum green tea is to be ruthlessly humiliated? Mess with Chapter 94, One Fish, 2 months of living expenses. Mr. Su, welcome. As soon as they entered the tea house, the group was treated warmly. To be precise, it was the enthusiastic treatment of Subai. After the last visit, Subai felt that this flavor and service are good, so the card-charging fairy charged the stored value card again. The amount, in turn, is the maximum amount of cashback according to the system. The boss can see that Subai is not poor and loves to enjoy the Lord. Added WeChat. Earlier, before going to the parking lot just now, Subai had already contacted the owner and said that he wanted to come for a morning tea. Pre-ordered a few dishes and they are almost ready now. Is there anything good in season? The price doesn't matter. Fresh and tasty is fine. Subai asked. Yes, Mr. Su, yes. The boss smiled and said. Today just arrived in the wild eastern star spot. Malaysia Air transported over. Direct steaming dripping oil. Restore the freshness of the original flavor of the ingredients. Is a little expensive, weighing down the possibility of more than 2,000. Told you the price wasn't an issue. Get on it. Mr. Su has a real appetite. I do love meat and I can eat it for breakfast. Looking at Subai and the boss climbing into conversation, with the latter's posture lowered, the girls couldn't help but be a bit novel. Here, it's considered a very upscale tea house, and it's said that professors like to come here when they're talking business with their corporate partners. Cantonese cuisine has a mild, non-irritating flavor and sells well, making it suitable for business banquets. But look at the boss to Subai this posture. A mouthful of a Mr. Su. The Wan sisters, who were prone to joyfulness, could no longer help but exude adoration. Jiang Qiuzhan continued to shelve the internal conflict of emotions in his heart. Only Chen Yuxing stayed calm, She was not much interested in this kind of worldly aspect of pretending. She was just looking forward to the wild eastern star spot that the boss said just now. Well, it should be delicious, but perhaps too light for her. How about a whole dried dish of chili noodles for dipping? She thought on a whim. If it were any other occasion, there is a high probability that this kind of eating would be laughed at. After all, a $2,000 piece of wild eastern star spot sells itself on the freshness of its meat. It's a waste to dip it in chili powder. But around Subai, Chen Yuxing seemed to be somehow inspired to put the strange thoughts inside into practice. Chen Yuxing brought the idea to Subai's ear and told him. Subai nodded and said, "Okay, I'll talk to the waiter later." Well, Chen Yuxing's brows overflowed with joy. Won't you think it's a waste? It's such a good fish after all. It's fine. You can come often if you like. The yield of this fish is actually okay, except for being a bit more expensive. As long as you have a good relationship with the owner, it's not so bad that it's often out of stock. This is actually true for many of the premium ingredients that can always be found if you are willing to add money. Subai was afraid that he wouldn't have the money to add, so he didn't have much realism about the price. But Jiang Qiuzhan's sense of reality was remarkable, and his little heart was trembling. Jiang's mom gives Subai 12,000 a month for living expenses. This fish alone plus the cost of the tea table was worth 2 months of Subai's living expenses. To be honest, even if there were a lot of rich buddies pursuing Jiang Qiuye lately, no one had ever treated her to such an expensive meal. One of the most exaggerated ones before that was at the beginning of September when school first started. A senior at the art academy ordered for Jiang Qiuye at a Michelin-starred restaurant, and to prevent Jiang Qiuye from hating him, said it was okay for her to bring her friend for two. That is to say, the licking dog himself is not even present for the pure and simple benefit of whiteness. But Jiang Qiuye didn't go. This kind of favor, take it and you will have to pay for it. At the very least, there will be damage in terms of reputation. She wants to continue to be the goddess of pure lust that her classmates envision. Yet, Subai was so relaxed and at ease with the more upscale luxuries. Sipping the richly scented tea, Jiang Qiuye had mixed feelings. Normally an 8-faced woman, she seemed extraordinarily silent today. The dinner table was not cold with Wan Xianyan dominating the chatting scene. Wan Xianyan noticed Jiang Qiuzhan's abnormality and looked at her from time to time and Subai from time to time. The woman's intuition told Wan Xinyan. Between these two people, I am afraid that there is a ghosto. Especially Subai's expression that seemed harmless but actually had a belly full of bad water. Couldn't help but make Wan Xianyan's thoughts come to mind. That said, Subai's sudden call for her to come out and eat with her seemed to have some deep meaning. Wan Xinyan, as her name suggests, good at playing mind games, but unlike girls who like to count men in intimate relationships, she has a mind's eye that is reserved for a common enemy with her partner. Since you want to follow Subai's brother, you must think what Subai thinks and be anxious about what Subai is anxious about. Only her dark eyes rolled, and her slightly baby-fat lowly face blossomed into a sweet smile. Jiang is still single, right? I wonder if any of the boys on this trip are interested in little Jiang. When these words came out, Jiang Qiuzhang's face became even more stinky, and he hastily shook his head to deny it. No, I don't have any plans to fall in love for the time being. Then it seems that Xiao Jiang students' requirements are very high, but unfortunately, the most high-quality Subai brother has already been preempted by Qin school bully law. Really? Congratulations to them then. Jiang Qiuye replied stiffly, glancing meaningfully at Subai, unable to resist opening his mouth to Subai. You and Chen got together so quickly, so you should have hit it off, right? This was all discovered by you. Subai laughed. We were simply born to be a pair again. Chen Yuxing was wrestling with the first dessert that came up, biting into a coconut cake in her mouth in vague agreement. The little eyes also locked with Subai. In popular online parlance, it's CP sense. Wan Xianyan paid attention to Jiang Qiuzhan's emotional changes throughout the entire process, her heart becoming more and more certain of her judgment. However, there was no further in-depth chat about the topic of Subai's romance. She had a feeling that Ginger's classmates were going to get tense if they talked anymore, so started chatting about the tourist resources around the river city, especially the one I'm going to visit soon, Skyrun Resort. Combining a comprehensive program of climbing mountains, ancient towns and playgrounds, it has been a popular choice for short trips for people from the river city in recent years. The thing about traveling is that it doesn't necessarily have to be all that new. Just be fancy and relax. By this standard, Skyrun Resort is simply perfect. In addition to the regular programs mentioned above, there are also some that are exclusively for the landed gentry who don't miss out on the fun. Luxury-type hotels, too. Right, so what hotel did we stay at when we went out to play? Subai nibbled on a peanut phoenix claw and suddenly asked this. To Wan Xinyan amused, Brother Subai, this after eating dinner will soon leave. How do you still do not know where to stay? Didn't bother. The locals uniformly booked our rooms anyway. It's true that brother Subai is very spontaneous. This is something that Zhang Qiuye heard thieves uncomfortable. Which onion are you? Want xin yen. Making it sound like you know Subai well. Although, the guy does have a cynical personality is all. Chapter 95, The Legendary Lakeside Villa's Prestigious Services. In order to find out which hotel the locals had arranged for him, Subai clicked on the 510 Travel Squad group chat after a long time and flipped through it. This is a group that he usually doesn't click on, mainly because it really isn't that interesting. The content is usually Shui Tao or Chu Mingzhi showing feathers in a different way. Occasionally the two of them disagree and have to fight in the group. Either Zhang Qiuye or Wan Xinyan forwarded the school's so-and-so activities, presumably following the club's seniors. In short, it's not very nutritious. Or the girls' private chat is interesting, such as Chen Yuxing to engage in abstract seizures, and then Wan Xinyan classmates casually come to a seductive selfie, sent to Subai to appreciate. So it's staying at the Sheraton. Subai flipped to the news about the hotel and came to a realization. Not bad. Not a bad place to be? Chen Yuxing picked up the conversation. Sheraton is already a very good hotel. Business use are enough. I see our school's professors traveling on business usually stay in this class. Wan Xinyan said. For brother Subai, it should be worse. That's not so bad. It's not like I've never had a hard time. Saying so on his lips, Subai's hand was honest enough to open a certain mass. Locate Tianrong Resort. Filter by luxury hotels. Price sorted from highest to lowest. Not to look down on the Sheraton. In fact, nowadays, the quality of rooms and services offered by mid-range boutique hotels is getting smaller and smaller in terms of the gap between them and luxury hotels, such as Sheraton, Yado, All Seasons, Vienna. It's all fine for living. Subai is not so pretentious that he has to go out and live in the Hilton to start. It's just that, since we're all on vacation, if there are any good rooms left, it's natural to take them. A vacation. It's got to be indulgent. And the premiums are ridiculously high for impromptu hotel bookings on vacation. More famous is Hainan during the Spring Festival. Even ordinary fast hotels, the price can go up to fly to the sky. It stands to reason that the Mid-Autumn Festival is a popular time for short-haul travel, and it's only right that all the proper rooms are booked up. Yet it really did find an immodest one for Subai. Tianrong Manju. The use of the same title as the resort is probably on the part of the realtor. The main focus is on an ultra-luxury, landmark, top-of-the-line hotel. It was built relatively late and has only been in operation for 2 full years. At a glance, the mainstream room types look expensive. Let's not talk about the exact quality of the hotel itself, but at least the price alone is benchmarked against Bulgari and Amman. The cheaper room types are all booked out. There are a few ridiculously expensive ones left that can be ordered today. There was one of them that Subai was quite interested in. It is a single-family home built on the lake. It costs $50,000 a night. It's said to come with a range of exclusive services and even a dedicated team of maids. Subai was a bit uncertain whether this thing was reliable or not, so it was a private chat with Charlene to ask. The response was a no-brainer rush as long as you don't care about the price. Summer Lin, Tianrong Manju's lakeside villa is very comfortable. Before the big brother from the provinces came to talk business, the family arranged for their Summer Lin, by the way, that exclusive maid team. There's a lot of beautiful women in there. Yo, anyway, you're not bad. You can go and experience a wave. Summer Lin, no, didn't you take a couple of pretty girls from our class and the art school out with you? Summer Lin, thinking, puffy goose, _scratches_head, crispy white goose, it's not a conflict. It's just the right time for the girls to enjoy the maid's service as well. Crispy goose, thank you. Sister Lin. Summer Lin, you're welcome. Summer Lin, that villa with a swimming pool. Remember to send a swimsuit photo to my sister to see. Oh, Shibuya. Nice guy. It's a strange aspect of this summer director's thoughts, Subai secretly pondered. Thinking back, when Charlene was with him, she did often glance her eyes towards his body. It seems that his own body is very appealing to Charlene. With this in mind, Subai contacted the manager of the Tianrong Manju Hotel, communicated, confirmed that the lakeside villa was available tonight, and then paid and placed the order. Ding! Detecting the host's indulgent spending, placing an order for 3 nights at Tianrong Manju Lakeside Villa, spending 150,000 RMB, triggering an 8-fold rebate, rewarding 1.2 million renminbi. Boys, I'm dry, Subai cheerfully announced. Found a lake house. Very interesting looking. I'll send it to the group. The guys take a look, then just take the link to the American tour, and share it with the 510 travel squad. Shui Jitao? Shui Jitao, no. Subai, where have you been? Why aren't you in the dormitory? Crispy white goose, oh, I'm taking them out for breakfast. Shui Jitao, they? Crispy goose, it's the 4 girls on the team. Crispy big white goose, later on, you take your stupid son and master Shanghai and drive straight to the Little West Gate. We'll meet there. puff pastry with large white goose, photo. At this time, in the 510 dormitory, Shui Tao was brushing his teeth. The eyes, already small, were also wreathed in heavy dark circles. Last night Shui Tao was so excited to think of all the wonderful things that might happen in his travel plans that he didn't sleep well all night. These bestsellers, well, it would be more appropriate to say fantasies. This includes impressing the Wan sisters, attracting Jiang Qiuye's attention and allowing Chu Mingzhi to break his defense, and even allowing Chen Yuxing to see the economic disparity between Su Bai and him and sway towards Su Bai. Afterward, Shui Tao couldn't help but start brainstorming about tomorrow's process in his head. This pushes and loses sleep. Tossed and turned until after 3 o'clock before falling asleep. As a result, I got up in a daze and was brushing my teeth when I suddenly saw Su Bai's statement in the group, and the two intriguing pictures. 1. Taken against the dining room table, the steamed Eastern Star spot in the center. Shui Tao could tell at a glance that it was a wild variety with a high price tag, plus a table full of exquisite Cantonese refreshments. It gave Shui Tao a silly look. No, man, eating this early in the morning? It's too much of a waste of money. Look at another photo of 4 beautiful women in one place. Shui Tao immediately read temperature. Su Bai, this kid is not righteous. How to get up early to sneak away. In a hurry, he sent a voice over to the group. Ladies, breakfast or eat less. At noon I arranged a very good restaurant. Can take you to fully experience the characteristics of Jiangcheng. It crackled. Turns out no one gives a. After all, the food was almost all served, and the group was sampling a variety of fine morning teas. Especially that $2,000 fish, not something you normally get. Both are doing their best to try to taste differently. After what had to be a full 5 minutes, Wan Xin looked at her cell phone. Shui Tao's voice. Wan Xinyan looked embarrassed. I'm too lazy to listen, so I'll just turn to text. Sure enough, it's content that's completely devoid of nutrition. And it's amazing to see how sumptuous the dishes are in the photos posted by Su Bai, who urges everyone to eat less breakfast. Come on, we're all adults. We can eat what we want. Why do you have to tell us what to eat? Wan Xin simply wanted to laugh. Chapter 96, Why is Su Bai so bad? Although Wan Xin saw Shui Tao's message, she didn't want to reply seriously. It had to be Su Bai, who said in the group after habitually glancing at his cell phone. Crispy goose, it's okay, I have a good appetite. Shui Ji Tao, okay, you guys pay attention to the time. Do not delay the departure. Crispy goose okay. The girls were basically concentrating on the fish in front of them. One ate with his mouth full. There's one thing to be said for the fish. Although the wild gimmick brings an expensive premium, the meat is superbly tender and flavorful, and with the light seasoning, it especially tweaks the taste buds. Chen Yuxing also realized her strange idea of Eastern Star spot on dry plate. Well, it didn't taste too bad. At the end of the day, with the quality of the ingredients pulled together, it tends to be good as long as it's not a particularly dark cuisine approach. At 8:30, the meal was over and the check was gone. This time it's Wan Xinyue's turn to drive. Obviously, she was very talented in this area. Whether it was accelerating and overtaking or changing lanes and entering corners, she was more flexible than Chen Yuxing. Given that it was Wan Xinyue who drove the car, there was a subtle change in the seating order of all the people. Chen Yuxing wanted to sit next to Su Bai, so he dragged Su Bai to the back row. Jiang Qiuzhan again did not want to get close to Su Bai. There is no way. This guy has a belly full of bad water today. All kinds of yin and yang. It is better to stay away. Thinking so, Jiang Qiuye sat in the passenger side, so it became Chen Yuxing on Su Bai's right and Wan Xinyan on his left. Gee, nice. Su Bai's left hand was placed in front of him, simply and directly on Chen Yuxing's leg. The texture of the black silk is to die for. Chen Yuxing blinked her eyes and was quite taken in, not resisting Su Bai's hand at all. Instead, she took the initiative to place his large, strong hands on her thighs to fiddle with them and play with his fingers. Well, it is very consistent with the temperament embodied in Chen Yuxing's circle of friends. Completely undisguised show of love. Jiang Qiuzhan saw this scene, and his mood became more and more frustrated. Obviously I was here first. I was the one who met Su Bai first, and I've been his childhood friend for so many years. As a result, he has just broken off his friendship with Su Bai temporarily, and Su Bai immediately becomes super rich and is in a relationship with someone else. Jiang Qiuzhan is not convinced. If she had known that Su Bai would be like this, she would not have messed with Su Bai. Honestly, in Jiang Qiuzhan's eyes, Su Bai's appearance, personality, and every aspect, were all types that she really liked. That is to say, before, in addition to financial conditions, Su Bai could be said to be Jiang Qiuzhan's ideal type of boyfriend. Otherwise it wouldn't have been used as a backup for so many years. As a result, now, Su Bai casually eats a meal as a few $1,000s, and has just casually booked a 50,000 a night lakeside villa. This strength already surpassed all of Jiang Qiuzhan's current suitors. She was really chagrined. Was God playing a trick on her? Or was it punishing her for not cherishing her hard-won years of friendship with Subai? Just as Jiang Qiuzhan was getting tangled up, her afterglow suddenly saw extremely explosive details in the rearview mirror. The passenger seat is on the right, and you can just about see to the left through the center rearview mirror, only to see a pair of sinful hands suddenly appear on Wan Xianyan's waist near the car door side. There was no doubt that it could only be Subai's hand, going around from behind Wan Xianyan's back and sneakily taking advantage of her. At that moment, Jiang Qiuye's eyes rounded. Alas, how is Subai so bad? What a nasty thing to do when you have a girlfriend. However, what made Jiang Qiuzhan unable to understand was, for Subai's obvious mooching behavior, Wan Xianyan did not show any negative emotions. On the contrary, the corners of her lips curled into an excited smile, twisting her waist in small increments to match Subai's maneuvers. The waves of her eyes were like water, looking meekly at Subai. It was as if this was what she expected Subai to do to her. How is this? How is this possible? Wan Xinyan, although she does not live in the goddess dormitory, is also a goddess-level existence. Surprisingly, she is so dog-licking to Subai. Nope, this is way more outrageous than the average female lickspittle. Would a female lickspittle allow a man to go right up to mommy and play with her without giving her any name? Simply as a friend? Jiang Qiuzhan felt that his 3 views were going to explode. Jiangcheng University, Little West Gate. The Maiden 330 was parked on the side of the road and had just been washed yesterday, so the body was shining in the sunlight and the paint was reflecting the shine. Zito was looking into the car glass, fixing his hair, a burnt bag of a stroke. Wang Haoren leaned against a large tree on the side of the road and brushed his hand at the game. Perhaps this is the most emotionally stable man in the computer department. Whether others enjoyed their youth or stayed up late and indulged, he was one and the same. Even after being Subai's little brother, the main content of life has not changed, except for the level of consumption in the cafeteria. Chu Mingjie, on the other hand, was wearing his Sennheiser in-ear headphones, which were connected behind the headphones not to a cell phone, but to a professional player and decoder. It's like a musical masterpiece. Looking at Xuetao fiddling with his hair endlessly, Chu Mingjie sneered and mocked. Don't toss it. You can't match brother Subai's handsomeness even if you run your hair out of flowers. Shut up. What do you know? I call this the temperament of a mature man. Does he Subai have it? Doesn't exist alright. Zitao stretched his neck to defend himself, followed by fantasizing. You guys say, will those girls get carsick in Subai's car? And then say they don't want to sit in the spicy chicken domestic car anymore. And all of them will come to squeeze into my car? No, how do you know it's a hot domestic car? Chu Mingjie asked. Isn't that obvious? Xuetao had an expression that saw through everything. If Subai really had the strength to buy a good car, that wouldn't be making a small fortune. That would be making a big fortune. Do you see him looking like he could make a lot of money? Oh yo, that's not necessarily true. I see that Subai's taste has improved quite a bit lately, especially her clothing. Maybe people have really taken off. How do you take off? Where does a freshman with a poor family get the money? The two debated for half a day, but they couldn't come up with a winner. But Zito is cut out to look forward to the goddesses of motion sickness. After a few minutes, a Mercedes GLE came from the end of the road. Mercedes-Benz is definitely considered a good car in Zhengcheng, but not to a very conspicuous degree. Xuetao noticed it. One reason is that there are originally few cars on this road, and waiting for someone is boring. The second reason is that the car is a new top end this year, and truth be told, there are still fewer cars in the 56E class that are willing to buy a top end. The GLE dares to add money to the top end. It's really powerful. Xuetao lamented. Chu Mingjie asked, how do you know it's a top match when it's so far away? A little attention to detail will tell you that I know my way around a car. Unlike you, who knows how to drum up that headset of yours all day? Oh, you know so much about cars. You're just driving a maiden. The really rich guys in school are all BBAs to start with. UING. Just as the two were blowing up their daily fights again, the GLE, to Xuetao's surprise, stopped in front of the maiden. All 4 windows came down at the same time, and the several faces that appeared immediately caused Xuetao's brain to go down. Chapter 97, Myrtle laying down the dog. Rated 3.0. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Subai saw that Xuetao was frozen in place and opened his mouth to remind him. Ah. Xuetao woke up as if in a dream. His expression a little hard to see. This is your car? Or what? I'm not going to rent a car specifically to drive around. Go go go. I'll slip away. We'll meet at the Sheraton after we get off the freeway. Subai was too lazy to push Xuetao more, though Zito's surprise was hilarious. But with Subai's understanding of this person, after the shock, he would definitely have to pull Subai to ask about this and that, nagging him to death. In fact, the love of pretending is not too fatal a flaw. The really annoying thing about Xuetao is that the mouth is broken. That's why Su White has to avoid his crummy mouth moments. Directly ordered Wan Xinyue to drive off. Wait until you get to the Skyrun Resort and then expect a handful of what Xue Tao will say that beckons laughter. This was Su Bai's professionalism as a trainer of Tao. As expected, wait until the GLE long gone. Xue Tao immediately denigrated, grass. Su Bai, this kid, pretending to be Nima it, cannot really buy it. He how to get rich, but also can earn $1 million in a short period of time is not? Xu Mingzhi followed suit and nodded his head. Wang Haoren put away his cell phone and sighed. I've seen Brother Bai's big green book, and this car is indeed Brother Bai's. Xue Tao was shocked. Are you sure? He's not picturing you for fun. It could also be AI generated. Xu Mingzhi said. It's true. I've seen the real thing, not a picture or a video. Don't guess blindly. Bai does have a way to get money, reasonable and legal. No need to speculate maliciously. Xue Tao's old face blushed. No, I didn't speculate maliciously. I mean, let's just get going and talk about it on the way. With Wang Haoren's reminder, Xue Tao finally drove off, caught Wang Haoren on the road and pressed him blindly. Wang Haoren casually dealt with a few irrelevant sentences without revealing Su Bai's personal privacy. As a qualified little brother, the sense of protecting the privacy of the big brother has to have awe. At the same time, Wang Haoren couldn't help but secretly slander. Su White was so prescient, straddling all the girls in that car of his. If there were girls over here, they would not be annoyed to death by Xue Tao, but in Xue Tao's opinion, this matter was purely Su Bai sneaking around to take advantage of the situation. After driving for a while, he couldn't help but frown and spit out. Su Bai is a real dog. Not a single girl will be divided among us. That side is full and this side is still empty. Ugh, maybe those girls like to ride in a Mercedes. Who cares about a maiden when you have a Mercedes to ride in? Xu Mingzhi would not let go of the opportunity to strike Xue Tao. He, Xu Mingzhi, is not relying on his car to attract girls. Seeing the locals making a fool of themselves and being crushed by Su Bai instead made Xu Mingzhi gloat. Xue Tao red warned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did you fall on your sword, Master Shanghai? We should be united now. These words made Wang Haoren laugh. God damn unanimously. How come Bai has become an outsider? Then he is indeed ungenerous. This travel team is organized by me. 4 men and 4 women, should be evenly divided is right. How the cheap are to him Su Bai accounted for. Xue Tao looked righteous, completely oblivious to the fact that these 4 girls, each with their own agenda, were in fact not as simple as they seemed. The Wan sisters joined this trip because they came for Su Bai. Chen Yuxing was Su Bai's girlfriend, so naturally she had to follow him. Even Zhang Qiuzhan was secretly trying to probe Su Bai. Zitao was foolish enough to think that it was the attraction of the maiden that pulled the strings. There's really no such thing. Su White scored 15-0 and got the MVP. The maiden laying down the dog. The maiden has a rating of 3-0. Half an hour later, Hector is still driving, because he got his license only after the high school entrance exam and drove less. His driving skills, in fact, were not very skilled. Even got a couple of drops from the impatient car behind me. Xue Tao, who was already annoyed by being left out by the girls, was even more annoyed. Keeps pushing and complaining. Wang Haoren was originally quite amused to hear him fight with Master Shanghai. As a result, Mr. Shanghai put on his Sennheiser noise-canceling headphones and ignored the locals. It becomes a one-liner for the locals. A little raucous, to be honest. So Wang Haoren arched fire. Xue Tao, if you are not convinced, wait until the hotel to say to them. Who wants to get on your car to come? Our classmates. Good discussion. That's a big no-no. Make it look like I begged them to come. Xue Tao instantly wilted. Jokingly, mouth complaining to complain. Really want to let him deal with the sisters head on. Other than that, will certainly be too shy to speak. They are all 9 points of beauty. The sense of oppression is too strong. Whereas Lu Yuan's stream can be compared. Moreover, even if he could hold his tongue, Xue Tao was not sure which girl to fool into getting on the bus. It's just lip service. Su Bai has bought a GLE, and he's not making fun of this broken mighting. In vain, he had been looking forward to the mid-autumn tour for so long, but it turned out to be a big problem in the first session. One of Xue Tao's core values, maiden, was crushed by Su Bai. Of course, this is still Xue Tao does not yet know that Su Bai's customized Primera will soon arrive in Jiangcheng. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it is not to be on the spot. Blood pressure pull full fainted, and Xu Mingzhi the same as Wang Haoren sent to the school hospital. Ding dong. As Xue Tao was struggling to wriggle through the holiday traffic jam, the group chat alert tone sounded. Glutinous rice dumplings with mung bean paste. Here it is. Glutinous rice dumplings with mung bean paste. Location sharing. Red bean paste sticky rice dumplings. Xue Tao, where are you? I've successfully driven us to the Sheraton. XETO. Soon. Glutinous rice dumplings with mung bean paste. Soon. Is it a long time? Red bean paste sticky rice dumplings. Xue Tao, you send a locator. if we need to wait for you for quite a while, we'll just stroll around casually in the neighborhood first. Hair positioning? Shuetao looked at the navigation of the cell phone map. Well, why is it a cell phone map? Because this Mithreya is a mid-range version. The car phone doesn't work well. All in all, it was a dozen kilometers or so from the destination. At the rate this traffic is creeping in, it'll still be almost half an hour before we get there. That is to say, leaving almost at the same time, the car of Subai, half an hour earlier than them? How? Shuetao suddenly remembered that it was not Subai who was driving the car when they gathered at the Little West Gate, but Wan Xinyue. This is a sixer. How come she's so much faster than him? For a while, Shuetao felt humiliated. It's just as well you say the car was outclassed by Subai's. Turns out you can't even drive better than the girls on the team. At this time, on Subai's side, everyone was also discussing Wan Xinyue's car skills. You drive so well, better than me. Chen Yuxing praised Wan Xinyue very sincerely. It's okay. Wan Xinyue was a little embarrassed. She wasn't very good at socializing with people in the first place. Besides, Chen Yuxing's kind of personality was relatively rare among girls. Say what you have to say, and say what you have to say. There was no intentional disparagement of them because of their love rivalry. Of course, it's hard to say whether Chen Yuxing realizes Subai's relationship with them or not. The Wan sisters were all a bit uncertain in their hearts, or they had to look at Subai's eyes and act. Subai was pretty much mindful of the fact that a person of Chen Yuxing's nature, since he had said that he would not interfere with his feelings for other girls, he would definitely do what he said. This kind of dry style is what Subai needs very much. After all, the backyard still has to be harmonious. It can't start a fire every day, otherwise wouldn't it affect his enjoyment of life? Subai looked around the surrounding scenery, took out his cell phone to search for nearby merchants, and interrupted the girls to chat. At noon, according to the arrangement is to eat, Shuetao recommended that specialties. You cannot eat spicy, said in advance, we go to buy some McDonald's reserve. Chapter 98, in Chen Yuxing's worldview, Subai is the only one. I can eat spicy food, but my sister isn't very good at it, Wan Xinyan immediately stated. But I'll listen to brother Subai for everything. That's fine. Shang Shang loves spicy food anyway. What about Kong? Subai asked knowingly. As a childhood friend, he was of course aware that Zhang Qiuye was a physique that couldn't eat spicy food. As a result, this guy even said with a stiff upper lip, I'm okay with all of it, and since I'm all here, I naturally want to try the specialties. Okay, so it doesn't feel like there's a lot of demand for McDonald's, so I'll just go get some random stuff. There was a McDonald's right next to the Sheraton, which saved Subai the trouble of running around. The others are sitting in the hotel lobby in random places. Subai and Chen Yuxing went shopping. Actually, originally, Subai wanted to send the Wan sisters to run an errand. The service attitude pulls full of ready-made labor, which is not used for nothing. But he noticed that Chen Yuxing always looked like she wanted to talk, so he guessed that she had something she wanted to say to him. So he just took the opportunity to be alone with her. The Wan sisters were also wise enough to recognize Subai's intentions. With that, the two of them found a small table for two in the corner of McDonald's and sat down, whispering as they waited for their order. Big White Swan, have you and Wan Xinyan had that one yet? When this Chen Yuxing opened his mouth, it was a thief's abstract question, causing Subai's expression to stiffen slightly. Subai scratched his head. Not sis, did she and I act like we've already had that? Who knows? I see that she is fawning over you. Don't you just like to be obedient? Chen Yuxing said sourly. Her long black silk legs under the table reached over to Subai's side and played with his shoes by tweaking them with her toes. Isn't it quite good? In the future, there are people to help us chauffeur. Imagine that picture. Wan Xinyue driving in the front, Wan Xinyan organizing the schedule on the passenger seat, and the two of us in the back seat making love to each other. Why are you talking like you want to take them as maids? Chen Yuxing blushed a bit strangely. Pretty much. They mean it too. That makes sense now. Chen Yuxing took a bite of the ice cream Subai had just bought for her, secretly calculating in her heart. If that was the case, then the Wan sisters were not to be feared. It feels like a very low and general ecological bit. Subai still has to be more like her. Chen Yuxing is right. Since being adopted by Subai, Chen Yuxing felt that she had become soft and sticky, with more of a love brain. Even vaguely, there is a desire to compete for favor. It was clear that Chen Yuxing's habit was to not please anyone. The problem was that she really liked it, and Subai had given her too much. Maybe this is also a kind of happy trouble. It is also a rare opportunity to compete for favor beside Subai. Besides, Chen Yuxing has a great advantage. Next question. And the masters? Not to embarrass you, I just want to know. I get it. You're asking what my relationship is with Kang Qiuye? That's all you found out. Don't I know your mind? Subai was a bit smug, and didn't bother to hide it from Chen Yuxing. We're childhood friends. We've known each other since kindergarten. Well, to be precise, We've been friends since we can remember. Ha, then why are you doing it? Chen Yuxing was greatly shocked. Immediately afterward a sudden frown spread. I see. You guys had a fight, right? Subai nodded. Alas, not to be outdone by the other me in the world. That's too taciturn. Give the slightest bit of valid information and hate to reason the whole thing out for you. Then can you guess the reason why we fought? Subai had a I'll test you expression on his face. Chen Yuxing leapt into thought, and suddenly her eyes lit up. It was a fight at the driving school when I was learning to drive. Asterisk 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 how did you guess this? He when you asked who could drive in the car before. Kang Qiuye's expression fluctuated particularly, and at the time I wondered why exactly, but now it seems. Said. Chen Yuxing suddenly small face a black. Wait, you should not be with her. That before, right? God he meow. Subai cried and laughed. How come in your eyes? I've been that with every woman. Seriously. Subai felt that he was already abstract in his bones, he just usually hit it better. It's only after getting the indulgence system that the Thai side comes out more. Chen Yuxing is the one who is truly abstracted to the point of being natural, being Subai so said. Chen Yuxing also a little shy, face reddened and said, that I am from their own point of view, I think that since I especially like a person, we should have no qualms about taking if you and I are childhood sweethearts, after the college entrance exams are over, I'm sure that I'll take you down. Shu Xin'a. What for? Were you a big sister of the Harmony sect in some immortal cultivation world in your last life? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Wherein the Acacia sect is their dual cultivation with just one person. Really? The package is real. I'm a clean freak with a discerning eye. It's cheaper for you to be a loose white goose. Chen Yuxing, who had satisfied her desire for knowledge, became relaxed and began to chat blindly with Subai. After getting their meal orders, the two returned to the hotel lobby. A couple burgers, a couple snacks, plus drinks. Putting it in the past was something Subai couldn't afford to order. The really poor college students are all Wallace walk-ups. If you tamper, think of it as a diet. Now, don't care about the price at all. The new product is available at the original price straight away. It was only after waiting for a while longer that Xuetao and his party arrived. In fact, when Subai got his meal, Xuetao had already arrived. It just took a little more effort to park. The man does stink at driving. Reversing into a garage is always a pain in the ass. To top it all off, the parking place was exactly where the three girls were sitting and talking, just outside of what they could see through the glass window. Wan Xinyue, who witnessed Xuetao's crappy parking technique throughout the whole process, bluntly commented, Xuetao, I think you're suitable to buy one with automatic parking. That's not so bad. I'm just driving less in general and my hands are raw. Ha ha. Zito laughed awkwardly. Xu Mingjur again put aside there to pretend to be deep, and from time to time stole a glance at Jiang Qiuzheng. Hiss. I have to say, it does look good. Pure Lust White Slim Young is indeed the most dominant contemporary aesthetic. What's more, Jiang Qiuzheng is not just white and thin young. The place that should have material is completely unambiguous, although it is not as exaggerated as the Wan sisters, but it is also very powerful. The crowd lined up at the front desk to check in. The room allocation piece. Xuetao did not dare to make a move. Originally last night fantasy, but also intended to mouth flower joke, said let Subai and Chen Yuxing live, and then randomly selected a pair of lucky men and women. Can't even joke about it now. The location in this hotel parking lot is not rich, just right. There is also a place next to Subai's GLE. The Maiden, which normally looks pretty good, is really shabby against the GLE. Add to that the flirtatious attitude of the girls towards his parking skills, and the fact is obvious. They didn't take Xuetao seriously at all. Chapter 99 Unexpected Farmers' Food Prices. Xuetao had already decided to retreat and avoid him for the time being. Subai's hand of ultra-luxury breakfast sneak, coupled with the attraction of Mercedes-Benz, has completely let Xuetao's material route cannot go. Wait for the touring session and then think about the chance to flirt with a girl. Although there is such a thought in his head, Xuetao has actually secretly had a very bad feeling. This is a trip where he could be the complete cannon fodder character. LOL. What do you mean? This Subai. How did he get rich all of a sudden? It's outrageous, taking all the shine off his native's well-to-do family. After checking in, a prompt to indulgent spending popped up in Subai's mind. Hey, sure enough, it's okay to follow the group on this side for lunch, and then go back in the afternoon when the lakehouse side is ready for the indulgent rewards of having 2 accommodations. It seems that the unicorn is very forgiving when it comes to his indulgent judgments when he's traveling. Traveling is such that if you want to be happy you can't be careful with your money. You have to crunch it. Said to be with the housemates group out. In fact, Subai completely do not take it seriously, want to do what when they act on their own. All send it buddy, polite what? That local specialty for lunch. Subai was kinda looking forward to it. Provincial food gap are not big, Heavy mouth, heavy salt, heavy spicy. Jiangchen cuisine is also famous for a long time. Shuetao looking for that farmhouse local dishes restaurant, but is really not bad. Putting the luggage in the room, the group prepared to go to the hotel. Surprisingly to Subai, the locals actually did hang around the group for a bit. Shui Jitao, someone come and be my car. Even it out a bit. I'm afraid it's too crowded on your side. Red bean paste sticky rice dumplings. Shuetao, what do you mean? Are you yin and yang that we're too fat? Shui Jitao, picking his nose expression, no such thing. Ha ha, how could I dislike you guys? You all have great bodies. Sydney, I mean, my car is kinda empty and it feels kinda wasteful. Rainbreak, think it's a waste to take a hitchhiker. Shui Jitao, obviously. Chen Yuxing seemingly faultless, but actually clear-brained suggestion had succeeded in making Shuetao self-absorbed. No shame in you. Subai smiled and heed. The road to the farmhouse grill is not very well traveled. There's even a dirt road to go through. It rained a little last night and the ground was slightly muddy. Shuetao's miting drove fearfully and almost drove into a ditch. When I got to the place, I was busy checking to see if I had scraped the undercarriage. Subai has no such concerns. The SUV chassis is high, and it's still a pleasure to go on unpaved roads in the countryside. As soon as we got off the bus, we saw a compound in the obvious style of a farmhouse, which was set up with plastic canopies, folding tables, and plastic stools, giving us a sense of the countryside eating a banquet. There was a steady stream of customers coming and going and waiters serving food. Unlike those restaurants that focus on the high end, there are no young, pretty, black silk uniformed girls as waitresses here, all strong and fit great aunts, old and gracious. However, after serving the table Subai looked at the price. Well, the price, but the price is not related to the graciousness at all. The astute Wan Xinyan was also quick to question. Shuetao, this place looks like an affordable restaurant. How come the food is sold at such a high price? You wouldn't have brought us to a shady store. How can it be? Shuetao was a bit anxious. This store is recommended by my relatives. It's very reliable. My family in Jiangcheng, although it is not considered a great wealth, but at least it is also a dignified. Subai studied the menu for a while and said, it should be the portion sizes and the nature of the ingredients that mention the price, such as free-range walk-in chickens and big fish heads in reservoirs. These procurement costs are not low. Spending has been wild lately in the restaurant segment. It also gradually helps Subai understand the pricing logic of these more expensive restaurants. Eyes are spoiled. Don't look at the rustic environment of this farmhouse restaurant. The food is really not bad. It should be said that the locals' relatives didn't really screw him over this time. So that's how it is? Brother Subai, you know so much. Wan Xin was practically shining starry eyes, looking adoringly at Subai. Jiang Qiuzheng and Chen Yusheng, who were originally puzzled, also immediately relaxed their expressions. This couldn't help but make Shuetao ask a question in his heart. Do I, a local, sound more unreliable than Subai, an outsider? Damn, you face dogs, you think Subai is trustworthy purely because he looks handsome. What a stupid woman to be cheated sooner or later. Secretly bellyaching, Shuetao was guilty of looking at the menu. Originally, I think, he was going to wave his hand and tell the guys to order whatever they wanted and he'd pick up the tab. But, the problem was that the store's prices far exceeded his expectations. The budget that his parents approved for him for the Mid-Autumn Festival wasn't that much, so he couldn't just come up and splurge on his first meal. There was some wild game on the menu that wasn't even priced. You should know that the hourly rate in a restaurant is the most outrageous, and it is called a restaurant assassin. For example, Subai invited them to eat the Eastern Star spot in the morning. Its price could not appear on the menu. It depends on how much the boss got the goods. Plus the customary restaurant should earn part of the sale to the customer. If the girls were allowed to let go a little, I'm afraid that Shuetao's small wallet wouldn't be able to handle it. So there was a bit of a chill at the table. Ztao, a local, doesn't speak up. The others don't know River City cuisine either. Fortunately, Subai spoke up in time to break the deadlock. How about one of each of these signature specialties? I'll pay for it and you guys AA the rest? This proposal from Subai was really reasonable. When students hang out together, it's easy to be misaligned in terms of spending on food. After all, in the same 985 university, the students' families can be very different. From this perspective, the advanced level examination is indeed a relatively fair system now. Even the most gifted students, even those whose families receive low income, have the opportunity to sit in the same classroom at the same university as the children of prominent officials and dignitaries. Then students from widely disparate families can have a bit of trouble spending money at the same table. Some people are used to splurging and ordering without looking at the price. Some people have to be finicky and calculate the most favorable combination. Subai was quite interested in the several signature dishes, so he ordered them all at his own expense. The rest of the others negotiated. So the girls followed up by reporting their interest. Zhang Xiuye ordered a wine-stuffed round sun casserole, and after ordering it, she looked straight at Subai in an attempt to get him in the mood for a bit of feedback. As a result, Su White was unflappable. Of course, he knew what Jiang Choya meant. Memory, Jiang Chojan Junior High School when the first time to come to that. Stomach pain to death. As Subai went outside to buy a wine round, brought to Jiang Chojan, eaten hot. It was instantly comforting. It was an unforgettable memory between the two of them, and Jiang Chojan pondered about giving Subai a memory kill, and the I see it all. Sultry eyes were as if they were silently pouting with their gaze. Subai, I'm your green plum. I'm no worse than any other girl. However, Subai only wanted to laugh when he looked at it. No, sis, you cut me off for being poor and now that I'm rich you're imploring me to make up. There's no such thing. Ignoring, Subai directly carries out a no look. If you want to make up, come and beg me. Otherwise face to face. Subai is not without a woman to accompany the Hyun depressing. Shang Shang and Wan sisters more good why must go to whole Jeongcho diet? Chapter 100 You like is not equal to I accept. Ding. Detected the host indulging in spending $2,974 at the farmer's restaurant, triggering a quadruple cashback, rewarding cash plus $11,896. Subai finished ordering incidentally looking for the waiter to pay for the dishes he ordered. Honestly, it's really expensive, but it's also the result of Subai's complete lack of moderation, with all sorts of overpriced wild game points, but it's actually less dramatic than the morning's fish. Well, it's a couple of big dishes, at least. Rather unexpectedly, the indulgence rebate was triggered. This is a very strange situation. These dishes are eaten by a table of people and should not be able to be counted towards the system's rebate by any stretch of the imagination. Otherwise, Subai invited the whole class to dinner every day. Wouldn't it be a random cashback? So Subai inquired in the system and quickly received an explanation from Brother Unity. When the number of S-rank goddesses with whom the host's favoritism reaches 80 is greater than or equal to half of the number of people who dine besides the host, the meal meets the qualifications for triggering the indulgence cashback. Oh, so that's how it is. And so on. Subai suddenly realized something was wrong. Other than him it was 7, not counting the 3 men. That means there are 4 girls left, all with good feelings over 80. Everything else is fine. What's up with Kong Chu-dai? Subai hurriedly opened Jiang Chojan's panel. Name, Jiang Choye, age, 18, body, 161 centimeters. B, number of relationships, 0. First kiss, surviving, Hatsuba, alive. Current favorability, 82. Ooh, I feel that our childhood friendship is so golden. Subai was truly astonished. In fact, he had long known that Jiang Chojan's break with him was because she wanted to pursue high-end material things, not because she hated him. Subai. The logic is quite strange, but not strange when placed on Kong Shoya. If it's a normal girl, she would think there's nothing wrong at all with dangling a spare poor hottie at the same time and then flirting with a rich guy. Jiang Chojan, however, could not do it. In fact, her character can't even raise fish, just shallowly wandering among the well-endowed men in the school, to know all kinds of people. What a loser. Not pure enough. Not enough. Anyway, Subai thought it was quite funny. That said, Subai felt that Jiang Chojan should be satisfied with herself in her current state, right? So many boys liked her, left and right, but Subai really didn't think that she was actually willing to fall in love with Subai's good sense. It scares Su White a little bit. Man, don't come to the dip. He didn't want to be in a relationship with this Kong Choye stuff. There were plenty of reliable girls around. Isn't it true that it's hard to get the idea of a relationship between a man and a woman who grew up together? At least Subai never had that kind of worldly desire for Jiang Chojan. Instead of thinking of her as a girl, think of her as the neighbor's cat. Large cats. Forget it. Whatever. If she likes me, do I have to respond? It doesn't exist. Along with Subai's future growth and wealth and the exposure of his extravagant life, the number of women who liked him would only increase. Going with the flow was the realm Subai was pursuing. So he just had to silently enjoy Jiang Choye's performance and watch it for fun. Subai is a very lazy person by nature and fits in well with the indulgence system. The deepest indulgence in the world is letting nature take its course. Achoo! Back at the table, Subai saw with a glance that Jiang Chojan had taken a chopstick from the cold vegetables that had just been served, then instantly get a spicy break in defense and sneeze like crazy with a runny nose. Tearful and old and cute, Shui Tao and Shu Mingzhi's eyes both looked straight, their throats shrugged, and they wanted to pass her a napkin, but both of their hands reached for the paper towel at the same time. Snap! In the midst of the chaos, the packet of tissues leapt up from the table and flew right into Subai's hand. Subi, this local people and Shanghai master really love each other. To the girls hand a tissue, can give the tissue box to grab fly cackle. Invincible. Oh, paper. I want paper. Tearful Jiang Choye, who was a little delirious from the spice, saw Subai and tugged on his clothes. pulling 2 pieces of paper from his hands. Then he shoved the used paper ball back into Subai's hand. Subai froze. The others froze as well. Expressions of mixed reactions. Jiang Qiuye, who had wiped her tears clean, also suddenly reacted. And suddenly her cheeks were colored pink. The color and texture of a girl's face, when she blushes, makes a difference. Some of them were red and dark in color, and just looking at them made me think how embarrassed she must be inside. Ginger Chio Dai is that pinkish red color that reminds you of a peach that is just ripe enough in the fall. Don't force yourself if you can't eat spicy food. Didn't we buy McDonald's? Yun. Go get it from the trunk of my car. Okay then. After saying that, Subai returned to his position with a normal expression on his face. Just playing dumb. However, the eyes of those 2 housemates had been as wildly pinging with question marks as if they had seen the wildly sending hitters up and down the road at the same time. No, man, how come you're having an affair with MS Kong too? So this tour is actually your harem? Especially Chu Mingzhi, originally aimed at Jiang Qiuzhan, also intends to talk to her about classical music as well as hi-fi equipment, but the result is that he treasured for many years of vinyl records have not been pulled out. Suddenly found. How come the way Jiang Qiuzhan looked at Subai was like a woman who had been abandoned looking at a dog scumbag with the same kind of grudges? It's not right. It's very wrong. Well, soon, the dishes ordered by the crowd began to be served up one after another. It should be said that the peasant food sells really well. The ingredients are solid. The amount given is sufficient. And crucially, the heat is exceptional. Commonly known as pot breath. The crowd's appetites were whetted. And I ate and ate. The small storm seemed to dissipate quickly. However, in each person's mind, they play their own little game, keeping every unusual detail in mind. After the meal, on the way to the restroom, Wan Xian caught the opportunity to ask Kong Qiu Dai, Qiuzhan, I remember you introduced yourself at the beginning of the school year as being from Anqing First High School? Yeah, what's up? Ha, nothing much. I was just thinking, brother Subai is also from Anqing First Middle School. You guys should have known each other before, right? Wan Xinyan asked carelessly. The concealment of intent was spot on, making Jiang Qiuye unable to take in at all just how much she knew. Gee, this girl, she's no slouch either. Rather, it seemed that there were no simple women around Subai. So Jiang Qiuye also played dumb. For the time being, I sort of know that there's this person Subai, but I didn't recognize him before. So that's how it is. I saw how skillful you were when you asked him for a tissue. I almost thought you guys had a story before. Ha. Jiang Qiuye silently spit. I see this one Xinyan is also a string seemingly unintentional, but in fact with Subai wearing the same pants, deliberately to disgust her. LOL. We realize that the past is not admonished, and we know that the future can be pursued. The cutting has already happened. It's useless to feel sorry for yourself. You should utilize your old hero status as a Qingmei to get close to Subai again. She's not happy about it. Thus, Kang Qiuye also revealed the social fake smile of a beautiful maiden. Then again, why is Yun calling him brother Subai? You should not be his real sister. Chapter 101 AO main safe word. Subai's thin veil. Oh, this because Subai brother is very mature and excellent so-called. You see well, if you can have such a brother, life will be very happy, right? Wan Xinyan replied with a longing face. This reply was even more of a hard stab in Jiang Qiuye's heart. Yes, it's true that Subai has a much more mature personality than his peers. It is not the kind of greasy that pretends to be mature to say greasy. His housemate Shui Tao is the style. Rather, it was a feeling that just being around him would be easy. The reason why Jiang Qiuzheng this opening month of school feel life shortcomings is the lack of Subai. Once upon a time, there was Subai, a friend who knew his way around and could spit out anything he was unhappy about. Nowadays it doesn't work. The funniest thing is that Kang Qiuye shed some emotional stuff in order to catch the big fish and cut with Subai. In the end, it turns out that Subai is the biggest fish. Looking at Wan Xinyan's eyes glowing at the mention of Subai, Jiang Qiuzhan couldn't mention how difficult it was. Couldn't help but speak with a bit of aggression. So won't his girlfriend be upset if you call him your brother? I don't know. Anyway, Subai doesn't have a problem with it. His girlfriend should be able to accept it. Right. Shang is very magnanimous. She even complimented my sister on her driving. Aha. So, lunch is over. The crowd returned to the hotel to rest. Subai and Wang Hao run a house. This kid energetic without nap, temporarily also liver tired, is wearing headphones to watch animation. Brother Bai, why don't I bolt first and you join your girlfriend? Wang Haorun proposed. That's not necessary. Just take a casual break at noon to recuperate. After strolling through the ancient town in the afternoon, I'm ready to take them to the lakehouse. All four are coming with you. Or what? It's really. Subai fell back to sleep. Half an hour later, right on time, his eyes opened. Refreshing. Since the body has strengthened, the quality of sleep has gotten better. In a way, the quality of sleep greatly reflects the health of the body. A lot of people's physical breakdowns start when they can't sleep. Jiang Qiuye, on the other hand, was clearly unable to sleep. She was in the same standard room as Chen Yuxing. This is normal. After all, people Wan Xinyan and Wan Xingyue are twin sisters. Suddenly alone with this high-cool school bully, Jiang Qiuzhan felt awkward. Along the way, he had watched too many of her and Su Bai's showy interactions. One's own treasured bamboo horse is being shortchanged by this woman. Jiang Qiuye wanted to get angry, but couldn't. She has herself mostly to blame for this, operating too pig-nosed. Read this. Kang Chudai's ghostly ideas began to pop up. Can't just sit around and wait, she thought. Just open your cell phone QQ and switch a small number that is rarely and seldom used. Then again, she had actually fought with Su Bai when she was in middle school and high school. The so-called childhood sweethearts have been at odds since childhood more times than I can count. Getting used to it. But Jiang Qiuzhing is a person who loves face. Cannot pull the face to take the initiative to find Su Bai in good. This QQ trumpet is her alternate contact with Su Bai. If she wants to make up with Su Bai, she will post some dynamic change her signature or whatever on it, and Su Bai will receive a reminder. And so, Su Bai had just woken up from his nap and ran to the window to stretch, when a message popped up on his cell phone, causing his eyes to glaze over. Asuka last modified her signature, mango sticky rice. The word means Akira, the character from that classic anime. Bro feels like Akane. Hey, maybe that's the sympathy between arrogant women. Su Bai thought it was a bit funny, but what to say? Mango sticky rice was the safe word he and Jiang Qiuye had agreed upon. It means that if you see this word, it means that Jiang Qiuye has gone soft. It's been cut meow though. Su Bai looked at the fact that Aunt Jiang had taken care of him all these years and talked to her for the time being. Crispy white goose, ruishing coffee under the hotel. Then it was time to get dressed and go downstairs. At Rexall's, I found a seat by the window and ordered 2 red velvet lattes. Soon, Jiang Qiuzhan arrived as well. What's the matter with finding me out of the blue? Can't get to you if there's nothing going on? Yeah, it's not like I'm afraid it'll affect your image at school. Jiang Qiuye bit her lip and said sullenly, Su Bai, are you still angry with me? That's not true. I just think it's more of a hassle to be friends with you, and it's cool not to have that burden right now, so I don't want it to come back. You, looking at Jiang Qiuye's red warm little face, Su Bai let out a bright laugh. Ha ha, have a seat. I ordered 2 red velvet lattes. Kang Qiuye sat down with her hands on the hem of her skirt. Today she wore low dresses, but didn't wear skirt braces. More accurately, it was a low dress style dress that accentuated her slender teenage figure. It should be said or not, Kang Qiuye is indeed girlish. Even though she was treating her as a buddy, purely on the basis of femininity, Su Bai was still interested in her. In other words, bro, you smell good. It was obvious that Jiang Qiuye had dressed up with all her heart today, but wherever a number of beautiful women are present, it is inevitable to compete for beauty, which is the nature of girls. In the words of a small book, called Female Competition. Oh yeah, the females are competing. Why here, you're rich now, and it's not like Starbucks is unaffordable, right? Kang Qiuye rounded the corner and sidestepped. In fact, she essentially wanted to ask Su Bai how she got rich, but she was afraid that asking directly would be laughed at by Su Bai. Starbucks is too hard to drink. It has nothing to do with whether you can afford it or not. I just like the flavor of ruishing better. Su Bai sighed. Alas, this is the gap between you and Chen Yuxing. People are experience first. They don't judge things purely on price. Su Bai you. Jiang Qiuzhing was so angry that her small chest trembled. If you have a problem with me, you just say it. I have a problem with you? Die. It's you who have a problem with me. Right. At that time, I didn't just point out a few sentences to you in the driving school. As to get angry like that, to put it bluntly, it's just an opportunity to make trouble. Want to take the opportunity to cut with me? AI. It's true that our friendship isn't as important as your plan of marrying into a rich family. Su Bai suddenly took a rare serious look. Word for word. Instantly, Jiang Qiuye was viciously shocked. He actually knew all about it. Jiang Qiuzhing was a bit anxious. Su Bai, don't misunderstand. There's no need to explain it to me. It's your freedom to maintain whatever persona you'd like to maintain. Whatever life you'd like to run towards. Su Bai paused. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a smile. We're just childhood friends. It's not like I like you or want to be your boyfriend. Rather, it was you who betrayed our friendship first, and I'm sitting here talking to you now because Auntie Ginger took care of me for so many years, and I promised Auntie Ginger that I'd help her take care of you, too, and that's what a human being is supposed to do. As to whether I forgive you or not, and what I think of you, that's my freedom, and it's none of your business. A mockery that caused Jiang Qiuye to lose face. She, who had always been tough-talking, also had to show a soft expression in front of Subai. Great white. I was wrong. Sorry. Good to know. After saying that, Subai got up and left in style. Lift both red velvet lattes. The other cup was of course not for Zhang Qiuzhan. It was ordered for Chen Yuxing. Chapter 102 Chen Yuxing swears territory. Subai sort of saw it. I'm afraid that Zhang Qiuzhan is not looking at his money, so he decided to play the childhood friend card again and make good relations with Subai. According to the system's determination, originally Zhang Qiuzhan's favorability towards Subai was over 80 and was willing to fall in love with him. Then why hadn't he ever shown that he liked Subai all those years before? It's simple because Kang Qiuye is a very materialistic girl. This was something Subai knew about a long time ago. Zhang Qiuzhan's family background, the genus is also a bit special. Her mom was initially set up on a financially sound blind date by her family. However, Kang's mom had her heart in the right place long ago and eventually broke with her family and ran away with her sweetheart. Gee, this Thai plot is like something a dog and pony TV show from the aughts would love to do. Anyway, Zhang Ma and the man she liked, settled in Ancheng, got married, and gave birth to Zhang Qiuzhan. The young couple's married life, however, was not ideal. The man who once made Kang's mom devote her life without hesitation gradually turned into a repugnant face under the polishing of the years. After a couple years, the man actually ran away. Leave it to this mother and daughter to live in poverty. At least Auntie Jiang is strong inside, pulling her daughter at the same time to engage in business. Did not earn too much money. The aunt is also subsistence. And even after Subai's parents Jie have spare money to raise Subai. Honestly, it's been awesome. Subai has always admired her aunt. It's normal for Zhang Qiuzhan to grow up in such a family and not believe in love. At the end of the day, in today's society, everyone is after material things. Only, the friendship that was given up in pursuit of material things is not something that can be taken back just by saying so. And he, Subai, is not a rag. Mr. Ginger, more sincerity needs to be expressed before you can do so. Make it more difficult for her to remember. Subai sent a message to Chen Yuxing, calling her to come downstairs for coffee. Sheraton's standard room. To be honest, a little narrow. Of course, compared with the Express Hotel, it is certainly much stronger. Purely Subai life suite to live in the habit. But the lobby on the first floor is very spacious and grand. And it's quite comfortable to find a place to sit and have a cup of coffee. Chen Yuxing came down dryly, took the coffee and asked, Big White Goose, did you just ask Kang Qiuye out for that? Can you be normal? I asked you out, that one is more like it. But I saw her quite emotional when she went out and when she went back. What was that about? Did you guys have a fight? Chen Yuxing was curious. Subai realized that the man was actually quite gossipy, except that most of the people he usually met, what happened to them, Chen Yuxing was not interested in, but she's interested in Subai, and by extension, she's interested in Subai's love-hate relationship with Qingmei. As for her own position being replaced by Qingmei, it didn't exist. Her position in Subai's heart was undoubtedly the highest one. Not really a fight, just a few teases. Just interpret it as me teasing her with a teasing stick. Oftentimes, Subai was simply treating Zhang Qiuzhan as a big cat, not a lot of brain capacity, favoring mind games, and being arrogant like one of those extraordinarily pretty little she-cats. As long as you don't think of her as a girlfriend or someone to pursue, it's actually kind of fun to tease in your spare moments. Today, though, look at Kang Qiuye's stunning makeup. Subai's attitude towards her changed from a cat to a cat lady. Well, if she could get the hang of it and please Subai in that way, she could be forgiven a little bit. Overall, Subai's attitude towards this little green plum was different from the other girls. It has to be taken hard. This was based on Subai's understanding of her character. Dealing with women is like playing a game of matchmaking, with different strategies for different heroes. A teasing stick? Your teasing stick, ah. Chen Yuxing lowered his head and looked at a certain place of Subai, and his expression was a little obscene. No, for the high cold beauty girl, this can't be said to be obscene, but instead it can arouse Subai's interest. I think you owe it to yourself to be amused. Subai pulled Chen Yuxing's hand, ran to the parking lot, and drove the GLE to a relatively desolate area nearby. The plan was to do something with Chen Yuxing before the others woke up from their naps. Not only was Chen Yuxing in high demand, Subai was actually quite addicted as well. Compared to that little punk of a senior sister Zhou Jiaolu, Chen Yuxing was far too tolerant of being tossed around. Sound and cool combat. It really needs to be now. Don't you want it? Want? But, Chen Yuxing said sheepishly, they'll have to take this car later. The thought that Subai only just struck Zhang Qiuye's mind to do this kind of shameless thing with her, and then the place where the fight took place, and later Zhang Qiuye had to sit there oblivious to the fact that, just couldn't help but hum softly. Isn't that better? Just like in the animal world, releasing sense to take over the territory. You swear your sovereignty too. For goodness sake, you're the real girlfriend, said Subai. Not more than then, hands-on practical operation, watching anime in the car. there's a unique kind of joy. Chen Yuxing sort of experienced it. Even what Subai said about the strange theory of occupying territories, she even felt the essence of it. Especially when Jiang Qiuye got into the car, sniffled, furrowed her small eyebrows, and then the whole thing went bad. Chen Yuxing was then secretly happy in his heart. Humph, let you mess with the big white goose. Let you not cherish your own bamboo horse. Silly, now Subai is only available to me. You can only smell it and stare dryly. The Jiangcheng territory, in ancient times, should be the existence of a strong but rough folk style, which is evident from the construction pattern of this ancient town. While strolling through the old town, Mr. Shanghai suddenly came to life, took off his Sennheiser noise-canceling headphones and volunteered to act as a tour guide. Listen to the guys. Wan Xinyan looked up half a day's worth of information on her cell phone and questioned. But this ancient town is completely modeled after a new one. It shouldn't have anything to do with antiquity, right? Ha? Chu Mingzhi froze, and his footsteps were halted. Is that so? Yes. I see that the posters in Jiangcheng have said that this piece of land was originally a cornfield of the farmer's uncle, and then followed the overall planning of the Tianrong resort, before an ancient town was built. Awkward. Then I have just analyzed half a day from the perspective of history, culture and geography, but have I not analyzed alonely? Xu Miangchul wanted to find a city wall and run headlong into it. Fortunately, this ancient town is not too big, less than 2 hours. The group strolled through. It also included time to see a show with a couple of hanbok ladies dancing and live streaming. Subai stopped to admire for a while, tasteless, not to mention an S-class goddess, but at best an ordinary little beauty. The quality of the girls around him was so high lately that it had pulled up Subai's aesthetic threshold. It seems like all the ancient towns around the world are all the same. Mediocre. Chen Yuxing summarized. It's true, even the snacks sold are the same. Grilled cold noodles, stinky tofu, starchy sausage, pancake nuts. I'll have the grilled cold noodles. Eat. Subai went hand in hand with Chen Yuxing to buy roasted cold noodles. After watching the anime in the car, Chen Yuxing seemed to have awakened and was even more liberal than before, making love to Subai in front of the other girls without any shame, and even couldn't help but peck on Subai's mouth a few times while waiting for the grilled cold noodles. Subai's lips are nicely shaped, and kissing them is unique. Kissing is no less than the most direct way for humans to express their emotions. You know, a lot of dazzle workers in specialty trades can do everything else, but they just can't kiss. Jiang Qiuye tried to avoid her gaze, but she couldn't help but peek at Subai and Chen Yuxing getting all mushy. Her mood kind of exploded. No, it can't go on like this. Do we really have to let Subai drift away from her? Something had to be done to regain Subai's favor. Unconsciously, under Subai's hold, Jiang Qiuzhan actually gradually moved closer to licking dog, thinking, if the boys who were obsessed with her found out, they would have their livers ripped apart. Chapter 103, Sadistic Love Vlog. It feels like this old town scene is perfect for a vlog. Just as the crowd was preparing to leave, and in the meantime, considering what to eat for dinner, Jiang Qiuye suddenly proposed. This offer, to be honest, is quite useful, because the others, in their playfulness, had completely forgotten what they had actually come on this trip to do. Hey, it's all because eating, drinking and strolling around is so demoralizing. So, what content should be vlogged? If it's just a simple travel record, it shouldn't be competitive. After all, every group is traveling. Wan Xin followed and pondered. She also wanted to use the event to mix up some credits. It's naturally nice to be able to take fewer boring electives. Why don't we also learn from those live broadcasting ladies just now and wear hanfu? Chu Mingzhi suddenly proposed. I'm not talented. In fact, when I wear hanfu, I also have so much of the charm of an ancient-style beautiful man. Subi, sweating soybeans, Shui Tao glared. I see you with these thieving eyebrows, wearing a flying fish suit like a eunuch. Jiang Qiuye cleared her throat and said, if you all don't mind, I can actually rent a set of clothes and do a dance in the ancient style. With the background of this place, I'm sure I can make people's eyes light up by then. This Jiang Qiuzhan had obviously planned this in advance. When it comes to her field of specialization, she has regained her usual air of a smiling, metrosexual beauty queen. Jiang Qiuzhan had thought about it. Since she wanted to reconnect with Subai, she had to show her strengths first. Right? Dai Dai used to study dance before switching to broadcast hosting. Wan Xinyan, who was also an art student, came to a realization. I even met a teacher from the dance department before, saying that it's a pity that Jiang Qiuye changed majors, and there's one less good student. Well, that should be awesome. Chen Yuxing nodded happily. Well, the credits were secure. Not that she thought much of it. So the crowd voted unanimously to approve Jiang Qiuye's plan. It wasn't until Jiang Qiuye put on her rented hanbok that everyone realized just why the most popular beauty queen in the art college had captured the hearts of so many boys. Swaying body, bright autumn pupils. The innate beauty of a pure lustful beauty is fully realized. Combined with the beautiful hanbok, It's just stunning. If there had been such a consort serving in the past, it would have been quite understandable for the king not to have an early morning court or something. The key is that this Chinese dress is obviously very rules and conservative. A little rubbing feeling is not, but Jiang Qiuzheng put on, accompanied by the music dancing, knitted brows and smile, is to let a person thumping heart. Subai also had to admit that his own Qingmei was indeed charming. Dai, you're great. It feels like you're better than all those dancing anchors on Jitterbug. Wan Xinyan held up her cell phone to take charge of the shooting, and the first time she saw the effect of the finished movie, she couldn't help but praise it. I'm flattered. Since I'm on the team, I'm sure it's good to contribute. After saying this, Jiang Qiuzhan looked at Subai with an inviting expression. To Subai amused, not sis, you this little lazy cat, even began to take the initiative to take on the core of the team's mission? Goodness, was Jiang Qiuye taken over by some alien creature? It seems she did pick up on a bit of the essence of the husband-chasing crematorium. To be a useful woman. Subai was expressionless and nodded slightly. As a result, Kang Qiuye immediately gave a long relieved look and continued to propose. By the way, it shouldn't be enough if it's just me who dances. More members need to appear in the movie. What Jiang Qiuzhan said about this is very sensible. She then said that there could be shots with interactions, like in a music video, like a sitcom, then cut in with the music and it works just fine. Since it's just a simple shot, there's no acting required and the guys can participate. It was a fun idea, and it was well received by the group. Wan Xinyan immediately dragged her sister to rent a hanbok, dragging Subai along with her. By the way, Chen Yuxing doesn't like to be on camera. The social fear is like this. Jiang Qiuzheng said it's okay, she can be responsible for doing the video's later stages, and is also involved. Good, then I'll be responsible for the post-production. Chen Yuxing nodded her head. Basic video editing software. She still knows how to use it, although she doesn't know much I guess, but with her proficiency on the computer, checking the tutorials, she can also cut it out for the video. However, this Jiang Qiuzhan was a bit too enthusiastic, as if he was particularly interested in promoting the vlogging thing. And I don't know what the hidden agenda is. Chen Yuxing pondered silently, and before he could think of any hints, the crowds of people who had rented hanboks returned in droves. The fastest were the Wan sisters, which was a bit of a surprise. After all, from a stereotypical point of view, girls are slow to change clothes. However, Wan Xinyan's brain turned fast. She not only adjusted the clothes for herself and her sister, but also helped Subai choose. By the way, he only saw Subai in a green shirt, as handsome as an ancient scholar. Coupled with that tall figure, the texture of the refined but also no lack of masculinity, directly pulled to play the ancient puppets are no problem. As for the Wan sisters, they were dressed up as two little maids and had cute pill heads. Over there, the locals in Master Shanghai are having trouble choosing, and it took them half a day to come back. The result is disastrous. Shui Tao is right. Xu Mingzhi, this hanging man, temperament wearing a flying fish suit is really like a eunuch. It's just that Shui Tao didn't realize that the visual effect of his own hanbok on his body was even more disastrous. Not as good as Shui Tao. The result was that Jiang Qiuzhan's eyes lit up after seeing the two. Just as they were expecting a compliment from schoolgirl Jiang Qiuzhan opened her mouth. It just so happens that we need two villains in our plot. How about you guys play the villains? Shui Tao, Xu Mingzhi. Seriously, they kind of want to cry. This isn't a trip. This is an aggravation. Jiang Qiuye put her hands together and blinked her cute big eyes. Pleased with everyone's cooperation, this vlog will definitely win an award. Alas, a villain is a villain. Shui Tao gritted his teeth. Actually, acting as a villain is more of a test of one's abilities. Xu Mingzhi said with a straight face. Subi, sweating soybeans. No buddy, is there a possibility? People cast you as a villain because you look like a villain. It has nothing to do with personal ability. Of course, see through it and don't tell it. Subai just secretly spat out. Jiang Qiuzhan, this guy really has a rallying cry as always. No wonder you're doing well over at the anime club. One could say that she is a natural green tea and, of course, good at mobilizing emotions. It can't be Wan Xinyan in charge of this shoot. After all, she and Wan Xinyue had to play the role of the little maids who took care of Prince Subai, so it's up to Wang Haoren to shoot it. Yes, the guys almost forgot about Wang Haoren. After all, this old brother had been following behind and playing with his cell phone. His presence was very thin. He also had no interest in costume and happened to be in charge of the shoot. Working as a liver substitute for years has given Wang Haoren an iron fist and cell phone to shoot things. Thief steady. It's also the best of everything. Under Jiang Qiuzhan's command, the filming began quickly. After all, it's a student's plaything shot for fun. What angle lighting script none of them are needed. The plot of the MV is also very simple. It's the worldly son Subai and Gone with the Wind Jiang Qiuye fall in love. But because of reality and some classic misunderstandings, they separate and miss each other. Chapter 104, Jingmei's humble and shocking kneeling. Chen Yuxing found a place to sit and watch the others make videos. There's a saying that Su Bai and Jiang Qiujing are going to play a couple rivalry scene, which seems quite funny to Chen Yuxing. A very cheap and generic green tea maneuver. Having been roommates with Jiang Qiujing for some time, Chen Yuxing could also tell that this girl had a deep heart. Although, barring that, Chen Yuxing wasn't very good at playing with people. But she's not stupid, she's witty as hell. If you're capable, you'll take the opportunity to make a video to tease the Great White Goose. The Great White Goose has tried all kinds of ways to watch anime with me, so how can you be tempted by this little sculpture of yours? Chen Yuxing thought rather confidently. The so-called relationship is like this. Once you are a hypocritical existence in the eyes of the other person, the more you use verbal skills, in turn, will reduce the other person's favor. I wonder how Jiang Qiuye will operate. Chen Yuxing took the baked cold noodles Su Bai bought for her and ate them beautifully. She just loves spicy, heavy food. Half an hour later, the footage needed for the video was largely shot. It quickly advances to the final act. The scene is a small bridge with both parties rubbing shoulders with paper umbrellas. The last scene is framed by Kong Qiuye's looking back. Jiang Qiuzhan, that sad look. The thief into the drama. Get in charge of the shooting of Wang Haoren cannot help but burst foul mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Powerful Jiang schoolgirl, this can enter the acting department. Right, pure small drama bone said yes. However, Jiang Qiuye did not politely respond to the compliments as everyone expected. The sadness still lingered on her face, and it actually intensified. After a few seconds, Jiang Qiuye wept. Tear-jerker, die. What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly crying so sadly? Wan Xianyan took out a tissue and helped Jiang Qiuzhan wipe her tears. To tell the truth, this tissue was prepared for Su Bai. As the brother's attentive sister, Wan Xinyan not only brought tissue in the small bag with her, but even brought iodophor, Band-Aid, quick-acting heart pills, Yunnan Baiyao aerosol. Well, in fact, most of them are just in case, and it is estimated to not be able to use them. But Kong Qiuye's crying is really scary. Xue Tao and Xu Mingzhi, who had just finished playing the villain, were also heartbroken at the sight of this scene, wanted to go up and comfort, but was embarrassed. Just have to stand on the periphery and help out. Classmate Jiang, who is bullying you? Just say it, we are all classmates and will give you help in any way we can. That's right, no one is bullying me. Oh, it's my own fault. Jiang Qiuzhan raised his head and gazed at Su Bai, taking advantage of this emotion of filming a vlog. Surprisingly, I was able to tell the true story of my journey during this time, in front of everyone. So, everything is my bad. It's me who didn't cherish Su Bai. My heart is not pure. Now I just want to beg for his forgiveness and continue to be a childhood friend with him. I really can't lose you. As long as I can get back together, I'm willing to do anything. Saying the last sentence, Jiang Qiuye jumped in front of Su Bai's body. In fact, he kneeled on the ground with a plop and hugged Su Bai's thighs. A shocking knee. The remaining three women, seeing this scene, all had their mouths wide open and their brains went blank. Honestly, Chen Yuxing knew about Jiang Qiuzhan's hidden agenda, and Wan Xinyan could more or less brainstorm about it. They thought that Jiang Qiuye might continue to use the green tea trick, but they never expected that she would directly explode herself. It's enough to see that sometimes, even the most left-right beautiful woman is controlled by her impulsive mind when she breaks the defense. It can also reflect the charm of Su Bai from the side. Xue Tao was already incoherent. Xu Mingzhi was even more shocked and speechless. He had always prided himself on being a well-informed Shanghai master. As a result of this comparison, only to realize that people's youth is the youth. While Su Bai was in a love/hate relationship with the Pure Lust Department's Qingmei, he was still fiddling with headphones and literary collectibles, looking forward to attracting girls with his talent and sentimentality. As it turns out, it also has to be a numerical monster, usually in the school of all the attention of the high and mighty Jiang Qiuzhan, in front of Su Bai, but so humble. Where in the world is Jiang Qiuzhan such an extreme Qingmei? It is still not looking at Su Bai's money. Xu Mingzhi no longer believes in the Su Bai just recently made a small fortune rhetoric. For the level of spending that is reflected today, the family definitely has a bottom line. I just don't know why it was on the down low before. The locals and the Shanghai masters, still dressed in their ancient costumes playing the role of the villainous landed gentry, were at this point as despondent as if they had been slapped in the face by the kingly protagonist. Su Bai was the only one who still retained a trace of doubt. This little girl, is she really sincere in admitting her mistake? Just then the system suddenly rang. Ding! Detected Jiang Qiuye favorability +3. Current favorability, 85. It was clearly Jiang Qiuye's shocking kneel, and her favoritism towards Su Bai had risen? You're getting a kick out of it, aren't you? Read about it. Su Bai experimentally looked down at her with a cold face, cupped her face and lifted it. You think that's going to cancel you out in my mind, don't you? The tone, too, was cold without pity. Ding. Detected Jiang Qiuzheng's favorability +1. Current favorability, 86. Kang Qiuye's body visibly trembled. An unnatural blush colored her cheeks. No, I know, it's not enough. I just want an avenue to regain your trust. Take your time. Subai gave a non-committal answer. In his heart, however, he already had a number. I'm sure I was still too lenient with this guy before, so I had to squash her and hold her down. Obviously, the current Jiang Qiuye had a girl-to-bully attitude towards Subai. The more Subai treated her badly, the more she enjoyed it. The deciding factor is probably Subai's current financial situation. After all, the bully he has to have money in the first place. No money to play president. Pure and simple stupid basket case. Old Shua. Shumingzhi said quietly. I suddenly feel as if this trip has lost its meaning. You're right. Shuetao also wilted. Why don't we go back to school and let Subai from the ditch take them to play? There's nothing for the two of us anyway. That doesn't work. The hotel booked is not good to return it. Lao Shui, I have a suggestion. Look at the girls wearing hanfu over there just now. It is actually not bad, although it is not as good as these few on our team, but at least, they will not have any emotional entanglements with Subai. Shuetao twisted his head to look at Shumingzhi. This kid, I'm afraid he hasn't already been shattered by Subai's blow to his Dao heart. I liked Chen Yuxing in the beginning, but it turned out that Chen Yuxing and Subai were officially announced. Later on, he likes Jiang Qiuzhen, but it turns out that he is Subai's infatuated little green plum. But actually Shuetao is no better. Old Chu, you have a point. Let's split up with Subai here. That's it. The vlog is done anyway. Mission accomplished. So the two spoke to a few others and slipped away decisively. For the retreat of the Shanghai masters and the locals, the guys said I'm fine with that. After all, there wasn't anyone who wanted to hang out with them. The only one who felt some pity was Wang Haoren. Not taking these two with you is less likely to see a lot of anticlimactic explosive cannon fun. Alas, loneliness. Just as the locals and Master Shanghai were getting ready to tease the Hanbok sisters, on Shumingzhi's cell phone, a message was sent. It's his high school classmate. Chapter 105 Jiang Qiuye awakens a strange attribute. I saw that GLE enter the school again today. I wonder which beauty the uncle picked up this time. Which one? Several. Leave it alone. Shumingzhi raised his head, slightly saddened. It was expected that the mysterious Mercedes-Benz man would be the off-campus Tycoon big brother, balding and hairy and middle-aged. In that case, he'd feel a little more balanced, and would be secretly glad if Chen Yuxing and the Wan sisters were really connected to the foreign school personnel. But the car is Subai's, guttering brother Subai, so handsome and so rich, still let others live. And at that moment Shuetao was sweating profusely and drumming on his cell phone. Delete all those pretentious comments related to freshman year driving a Maytag like crazy. After all, his roommate drives the $800 000 plus top-of-the-line GLE. That makes him look like a clown. Subai's car crushed him in terms of price, compulsion and practicality. Alas, if mom and dad are willing to buy me such a good car, perhaps Lu Yuan will not be so resistant to holding hands kissing these. Maybe it's on the big leagues now. Shuetao thought indignantly, full of envy. Under Wan Xinyan's subsequent pacification, Jiang Qiuye gradually returned to calmness and wiped away her tears. As for Subai, he didn't care when Jiang Qiuye's emotions calmed down. Su White went to the food stand. I just saw a spicy fried skewer and wanted to buy it for Chen Yuxing. Big white goose. I really admire you. Ha? Subai scratched his head and looked at Shang. What's wrong with me? You don't, it seems, have any softness for Kang Qiuye. Ahem. Childhood friends are like that. If I go soft she stomps on me. I'm actually doing her a favor by being like this. Subai spoke loudly. But actually, when you think about it, it makes sense. Jiang Qiuzheng is a bit stupid, and his personality is twisted, and he is still trolling for rich brothers, so he can't play at all. It would be better for Subai to give her control himself and let the guy live in peace. That's the only way to live up to Auntie Ginger's parenting. The spicy fried skewers were soon ready. Chen Yuxing held a handful of skewers in his hand, squinted his eyes, and ate them prettily. At this time, on Subai's cell phone, Jiang Qiuzhen's small number sent a message. Asuka, Dabai. I'll come up with an attitude and actions that will satisfy you. The corner of Subai's mouth hooked up as he replied. Crispy great white goose, still calling me great white. Ha? Is this the attitude you should have? Asuka, dog kowtowing. Asuka, voice. Subai turned down the volume and put the phone to his ear in earpiece mode. Just then, he heard Jiang Qiuzhen's sweet, girlish voice cry out daintily. Master. Listening to Subai Ackle trembled. Ding. Detected Jiang Qiuye favorability +1. Current favorability, 87. Controlling her is the right thing to do. Controlling her is not fooling around. You don't say. Little Qingmei's lowly mouth burns. Crispy goose, from now on, just call me master in private. Asuka, actually, It's okay to be in public. Asuka, looking forward to, crispy white goose, don't, I want more if you don't want to be ashamed. At this point, Kang Shoya excused herself to go to the toilet and shouted that master voice in the toilet. Inside his body, that inexplicable pleasure welled up again. She felt like she was going to break. However, this sense of brokenness brought Jiang Qiuzhan a complete sense of peace of mind. She knew that using the green tea routine on Subai was ineffective. After all, it's all about knowing your roots. She was truly sorry. Under the control of reason, a girl can distinguish between good feelings of a physical nature and the rationally optimal choice. Some girls would choose to eat in the east and stay in the west, but Jiang Qiuye didn't like that kind of chaotic life. Nothing else. I'm just afraid of getting sick. She was raised with a cleanliness fetish. After recently coming into contact with a couple of so-called quality guys in college, I've become even more acutely aware of my own cleanliness. Those boys, they're all in good condition. I can't say the appearance is bad, but the thought of engaging in intimate behavior with them instinctively repelled Kang Qiuye. Don't even say that. Don't even want to hold hands. But it was completely different around Subai. Until she was in middle school, Jiang Qiuzhan was still fighting with Subai. All kinds of physical contact, and even resting on the same bed. So it's best if Subai gets rich so that Jiang Qiuzhan doesn't have to please other rich men. Mom said not to let the impulse of so-called love control reason. Married to love. Destined for tragedy. Money is the source of happiness. Now, the fountain of happiness appeared in Subai's body. But it seems that Jiang Qiuye inadvertently, he himself smashed a good hand of cards. Maybe this is karma. The good thing is that the situation has a chance of being salvaged. Jiang Qiuye directly expressed her sincerity to Subai by giving up her dignity. But actually experiencing it, she seemed to not feel that giving up her dignity in front of Subai was such a hard thing to do. Quite the opposite. It's like, kinda comfortable. There may be times when the man is the sword. The past month or so of college life, Jiang Qiuzhan was complimented by so many people every day, and over time it was senseless. Just so. However, after being treated so badly by Subai, the pleasures obtained in a short period of time unexpectedly exceeded the sum of a month. From now on, the idol-level ginger schoolgirl, back awakening strange attributes. Bye. You take the girls and keep playing. There's a small comic convention at the convention center nearby. I'm going to take a look around, so I won't be joining you. After going back to join the crowd, Wang Haoren said to Subai, okay, go for it. After watching Comic-Con, I'll go back to the hotel to cut the video and strive for a quick release. Grass This time the judging awards must be assessed, right, as long as the judges' heads are not out of order. As a filmmaker, Wang Haoren is very emotional. I have to say, the whole photogenic thing is just pleasing to the face. Chen Yuxing was puzzled. Didn't we agree that I would cut the video? No, I'll do it. I'm rather idle and don't have much to do anyway. Wang Haoren took the initiative to take over the job. As for Chen Shuaba, it's better to play 2 more games with Subai when you have time. You still have to be aware of being the big man's little brother. Wang Haoren's parents are both city workers, and from a young age, they know that money is hard to earn and is hard to eat. When you're a junior to white, you have to do your duty. You can't float. I'm staying at the lakehouse for the night. Anyone want to join me? There's quite a bit of room. Back at the Sheraton Hotel, Subai asked this. 4 girls raised their hands in unison. Alas, sure enough, it's a nutritionally unproductive question. Subai didn't pretend anymore. Drove the crowd and ran to Tianrong Manju at a rapid pace. Man, the way this hotel goes in, you can tell it's extraordinary. A straight tarmac road flanked by oversized lawns and fountains. It has the immediacy of a large English manor house, and the 3-story villa that stood on the shore of the lake could already be seen from afar. The girls had gotten excited, especially the Vanguard sisters, who were yelling and screaming for a distant view and couldn't resist sending a friend circle. Hello Mr. Su, welcome to Tianrong Manju. I'm your exclusive butler for tonight, Lee Frost. Just entering the hotel lobby, Subai met the butler who was responsible for arranging all the complicated matters of the villa tonight. Obviously, this is experienced, professionally trained hotel staff. Uniformed black silk high heels, pretty face, slim body, but there's no selling winged burn. The main reason was that Subai came over alone with 4 young and stunning top-notch beauties, giving Miss Housekeeper a shock. This young man, his strength is not ordinary Also, but anyone who can book a lake house at the height of the holiday season can't be an ordinary person. Only, Subai was indeed younger than Lee Frost expected. Chapter 106, Pool Party and Swimsuit Battle. Being in a service industry like Lee Frost is also about learning to read people. Take Subai for example. He is different from those Shirbari Power Earth bosses. At a glance, he is usually surrounded by beautiful women and his stomach is not hungry. Look at these 4 beauties, all so young, their faces full of collagen. All of them are schoolgirls. In this case, it's purely negative to come up and offer your services again. Just do your job as a housekeeper and let your guests experience the ultimate luxury of Tianrong Manju. With a good calculation in mind, Lee Frost led the crowd and began to visit the villa. Su Bai had booked it in the morning, and so far, all the relevant facilities had been taken care of. This includes the interior of the villa, as well as the outside garden, tennis court and swimming pool. Let's not talk about the garden, the private tennis court and swimming pool. These girls have never seen it before. Maybe it's the occasional glimpse while riding through the villa area in the car. And yet, there was no up-close and personal contact. It's pretty hot today. Why don't we wait until it gets dark and have a party at the pool and barbecue on the grass next to it? Just in time for dinner. Wan Xinyan started offering ghost ideas again. In fact, after having eaten a thief's worth of big fish and meat at the local restaurant at lunchtime, the group was now all gung-ho and not hungry. Even Jiang Qiuzhan, who couldn't eat spicy food, dazzled the McDonald's bought by Su Bai. So the dinner itself isn't very important. The formality is a bit fancy so as not to waste the overpriced villa. A pool party? Kind of interesting. Su Bai nodded. Alright, you and Lee Frost go discuss it and come up with a plan. I'll go take a shower and change into a set of cool clothes. It's been a day of running outside. This place is called Tianrong Manju with Man. It's perfect for a barbecue. Perfect match I see. After saying that, Su Bai left the girls for the time being and went to take a shower in the large bathroom on the first floor of the villa by himself. The villa is really big and there are several bathrooms alone. According to the housekeeper, usually, when you rent this kind of villa, it's the senior staff from the core departments of big companies who come for reunion. Look at that statement. Big, core, advanced. That's so emotional. Lee Frost Butler. The bathroom on the first floor, the largest one. Su Bai roughly estimated that it could accommodate 3 people taking a bath together. The Vanguard sisters instantly came to his mind. Hiss, a little too evil. Better have a good swim first. After comfortably soaking in a hot bath, Su Bai took the top-rated iPad to catch up on the drama while soaking. Meanwhile, the girls settled their luggage in their assigned guest rooms. What? You mean the master bedroom on the second floor in a prime location? That is of course Su Bai's. After all, this night 50,000 yuan lakehouse. It is the other Su Bai out of the money it. Furthermore, all of the people present were also honored by Su Bai. They're all thinking of ways to please him as much as possible. Per capita female race masters. Pool parties are naturally part of the female competition. The men were in their rooms, inked for a while, and coincidentally, almost synchronously, came to the check room on the 3rd floor of the villa. In the check room, some basic changes of clothes were prepared, mainly loose homeware, provided for the guests to use, equivalent to the bathrobe to change into inside a bath center, only a bit higher end. Then there's that whole row of swimsuits, a wide range of styles, as well as a variety of sizes, are available. Obviously, the hoteliers want their guests to enjoy themselves and have fun in the pool. So, even though none of the 4 brought swimsuits, it didn't matter. They couldn't help but stare at each other, and sparks seemed to erupt in their meeting gazes. I'll take this one. Chen Yuxing casually grabbed a more conservative black swimsuit and then fled the scene. The atmosphere of this monastic nature was not something she was very comfortable with, and the matter of wearing a swimsuit was quite shy for Chen Yuxing. She's completely out of touch with conservatism when it comes to watching anime with Sue White. Wannabe. But if there were other girls present, the socially terrified Chen Yuxing would not be very nice. Then all that was left were the Wan sisters and Jiang Qiuzhan. Obviously, Jiang Qiuye was going to face the pressure of fighting 1 against 2. Is not a pressure. Being a natural green plum and green tea, she had no fear of the hookups between the girls. On the contrary, this was an area where Jiang Qiuzhan excelled. Her comfort zone. Well, I suggest you guys go for the split type yet. Kang Qiuye cupped her chin in a thinking manner. Why? Because you guys have a more cute body yet. A one-piece might look a little less coordinated. Aha. Wan Xinyan smiled crookedly. Gee whiz, and it's still loaded up for you. However, in the next moment, Wan Xinyan's mouth opened into a rounded O shape. Only Kang Qiuye quickly and crisply selected a swimsuit. A very figure-accentuating ballet style, one-piece dress style with drawstring and cutouts to emphasize a slim and slender figure. Then on the other hand, this kind of swimsuit is very picky about the body, but any slightly small flab, the effect of the upper body is a disaster. However, Jiang Qiuye was fearless, even on the spot, pulled a small curtain and changed. What a coincidence. This number happens to fit me, eh? Jiang Qiuzhan bounced out to look in the mirror, the flawless figure like a mannequin, with curves that combined the sweetness of a young girl with a slight sense of lust, simply gave the Vanguard sisters a look of awe. Sister, I feel that compared to her, we are like 2 potatoes. Wan Xinyue was a bit frustrated. That's not so. Sister, you don't be presumptuous. Ah. Wan Xinyan face smiling, mouth in the sister's ear spit. She that is just photogenic good looking. In fact, The boys still like neat children, although our legs are short, but we lay big ah. In this world, to stand out, you have to differentiate and compete. So that's why Wan Xin scoffed at the advice Jiang Qiuye gave them. What a split bathing suit. That's a waste of their giant Lolita advantage. You know, Subai is watching anime. The piece of secondary concentration should not be underestimated. So, Wan Xin directly took 2S-size deadstock water. It's the kind of thing that schoolgirls would wear to swimming lessons in island anime. Simple navy blue color, stretch fabric. After the upper body, the two sisters' most proud advantages were suddenly highlighted. And because they were student bathing suits, they still looked inviting without any incongruity, despite their shortness. Humph. Let's let Jiang Qiuzhan see on whose body brother Subai's gaze will linger more. However, after the Vanguard sisters killed the pool, they realized it was just the two of them. No one else is here. I don't know what they're inking. And let's not talk about the bath-addicted Subai. Jiang Qiuye was going back to her house to fix her makeup, to make up a waterproof coating. When it came to the delicacy of woman power, Kang Qiuye was confident that she could outshine anyone. She had always been a very delicate girl. Chapter 107, Twins, Deadly Reservoir Water. Speaking of makeup, compared to the slightly juvenile makeup of the Wan sisters, it was still Chen Yuxing who gave Jiang Qiuye a stronger sense of oppression. Because this man of God, he doesn't wear any makeup at all. As a roommate, Jiang Qiuzheng passively observes Chen Yuxing every day. She realized that Chen Yuxing not only didn't wear makeup, but also didn't take care of her skin. When you get up in the morning, brush your teeth and then wash your face with water. Not even a cleanser. Rather, Chen Yuxing's face has never had a sloppy outlook, and his face is not oily. And his skin texture is excellent. Let's just say it's a gift. From a medical point of view, as long as the physical fitness is good enough, girls, wash your face with warm water every day on the line. Do not need any skincare products at all. However, most people simply cannot achieve this innate conditions. Chen Shuaba, indeed, was the woman with the best talent that Jiang Qiuzhan had seen since he came to Jiangqing University. The stunning face of a high-flying imperial model, a tall figure, plus a mind. No wonder Subai likes her so much. In comparison, Jiang Qiuye, who had always prided herself on being a secondary beauty queen, felt a bit mediocre. Read about it. Jiang Qiuye lifted his spirits. Work harder on your makeup. Even sprayed a little perfume before leaving the house. Thousands of dollars worth of Chanel encounters. A very fresh and light girly chopped fragrance. Jiang Qiuye had saved up her pocket money for quite a long time to buy this bottle. It's important to realize that the scent piece can play an unexpected role when it comes to ambiguous interactions between men and women. I was going to keep it on hand and take it out when I met the real thing. Who would have thought that this chopper incense would end up on Subai's head? Pool. Sister, why are you jumping in first when they're not even here yet? Wan Xinyue sat by the pool with her feet in the water and paddled. The delicate white skin was appropriate for that giant na-whatever Loli's temperament, and Wan Xin was already in the water, swimming warm-up style, poking his head out. He replied, because this body of dead bank water wet to look good and later to play with brother Subai with the water. Do not warm up how to do. In case of cramps how to do? So it is. Wan Xinyue suddenly realized, but then shook her head a bit forlornly. I don't know how to swim. Hey, I'm useless. The twin sisters can be described as diametrically opposed, with one moving and the other quiet. Not to mention swimming, Wan Xinyue was afraid of falling when she was a child on a swing. What's wrong with that? Don't be sad, sis. Look later on it would be just right for Subai to teach you how to swim. Wouldn't that be fun? Is the point. Wan Xinyue's eyes lit up. Brainstorm that scene. Clad only in swim trunks, Subai instructs her close to the pool. Just thinking about it makes me feel so happy. An unnatural blush rose to her face as she braced herself from the bank and slid into the shallow water. I'll warm up first then. Yeah, let me help you. Find your way around the water first. So when Subai arrived at the pool, he happened to see the two sisters playing together. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Is this deadstock water? A small number? Nope. For the pocket-sized height of these two, they really have to wear a size S. S stands for slim. The problem is that they're donut, but it's not thin at all. It's really unbeatable, isn't it? Can those cosplayers out of deadstock water match the level of the Vanguard sisters? The level of visual allure was even better than the aerobics uniform that day. Subai stood on the shore and admired for a moment before Wan Xin realized his arrival and reached out to greet him. Brother Subai, Yaya doesn't know how to swim. Can you help teach her? Yeah. Subai agreed without hesitation. Even a moment's hesitation would be blasphemy against the second brother. Subai was too lazy to walk the ladder and jumped directly into the pool. Splash! But Subai quickly stabilized himself and swam back and forth twice. The movements are skillful and surprisingly fast. Wow! Brother Subai, have you practiced the kind of swimming for competitions? It's awesome. Okay, a little bit. The swimming master level that I drew from Brother Unity, I can't believe it came in handy so quickly. Although it's not a serious use, it's excellent to be able to put on a show in front of a girl. Then I'm relieved. Brother Subai will definitely be able to teach Shinyue how to swim. Pakta, come on, let's learn to hold our breath first. There is nothing dangerous in the shallow water area. Forgive me, in the spirit of seriousness and responsibility, Subai is still guarding the whole process, sometimes holding one Shinyue's waist, sometimes the tender lotus root arm, sometimes, after tossing and turning for a few minutes, one Shinyue finally had the guts to bury her face completely in it, holding her breath for more than 10 seconds. Looks like the lung capacity is good. After all, it is often dancing aerobics. According to Wan Xinyan, the 2 physical education class to choose aerobics is not a random selection. They were selected for the Art College Aerobics House team at the game's time to participate in the competition. It wasn't until after practicing for about 10 minutes that one Shinyue finally got a little stretched out. Brother Subai, I'm a bit tired. Can I lean on you for a while? No problem, come on. Well, Wan Shinyue enjoyed Subai's watery hug. Breathing, however, showed no sign of leveling off toward the rule. In fact, what consumed her stamina was largely not holding her breath, but the electrifying throbbing when she came into contact with Subai. Hey, maybe this is love. Wan Shinyue tilted her small face up and met Subai's gaze. I can't help but think back to that day in the car, discussing the mysteries of music with Subai. So very nicely, he closed his eyes. Just as Subai was about to taste some, Jiang Qiuzhan's metaphysical voice came. Yikes, you guys are already playing? Wait for me, I want to play too. The ballet-style elegant swimsuit, worn on Jiang Qiuzhan's body, simply shines like an idol. Subai felt that this arrogant little Qingmei of his own family was, by and large, the most qualified to debut as an idol among the people he knew. But as far as that temper and IQ goes, well, it feels like something almost happened. Jiang Qiuzhan stepped on the poolside diving platform and gracefully leaped into the water. Unlike Subai's water thunder style, the water splashes were small and traveled through the water as lightly as a butterfly. Can't match Subai in speed, but she swims super nice. Tawan Xianyan were a bit dumbfounded. Too much swimming. Schoolgirl Ginger, there are water guns over there, eh? Let's play water together. Jiang Qiuye inexplicably throat clamped up, the already sweet voice, with some winks, took a bared water gun and aimed it at Subai to attack. Unwilling to show weakness, Subai took a floating board as a splashing tool and tangled with Jiang Qiuye. So the swimming instruction of the dead reservoir water giant that what lowly was interrupted by Jiang Qiuye. Deliberate. Absolutely deliberate. Wan Xianyan smelled the flavor of heart from Jiang Qiuzhan's body. It seems that this must be a strong opponent. From the tawdry operation there in the ancient town, it is easy to see that Jiang Qiuye, too, is determined to become Subai's favored woman. Chapter 108, You were born to do this. Subai's floating board offensive ability, after all, was still limited, far worse than the water gun in Jiang Qiuye's hand. So what's the easiest way to deal with a shooter? It's close combat, only to see Subai suddenly abandon the floating board and violently dive into the water, swimming underwater to Jiang Qiuzhan's side, causing the latter to let out a cry of surprise. Don't come over here. You stop it. Subai hugged Jiang Qiuzhan and directly tickled her itchy flesh. Growing up together, they remembered the weaknesses in each other like the back of their hand. Being hit first by Subai, Jiang Qiuzhan giggled. In a few breaths, he was unsteady in the pool, and hurriedly begged for mercy with Subai. I'm wrong. Oh, big white, you let me go. I don't know if I'm afraid of being tickled further or if I'm taking the opportunity to show my feelings. That little look of pearly laughter out of tears is really top-notch. Even Subai, who was used to Jiang Qiuzhan's beauty, was staggered a bit. Only then did he let go of the hand holding Jiang Qiuye's slender waist. Really, by you so much, make the makeup is going to be blurred. Jiang Qiuzhan scolded. Didn't you get a waterproof coating? In your style, it should be foolproof. Then play with splashing water to mess up the other girl's makeup and in turn take a twisted pleasure from it. And no, how could I be that bad? Jiang Qiuye was furiously tickled him twice when Subai revealed his small mind. That alone was Subai's particularly exasperating habit, liking to expose Kang Qiuye's green tea behavior. But that's what best friends do. They tear each other down. After playing around with Subai for a while, Jiang Qiuzhan actually felt a long-lost happiness. I say it's been a long time, but it hasn't really been that long, almost 2 months since I've experienced it. Yes, it's actually since the falling out with Su White. Become everyone's favorite beauty girl. Initially quite scenic, after a long time, Jiang Qiuzhan a little tasteless, feeling that life is getting boring. All that bragging and enthusiasm comes with a purpose. To put it bluntly, the boys holding her up just want to sleep with her. When you think about it like that, it suddenly feels like life is pretty boring, but Jiang Qiuye knew that it wasn't life itself, or that most ordinary people's lives were more boring than the route she had envisioned. In retrospect, she realizes that Su White is the super conventional and interesting thing in life. A bamboo horse as good as Su Bai won't come along again, but she did do the birth thing. So sorry. Thinking about this, Jiang Qiuzheng's nose suddenly became a little sour, and his arm encircled Su Bai's neck, saying in his ear, "Master, it's still you who is the best. I am so sorry. Let us not separate in the future, okay?" With a sob. At the same time, Jiang Qiuye's thighs lifted underwater and came forward. Su Bai, who hadn't had the time to turn on Sigma Aura, had a jolt. Hiss. Noticing Su Bai's enjoyment, Jiang Qiuzhan was encouraged inwardly, blinking her eyes, her hot spit smelling good. "I'm willing to do anything for my master, whether it's outside, at school, or when I'm back home on vacation. The other girls aren't with my master when I'm home on vacation, so please use me to your heart's content." Ding. Detected Jiang Qiuye favorability +2. Current favorability, 89. The original do Su by this kind of inferior role. Actually so. Jiang Qiuye, you were born to do this. The young girl's shy and bold charming attitude made Su Bai to be unable to top it. Open the Sigma Aura in a hurry. Almost got it. Su Bai knocked her brain. Have we ever been together? Don't put it aside for a stage play. There's already enough material for a vlog, thanks. If you have too much energy and nowhere to vent it, why don't you compete with me in swimming? If we let this little goblin keep it up, I don't think we'll have a pool party anymore. We'll just have a party of that. Better yet, let's start with some purely green and healthy activities. Swimming? Jiang Qiuye froze for a moment, then revealed an amused expression. Really want to compete? Jiang Qiuzhan's doubt was justified. She and Su White went to swimming lessons together as children. The coach was a serious middle-aged older woman, a retired athlete from the second team of the provincial team, particularly strict. Jiang Qiuye thought nothing of it. However, Su Bai was naughty and mischievous, and the coach couldn't tolerate him, and he couldn't tolerate the coach. Just dropped out of class and learned it by running to the reservoir and flopping around blindly on my own. Purely wild. Swimming certainly not as fast as Jiang Qiuzhan. Heck, I think you're asking for it. That's not necessarily true. You know, a soldier is a good man. That soft and sticky knee has already seemed. Now I'm terribly strong. The two of them bragged and ran to the diving platform on the shore, ready to compete. The Wan sisters vacated the most spacious swimming lane in the center for them to cheer on brother Su Bai. By the way, take your cell phone and time it. 3, 2, 1, go! Jiang Qiuye's afterglow observed Su Bai's departure movements. There was a flash of bad feeling. Wait, wasn't this guy only a dog paddler? Every time he jumped into the water he was like an aerial bomb, but now he turned out to be so dexterous. It was too late to think too much, so Jiang Qiuye swam and swam hard. After one lap, he was left a long way behind by Su Bai. It was a shock. This speed is fine for the varsity team, right? Could it be that Big White has been exercising a lot in the last 2 months? In the end, Su Bai held the lead unchallenged to the end. Even got pretty burnt out on backstroke for a bit. Exasperated, Kang Qiuye desperately paddled and rushed to him to tickle him. It's similar to a kitten's exasperated huffing and puffing. There was another scuffle. However, this time there was a bit of a mishap. Jiang Qiuye suddenly changed her face abruptly, furrowing her small, clear eyebrows and letting out a pained grunt. I seem to have a cramp. It hurts so much, it hurts so much. Hiss. Big White, you quickly help me. Wan Xinyan's eyes rounded. Crap, a second to get into the scene. With this acting skill, Zhang Yimou would be shocked to see it. The little drama queen said yes. However, Su Bai instantly discerned that Jiang Qiuzhan wasn't possessed by a playwright in this wave, but really cramped up. I guess it's because I just swam too hard. In order to avoid Jiang Qiuye struggling and drowning in the water, Su Bai hurriedly picked her up, and with his strong and powerful arms, he lifted Jiang Qiuye to the ground on the shore. Then he himself came ashore and carried her on the soft cushions, squeezed her calves and start massaging them. Cramps were handled in a way that Su Bai knew a little bit about. When he was a child, he and Jiang Qiuzheng were asleep during the growing stage, and he and Jiang Qiuzheng both slept and smoked for I don't know how many times. Helping each other with the process is also the norm. This scene kind of awakened Su Bai's childhood memories. He couldn't help but pinch Jiang Qiuye's calf and measure it. Her legs, according to the current popular categorization, should be called comic legs, mainly slim and straight, with that white and delicate skin. It feels excellent to touch. Chapter 109. I'm the only one who can see Xing's long legs. Hiss. Ha. The sound Kang Qiuye made intermittently sounded a bit strange. However, Su Bai was completely unashamed and calmly admired it. From time to time, he commented on Jiang Qiuzhan's body. In fact, comic legs are not very popular now. You should usually eat more. And by the way, You have time to work out. You have to have some curves, otherwise how to compete with other women? Lord, Dubai is right. Jiang Qiuye almost said, I'll pay attention to exercise in the future. Getting more exercise and working out also helps prevent chronic diseases. Subai played with Jiang Qiuye's leg and commented casually and sharply. With such an atmosphere, it's amazing how much it feels like going back to the days of innocence when you were a kid. Jiang Qiuzhan thought silently. Subai brother is really versatile. Even will also deal with muscle strains. Wan Xin Yen again ran over when queer. Little stars in her eyes. Her admiration for Subai was real and reliable. After all, people's minds are simple. They want to find a rich and powerful man to rely on. These are all basic life skills that you will have to learn as well. Well, I have a friend who is learning all sorts of skills in domestic affairs. So when she returns from her studies, let her teach you all by the way. Yeah, hey, it's good to follow brother Subai. You can also learn new knowledge. Well, not only new knowledge, but also new positions. Subai thought silently and reached out to rub Wan Xinyan's head. Call, really good. Wan Xin happily took the initiative to rub her face against Subai's hand. Like a happy puppy. Such a fawning face. Jiang Qiuzhan looked in his eyes. It was hard to bear. If she had realized her heart earlier, she wouldn't definitely be in a higher position than Wan Xin here in Subai now. LOL. Subai's preferences are actually quite simple. You can call him dirt. You can call him straight and uninteresting. But ask yourself, Subai just doesn't like those crooked feelings in idol dramas or female romance. He just loves straightforward, passionate love. Let's take Sheng for example. She likes Subai, accepts his package, and then watches 13 episodes of anime with him in one night, hating to melt her entire body into it, hating to be one with Subai. Whether Subai treats her to an upstream hot pot or a roadside spicy fried skewer, she is super happy and looks at Subai with bright eyes full of love. Even with his natural face paralyzed, high-strung eyes, the love couldn't help but overflow. Su White is good for it. But actually, Subai has another preference. That's bullying Jiang Qiuye. It's a kinda sick but reasonably cool thing to do. It's like watching an anime tool female brat session. Again, it's like the joy of a schoolboy bullying a girl. Especially now that Jiang Qiuye had become an existence that called him master behind his back. Bullying was even more sensual. Look, she's obviously happy that I'm doing this. It's Bamboo Horse who's fulfilling Qingmei's preferences. So Subai continued his fingers upwards, rubbing Jiang Qiuzhan's thighs. The latter instantly had a jolt, and softly grunted. You, what are you pinching here The cramp is the calf, not the thigh. What do you know? Post-exercise relaxation of muscles is a systematic project. If I only press the calves, later you'll stand up and walk uncomfortably. Don't move, bear with me, Subai chided, a serious face. Being scolded by him like this, Jiang Qiuzhan was instantly honest, submissive and quiet. Oh, strong master, love it so much. Kind of can't decide if this guy is serious or just bull ****** ting. Never mind, let's assume he's serious. However, in the next moment, Jiang Qiuye's eyes suddenly became strange, only to see Subai's fingers, like a highly skilled keyboardist, wandering over Jiang Qiuzhan's legs. The first one is Nishang and the second one is Six Youngest. As depicted in the people line, it is like having some kind of artistic vitality. Actually, and indeed, art, manipulating the emperor, skilled. Isn't that art? Can you say that the movies that people usually enjoy in private aren't art? Jiang Qiuzhan immediately felt very bad. By the time she realized that something was going to happen if she didn't speak up and call it off, it was too late. The Wan family twins next to them were originally in the mindset of learning Subai's first aid techniques, but he was watching Jiang Qiuzhan's face, which was so red that it looked like it was about to drip. Suddenly the whole thing shook a few times and covered his mouth. Thanks, I'm a little sick, I'll go to my room. Jiang Qiuye fled in a sorry state, limping. Subai, on the other hand, smiled badly and looked at her back. The little thing is kinda sensitive. I don't know if it was Kong Qiuye's physique or if the strength of the skills given by Brother Unicorn was too high. Brother Subai, what did you just do to her? Wan Xinyan was curious. I want to. Wan Xinyue's mind leaps to the next level. Don't ask for it. Let's get in the water and keep teaching Ye to swim. Okay, yeah, I'm going to learn to swim. Wan Xinyue was full of energy. As long as it was something that she could stick it to her brother Subai, she was happy to do it. However, right at this moment, a cool imperial voice sounded. Sorry to be late. Subai twisted his head and was instantly caught by Qin Yusheng, who was walking slowly, completely catching his eyes. Black one-piece skirted swimsuit, a very simple style. Wearing it on Chen Yusheng, it was immortal, especially a pair of long legs that were dazzlingly white. Chen Yusheng's skin was the kind of cold white skin that was very rare and advanced. It has a perfect texture like jade, those feet in slippers, luscious toes hidden, ankles like finely carved works of art. Subai instantly couldn't top it, even with Sigma aura on. Hey, it's true that Shang Shang is his favorite. In the swimsuit segment, Yuxing Chen finished, only to see her ruffling her hair a bit, looking at Subai and fuming. She said with some uncertainty, isn't it a bit strange? No, it's good, it's very good. Subai went forward and gave Chen Yuxing a firm hug and kissed her on the cheek. I like you. Well, Chen Yuxing was shy, although she didn't know where Jiang Qiuye had run off to, but the Wanjie twins were still watching. Just buried his face in the nest of Subai's neck, his voice muffled tone but light. It's good that the big white goose likes it. He. I'm an old favorite, but in the future you don't want to go to any beaches or water parks or anything. Don't want to show it to anyone, do you? You really know me. He. Only for you. Suddenly, Chen Yuxing thought of another thing and said with a bit of petulance, then what should I do if I want to go to the water park in the future? Small thing. I'll save up and buy one. Then it'll be just the two of us in the whole garden, and the staff will only hire women, so we can't show other men your long legs anyway. Then it's a deal. Chapter 110, Chen Yuxing's body is cold, suitable for hot baths. As it turns out, talent is something that does create a crush. Chen Yuxing didn't have the heart of the wannabe sisters, nor did she have Jiang Qiuye's makeup skills and routines. Even the swimsuits were randomly chosen, but it just captures Subai's heart. Let's just say the girlfriend did pick the right one. Wan Xianyan looked in her eyes and was honestly quite jealous, but quickly calmed her mind and adjusted her emotions. Oops, it's normal that you can't beat Chen Yuxing. She also didn't have the luxury of expecting herself to be that high in Subai's eyes. Instead, he took his sister quietly out of the pool and into the house to visit the villa, lest they disturb Subai and Chen Yuxing's lovemaking. After hugging for a while, Subai realized that the Wan sisters had slipped away. Patting Chen Yuxing's back, he asked, "Want to learn how to swim?" "Don't." Chen Yuxing shook her head. "I'm afraid of the cold. Swimming has been tried a few times before and I was uncomfortable for a long time afterward. So you're still out in your swimsuit. If I don't wear a swimsuit, won't your soul be seduced by girls in swimsuits?" Chen Yuxing chanted rather resentfully. Subai laughed for a while and didn't force himself. After all, he had known for a long time that Chen Yuxing's body was cold, and it was indeed unsuitable for playing in the water. For example, she often wears black silk pantyhose because of poor peripheral circulation and the need to keep warm. But now that the swimsuit is on, it definitely has to be put to some use. Subai had a bright idea. Let's go to the bathroom on the first floor of the villa to take a bath. Take a hot bath. It should be quite comfortable. Well, that bath is huge. Hearing that the bath was huge, Chen Yuxing instantly understood what Subai wanted to do, pushing him away slightly and glaring at him for a moment before pushing her brain against his chest. He was mushy for a while before agreeing to go to the bathroom with Subai. "Keep your voice down later." "Why?" And ask why. It's only good that they heard it. It's not helping you swear your sovereignty. Perverts. With his mouth talking about Subai's perversion, after entering the bathroom and locking the door, Chen Yuxing was looking around the bathroom's furnishings with both eyes. It's really advanced, spacious and thoughtfully designed for comfort. Many areas are set up with soft packs, unlike regular hotel bathrooms that have very hard marble everywhere. Obviously, this bathroom naturally has battlefield attributes. When the hot water was put in, Chen Yuxing was a little impatient, holding Subai's face and kissing it. Special-looking anime scenes to unlock. When the outdoor barbecue began, Chen Yuxing's face still had a flush that had not yet faded. Jiang Qiuye has it too. Moreover, the way she looked at Subai was extraordinarily intriguing. Who would have thought that the kind of change that happened while Subai was treating her muscle strain? It's so humiliating. I don't know if the Wan sisters saw it or not. It shouldn't be possible to tell. Looking at them like that, they should not have experienced it. So it's logical to not be able to distinguish that subtle change in a woman's state. At that time, Kang Qiuye was already trying very hard not to show any abnormalities. She could sort of see that Subai didn't take her seriously at all. Not only was he indifferent to her charms, but he even liked to tease her like he did when he was a kid. It's so hard to figure out how on earth I can get back together with Subai. Subai said that he hoped to see her sincerity, but Jiang Qiuye couldn't decide what exactly Subai said sincerity was. Jiang Qiuye sadly realized that she seemed to be unable to see through Subai anymore. In fact, there had always been many things about Subai that she couldn't understand. For example, Subai likes some niche anime. That kind of picture mushy stuff from the 90s. Another example is Subai's love of watching ghost videos. Something that Jiang Qiuye can't understand what's so good about it at all. However, it didn't matter if these didn't understand, right? The previous Subai was not someone that Jiang Qiuye needed to please, and now it was the one she wanted to rip off. It can be said that the situation of offense and defense is also different. People are so realistic. When you don't have money, no one cares even if you think your soul is interesting. And when you're rich enough, you'll have pretty sisters with adoring faces asking for advice. Brother, who are Dazzle Dog and Electric Stick? Hey, that's the wonderful thing about Chun Yusheng. She would have fit right in with Subai. It had nothing to do with money. Subai being rich just gave them an opportunity to enjoy their romance for a long time. At this time, Subai was retouching pictures on his cell phone. Chen Yusheng watched from the side, her small hands picking at Subai's shoulders. It was the handsome selfie Subai had just taken in the pool. Prepare to send it to the summer director. When booking this lake house, the summer director was consulted, and she wanted Subai's pool photos in return. Su White then gave her a couple of whole ones. Don't say it, this unicorn's enhanced body is really handsome, and it's not the flashy type, it's the type that looks like it can fight. In fact, Subai is really good at fighting. What about master-level military fighting techniques? It didn't take long for the photo to be sent over, and Charlene responded almost in seconds. Several craving and drooling emojis in a row. Looking at Chen Yusheng, he frowned straight away. Shame on the old cow for eating young grass. There is no right. People are not old. The female big three hold gold bricks. Xiaoguide is 4 years older than us. Rounded up is also a gold brick. It's only gold bricks when you're 3 years older. She's overflowing her stack and holding up as an iron brick. It's okay. Subai scratched his head. Chen Yusheng was like this, often popping up with strange analogies that only came out of the mouth of a school bully. Also studying computer science. Some people are still scratching their heads over advanced math and probability theory in their freshman year, while others are already code swimming. Subai belongs to the former. His learning ability is okay, but in fact, limited interest in computers. Choose this specialty is to make money. Of course, that doesn't bother me now. Just do your best to spend the cash back and then support Chen Yusheng as a tech startup. It's a good idea to do your part for your country's science and technology. Let's make our unicorn brother positive too. At that moment, Lee Frost, the exclusive butler for the evening, arrived with a couple of carts. Mr. Su, all the ingredients for tonight are ready. Shall we start building the stove now? After deciding on the outdoor barbecue, Subai arranged for the housekeeper to prepare the ingredients. Vegetables, croquettes, soy products, and most importantly, a variety of meats and seafood. Subai directly pre-deposited $20,000 and asked Lee Frost to follow this meal label, further allowing Lee Frost to appreciate the young master's bravado. Some companies come to this villa group building, will also get outdoor barbecue. This is why the villa is stocked with a full set of equipment. But then again, it's usually just a couple $1,000s for a few people. Sourcing some common ingredients and mainlining an atmosphere. Subai directly asked for all kinds of top quality ingredients, as if 20,000 was just the most ordinary daily consumption for him. As a result, Lee Frost took people to purchase around, and tried to buy as expensive as possible, and as a result, $20,000 were not spent. Well-made Wagyu beef, king crab, a man and 4 women can't eat all 20,000. So Lee Frost wanted to work on the service, and very kindly brought someone to help Subai build the stove. Sure, you guys can help out with a hand, but mostly I'd like to do it myself. Subai leapt to his feet. This stuff is like building blocks and models. It belongs to a hobby that is in the bones of boys. The main point of playing barbecue is to enjoy the fun of doing it yourself. With the help of the lakehouse's own team of maids, it was a real sense of being an emperor. Sort of an experience for Subai. After tossing and turning for a while, Subai quickly finished the grill as a complete set. He's still pretty good with his hands. It was then that he asked Lee Frost, "You should have a wine cellar in your hotel, right? I'd like to open a bottle of red wine. Any recommendations?" Chapter 111, Red Wine. Roasted meat. Hearing this, Lee Frost's spirit lifted. Fu is outputting again, wow. Not to mention the good food, the wine can't be left out. It seems to be a really spontaneous character, and if it's planned to open a few good bottles of wine with the girls, it usually comes with wine. After all, going through the channels of people you know at home and buying wine can be a lot cheaper than buying wine at a hotel or restaurant. Rich people tend to actually know how to save money in this area. Subai, however, has been raised by the indulgent system to think one way or the other. Even from a rational point of view, this premium on impromptu consumption creates more cashback, which is good. Lee Frost scrolled furiously through his phone for a while and flipped out the wine list to show it to Subai. Subai quickly made a choice that fit his personal preferences. 2 bottles of red wine, 2 bottles of white wine, and a bottle of whiskey. Whiskey is the ration-level regular style, the big name Zuni. The price is mainly supported by the wines, and Subai tries to go for the expensive ones. Ding! Detected the host's indulgent spending, purchasing alcohol, totaling $52,988, triggering a tenfold rebate, gaining cash plus $529, $880. $500,000 arrived in one small hand. After the arrangements were made, Subai announced, I'll treat you all to some good wine tonight. All enjoy yourself. Anyway, tomorrow morning you can sleep in, and then think about climbing the mountain in the afternoon. Yeah, Wan Xinyan led the cheers. While she also enjoyed the outdoors, being able to savor fine wines, that climb would have to be a little bit down the road. Last time she and her sister followed Subai for dinner, they stumbled upon Subai opening a bottle of more than 100,000 yuan of collector-grade red wine, but they were shocked. As for the taste of the wine, they don't know red wine, but at least they can taste it. It's really good. Lee Frost got busy again and organized a wine opening ceremony himself. Subai has seen this thing once, but there is nothing new. But the other girls are quite interested. Even Jiang Choye took a video and sent it to his circle of friends. The comments dinged and dinged. The likes are even fiercer than Chen Yuxing's get out of jail text. After all, it is a superhuman beauty girl. The socialization piece is definitely taken. Chen Yuxing and nerdy girl cannot be compared. After a series of words of envy and bragging, there were finally those who knew what they were doing who sent out what Jiang Chozhan wanted to see. I'm going. Isn't this a lakeside villa in the Tianrong resort? The usual off-season price is almost 20,000 a night. And now that it's the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, it mustn't be 30,000 or 40,000. Whose birthday party is this for schoolgirl Kong? This person was a student council sister that Jiang Chozhan knew. The family is quite rich. Only after being reminded by her did the attention of the crowd in the comments section turn from the beauty and sophistication of the scene to the discussion of how much is it really worth. Soon an old brother who understands red wine pointed out that the auction in the red wine and dry white are expensive a sum of money. It seems that the owner of this banquet is really rich brother. Yet immediately there was another refutation. What really rich brother? The real card face of the birthday party are in a good location to pack a whole floor. This place is actually general. The resort area is also a suburb. Indeed, that's a bit of a sour dog argument, but it's a valid one. The lakeside villa as a venue for birthday banquets is certainly considered high class, but it is not particularly top. After all, good wedding banquets, the cost of a package of tens of thousands of it. But this situation is completely different. Subai is purely to bring a few friends to play. Not to mention the small number of people. Catering arrangements are also unambiguous. This night, more than 100,000 spent out. Zhang Qiuye's eyes lit up. Waiting for this, immediately posted a comment. It's not a birthday party, it's just a friend's party with the guy I've always had a crush on. The comment went out for about a minute. Jiang Qiuzhing decisively deleted it. Pull. If the comments stay up, the follow-up opinion is a bit too explosive and the guys will come in to dig up the story. In that situation, if Subai was involved, Subai would find it troublesome. Well, with her knowledge of Subai, it must be that way. On the flip side, deleting it would in turn cause more reverie. As for the comment about letting her suitors see, this was exactly the effect that Jiang Qiuzhan wanted. Let them know that Jiang Qiuzhan already has his heart in the right place. Don't try to get near her again. The first thing to do is to tell those suitors that she, Jiang Qiuzhan, already has someone else in mind. What popular beauty is better than being dominated by Master Subai? Such a drastic transformation made Subai stagger and flirt. Shocking. Won't you make those people chopped liver tonight by doing that? Can't we have a good mid-autumn festival anymore? So what? It's not like I have. Jiang Qiuzhan suddenly reacted and turned around with a huff, only to realize that Subai didn't know when, but had already come behind her, with a bad smile on his face. He was a bit embarrassed. You saw it all. See? Well, granted it was done in a measured way. Keep up the good work. I'll keep trying. Jiang Qiuzhing stood on her tiptoes and lightly kissed Subai's ear, and then softly shouted master next to his ear. So good. Subai pinched her little butt and then went to grill skewers. Zhang Qiuye gazed at his back and secretly clenched her small fists. Though, it's not nearly enough to win back Subai's favor, but Kong Qiuye will try. Barbecuing is really a test of skill and fire. But what's the saying? As long as the quality of the ingredients is good enough, you can force big bricks to fly. In the case of beef, a good beef roasted half rare is better instead. It's also a unique flavor with a crispy outside and tender inside. This includes lamb and fish, which are actually half-cooked. This was also the reason why Subai asked Lee Frost to procure good ingredients. After all, he was not a professional barbecue player, so the ingredients should be better. Subai was able to cook, which allowed him to control the fire much better than the girls when roasting meat. The most dish is obviously Jiang Qiuzheng. This person did not much into the kitchen. Salt and cumin are not good. Subai let Wan Xinyan to teach her. Chen Yuxing is not very good at it, and Subai teaches her hand to hand. And by the way, stick. This was enough to show that there was a clear distinction between the four women on the field and their status in Subai's eyes. Subai's heart has a scale, and depending on the girl's qualities and what she has in mind for him, she adopts different coping strategies. Lee Frost looked in her eyes, and then very eloquently, took the lead in bringing the waking red wine, serving 2 glasses to Su-bai and Chen Yuxing. Mr. Su, M.S. Chen, please taste this tsunami eagle from Napa Valley. Rice first. It is the representative of the worship wine, known for its rich fruit, high concentration and silky tannins, suitable for pairing with heavy grilled meat. Chapter 112, The Pressure of Chen Yuxing in the Palace. The thing about red wine, in traditional Western cuisine, is that it's actually very much a flavor choice, to form a match with the food of the day and even the climate and weather at the time of the meal. This whistling eagle is a perfect choice for this time of year when it's about to be fall and outdoor grilling is in full swing. Lee Frost thought that Su-bai had taste. However, in reality, Su-bai had only chosen this one after tapping on the system's auxiliary information and reading the detailed reviews of several wines. Why don't you try some? Well, I haven't had much to drink. Then try it today. It's not like you need to worry about safety when I'm with you anyway. Kinda. Many girls who have never had a drink have a very wary mindset. What if they get drunk? Will they be taken advantage of? Especially if you are out and about. But any girl with a normal family upbringing will be very aware of this. Chen Yuxing was lucky that the first time he drank, it was by Su-bai's side. And on such a romantic occasion, the lake level is like a mirror, reflecting the evening sunset, with the lawn and the big villa behind it. In front of her was a barbecue with beef sipping and bubbling with oil. And just now she had sprinkled a lot of chili peppers under Su-bai's guidance. Then I'll try. Chen Yuxing's eyes shone brightly as she leapt forward to take the red wine glass and took a shallow sip. Yummy. Right. I guessed you must like red wine. After all, we both have quite similar tastes. Su-bai cheerfully said. Not like that. Not like where? I'm into heavy food. Very exclusive. You like all flavors? Scum. Well, I'm scummy. Not only my big head is scummy, my little head is scummy. My tongue is scummy too. Hee. Su-bai teased, gently clinking glasses with Chen Yuxing, savoring this rare earthly delicacy. The housekeeper, Lee Frost, was watching from the side and could be envious. It wasn't just Chen Yuxing who was envious, but also Su-bai, who was able to get such a good girl. Having worked at Tianrong Manju Hotel for a long time, Lee Frost had seen many of Jiangqing's rich men and the crop of female companions they brought with them. Honestly, most of these women carry an unmistakable odor of wind. Although they have tried very hard in pretending to be fresh and not that girl, but in fact there is no use. People's temperament, from the inside out exudes. It's no use pretending when the connotations don't work. Maybe you can fool the world of Xiao Chunan, but any man with a little bit of experience in dealing with women will instantly, to those vulgar women tasteless. On the contrary, Chen Yuxing's aura of bookishness, as well as clarity, could not be covered at all. What a good girl. A few of the others were different in style, but they were no match for a windbag. LOL, it's true. Su always has great wisdom. Know who to cherish. Schoolmaster Chen, my sister and I have come to toast you, wishing you and brother Su-bai 100 years of happiness. The crowd flaunted a glass of red wine and some kebabs, and it was completely dark. At this moment, Wan Xinyan's cute face with a slight baby fat had already been tinted with redness. Cheekily carrying a second glass of wine, he came to toast Su-bai and Chen Yuxing. Chen Yuxing and her eyes briefly met. From Wan Xinyan's lowered brow, she read the key message. The drink is one of submission and weakness, symbolizing that the other party gave up competing with Chen Yuxing and obediently crouched down. Well, it's not bad for Wan Xinyan. For this kind of special will come to things girls. Chen Yuxing is usually a bit disgusted, but the Wan sisters is an exception, because their attitude is very clear. Can be said to be frank. Well, thanks, and may your friendship with Su-bai, brother, last forever. After saying that, Chen Yuxing's afterglow glanced at Su-bai, a bit conspiratorial, but more of her characteristic kind of flirtatiousness, amused for Su-bai. He kissed her near her earlobe, wrapped his arm around her slender waist, and raised his wine glass. The 4 clinked glasses. Wait, I thought you didn't know how to drink. Yeah? Su-bai was just about to dry the glass of wine when he suddenly noticed a blind spot, only to see Wan Xinyu say sternly, well, I want to express my sincerity to brother Su-bai and sister Yuxing, said a mouthful, then staggered and looked to collapse on the grass. Luckily, Su-bai was quick to catch her. Your sister's drinking capacity is indeed a bit outrageous. Su-bai cried and laughed. You know, when you drink red wine, the goblet is really only filled with a little bit of it, holding out for a quarter of a glass. Red wine, to be more elegant, and not the usual habit of drinking white wine when pouring full. Just this amount even directly put down to Wan Xinyu. Sure enough, he can't drink. Well, it's very suitable to act as a personal driver for Su-bai. Big white goose. Why don't you help send her back to her room first? I'll eat some kebabs outside by myself. Chen Yuxing said. There is inexplicably a sense of motherly majesty. Subai understood her hint and nodded. Okay, then Shang, you play by yourself for a while, I'll go and come back? As for how long to go and then return? It's hard to say. It depends on what Xin Yen is going to offer him while he's at it. The silhouettes of the three people did not enter the entrance of the villa. Jiang Qiuye, come here, I have something to say to you. Me? Oh, okay. Suddenly being named by Chen Yuxing made Jiang Qiuxing a bit surprised. Coming in front of her, the height difference between the two gave Jiang Qiuye a complete sense of oppression. After all, Chen Yuxing was 5'3", while Jiang Qiuye was only a little over 5'6". Massamune's oppression. After brewing some atmosphere, Chen Yuxing coldly opened his mouth. I don't object if you're willing to get along with Subai. After all, you guys were originally old friends for many years, and I see that Subai was quite happy when he teased you. Aha, I'll try to cheer everyone up. Jiang Qiuye's lowbrow and obedient appearance made Chen Yuxing quite satisfied. It seems she understands and knows to face her with the same stance as she faced Subai. That is to say, she is treated as the main court. Chen Yuxing nodded and reminded, but you have to pay attention to Ao. Don't affect Subai's mood, and don't affect our normal life. Got it? Got it. I'll keep an eye on it. Jiang Qiuxing took the initiative to pick up a grilled meat skewer and handed it to Chen Yuxing with both hands respectfully. Thank you, Sister Yusheng, for agreeing that I should continue to stay by Subai's side. The words came out and gave Jiang Qiuxing another thrill. It made Chen Yuxing a bit bashful. Luckily, it is a private lakeside villa. If in the school to make such a show, I am afraid that the students will have to brainstorm a court battle drama. Inside the villa, a guest room on the third floor, said to be the guest room, the area is also large enough, including 2 meters and 5 big beds, including furniture, are also upscale international brands, or the entire villa, inside and out, is graded to superb standards. Make sure that the quality of the most expensive room type in this resort matches its price. Chapter 113, Walking by the Lake with Shang. Watching Subai easily carry Xinyue to the bed. Cover the small quilt and place it properly. Xin Yen lamented. Brother Subai is really strong. If it was me, I wouldn't be able to toss my sister at all. Really? Subai looked her up and down, then looked at Xinyue. It's normal, right? You two probably have the same weight figure. No, my sister is 2 pounds heavier than me. It's only 2 pounds. What impact can that have? 2 pounds in a critical part. A big impact. Brother Subai want to compare? Oh, I'm going to compare it to what your sister would approve of. The package agreed to it. Haven't we already explored music in the car? Drinking and slumbering Xinyue. I'm fine with that. So Subai did some fieldwork in the spirit of practicality. Well, indeed. Yeah. Sis is actually a little bit better than me. There's also a difference in feel. It feels like you're a little tighter. After all, I prefer sports. As they talked, a brief silence fell over the bedroom, leaving only the sound of their breathing. Darkness engulfed the room, except for the nightlight at the end of the bed, which shed a little light. In such an atmosphere, people are particularly susceptible to sentimentality and to doing things beyond the pale. Nope, not beyond the pale. In Xin Yan's opinion, it was logical for that step to happen with Subai. Rather, it was she who was immensely looking forward to Subai treating her. She also had to thank Chen Yuxing for allowing her and her sister to temporarily have the time and space to be alone with Subai on this romantic night and romantic location. That's so nice. Brother Subai, can I sit on your lap? It's rare to enjoy this feeling of being pampered. It can be. Subai sat down on the floating window and gestured for Xin to come over. I remember you said that your parents were gone a long time ago. Well, it's pretty much the same as brother's situation. That's why we like brother. Like tall and powerful, like strong, like rich, and right, we really don't have any special outstanding merits, in addition to physical appearance. Really want us to go to the job market to roll, pay back school loans, rent a room, future life security. Think about it, feels so difficult. Me and my sister really poor, afraid. Normal. My mission is to make life better for struggling girls like you. He. We won't let brother Subai down either. Xin Yen closed her eyes and tilted her small face up. For a long time, the lips parted. During this time, Subai once again used Manipulation Emperor. This skill had been used quite a lot lately, and according to the system prompts, the proficiency was on the verge of being promoted. Brother Subai looks happy. Xin Yen moved her little butt, a little smug. She felt it. Subai's breathing, becoming more and more irregular. You know I watch anime, right? Before I always thought that a girl like you is impossible to have in reality. TSK, obviously so small. But, Subai has lamented the majestic and dangerous countless times. Still not mushy. Follow me for a better life. The late-night musical exploration begins. After talking about music, a wave of fatigue hit Xin Yen, causing her eyes to fight. Plus, He had just drunk red wine and Subai's embrace was warm. Soon, she fell asleep. Subai gently set her next to Wan Xinyue. It was viewed carefully and nodded darkly. That's good. The sleeping faces of the two sisters are so cute that they are thieves. Couldn't resist taking a picture. As for when to exchange music with Wan Xinyue, wait for her to wake up. It is estimated that Wan Xinyan will arrange it. This girl knows a lot. The girl who knows what she's doing is the one who deserves long-term companionship. Oh, Zhang Qiuzheng's current trend is also good. Although it's not as knowledgeable as Xiaowan or Xiaoxiu's stream of schoolmates, but that tone of hers is really quite refreshing for Subai. With thoughts of what was there and what wasn't in his head, Subai went to take a shower before coming outdoors. Chen Yuxing had already eaten his fill, and was lying on a folding rattan chair, facing the lake in the distance, holding his cell phone and not knowing what he was playing. Subai walked over, blindfolded himself, and came to Chen Yuxing with his sense of direction. Let me guess. You're brushing up on the gamer forums and talking to them about the new games being released this weekend. Great white swan, you're the worm in my stomach. Then don't. Roundworms are too fine. How can a man be fine? Die laughing. What a strange angle. Chen Yuxing stood up, took Subai's hand away and kissed the tip of his nose. Play with me. Play what? That two-player game on the weekend. I'm going to play with you. Chen Yuxing paused and focused on emphasizing. And you're only allowed to play with me, not with other girls. I promise. This is a request that has to be granted. This part of the game is Chen Yuxing's own place, because she met Subai on the game. Playing games is also an area of strength for Chen Yuxing. She didn't care how Subai was usually with other girls, but the game field god must be taken. What a smart big white goose, actually understood her meaning so easily. Chen Yuxing smiled happily. She was the girl who rarely smiled, daily face paralyzed, only in front of Subai exceptionally cheerful. After being mushy for a while, Chen Yuxing asked Subai, who is more practical, Wan Xinyan or I? Of course it's you. If I really have to pick a favorite, I still prefer long imperial legs. True or false? Why do I think you look like one of those lolicons who hide it? Overthink it. You can check out my B-site in Jitterbug favorites, packs of imperial control. Look. Subai shamelessly opened the, not for public display, favorite and held it out to Chen Yuxing. Chen Yuxing flipped around with interest. How? Well, in terms of volume and frequency of viewing, the otome category is solidly in first place, but other genres are raining down as well. Yeah, I'm a pretty fraternal guy. You're shameless. Oof. Chen Yuxing shrunk his shoulders and put his head against Subai's side jaw. Great white swan, accompany me for a walk by the lake. Good. Ever since I was a little girl I've had a dream of living in a big house by the water, walking around and around the water with nothing to do, rambling, waiting until a sudden inspiration pops into my head and then going back to work. So your childhood ambition was to become a writer. Which, programmers can work like that too, with remote positions. Mentioning this, Chen Yuxing sighed. Big white goose, do you think I can really become an outstanding chief engineer like you said? It feels like the competition in the industry is fierce. Although I am smart. But there can be too many smart people. Most smart people, however, don't have all the resources you have behind them. What resources do I have? You've got me. Look at my account balance. It's all for you to spend on your business venture later. Sue White showed off on her cell phone. With the recent indulgences, the savings are approaching $90 million. Chen Yuxing froze and opened his mouth. But entrepreneurship is a bottomless pit. Nothing. I go to engage in investment to make money for you to spend. We karma foreign capital market leaks. Take to the domestic development of science and technology. The main fight a righteous good, right? Chapter 114. How did this favorability go up? Trust is a precious thing, and it usually takes years to polish it. It was good that Subai had the help of brother unity to recognize people, and Chen Yuxing's temperament was particularly right for him. Therefore, throwing money at her career is a must. So to speak, people have to have a little career, right? Subai himself is very loose. Then his career is to invest in what he wants to do, and invest in people he thinks are awesome. Ding! Detected S-Class Goddess Chen Yuxing favorability +1. Current favorability, 96. Special reward, holding card of your choice? Choose a company with a market capitalization of $1 billion or less and transform it into an absolute holding of 70% of the host's shares. After the S-Class Goddess favorability reaches 95 or more, for each point of favorability, a special bonus will be awarded. This a la carte holding card is just useful for Subai. After all, creating a new company from scratch is still a hassle. Access qualifications, employees, managers, and even good office space are not that easy to get. And it's not like, if you give enough money, you can get everything. Putting the holding card aside for the time being, Subai held Chen Yuxing's hand and strolled around the lake for a long time until her hand got a little cold before returning indoors to do interesting things. She had brought a big box of volume packs with her, and just now she had indulged Subai to go and be alone with Wan Xin. And now, for sure, I'm going to double it. Early the next morning, the floor was strewn with several, assorted, used black silks. Subai jumped out of bed at 7 o'clock on the dot, with a thief's spirit. Hey, it's so indulgent and indulgent. Looking at the sleeping face of the girl beside him, Subai couldn't help but indulge a little. This guy, his aura isn't that cold when he's asleep, especially since last night just happened to satisfy her well. Now even when she fell asleep, the corners of Chen Yuxing's lips, all hung with a trace of a satisfied smile. Subai's mind couldn't help but recall some of last night's chilling images. Shush, she really is. Although the person is very forgiving, but when the mood comes up, the unexpected jealousy is very strong yet. Keep asking Subai who is the most wonderful. Subai of course replied, it's you or you or you. Repeatedly answering, Chen Yuxing was very flattered. I've already forgotten how many anime episodes I watched last night. Anyway, triggered a physical reset of the indulgence system. With Subai's current physical quality, this was still a bit difficult to trigger. After all, many times, using up a little bit of the stamina slot can be too much for the girls to handle. Getting up gently, Subai left the master bedroom of the lakehouse and went to the guest room to look around. Lying on the bed still sleeping. Well, it should be Wan Xinyan. These two look so much alike that it's hard to tell them apart without relying on their temperament. Subai is distinguished by the feel of his hands, so he went down to the first floor and heard movement in the kitchen. Only when he went over did he realize that Wan Xinyue had tied an apron and was cooking. Pure cotton camisole. The lower body is pure cotton shorts. Very simple home dress up. However, wearing in Wan Xinyue body is extremely pleasing to the eye, coupled with an apron. It instantly awakens Su White's early morning vigor. Yeah, Subai brother. Good morning. Good morning. I accidentally fell asleep last night. Whoops. Seems like I missed a lot. It's not a lot. I can always make it up to you if you want. So is it okay now? Wan Xinyue turned down the fire of the kanji, her big eyes flashing with longing, and came over to Subai. Subai was a bit surprised. It's going to be here? Well, everyone else, for the first time, is in the bedroom, right? The kitchen. It feels awesome. My sister, Wan Xinyue, is more minimalist in her speech. Limited ability to express myself, even talking and gesturing. Like some kind of critter that's just learning to speak human language and isn't quite proficient yet. Subai smiled and readily agreed. So Wan Xinyue adjusted her outfit to be suitable for exploring music. Just as he was about to take off his apron, Subai stopped it. Wouldn't it feel better to wear this? Wan Xinyue thought for a moment. Brother Subai is right. The day's plan is the morning. The singers are up early in the morning practicing their voices. Wan Xinyue had Subai's cooperation, so naturally she practiced even more vigorously. It's time to say no. The girls in the broadcasting department have it in spades. Suddenly, Subai sensed that someone seemed to be approaching and looked up. In the dining room outside the kitchen, Jiang Qiuye held a toothbrush and toothcup in her hand, her mouth covered in toothpaste foam, and stared blankly at the magical scene in the kitchen. Subai continued playing without any shame and gave a middle finger towards Jiang Qiuye. The latter fled in panic. Well, brother Subai, it seems like something ran past just now. It's a big rat. What a quick answer. Don't get distracted. Keep the quality of your playing firmly in mind. Wait until Wan Xinyue resumes cooking breakfast. It was only then that Subai came to the garden in front of the villa, refreshed and stretched his body bones, played a set of military fighting techniques. I also wonder, which school of transmitted martial arts the fighting skills given by the unicorns were taken off from. Typically, many practical fighting techniques are optimized, adapted, and fused from the traditional techniques of the peoples of the world. Find a professional martial arts practitioner to spar with someday. As a result, before the punch was finished, the system's cheerful beat sounded in his head. S-Class Goddess Jiang Qiuxing's favorability +1 detected. Current favorability, 90. Bonus lucky draw opportunity +1. Ha? No, sis. What about you adding Bullwinkle's favor? What did I do to you to get a favor? Subai feels more and more that he is right to dominate Jiang Qiuxian. This strange hobby of hers, it is really the safest to be satisfied by me as a bamboo horse. Auntie Ginger, this is for you. We're doing our duty. Favorability is over 90, which is the level of till death do us part. Any till death do us part is for a reason. For example, Fawn schoolmates love money. For example, Chen Yuxing and Subai are soulmates. And Jiang Qiuxian clearly didn't just ascend because of money. Based on Subai's observation, combined with the system's feedback on the timing of popping up the goodwill growth information, it wasn't hard to come up with the truth. Subai, who inspired Jiang Qiuxian's hidden attributes. There's that small percentage of people, I guess, who have a peculiar feedback loop in their brains. Once you've tried certain hidden corners, you can never go back to normal. You know, Subai hasn't spent a penny on Jiang Qiuxian yet. Just get along with them in a bully general-like strong position. And that got us where we are now. Beautiful. Subai was in a good mood and took advantage of the cool weather in the morning to run to the lake and take a stroll. By the time it was almost noon, the girls were sober one by one, and their bodies were adjusted to the point where they could go out and play. So in the afternoon, climbing, those two living treasures, Shui Tao and Shu Mingzhi, acted on their own. Looking at their friends' circle, they should have followed the group of Hanbok ladies in the ancient city to a nearby nightclub last night. It's okay. Those young ladies' looks and temperament can only be said to be average. In fact, Shui Tao and Shu Mingzhi to them, it is quite sensible. As for Wang Haoran, took the subway straight back to school after Comic-Con. A present occasion like Comic-Con is not suitable for a purely dead otaku like me. Wang Haoran said so to Subai on QQ. Since this was the case, Subai took the four sisters to climb the mountain by himself. Chapter 115, A. Sidekick. I'm here. The man like an eagle. Tianrong Mountain near Jiancheng is not high. Climbing from noon. Less than 2 hours to go up. Down the mountain and cable car can ride. Do not worry about the lack of time, or darkness and dangerous or something. Basically, it's not about climbing the peaks anymore. But this was just what Subai wanted. Taking the girls to play meant choosing the easy route. If he simply climbed the mountain, he preferred to go by himself, or bring someone who specializes in this area. In short, it's about not degrading the experience. Yes, Su White is big on experiences. Brother Subai, if you're the fastest, will you be able to climb to the top of the mountain in an hour? Standing at the bottom of the mountain, looking at the lively scene of many travelers, men, women, and children, Wan Xinyan couldn't help but ask. Not bad for a holiday. Tianrong Mountain is so busy. I haven't tested the limit of my physical ability recently. Subai, this was the truth. Besides, even if he reached the limit, there was still the Unity Z Brothers Indulgence Judgment Reset Physical Fitness Grand Method. Reset, like canceling backswing when playing an action game, feels like a core mechanic now. This system would not only bring Subai vast amounts of wealth, but also provide a different kind of convenience and excitement to life. There are so many people. Wan Xinyue also lamented, inexplicably looking a bit uncomfortable. However, looking at Subai beside her, her face was angry again. Subai asked her what was wrong, and Wan Xinyue not very able to tell, or her younger sister, Wan Xinyan, expressed it in her place. What my sister means is that we never came out to play on holidays before, especially on such family-friendly occasions. After all, we only have grandma as a relative. We can't drag grandma to climb the mountain. It makes sense. Subai lamented. It's fine, I'll be your family from now on. He. Brother Subai is the best. After expressing their loyalty to Chen Yuxing last night, the attitude of the Wan sisters had liberalized a lot, and even when Chen Yuxing was around, they could openly and honestly hug Subai's arm and pamper her. Subai didn't need to hide anything anymore, and smoothly pinched the meaty ass wrapped in yoga pants. It was the day that Subai bought them at Lululemon. Jiang Qiuye has also been tuned up to a good degree by Subai. That said, these four, so far, have been a pretty harmonious team. On the side of senior sister Zhou Jiaolu, naturally, she wouldn't resist. Despite this, there is still competition for favor among the girls. Even Chen Yuxing focused on dressing up today, still no makeup, but the clothes picked a matching set of bodysuit, short skirt, and black silk pantyhose that reminded Subai of a certain idol anime character. It was a pity that Chen Yuxing's hair wasn't a short chestnut color. Otherwise, it would be a little more similar. Looking at Subai's interest in the Wan family sisters' yoga pants, Chen Yuxing deflated her mouth and waited until she started to climb the mountain, saying to Subai, if I run out of stamina halfway up the mountain later, you'll have to carry me up. Of course, I must be the one to carry you. Or do you expect those two little hamsters to carry you up? Where's the hamster? Subai pointed at the Wan sisters who were walking in front of him. It made Chen Yuxing laugh. Jiang Qiuxing followed behind the two, closely watching Subai and Chen Yuxing's intimate interaction. Heart, dripping blood. Honestly, it feels hard to feel like your own hog is being overrun by other cabbages. But this feeling of remorse, when savored, has a uniquely wonderful taste. Kong Chiu Dai may be difficult, but it's unlikely that Kong Chiu Dai will be difficult. The belonging is already tuned into place by Su White. Combined with the fact that she had practiced dancing and had good stamina, she kept her face flushed and followed them with gusto. Chen Yuxing wouldn't have much stamina. She proved to be overestimating herself, not to mention halfway there, and just a third of the way there, before she took a break from pushing. Sometimes the heavens were still fair, giving Chen Yuxing the beauty that rivaled all the schoolgirls without the need for makeup, as well as the intellect that even Subai's unicorn brother had to agree with. It also gives her scummy physical abilities. This physical disadvantage is not yet apparent when exercising indoors. After all, that kind of mainly Subai is moving. The test is more of the female body's endurance. Come on, I'll carry you up the rest of the way. Really carrying? Ah, I thought you were talking for fun. Chen Yuxing froze. Climbing a mountain on your back. It's easy to flash your back. She was just being petulant just now. She didn't really want Subai to carry her on his back to climb to the top of the mountain. That would be too outrageous. Chen Yuxing was still sensible for the time being, though she was quite light. I guess, after all, she was just a slender and slim type of body. But then again, it's a big living thing. Chen Yuxing was still very sympathetic to her husband. It's a big white goose that will be with you for the rest of your life. If you tire out your back at a young age, you're not going to die of loneliness in the future. Subai, however, was indifferent. I'm serious, trust me. At his insistence, Chen Yuxing had no choice but to cry and laugh, saying that he would try it first. But you mustn't try to be brave. If you can't make it, you must give up in time. Look at what you said. Today I'll refresh your opinion of my physical fitness. Subai's interest came. As sidekick, eagle-like man I am. Subai took a big, steady step. Begin weighted hiking. Hands rested on Shang's long legs, which felt wonderful in his hands. Passers-by watched and envied the closeness of the young couple. However, some men secretly spat up. This kid is also too pretentious. How many steps can a person walk on his back? I'm afraid that if I climb dozens of steps, I'll be exhausted and out of breath. That's right, as great as the power of love is, that doesn't really carry a girl to the top of a mountain. By the looks of it, it should still be a college student. College students nowadays, they are all brittle skin. Physical strength scum. I bet he shrivels up right away. 3, 2, 1. Then, this big brother, who was counting down to 3 seconds, watched Subai's fitness and passing by his side. Social brother. Holy, this kid is unbeatable. Under the very unfavorable circumstances of the passers-by, Subai carried Chen Yuxing on his back and quickly finished walking another one-third of the distance. Seeing this, the other three sisters did not disturb their world of two, but kept a distance and followed behind. Has Subai's physical quality always been so perverted? Wan Xinyan's expression was somewhat shocked. Recalling last night's personal experience of Subai's physical qualities, she added a hint of demented charm. Well, he's been in pretty good health. Zhang Qiuye heart also guilty of muttering, although Subai body has not been poor right, but then, not to such an exaggerated degree. Like his wealth, it was something that only surfaced after he had a falling out with Kang Qiuye. Chapter 116, showing off your wealth is like building muscles, it can dissuade the annoying spirits. Zhang Qiuzhan was more inclined that Subai's change was not overnight, but had been hiding his clumsiness before. After all, it's not biologically logical that a person could suddenly produce a particularly large change. Even Subai's means of making money. Zhang Qiuzhan was inclined to think that Subai had actually made money as early as his senior year of high school, or even earlier. It's just that the environment was simpler back then, and the group's energies were, well, focused on their studies. In other words, Subai is hiding deeper. It was only when I came to the relaxed environment of the university that I was able to release it. And as a green plum, she didn't even notice it, but instead disliked Subai because of his financial condition, and thought of going to find a better man. That's really bad. The main thing is that Zhang Qiuzhan actually does not have any particular goal, just a vague imagery in his head, thinking that he should find a better financial conditions. In fact, she doesn't even like other men, she just likes Subai. However, this one mood could no longer ever convince Subai. I'm so stupid. Really? Zhang Qiuye suddenly looked forlorn and recited this sentence. Wan Xinyan, who was walking next to him, had a jolt. Why does it feel like schoolgirl Kang's spirit hasn't been quite normal since the shocking Neil? Just as well. In fact, if it was her in her place, thinking differently, Wan Xinyan could also understand why Zhang Qiuzhan had broken his defense so much. People always regret when they are faced with opportunities that they did not take in the long run of their lives, especially the quality of Subai. That's really an opportunity that a normal girl would never meet in her life. Forget it, Qingmei's mentality. Wan Xinyan couldn't care less. She just needed to do well for herself. She felt that both she and her sister were lucky, especially after experiencing last night's final step. It felt oh so complete. Look at all the girls who fall back on the rich. Many of them actually live a life of silence and have a hard time getting fulfillment in that area. Not to mention other things. Rich brothers tend to indulge early, which means a weak body. If it's older, it's even more outrageous. In case you meet a psychologically challenged one, you will also be tortured. And Subai did not exaggerate. Wan Xinyan felt that last night's wave. Subai had no problem charging her. Like a dream. Every detail is something the young girl will remember for the rest of her life and can't fault. So yeah, letting Wan Xinyan take her sister to serve Subai like a maid, she was willing and had no regrets. Reach the top of the mountain. Put the nerdy schoolboy behind you down. Unscrew a bottle of mineral water and soothe tons and tons and tons. One and done. Great white goose. So awesome. Chen Yuxing was already shocked and could only resort to the plainest of compliments. The whole time Subai's breath was stable and his pace was solid. Didn't even sweat much. Chen Yuxing began to gloat over his happiness from now on. Every girl secretly expects her man, who is very, very good at something, to ride it out. Even if a girl is outwardly sensible and conservative in her daily style, she is not immune to that kind of expectation. You know, those budding girls, when they get together and drive, often make the boys sweat when they hear them. Not long after, the other three women arrived. The crowd occupied a good spot for a photo, with Subai holding up a selfie stick for a group photo. After taking satisfactory photos, the crowd was busy sending friends circles, one by one, as if grabbing red envelopes. It made Subai feel like he was out of place if he didn't send one, and he sent one as well. In the photo, Subai was surrounded by four top beauties in the center. Each of the girls seemed close to him and were not shy about expressing that closeness. The circle of friends has just been sent out, and it has provoked a strong reaction. It was a whale, so to speak, especially under Subai's circle of friends. The group's reaction was the most intense. After all, Subai has always been a low-profile type. Whether it's his high school classmates or people he knows from college, they all think that with Subai's style, college should also be a solitary path. Who would have thought that this over a mid-autumn festival, with a ticket of beautiful women over to Tianrong Mountain? Brother bye. Your school's mountaineering association is so strong. If I had known I would not go to the capital city to go to school. Stay in our province. Seeing this comment, Subai was half happy. Send a comment. Is Subai a high school male classmate? At that time the class recognized Hyun depressing player. All day thinking about getting off the list. It is also outrageous to think that the S-class goddesses are from the Mountaineering Association. Wan Xinyan and Jiang Qiuzheng also want to continue taking pictures. These two are the type that love to toss and turn, so Subai also let them go. Chen Yuxing had to go to the restroom, and Subai accompanied her. The restrooms at the top of the hill were pretty well built, quite large and clean looking, but as we all know, as long as it is a popular attraction, no matter how many women's restrooms are repaired, they will not be enough. Chen Yuxing went to line up. Subai found a place nearby, bored, opened his cell phone, and looked at those two games that Wang Haoren had recently helped him liver. The liver part, naturally, are all Wang Haoren is responsible for. Subai is mainly responsible for online experience characters. When the cyber hand puppet to play. Yo, boy, waiting for your girlfriend? An older man's voice came from the side. Subai twisted his head and looked. It was the middle-aged uncle wearing the North Face mountaineering clothes. No, this weather doesn't need to wear the North Face, right? Anyway, Subai came in wearing the usual ones that were trendy. Nothing more. The main one was handsome. Tide brand design is indeed bolder than luxury big brands. Subai loves to wear. Should I say that Xiaodir's school sister still understands him? And look at the big row that the uncle wears prominently on his hand. Subai then remembered that it was an uncle who had passed by when he was carrying Chen Yuxing up the mountain just now. He had a rather indignant look on his face at the time. Well, to be precise, it would be 3 parts indignation, 3 parts disdain, 3 parts jealousy, plus 1 part resentment at being surrounded by heavily made-up and vulgar female companions. Yeah, you waiting for your girlfriend too, uncle? Yeah, want one? Thanks, I don't smoke. Subai politely refused the uncle's offer of a cigarette. He was neither a traditionalist nor a reformist in this piece. Drinking an ice broad drop afterward and chewing gum during the week is Subai's style. Uncle grinned, will not smoke out of line. You are still a student. Right, the student stage is slightly childish. There are still people holding you. Once on the society, you have to learn to mature. I don't think smoking is mature, Subai said, rolling up his left cuff to reveal the Royal Oak Audemars Piguet on his wrist. You're wearing a $100,000 green water ghost and you're pretending. Due to Subai's more obvious movements, the older man's gaze instantly shifted over. After a brief moment of dumbfoundedness, he laughed awkwardly and said, that's true. It's true that fewer children smoke nowadays. It's uncle, I'm the one who's being abrupt. Then quickly walk away and pretend nothing happened. Subai shook his head hopelessly. Things like flaunting wealth, I guess, have to be looked at dialectically. If it's about hitting innocent people, it's really not necessary. But if it's to dissuade silly chanting harassment, it's really useful. Like building muscle, it's not about bullying, it's about saving on communication costs. Hey, it's all about simplicity and efficiency. Chapter 117, The Wonderful Use of Universal Membership Card. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a 3-day holiday, and today is the day of the festival. So, for dinner Subai planned to arrange a bit more richly. I looked around on the American tour, not very satisfied, so I asked the summer guide, Crispy White Goose, Mr. Xia, is there a better restaurant in Tianrong? It needs to be Chinese and preferably in a quieter environment. Summer Lin, yo, Su-bai. You're treating me, the guide, like I'm the encyclopedia of Jiangqing City. Puffy goose, goose underscore scratches underscore head. Puff pastry big white goose. This shows that I trust the summer guide. The beginning of the school year when you did not say it. The guide is to help students to solve the study. Life on the tedious small problems. Summer Lin, then I think your mouth better restaurant. But also with the ordinary students of the study in life has nothing to do. People ordinary students go out to play also can not about for school flower level big beautiful girl. Crispy white goose, goose underscore playing underscore stupid. Su-bai would understand that director Xiao was trolling his circle of friends. Just now the summer director even commented under the friend circle. I have to say, as a rich family from the summer guide, even when she was jealous, there was a style of a great lady. Very calm chatting and snickering implication. Even, driving with Su-bai. Summer Lin, in the guide help section. You should have study materials and that what life is here. Crispy white goose, don't, director Xia, don't tease me, let's try to talk about restaurants. Summer Lin, snickering. Summer Lin, hold on, I'll organize a few for you and send them over. It wasn't long before the summer director sent over the collated information. This includes the restaurant's location, style, signature dishes, ambience and even the temperament of the chef. The information is organized and regimented as if you were writing to a report at work. By Charlene's own account, if she becomes an engineer or a professor, she must be at a very mediocre or even bad level, but administrative and management type work, she can do well. After looking at the characteristics of several restaurants, Su-bai instantly had an answer in his mind. Crispy white goose, still that last private dining room looks the best. Charlene, hey, kids got vision. Charlene, but then, that one is a membership. It doesn't accept new customers. You have to at least have an acquaintance to bring them. Unfortunately, Charlene subconsciously assumed that Su-bai must not have a membership there. She did on her own. She went there once with a friend, went through the capital inspection process, and became a member. Essentially, this private dining room is actually an intimate social venue for the affluent. Theoretically, it was possible for her to take Su-bai and the others. In fact, she is also free, just waiting for Su-bai to open his mouth. If he is happy then naturally good. If not, forget it. Freshman Children's Bureau. She is a research first old school sister will not blindly put together. However, Su-bai replied immediately. Crispy white goose, membership is not a problem. I can get it. Thanks to Mr. Summer. Summer Lin, you're welcome. Oh, wow. Is that confidence in your own connections? Come to think of it, people are so wealthy that it's not much of a problem to get a temporary membership. The so-called membership restaurant, said as if it is very pushy and elegant, has a lot of rules. In fact, as long as the person coming is prominent enough, any hook 8 rules can be accommodated. Gu me, Xiaolin, you're a good burner as a student. You can even ask out so many pretty girls at the same time. It looks like your key targets are all here. The best friend who lived in the same dormitory as Charlene saw the sunshine pictures of Su-bai's crowd from one of her friends and teased. Charlene laughed. Where's the staring? These are good girls, law-abiding, not bad people disrupting the school. Oh, someone is really generous now. Wait until people cultivate with one of them. Don't regret striking too late. Regret? You think too much. Like Su-bai such a little slag. Why must you fix it with one alone? It's only when the girls are mutually beneficial that the sea is wide open. Lin, I've noticed that since you became a counselor, your speech has become more and more official. Charlene sighed. I don't want to. The problem is, it's only safe to play official, as long as a person is in the workplace. There are countless pairs of eyes staring at you and picking on you. Hiss, it's still true. That's something that BFF can relate to. Although she is only in her first year of study as well, she has already started contacting internships for the holidays. Sounds outrageous, right? But some majors are now, literally, competing for internships every second of every day because, without a good internship position, it's hard to have a formal chance at retention. That's a lot of competition for high-paying jobs in a big city. Alas, look at others. Su-bai elementary school brother. How easy all day to swim in the mountains and play games. However, the girlfriends are just envious and not jealous. Charlene said Su-bai is doing the overseas market transaction by himself. This job has to be a big heart. Ordinary good students cannot do. Evening. The deep garden courtyard, which was originally expected to have no hospitality today, was suddenly in hospitality mode. Luckily, this was originally the chef's residence. Su-bai had made a reservation more than 3 hours in advance, and after reporting his name and cell phone number, the reception foreman said that the chef would begin preparing dinner immediately. This private dining room, the main one, follows the chef's nature. The chef improvised and made whatever he wanted and the guests ate it. The store, which has been on fire for several years in the rich circles of Jiangchang, still shows no signs of receding from the heat. It does seem to be something tasty and upscale. You may not trust the moral character of the rich and powerful, but you must trust their taste. So it's a matter of getting ready a day in advance, or 3 hours in advance. Each to their own. Chinese omakase belongs to Is. One Xin Yue is in charge of driving. After a morning exploration of kitchen music and an afternoon hike, Wan Xin Yue is still in high spirits. It's really an innate driver saint body. Subai was secretly staggered. For drivers, being energized is the #1 axiom. While it is theoretically safe to drive at legally mandated rest intervals, in practice, it is certainly true that the more mentally focused you are, the better. When the setting sun in the Tianrong Resort Broad Road, coated with a layer of lazy halo, the car driving to this point, you can already see far away from the garden compound built on the mountain. Wan Xinyan was a bit solemn. Brother Subai, do you think it's a bit less formal for us to come here for dinner in our mountaineering sportswear? You're overthinking it. A lot of those who come here to eat are just outdoor excursions and have a meal on the side. Subai rubbed Wan Xinyan's head. Relax, since you all followed me, you need to have a strong mindset. This level of scene, in the future, it basically belongs to a routine operation. Small occasions, no need to be nervous. This is still a small occasion. Wan Xin is going to faint, Brother Subai, but it is really exaggerated. Chapter 118 Chef's customized meal for Subai. Guests, inside please. The one who received Subai and his party was a young lady wearing a light blue cheongsam, which had a kind of ancient and graceful feeling. However, the waitress did not speak in a hard concave ancient style like in the domestic immortal dramas, but had a kind of friendly feeling of a little sister next door. Paired with this garden setting with small bridges, the most prominent feature is relaxation. The waiter led the crowd inside, slowly describing the garden, including the preoccupations of each view, and the history. Perhaps it is looking at you all as first-timers and going into more detail. Even though Subai had already given the girls a precaution, they were still shocked by the elegant scenery, and their walking postures and expressions on their faces were a bit constrained. Only Subai always remained calm. It might be that there had been too much high spending lately, causing Subai to get rid of some of the luxuries in his heart. Noticing this, the waiter gave a dark look of approval and sent a message to the chef on his cell phone while the crowd was viewing one of the wishing pools. Mr. So, who made the reservation? Is an imposing young boy. How small? Probably just started college. And the remaining 4 guests are all beautiful women. Ouch me. All of them watery, but they all look like women from ordinary homes. This way. It took a while before the chef sent the message again. I'll come out to meet you. The waiter would smile when he saw the message. She's also been at this garden membership restaurant for quite a few years, and has quite a rapport with the chef, the older man who is also the owner. The chef is usually a no-show, so he concentrates on cooking in the back of the kitchen. But the chef still comes out to meet the guests if they include someone she's interested in and interesting. Anyone unfamiliar with the chef would think he was out to see a pretty girl. The opposite is true. This uncle usually likes to hide in the mountains to get clean, and is originally not close to women's nature. In his own words, it's over 40. That stuff is no good anymore. What's a pretty girl or not? It's just SOSO. What really intrigued the chef was the little brother who could handle a couple of beautiful women. What kind of talent is it that can hold up to this kind of spectacle? Of course, those who could come to eat at the garden were all the rich people of Zhongcheng. But in many cases, if you want to control the shura, then you not only have to have money, but you also have to be good at what you do. So, Subai and the others had only just taken their seats when the chef ran out to greet them. It's a bald older man with a kind smile. Subai looked at the marks on the uncle's head and asked curiously, "Uncle, are you a monk?" "I used to be, but then I became a monk." The uncle grinned. "There are too many Buddhist rules and regulations to delay researching and cooking." "Well, you kid." Me, a bit of kidney weakness." "No, uncle, you haven't even taken your pulse here. How can you see the deficiency?" "My fire is very strong. That's kidney yang deficiency." Subai was amused by the uncle. It was obvious that the other party was joking, deriding him for bringing so many beautiful women out to play. It wasn't easy. "Don't worry, lad. This dinner today is a special, customized feast for you. And tailored? That's for sure. There are only 1 or 2 tables of guests coming in every day, and I adjust the style and combination of the meals according to the characteristics of the guests." The chef is confident when it comes to his specialty. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why this garden restaurant is so popular among the high society of Zhongcheng. When people are rich and out of the level of subsistence, they will have spiritual pursuits. When you eat, not only do you have to have big fish, but you also have to have emotional value. Things like the restaurant environment, rare ingredients, and fine plating belong to the first tier of emotional value. The chef's personal order is a little more sophisticated. The most expensive thing that people sell when they are in the luxury business is the high order. Subai could see that this uncle really knew how to do business. Is your kind even considered a kidney deficiency?" Chen Yuxing staggered and spat. "Then how?" perverted you must be when you are not deficient." As she said that, a flirtatious wistfulness, mixed with a little bit of fear, appeared on her face, although Chen Yuxing was very resistant to tossing and turning. But, people always have limits. Don't listen to that uncle blindly, he just casually figure a music, with the kind of pretend old Chinese medicine charlatan, in the mouth of those people, you are either on fire or heavy moisture. Throughout the life of the switch back and forth between these two states, kidney deficiency the same reason, it's all over for you to understand. I'm sure I get it then. In fact you should know better than me. You should experience it the most if I'm false or not. Chen Yuxing is a little shy. In front of other girls driving is not very open. She's the kind of girl who unleashes her smoldering nature only when she's alone with her boyfriend. The Wan sisters were no better, and were equally a bit shy. Only Jiang Qiuzhan, looking at the other girls' reactions, lamented in her heart. They are all Subai's people now. Only she, Jiang Qiuzhan, needed to work harder to please Subai. Couldn't help but send it to Subai under the table, using a QQ trumpet. "Master, when can I be favored? Wait for it, I have to continue to see your sincerity." "Aha, I'll be good." Jiang Qiuzhan stranded on a small number of fever. WeChat large number suddenly called in a phone call. Fixing my eyes, it was Mom. She looked a little rattled for a moment. "Excuse me, I'm going to take a call." Running away from the table before connecting the video call. In the video, a charming and beautiful woman greeted Jiang Qiuzhan with a smile. "Happy holidays, my sweet girl. Happy mommy too. You're out having dinner with your classmates?" "Well, with the class, and Subai." "Oh yo, you made up with Subai? Good thing, good thing." Jiang Qiuzhan blocked those relatives when she sent a group photo friend circle in the afternoon. Or rather, nowadays, when college students send dynamics of going out to have fun, they basically block the grouping of elder relatives. Subai apparently blocked this grouping as well. So, Auntie Jiang doesn't know that Jiang Qiuzhan and Subai have made up. Now that he heard this happy news, he immediately smiled. "Just make up. Subai is one of the few genuine friends you have. Take it seriously." Mention this, Kang Qiuzhan then felt bad all over. Although she and Subai had now entered into a relationship that made Jiang Qiuzhan more addicted than friends, it was indeed she who had caused the death in the first place. "Mom, why do you think Subai is my true friend? Obviously I have many friends, because your other friends are with the purpose of approaching you such as boys, are attracted by your beauty. Subai is not the same, he does not think you to that side, unless you take the initiative to chase him, perhaps a little bit possible. You will not chase him, right, husband? Well, or to find a condition better. Of course, in fact, many times, meet things, best friend than husband reliable." Chapter 119, A Supplementary Meal. Sheng will be tired. Aunt Ginger's words were more or less mixed with perceptions formed from personal experience. Before, Jiang Qiuzhan had more or less heard her mother speak about similar ones, yet it is only now that I can hear the true meaning in it. Oops, sure enough she's still too naive, burying the most valuable friendships. The only thing that could be done now was to continue pleasing Subai. Jiang Qiuzhan could feel that Subai seemed to be enjoying himself quite a bit when he took control of her. This couldn't help but remind her of when she was very young. She loved to follow Subai as a follower, and she loved to stick to whatever Subai went to do. Sometimes Subai is annoyed, said her 2 sentences, she is not angry, but a little. Fizzle, did we grow up with the potential to be that? After chatting with her mother, she had something to take care of, so Kang Qiuzhan hung up the phone and returned to the table. By now, the waiter had brought up the pre-dinner drinks. An oversized glass teapot, looks a kind of coarse sense of age. Inside the brewed 8 treasures tea, material added a lot. At first glance is very good, this teapot, but our boss passed it down from his master when he went to the West to learn from him when he was young, including the recipe for the 8 treasure tea, which is the only one of its kind. The Cheongsam waitress introduced. Unique formula then this teapot is transparent. We see it is not. Wan Xinyan found the blind spot. No need to worry. The key few ingredients are sewn into the burlap to soak in. The waiter smiled indifferently and explained, all the people who come to eat over here are decent people, and it was agreed not to move the tea bags. We're definitely not moving. Wan Xin cannot help but secretly sigh. Really rich people's social occasions is not the same There is a kind of customer as a good friend feeling. This kind of relaxation atmosphere, for the bosses who are used to seeing the fame and fortune killing, really quite good. And, of course, it has to be a membership, eliminating low quality and ulterior motives of the guests. Chen Yuxing thoughtfully asked a question from a tricky angle. Then what if a guest has a keen sense of taste and tastes out the ingredients in the tea bag? That proves that the guest is good. And the boss says that way he'll be happy to make friends with the guest. Can't taste it. Subai took a sip and sharply commented, it's done when it tastes good. We're a roughneck. This 8 treasure tea is not only good, It's also a great tonic. The boss said to let little brother drink more. The waiter gave Subai a flirtatious look and wiggled his cheongsam but to walk away. Several girls burst into giggles. Subai shook his head helplessly, unimpressed. However, after a while, 2 cold dishes were served, which suddenly made Subai cry and laugh even more. Colorful vegetables, cold jellyfish skin. The flavor is very unique. It seems to be the sauce under the effort. Asked to know. The sauce added to the original syrup of goji berries, a kind of similar to the carrot juice, but to be more fragrant and sweet flavor. Meat jelly, which is also a common cold dish in the rural area around the Jiangqing area to eat the seat. The difference is that the meat jelly served up. Each piece of the center is interspersed with a few brightly colored and full of goji berries. No, this uncle shouldn't be trying to make a whole goji berry banquet for me, with goji berries in every dish? Subai had an ominous premonition. The waitress hid her mouth and smiled. You guessed it right, little brother. The boss recently had a friend who came back from Ningxia and brought him a lot of good things. The boss felt it was fate to meet you, so it's just right for you to use. What kind of karma is this? A weak kidney is karma? Subai's tirade made the atmosphere in the seating room more pleasant. Even Jiang Qiuzhan was happy. All said and done. The goji berry feast was indeed quite chic, and as far as the naked eye could see, the ingredients, the knife work, the fire and the seasoning of each dish were all top-notch. No wonder Director Xia said that this was the private dining room where every rich person in Jiangcheng would come to eat. Not necessarily every dish seemed upscale, but really every plate was delicious. This is the kind of level that is hard to achieve when you go to a Michelin-starred restaurant. In fact, it is just the opposite. Many Michelin restaurants now focus on the environment, presentation and gimmicks, and the ones that really put their heart and soul into the food itself, on the contrary, are fewer. Every hot dish served in the back was a crowd pleaser. Subai especially liked the great tonic fish head soup, red braised beef, and the buns made of wolfberry seedlings, which dazzled a lot. It's one of those flavors that you don't usually get to eat. Ding! Detected the host indulging in spending, booking a private banquet, spending $5,888, triggering a 4-fold cashback, rewarding cash plus 23,552. Ding! Detecting the host relaxing into the tonic, helping the host to avoid the trouble of catching fire. After finishing his meal and seeing the system's prompts, Subai touched his stomach and his face looked a bit unfavorable. The fire is dispensed with, but the tonic is absorbed in a real way. After the meal, Subai was surrounded by Wan Xinyan and Chen Yuxing on the left and right and sat in the car. Wan Xin, this little wit, deliberately rubbed her advantage towards Subai, and unsurprisingly, evoked the effect of the tonic Subai had just received. Yeah, brother Subai, it looks like this wolfberry banquet is working. I have to let Sister Yuxing help you out. Wan Xin had a beat-up look on her face. Subai caught and pinched for a while until Wan Xin begged for mercy, rather subdued for this naughty chick. Next to her, Chen Yuxing wasn't willing to show weakness and similarly began to show her own strengths. CHCH changes, making it look like you're the only one who has a surefire technique. Wan Xinyan, I'm tired from walking so much today. Chen Yuxing moved his legs and looked at Subai. Then I'll squeeze your legs. Shall I give you another back rub? Stomp your back. Die laughing. Wait until you get back to the hotel before CCB. Wan Xin didn't understand the rotten stance of these two. Instead, he suggested, while there's still a while to go on the road, why don't you cross your legs up? Then I'm not going to have to put my foot on your side. I'm fine. If Sheng Sheng doesn't mind, I implore the slave girl to pinch the feet of the empress. Ha 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 ha. This was so counterintuitive that Wan Xin first amused herself by saying it. Without realizing it, the relationship between the Wan sisters and Chen Yuxing was already quite cordial. There are still moments of jealousy, but it's nowhere near the heat of Shura, and overall it's pretty harmonious. The root of this is that Wan Xin is very good at what she does, and there wasn't supposed to be much of a threat to her identity. As for Jiang Qiuzhan, she is a childhood friend and a ruthless worker, so Chen Yuxing is still quite wary of her. Subai took it all in and had a clear picture in his mind. Back to the lake house. The Vanguard sisters have said their bodies still need to recover. Just stay out of the fight tonight. So this mid-autumn night, Chen Yuxing was the only one to suffer the effects of Subai's tonic. Subai first made the customary call to Aunt Jiang to say hello. The relationship between him and Auntie Ginger seems to be rather light. After all, Subai had an independent personality and didn't really need much care from Auntie Jiang. Except for the need for Auntie Jiang to give some living expenses. Basically do not need to worry about Auntie Jiang. Save a lot of trouble. Even when I was in junior high school, when Aunt Jiang worked overtime and came home late at night, it was still Subai who was responsible for cooking. As early as 7 or 8 years old, Subai learned to cook. By the way, Dai said he made up with you. Good for him. Aha. If you want me to say, you have to be a bit stronger to die. She belongs to the kind of you more gentle the more the nose on the face. Remember when I was a child, you can be annoyed with her, but on the contrary is that the more you are annoyed with her, the more she comes to your side. Auntie, there's no such thing as a possibility. We're in some weird territory now? Subai secretly spat. Listened to Aunt Ginger's daily ramblings for a while. Greetings over. Subai looked toward the master bedroom door of the lakehouse. Well, the pith has to suffer tonight. Chapter 120 Beauty Services by a Team of Maids. Master bedroom. Chen Yuxing had already put on black silk pantyhose and a tiny camisole on top. The modal material is soft and smooth to the touch. This piece was bought from a lingerie store in the school after Subai sent her $100,000 of living expenses. That store sells quite expensive things that many girls have spit on, but spiteful as it is, there are still plenty of people who go for it. After all, the field of women's lingerie, in fact, many times difficult to find the right style, picking the right model for you, really difficult. This thing is too different from person to person. That lingerie store in River City University is full of stuff. So, despite being expensive, it's still packed with customers. In the group of students, there may not be many rich and wealthy people, but there are not a few who are well off. Chen Yusheng, on the other hand, has already left this stage of insure, straight up ascension. But the problem is that the material ascension doesn't address some of the finer points of the limitations either. Like right now, having just eaten a tonic meal, it was only logical that he should binge-watch anime with Subai tonight to fulfill Subai's needs. The core of the problem was that Chen Yuxing was still far from recovering from last night's exertion. She found that she could be very indulgent with Su White on a single night when she was in full swing. However, it takes at least 3 days to bleed back. Alas, it couldn't be helped. Her constitution was already a bit poor. Just as Chen Yuxing sighed contently, Subai returned from his phone call. Looking at Chen Yuxing with a slightly forlorn expression, Subai pinched her nose. What's wrong? What are you worried about? It's not apprehension. It's just, well, Chen Yuxing glared grudgingly at Subai, and only after a moment did she spit out. Sure enough, it's right to allow you to slag a little. Ha? Subai froze. Why are you suddenly voicing such sentiments? Because your needs are so overwhelming. I definitely can't fulfill them as a girl. Ha? No, sis, you're all dressed and I'm about to take a shower and you're telling me you can't? Subai snickered. You know, it's quite an accomplishment to make a girl look embarrassed. As the saying goes, there are only tired oxen, not plowed fields. Su White disputes this. That's because your cows don't have enough values to be supermodels. It did seem a little lost though. After all, he really did like Shang, liked the feeling of being close to Shang, not to mention tonight, the time of the year when his body was stupid. Noticing Subai's loss, Chen Yuxing hurriedly said, didn't say no, I mean, well, at most 2 episodes of anime, no more. It's a deal. I'm going to take a shower. Mess with Subai groggily shrugged off his clothes and ran into the bathroom. To be honest, when Subai exposed his abstract nature, he did look like a big white goose. Oddly funny. Chen Yuxing liked Subai's relaxed side, which felt real and not much of a burden to get along with. Burden is a very important attribute when couples interact. Some model couples who seem to be thievingly happy will suddenly break up off a cliff. In fact, due to the fact that, essentially, their relationship is a consuming one. Ennui may be performed out of decency, or it may be some kind of character inertia. As long as couples are a burden when they are alone, it is bound to not last. However, for Chen Yuxing, spending time with Subai especially when he was being mushy was a kind of cleansing of the mind and soothing of the spirit. Furthermore, Subai was a rare dependence for her. The string of zeros on that bank card is as safe as it gets. More than one female classmate had discussed with Chen Yuxing about bread and love. Why is she the one to explore it? Because she studied well and was good at programming. Many girls thought that Chen Yuxing was qualified to chase love, and if the boy she liked didn't have money, then she was responsible for coming to make money on it. Now Chen Yuxing got an even higher order answer. Bread and love. I want both. Soon, Subai finished his bath. Holding Chen Yuxing in his arms, he didn't rush to catch up with the progress, but scrutinized her face. The decoration of the lakeside villa is made of big brand European furniture, and it is very elaborate in the design of the lighting, a soft and romantic halo of light, hitting Chen Yuxing's naturally beautiful and cold face, favoring the softness of her eyes. Since they had a date to watch only 2 episodes of the anime tonight, the two of them uncharacteristically slowed down their pace by default. The kissing alone was delayed for half a day. However, it will not feel bored at all. Not to mention the kind of middle-aged couples kiss. Nightmares for 3 nights in a row. Hee, big white goose. You're so good to me. Good for what? In fact, before in the hospital, I ran into a middle-aged man with a bad heart who said he could help me on the condition that, well, I definitely didn't give him a good look, but at least it showed me what kind of price I could get for selling myself out. There should be someone willing to pay a high price. You're so nice. Subai's hand rubbed the fabric of the black silk pantyhose. These long legs. He was truly obsessed. Slim, yet curvy, which is very, very rare for teenage legs. It's hard to imagine what a pair of killer legs it would have to be if you let Shing Shing mature for another 2 or 3 years, which has what high price the adoption market, and I'm not unaware of. Willing to give me 20,000 to 30,000 a month is not allowed. You out of the price. Too outrageous. Chen Yuxing moved her body and rubbed her face against Subai's chest in a very cheerful manner. Then he hooked his neck for another kiss. 2 episodes of anime, no matter how much it dragged on, was done quickly. This time Chen Yuxing is really tired. Originally said to play the hand game, and Subai knowing it too before going to sleep, but the result is to look at the phone and brush the posting for a while. Directly to sleep. Baby like sleep. Subai didn't disturb her and helped her take off her black silk pantyhose so that she could sleep comfortably. Go out and get yourself a cold Coke. Villa first floor. None of the Vanguard sisters are sleeping, but are working on projects. The lakehouse is known to be equipped with a team of maids to serve the guests. If Subai had come on his own, without a girl, there might have been something interesting included in the service. Of course, Subai wouldn't feel sorry. After all, the quality of these maids was just so. Having eaten well, it's only natural that you have to be picky about what you eat. The maid team also includes serious services, such as beauty and body care programs for female guests staying in the hotel, and basic programs that are included in the room rate, so it's a no-brainer. The Vanguard sisters, on the other hand, are enjoying a rare treat in the style of a beauty parlor. They both came from that background, where they went to the beauty club before. I was under the impression that it was only for rich wives who had the money and time to go there. In contrast, it is now fashionable for girls from well-off families to have micropigmentation during the summer vacation after the college entrance exam. Let's just say that society has evolved to the point where beauty is also distributed according to class. Unless one is exceptionally gifted, the rich rely on technology, the poor on mutation. Not so with Subai. He relies on hanging. Chapter 121, Subai develops a new myriad tool. Yeah, brother Subai, why did you come down so quickly? Wan Xianyan was enjoying the maid rubbing her face because she was closing her eyes, so she didn't suddenly react until Subai moved a chair and sat next to her. Subconsciously, it's a bit of a rush. The sense of stealing is heavy. After all, they hadn't enjoyed much of a rich man's life, and the best service industry they'd enjoyed before was probably the little barbershop down the street when the old auntie who cut their hair complimented them on the sisters' cuteness and helped them with their pigtails in passing. Well, that's about the grade. No money is the way to go. What with the Hook 8 service and being able to do everything yourself? Seeing Subai's warm and bland smile, Wan Xianyan realized that processes like today's were already going to become a regular state of her life in the future. But, I thought that brother Subai was going to be in love with Sheng Sheng until midnight. I was going to, but she's not going to fight it. She's passed out. Subai winked, suggestively. Wan Xianyan understood for a second, and immediately spat out her tongue. Brother Subai is also too fierce. Being your woman can be really happy. Listening to the guests chatting about such explosive content, the maids who were doing the beauty services also had sideways glances and couldn't help but sneak a look at Subai. Then there was a flurry of blushing and bashfulness. Tall and broad, powerful muscles that even a bathrobe couldn't hide, and a very nice face. In fact, rich guys are rarely particularly handsome. The face value of boys, the distribution of which is purely random, doesn't really have anything to do with class. Delivery boy took off his helmet. I'll look quite handsome, a little guy. This kind of thing is not uncommon. It's so much easier to cash in on a girl's face than a guy's. Society has always been prejudiced against men who live off their faces. I have nothing to do, so I'll get a facial. Subai looked at the maidservants applying stuff and rubbing things on the tender and fragrant faces of the Wan sisters. It seemed quite fun, and he wanted to try it himself. This lakeside villa are living. Do not enjoy a little maid service. Feel white to come on. So the maids dragged in another folding bed of the kind that beauty parlors use for their programs, and let Subai lie on it and start serving. Not to mention, this premium skincare product is cool and gentle when applied to the face. It was at this time that Subai suddenly remembered. Hey, you guys didn't call on Dai Dai even when you were doing beauty treatments? Oh, she's upstairs in her room, shutting herself up, saying she won't bother us, is pretty self-aware. Subai did not know that it was Chen Yuxing who unleashed a wave of the main palace pressure on her, telling her not to play too much. It's time to say, these individual girls around him, there's a nebulous understanding between them. The chemistry is there. Then let little Qingmei go into self-imposed isolation. The child had just awakened to strange hobbies and would probably take some time to digest them. Subai experienced face rubbing for a while, felt quite comfortable, and asked, Miss, are you professionally trained in these techniques? The maid pursed her lips and smiled. Yes, we all worked in a beauty salon before. In these few years the light is not good. The beauty salon closed down massively. Fortunately there is the Tianro Manju project to take us in. Subai asked again. The clientele of the beauty salon is not quite stable. How can it still close down? Another maid chimed in. What's so stable about it? Isn't the money in the hands of the rich wives still the bosses in the end? When the boss's business is not doing well, the pocket money in the hands of the rich wives is naturally not much. Boss, your level of consumption and cash flow in hand is already top in our Jiangchang. The maid didn't forget to compliment Subai in passing. It can be described as professionalism pulled full circle. What she didn't know was that along with Subai's savings snowballing, his spending level would only become more and more outrageous. Not to mention Jiangchang, in the future in the country that is also ranked. Okay, hey, do you guys know any body massages? Loosen up my muscles. Yes, there's someone who will. Out there cleaning the lawn. I'll give her a shout. So Subai lay there on all fours. Some people give him facials. Others squeeze his legs and feet. It's really a great way to experience what it's like to be an emperor. The key was that the maid sisters had an extremely good attitude towards Subai. And during the massage, there was inevitably some private contact. At these times, the maids not only didn't avoid it, but on the contrary, they intentionally came into contact with Subai a little bit more closely and for a longer period of time. The girl who made a face for Subai even directly held Subai's head in her arms behind her. Boss, you have great bones, better than many actresses. Yeah, you've done faces for actresses. Been there, done that, but not a big star. Third or fourth tier starlet. Seriously, not as pretty as your friends. Ha ha ha, that's really good. End of service. The young ladies are still a little bit too busy to finish. Sir, we also have a full body massage program here, which is based on essential oil aromatic SPA, supplemented by soft style awakening to help you promote blood circulation, as well as having certain health benefits. As she spoke, Miss Maid couldn't help her eyes from darting around. Subai instantly understood her hint, thought for a moment, shook his head and said, let's do it again later when we have the chance. Let's stop here for tonight. The group can go and rest. Okay then. Thanks boss. Have a nice life boss. Good night. Oh wait, the essential oil spa tools can stay. What kind of routine is this? The maids looked at each other. For a few moments, it was one of the most experienced in relationships that came to a realization. Hastily, he left his tools behind and withdrew with the other maids. Brother Subai, do you want us to help you? Just after the skin care 1 yen. Face more tender. Although it is the state of makeup removal, still very cute. There is no such thing as see the light death feeling. Looking at the props in the small suitcase the maid had left behind, he couldn't help but swallow. Yeah, well, Shang didn't let us carry on just now, so why don't we play a handful of essential oil games? Essential oil related play. Subai in a certain country's movie artwork, tasted a lot, never had the opportunity to try. Now is a good time. The genre, after all, is more demanding of the venue. It tends to get greasy everywhere. Lakehouses are excellent places to practice. After all, you are staying in a hotel. You don't have to clean up after yourself and there is plenty of space. The Wan sisters looked at each other and saw yearning in each other's eyes. It was a bit embarrassing, but, as long as Brother Subai liked it, they were happy. Then, let's try. If Brother Subai is not satisfied, just open your mouth and say, don't worry, we're mostly in the mindset of exploring and not forcing ourselves. Thus, Subai opened up new forms of exploring music, new genres of composition, new wonderful tools. During this time, a guest room door on the second floor opened a crack. Standing behind the door, Kang Chioya peeked at the outrageous scene, couldn't help but swallow. Coo of a dove. Chapter 122, bringing Subai to meet her parents. The image in front of her eyes awakened Kang Chioya's long ago memories. Actually, when Subai was in elementary school, he was quite popular with the girls. At that time, Jiang Chioya was obsessed with driving the little girls away from Subai. Occasionally, when I saw other girls playing with Subai, there would be a strange feeling in my body. I couldn't say whether it was comfortable or uncomfortable. It was the same feeling that he had now, when he watched Wan Xin give Subai a SPA. Now, Jiang Chioye was certain that it was a positive emotion. One of enjoyment. Ding. Detected Jiang Chioye favorability +1. Current favorability, 91. Just as Subai was enjoying the full-body essential oil spa service while he was wandering around, a sudden boost in his mind caused Subai to hold his tongue. No, sis, what are you doing sneaking around the house? Subai opened his eyes and swept a glance toward the location over the guest room on the second floor. Catch the moment when the door to the room closes in panic. At that moment, Subai's expression became a bit odd. This guy's point of interest, it's pretty bizarre. How come I didn't realize it all those years before? It's true, everyone has a hidden, unseen side. Brother Subai, did I make you uncomfortable? Observing the change in Subai's demeanor, Wan Xin Yen hurriedly asked. Nope, that's good. Keep it up. The next day, the morning was again spent by the ladies in beauty sleep, the main one being laid back. Actually, vacations for the rich seem to be pretty laid back. They don't need the special forces style of travel, and in the end, tight schedules are a compromise a lot of the time. Not enough time, not enough money. It was a good thing that Subai was not lacking in either of these two things. Before lunch, the crowd checked out and left the lakeside villa, and Wan Xinyue drove back to the small west gate of Jiangcheng University. The crowd then parted ways for the time being. The reason that they didn't continue to eat together for lunch was because Subai was going to go with Chen Yushin to meet with Chen Ma. By the way, dinner. The hospital cafeteria is really bland, so why don't we just find a place to buy some good food to pack and bring it to Auntie? Good idea. Chen Yuxing pondered. Which restaurant to go to? The two men looked at each other, started playing the little couple's silent trivia game again. Both sides started by typing what they were thinking in their heads on a memo on their cell phones, then take it out and show it off at the same time. Let's see if we can come up with a piece. A few moments later, the answer is revealed. Sure enough, it's that Cantonese teahouse bar. After all, it's light and nourishing. Well, my mom doesn't like spicy food. Unlike me. Chen Yuxing paused, suddenly a bit conspiratorial. But it's not as pretentious as your Qingmei, dying to eat a little bit of spicy. Oops, she's more of a performative personality. Yes, she also dreamed of being an actress when she was a child, but later realized that she had to be submerged, and that her face was too thin to suffer. What an abstraction. Something to do with her mom's experience. Not to talk about it. Everyone's personality is often highly correlated with their past, from childhood. For example, Subai's independent character is mostly due to the fact that mom and dad left early. Chen Yuxing could understand this. So far Jiang Qiuye has shown a cooperative attitude. Moreover, it seems to enjoy being controlled by Subai. This put Chen Yuxing at ease. The vast majority of girls, at heart, are attracted to the domineering type of man who is used to being in control of everything. The few strong women that couldn't get along with Su White. People have their own aspirations. The Second People's Hospital of Jiangxing City. After a few days of treatment with state-of-the-art medication, Chen's mom looked much better. When I went to walk downstairs in the inpatient building, the patients I bumped into envied her. Expensive imported drugs that are not covered by health insurance are not available to everyone. Why did she have to walk her patients to bump into them? Because since that day, the day after Chen Yuxing came to see her, Chen Ma had been transferred to an advanced single room. It was clear that neither the high-class wards nor the sky-high price of treatment was something Chen Yuxing could afford. So who is paying for this? Actually, Chen Ma already had some guesses in her heart, but didn't ask. My daughter is very understanding and will tell her mom sooner or later when she feels it's appropriate. Yo, old Chen, just finished eating? Not yet. That leg of yours looking better? Better. Hey, stay up. Blood clot recovery is just slow. It was an exceptionally nice day. The temperature was not too cold and not too hot, and after Chen's mom finished her treatment in the morning, before it was time for lunch, she took a walk in the courtyard downstairs. Meet a familiar patient. The two had worked at the same company. Not exactly acquaintances, but, having met at the hospital, that bit of crossover actually qualifies them as acquaintances. People are always psychologically vulnerable when it comes to healing and like to hug it out. By the way, yesterday I heard that nephew of mine say that your daughter is in love at school. Oh, you don't seem surprised? What's so surprising? My daughter is so good. It's not surprising that there are boys who would like to fall in love with her. But I've heard, the person Yuxing talked to has money. I'm not afraid that your child will suffer. At the end, he didn't forget to add, my nephew is studying at Jiangcheng University. And his understanding of undergraduate things may not be accurate. Hearing this from her patient, Chen Ma's mind was enlightened. Recently, patients who know about her situation have been discussing how she suddenly has the money to use the best medication. The more vicious one said her daughter was there to do something dishonorable. Patients like the one in front of me belong to the category of those who are slightly kinder-hearted. I guess she felt quite envious that her daughter had a rich boyfriend who was willing to pay for her treatment. Looking at the other's expression, it was indeed envious, and a little bit of yin and yang. In fact, nowadays, when a young girl is looking for a boyfriend, one or two outstanding merits will do, and she doesn't have to be excellent in all aspects, right? That said, Chen's mom smiled and chatted. There's no rush, and no arguments. After all, she had never met Chen Yuxing's boyfriend either, and even if it really is a man who has nothing but money, it's still the daughter's choice. Chen Ma would just feel a bit sorry for her and her emotions wouldn't fluctuate too much. There's no telling how high the SAN value would have to be for this kind of hyperstable emotion to be put into the Cthulhu worldview. Psychological quality of this piece. Chen Yuxing can be said to have completely inherited the advantages of the mother. The two climbed around the courtyard for a while. Suddenly two tall figures came from the entrance, managed to get the attention of all the sick people. After all, hospitals are full of old people and they are all sickly. The sudden appearance of two vibrant young men was very eye-catching indeed. What's more, it's handsome enough to debut as a star. Chen Ma had been holding a magazine and reading it. Or was it the open-mouthed expression of an acquaintance's sick friend that reminded her to twist her head to look? The moment she saw her daughter and the boy beside her daughter, Chen's mom froze hard. The whirlwind blossomed into a heartfelt smile. Chapter 123, Accidentally Drawing Face Value Plus Points. People, basically, are visual creatures. Some people say they don't look at faces, but it's really just that somehow. Sanity is out of the face-only level. If you really want to get emotional, then you'll still be interfering with judgment by face value. As a mother, Shenma's first reaction in her heart when she saw her daughter come with a tall and handsome boy on her arm was naturally joy, especially since it was guessed beforehand that the lad had paid for her many treatments. A twofold good feeling buff that gives a straight stack. Mom, I didn't see you in the hospital room earlier. Ha ha, it's not that the weather is particularly nice. Out for a walk. Shenma's eager gaze turned to Subai. And this is? Well, my boyfriend. Chen Yuxing still had his customary face paralyzed. The hand that was holding Subai's hand, but it was a bit shaky. In the end it was still a bit nervous. How can a girl not be nervous about taking a boy she loves so much to meet her parents? Although Subai is indeed excellent in all aspects, Chen Yuxing is still a little anxious, afraid that her mother will not like Subai's, well, style. There can be many reasons for a middle-aged woman to hate a young man. All sorts of strange reasons. Perhaps, Chen Yuxing thinks that Subai is good everywhere and is a lover's eye. As it turns out, Subai is really good. Mrs. Chen looked at it and nodded her head straight, smiling from ear to ear. After slightly chatting with Subai, he shook Subai's hand and spoke at length. You're in the same class as Shang. That's nice. Right, same class. Where is Xiaosu's family from? Listening to the accent, it should be from this province, right? Yeah, home is over in Ann Arbor. That's just right. It's not far from Jiangcheng, so it's convenient to take care of it back and forth in the future. No, Auntie. Fast-forwarded straight to the getting by session? Chen Yuxing was a bit bashful and hurriedly interrupted. Mom, let's go back to the ward and talk. Subai brought dinner. Okay. Chen's mom turned to the patient next to her. I'll go upstairs first then. See you later. Okay. The patient was a little dull. That's not at all what one would expect. In the brain of the patients, Chen Yuxing's boyfriend should be a mediocre-looking or even a bit ugly type, and should be quite old. To help Chen Ma cure, that is bound to look at Chen Yuxing, to develop a serious long-term relationship with her, otherwise even the big bosses, but not this blood money. Well, as a general rule of thumb, the man, in all but financial terms, should be less than stellar. Otherwise it shouldn't take such an extreme approach to wooing girls. Initial estimation is that it should be a local demolition house with some defective conditions. What I see is that Chen Yuxing is pretty and smooth, as well as the mind of a 985 student. A girl of this caliber, put on the dating market, and a large number of thugs snatch her up. Improved genes say so. As it turned out, the opposite was true. Very young, even a classmate of Chen Yuxing's in college. You'll have no problem being a star with your appearance. Goo, how did all this good stuff happen to little Chen? The patient's whole face collapsed when she associated her daughter with her boyfriend at school. People are more angry than people, huh? It's not just Chen's mom's patients. Even Chen Ma herself was shocked by Subai's face value. It's not like they're making a big deal out of it. In the morning, Subai was idle and bored, and drew the number of draws that he had accumulated recently. Bad luck thief. Didn't produce much good stuff. Besides some cash, there were two waves of attribute points. Face value plus 3, and face value plus 5. The original face value of 78 points was raised to 86 points. The system's determination of face value is relatively strict. More than 80 points is the level of a small netizen. 90 points is basically already the ultimate beauty that cannot be faulted. As for 90 points upwards, that more or less with a bit of metaphysical components, or special rare features. In that sense, it's pretty much the same thing as charisma. At 86 points, it's not an exaggeration to say that he's basically a first-rate handsome guy at JCU. There aren't that many lookalikes in the general population. Therefore, it was normal for Chen Ma and the others to be awed by seeing Subai. As for Chen Yuxing, why did he not see Subai's face value change? Can't say that he did not see it. He should say that he subconsciously took it as his own psychological effect. She was very devoted, and since she had decided that Subai was the most handsome man in the world, in the senior's single room, looking at the good-sized bag of takeout packaging, Chen's mom fell into a deep thought. In her worldview, restaurant packing, it should be a plastic box with a plastic bag. a very common configuration. What the hell is this antique wooden box? Of course, it can be seen that it is antique modern craftsmanship, not worth a lot of money, but this not worth a lot of money is also compared to the real crafts, definitely over the top for a takeout box. Mom, this is the Cantonese tea specially brought for you by Subai. It's light and delicious. Let's eat it together while it's hot. Thank you. Little Sue has the heart. Then Auntie will not be polite. After a pause, Shenma still couldn't help but ask, it should be quite expensive, right? It's okay, I forgot how much it was. It's okay, it's all in the realm of my daily spending. Subai's words sounded like comforting others not to care about the price. In fact, it was really forgotten. Just now, I passed by the tea house, and when I bought the bill, I was chatting with Chen Yuxing about the game, and I was distracted, so I didn't care about the price. Even now, it's a matter of digging through the unicorn's message logs in his head to determine how much the meal cost. Well, it's not expensive, just a couple hundred big ones. Cantonese food is usually on the high-end business route in foreign countries, so prices are often not low. But as long as you don't order raw seafood, the total price won't actually be too exaggerated. People's bosses, they don't have thousands of dollars for every meal. Chen's mom was still undergoing treatment and wasn't fit to eat anything too fresh, so Subai ordered dishes that were more conservative. Sparing Subai's level of spending still made Chen Ma uncomfortable. At the same time, the questions in his mind were counted. It was reasonable to say that a young man as good as Subai had a large number of girls chasing after him without spending any money. The reason why she will give her out the money for the cure. One is because really like Chen Yuxing, and the second is because a few million for people is just taking out part of the deposit, and it does not hurt. After dinner, while Subai went to wash his hands, Chen Yuxing also told her mom about Subai making his own investments. Oh, together or a rich generation. Chen Ma sniffed, and the joy in the corner of her eyes increased. Well, his parents died a long time ago. In that case, then maybe there are relatives abroad? After all, it's not realistic to make investments without any background at all. Makes sense. Chen Yuxing felt that her mother was right in her analysis. It didn't really matter. She didn't really care what Subai's background was. She only cares about Subai himself. He. As for Subai, feel free to brainstorm as much as you want, and it's best to brainstorm a big foreign family behind the scenes. It's all essentially a function of the unicorn anyway. The more you brainstorm, the more the group will in turn respect him and scorn him, sparing them some trouble. Chapter 124 Newly Opened Cafe. Meeting Lu Yuan by chance. Cantonese teas are very nourishing, about which Su White is very vocal. Each time you eat, the system reminds the body of the positive and negative effects of the meal and removes the negative effects of the indulgence. But it has a downside. Too many carbs. It's easy to get sleepy when you're full. Shenma still wanted to continue chatting with Subai for a while. As the saying goes, when a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she looks at him, the more she is happy. But the eyelids were fighting and it was just too much to top. So ended up napping. What do you say we go take a nap too? In the hospital corridor, Subai winked towards Chen Yuxing. The Marriott's presidential suite is still open. Recently, Subai has been opening rooms everywhere, basically sticking to the system's cashback cap. There is a sense of cunning. Don't, I really should rest. Chen Yuxing shook her head frantically and subconsciously took 2 steps backwards. Black silk thighs together. Ugh, I blame the big white goose. Why is it so big? Watching anime is a real drain. Immediately afterward, Chen Yuxing pursed her lips and smiled again, hugging Subai and giving him 2 gentle headbutts on his chest. Great white goose. Thank you for coming to see my mom with me. She was so happy to see you and said I finally had someone I could count on. Is Auntie Ben not someone you can rely on? That's true too, but Mom always said that she was limited in what she could do and could give me too little help. Parents who can raise their children well and are open-minded are honestly pretty good. I do, but she always thinks I'm too lonely. He. Not when I have you. I can play with you whenever it's a 2-player game from now on. Such a sweet lovey-dovey moment. And all that's going through your head is the game. Is this your way of endurance, Harkison? Subai drove Chen Yuxing back to school. Vacation was coming to an end and she was going to work in the lab. Although it is not very necessary to make money working on projects for Prof. Luo in the computer science department. But, the project at hand still has to be done, which is the professionalism of a good coder. Subai showed his support, and after sending her back to school, he hung out for a while. The main focus is to stroll the street where the commercial facilities on campus are concentrated. There were quite a lot of students shopping. Even though it was a vacation, it was only 3 days long, and most students were still too lazy to go home or even go on a trip. Just stayed in the dorms and rested and simply wandered around the school. Whether you're going home or traveling, it's going to cost you money. Going home is fine. Parents usually hear that their kids are willing to make the trip home and at least provide the funds. It's hard to tell with traveling. and those with average families often don't budget well. In fact, the vast majority of the time, the experience of traveling on a budget is worse than lying in your dorm room and playing games. Not all college students are into special forces style travel. At this time, on the commercial street of the campus, inside a newly opened cafe, Lu Yuan was standing at the counter with one of her female friends. The cafe is all glass-walled, with a modern textile, and the interior furnishings go for a Scandinavian chilled-out look. Just a glance from afar caught Lu Yuan's eye. Alas, girls are deficient in resistance to such places that are naturally flooded with high-end flavor, so she and her friend came in to check it out. After coming in and glancing at the menu, I realized that the prices of this restaurant are as bluff as its decor. The most basic ice Americano is over $20. Milk chai starts at over $30. How so expensive? Robbing money this is? Friends muttered. Domestic chain brand of coffee. Coupons are $9.9 a cup. The sales clerk lady didn't get angry when she heard it, and smiled. Classmate, our family is different. The main boutique coffee route, no matter whether it's coffee beans, milk, or other materials used, it's all more upscale than others. For example, our iced Americano, with G1 quality original cuisinert, from the golden origin of Ethiopia. A flurry of introductions. Smallpox, to Lu Yuan, who originally wanted to turn around and leave the store, said her heart was moved. I have to say, the coffee shop does look very high-end and sophisticatedly petite. What makes Lu Yuan more determined to buy a cup to try is the few customers in the store, all of whom were women with sophisticated dresses and makeup, looked like they should all be upperclassmen undergraduates, or graduate students. Attention is drawn to the conversation between the two of them and the store clerk. Lu Yuan, the women, who had been sipping coffee and working on their Apple laptops, cast scowling looks toward the two, although they didn't make any obvious faces. But Lu Yuan always felt that she was secretly despised. Yes, she's always concerned about what others think. Simply put, it's vanity. That's why she became Shuetao's boyfriend against her will. Shuetao could afford to take her to fancy places and buy her expensive clothes. He's a little over babying his maiden 330. But, what the heck? This is a much more convenient way to go out on a date than for a normal couple to walk plus shared bikes plus the subway. In case you run into bad weather conditions, it's good to have a shelter at least. Not so much of a mess. In fact, a few of the ladies in the cafe were just looking around aimlessly. Laptop reading too much, lifting his head and moving his neck, said yes. No disdain for them at all. Couldn't help that Lu Yuan liked to brainstorm. She gritted her teeth and said, I'll have a cinnamon-flavored cappuccino. Bean will have the G1 curly summer you just recommended. Okay, the order is on this side for you. Please wait. This cup is considered to be one of the more expensive ones on the menu. It's going to be over $40. 20-something basics always feel shabby to order. That's what Yuan thought. This is the basic logic of consumerism. It always feels like you can't treat yourself poorly here, and you have to treat yourself better there. The result is that what appears to be just a little bit of spending added to each of the household items ends up being a thief's cost of living when you do the math for a month. I'll have an iced Americano. Castillo wash, please. A somewhat familiar voice sounded next to her. Lu Yuan turned her head and immediately froze. It's Su Bai. But again, it didn't seem to be the same Su Bai from before. The level of handsomeness has been significantly raised by a large margin. During the summer vacation of her senior year of high school, Lu Yuan had participated in the offline meeting of a certain starlet, and sort of saw in reality what grade the male star's face value was. To be honest, Su Bai had already flirted with, or even surpassed, that male star. Su Bai? Lu Yuan. What a coincidence. Su Bai briefly said hello, then eyes returned to the cafe menu. The sales clerk lady was also obviously flashed to her eyes by Su Bai's charm. 86-point face attributes, trendy and fashionable clothing, plus the initial aristocracy of a life of indulgent consumption that has been sustained lately. Anyone of the opposite sex could easily see that he was extraordinary. Looking back, the business smile on the sales clerk's face instantly transformed into a heartfelt upturn of the corners of her mouth. Sir, you really have good taste. Our house this Castillo you wash, but very few people order it. Today. Oh no. The last 3 days, you are the first yet. Chapter 125, Picking a Technology Company for Shang. Tasteful? Ha, that's invincible. Su Bai casually spat out a sentence with a rather scant expression. He realized that since he had money, he had encountered more and more compliments in his regular life. Seeing people is an essential skill for every socialite. Even the greasy old dang that he met while hiking didn't dare to continue blindly lecturing him after seeing the watch he was wearing. The variety of beans in this coffee is different from the usual coffee sold outside, and the flavor will be more clear when you drink it. But then, it's hard for people who don't drink coffee regularly. The sales clerk lady introduced it rather proudly. Su Bai politely nodded slightly. he doesn't actually drink coffee very often. I ordered this one because I ordered a maid's hand-brewed coffee in the morning at the lakehouse. This coffee bean called Castillo is used. Subai just wanted to taste the difference in flavor between what the maid made and what the store made. According to the maid herself, hand-brewed coffee is not extracted quite as well, so the resulting coffee will be relatively a little on the acidic side. These are Subai previously lazy to try. Really need to refresh the time. Direct espresso instant black coffee. A few cents a bag will be resolved. Coffee shops like this kind of petty style. Once upon a time Subai was to stay away from. 34 cups of coffee. For him, could have eaten several meals of the poor man's $5 plus set in the cafeteria. It is evident that people's hobbies actually follow the abundance of their wallets. With money and leisure, everyone can have a wide range of interests. Subai, I heard you guys went mountain climbing. Is this all back? Yeah, it's all back to school. Oh, hey, I really envy you guys. So many people in a group. It must be very lively, right? I heard that there was also a party in the villa by the lake. Lu Yuan had a longing look on her face. She'd had a lackluster vacation by comparison. An out-of-town senior, a high school alum, came to buy her dinner. It's just a regular mall restaurant, but it's the senior who pays. So she goes. Yesterday, I heard that Shuetao went back to school early. Lu Yuan wanted to ask him to hit the net red store. Shuetao said he did not want to move. Stayed in the dormitory. Really? Obviously people Subai also climbed more mountains, but it seems to be full of energy. Sure enough, there's a difference between people. After seeing Subai's financial strength, Lu Yuan became more and more dissatisfied with Shuetao, also very chagrined. If only he had taken the initiative to pursue Subai during the military training. Perhaps there was a place for her among the party at the lakehouse. It's okay, a normal villa rental, more friends to hang out with. It's not really that expensive. That must be a little more advanced to play it as painful law. Remember when the military training to see Shuetao talked to you, then did not find that you actually so powerful. Lu Yuan playfully spat out her tongue. As it turns out, this habitual action of a second-generation beauty would look contrived on a woman of average face value. On the contrary, girls like Chun Yuxing are super cute no matter how abstract or sugary a face they make. Looking at Lu Yuan maliciously cute, Subai had a chill. He could kind of tell that this woman had a crush on him. Previously, when he was eating in the cafeteria with Shuetao and Lu Yuan, Subai had noticed that this sophomore sister, always sneaking a look at him, and then averting her eyes and blushing a little when she was discovered. These micro-expressions are usually found in little girls who have a crush on a certain boy, but Subai didn't think Lu Yuan would have a crush on him. Presumably she just liked his face value better? As for now, the chance encounter in the cafe. These so ambiguous and pleasing words from Lu Yuan. Obviously the implications are not simple. However, Subai didn't want anything less than innocent to happen with her. Not to mention that Lu Yuan's face value was far worse than the grade Subai usually enjoyed. She was already in a relationship with Shuetao, her roommate's girlfriend, and Subai didn't want to get involved in this kind of troublesome karma. He's afraid of trouble. Therefore, facing Lu Yuan's hint, Subai said, maybe it's fate. Yuxing and I also fell in love by coincidence. I think senior sister Lu and Shuetao are also destined to be together. Where's the karma? I think you guys are super married. What? She and Shuetao are married? In Lu Yuan's opinion, these words were practically equivalent to cursing. After all, Shuetao's that B-growth. The Gmays are all there for all to see. Even when one of Lu Yuan's classmates found out that she and Shuetao were together, she teased, I admire you. You can talk like that. However, the tone in which Subai said this was one of sincere blessing. There was a warm smile on his face. Makes it impossible to pick out. Lu Yuan could only sulk and go down on the spot. Subai gained temporary peace. After getting your coffee, go to your seat in the window corner of the cafe. Take out the MacBook Pro in your book bag. Go online and look at the company's information. Recently, Subai has been searching for the right tech company to put that optional holding card to use. The reason why it's a tech company is that of course it's in line with the development needs of the PIF. Investing in her future is a sure thing. Not only do you get to raise AI genius girls, but you get cash back on your investment in the process. The indulgence system is as horrible as it gets. Then, it is best to choose a technology company and have some financial access qualifications, so that it is convenient for Subai to do the follow-up. Speaking of which, work in a coffee shop on a Gozi computer. It seems to be the path that many urban white-collar workers pursue. It was actually quite comfortable. After all, the cafe smelled good with the aroma of coffee beans and desserts. Fruit of the Loom's computer has great range and performance isn't bad when used unplugged. Currently, the premise is office light. You can't do the industrial side of things that require performance or you're absolutely blind. Half an hour later, the coffee grinds away. Taste. Maybe Subai is a vulgar person. and did not taste the difference between it and the maid's hand punch. Anyway, it's quite tasty, and doesn't have that extra bitter and burnt flavor of a cheap iced Americano. The company has picked a nice one instead. Utilizing his skills in finance and business management fundamentals, master level. After these few days of consideration, Subai finally selected the right company. The name is called Biotech. Meet the requirements of Subai expected. Belonging to the quality of the startup company has not been listed, or the industry called unicorn. The best part is that there is a Shang in the name, implying that this company was bought for Shang. Well, that's good. For good women, Subai certainly cannot be stingy to high favorability of their spending. Cool, but also further enhance the relationship. The main thing that Godhawk picks up is a numerical value. While Subai was fully concentrating on his office, Lu Yuanyuan glanced his way from time to time. Don't say, men are so handsome when they're serious. Shui Tao has never been so serious, and it feels like this person is wilting in everything he does, with a glance of a weak kidney. I don't know how I got into JCU. Chapter 126, How do you know my husband bought me high fashion? Lu Yuanyuan's friend, who was drinking coffee and looking at her phone the whole time, didn't participate much in the conversation between her and Subai. After a while, waiting until Subai went into full concentration work mode, she lowered her voice and said to Lu Yuanyuan with a face full of excitement, "A boy you know? Ha, so handsome. Oh, it's my boyfriend's roommate. Oh, that one dragged out oh so long." It made Lu Yuanyuan a little red warm. Couldn't help but frown. No, what people have girlfriends. It's a shame that they're all off the hook. A disillusioned look passed over my friend's face. It should go without saying that the guys you meet in college that you like tend to have girlfriends. Good men are in demand these days. Don't look at the college women, one after the other, all sober on earth, proclaiming that they are beautiful alone and don't need a man. When you really run into a quality one, you grab it like a thief. It's not surprising that people always say one thing and do another. Lu Yuanyuan was exasperated by her friend. Why are you so misinformed? This one is in a relationship with Chen Yusheng. Chen Yusheng? Oh, it's that freshman girl from the computer science department, right? She's fairy looking, extra tall, and her legs are super long. Yeah, Subai and Chen Yusheng have officially announced that they are in love, and the official announcement text is quite chic. Oh, really? I usually focus mainly on studying and exams. School gossip, don't know much. My friend glanced at Subai again. Well, you don't say. It feels like he and Chen Yusheng are quite compatible. Likewise, Lu Yuanyuan again remembered what Subai had just said, saying that she and Shui Tao had a husband and wife look. It was depressing. This boy's family should be very rich. You see what he wears? Our very niche-tied brand. Expensive it, and all new. It is estimated to be the type of fashion for the sake of fashion, cannot look at the price of the type. Wow. This kind of boy is the most suitable for love, refreshingly handsome little brother. Although, the girls already knew that Subai was off the hook, but it's not a crime to look at it from a distance. Some fantasy. Looking at the plums says yes. However, she did not realize that her every word was poking at Lu Yuanyuan's heart. Ding! Holding card of choice has been used. System will help the host lord to hold the bio-breathing technology. The operation will take a certain amount of time. Please be patient with the host lord. After all, it's a real company that exists in reality as a solid entity with $1 billion market capitalization. It does take some effort to change your home. Doesn't matter. It's all unicorns work for him anyway. Subai just enjoys life. That said, thinking about how he was about to become the company's boss, Subai was still looking forward to it a little. I wonder what the experience will be like. Should I go write a post on Bo to load up on it then? Laxatives. The people are in the Ascot mountain stack and have just come down the stairs. It's not really much of an experience. It's simply a shareholding, not much interference in the business. This is actually the plan. Subai does not want to really put energy into business. Too busy. It didn't fit with his life plan. Let's go. After the coffee was finished, Subai greeted Lu Yuanyuan, put away his computer and left. Basic courtesy still needs to be maintained. As for Lu Yuanyuan's various hints, Subai was sure to reject them all. Wouldn't dare make a scene. Speaking of burning, Sister Zhou Jialu is coming back tonight. Nor do I know what short-term stewardship training will help her learn. It's not so much what you learn exactly. It's the attitude. The attitude that really counts. This upwardly mobile attitude of the senior sister really made Subai very satisfied. Jiancheng Airport. Zhou Jialu, dressed in an expensive LV, walked out from the exit of the business class, swaying and full of femininity. Femininity is a very metaphysical thing. There are some girls who have nothing wrong with them, whether it's their features or their body, when viewed separately. Yet the combination is just uninspiring. Zhou Jiadir was the complete opposite, with the kind of lust to the extreme temperament that could be described as invincible in actual combat. In the past, every time I traveled by plane or train, without exception, I would run into men who accosted me. Quite annoying, to be honest, but it can't be helped by her charisma being here. This time when she went out during the Mid-Autumn Festival, Zhou Jialu was surprised to find that no one had struck up a conversation with her. It's so strange. Obviously she feels she's become more attractive after being taken down by Su Bai. While waiting for her suitcase at the baggage carousel, Zhou Jiadir chatted with Su Bai about the issue. Fawn, what do you think is going on here? Pastry Big White Goose. Maybe it's because the schoolgirls are wearing more expensive clothes? It doesn't look like it's easy to handle. Fawn, wow. Schoolmate, you're so smart too. I feel like this is the right solution. Puffy Goose, Goose_scratches_head. Puff Pastry Big White Goose, I have recently encountered a similar situation. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Sometimes the line can really reduce the cost of daily communication. Fawn, then I'm going to dress up in pearls every day. Well, preferably the kind that is so luxurious that it can bring people to the ground, so that I can prevent being harassed by other men. Crispy White Goose, good idea. Then it looks like I'll have to keep taking my senior sister shopping. Crispy White Goose, Big White Goose_smile. Zhou Jiadir held her cell phone and chatted. There was a happy smile on his face. This smile, appearing on Zhou Jiadir's flirtatious face, added a different color. You know, top-notch beauty is more or less an unexpected sense of contrast. Obviously extra burnt, but with the pure love smile of a clueless little girl. It's enviable. What kind of man is enjoying her adoration? Lu Chenong, who was also waiting for his luggage, naturally noticed Zhou Jialu. In fact, he'd noticed the man in business class on the plane, all high luxury, with a limited edition bag auctioned for over $100,000, is enough to isolate most of the hitchhikers. However, Lu Chenong cannot be categorized into the vast majority. As a local dignified third generation in Zhangcheng, this level of noble woman style is not something you have not seen before in normal times. Instead, it aroused Lu Chenong's interest even more. He had no recollection of this woman, so odds were it wasn't someone from the circle, a nouveau riche who started out in business? It was possible. After all, Lu Chenong had spent the past 3 years in high school in the meter country and didn't have much contact with the country. Because of the sales work done, Zhou Jiadir body of that kind of competent and spirited, is the upper-class rich buddies contact with the salvage women are very difficult to achieve the temperament. So, Lu Chenong decided to go ahead and strike up a conversation. Although Lu Chenong wasn't actually interested in women, this one, however, seemed to be very suitable as a nominal female companion for attending various occasions. Simply put, it's a take. Ahem. Hello to the lady. He came near Zhou Jiadir and only just opened his mouth, but Zhou Jiadir grabbed her words. How do you know that my husband booked me a new fall high-fashion trench coat from Burberry? No, sis, who asked you? Lu Chenong was a bit confused. Seeing this, Zhou Jiadir hid her mouth and laughed lightly. Not being humble, she said, refuse to hit on me. Thank you, I have a husband, and the relationship is very good, and, well, he is more handsome than you. Ghost, what a vicious prediction. Sorry to interrupt. Lu Chenong smiled awkwardly, then retreated farther without a word. A moment ago, the other man held up his cell phone to show him the order page. It is indeed Burberry's private order. From the fabrics to the tailoring, the top of the line was chosen. The runway model from the Prorsum collection, made of rare leather as well as technological custom fabrics, costs over $200,000. Yes, you read that right. A trench coat costs over $200,000. Top luxury is available at unreasonable prices, even in the millions. Chapter 127. No breakups, unless widowed. Since the person has firmly demonstrated the attitude of don't get beaten up by the old man, then Lu Chenong will not bother. As a rich third generation with quality, Lu Chenong is not a stalker. Seeing the man smirk and retreat away, Zhou Jiadir shook her head helplessly. That's right. It's not right to go away and not get hit on once. I can't imagine that the high definition that Su Bai had gotten for her would come in handy so soon. Seriously, Zhou Jialu thought this trench coat was too extravagant, yet Su Bai insisted on buying it for her. After all, you can get cash back. Moreover, from another perspective, Zhou Jiadir was Su Bai's favorite luxury item among his women, so you'll have to buy her a lot of money? Apparently, the trench coat worked extremely well, and just an order, rather than a physical object, managed to put off the hitchhiker. Zhou Jialu immediately told Su Bai about it on WeChat. Su Bai asks her what the man who hit on her looks like. Dear, greasy head, at first glance a bit like a woman, looks physically not very good. This isn't Zhou Jiadir adding fuel to the fire to discredit it. Quite the contrary, she has a good eye. Lu Chenong's health is really not good. I've been weak since I was a kid, so young, although the same as Su Bai are 18 years old in freshman year. The physical condition is a world of difference. Subai is just experiencing the ravages of studying hard in a cold window. The bottom is actually quite good. After a while, Joe Jadir finally waited for his box. Dragging his suitcase, he found his Mercedes C-Class in the airport's parking lot and drove to the Ascot. Returning to the heart of the matter, I haven't seen Subai for a few days and miss him. In addition, there were some things that Joe Jadir had learned in the housekeeper training course that she couldn't wait to show Subai. There's an element of decency in this, and there's also a crookedness. In charge of the lectures is a special teacher in addition to a professional senior housekeeper. Simulation models were utilized at the site to teach the girls in attendance several sets of tips to promote harmony in their relationships with men. Don't say, really learned the essence of Joe Jadir. After all, her base was already unbeatable and naturally burned. Inquisitive and extraordinarily inquisitive. Even the lecturers were extremely impressed with her. Said her husband was blessed. And after learning that Zhou Jialu and her husband were first loves and that her husband was the only man in her life, the teacher was again extremely envious. The purity piece of a woman who has climbed to the upper class by virtue of her beauty is very often in the body. Zhou Jialu this belongs to a step up. After communicating with the stewardship class participants, Zhou Jiadir was even more determined in her judgment. Subai, the superb gift that changed her life. It was a stroke of luck to have met Subai. The quality of life of those seemingly glamorous celebrities is, in reality, likely to be all over the map, not to mention being aggravated. You probably didn't get much bang for your buck financially. Many big bosses with frighteningly high values treat their lovers far less generously than Subai did to her. After all, the current economic situation is more complex, and very often, the boss is also no rice in hand. Oh, a large number of accounts it. All the way to lament the training of the insights. Zhou Jiadir in the landscape stack spell the moment he saw Subai, suddenly heart surging out of the rich love, pounced on as a burst of fragrant kisses. Then it quickly progressed to the military operations segment. Today, Zhou Jialu wore a pair of meat stockings, very much to Subai's liking. He had always thought that black silk was suitable for the high and mighty type, and white silk was suitable for cute girls. Shredded meat, on the other hand, goes perfectly with wind-roasted foxglove. This led to Subai losing to Zhou Jialu once in a maneuver even before he entered formal military action. While waiting for the CD, Subai stroked the vixen in his arms and murmured, "Is this the new trick you said you learned in the course earlier? Harky dear. Hey, how was it? Wasn't it exciting? Superb, sister. You're so considerate of me." Couples are supposed to please each other by definition. Feelings are mutual, but in reality it's not that at all. A lot of girls treat their boyfriends and even their husbands like that are pure dead fish. This stuff still depends on who is the dominant party in the relationship. Subai's value was so high that Zhou Jiadir, who was shy by nature, took the initiative to open up a new battlefield. Genuine accomplishment pulls full weight. Senior sister, you're so good to me. When I turn my CD, but I'm going to go into berserk mode. Subai laughed badly. Don't, really don't. Zhou Jialu was shocked, and quickly blinked and begged for forgiveness. Brother or a little slower and gentler. Please, I'm weak, I really can't take it. Saying that, Zhou Jiadir hugged Subai and shook and pampered him. Giggling, eyes hazy, she murmured, "It is precisely because of the shortcomings that I will try to learn the tricks of the trade and try to make my schoolmate as happy as I can." Senior sister has a heart, Subai praised. However, there's no need to feel guilty because of this. After all, it's essentially my physical qualities that are more special. Normal women can't top that. Look at you. The evening was organized with special military operations alternating with exercises, and the guests and hosts enjoyed the event. The next day, early morning, Subai went back to school. There's going to be a roll call for this class. Gotta go. Of course, this is not the key. The key is that you can see Chen Yuxing in class. Here's the benefit of having a relationship with someone in the same class in college. You can stick together and be mushy in class. The downside is, in case of a breakup, it's awkward to look up and see a thief. Classes have to be deliberately avoided. You want to break up? Listening to Subai chatting blindly about all this, Chen Yuxing looked solemn. No, sis, where were you thinking? Just kidding, we're not going to break up. The corner of Chen Yuxing's mouth bloomed into a treacherous smile. Subai froze for a moment before reacting that this guy was deliberately teasing him. Actually, I guess, Chen Shuebai is also very lively. Just lively objects, few and far between. According to Subai's observation, it was only in front of her mother and Subai Banbai that Chen Yuxing was vivid. At other times, it's all high and cold and self-absorbed, like a cut of cold plum. Immediately afterward, Chen Yuxing added, "In my worldview, to be in a relationship is to be together forever. There is only widowhood, no breakups." That haunted look, it's a little haha human. However, frankly speaking, Subai still quite liked the tone. Who doesn't love a tall, cold, long-legged royalty who's so loyal to her that she's tainted with a bit of sickly pampering? Moreover, Chen Yuxing's character was not really aggressive. At least she got along quite well with the Wan sisters. It's also thanks to Wan Xin Yan's high emotional intelligence. It wasn't until the lecturer stood on the podium and opened the PowerPoint that Su Bai and Chen Yuxing collected themselves and sat upright to listen to the lecture. Just the occasional little pull under the desk. Look around the classmates. Old envy. The ratio of men to women in the computer science department is inherently tragic. It's not easy to come up with a great beauty, but as a result, it's only the end of September, and it's been taken down by Su Bai. But to put it another way, being taken down by Su Bai, the group was actually convinced. Chapter 128, Xiao Lu, who had a strong interest in Su Bai. After all, Su Bai's current looks were at the level of a small star, plus the money added nobility. Not to mention girls, guys with more specific preferences are impressed. It was better for Chen Shuaba to be taken down by this man than by a tycoon from outside the school. Speaking of which, the mysterious legend of some time ago, Little Simon Ben's brother, also debunked. Surprisingly, it was Su Bai himself. Originally, the group was still blindly guessing, but as a result, the words reached Xue Tao's ears, instantly causing him to let out a bitter laugh. A black Mercedes GLE? That's Su Bai's car. Ha! So Mercedes' brother Su Bai successfully replaced maiden brother Xue Tao and became the new talk of the town among freshmen. Of course, Su Bai didn't have any problems in dealing with people, and he wasn't the same thing at all as Xue Tao, that heaven-defying godman. It's just that having a nice car to drive freshman year is really a rarer thing. A lot of new students actually got their licenses over the summer, and those that didn't, more or less passed subject 2. At this point, a few boys in the back row were discussing what class of car the GLE really was. Some people say it's just a slightly better luxury car than the starter, and the baggers in the old county can drive it. Some people say, don't ing look down on the contractor on this employment situation, graduated mixed 10 years, may not have the old family contractor mixed good. That's actually a valid point. Even for college graduates from prestigious schools, personal development depends on many influences once they enter society. The GLE is definitely a nice car. Sure, I drive a Lutz, but a lot of people who are better than me and lower profile than me just drive a Mercedes E or X5 or something like that. The sudden addition to the conversation left a few of the boys a little puzzled. Turning my head, I realized it was a late student. A glittering Hermes, without a doubt, was another noble presence in the classroom besides Su Bai. But unlike Su Bai, this dude is also too feminine looking and looks a bit androgynous at a glance, and a very weak feeling flooded his face. Classmate, I don't think I've seen you before. Are you from our computer science department too? Yeah, I'm an exchange student from abroad. I just arrived in Jiangcheng today. Both sides matched class numbers. Just realized this kid is indeed in the same class. There was a sense of anticipation from several students who were watching the fun. Apparently, it's a rich brother, too. Maybe the strength is even stronger than Su Bai. I thought the class was already a duo with Brother Maiden and Master Shanghai as the two crouching dragons and phoenix chicks. Now it seems that it is not the twins. It's the 4 heavenly kings. Ghost, the star-studded cast says yes. You guys were just discussing the one driving the GLE. Who is it? Lu Chenong was also too lazy to listen to the class and chatted with his classmates. The reason why I gave up going to a foreign school was because, well, it was too lonely. The circle of foreign students abroad is too small and a bit that. As for the locals over there is always a bit of a disconnect when it comes to getting along. There are cultural differences. After all, it's more comfortable at home. All the old brothers are talented and talk well. Oh, that's the one sitting in the front row, next to the long black beauty. Lu Chenong followed everyone's guidance and looked over. It was a double take. Originally, a few students thought that he would look at Chen Yuxing a couple of times more. A beautiful schoolteacher with such a unique temperament. Even Fu, who had seen many women, would have to compliment her a few times. As a result, Lu Chenong only slightly looked at Chen Yuxing twice before placing his eyes on Su Bai. Look at the end of the line. What's his name? Su White. Su White. Great name. Lu Chenong gently clapped his hands. His face showed a look of yearning. This Su Bai student. Let me guess. What is his background? Should be the family business and not purely enjoy life of the rich second generation. Should be their own very early involvement in the family's affairs. That kind of independent and strong wrist. Not a caged bird can have. Right, is the breath of a strong man. Next to the class. Sweating soybeans. No, man, you're more or less a middle child. So it's a blend of Su Bai's richness, Xue Tao's ability to drive a nice car, and Chu Mingzhi's middle-agedness? Exchange students, horrible as they are. The students next to him immediately felt that the $5,000 of tuition for the year had not been paid in vain. Not only do you have college to attend, but you also have stage productions to watch. Invincible. Another student revealed a somewhat horrified look and secretly discussed with his companion. Hey, how come it feels like something's not right with this dude? He's not into boys, is he? Hiss, you don't say. Putting chin big school flower not to see. Catching Subai's situation to ask endless, is also invincible. Forget it, don't rumor. I guess people's identity is not to be messed with. Spread more than heavy One session passed quickly. Many students are lazy. The break between classes is only 5 minutes. After 5 minutes to continue the lecture, 2 small sections of the class, usually arranged in this way. Lu Chenong was the one who had been holding it in for a long time, and as soon as he got out of class, he catapulted out of his seat and headed straight for the restroom. Next to the students, a look of sympathy spread across their faces. Hey, you don't say. Although we are not as rich as others, but at least our kidneys are not weak. Hiss. Ha. Men's restroom. Lu Chenong found the innermost pit. Make sure there's no one else around. Only then did he carefully begin to solve the problem. Finished squatting and peeing. I can't help it. Being a girl disguised as a boy is just a bit of a pain in the ass. Her real name is Lu Chenyang. The physique is really weak to the point that it was even so bad before that it interfered with daily life. Her family does have money, but the elders are superstitious. Found a fortune-telling old Taoist priest, and finally came to the conclusion that letting her pretend to live as a man can change her life against the odds. Otherwise she will continue to be so weak and eat date pills. So it became what it is now. However, Lu Chenong is a person who believes in modern medicine. She feels that her physique has gotten better, purely due to the reasonable use of supplements, as well as early to bed, early to rise and hard workout. It's not even about living as a boy. The problem is that mom and dad won't call her if she doesn't obey the family. So, just have to give in. It wasn't really that inconvenient, as she was renting a room all by herself anyway. No need to worry about weird drama like a woman sneaking into a boy's dorm alone. The only time you need to pay attention is when you go to the bathroom. Only compartments may be used. So far, nothing has gone wrong. Sue White. Well, it's an interesting one. While wiping it clean with toilet paper, Lu Chenong chanted in a low voice. Except for the reason that I talked to my classmates in the classroom. Another was that she sensed on an intuitive level that Subai was the type of person who had a strong life force. It's the kind of person you'd feel comfortable hanging out with. Lu Chenong has been mixing abroad for a few years, and has never seen a boy who looks so comfortable. It just so happens that Subai looks rich too, so they should have something in common, right? Lu Chenong thought silently. It was for boys like this that she truly yearned. As for the occasional attempt at flirting with a beautiful woman, it's just necessary to maintain his normal male persona. Take for example the sexy creature we met at the airport yesterday. If she walked together with that sister to go shopping, presumably, no one would doubt whether her Lu Chenong's orientation was normal or not. Too bad that sister doesn't care about her. Strike that. 2. Pretty girls and all that are just SOSO. Going to a nightclub sometime to catch up with old friends and find a young lady from the atmosphere group can have the same cover effect. On the contrary, Subai, an eagle-like man, is rare. Chapter 129 Brother Fu? Sister Fu. After class, Subai and Wang Haoren went to the second floor of the cafeteria to eat. It's time to say no to the fine small fry on the second floor of the cafeteria, which actually tastes pretty good. Although the dishes are rather homemade, they are very tolerable and can be served as a daily meal. So what kind of things are intolerant? For example, the Japanese restaurant where Sue White got her card. The $12.99 puts the question. The meat that can be ordered is of good quality. Whether it is the iron plate practice or small hot pot, it is very suitable for Subai's preference. After all, he loves meat, but eating it every day gets boring. The second floor of the cafeteria next to the boys' dormitory, however, can be used for daily meals. So whenever you don't know what to eat after class, you come over with Wang Haoren and order a few dishes. Brother Bai, I heard that there's a new rich brother in our class called Lu Chenong, an exchange student who came back from abroad. Oh, why are you reacting so flatly? Am I going to have to overreact in any way? Want me to huff and puff at him? Subai spat. Forget it, he has his own circle of rich brothers. Irrelevant. You're a rich brother too. That's different. My circle is full of pretty girls, too lazy to play with those rich kids. You're invincible. In Wang Haoren's impression, the rich brother have a similarly well-off fox friends as the main component of the circle, often go out to play nightclubs racing and so on. Subai, however, seems to be uninterested in these. This question, Wang Haoren couldn't help but ask a question. Subai shook his head and said, it's not that I'm not interested, I really have to experience it if I have the chance. Ha ha, let nature take its course. Lately, I'm mainly interested in food. Oh, and the basketball game. Today the sports committee also told me to let me go to the practice in the afternoon. I'll wait for the noon to go back to my dormitory and take a nap and go. The excellent physicality that Unicorn has added to his body is a waste of time if he doesn't go out on the field and pretend to be something he's not. As for what Wang Haoren mentioned, racing, nightclubs and such activities, that can't be left behind. These are all very burnt-out activities that again meet the system's indulgence criteria. Subai is going to find a chance to buy a sports car when there is a car show. When you see a model you like on the site, go directly to sales to customize it on the spot. Then after a while they are delivered one by one. First parked in the parking spaces of the mountain stack. Wait for Subai to identify a villa, buy it, and then stop over. This is Subai's recent plan. It's quite simple, nothing to bend, buy it and be done with it. Oh, I also heard Shui Tao say that Lu Chenang's family belongs to the very upper class kind in Zhangchang. Wang Haoren added, how uppity. The family is about equal to 100 Chu Mingchul. No dude, what kind of fighting unit of measurement is old Chu? Why doesn't Shui Tao take himself as a unit of measurement? Subai laughed. Harm, these two are still in the state of arch enemies, though both have been overcome by you I think. Where did I hit them? I'm very peace-loving alright. Yes. The two of them were eating and pulling their weight. Suddenly an uninvited guest comes to Subai. It's a boy who looks, well, pretty. It seemed a bit rude to describe it this way, but the kidney-deficient man in front of him was giving Subai such a feeling. Your name is Subai, right? Right. What can I do for you? I'm the new exchange student in our class. Lu Chenong. Get acquainted. Subai shook his hand in confusion, then realized this dude's hands were white and soft and smooth. Hiss. Why does it feel like a girl's hand? Recently Subai had touched many girls' hands, so it was normal that he would feel this way. So Subai unleashed his manipulation emperor skill and tried it out. This is a skill that only works on women. As a result, the other party's body trembled very visibly for a few moments, and his face looked odd. Case solved. It's not brother Fu, it's sister Fu. But according to Wang Haoren, at least everyone thinks she's Fu. So Subai didn't reveal his inner thoughts and just smiled and greeted her. Well, then, I'll go ahead in order. See you later. Lu Chenong escaped in a bit of a mess. Ding! S-class goddess Lu Chenong, Lu Chenyang, detected. Favorability +2. Current favorability 75. Nice guy. Such a good impression of Subai at first? This rich sister is afraid that she is not a face dog. It was quite a surprise for Subai to run into an S-ranked goddess who lived as a boy. Our computer science department at Jiangcheng University is really full of talents. The people of Xi'an are listed like hemp, brother Bai. If I'm not mistaken. Just now, didn't Lu Chenong have a bit of a pained expression? Wang Haoren fell into deep thought. Not pain. Subai had a serious face, but I didn't do anything. Really, I thought it was the kind of meeting between two rich brothers. The surface is harmonious. In fact, shaking hands when secretly competing for hand strength. The result is that one is an ancient martial arts family origin. One is a retired military king. Both sides are evenly matched. What's on your mind? Read less Urban Cyber. Subai was so amused by Wang Haoren that he almost spewed out a mouthful of ribs and seaweed soup. Should I say no? This penis-stabbing ape has a really big brain. But as big as the brain is, it probably wouldn't have thought that Lu Chenong was actually a girl. Much less that Subai would use the manipulation emperor to test her gender. Damn it. What in the hell is this guy coming from to make me so? Toilet. Lu Chenong squatted in the innermost compartment, his face full of indignation. The moment he shook hands with Subai, that electrifying sensation seemed to travel through the meridians of his body to his entire body. It's like a giant axe from Pangu, or a dagger from the assassin's tail. Chopping and slashing open the door to a new world allowed Lu Chenong to experience a warmth he had never experienced before. Then she instantly realized this warmth, where it was hot, rushed to the restroom to solve a personal problem. To be fair, Lu Chenong had also shaken hands with various men, women, and misogynists on various social occasions, but it all felt normal. She was treating Subai, and it was normal social etiquette. How did you react so violently? Could it be that Subai did something special to her? No. It shouldn't be so. At that time Lu Chenong didn't feel anything wrong. Then it could only be because Subai, the person himself, had something special. It seemed that Lu Chenong's intuition about him was correct. Subai is indeed one of those handsome men whose masculinity pulls out all the stops. It's the right thing to do to be friends with him, not fool around. After, Lu Chenong went back to his place to take a nap. He's got a suite, a one-bedroom, two-bathroom apartment, yearly package at the Escot next to the school. It's upscale enough for 2 rooms, one sleeping in one den. The nap was very fragrant. Lu Chenong slept until 2:30 in the afternoon. The center is actually waking up without night sweats. She's a body that usually tosses and turns in her sleep, but today she's very peaceful. Is it because of the handshake with Subai? The moment this thought popped up in his head, Lu Chenong let out a clear and melodious laugh. What the heck? You think too much. Chapter 130, Subai's mission must be completed seriously. Puffy Goose, watching anime tonight? Rain break, not looking. Rain break, rest and recuperate. Rain breaks, cat probes, looking at the cell phone. The expression sent by Chen Yuxing. Subai couldn't help but smile. It was as if he saw Chen Yuxing's regretful expression that wanted to get all mushy with Subai again, but had to restrain himself because of his body. Truth be told, free from the pressure of treating her mother, Chen Yuxing's mental state loosened up, revealing more of the innocence that belonged to a young girl. Human character is always closely related to the environment. Under the weight of the environment, all the light and beautiful qualities are less likely to be expressed. Crispy Goose, then play games with me tonight. Puff Pastry Big White Goose, almost forgot your real job is to play along. Rain break, cat nods frantically. Rain break, me too. Want to play? The percentage of outings and lab bursts has been higher lately. It was slightly uncomfortable for Chen Yuxing, a nerdy girl. It's time to play games in your dorm room and build up your nerd energy. Then again, now Chen Yuxing didn't need to be sneaky when playing games in his dorm room. After all, the group knew about her relationship with Subai. Zhang Qiuye has even officially crouched down to her. According to Subai's speculation on Zhang Qiuzhan's current personality, seeing her and Subai in a sweet double row, the girl was afraid that she was not going to develop a marvelous sense of pleasure. To think that the usually left-right janky beauty was such a weird character in private. Chen Yuxing couldn't help but hum softly. Oops, I blame my big white goose for being too charming to pinch. He. After eating on the second floor of the cafeteria, Subai and Wang Haoren returned to the dormitory. Just saw 510 inside. Balcony door closed. Xuetao is on the phone on the balcony with a scratchy look on his face. What are the locals doing this is? Subai asked Master Shanghai. Chu Mingqi let out a sigh. Alas, the pre-modern notion of the binding nature of the family collided with postmodern Foucaultian deconstructionism, giving birth to the Lacanian tragedy of human relationships. The Su white man was dumbfounded. Can you speak human, nobody? Oh, it's Xuetao who cheated on his wife and was discovered by Lu Yuan. Subi, sweating soybeans, don't really get you literary guys. According to this current drawing style of Chu Myung-chul, it should be paired with long hair and the classic Yoji Yamamoto wear of a literary man to be flavorful enough. However, the fact that Xuetao had cheated so quickly was also very surprising to Subai. Of course, this didn't mean that Subai felt that Xuetao wouldn't cheat. Subai has always been unafraid to speculate on others with the deepest malice. People are like the sea. Often children who become independent at an earlier age will be more likely to experience the evils of human nature as early as their student careers. The real problem is that Xuetao and Lu Yuan's freshness should not have passed yet. No, according to Xuetao's urine, probably, the small mouth has not even been kissed. What Zito told his housemates was that he had already kissed and could get it on once in a while. But the man is extremely honorable and loves to brag. That's probably just not a kiss yet. Xuetao perennial to the hunter in the field of love to live. After all, freshman year to drive maiden. Local 4 sweets. In his eyes, it was quite easy to have a couple of flings during his undergraduate years, and it was easy to take. And what actually happened? This ing first prey is cheating on you before you even get it? Kind of funny. Wang Haoren, on the other hand, asked a question with a bit of a humiliating nature. There's actually a girl willing to help him cheat on his wife? Ha ha ha. It was actually the day we went to Tianrong Ancient City. We went to the bar at night with those Hanbok ladies and got acquainted. Got it. Subai nodded. And then the locals got to eat it? Anyway, it's taking one of the sisters to the bottom of the sea to get a second one. And as for the latter, I don't know. What about you? Never mind. If you're having trouble talking about it, it's not really that hard to talk about. I was drunk and fell asleep. When I woke up it was early morning and the bar was closing. Luckily I didn't lose my cell phone. Shumingzhi had a look of relief after the robbery. He was not very trusting of the quality of the locals in Zhangcheng. To come back from the bar in one piece, without losing anything, was, in Master Hu's opinion, a small blessing in life worth celebrating. But then Xuetao risked a small fortune. It was said to be a classmate that Lu Yuan knew and was also at the bar in Tianrong district that night. Even went to the same seafood restaurant with Xuetao after the show broke up. While eating, I happened to hear Xuetao at the next table, Lu Yuan's name popping out of his mouth, complaining endlessly. Grow a heart and take a picture and send it to Yuan. So Xuetao's bar flirtation is presented to his girlfriend in a slightly dramatic form. Yes, this is very Xuetao. Subai Rue commented. It's hard to open the balcony door and listen directly when you're watching the funk come up. Just ask Chen Yuxing on QQ. Lu Yuan in the dormitory. What is she currently doing? Rain break? Rain break, how come you care about her? Rain break, cat huffs. Crispy white goose, don't stress. I just want to eat the melon. Crispy white goose _ this melon is so sweet. Subai told Chen Yuxing about Xuetao. Chen Yuxing listened with great interest. not forgetting the sharp review when you're done. Rain break, how come your dorm room is full of scumbags? Crispy white goose? Crispy goose, how are they all scum? Crispy white goose, how can you defile a person's innocence out of thin air? Crispy white goose, goose_red_ warms up. Rain break, that, Shui Tao right. You two and then Chu Mingzhi the first crush on me, and then a crush on Jiang Qiuzhen, and now it seems to go to hook up with a law school girl. Crispy white goose, it's still true. Crispy white goose, at least my good oldest son, Wang Haoren, he's innocent. Rain break, he has many secondary wives, he is also a scum. You 510 is really all evil I see. He. Bull **** with Chun Yuxing for a long time. She didn't get a melon either. Mainly because Shang is a person. Right. Who isn't good at socializing in the first place. It's unrealistic for her to ask you one on the side. Thinking briefly, Subai opened QQ and found Jiang Qiuzheng's small number. Asuka. Crispy white goose, inquire about Lu Yuan and Shui Tao's quarrel. How far did it go? As soon as possible. Asuka, yes. Master. Female dormitory 2 building 321. Kang Chioye, who was lying on the bed and swiping his phone in preparation for a nap. Suddenly the whole thing was happy. The expression on his face became bright. Subai in bully mode. Love it. Jiang Qiuye glanced at Lu Yuan who was sulking against the balcony below. Immediately got out of bed and went to talk to her. The request made by Subai must be successfully accomplished. Chapter 131 Ace Agent Little Green Tea. Wan Xin goes to the stadium again. Hope. Is something upsetting happening? Lu Yuan was in the middle of her anger when she turned her head and saw that Jiang Qiuye had gotten off the bed. A look of concern, but not in a way that makes you feel uncomfortable. At once, Lu Yuan was a little touched and sighed. Hey, it's not much. Actually, I should have expected it. Oh, it's good that it's not a big problem. If you have any difficulties just say so. We're all housemates and we'll try to help you. Aha, thanks a lot. By the way, I'd like to go to the little store outside the school and buy some headbands or something. Hope, if you're not sleeping at lunch, would you like to come along? After hesitating for a moment, Lu Yuan nodded. Well, together. I just finished losing my temper with Shui Tao and I'm in the middle of my anger. So it's impossible to take a nap and sleep a little bit. It's times like this when her roommate invites her to go shopping, so she has to go. Spit it out with Jiang Qiuzhen by the way. Jiang Qiuye was a popular girl in school, had many friends, was reasonable, and could definitely understand Shui Tao's outrageousness. It could be said that Jiang Qiuye had a good grasp of Lu Yuan's psychology. Girls tend to have a kind of authoritative identification with their kind. The more popular the girls are, the more likely their views and opinions are to be shared within the girl group. And going out shopping is a very appropriate time for girlfriends to confide in each other. Although, right, Jiang Qiuzhen and Lu Yuan aren't exactly BFFs. It's just a mission for Su White. Green tea means, as long as it is not used out of the very lack of virtue, Jiang Qiuzhen is still very happy to use. Of course, it's not the same as treating Subai with the same sincerity you would treat your master. So half an hour later, inside the famous X Premium store in the off-campus shopping district. Do you think this Shui Tao person has a problem with his head? He even used people Subai as an example, saying that it hasn't been long since Subai and Chen Yuxing were in love, and they're all mushy to that point, so I should give him some sweetness too. So, can he be the same as Subai? Indeed Kang Qiuye agreed. The heart is not impressed. Then you're not the same as Chen Yuxing. Besides, Subai and Chen Shueba are true lovers. What kind of relationship do you have with Shui Tao? Don't you know in your own heart? Well, in fact, Jiang Qiuye can also see that Lu Yuan is a woman with little b number in her heart. Materialistic desires are particularly high, and your own level is not very good. It's always a good idea to get your melon. While Lu Yuan was picking out a disposable washcloth, Jiang Qiuye sent the information he obtained to Subai, unmoving and a thief's speed, like a kingsman. At the end of the day, there was a question. Asuka, master, this information, are you still satisfied? Crispy white goose, it's okay. Then Subai stopped replying to her, high and cold as hell. It reminded Jiang Qiuye of the Subai who was particularly naughty and ignored her when she was a child. Not to mention, she's really good at it. Actually can be so abstracted. Shui Tao cheated on his girlfriend to catch the bag, but also bit back, said Lu Yuan is not sincere enough to him, and then Lu Yuan angry. He came together to lick, said to buy her LV bags. Hiss, it will not be Lu Yuan si Zhou Jia Lu schoolmates of the bag. The heart of the envy, borrow this opportunity to ask for something? Subai quickly in his head, restored the vein of the quarrel between Shui Tao and Lu Yuan. Good melon, it feels like this pair, neither of them is emotionally stable, and their hearts are especially calculating. It's exhausting to watch. This kind of relationship, Subai is definitely not happy to talk about. If you really want to say it hard, It is human nature to fall in love and count. The problem is that there should be a degree, and the intention has to be for the good of the other person to be able to do so. Unfortunately, when young people fall in love nowadays, they seldom really think about the other person. They all play their own game. So that kind of relationship, Subai felt very formulaic and boring. Might as well not talk about it. As for now, Subai main fight a numerical value explosion. Casually finger cracks revealed wealth. Can let the girl's cha satiated. In this situation, but any smart girl would not count this and that with Subai. After eating his fill of melon, Subai was satisfied and took a nap. Wake up and go to the basketball court. Meet your fellow classmates and practice. Brother Bai, are you physically okay? What's wrong with my body? I see you surrounded by beautiful women when you are on vacation. If you are weak, tell your brothers in advance. Asterisk. Off. Man, I'm a fierce one. We'll see when we fight later. Subai laughed and cursed as he joked with the sports committee. The class gymnast was small and lean. Supposedly practiced long-distance running and basketball in high school. Basketball is pretty good, but it's still a far cry from the sports students who specialize in the basketball program. Long-distance running is the level that can go the route of an athletic student, but people's academic performance is good. Pure college entrance examination are examined to 985 to come. The sports day, which will begin after the 4th of July, including the basketball tournament between classes, is tossed around by the sports committee. Actually, the school environment is still simple. A variety of fun activities where people with similar interests get together is a lot more comfortable than the so-called interest groups that you find when you go out into the community. Then again, many people don't have the time or energy to develop hobbies after work. Even if Subai didn't have to think about financial factors anymore, this feeling of college life was something to cherish. The class basketball team, today, gathered 8 guys to practice together. It's a good time to play 4v4, feel each other out, see how good the guys are, and split up the positions and starters and substitutes along the way. There were actually quite a lot of people in the class who loved to play, and it could have been more than 10. There are 2 people temporarily something did not come. There is a Shui Tao, is in the dormitory incompetent rage autistic. After fighting for a while, the crowd came to a conclusion. Our class, we're a dual core team. A centerpiece is the physical commissioner, who plays fullback and is very skilled, and the guys are relieved that he's taking the ball and starting the offense. The other centerpiece is Su White. Although Subai's technique is brown, but physical fitness is a real birth. The ball is wild, but it's not dirty, just purely physical play. Subai gives the bodyguard a block, and the defense hits him like a wall, a steady stroke. So it was a unanimous decision to play Subai at center and slam the rim to catch rebounds. At 6'5", he's definitely on the shorter side to play center in professional basketball, but a class race of this entertaining nature is okay, and Subai is strong and jumps high. The body is well proportioned again, with long legs and arms, so Sohaku might be a little short to play center, but short to play center is unlikely. After juggling for a while, just as everyone was getting a little thirsty and ready to go buy water, the Vanguard sisters suddenly appeared, carrying a big bag of drinks. It was the same situation as the day Subai was in gym class. The difference was that at that time, it was Wan Xin Yen who came to hit on Subai. Now, Subai was however familiar with Wan Xin Yen. It's familiar inside and out. Chapter 132 Loyal Maid Sisters. Wan Xin Yen can drive too. Brother Subai, why didn't you call me when you came out to play? Wan Xinyan smiled and ran over, placing a bag of drinks under the basketball hoop and glared at Subai. All of a sudden, this left the buddies playing together a little confused, but anyone who is a little bit of emotional intelligence, even if the usual contact with girls is very little, but also heard. Wan Xinyan, this is not really complaining about Subai, but pure pettiness. Gutters, aren't you kid in love with Chen Yusheng? How come you're still hooking up with such a cute girl? Subai laughed. You don't play ball either? Why am I calling you? But I can pass towels and water to my brother. Hey, remember to call me when your class has basketball practice later. I'll be your team manager. It's really true. Subai suddenly realized that just now. He felt that Wan Xin always ran to take care of him to play ball. Kind of like that or something. It was only when she reminded me of this that I realized that it looked like the team manager from a neon anime. It's a well-known fact that managers in anime are beautiful women. The Vanguard sisters are a pair of beauties, or double managers. The team operation piece doesn't have much of an operation either, but having a beautiful woman to help buy cold drinks is already a big win. It's a dip in Subai's favor though, I guess. But in fact, most of the students, the psychology is not so dark, will not feel around the classmates are particularly rich and particularly able to flirt with girls, and then hate to death. The mentality of the mainstream crowd is still similar to that of Wan Haoran. What's brother Fu eating? Break some for me. The guys drank their drinks and thanked Wan Xin Yen. After that, Wan Xinyan just watched Subai play on the sidelines. bringing her dull and introverted sister with her, constituting a beautiful landscape. It wasn't until after practicing, when Subai went to wash his hands, that Wan Xin came close to Subai and asked him, with a smile, what he was going to eat tonight. If you're asking, then I'm sure I'm taking you guys out for a good meal. It's fine, we'll just follow our brother and eat. The little maid doesn't have that many demands. A real maid. Really? As long as we can stay as brother Subai's maids with sister, we'll be super satisfied. Wan Xinyan's expression was sweet and well-behaved, and Wan Xinyue couldn't help but move closer to Subai already. After all, there's not much around the pool right now, so Subai obediently reached out to rub her. The sisters' bodies were soft, a little childlike in texture, but with a voluptuousness that was difficult for their peers to attain. Giant that what Lolita, plated like a rare antique, can't get enough of it. Moreover, Wan Xinyue seemed to be a bit demented in that area, and especially liked being bullied by Subai. It's especially exciting to be seen by others at any time. The mood is up a bit, and Wan Xinyue is in a bit of a good place. Enough about dinner for now. Want to explore music first? Well, phew, okay. Wan Xinyue was a bit incoherent. The three walked to the parking lot. This time it was Wan Xinyan who was in charge of driving. Subai then came to the back seat with Wan Xinyue. This is when the gold content of privacy and anti-peep glass film comes into play. Don't worry about being seen outside at all. Let's go to the IKC Plaza. How about trying the new Middle Eastern food that recently opened? All sorts of strange dishes, often not inexpensive. As a glutton, Subai has the money to naturally try them all. But before attempting that, the road had to take care of Wan Xinyue and complete a musical exploration, playing moving melodies with dexterous hands. Should I say no? Wan Xinyue is indeed enthusiastic in that area. The journey was only just halfway through, and he had already finished his musical exploration, sticking into Subai's arms and letting out a happy sigh of relief. Hey, I should be the happiest maid in the world, which is so exaggerated. Subai cried and laughed. Wan Xinyan, who was driving in front of her, interjected. Other maids can't have such good treatment. Subai brother's attitude towards us can be good. Do the service industry well, the employer is good-hearted. More important than anything else, in front of the Subai brother is particularly secure. Brother Subai also never loses his temper with us, Wan Xinyue added. After saying that, the little nose sniffed at Subai's body. Subai had only just finished playing earlier, and it was reasonable to say that his body was sweating and slightly dirty. However, to Wan Xinyue, it was the flavor of testosterone that permeated her, making her extraordinarily addicted. Seeing her sniffling intoxicated mood, Subai did not hold back and used himself as the axis to discuss music with Wan Xinyue. Ding! Detected that the host did not forget the indulgence of that on the way to the car. Rewarded with a lottery chance +1. Perfect end before arriving at the IKC Plaza. The road was a bit long, and that had something to do with the evening rush hour traffic. It's a good thing that Wan Xinyan's driving skills, too, are good. It wasn't as smart as her sister's driving, but at least it was a safe and smooth ride. No problem. Subai complimented her twice. Wan Xin hurriedly said, no, I drive very general. Usually still have to rely mainly on sister. I occasionally for sister shift is good. Wan Xin doesn't want to be the one to take care of all the aspects in a big way. It was only good that both she and her sister had to play their unique roles beside Subai. This pair of twin sisters, they are really united. Subai secretly lamented. It's indeed a good candidate to be a maid for a long time. The way a person treats her siblings can tell a lot about her nature. Ding! Detected the host's adult indulgence spending $892, triggering a 5-fold cashback, rewarding cash +$4. 460. IKC Plaza is a favorite shopping district for the middle class as well as the rich in the city of Gangtok. There are all sorts of niche treats to be found here, provided, of course, that it's priced. For example, the Middle Eastern food we ate tonight. 3 people to eat a full meal to be a small thousand. This price is Subai once upon a time did not dare to touch. Now it's checkout time. And subconsciously I think to myself, I can't believe it's not over 4 figures. It's pretty cheap. Brother, we cannot go back to the dormitory tonight yo. It all depends on your arrangement. Wan Xinyan held Subai's arm and smiled coquettishly, a bit carefully, rubbing it in with his advantage. Originally, Subai was looking to go back to Shanshui stacking to accompany his sister after dinner. He was instantly made to feel like a fool by Wan Xin. LOL, it's tempting on both sides. Is that the happy worry of the rich? Forget it. Nothing to worry about. I choose to have both. I've arranged it then. I'm going to take you to meet my butler. Really? In fact, I've always wanted to meet that sister. After all, in the future are our own people to get along well duh. Wan Xin knew that Subai usually lived in Ascension, and at that time, She judged that Subai was very rich through that photo because of Ascension, but she didn't mention it, vaguely sensing that the meeting with the butler that Subai was talking about should be about going to the Escott's landscape stacked puzzle, right? It seemed that she and her sister were really good in Subai's mind. Chapter 133, Choosing Little Dresses for the Wan Family Sisters. As we all know, for Fu, hanging out with a girl and taking a girl home are two completely different things. It's still in the lover level category even if you bring it home. But, surely, it's more intimate than just meeting on the outside. Wan Xin is not the kind of greedy woman. The so-called maid is actually a clearly positioned lover. So, when she heard that Subai was going to take them to Shan Shui stacked puzzle, Wan Xin could be happy. Standing on his tiptoes, he kissed Subai on the side of his face. Wan Xinyue then repeated the same. Seeing this scene, the young lady at the front desk of the restaurant, her eyes widened in surprise. No, what's going on here? Originally, she had thought that the girl who looked more cheerful among the twins was Subai's girlfriend, because during the meal, Wan Xin and Subai interacted more. Who would have thought that they would? Hiss. The receptionist lady was actually able to sense that Subai should be quite rich. Now it seems there may be more than just plain old money. Otherwise, it was impossible for the two twins to be so fawning in their attitudes. Are you satisfied with your meal today, sir? Satisfied. Very unique style. Smoked chicken salad and grilled meat platter were both delicious. Okay, sir, if you like, you can consider our family membership card. Enjoy 20% discount on recharge and also give a member a share of the dishes once a month. Seeing that Subai had strength, the front desk lady came to push for a card as a matter of habit. Then he watched as Subai's eyes lit up and directly chose to pull full. Carding Immortals. Initiate. Ding. Detected indulgent spending of $20,000 on the host's adult dining membership card, triggering a 10x cashback. Rewarding $200,000. Directly ran the card with the highest limit and then shoved it to Wan Xinyan. Ah, brother Subai, do you really want me to hold it? Take it. In the future when I'm not free to accompany you guys out shopping, you can come over here to eat. Thanks, brother. Wan Xinyan had sort of realized that, but whenever there was an opportunity to run a card, Subai would definitely not let it go. It feels like some kind of compulsion in spending habits. Only rich people with horrible homes have this compulsion anymore. How long would the average college girl have to eat to spend $20,000? Leaving the restaurant, Subai did not take them to the parking lot. Instead, they came to the LV counter. Pick you 2 bags. Price doesn't matter. Don't bother. We don't really need designer bags. It works. Being my maid that still has to be a bit rehearsed. The Vanguard sisters have been doing really well lately, and deserve to be rewarded. Wan Xin excused herself a little and realized that Subai really wanted to buy it for them, before she joyfully pulled her sister into the store. Hello, welcome to LV. A counter girl greeted them professionally. The professional smile on his face transformed into a heartfelt smile when he saw Subai, who was following the two sisters. Well, based on her professional experience, it was probably going to be billable. This little brother, at first glance, is powerful and generous. As expected, Subai just hung out in the store the entire time. Saw a couple of nice casual tops that also fit a slightly more formal scene. Bought it by the way. That breezy attitude is like casually buying a bottle of yogurt while shopping at the grocery store. Plus the Vanguard sisters picked out their bags. In total, it cost over $70,000. It was only when the payment was made that Subai noticed the price. As with their previous clothing purchases at Lululemon, they chose to purchase the same style in different floral colors. The choice was a mini Daphne, a more compact bag that cost less than $20,000 for one piece and more than $30,000 for both pieces combined. Oops, we'll just use this one. 2 expensive bags are frightening to use. Besides, if you carry 2 expensive bags in school, you'll be chewed on by your classmates. Wan Xinyan spat out her tongue. We have decided well. This bag we really like it. Brother, if you feel that spending money is not enough fun, you can help us buy a small skirt. In fact, she did choose her favorite bag, but with a little extra thought. She thought that Subai's housekeeper sister should also be in Subai, get along very well. Then, Subai will also buy things for her, right? Whether it's clothes or bags. Wan Xin felt that the bag she and her sister used should be significantly cheaper than the housekeeper's sister's in order to be appropriate. Preferably both combined are cheaper than the bag the butler uses. It was a release of goodwill. After all, they came later, and it always felt like a provocation to run to the house and meet people if they had just bought a very expensive bag. Therefore, Wan Xin chose a more introductory style. To her surprise, Subai wanted was to brush up on her money and buy Zhou Jiaolu a limited edition of more than 100,000. Anyway, Subai probably appreciated Wan Xinyan's caution. Couldn't help but reveal a pleased smile, touching her head and saying, have a heart. In the future when I buy you something just pick what you like. Don't have to think about it so much. Haha, come on, pick out some more little dresses. I feel like you guys look pretty good in short skirts. For the petite Vanguard sisters, long dresses can look incongruous on them. Short dresses are just right, cute and sexy. This time it was Subai who made the decision and chose a vintage ruffled short dress for them. Also new from LV this season. For fashion trends and whatnot, Subai didn't know anything at all. But he felt that this short ruffled skirt was able to trim the wannabe sister's legs to a good shape. Beyond the delicately tailored hem of the skirt were the fleshy thighs. The atmosphere is superb. Subai then looked at a tassel-decorated one and a black lace patchwork one. These two give a more hazy, mysterious, hidden feel than the cleanliness of the ruffles. Just coming out of the fitting room and admiring the effect in the mirror, Wan Xin was overjoyed. Worthy of the long-established luxury branded, this skirt wearing how so good. You know, Wan Xin has always loved little dresses. Rather, girls who are on the petite side tend to be interested in small dresses. That kind of fairy ancient style long dress is only suitable for tall people like Chen Yuxing. But right, before Wan Xinyan also just buy Taobao goods, dozens of dollars a piece of the kind. A small shopper in Taobao makes small dresses of decent quality and a bit of design. The downside is that it feels cheap. And the same women can tell at a glance that the Vanguard sisters are in a financial situation. Subai gave them to choose 3, completely in accordance with Subai's aesthetic. This is normal. After all, it is people who pay out money. The little maid well, you have to wear Subai brother-like clothes to please brother it. However, it happened to hit Wan Xinyan's aesthetic red heart. This subtle coincidence caused in Wan Xinyan's heart a sweet sentiment to rise. Sure enough, between us and brother Subai, we are still very much in love. Chapter 134, The Historic Meeting Between the Wan Sisters and Zhou Jialu. 3 little dresses, all for $20,000 or $30,000. The twins want a double portion, for a total of 6 bars, plus the matching top, more than $200,000 of consumption. Subai easily wrote and swiped his card without blinking. Looking at the Wan sisters was a double take. Even the Counter sisters, who were used to seeing rich people, were a little hard to top. And if it wasn't for the presence of the Wan sisters, they probably would have had to ask for Subai's contact information. $200,000, to this young man, looked like a random outlay of pocket change. Waiting until Subai and his entourage left, there is a counterkeeper only mysteriously said, "This young man, I've heard of." Our Jiangcheng, another LV side of the friend, said, "He was with another girl, buy a limited edition of the bag." A breath of more than $500,000. $500,000. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold skin. At once, he was not surprised by Subai's calm payment behavior, and kind of regretted why he hadn't hooked up with him earlier. How so? Since people can take 2 different waves of women and spend a lot of money, it means that they are not exclusive and fraternize a lot. Girls who are materially demanding probably know by now that developing shallow relationships with the rich and taking a little bit of the money that slips through their fingers is the optimal solution to raking in the girls. It's just a pity that Subai's demands are also very high. None of the women in this LV store reached the standard of an S-class goddess as determined by the system. Naturally, they don't care much for them. At the command of the navigation, Wan Xinyue drove and parked in the underground garage of the Escot. Mountain Stack has specific parking spaces, 4 total spots. By the time the custom Palmer was in place, it filled too. Subai was ready to go buy 2 more sports cars to fill the remaining 2 spots. When you buy a villa, you must get a big garage to satisfy Subai's indulgent desire to buy a car. Brother Subai, that housekeeper of yours, what kind of forehead does she like? How can I get along with her better? Wan Xin stroked her chest with one hand, actually a little nervous. She's only in the realm of college girls with high emotional intelligence, not much contact with the community. At this moment, in her mind, she had already sketched out the image of that kind of imperial housekeeper in the TV series or in the Overlord novels. Oppressive. Subai smiled and comforted. Don't panic, little dear school sister is very easy to get along with. I've already talked to her just now. Come on, let's go upstairs and have some tea. With Subai's words as a backing, Wan Xinyan's mind was much more stable. As for Wan Xinyue, this guy is actually more nervous. She is more concerned about, is Subai's South usual place of residence? In the end, how is it? And then fantasize about Subai's home and his. Well, you know, basically Wan Xinyue was full of that. Welcome 2 little sisters. In the oversized parlor of the Mountain Stack, Zhou Jiadir's face had a warm smile on it, and her fawning face seemed to have light makeup on, making her look more elegant than usual. On her body, she wore a form-fitting wraparound skirt, the fabled stepmother's dress, flesh silk pantyhose, feet stepped on the home slippers, yet does not hinder the body, reveals the mature woman's flavor. Subai secretly sighed in his heart. This demonic spirit. If it wasn't for the presence of the Wan family sisters, going home and seeing Zhou Jiadir so dressed up, Subai would probably have to directly open a military operation. Hello sister. Hey, sister. Are you from the College of Finance and Economics? Wan Xinyan froze for a moment and suddenly thought of something. Yeah, my name is Chujilu. The one in the goddess dorm? Yes, that's the one. Hearing this, Chujilu was a bit smug. He's still quite famous among the younger students. At the same time, a little shy. Goddess dorms, whatever. Usually, when I watch them discuss it online, I feel nothing, even quite proud. The reality is that coming from someone else, it's more or less middle of the road. Wow. So brother Subai's housekeeper is senior sister Zhou Jialu? That's great. Wan Xinyan's face showed joy. What's so good about it, I'd like to ask? Subai said. I heard that schoolteacher is very powerful. Then if the housekeeper is a schoolteacher, it feels like Subai's brother will be very happy. He. Wan Xin giggled and stuck her tongue out. The heart has another layer of feelings. Zhou Jialu, Jiang Qiuye and Chen Yuxing. Subai is trying to round up the goddess dormitory. There's still one Lu Yuan left. That person is average and I guess Subai isn't interested. If people in the school found out, it would probably be a hot topic. Of course, to this, Wan Xin said I have no problem with it. If Subai wasn't a philanderer, she and her sister wouldn't have had a chance to live a good life. The three women met and the vibe was excellent. Sitting on the couch, holding hands and talking, with one on the left and one on the right. Zhou Jiadir is rather like having a pair of twin puppies. It's so cute. No wonder the schoolboy had thoughts about them. Obviously the face is so innocent and young, but the body is so contrary. Although there was a gap visible to the naked eye from Zhou Jialu himself, but for the petite height of 5 feet 5 inches Lori, that contrast will simply make the blood of anime-loving otaku boil. Thinking about this, Zhou Jiadir took the time to glance at Subai with a flare. The eyes held a bit of flirtation and teasing. Subai was a bit foolish, but thought better of it. The wannabe sisters and Zhou Jialu historic meeting. He could not hold back, rushed up to play cards with them. Always felt slightly ghostly. Subai, also want to save face. So Subai concentrated on his tea. It should not be said not to say that the housekeeper training course, indeed, for Zhou Jiadir learned something. She recently stayed at the mountain stack and purchased some necessary furniture and supplies. Among them are a full set of high-grade purple sand tea sets, as well as several types of expensive teas. Just now, when I heard that Subai was going to bring the driver from the harem team, Zhou Jiadir took out the tea leaves and brewed it. Tea is something that Subai doesn't understand. It was just about obvious that it was green tea. In the mouth, the flavor is fresh with a sweet aftertaste. Delicious. That's good tea. Training time. The teacher recommended it. Said it is suitable for hospitality or business when drinking. How is it? School brothers still like it? Love it. I love all the tea you make. Wan Xinyan obediently state, dear sister multi-talented in the future this kind of hands-on work, we can share for you. Oh, sister is a housekeeper, well, the main or have to coordinate the planning. How embarrassing that would be. I'm almost graduated. I'll have plenty of time to take care of Subai in the future, and you guys just started your freshman year. Hiya, we read that major, broadcast hosting, idle. Many of our classmates, because usually too idle, running around to pick up jobs at, for me and my sister, Subai is our career center of gravity. That's true. It'll be easier for me with you guys to help share the load. After a conversation, Zhou Jiadir had a rough understanding of the twin sister's path. It could be seen that, just like her, she also hoped to stay by Subai's side for long-term enjoyment by relying on her face and body, as well as her service attitude. Chapter 135 Allocating Rooms in Landscape Stacking. Wan Xinyan's magical brain circuit. There were women who approached Subai for money. This kind of thing, it couldn't be more normal. Zhou Jialu wouldn't be in an obscure mood because of this situation. After all, she herself had come for Subai's money. Of course, Subai's handsomeness was also one aspect, but Zhou Jialu is a very realistic girl and will not fall for a man just because of his face value. Wealth is the foundation of all relationships. Without a material foundation, any operation is a castle in the air. Therefore, the existence of the Wan sisters did not make things difficult for Zhou Jiadir. It just stirs up a little bit of a girl's natural jealousy. Well, only a little bit. Other than this jealousy, Zhou Jiadir had, more than anything else, an appreciation for them. It was because these two's service attitude towards Subai was on par with hers. If it's the kind that makes a demon out of her beauty, trying to spend Richie Rich's money and play the fairy temper at the same time, that didn't even require Subai to do anything, Zhou Jialu would naturally find a way to remove this woman. Wan Xinyan attitude is very good, not only to Subai good attitude, but also in the words of repeated hints, except her Zhou Jialu leadership, well, also do not know whether they have made up their minds to ambush the small, or first show weakness, and then later sue. Having watched too many palace dramas, I'm always a little wary of my little sisters. In fact, Wan Xinyan was in a similar state of mind. Although you're the butler and I'm the maid, but maybe in time, brother Subai will like us more. Both sides uncharacteristically brought some competition for favor. Don't blame them for being untalented. It's really because Subai's wealth is too outrageous. Take them out once and casually give them money to spend to the extent that graduates work hard for years to save. Ask yourself. Now even 985 graduates of college students, unless the major in luck is particularly good, want to have $200,000 in savings. You have to work hard for several years. Usually have to be frugal. By the way, since we're gradually getting more team members, there's one thing that has to be arranged from now on. Subai drank his tea and suddenly came up with this sentence. The three women cast puzzled glances at him, only to see Subai pointing towards the stairs. I was planning to buy a villa and design and decorate it myself, but that will take time, at least for the recent year. Probably I have to live here. Subai paused. A little bad smile surfaced on his face. So, everyone has to claim their own room. There are so many rooms in this stacked colocation. It's completely livable. Senior, your thoughts are dangerous. You don't want the girls around you to live here, do you? Zhou Jiadir looked complicated. Right, it's only lively when there are more people. Besides, let's not talk about Wan Xin and the others. You guys were already housemates. Coming over here is just equivalent to changing to a better environment, essentially continuing to be housemates. Look, am I not being sweet? Wow, that's really sweet. Zhou Jiadir gave Subai a blank look. So convinced. While many men have dreams of harems, not many actually dare to put them into practice. For one thing, they don't have the financial resources, and for another, they don't have the energy. There was once a news story about some very powerful man who had all his lovers in the same neighborhood. This is even more outrageous with Sue White. But when you think about it, it doesn't seem that far off. When she thought about the people she was about to live with, Zhou Jiadir surprisingly didn't feel much pressure. Instead, I was kind of looking forward to it. If it was a palace fight with the kind of old geezer who had been a young model, Zhou Jiadir would find it annoying. But the competition was against some schoolgirls even younger than her, and she felt sure of herself. School sister is going to start playing housekeeper duties. Oh. Subai pinched Zhou Jialu's cheeks and teased. Say so serious. Everyone is not a bad person. I do not dare to seriously manage them, in case it causes the heartache of the school brother. How to do? Zhou Jiadir pouted. That's not so bad. Maybe then you girls will unite and boycott me. Subai's words managed to amuse Zhou Jiadir. With things settled, it was time to choose a room. Zhou Jiadir's room, in fact, has long been chosen, but there is no need to be entangled. A guest room on the second floor, near the stairs, was more conveniently located for her to run up and down, fitting the position of a housekeeper's sister. Zhou Jialu took the Wan sisters and toured around the stacked rooms. Theoretically, all but the master bedroom can be chosen. Zhou Jialu looked at Subai. You're going to sleep in the master bedroom with your family's Shang, right? That's all you found out. Hey, after all, she's the real girlfriend. We're just a housekeeper, so it's not for you to keep her in check at home and show off your sisterly prowess. How nice. Subai and Zhou Jiadir smiled and flirted, not caring at all that the Wan sisters were also nearby. At this time, Wan Xinyan's mind was not focused on this. Instead, I wondered which room to choose. In fact, all these rooms on the second floor of the stack are similar in nature. After all, the entire suite is close to 300 square feet and is able to make every room spacious enough. However, do we really have to pick just anyone? Wan Xin always still wanted to have a special place in Subai's heart. Otherwise, if there were other girls staying at the landscape stacking in the future, wouldn't it divide brother Subai's attention from them? Wan Xin thought for a long time. Seeing this, Subai joked, if you're having trouble choosing, you can hold off for a while and just pick a room to transition to tonight. I figured, me and my sister, sleep in the babysitting room. You don't say. Subai had just envisioned Wan Xinyan's various options, but never thought I'd be able to pick a nanny booth. Very large mansions basically have nanny booths. For example, in this landscape stack, the staircase to the second floor is the main staircase with a rotating design, and the guest room that Zhou Jiadir chose is the room that is directly opposite to the main staircase after going up. The main guest rooms are on the second floor, and at the back of the stairs, a small door opens into the babysitting room. The rooms are small and simply furnished. 2 single cribs were set up, as well as simple closets and lockers. Truth be told, the standard of this room is about the same as the standard room of a mainstream express hotel in China. Wan Xinyan chose to live here. Subai really did not expect. In the face of Subai's doubts, Wan Xin quirkily hooked up the corner of her mouth. Because we are Subai brothers' little maid. This room is actually not bad. Exactly 2 single beds. We each sleep in one. Subai said helplessly. If you choose another guest room, it can also be transformed into 2 single beds. I'll just go to the manager of the Escot and mention it. Don't. He. We just love this maid cosplay, don't we, sis? 1xin patted 1xinu. The latter nodded repeatedly. Aha, right, we don't have to stay too well. Leave the good rooms for the other sisters. Saying this on her lips, Wan Xinyue was thinking of very powerful images in her heart. Inside the cramped nanny's room, myself and Subai explore music on a cot, with Wan Xinyan watching from the sidelines. Hiss, good room na.